Anyone who has raised dragons knows they're not only rare and ferocious but also prone to turning on their masters. A single meal can cost billions in resources. For a top-tier genius, raising 1 or 2 is already the limit. Yet you've raised over 100, all with 100% loyalty to you. It all started when you awakened what was considered the most useless summoning affinity early on. Just as you were contemplating how to align yourself with the chosen one, a dragon's nest suddenly manifested within you. Periodically, it produces different dragon-type demon embryos. With the right materials, you can even summon emperor-level dragons. At the Mu family estate in Magic City, you having just awakened your summoning affinity sheepishly approach Mu Zhanqing. Grandpa, I need some demon materials, you say. Mu Zhanqing raises an eyebrow. Setting aside the latest reports on Magic City's situation, summoners do need to stock up on demon materials. What do you need? Monarch grade. There's a choking sound as Mu Zhanqing nearly inhales his own saliva. You want what? Seeing his widened eyes, you scratch your head awkwardly. Asking for monarch grade right off the bat is indeed pushing your luck with Grandpa. Mu Zhanqing presses his lips together. Fine. Now that you've awakened your magic, it's time you saw some things. He stands and motions for you to follow. Unable to contain your curiosity along the way, you ask, Grandpa, where are we going? He glances back at you with a strained smile. To retrieve something your birth parents left for you. You freeze. Birth parents, such a distant term. Ever since transmigrating into this world, you've been raised by Mu Zhanqing and never met your real parents. But one thing's certain, your birth parents must have been extraordinary. Otherwise, Mu Zhanqing would never have taken you in. Soon, you followed Mu Zhanqing into a room. Pushing open the door, your gaze quickly locked onto the glass case in the center. Through the case, you clearly saw the object inside. And your eyes widened instantly. The item before you was emitting an intense purple glow. This wasn't a natural radiance from the object itself, but rather a function unlocked by your awakening of the dragon's nest. You could now perceive corresponding colors for any materials capable of fusion. The depth of each color indicated its specific grade, with 5 distinct hues representing different levels. Judging by the dazzling, almost blinding purple before you, this was undoubtedly a material produced by at least a great monarch-level demonic creature. Your breathing grew heavy. But Mu Zhanqing paid no mind. Assuming you were merely intimidated by the oppressive aura of the demon's remains, you deactivated the dragon's nest's detection function and finally got a clear look at the material, a horn approximately 3 meters long, adorned with intricate black patterns that shimmered like the claws and fangs of a devil. With your low cultivation level, you dare not stare for too long. If you look at it for an extended time, you feel as if your very soul might be sucked into the horn. Mu Zhanqing picked up a small plaque engraved with the character Lin. This is something your parents left behind. It was placed at the doorstep of my Mu family along with you when you were just born. I suspect Lin is the surname of either your father or mother. But over the years, I've never heard of any powerful figure surnamed Lin dying or meeting with misfortune. Later, I personally visited the location where this horn was found. According to the appraisal experts of my Mu family, this horn should indeed belong to the Abyssal Dragon, a great monarch-level demonic beast. Abyssal Dragon. Hearing this name, your pupils constrict. A great monarch-level dragon is a foe that likely only a peak-level powerhouse can contend with. Even in a group battle, one would at least need to be a full-fledged super-tier mage to stand a chance against it. Could your parents really have been such formidable figures? Mu Zhanqing continued. At that time, I led a team to search for traces of the Abyssal Dragon for a full year. But unfortunately, we found nothing. The family eventually forced me to return due to the excessive costs. He sighed regretfully. After all, the family isn't solely under my control. If not for your need for monarch-level materials today, Shen, it might have taken me several more years to bring you here. You understand the difficulties Mu Zhanqing faces as the clan leader. In truth, you hadn't planned to directly request monarch-level materials. Such materials are extremely valuable, and the other elders would never allow Mu Zhanqing to simply hand them over to a junior who had just awakened his magic. This horn, however, counts as Mu Zhanqing's personal possession, which is why you were able to obtain it. With this horn, combined with some other powerful commander-level materials, you could definitely create a dragon with monarch-level potential. Mu Zhanqing watched your shadowed expression with some tension. Having raised you for 16 years, he already sees you as his own grandson. But men are often silent. Even if he fears deep down that you might recklessly seek out your birth parents, he wouldn't openly try to stop you. Do whatever you want to do, he said. Mu Zhanqing had expected you to firmly declare your choice after hearing this, but to his surprise, you simply looked at him with excitement and asked, Grandfather, are there any other materials? This single horn isn't quite enough. Mu Zhanqing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, his mood incredibly elated. Yes, grandson, yes, our Mu family has plenty of materials like this, all of the highest quality currently available on the market. You returned fully loaded, and the first thing you did upon reaching your room was to check your haul. 1 grand monarch level material. 3 minor monarch level materials, and 15 commander level materials. Licking your lips, you immediately took all these materials to the dragon's nest. After continuous attempts at combinations and recording numerous research plans on paper, you finally arrived at the optimal solution. Clicking generate below the plan, a dark black dragon egg instantly appeared. With the sound of cracking eggshells, a small, dark-scaled dragon with a single horn poked its head out, shook its damp wings, and looked at you with curiosity. Daddy! Hearing the childish voice echo in your mind, you were overjoyed the hatched pet could actually communicate directly. Suddenly, the little dragon devoured its eggshell and instantly grew a size larger. Freely flying around the dragon's nest, you stared intently at the little dragon as an information panel floated above it. Your lips twitched. Seriously, dude, born as a battle general level, this is what dragons are like. Let's call you Little Black. Little Black, having been born less than half an hour ago, couldn't yet distinguish between good and bad names. All it knew was that its daddy had given it a name, and it was overjoyed. Over the past year, you managed to keep Xiao Hei's existence a secret. Seriously, how could you explain contracting a dragon with monarch-level potential right after awakening your magic? By now, you've accumulated over 100 magic orbs in your possession. With a frustrated expression, you lamented that out of hundreds of orbs, you only obtained one demon embryo and some dragon feed. Hesitating, you glanced at the last golden orb in your hand. Golden orbs corresponded to Emperor tier materials. If this one yielded an Emperor tier item, you could at least create an invincible monarch. Inside the dragon's nest, Xiao Hei seemed to sense your excitement, flying around you in circles while chirping. Xiao Hei was no longer the 2-meter-long hatchling from before. Now, it had grown to a full 8 meters in length, with majestic horns and significantly enhanced strength. Brother, are you in there? A familiar voice called out. Exiting the dragon's nest, you saw a beautiful woman in a vintage-style dress, your third sister. Mu Nu Xin, why are you still training? Hurry up, today's the annual family assessment. You froze for a moment before realizing, right, today was the Mu family's yearly evaluation. As soon as you and Mu Nu Xin arrived at the scene, an even more stunning woman approached, sweetly calling out, Big brother, this was your second sister, Mu Nujio. You shuddered. Jiaojio, just say what you want. Mu Nujio blushed slightly. What do you mean? I rarely soften my tone like this. You scoffed. Every time you do this, it's never good news. Remember last time? You straight up swiped 1,000,000 from me. Just spit it out. Well, I just wanted to know if you've contracted a summoning beast yet, and what it looks like. You chuckled. So you're here to snoop. No comment. With that, you promptly found a seat and sat down. The assessment is about to begin, and you're preparing to hatch 2 usable baby dragons. Revealing just 2 little dragons would be enough to demonstrate your talent. Soon after, you swiftly select 2 plans in the dragon's nest. Before long, a deep blue baby dragon gradually breaks out of its shell. Its silly and adorable appearance paired with its body length making it quite cute. Let's call you Little Blue. You decide. Meanwhile, on the other side, a flame mountain ridge dragon, already over 3 meters long at birth, crawls out. Its rock-forged body exudes a strong sense of solidity, clearly qualifying as a reliable tank. You shall be called Meat Lump. You name it. Just as your consciousness leaves the dragon's nest, your name is called Lin Chen. Mu Sheng, step forward. Lin Chen's name seemed a bit abrupt amongst the crowd of herding surnames, and the fact that he was the patriarch's adopted grandson had drawn the attention of many people. Matriarch, Lin Chen has awakened the summoning lineage, and you won't say what summoning beast he has contracted. Is it possible that it's some common slave-level demon with a low-level bloodline? An old man with a white beard smiled meaningfully, an obscure light flickering in his eyes, obviously somewhat mocking Lin Chen. Mu Zhanqing glanced at him. Shener contracted naturally can't be some ordinary demon. Later on, you'll be able to see it. Although Mu Zhanqing said so, his heart is also a little bottomless. His grandson one day to the room nesting, also did not see him out to the clan's summoning lineage elders to ask. It's hard to build a dragon just behind closed doors. Mu Zhanqing had no bottom in his heart, but his attitude hardened a bit in the face of factions that did not agree with him. Can't have the onlookers looking down on us, can we? Mu Zhanqing looked at Lin Chen, who was on the stage, and could only hope that he had contracted the unbeatable summon beast, and that it wasn't in vain that he had taken out a bunch of materials. In the ring, Mushin smiled kindly, without the slightest bit of hostility. Just kidding, the other party is the grandson of the patriarch, and also awakened the summoning system. A random demon is not something he can deal with as a beginner level 2 fire system. The elders of the clan dared to taunt, but he, Mu Shan, did not dare. Please instruct. Mu Shang set up his stance, his eyes were grave, and he secretly decided in his heart that no matter what demon the other party summoned, he could not directly admit defeat. This kind of gutless behavior would definitely cause his cultivation resources for the next year to be greatly reduced. Then there was a wide-eyed stair with a huge stone dragon that was nearly 4 meters long and flopping off rocks with every step. Meat Ton gave Mac Shang an uncertain look. So ugly, not like my dad. Meat Ton twisted his head and spotted Lin Chen with a glance, wailing with excitement, but ignoring the fact that Mu Shan was still beside himself. Mu Shan's eardrums were shaken by the penetrating dragon roar, and his entire body froze in place. This is your summoned beast? Yours? It took a long time for Mu Shan to come back to his senses, and Lin Chen smiled and nodded at his words. Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? Lin Chen smiled and took out a piece of megalodon feed from his pocket, teasing the meat peer like a dog. Meat peer's huge body rolled over in the ring. Its body had great density, and its weight was naturally not light, pressing the ring in which this beginner-level mage was fighting a little too heavy, making creaking noises. On the stands, Mu Jianqing was first stunned, and then he couldn't stop laughing at all. Ha 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 ha, Mac Battle Ho, look for yourself. What kind of slave-level demon is this? How come old me doesn't recognize it a bit? Mu Jianhao was the elder who spoke in a gloomy manner just now. At those words, Mu Jianhao's face was unusually brilliant, the corners of his mouth twitching. This is a dragon? To the side of Mu Jianqing, an elder who had studied the summoning department deeply looked on in amazement. This dragon isn't simple, the dragon blood aura is extremely thick, just like. For a while, this elder couldn't say anything specific about the description. It wasn't his fault, it was really that there were too few gigantic dragons existing in the world, even a super-ranked mage could hardly see one in his lifetime. Battleming, can you tell what level the potential is roughly at? Mu Jianqing asked. Mu Jianming pushed up his glasses and took out his cell phone directly from his pocket, flipping through the various information recorded. Only after a long time did Mu Jianming raise his head and concluded, at least great monarch-level potential, as long as it's cultivated well, in a few decades, the strength of my Mu family could double. Great monarch-class dragons. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Rada Mu Jianqing's insight also can't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Great monarch-level dragon, as long as it can grow up, the Mu family is equivalent to directly more than a few super-order full cultivation. Everyone, next, I've decided to tilt the resources to Lin Chen, who has an opinion. Mu Jianqing immediately clapped his hands. This was simply a chance given to the Mu family by the heavens. Those who couldn't grasp it were cuties. Even if Mu Jianhao and Mu Jianqing didn't get along very well, they knew that the family's interests were the greatest. It's just that. Lin Chen isn't a member of my Mu family after all. In case his real parents come looking for him in the future, Mu Jianhao voiced his thoughts. Mu Jianming smiled mysteriously. That's not simple, a marriage is not. After saying that, Mu Jianming looked down to the stands below, sizing up which little girl was more suitable. On the other side, Mu Shang looked at the meat peer circling around Lin Chen, and his heart raised a sharp breath. The summoning department can't contract creatures that are too much stronger than themselves. Maybe this dragon is just a silver spear candlehead, not useful. Put up a fight, as long as you win. It's definitely a lot of benefits. Mu Shang clenched his teeth, and the fire stardust above his head began to coalesce. As a son of the Mu family, the stardust magic weapon was still useful. Mu Shang's cultivation was top-notch when placed in the school, and at this time, naturally, there would not be any accidents of the star track breaking. Fire Z burning bones. A fiercely burning flame darted towards the meat peer. Pop. Good aim, right in the center of the bull's eye. Lin Chen heard the noise and went around to the other side of the meat peer to check the situation. What's wrong, Meatloaf? Meat Ton shook his head in bewilderment, blinking his big, clear eyes at the few dragon scales he had been attacked with. Lin Chen looked there. It was no different from just now. The color of the dragon scales hadn't even changed. Get your hands on it. Hey, meat peer, you still have a heating function. In the future winter will rely on you to warm your hands. Lin Chen patted meat peer's head and smiled heatedly. Mu Shang, who was on the side, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger when he saw the scene. That's insulting. Hearing the sound, Lin Chen twisted his head, his face helpless. Alright, no more fooling around. Beginner dragon fight, man, you're this BD thumbs up. Looking at the exasperated look on Mu Shang's face, Lin Chen was too embarrassed to hit him again and scratched his head. Meat peer is already at the level of a war general, and it also focuses on defense, so of course you'll have trouble breaking through the defense. Mu Shang drifted off, but the next moment he squatted with his back to Lin Chen and drew circles. More blowback. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, retrieved the meat peer back into the nest of the giant dragon, and walked out of the ring, and just as he stepped out of the ring, Mu Jianqing and the others greeted him. Tatsuer, you. Here's the thing. Lin Chen knew the reason why his grandfather was looking for him with a group of clan elders, and without the intention of hiding it, he graciously admitted that he had contracted a giant dragon. And he also made a good job of laying the groundwork in advance, explaining that his summoning lineage had an innate talent. Not only could he contract multiple summoned beasts, but the summoned beasts wouldn't mutiny. Chapter 5 Demon Blood Sacrifice Pool, Sublime Summoning. Lin Chen looked at the three little dragons in the giant dragon's nest with some distress. As dragons, they all had extremely strong talents and fighting abilities, but accordingly, the growth rate was extremely slow. Based on the dragon race's lifespan of thousands of years, they would need at least a couple hundred years to grow to their peak. Together with Lin Chen's summoning system magic energy feeding, the process would take decades. The dragon feed drawn out by the system could only ensure that Xiaohei and the others would maintain their normal growth rate, and if they wanted to accelerate their growth, they would still need some treasures. Lin Chen thought of the liquid of time in the original story and rubbed his chin. His current strength wasn't enough to get it at all. The host's strength has increased, and a new function of the dragon's nest has opened. New feature? Seeing the subtitles on the sky, Lin Chen had some expectations. Maybe the new features could help him solve his slow growth problem. The Demon Blood Sacrifice Pool, invested with demonic materials, generates pool water that promotes the growth of demons. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had drawn a whole bunch of white and green materials before and was worried about how to use them, but he didn't expect the dragon's nest to come out with such a new feature. For Lin Chen, it was better to have more than less, and when he generated new dragons, he only used purple and blue materials in case his potential was too low. The white and green materials were completely useless, and although Lin Chen could sell them, it was too troublesome. Moreover, Lin Chen wasn't short of money right now, and taking out a large number of different demonic materials at once would likely attract the attention of someone with an axe to grind. A pool about 5 meters in diameter and about 100 meters deep appeared in the center of the giant dragon's nest, which had a thin layer of pool water that was all scarlet blood. The little black three dragons moved at the news and flew over with flickering wings. Xiaohei moved the fastest, directly a fierce rooted down, straight to the blood at the bottom of the pool. The speed is so fast that Lin Chen's naked eye is difficult to capture. The difference between an initiate mage and an advancement stage warlord was still too great. Right behind him was Blue, who by virtue of his petite and agile stance moved much faster than Meat Dunes. There was only a thin layer of blood at the bottom of the pool, which was quickly licked up by Little Black and Little Blue, and the meat peer that was a step slow snorted in chagrin and looked at Lin Chen resentfully. At this moment, Lin Chen didn't have the time to pay attention to Meat Peer's little emotions as he carefully observed Little Black and Little Blue. It was discovered that although the two hadn't changed much in size, their aura was indeed that much stronger. This discovery made Lin Chen overjoyed. It seemed that this blood pool did have the ability to make demons grow faster. Lin Chen directly cast down a piece of white demonic material. He wanted to test how much growth-promoting blood a piece of white demonic material could turn into. As soon as the material entered the blood pool, it immediately dissolved into a piece of blood, but the amount was very sparse, probably only equal to a small black bite. Meat Tan rushed to lick down and inhale the blood into its belly, the delicious blood making it squint in satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Chen cast down another green demonic material, generating roughly 10 times as much blood as white. And depending on the level of the material, the Great Warlord level is again 3 times more than the Lesser Warlord level. Lin Chen stopped trying and brainstormed all of the white and green materials. Nearly 100 pieces of materials filled the blood pool by nearly 3 meters or so. The little black three dragons immediately hung in the air and started to eat, and in a short time, they ate a round stomach. Lin Chen looked down and saw that there was still about half of the blood in the blood pool, but the little black three dragons were completely uninterested. It seemed that this thing couldn't be eaten all the time, and when you were full, you had to digest it for a while. Soon, Lin Chen thought of a new problem. He had saved up a year's worth of mana orbs and open materials for these 3 dragons to eat half of them in one day. Where would he get the next demonic materials from? Lin Chen calculated extremely quickly in his mind. The value of these materials was definitely in the tens of millions, eating several million a day. Even the Mu family couldn't possibly afford to feed them, right? Demon material is not essence, slave level material, 1 piece counts for 50,000, or general level material, 1 piece counts for 100,000, probably reasonable. If there is a problem, there are readers who have an impression of this aspect of the great can leave a message to correct it. Lin Chen frowned and thought for half a day, but finally decided to go out and hunt demons, so that he could not only collect demonic materials, but also grow his combat experience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So where to hunt demons? Lin Chen thought about it and decided that Bo City would be more appropriate. According to the plot, there was still a year left before the Scarlet Alert would break out there, and by going there to hunt for demons by himself, he would still be able to abate the number of demons a little bit ahead of time, and indirectly protect some people. Lin Chen wasn't a saintly mother, but he still wouldn't turn down this kind of smooth thing. When he said he was leaving, Lin Chen didn't need to go to high school anyway, just ask for a vacation towards the Mu family's academy. Learning that Lin Chen was going to go out, a group of senior members of the Mu family were 100 times more uneasy, and had to shoot a super rank to follow, and it was only after Lin Chen's strong persuasion that he changed it to giving 2 defense magic tools to protect his life. This was still because Lin Chen was going to Bo City, a small place. If he chose the beach, I'm afraid that Lin Chen wouldn't even be able to get out of his house to be taken back. The way to Bo City, Lin Chen chose to take a moving train. Riding a dragon was certainly faster, but it attracted too much attention. On top of the moving train, Lin Chen meditated in the single luxury suite and decided to contract a Sublime summoning beast. Although ordinary Sublime summoning beasts weren't too helpful to Lin Chen right now, but after all, they were given for nothing, so don't take them for nothing. 7 moon white stars are arranged in sequence to form a star track, and a beautiful glow overflows the room. Lin Chen's conscious body had arrived in the other world. As a beginner level 2 mage, Lin Chen could certainly do it all at once without having to try slowly like a beginner. Lin Chen's current orientation was a forest, and while wandering around, Lin Chen pondered what kind of summoned beast would help him the most. Lin Chen was definitely going to focus on Imperial dragon battles in the future, so if he wanted to maximize the role of the summoned beasts, it would be best to pick one that had a relatively large gain for the dragons. Roar! While he was thinking about it, an earth-shattering hissing sound resounded through the sky. The next moment, the sound of 10,000 beasts rushing resounded. Lin Chen subconsciously looked upwards, the sky-scraping trees toppled over, a large number of birds and beasts rushed up into the sky, a sky-scraping elephant trunk was erected in mid-air at an unknown time. It was like a divine pillar through the sky, and around it, there were also a number of divine beasts draped around. There was a rock wielding golden red flaming wings, and there was a green-colored giant tiger stomping on a cloud and roaring, each of them emitting a terrifying pressure. Lin Chen almost had his mind crushed by this powerful pressure. Monarch level, definitely monarch level, and not just any monarch, definitely at least a great monarch level demon. The sound waves of the elephant's roar swept through all, including countless demons, and after the baptism of the roar, none of them exuded a blood-red mist, and their body sizes surged, becoming several times larger. Lin Chen's body of consciousness began to crumble under the pressure, and after leaving his soul coordinates in place, Lin Chen could no longer resist and his body of consciousness dissipated. The last glance before dissipating, Lin Chen saw a giant elephant that seemed to carry out heaven and earth, and every time the huge elephant hooves took a step, it made the earth crumble. Returning to the real world, Lin Chen breathed heavily. What kind of creature is this, like the god of the world general pressure, carry out heaven and earth ancient and modern, the surrounding those great monarchs in front of it, is like a firefly compared to the white moon, weak and unheard of. Imperial? Lin Chen licked his dry lips as he thought of this possibility, and he was able to see that after this giant elephant hissed, all the demons had a blood-red mist growing around them, and they had all grown a circle in size. If you can contract this creature. Chapter 6, The Great Wolf-Slaying Demon. Arriving at Bo City, Lin Chen ran towards the place he had long thought of. Zufingshan Post Station. Because the military would send out missions here from time to time, there were quite a few hunters stationed here, and even the Hunter Association had built a hunter hall here. Lin Chen walked into the hunter's hall and curiously surveyed his surroundings, speaking of which, this was the first time he had come to such a place. Most of the surrounding crowd had cold expressions, and there was more or less some murderous aura leaking out of their bodies. When they saw Lin Chen come in, quite a few people put on a look of amusement. There was no other reason, it was only because Lin Chen's appearance was too childish amongst them. His appearance was handsome, his clothes were extraordinary, and he looked to be the son of some family who came here just for fun. They were waiting for Lin Chen to be taken aback when he saw the remnants of the demon here. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the front desk, and after casually glancing at the demonic corpse pieces that were still dripping blood on one side, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. It's just a piece of white material, nothing noteworthy. Hello, registered hunter. Oh, okay. The receptionist lady hurriedly answered, stealing another glance at Lin Chen's handsome appearance. The people who come here on weekdays are all big old men, either with scars on their faces or blood on their hands, which is not as eye-catching as Lin Chen. The receptionist lady deliberately slowed down her movements, thinking to look at Lin Chen twice more. Please place your hand on it and test your magic category and level. The lady at the front desk took out a stone used for testing. Lin Chen did as he was told and injected magic energy, and soon, a moon-white light shone from the stone. Seeing this, the front desk lady covered her mouth in surprise. Summoning Department, Beginner Level 2. You know, in a small place like Bo City, other than the military, there are very few summoning mages, and Lin Chen is still so young. May I add you a contact? This is for follow-up questions. The receptionist lady had a red face and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, filling out the list and turning around, ready to leave. As soon as he turned around, he met dozens of pairs of eager eyes. During Lin Chen's test just now, the moon white light had attracted everyone present. It was important to know that in the normal group of hunters, the most popular were the Fire and Thunder families, but both of these magic families had to give way in front of the Summoning family. No other, really, as the Summoning department is too practical, directly can summon a demon, simple and rough top a small team of combat power, the shelves who do not like. Please do join my squad, I can give you a third of the pay. The big man who spoke first was the one who was most expecting Lin Chen to make a joke just now. I'll be damned, you want to recruit a summoning mage even with a third of the district? Little brother, I'll give you half, and my team is the best hunter team in this area. Every time I take a quest, it's always full. Lin Chen swept his surroundings, they were all beginner level mages, not even an intermediate level, he really couldn't look at them a bit. Sorry guys, I already have a family team, so goodbye and farewell. Lin Chen politely declined, then squeezed out of the crowd. When the surrounding people heard this, they all sighed sadly. It couldn't be helped, people had family teams now, so they naturally couldn't look at these wild groups of theirs. Lin Chen came to the area where he received quests, and with a simple sweep, he received several quests. Although the demons hunted and killed to be put into the blood sacrifice pool were more cost-effective, completing quests was a way to get points to raise the level of the hunter, and the master hunter's access to news and resources was a completely different channel from the Makoto family. That's why it's important to level up your hunter class as well. In one breath, he took on 10 quests before Lin Chen left, which made the others even more helpless. People's teams could take 10 quests in one breath, and it was hard enough for them to take 2, so it was no wonder that people didn't want to come. Lin Chen relied on his hunter identity credentials to walk out of the Yin realm, and summoned Xiao Hei after walking a little farther. This wasn't a place to hide anymore, in case he encountered any powerful demons. With his beginner mage's speed, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to summon Little Black and the other dragons in time. However, Lin Chen didn't release all 3 dragons, otherwise it would attract too much attention. He knew that there was a Southern Ridge Wolf King here. In case the dragon's aura was sensed by him, he would definitely be sought out by him. In the eyes of high-level demons, dragons were not only terrifying existences, they were likewise opportunities. Young dragons with advanced bloodlines like Blackie are the best tonic. Riding Little Black at a low altitude, the brisk wind blew the broken hair in front of Lin Chen's forehead. Soon, Lin Chen spotted his targets, 2 one-eyed demon wolves. Blackie, keep the noise down. Lin Chen tapped Little Black's unicorn horn and gave the order to attack. Roar! Xiao Hei let out a low roar of excitement. Since it was born, this was the first time it had fought, so it was inevitable that it was a little excited. A dive zipped down into the sky, and the sharp dragon claws directly pierced the 2 demonic wolves. Swallowing the blood of the one-eyed demon wolf in a big gulp, the fierceness in Xiao Hei's eyes grew, and the belligerent gene of being a dragon was stimulated. Lin Chen threw the 2 demonic wolf corpses in his spatial ring. The task of hunting demonic wolves was a resident task of the Hunter's Hall, and as many corpses came to be collected, it was evident that the demonic wolves in Bo City were rampant. Continuing to fly forward, Lin Chen's maneuvers became more and more skillful. Xiao Hei was in charge of killing people with a single blow, and Lin Chen was in charge of fishing out the corpses and putting them into the spatial ring. One person and one dragon worked extremely well together, harvesting more than 30 demonic wolves in just 1 hour. Ow! A wolf roar came, and in the next moment, not far from the earth, dust splattered everywhere, and a 3-eyed demonic wolf came galloping in, followed by dozens of 1-eyed demonic wolves. Be careful, that leader is a war general level 3-eyed demon wolf. Xiao Hei's eyes were ferocious without the slightest bit of fear. As a dragon, it had been provoked by a lowly devil wolf. If Lin Chen hadn't told it to collect its breath, the mere emanation of the dragon's might would have caused the devil wolf in front of him to flee with its tail between its legs. Meat Pier, get up there and resist the damage. Lin Chen summoned the Meat Pier. Recently the Meat Pier has gained some weight, nearly 5 meters in length compared to the 3-eyed demon wolf to be a little smaller, but the momentum is not weak at all. Meet the 3-eyed demon wolf crashed up. Seeing that the large lizard in front of him still dared to initiate an attack, the 3-eyed demon wolf was enraged, and its claws and teeth tore into the Meat Pier with a whistling wind. Clang! The sound of gold and iron striking came from the same minor warlord level. The attack of the 3-eyed demonic wolf surprisingly only left 3 white marks on the dragon head of the Meat Pier. In the next moment, the Meat Pier viciously slammed into the 3-eyed demon wolf, and the clicking sound of tendons breaking and bones cracking came. Xiao Hei saw the right moment and interlocked his dragon claws, directly tearing the 3-eyed demon wolf in half from the waist. A large amount of demonic wolf's blood was painfully drunk by Xiaohei. Casually putting the remnants of the three-eyed demon wolf into his spatial ring, Lin Chen commanded Little Black to kill the wolves. An advancement stage warlord could even kill a minor warlord level in a single strike, let alone these slave levels. Xiaohei and Neat Pierce slaughtered like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and soon the corpses of the demonic wolves piled up. Lin Chen cheerfully collected them all into his spatial ring, and some of them were put into the demon blood sacrifice pool by him. The corpses of these whole demons could generate more blood than the mutilated materials. Even the fur wouldn't go to waste, it was all turned into blood for the little black three dragons to grow. Chapter 7: The Lair of the Giant-Eyed Fishy Rat. In just 3 days, Lin Chen had completed 10 quests, and on top of that, he had brought back hundreds of demonic wolf corpses. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Chen had thrown most of the demon wolf corpses into the demon blood sacrifice pool, I'm afraid that this number could have doubled even further. The rewards of these 10 quests were extremely considerable even if they were given to a 5-man full squad, let alone just Lin Chen alone. Lin Chen's hunter rank had directly popped from beginner to advanced, and was only one elite hunter away from being a master hunter. After handing over the mission, Lin Chen continued to rush beyond the realm without stopping, causing Zhang Kong, who had wanted to come and capture someone, to return empty-handed. As for Wei Zhenkong came to arrest Lin Chen. In the military realm, there were also people in the Hunter Association arranged by Chopper Hollow who were responsible for recording extremely talented young people and then looking for opportunities to pull them into the military. This was an unwritten rule between the Hunter Association and the military now, protected by the military mages and naturally giving some favors. These benefits were not only reflected in the fact that the military did not need a handling fee to issue missions in the Hunter Association, but also in various aspects, such as the fact that military mages were prioritized over ordinary hunters to receive missions. Lin Chen had only completed his registration a short while ago, and originally, his identity as a summoning mage had attracted the attention of the Snow Peak Mountain Post military. In just 3 days, Lin Chen had brought back the corpse of a 3-eyed demonic wolf, and on top of that, there were hundreds of 1-eyed demonic wolves, which directly alarmed Zhang Kong. Without saying a word, Zhang Kong came directly to the mission hall to arrest someone. Even if Lin Chen wasn't acting alone, being able to participate inside this kind of mission represented a lot in itself. Moreover, Lin Chen was only 17 years old, put in the school, it was a student who couldn't even unleash magic, this kind of seedling, there was no way that Zhang Kong could miss it. Who knew that Lin Chen didn't rest at all after completing the quest, and directly picked up a second quest and went out of the realm again. Zhang Kong had to guard Bo City and couldn't easily leave, so he could only wait with bated breath for Lin Chen. This kid, he's not going to be promoted to Master Hunter with me, is he? Speaking of which, there's no Master Hunter in Bo City yet. A Master Hunter must be at least high-ranked, and Chopper shook his head, still vetoing the idea. If Lin Chen really belonged to a family, I'm afraid it would be difficult to recruit into the military. A family scion who could collect hundreds of demonic points on his own didn't need to think about it to know that the status was very high, and it would be hard to pull this kind of person in unless he himself wanted to enter the military and develop. On the other side, Lin Chen was still unaware that he had attracted the attention of Zhang Kong and was focused on killing the demonic wolf. There were simply too many demonic wolves near Bo City. I'm afraid that there are tens of thousands of winged song wolf henchmen alone, counting the entire South Ridge. Over 100,000 is considered a conservative estimate, and Lin Chen simply can't kill them all. Looking at the growing pool of water, Lin Chen was energized. Open 2 white spells and 1 green spell. During this time Lin Chen had also harvested 3 mana orbs, so he simply opened them together. Unfortunately, only 3 materials came out, and Lin Chen didn't even have the interest to look at them more than once, directly throwing them into the demon blood sacrifice pool. The pool of demonic blood sacrifices increased slightly and unnoticeably. It's true, there's no future in taking low income, you still have to do it yourself. Lin Chen sighed, he had hunted hundreds of demon wolves in just 3 days, which could be more than these mana orbs to open. The current mana orbs were no different from low insurance unless they opened embryos and high-level materials. Time rushed to dusk, the sunlight dimmed, and Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Blackie, find a place to rest. Xiaohei retracted the dragon claw that had been inserted into the demon wolf with great interest and sought out a cave. The cave was quite large, and Blackie was able to enter it. Xiaohei crawled on the ground, and Lin Chen rode Xiaohei with a sudden tightness in his heart. Blackie, don't you think, this cave is a bit too deep? Lin Chen looked at the depths in front of him, and his heart was a little uneasy. Blackie nodded, sniffing lightly a few times and growling owlishly and low. You mean smell something nasty? Lin Chen frowned and reached out to wipe his hand on the stone wall. Dust and a few short hairs appeared on his fingers. Lin Chen twisted the short hairs, the texture was hard, like small steel needles. I'm afraid we've reached the burrow of the giant-eyed fishy rat. Blackie hissed, the dragon roar penetrating the entire cavern, and the empty sound continued for a long time. The dragon's roar was far away, and Lin Chen could hear some rustling sounds following far away. Go on, get in there. At Lin Chen's command, Little Black scurried into the deep cave. The surrounding stone walls gradually contracted, narrowing the more they went inside, and there were traces of gnawing around them, so Lin Chen became more and more certain that there were giant-eyed fishy rats living in here. In just a few steps, Lin Chen saw a giant-eyed fishy rat bleeding from all 7 orifices sprawled on the ground. Lin Chen took out his knife and slit open the abdomen of the giant-eyed fishy rat. The broken guts flowed out all over the place, and the fishy stench was so bad that even Blackie, who wasn't a picky eater, said no. It seemed that this giant-eyed fishy rat was killed by Xiao Hei's dragon roar just now that shattered its internal organs. Lin Chen casually threw it into the middle of the blood sacrifice pool. Whatever the flavor, it would be the same after the blood sacrifice. Come on Blackie, let's see how much is left in here. Lin Chen picked up the corpses of the giant-eyed fishy rats alone as he walked, and threw them all into the demon blood sacrifice pool. While Little Black was walking and could only retract his wings, Lin Chen finally saw a huge space. The space in front of him looked like a round hole in the center, with the surrounding rock walls densely covered with tiny holes, and every now and then a giant-eyed fishy rat crawled out. The home base of the giant-eyed fishy rat? Lin Chen hid behind a rock, and Little Black also hid by being all black. Looking at the cave in the distance, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. I wonder if there are any tunnels here leading to Bo City. Has the Black Cleric begun laying out so soon? Bo City Preview is the ancient capital of the Holocaust. It is reasonable to prepare 2 years in advance. Just the fountain of Berserk can only make the giant-eyed fishy rats grumpy, is how to dig the burrow into the city of Bo in advance. Lin Chen thought of the possibility that there were already tunnels dug in advance by people from the Black Cleric Church, who then lured the giant-eyed fishy rats to Bo City through some method. Lin Chen looked downwards. Hundreds of giant-eyed fishy rats were partaking of the corpses of unknown demons, and among them, there were also a dozen blood-stained giant troll rats. The giant-eyed fishy rat was not enough to be feared. This kind of demon couldn't even defeat the one-eyed demon wolf, and I'm afraid that the so-called sharp teeth couldn't even break Xiao Hei's scales. The real threat was the blood-stained troll rat. As a warlord-level creature, a dozen of them swarming together could still cause some trouble for Xiao Hei. Luckily, this place was already underground, so he didn't have to worry about the strong dragon aura attracting powerful demons, and Lin Chen could release all 3 dragons at once. Blackie, smell if there's any other smells. Probably just a really nasty, sinister scent. Black stirred his nostrils twice and shook his head firmly. Dad, there's only the disgusting smell of rats in here, nothing else that makes me sick. Receiving Xiao Hei's affirmative reply, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly released Meat Pier and Little Blue. Chapter 8 Don't cry, mouse, it'll be over soon. Dark blue dragon body emerges. Little Blue excited debut. As a secondary, it still rarely show up. All day watching Little Black and Meat Pier turn out to fight, Little Blue has long been itchy hands. Just as soon as he came out, Little Blue sensed the filthy smell around him and waved his dragon wings in disgust. The azure-colored water ripples spread out, and instantly the fishy smell inside the cave dispersed most of it. Blue, block those holes and don't let a single giant-eyed fishy rat escape. These can be your rations. Upon hearing this, Little Blue didn't cover her nose with her dragon wings, and opened her mouth to spew out a stream of water, blocking all the holes around the circular pit. The water flow formed a film at the entrance of the cave, and although the defense wasn't very strong, it was still more than enough to deal with the slave-level giant-eye fishy rats. The sudden change attracted the attention of all the demons present, but before they could make a move, Xiao Hei had already unleashed his skill. The one horn entwined with dark green poisonous lines emitted a deep green glow as Blackie glared angrily at the filthy giant-eyed fishy rat in front of him. Poison spell. Dark green poisonous mist filled the air, and any giant-eyed fishy rats that were contaminated with the poisonous mist, even if it was just a trace, were instantly killed. One must know that Xiao Hei's poisonous attribute was material from a monarch-level snake demon. How could it be blocked by these giant-eyed fishy rats? The poisonous mist was controlled by Xiao Hei, so Lin Chen wasn't worried about being affected in the slightest. Meat Loaf, it's up to you, go. Lin Chen patted Meat Pier's buttocks as if he was encouraging. As a damage-resistant meat shield, Meat Pier should have this realization. Meat Pier hissed up to the sky. The majestic dragon roar is slightly tender, but it has already begun to take on the pressure of a king, and it will be difficult to raise the head of a group of rats. Subsequently, dark red flames burned above Meat Pier's dragon body, and his eyes became bloodshot. Inferno Chariot. Meatpear roared and rushed into the circular pit. The dark red flame on his body seemed like a deadly killing weapon. Slave-level demons dipped into it and died. Even the battle general-level bloodline troll rats were burned and screamed miserably, and the claws that scratched at Meatpear were burned into charcoal. Under the alternating attacks of Little Black and Meatpear, hundreds of giant eye fishy rats instantly died for the most part. Seeing this, Little Blue was also not willing to show weakness. Although it was used by Lin Chen as an aid, Little Blue was also a belligerent ichthyosaur, not some mermaid, and the fighting factor in her body was equally exuberant. Chanting an unknown ancient dragon language magic under her breath, the blue light on Blue's body blossomed, followed by the coalescence of the blue light, molding into a deep blue hiltless long sword. Blue's eyes turned a deep blue, growing brighter as his aura locked onto a giant-eyed fishy rat. In the next moment, the dark blue longsword stabbed into the circular pit, accurately targeting a giant-eyed fishy rat, the longsword emitting a cold aura and stabbing it into a candy cane skewer. With just one strike, he eliminated 30 to 40 giant-eye fishy rats, and Lin Chen smacked his lips as he watched. One could only say that it was worthy of being a dragon race. An unusual small battle general level simply couldn't kill a slave level in such a group, but Blue and Meatpear could, and they even looked like they still had power left. Afterwards, Blue was in charge of clearing the field, while Blackie and Meatpear named the bloodstained troll rat on the field. As the same minor warlord level demon, these bloodstained troll rats didn't even dare to look at Meatpear squarely. The gap between the two was just a little too big. Soon, accompanied by Little Blue's purifying water ripple sweep, Lin Chen managed to receive the mutilated corpses of hundreds of giant-eyed fishy rats into the demon blood sacrifice pool. However, Lin Chen also kept some of them. He was going to use the corpses of these giant-eyed fishy rats as evidence to approach the person in charge of Bo City and ask him to pay attention to the giant-eyed fishy rats digging holes. After a short period of thought, Lin Chen cast the corpses of the 10 bloodstained troll rats into the demon blood sacrifice pool, and the remaining 3 or 4 were put away in his spatial ring. With the corpses of these battle general level demons, the words that he said would be more believable. Come on, let's see if there are any caves here that lead to Bo. Lin Chen briefly discerned the direction and found Bo City's bearing, then led the 3 dragons into the cave. Meat Mound takes the lead, and its excellent command of the earth element allows it to expand its burrow and open up space. Not bad defense can also face most dangers. Little Black and Little Blue were located at the back, sandwiching Lin Chen in the middle for protection. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings by leaning against the cluster of flames that flared up on the tail of the Meatpear. Meatloaf, make the fire bigger, we have a situation here. At that, Meatpear stopped honestly, the fire on his tail becoming stronger. The fire increased, and Lin Chen got a good look at the stone wall. Claw marks with a shadowy aura, the marks were completely different from those of the giant-eyed fishy rat, much thicker and more sinister. Lin Chen had basically guessed what it was left behind. Black Animal Demon. Lin Chen frowned. It seems that there are indeed traces of the Black Order here, so should we continue on? Lin Chen looked into the deep cave, pondering the pros and cons in his mind. This time, the Black Cleric's operation was single-handedly organized by Sarung, and assisted by Sec Leader Wu Bitter. If he really encountered the two of them, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for Lin Chen to survive. Lin Chen's current greatest value wasn't himself, but Little Black and them 3 dragons. If he met the Black Cleric, with the other party's nature, he would definitely try to kill himself to snatch Little Black and the 3 dragons. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If Xiaohei and the 3 dragons had all reached the commander level, Lin Chen might still dare to go on, but not yet. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and turned to leave, not forcing himself. Knowing that there was a possibility of death and still exploring it, that was a stupid protagonist in a middle-aged hot-blooded novel. Lin Chen was not stupid. A few hours after Lin Chen left, several people dressed in black robes drilled out of the cave, their bodies covered in dust. I don't know what action is so urgent this time. Let those gray clothes dig, not just good, even let us do it too, dirty. Hush, keep silent, everything is the meaning of that, Lord. We just do as we are told. As long as we lure this nest of giant-eyed fishy rats to the city of Bo, our mission will be accomplished, and it's better not to know anything else. The second person who spoke out seemed to have thought of something terrible and subconsciously cowered. Looking to the black animal demon beside him, he remembered that this was the last of his talkative co-workers. Wait, where are the giant-eyed fishy rats? The first black suit to speak out suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating through the empty circular pit. The rest of the black clothes stiffly looked downwards. The mission object was gone before the mission even started. What was the end of this could be imagined. Running quickly to the pit below, a black suit touched the ground. Very strong traces of flame fluctuations crushed through, and the elemental fluctuations are very strong. It should be just a short while ago, a very strong fire mage. There should still be spirit seeds. One of the black suits immediately judged the striker, drawing recognition from the others. Nope, there's also the fluctuation of poisonous elements. The strength of this fluctuation is comparable to that of a high-ranked mage, right? There's a high-ranked poisonous mage in the vicinity of Bow City? The others shook their heads in bewilderment. Poison mages were generally more numerous in the west and rare in the country, not to mention the remote city of Bow. Alas! Report it first, can solve hundreds of giant eye fishy rats so quickly. Such strength is not something we can solve. Hide it and not report it, it will only die faster. Chapter 9, Sibling Marriage, Internal Digestion? Lin Chen returned to the Snow Peak mountain stage and was immediately caught by Zhang Kong. Carrying the corpses of several battle general level demons with handsome looks, among the hunters here, there was no one else who fit the bill other than Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who had just finished handing in his quest, was yanked aside by Zhang Kong. Hello, little brother. Looking at the unkempt man in front of him, Lin Chen was a little puzzled. What's up, uncle? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Kong dressed in military attire, and basically had guessed the other party's intentions. Presumably he was looking at his own talent and wanted to pull himself into the military, but unfortunately Lin Chen did not have this idea at the moment. Lin Chen will definitely raise more than just 3 dragons in the future, and will inevitably have to cultivate more dragon minions. Staying in the military, usually have to apply to go out, or else can you just come out and hunt demons? Relying only on the low insurance of the dragon's nest, I don't know when I'll be able to raise Blackie and the others to the monarch level. Big uncle. Zhang Kong's breath stuttered, somewhat in disbelief of Lin Chen's address to him, knowing that he was the last State House contestant, and now he was just under 30, and Lin Chen had even addressed him as uncle. I'm the mature man who doesn't pay attention to his image. Luckily, Zhang Kong had experienced a lot over the years and didn't bother with Lin Chen. I'm the military commander stationed here, Chopper Hollow, and this time I'm looking for you because I want to discuss the matter of joining the military with you. Chopper explains his reason for coming. Lin Chen revealed a look of surprise, somewhat not expecting the man in front of him to be the original Zhang Kong. This one is going to be an emperor-level ancient king in the future, and is counted among the strongest in the world. But unfortunately, he really had little interest in joining the military. I'm sorry, but I don't want to go into the military at the moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kong was not the least bit surprised. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, do you come from a family? Yes, I'm from the Mako family. Lin Chen didn't have the slightest intention of hiding anything. He could find out these things if he wanted to. Zhang Kong nodded and didn't say much. Since Lin Chen wasn't willing, he wouldn't force himself. He had seen more geniuses over the years, and it wasn't like he had to have Lin Chen. Air Chopper Commander, I've got something to tell you. Discover? Chopper raised his eyes, coming to a point of interest. When I was hunting the giant-eyed fishy rats, I entered one of their nests and found traces of the Black Order in it. They seem to have the intention of digging a hole to Bow City. Lin Chen said. The Black Church. Hearing this word, Jin Kong's face stared up. Every action of the black clergy was setting off a bloody storm, and he didn't expect it to come towards Bow City. But why would the Black Order dig a hole to come to Bow? Zhang Kong didn't dare to be careless. Since Lin Chen came from a family, he naturally had much more insight than an ordinary teenager, and he did indeed bring back the corpses of several bloodstained giant demon rats. I think that they might be trying to open a passage to lure demons into Bow City, such as the giant-eyed fishy rats. They definitely have a way to attract demons. Lin Chen reminded darkly. Chopper was a smart man and quickly thought of a series of problems. With a grave expression on his face, Zhang Kong frowned, facing the Black Order. Even he was somewhat powerless. It's a pity that I need to guard this place and can't go out easily. If only I could have an expert to help me continue probing the situation. As he spoke, Zhang Kong's eyes kept looking towards Lin Chen. The meaning simply couldn't be more obvious. Lin Chen was helpless, but it was a simple matter. Just go out and turn around, then tell Chopper Sky everything he knows. However, there is no such thing as a lack of payment. There's a price for me mobilizing my family's power. Lin Chen coughed lightly and said. Zhang Kong was also from an ancestral family, so he naturally understood this. I'll give you a mission directly through the Hunter Alliance. As long as you explore the situation and gain enough points to rise to Elite Hunter or even Master Hunter, I'll personally give you an extra magic tool. How about that? Zhang Kong looked at Lin Chen hopefully. These things seemed insignificant compared to the Black Order, but they were already the best Zhang Kong could come up with. Deal, it's about the Black Order, I'm obligated. Lin Chen smiled faintly. The rewards of white whoring were just fine. After saying that, Zhang Kong turned around and left. He didn't know when the Black Cleric would launch his operation, so he naturally had to prepare early. Lin Chen was just about to go out on a demon hunt when he received a call from home. Hey, Grandpa, what's up? Nothing. just asking how you've been. It's so good, my hunter levels are all advanced. Well, worthy of being my Mu Zhanqing's grandson, that. Grandpa, you have something to say straight out, what's the point of being so secretive with me? Lin Chen was helpless and poked the old man. Cough, then I'll get right to the point, the clan is preparing to settle a marriage for you. Put. Lin Chen almost choked on a mouthful of water. No way, Grandpa, I'm only 17. The Mu Zhanqing on the other side of the phone is also a little embarrassed. Harm, the family's sons and daughters, the engagement early is very reasonable, I'll send you a list, you choose yourself. After saying that, Mu Zhanqing hurriedly hung up the phone, and immediately afterward, he sent a document to Lin Chen. National Profile of Unmarried Women of the World's Families. Lin Chen held his forehead, what kind of strange file was this? Last update time, a day ago, there are still people updating this thing in real time. Lin Chen clicked on the file, and the first thing that caught his eye was Mac Nugio, with a picture underneath. The Mac family, Mac Nugio, 17 years old, plant mage. Looking at the series of introductions below his sister, even height and weight, he, the older brother, didn't know so well. Lin Chen flipped down one by one, his mouth said no, but his heart was still honest, most of the women of the world were quite good looking, it was good to feed the eyes. It didn't take long for Lin Chen to flip to an unexpected person. Mooning Xue, 17 years old, natural-born spirit species. Looking at the photo of the stunning beauty with long snowy silver hair, Lin Chen's breath stuttered, not Buddy, Mooning Xue is also there. Although it was unknown whether it was because of the Mu family or the heavenly spirit seed, Mooning Xue was indeed in the file. Lin Chen licked his dry lips, a little hesitant, is it directly naming Mooning Xue, or politely naming Mooning Xue? Soon, Lin Chen made a decision. Grandpa, I want this. Seeing Lin Chen's choice, Mu Zhanqing raised an eyebrow, the Mu family branch. The Mu family's magnitude was much greater than the Mu family, and if the other party knew of Lin Chen's talent, I'm afraid that it would be hard to say whether they would welcome him or join the family. Luckily, this one Lin Chen was looking at was just a small branch of the Mu family, no different from an ordinary small family. Such a family could only become a vassal of the Mu family. Looking at the Mooning Xue on the photo, Mu Zhanqing smiled, Long is quite beautiful, talent is also good, maybe in the future the Mu family can also produce a powerful ice mage. Without hesitation, Mu Zhanqing directly sent someone to contact the Mu family in Bo City. Chapter 10 Blind Date with Mooning Xue. Identified, the Black Order is digging tunnels all around, these tunnels are connected to Bo City. I looked at the progress, it is expected that a big operation will be launched in a year's time, at that time, a special substance will be used to attract the demons to go to Bo City, at that time, the winged Songwolves should be there as well. After listening to Lin Chen's report, Zhan Kong's face was gloomy, if the winged Songwolves arrived, they would definitely bring an army of tens of thousands of demon wolves, together with all kinds of demons and devils, Bo City might even be destroyed. Is the information accurate? I swear on the honor of the Mu family that at most there will be a deviation above the time, and if the information is wrong, the military can simply declare that my Mu family is an accomplice of the Black Vatican. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Jin Kong's eyes trembled, a bet that big? Lin Chen shook his head, it's not a gamble, all of this information was personally probed by me, so naturally it can't be fake. Zhan Kong nodded, he already knew Lin Chen's identity, the grandson of the Mu family's head, Mu Zhanqing, although he was adopted, his status was extremely high, and what he said held some weight in the Mu family. Good, if the news is true, I'll ask for credit for your Mako family from above. After Lin Chen left, Zhan Kong immediately contacted the top, indicating the situation in Bo City and requesting support. On the other hand, Lin Chen received a call from Mu Zhanqing. What? Going on a blind date at Mu's house now? Yes, the other girl specifically from the Imperial capital to come back, I have checked, outstanding talent, awakening on the guaranteed admission to the Imperial Capital Academy, not to insult you, nimbly hurry to go, don't give my pastor's family shame. The phone came from the other end of the unquestionable voice. The phone hung up, and Lin Chen had a look of disbelief on his face. You're going on a blind date with Mooning Xue yourself? Arriving at the Mu family's head of the family had long been waiting at the door. Mu Zhuoyun was not expecting that the Magic City's Mu family would suddenly find themselves in marriage. Mu Zhuoyun himself was only a middle-ranked mage, he didn't know how strong the Mu family really was, but the four-word super-ranked mage already proved everything. A single super-ranked mage could turn Bo City upside down in minutes, let alone the fact that the Mu family had multiple super-ranked mages. Mu Zhuoyun looked down at the expensive watch on his wrist from time to time. Mu-He, are you really sure it's the Mu family? Mui smiled and nodded his head. Yes, family head, it's confirmed, it's the Mordor Mu family. I'm afraid that such a family is only slightly inferior to our Mu clan. Mu Zhuoyan waved his hand. His own things are clear to himself. There is basically no possibility for the Bochang lineage to return to the family. Putting up a show in front of the other Mu family will only make himself lose out on the opportunity, so it is better to put yourself in the right position and go to please the Mu family. Ning Shui still doesn't agree? The lady is somewhat resistant. Mu Zhuoyan frowned. It's not up to her. If my Mu family wants to go to the next level, I need to hold on to the Mu family's thighs. I've already inquired. The one who came to match with Ning Shui this time is the grandson of the Mu family's family head. A casual word will give my Mu family a heavenly benefit. Without waiting for Mu He to reply, Lin Chen had already searched for him. Excuse me, is this the Mu family? Looking at the luxurious courtyard, Lin Chen was a little unsure of what to pay attention to. Mu Zhuoyan froze and quickly nodded. Yes, may I ask if you are? Lin Chen was overjoyed. After searching for so many, he had finally found it. I'm from the Mako family, here for a blind date. A blind date? Mu Zhuoyan movement a beat. The big families are also so grounded. This kind of thing is better to say that it is a marriage. Without being able to think too much, Mu Zhuoyan hurriedly invited Lin Chen into his home. I'm Ning Shui's father now. I agree with this marriage. I just don't know when Mr. Mu is going to consummate his marriage with his daughter. Learning that the person in front of him was Mu Ning Shui's father, Lin Chen's face brought some smiles. So it's uncle. My name is Lin Chen, my grandfather, Mu Zhanqing. You should have heard of him. I've heard and admired it for a long time. Although he was curious as to why Lin Chen was not surnamed Mu, Mu Zhuoyan did not show the slightest bit on his face. Regardless of what the Mu family thought, the news he had received was indeed that Lin Chen was Mu Zhanqing's own grandson. Xian nephew, wait a moment, I'll go get Ning Shui to come down. Lin Chen nodded. Trouble uncle. Where, Mu He, serve tea to Xian nephew Lin, go to my study and bring out my treasured Dahong robe. After saying that, Mu Zhuoyan turned around and went upstairs to Mu Ning Shui's room. Snap. Enter. An ice-cold female voice sounded, and Mu Ning Shui sat on the bed, ending her meditation. Ning Shui, the people have arrived, go down and meet them. Mu Zhuoyan persuaded. Mu Ning Shui's ice-colored eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Father, you know my natures, I'm not interested in these. Mu Zhuoyan bit her face. Daughter, I know you only want to cultivate. I've seen, people look quite good, also from the magic capital pastor family. You only need to marry in, before you break through the high level, which still need to worry about resources. At these words, Mu Ning Shui silently got up, did not go to argue. Born in the family, some things she cannot help, even if they do not want to, but also for the family to consider. Just, might as well go in that pastor's family to say it. Mu Ning Shui descended the stairs, a hint of the sun's luster attached to her long snow-silver hair, and her pretty figure attracted Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen got up. Hello Ms. Mu, my name is Lin Chen. Hello, please have a seat. Mu Ning Shui tapped her chin, her voice not containing the slightest bit of emotion. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, worthy of being an iceberg beauty. It was really high and cold. Mr. Lin, I'll be straightforward about this matter today. I currently only want to cultivate and don't really want to bother with things other than cultivation. Lin Chen was prepared for this. Originally he did not intend to rely only on blind dates to take Mu Ning Shui. The strong twisted melon is not sweet. Miss Mu misunderstood. This blind date is also arranged by my family. I am not going to force Miss Mu. I only hope to leave a contact information, or to cope with my family. Mu Ning Shui raised her head in slight surprise, looking straight at Lin Chen for the first time. The person in front of her had nothing in mind for her? It's not that Mu Ning Shui is self-absorbed, it's really that there are too many suitors from childhood to adulthood. Even when she arrived at the imperial capital, Mu Ning Shui is still a hot campus goddess. However, people just wanted a contact information. Mu Ning Shui couldn't say anything more, took out her cell phone, and added friends with Lin Chen. Since Ms. Mu doesn't want to, I won't stay long, so contact me often in the future, and if there's anything you need, you can ask me for help. Lin Chen made a phone gesture with his hand and put it to his ear, then turned around and left. Mu Zhuoyun on the side looked anxious. Xian nephew, do not stay for another meal? Uncle, I still have things to do. I have to make a trip to the Snow Peak mountain stage, so it's not convenient for me to stay for a long time. Lin Chen politely refused. Only then did Mu Zhuoyun stop. Fine, I'll see you off. After Lin Chen left, Mu Zhuoyun walked in with a face full of helplessness. Ning Shui, why are you so bitter? Man, Lin Chen isn't bad, just reject it like that. Mu Ning Shui didn't say anything, she just looked at the new contacts added to her cell phone thoughtfully. It depends, who knows if it's a hypocrite. Mu Zhuoyan gas stomped his feet, but also look at the situation. People are the grandson of the head of the Mu family. How can you wait for you to look at the situation? I can tell you must be more contact with the people. There is no feelings can be cultivated, do not be so heartless. Well. Got it. Chapter 11, What a Coincidence, Ms. Mu. Ning Shui, where are you going? Mu Zhuoyan looked at Mu Ningxue packing her traveling bag and asked with hatred. Going on a demon hunt, it's hard to come back for once to fulfill a few missions, most of the Empire is private commissions, it's hard to get exposure to the experience of hunting demons in the wild. Mu Zhuoyan knew the importance of wilderness experience and had no intention of stopping her, only urging her to be safe. Don't worry, I'll be joining a team of hunters and won't be alone. Mu Zhuoyun was then relieved. On the other hand, Lin Chen left the Yin realm and set out on a demon hunt, a half-sized kid eating a poor old man, not to mention that he was raising 3 half-sized little dragons, and he couldn't even count the resources he had eaten this day. Let's go Blackie, the target this time is the 3-eyed demonic wolf, we need to cut down the number of demonic wolves as much as possible. Little Black licked its sharp teeth, its eyes filled with bloodlust, the killing these days had completely activated the fighting gene within it. Be careful, it's not good if you run into a winged pale wolf. Xiao Hei tapped the dragon head and rushed toward a 3-eyed demon wolf with excitement. Mu Ningxue's pretty face carried a bit of dust as she sent a shot of ice vines to freeze the demonic wolf in front of her. Quickly go, lately these one-eyed demonic wolves don't know what kind of madness they're having, they bite when they see someone, they even dispense with the process of testing, except for that freak Lin Chen, I'm afraid that no one would dare to mess with them. The hunter captain cursed and urged his partner to hurry up after collecting the head of the one-eyed demon wolf. Lin Chen? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Mu Ningxue's movements gave a start. Captain, is this Lin Chen famous here? The captain sniffed, but instead gave Mu Ningxue a strange look, but still opened his mouth to explain, in this Snow Peak Mountain stage, which hunter doesn't know about Lin Chen? I heard that he even completed a mysterious mission from the military not long ago, and have become an elite hunter, just one step away from becoming a master hunter. You know that we don't have a master hunter in Bo City yet? Mu Ningxue came to be interested and asked the captain when the team withdrew to a relatively safe place. Captain, what did this Lin Chen do? Why did he say that only he dared to mess with the demon wolf clan? Hearing Mu Ningxue ask this, perhaps because of its Mu family's identity as a daughter, the captain also opened his words. This Lin Chen is a demon that came out in the last half a month. I don't know where he came from. The first time he handed in a quest, he handed in a 3-eyed demon wolf. That's a great demon at the level of a war general. The captain drank a mouthful of water and suppressed the horror in his heart. At the very beginning, we all suspected that he was a member of which big family team, but as a result, every time he received a mission to hand it over, he was alone. Think about it, a person who can hunt and kill a demon of the level of a war general. What kind of demon is this? I'm afraid that the Imperial City's Peril Academy can casually enter it. Indeed casually entered, if Lin Chen only relied on himself alone, the average Imperial students were afraid that they were very truly inferior to him, killing a battle general level demon, that was not something that anyone could do. Mu Ningxue sighed a dark sigh of genius in her heart and listened to the captain continue. Later, he handed in the quest and then handed in the bloodstained troll rat. Hey, this demon is not as good as the 3-eyed demon wolf, but it's also a solid battle admiral level, and he handed in 3 or 4 at a time. It's simply appalling. We don't talk about such a hunter in Bo City, we don't even have any middle-ranked hunters. That's right, in Bo, the middle rank could already be in a position of power, where would one come to be a knife-edge hunter? Ah! The captain had more to go on, when suddenly he heard a scream and was immediately alerted. Bad, there are demons here. The captain's head was filled with a convergence of fire stars, and his good fighting skills allowed him to quickly prepare himself. A drop of cold sweat was left on his forehead, and the captain was a little puzzled as to what demon had attacked them. Ice vine freeze. Suddenly, a star track appeared above Mu Ningxue's head, and the ice vines in her hand were thrown somewhere. A one-eyed demon wolf was hiding in the grass. The captain was alarmed and threw a ball of fire over. Run, it's the demon wolf clan, surely this can't be the only one. The captain was already too late to care about the wounded vigilantes facing the packs of demonic wolves. It would be good if they, the junior mages, could save their lives. Mu Ningxue didn't try to be brave, even if she was born with a spiritual species. She was only at the beginning of the intermediate level, and she wasn't even skilled in intermediate level magic, so once she encountered a general level demon, she was bound to suffer. The house had coincidentally encountered a battle general level 3-eyed demon wolf. Looking at the werewolf that stood up to be more than a dozen meters tall, Mu Ningxue's eyes flashed with the color of despair. Ice vine freeze. In her haste, Mu Ningxue only had the time to release an elementary level magic, and then she could only place her hopes on the magic tool by activating it. The ice vine struck the 3-eyed demon wolf's claws, only freezing its fur into a few strands of ice, and its speed of swinging its claws was not affected in the slightest. MD, how could a 3-eyed demon wolf appear in this periphery? The captain grimaced, unable to think straight. Blackie, block it. A familiar voice came into Mu Ningxue's ears, causing her to have a momentary trance. Strange, how could Lin Chen appear in the walk before death, and who is Xiao He? Soon, Mu Ningxue knew who Little Black was. Xiao He was a huge dragon with a body length of nearly 10 meters. The large dragon wings held Mu Ningxue behind her, and there were two other people on its back. One was the team member who had been abandoned by the captain earlier, and the other was Lin Chen. Lin Chen! Mu Ningxue shouted with the surprise of having returned from the dead. Lin Chen waved his hand at her and patted Xiao He's unicorn horn that had gotten much bigger. Now that the growth stage Xiao He was growing faster and faster, he didn't know when he would reach the commander level. Blackie, kill it. Xiao He sniffed, and a hideous angle crossed the corner of his mouth. One dragon claw blocked the three-eyed demon wolf, and a dark light flashed on the other, and the next moment, a dark green light wrapped around it. Put! The dragon's claw pulled out the heart of the three-eyed demonic wolf, and even turned it around in its chest cavity in a smooth manner. Ow! The three-eyed demonic wolf let out a painful and mournful wail, relying on the demon's strong life force to not die immediately. In the next moment, green lines climbed on top of the three-eyed demon wolf's wolf body, quickly spreading throughout its entire body. The screams came to an abrupt end, and the corpse of the three-eyed demon wolf fell heavily to the ground. Hunt down all the other one-eyed demon wolves and bring back the carcasses, but don't carry meat ton and blue on your back to eat alone again now. Xiao He nodded his head, signaling that he understood, but his eyes flashed an inexplicable light. And Dad, doesn't he know how many one-eyed magic wolves are here? It's okay for me to steal 2 hearts. Well, it shouldn't be seen. What a coincidence, Ms. Mu, we meet again. Lin Chen twisted his head and looked at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue lowered her eyes. Thank you, Lin. Dongzi, I just didn't expect that we would meet again in this situation. After saying that, Mu Ningxue stirred her fingers with some embarrassment. She didn't expect that this kind of hero-saving beauty drama would happen to her. Originally she scoffed at these. After experiencing it herself, she realized the charm of these things. The way Lin Chen waved his hand at him on the back of the giant dragon just now was quite handsome. Chapter 12 Attribute Extraction, Shadow Poison Spell. I'm going back to the imperial capital Linchen. A week had passed since that day when he had saved Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue bid farewell to Lin Chen with some reluctance in her eyes. After this week of getting along, she realized that Lin Chen was indeed a very good person. Mu Ningxue had not had many friends since she was a child because of the Mu family, and when she grew up, she was cold and arrogant because of her natural spiritual seed, so she didn't make any close friends. Now that it was so hard to meet a chatty one, Mu Ningxue was really a bit reluctant to let go of Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his cell phone and smiled, contact often in the future. Mu Ningxue left, Lin Chen's smile faded. He didn't expect this week to make Mu Ningxue fall in love with him to death, but at least the situation had improved, hadn't it? Mu Ningxue didn't have much resistance to Lin Chen now. Instead, she would often discuss cultivation issues with Lin Chen. Lin Chen had also cultivated his summoning department to the 3rd level of the primary stage now, but unfortunately, there was still no suitable summoning beast. Lin Chen was still a little nostalgic about the giant statue he had seen last time, and with 3 dragons by his side, he simply didn't contract a random demon. The body of consciousness entered the middle of the dragon's nest, and new words appeared in the sky. Detected that the host's cultivation level is approaching the middle stage, the dragon's nest is upgraded and new functions appear. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Another new feature? This dragon's nest's maker was so conscientious, new features one after another. Attribute extraction. The host can choose one of the fused dragon attributes to extract. The current number of dragons is 3, the number of times the attribute can be extracted is 1. To get the next attribute extraction you need to have 5 dragons. The extractable attributes are as follows. Shadow System, comes with an extreme spirit seed grade dark matter poison spell. Magic comes with a poisoning effect, from the abyssal poison spell dragon. Earth, comes with the great spirit seed thick earth. Magical defense gains a boost, from the Inferno Mountain Ridge gargoyle. Fire System, comes with a great spirit species Inferno. Magic power is increased. Every time you release magic you can accumulate Inferno's progress. The progress bar is stacked up. You can summon Inferno. Inferno's current strength is a minor war general level. Water System, comes with a great spiritual species of purification. Water magic comes with a purification effect that can get rid of burns, poisoning and other negative effects. Poison System, comes with an extremely high quality spirit species Curse Grudge. Creatures killed by poison magic can accumulate grudges. Grudges stacked up can release curses. Looking at the 5 options above him, Lin Chen rubbed his chin. First of all, exclude the fire, earth, and water department. These three departments are just unusual magic departments, and the spirit species attached is just a large spirit species. Compared to the shadow department and the poison department, it is a grade below. Considering the ability to save his life, Lin Chen finally chose the shadow department. He only had the summoning department. His own combat power was basically 0, so Lin Chen barely hesitated before choosing the shadow department. Within the nest of the giant dragon, a shadow-colored light surfaced above Xiao Hei's dragon body, which then floated into Lin Chen's conscious body. A black piece of stardust surfaced within Lin Chen's spiritual world. The level of the extracted magic family is the extracted dragon family -1 major level, so the extracted shadow family is primordial level 3. Lin Chen's heart rejoiced. There were unexpected surprises. This saved himself at least a year's time. The summoning department was overtaken by the shadow department. Recluse Weave. As Lin Chen's thoughts surged, the 7 black stars aligned themselves neatly, forming a complete star track within 2 seconds. Lin Chen's figure had appeared under a large tree 20 meters away. The color of the dirt under the big tree gradually turned darker, as if it was covered with a highly toxic potion. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth hooked. It's really practical. When his strength rises, and he extracts a few more spatial faculties and chaotic faculties, who else can kill him? Alright Blackie, take a break these days. I'm going to delve into magic just in time to start breaking through the middle rank. Inside the nest of the giant dragon, Little Black sniffed and nestled into a ball of discouragement, looking like a small black hill from afar. Alas, I won't be able to eat the cute and poppy eyeballs of the demon wolves today. Off to the side, an even larger brown hill opened its ghostly eyes. Damn it, if I was faster, how could I let Black go out all day? As a meat shield, I have dreams of becoming a warrior assassin, too. 1 year later. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, a touch of heaviness appeared on Lin Chen's face. Dark cloud. Large, dark clouds converged, and Lin Chen could feel an inexplicable energy from them, and although this energy was of little use to him, just by transmitting some of his breath into the nest of dragons, the little black trio of dragons became a little manic. Open the panel of the Abyssal Poison Spell Dragon. Xiao Hei was now at the time of growth, and his body length had scurried up to 20 meters. Name, Abyssal Poison Spell Dragon Adult. Strength, Small Commander. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Breath of the Abyss, Poison Spell. After 2 years, Xiao Hei had already turned from a young dragon at the battle general level to a young dragon at the commander level, and even Meat Pier and Little Blue had broken through to the great battle general level. Open the host panel. Name, Lin Chen. Strengths, Summoning first level of the middle order, Shadow second level of the middle order. Carrying item, Shadow System Extreme Spirit Seed Great Dark Matter Poison Spell. Magic tools, 1 mortal level shield magic tool, 2 spirit level shield magic tools. Staying in Bo City for a year, Lin Chen had reaped a lot of rewards, hunting demons and cultivating in 2 points every day, making his cultivation speed extremely fast. Mounting his newly purchased motorcycle, Lin Chen twisted the handlebars hard and headed straight for the Snow Peak mountain stage. Although time was running out, summoning a giant dragon in this town was bound to cause a panic. Buzz. As the roar of the motorcycle tried to ring out, many of the residents poked their heads out to see. Who blows up the street at night? No morals. Half an hour later, Lin Chen flew to the Snow Peak mountain stage and came directly to the entrance of the barracks. I want to see the Chopper Air Force commander. Seeing that the visitor was Lin Chen, the sentry didn't dare to be slow. After a year of hunting demons, Lin Chen's popularity here could be described as horrifying, not to mention the fact that the other party had helped the military complete many demon hunting missions. Please wait a moment, I'll inform. The sentry dialed the landline and let Lin Chen in on his own in less than a minute. What is it? Is the Black Order about to make a move? Zhang Kong waved his wind wings and landed next to Lin Chen, who had sensed that the atmosphere today was off. Lin Chen nodded, his face grave. The Black Order is going to strike today, and the demon wolves should be on their way at this moment. Zhang Kong reached out, received a drop of muddy rainwater, and without the slightest hesitation, pulled out his cell phone to give a series of orders, then looked at Lin Chen. The Upper Peak and Yermu family are already on their way this way, they'll be here in half an hour. I need you to guard the urban area now. Shinkon looked towards the direction of Bo City, worried. He could find quite a few tunnels in Bo City. Because he was afraid of alerting the snakes, he didn't destroy them. At this time the entrance of the tunnels was guarded, but it was inevitable that there would be oversights. Zhang Kong needed to fend off the demon wolf horde head on here, and the task of guarding Bo City could only fall to Lin Chen. Don't worry, even if the winged song wolves come, I'll still kill them. Lin Chen said with a straight face, then summon Little Black. now was not the time to hide, every second counted. Chapter 13, Fusion Again, Morino Serpent Beard Demon Dragon. During the flight, Lin Chen's conscious body entered the dragon's nest. Having saved up his mana orbs for nearly a year, it was time to explode. Hundreds of mana balls of various colors piled up, and Lin Chen didn't hesitate to open all of them with a single click. White, green, blue, purple, and gold light erupted, reflecting the sky of the dragon's nest in color. Looking at the white and green materials, Lin Chen didn't even pause as he directly dumped them into the demon blood sacrifice pool, turning them into nutrients for the 3 dragon sons. After only 10 minutes, Lin Chen looked at more than 20 blue materials and 7 or 8 purple materials before he let out a sigh of relief. Looking towards the final golden spell ball, Lin Chen licked his dry lips. Open the golden orb. Acquired, Dragon's Claw of the Red Dragon Emperor gold color. Looking at the large dragon claw, the pressure that ran through heaven and earth almost crushed Lin Chen's conscious body. Even if it was just the remnants of a body, even if it was just a claw, it was so terrifying. Lin Chen put away the Red Dragon Emperor's dragon claw into his spatial ring, which made him feel a little better. He wasn't prepared to use this golden material now, but rather wanted to save up a few more, so that when the time came, he could directly fuse an Emperor-level potential dragon, otherwise it would be too much of a loss if it was only Monarch level. Monarchs were easy to come by, but they were only monarchs, and the Emperor class were simply 2 levels of creatures. Lin Chen then looked at the dragon-type demon embryo that had opened up. This time, Lin Chen wasn't very lucky and only opened 1 embryo, but it was enough. Lin Chen rummaged through various materials. He wanted to fuse a dragon race that was suitable for group combat, suitable for dealing with the current scenario. Damned Black Cleric, if they hadn't scattered the fountain of berserkers, just Little Black's current dragon might would have been able to scare away these demons. Lin Chen cursed, but his hand movements were not slowed down at all as he found suitable materials. Dragon's Nest, Fusion. Embryo plus Ancient Tree Demon's Roots purple plus Scorpion Monarch Medusa's Serpent Hair purple plus Poisonous Demon Frog Monarch's Poison Sac purple plus various blue materials equals Mori's Serpent Bearded Demon Dragon. The dark green egg fell, and Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. The main materials he used this time were almost all of the great monarch level. The dragons created would certainly have extraordinary potential. Name, Morino Serpent's Whiskers Magic Dragon Hatchling. Strength, Minor General. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Serpent Wood Form, Serpent Whisker Tentacles, Devouring Repair, Serpent Root Strangulation. Seeing the little dragon that came out of the egg, Lin Chen felt his goosebumps rising. The dark green dragon scales were interlaced, the tail was long, almost twice as long as the dragon's body, and the dragon scales on it were like the mouth of a snake demon, making Lin Chen shudder a little at the sight. The Morino Serpent Beard Demon Dragon was not the least bit alienated, and without even caring to eat the eggshells, it crawled over to Lin Chen and called out for its father. Lin Chen pursed his lips. What kind of father dislikes his own child? Reaching out his hand, he touched the dragon head of the Morino Serpent Beard Demon Dragon. Son, good boy, from now on, I will call you Little Mori. Hearing that Lin Chen had given him a name, Shaosun happily opened his dragon wings and fanned the wind. The little darkness in the outside world bristled to itself. Silly brother, still laughing, when you meet that human woman with the snow-white hair, your name will be the capital for her to make fun of dad. Xiaohei was speechless for a moment as he recalled the scene when his name had caused Mu Ningxue to be astonished. Originally, when Mu Ningxue said that the name was not good, Xiaohei did not believe it, until Mu Ningxue took out her cell phone and showed him a video of a rural dog. The filmmaker of the video, in the presence of Blackie, called the little groundhog, Yellow. At the time, Blackie felt like the sky was falling, and for a while he thought he was actually a little black dog. On the other side, Lin Chen stroked Xiaosun's head and said, "Be a good boy, Xiaosun, eat something first, I'll need to use you later." Hearing that he could help his dad, Kotori nodded vigorously and ate the eggshells and flew over to the demon blood sacrifice pool to eat them at Cuckoo. Look at the meat pira heartache, Maru spicy, was not enough to share, and another mouth. At that thought, Meat Tun looked at Blue in resignation, hoping that his sister would have a few words of accusation with his father. Who knew that Blue, with a motherly glow on her face, gathered a small bowl of water and began to help Xiaosun clean up the slime that she had just been born with. Meat Loaf is autistic. In the outside world, Lin Chen's conscious body returned, looking at the Bow City that was close at hand, his face returning to a gloomy expression. Blackie, be careful, don't scare the ordinary people, smell where there are demons, let's go and take a look. Little Black grudgingly nodded. Dad, in fact, I am a dragon, really not a little black dog, do not say let me smell ah. Thinking so, but still obedient, Blackie sniffed hard at the demon's scent and soon made a discovery, flying somewhere. Dad, I smell something really gross, and it's making me sick. It doesn't taste the same as the one-eyed demon wolf, or the giant-eyed scarlet rat? Lin Chen asked. Xiao He patted his chest in pact, I've killed thousands of demons this year, how could I not be able to tell the difference, it's just a very disgusting flavor. Be careful, we might have found the Black Order. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that something was unusual. Xiao He, if the opponent has a strong magical aura, flee first, although you have a high magic immunity, it's still hard to please you when facing a group attack from a high-level mage. The Black Order was exceptionally evil, and Lin Chen didn't dare to let Little Black get into danger. Xiao He nodded and headed straight down, breaking the ground with a claw, and beneath the thin layer of earth were several people dressed in black and gray robes, accompanied by a few inhuman demons. A flash of disgust appeared on Lin Chen's face, it really was the Black Order. Kill them all and leave the bodies intact, so you can take them to the reward when the time comes. Roar, poison spell. Xiao He let out a loud roar, and the tunnels were instantly taken over by sound waves, and without waiting for the other party to react, their eardrums were all torn apart. In the next moment, the poisonous gas attacked and took away their life. Burying the body in place and waiting to pick it up later, Lin Chen had Xiao He destroy the tunnel again, preventing the demons from invading Bo City through here. After doing so, Lin Chen's face was gloomy as he heard the cacophony of voices that suddenly grew stronger within the city. The Scarlet Alert, which could wipe out Bo, has officially arrived. The ones Chopper Hollow had done earlier could reduce casualties, but not completely solve the problem, and the Scarlet Alert was simply unavoidable. Go, Blackie, go to the center of the city, there are the most people there, go there first to protect the crowd. Lin Chen couldn't care less about what effect the appearance of a giant dragon would have at this point, he could only do his best to protect ordinary people. Xiao He answered, his dragon wings unfolding as he sped towards the center of the city. Heavy rain is still drifting and pouring, the obscure sky makes the whole city of Bo is shrouded in a depressing atmosphere, not far away from the heart-palpitating roar drilled into the ears, all of a sudden the body shuddered. Chapter 14 The Dragon Under the Scarlet Alert. Come to the residential area in the center of the city. Flat buildings, somewhat old concrete streets. Bleed bright red blood in the food market. The blood, which could never have been that of fowl, was the blood of the living, gathered into a stream that kept pouring into the lowlands and sewer openings, irrigated by the heavy rain. Blood red, striking blood red. Standing at the top of a tall building, the grayish city of Bo that used to be covered in rain showed blood everywhere. Bo City was a very ink city with southern characteristics, and in the Rainbow City was more like a beautiful painting, however today Lin Chen saw that this painting was strewn with blood everywhere, and nightmares descended. Didn't hold the tunnels? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, thinking about it, in the original, Bo City was bloodied, if Bo City had enough guards, how could the whole city be destroyed? This time, although there were reinforcements from the military in advance, the general environment was bad, and these reinforcements were stretched to the limit, and most of them were also gathered at the Snow Peak mountain post, so the strength within Bo City was even weaker. From time to time, the figures of one-eyed demon wolves scurried out from below, and under the stimulation of the fountain of berserkness, they were not at all afraid of Xiao He at this time, instead, they issued provocative hisses towards this huge dragon. Giant Shadow Spike. Lin Chen flung out several dark green magic pattern entwined giant shadow spikes, nailing all of these one-eyed demonic wolves to death, his eyes icy cold. Blackie, go to school first. Xiao He was similarly stimulated by the smell of blood that filled the city, his eyes were bloodshot, and the fountain of berserkness was thinking of eroding him all the time. Luckily, with the existence of the nest of gargoyles, Little Black was absolutely loyal to Lin Chen and didn't have to worry about the gargoyles not being under control. At this time, Tianlan Magic High School had already decided to evacuate, with Mo Fan and the others forming the vanguard to go ahead and scout the situation. There were 10 people in the vanguard squad, and Mo Fan would be in charge of leading it. After passing through the school gates, not many people could be seen on the streets anymore. Some scattered city garbage, overturned stalls full of miscellaneous goods, open but unattended stores. As soon as the Scarlet Alert was sounded, all the citizens either ducked into their houses or started desperately running towards the security boundaries in a chaotic mess, which was the main reason why the school personnel didn't evacuate in the first place. However, there was still a large portion of people who hadn't retreated within the safety boundary, and as Tianlan Magic High School began to migrate towards the safety boundary, many of the residents who were in the vicinity flocked over, wanting to use the power of Tianlan Magic High School's students and teachers to safely get through the terrifying 3-kilometer-long block. The vanguard squad walked at the front of the line, climbed to the high ground. Zhang Xiao soon saw the scene of the many people gathered here to the school. I'm afraid that the number of people in this great migration is going to be more than 4,000. There are a lot of people in this urban area who didn't arrive at the safety boundary in the first place, and they don't dare to travel alone, and they are now constantly absorbed inside the large group from different places like small iron shavings. Zhang Xiaoho jumped down from an old building and said to the crowd. Well, having more people should be able to avoid being attacked by some small groups of demons, but it will also make the entire large force more cumbersome. Xue Musheng spoke. Magic High School and Magic University are different. The students of Magic University, their combat power is more powerful than a regular army, while Magic High School after all cultivates a group of magician apprentices who are not yet 18 years old. In this blood color alert, to be able to protect themselves is already amazing. To protect the public, that is really too far-fetched. It wasn't long before Mo Fan and the others encountered their first crisis, the giant-eyed Scarlet Rat. A fanged-haired figure snapped out from behind a Volkswagen, two large incisors biting toward the unsuspecting crowd. The person who faced the attack head-on was a girl named Zhang Liang. Ah! Under the fishy fangs of the giant-eyed Scarlet Rat, all Zhang Liang could do was scream. Giant Shadow Spike. Accompanied by a cold cry, the giant-eyed Scarlet Rat was nailed to death above the ground. Mofan had seen a bit more and clearly recognized the magic. Shadow System Middle Rank Magic. Are there any Shadow System Middle Rank mages in Bo City? Mo Fan searched for the person who had struck, and eventually saw the visitor after an inadvertent look up. Or rather, the coming dragon. Looking at the black wings that covered the sky, Missouri Fan forgot how to even breathe for a moment. The glow of the Scarlet Alert was still there, and the color of blood draped the black dragon wings with a demonic light, and the violent aura rushed straight to the hearts of everyone present. Dragons, it's dragons! Mo Fan trembled and shouted out the word dragon, no longer able to say anything. The only thing in his heart was despair. Xinxia, I can only marry you again in the next life. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the dark shadows on the ground, and Lin Chen's face was revealed. Don't be nervous, that's my summoned beast. Introduce yourself. I'm Lin Chen, the mage who supports Bo City. Follow me next. Zhang Xiaowo sniffed and asked excitedly, You're here to support Bo City? The support from above came so quickly? Lin Chen couldn't bear to tell him the truth, and just nodded, smiling reluctantly. Mo Fan felt that Lin Chen's face was a bit off, suspiciously glanced at Lin Chen, but did not open his mouth hastily. The other party had a dragon in his body. At this time, even if he was suspicious, he did not dare to open his mouth directly. Lin Chen's afterglow looked at Mo Fan. Ordinary looking but durable, with a small grayish loach pendant hanging on his chest. I think it is Mo Fan. I'll have my dragon lead the way, you guys follow me. Lin Chen didn't bother striking up a conversation with Mo Fan. When things were over, he could chat all he wanted, it didn't have to be now. Mo Fan nodded his head, his heart involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Thousands of students and thousands of residents opened the road. Imagine how much pressure he was under. At this time he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The demons that appeared along the way were all solved by Lin Chen until... Looking at the man in military uniform, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and when he heard Zhang Xiaowo beside him call him by Yang, he was even more certain of what he had in mind. It's the traitor. Bai Yang. The shout of an inexplicable voice caught Bai Yang's attention. There were still ones in this student team that he hadn't noticed. Bai Yang looked at the sound, only to see a person hiding in the shadows. The breath did not have the slightest error, if not actively exposed. I am afraid that I simply cannot find. Bai Yang's heart tightened. Could it be a powerful shadow mage protecting these students? Your Excellency is... Lin Chen's figure floated out of the shadows. If he wanted to, he could have just taken Bai Yang's life, but he wanted to see if he could catch some of the Black Cleric's top echelons through Bai Yang. Just one black robe isn't worth much. The Earth Sacred Spring is now with me. The Black Order is searching for the Earth Sacred Spring. Where is the Zhan Air Force commander? I need to see him immediately. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. On the side, Mo Fan's eyes widened. At your place? Then what did my little loach eat? However, Mo Fan was a smart man and knew that he had to observe first without understanding the situation, so he didn't make a sound right away. Chapter 15, Failed Fishing Enforcement. I also ask Your Excellency to give me the Earth Sacred Spring. It's more appropriate for our military to hold this. Bai Yang said, that warm smile on his face again, while slowly moving his feet closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed, a mocking, contemptuous laugh. Bai Yang looked uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth, his mockery intensifying. I'm laughing because you're trying to sneak up on a mid-ranked shadow department when you're a beginner summoning department. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Xiaoho and the others were greatly shocked and hurriedly looked at Bai Yang. Instructor Bai Yang, you. Only Mo Fan quickly began to look around, alert for any dangers that might appear. Bai Yang's face changed, his face was no longer warm, but instead became sinister and vicious. How did you find me? The afterglow glanced at Bai Yang's summoned beast, which was currently approaching Lin Chen step by step in rhythm with Bai Yang's speech. Blackie, do away with that wolf. Blackie? Bai Yang was stunned, not knowing why. The next moment, shadows descended from the sky and a huge dragon claw zapped Bai Yang's summoned beast. Xiao He pulled out the wolf heart and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, then looked greedily at Bai Yang. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Wait, Xiao He, in a moment, if he doesn't confess, I'll let you suck the magic energy from his spirit world again. Human mages are equally great for demons. A drop of cold sweat ran down Bai Yang's forehead, trying to escape but unable to take a step. The eyeballs glanced downward with force, and a giant shadow nail bubbling with green poisonous mist had firmly pinned Bai Yang in place. Tell me where you're hiding on the upper level and I can spare your life, but if you don't, my poisonous spirit seed will have to treat you well. Lin Chen said. Bai Yang's breath caught and he was just about to speak when black blood emerged from his throat, and instantly black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and he died violently. Dead? Looks like it's under a spell. Lin Chen didn't have many surprises. Sarung had been planning this disaster for many years, even a small person like Bai Yang could take it into account. What's more, Bai Yang, as a spy planted by the Black Order in the military, was himself in a higher position than ordinary members. Cripple. Suddenly, 2 black figures that looked like monkeys and humans ran out, heading straight for Hiyu and Zhang Xiaoho. In the heat of the moment, Hiyu fought to push Zhang Xiaoho away. Monkey, live well. In the next moment, the 2 black beast demons were lifted up by Xiao He with the nails on his dragon claws. The image of a giant dragon of nearly 20 meters, squeezing 2 skinny creatures of a meter or so in its hands, looked a bit comical. Lin Chen walked over to Yiyu's side, confessions a bit hasty. Hiyu blushed and subconsciously looked at Zhang Xiaoho, only to see that the other party was also reddening his ears, and couldn't help but smile, with the joy of having survived a robbery. Zhang Xiaoho swallowed his saliva and hurriedly thanked towards Lin Chen. Dad, it's this creature that gives off the smell that makes me sick. Xiao He pinched the 2 black animal demons, feeling that his dragon claws were unclean, and just wanted Xiao Lan to come out and hurry to clean him. Lin Chen looked at Bai Yang's corpse with cold eyes. The black cleric, who really does things ruthlessly, is also very difficult to deal with. Blackie, kill them all. With 2 bursts of plasma, Xiao He threw the black beast demon's corpse onto the ground. This is the kind of crap that Blackie doesn't eat. After crossing the bridge, the light curtain barrier that was like a city wall had come into view. Mo Fan and the others finally squeezed out a smile on their tired cheeks, and this time they clearly saw magicians wearing the symbols of the Magic Association guarding the place. This stretch of 3 kilometers was longer than all they had experienced in the previous 17 years, and they arrived anyway. The large troop is now 1.5 kilometers away from us, let's hope they can arrive here unharmed as well. Mu Bai glanced back behind him. Zhou Min, Su Xiaoting, Wang Sanfat, Zhang Shuhua and the others nodded. They had already done their duty as their vanguard squad. After experiencing such life, death and danger, they sincerely hoped that the large troop would be able to arrive without any problems. They no longer wanted to see blood drenching them. Lin Chen swept a glance at Mu Bai. Green Tea Man, Fallen Angel, is also a nice guy, and definitely needs a ride sometime in the future. Speaking of which, there were quite a few strong people in this vanguard squad. Evacuation Mo Fan, Military General Zhang Xiaoho, Fallen Angel Mu Bai. It's a pity that Zhao Manyan isn't here, or else the full FAF4 would have come together. On the other side, Mo Fan had searched the safe zone for half a day without finding Xin Xiao's figure, and in desperation, he had to ask Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Looking at Mo Fan, who was about to say something, Lin Chen had already guessed what was going on. I'm also going to the Snow Peak Mountain stage, so if you're looking for someone, I can give you a ride along the way. Thanks a lot. Mo Fan didn't say anything more, only keeping this favor in his heart. Bringing Mo Fan to the mall, Lin Chen also cleaned up dozens of demons by hand before leaving, sort of helping Mo Fan open the way in advance. On top of the Snow Peak Mountain stage station, the numerous mages of the Mu clan stood in a tight formation, a few of them standing together with Chopper Hollow. Elder Mu, thank you for coming to support us this time. The winged songwolves will appear later on, or I'll have to trouble you to make a move. Jinkong was wearing a military overcoat and had a smile on his face the whole time, even his speech was much more polite. It couldn't be helped, now the people of Bo City were depending on others to survive, and Jinkong wasn't sure he could beat the winged pale wolf. Thinking of this, a hint of haze swept across the bottom of Jinkong's eyes. If not for the fact that his strongest lineage had been sealed, or else would he have to stoop so low as to ask others to make a move? Fighting against demons and the Black Cleric, it's incumbent upon my Mu family. Mu Jianming was righteous on the surface, but inwardly he secretly said, aha, if this matter was not handled properly, the Mu family would be treated as the Black Cleric's accomplices, so how could he not come? But fortunately, this child Lin Chen had gambled correctly. The matter in Bo City really did involve the Black Clergy, and the Mu family would be able to reap a lot of benefits afterward. You know, Bo City has not been destroyed until now, relying on the news and mages of the Mu family, and the benefits of ending it are few and far between. Mu Jianming's heart was all happy. If he took the opportunity to lean on the military this time, then the strength of the Mu family would rise another layer. Third Master, why are you here? Lin Chen hurriedly arrived, only to see someone unexpected. When Mu Jianming saw Lin Chen, his face was smiling, but his mouth was unforgiving. Can I not come? You have mortgaged our Mu family, the news given by the above. If we lie to deceive the aid and let the other positions lose their defense, our Mu family is the Black Vatican's accomplice. Such a big event also do not discuss with the family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled resentfully. This is not, the news is fidelity. Mu Jianming snorted coldly. You kid really came out bold and fat, this kind of promise also dare to say. After saying that, Mu Jianming looked at little black in the sky above, his eyes transmitting a sense of astonishment. Another different dragon? Where did this kid contract it from? Moreover, this black's aura could be much stronger than that brown earth dragon, and it was estimated to be at the commander level. Mu Jianming was not in a position to ask more questions at this time. There were still outsiders present, and it was better to go home and talk about this kind of thing. Such a powerful dragon must have an imposing name. Mu Jianming expressed curiosity about the name of this dragon above his head. Chapter 16, a little able to fight in groups. Be careful, the winged pale wolf can't suppress its inner mania anymore. The Black Cleric abused its cubs. If it wasn't for Elder Mu, I'm afraid that it would have rushed over long ago. Ow. A trembling Snow Peak Mountain stagecoach's roar rang out loudly, shaking people's body goosebumps scurrying up. In the next moment, tens of thousands of demonic wolves madly rushed towards the Snow Peak Mountain stage, their blood-red eyes filled with the desire for human flesh and blood. The winged pale wolf's fleshy wings were half stretched out, half of them hazy in the rain, while the other half covered dozens of meters of the hill. Its head was raised high, and the roar that was enough to shake the entire Bo City was precisely roared out from that bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow clouds and spit out mist. Mu Jianming's eyes became serious. No matter what deal had been made with the family from above, it was impossible for him to stay his hand in the face of the demon. Help me block those stragglers, I'll go and take the life of that winged pale wolf. After saying that, Mu Jianming summoned a commander-level eagle beast and flew straight towards the winged song wolf. Mu Jianming's contracted beast could rush through this wolf pack, but he had to save his strength for it to prevent the Black Cleric's backhand, and at this time, flying directly through the wolf pack was the right solution. Jin Kong nodded, the wings of wind rising behind him, the dark green robe behind him bulging. Light Mage Corps stand by. With a large flare of light rising, the vast heavens and earth were illuminated, and in the middle of the murky rainy night, Lin Chen rose up from the ground as a dark green dragon appeared at his feet. Zhan Kong looked at Lin Chen unexpectedly. This kid still had a dragon? But he didn't have time to ask detailed questions at this time. He just pointed to an area where the fighting was most concentrated. The place is yours. Lin Chen nodded, and a large group of experts from the Mu clan were still gathered around him. For the Mu family, the entire Bo City was no match for Lin Chen's life. There were a few of these Mu clan experts who had reached a high rank, and they were specialized in Lin Chen's safety. Lin Chen patted Xiao Sen's dragon head. Worry, snake would form. Jin. Xiao Sen hissed, and his dark green dragon body became even longer, his tail went deeper into the ground, his dragon head was raised, and his dragon wings were fully expanded, just like a big tree in the sky, guarding the side. The ground surged, and in the next moment, a multitude of roots burrowed out of the earth like snake devils, dancing wildly and recklessly. Snake root strangle. Roots like snakes and pythons flew around and swept a one-eyed demon wolf into midair, and then the roots intertwined and dismembered them into pieces of meat. In just one strike, a dozen one-eyed demonic wolves were killed. And this could only be considered a normal attack by coterie. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. It was true that professional things should be left to professional dragons. Although Blackie could also use poison spells for group attacks, he couldn't compare to Xiao Sun, who had almost all of his skills as group attacks. But Black has his specialties, like being unbeatable in single combat. Looking at the dozens of three-eyed demonic wolves that stood up abruptly amongst the wolves, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It was clear that he had killed dozens of them, and there were still so many here. Blackie, kill them one by name. Xiao He and Lin Chen shared the same mind, and immediately understood what Lin Chen was referring to, as the dragon wings vibrated and flew towards the wolves. The tens of meters long dragon stirred the wolves. The slave level one-eyed demon wolves couldn't even break the defense, rubbing that is injured, touching that is dead. Xiao He swooped low, a dark green sheen attached to his pitch-black dragon wings, as if he were using the Gundam wing skill from a certain Pokemon, cutting down all the one-eyed demon wolves along the way. Xiao He excitedly opened his mouth wide and casually bit down on the head of a three-eyed demon wolf, then bit down hard. A large mist of blood exploded, and drops of blood merged into a small stream that slid down around his mouth. War General level 3-eyed demon wolf, killed in seconds. At this time, Xiao He already had the strength of a great commander. Even if the winged pale wolf fought alone, it would be difficult to be Xiao He's opponent. These three-eyed demonic wolves that were only at the level of small war generals simply couldn't get rid of the fate of being killed in seconds in front of Xiao He. Seeing that Xiao He wasn't in any danger, Lin Chen turned his gaze back to Xiao Sen. In just a moment's time, Xiao Sen's snake whiskers had left dozens of one-eyed demonic wolves' corpses behind. Little Mori was slightly tired. It had just been born after all, and its strength was only at the level of a small war general. At this moment, there were already three-eyed demon wolves in the pack that had noticed Xiao Sen's terrifying killing power and were recklessly charging over. Giant Shadow Spike Twin. Lin Chen's eyes chilled as he threw out two giant shadow spikes, fixing the two three-eyed demon wolves in place while putting a poison debuff on them. Devouring Repair. Coterie let out a low growl. The dozens of one-eyed demonic wolf corpses interspersed with snake whiskers gradually became dried up, losing a large amount of life essence. On the contrary, Xiao Sen, the small, dense wounds on the snake's whiskers gradually disappeared, and even the root system became a little thicker. Xiao Sen recovered his spirit and struck out with a snake root strangle, killing a dozen or so one-eyed demon wolves once again before sucking out their life essence. War on war. Lin Chen licked his dry lips. Just the hatchling Xiao Sen was so terrifying, it was hard to imagine what else could kill it when it reached the monarch level. If Xiao Sen arrived at the Siren battlefield in the future, I'm afraid that he would become a giant dragon that could truly hold down a side. Lin Chen had stabilized here, but it wasn't so easy elsewhere. Zhang Kong's wind wing swung, and one after another wind disc gathered in his hands, casually taking away the lives of a group of one-eyed demon wolves. But these are a complete drop in the bucket compared to tens of thousands of wolves. Jinkong gritted his teeth and looked into the distance. In the sky of muddy rain, a huge demon was pressing down on the winged pale wolf and beating it, but the winged pale wolf was extremely nimble, relying on its minions to block the shots, and it was hard not to be killed in seconds. Although Mu Zhanming's contracted beast was at the lesser monarch level, if he wanted to kill the winged pale wolf with its many minions, it would take at least 2 more minutes. If he were to fight alone, he would be able to kill the winged pale wolf in a single round. But not only was the winged pale wolf itself a powerful demon of the commander level, there were also 20 or so great war general level wolf demons escorting it. A monarch level demon was indeed powerful, but it was only alone, and although the winged pale wolf had fallen into a frenzy, it was obviously much smarter than the one-eyed demon wolf, and whenever it was in the middle of a desperate situation, it would fling out one of its great warlord level proteges to launch a suicidal attack, delaying the time of death. 2 minutes, it didn't sound like much, but under the onslaught of tens of thousands of one-eyed demonic wolves, the Snow Peak Mountain stage wouldn't be able to hold up at all. There were only over 1,000 mages here, which amounted to everyone facing more than several times the number of one-eyed demonic wolves, and 2 minutes was enough for them to die 2 times. In the shadows beside Zhang Kong, Lin Chen surfaced. Air Commander Zhan, what now? Jin Kong frowned, but still firmly said, the only way is to fight to the death. Without this place, the demon wolf army will rush straight to Bo City. We currently have no solution to this raging rain at all. Even if the winged pale wolves die, the probability is that they will not retreat. How long will the reinforcements take? I applied for backup when I sensed something was wrong, but it will take at least an hour until backup arrives, so counting on them would be better than counting on Elder Mac to come and help us after he kills the winged pale wolf. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the mountainous demon in the rain curtain. When Mu Zhanming wanted to turn back to help, this winged pale wolf was unforgiving, and if he didn't have Mu Zhanming to hold him back, he would have run into the ordinary mage corps to start a massacre in minutes. If Shan Kong was allowed to hold back and take away all of the elite military mages here, Mu Zhanming alone would not be able to tackle an army of tens of thousands of demon wolves. Moreover, all of this was based on the theoretical basis of the operation. Lin Chen had also added a few high ranks of the Mu family behind him, and if the operation was really launched, they might not be willing to leave themselves. Their mission was to protect Lin Chen. Even if they saw others being torn apart in front of them, they could still do nothing. These were the dead soldiers trained by the family. They were sent here by Mu Zhanqing to protect Lin Chen, not to protect Bo City. Lin Chen knew that he couldn't make them, and his eyes gradually became sharp. The big deal is exposure. Meet Peer, cooperate with Shaoxin to guard the gate. If you can't hold off these thousands of demonic wolves, a year's worth of pool water will be deducted. Blue, go roam the battlefield and lend a hand wherever you can't hold out. With Lin Chen's command, 2 giant dragons, one brown and one blue, appeared across the sky under Zhang Kong's shocked gaze. The massive dragon's head pierced through the summoning spell of the dragon's nest, followed by the dragon's torso, the dragon's wings. Chapter 17, You come to use the restroom too? The scene was crowded, and once the news of Lin Chen summoning 4 giant dragons was spread, even with the protection of the Mu family, it was inevitable that it would be missed by someone with an axe to grind. Other than that, the black cleric in front of him could put Lin Chen on the must-kill list, and if such a person couldn't be used for their own purposes, what most people would want to do must be to put an end to it forever. But at this moment, there was no time for Lin Chen to think about it. Meat Peer roared angrily and rushed towards the demon wolf army. The full 25-meter-long dragon body was even better than Blackie, and the terrifying impact crushed all the one-eyed demon wolves along the way into pieces. Soon, Meat Peer rushed to Xiao Sen's side with a body full of plasma. The shield of rock was erected, and the earth element in his body erupted with full force, directly building a fortress around Xiao Sen. The bloody luster in Xiao Sen's eyes burst out, only attacking and not defending. All the snake whiskers came out in unison, annihilating the surrounding one-eyed demon wolves. Lin Chen sat on top of Little Blue, observing the situation. Currently, the guarding force of the Snow Peak mountain post had basically collapsed, and a large number of demon wolves had already poured into the post. Meat Peer Komori shifted his position and roamed along the perimeter of the position to attract the attention of the demon wolves. Meat Mount exhaled a fiery snort between his nostrils, and a mass of flames rose up, temporarily insulating the wolves from the attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Sen's snake whiskers that were rooted in the ground actually rose up and wrapped around Meat Peer's back. The Meat Peer began to move, carrying Kotori on its back like a troll out of an ancient myth, slaughtering with abandon. The one-eyed demon wolves that stood in front of them either became mush or were crushed into wolf pieces. Even the one-eyed demonic wolves around them were caught up in one of the snake whiskers, and after a dozen seconds or so, they turned into a dried corpse that slid off Yu Xiaoxin's snake whiskers. The surrounding wolves started to get cranky, the scent of blood further stimulating their nerves, swarming up and all running at the 2 dragons of the Meat Peer. Blue, trap part of it. Lin Chen ordered as he sat perched on top of Little Blue's head. Little Blue nodded. A piece of water shield above its head blocked all the raging springs, allowing its thoughts to not show a single abnormality. It could be called the most emotionally stable demon in the whole scene. A stream of water spewed out from Little Blue's mouth, and although it didn't have much killing power, it sprinkled all over the earth, turning the solid ground into sludge, and the one-eyed demon wolf's speed would be greatly reduced as soon as he stepped into it. Following the stream of water, Lin Chen channeled the power of the poison spell Spirit Seed, and the swift toxin quickly turned the small blue stream of water from azure blue to blue-green. After being baptized by this poisonous water, the speed of the one-eyed demonic wolf slipped once again, literally like a tortoise's speed. Under the mud all over the ground, Meat Peer's speed didn't slow down in the slightest. As an Earth attribute dragon, it wouldn't be slowed down by the mud in the area. Seeing this scene, Jinkong's face was overjoyed. The 2 new dragons that Lin Chen had summoned were too powerful, especially the blue dragon, which was a direct full court group control, and in this way, it could definitely fight for 2 minutes. Ow! Accompanied by an earth-shattering wolf howl, the winged song wolf's body collapsed with a loud bang, its eyes carrying a deep resentment. Seeing this, the fire magic in Mu Zhanming's hand was thrown into the wolves, and the heavenly flame funeral instantly swept across the field. With just this strike, hundreds of one-eyed demon wolves were killed. The monarch-level bloody beast tore off the head of the winged pale wolf and raised it high above its head. The blood-red eyes were filled with murderous aura, even though it was at the monarch level. At this moment it was affected by this frenzied spring and became violent. Fortunately, there was also the suppression of Mak Zhanming, and it could barely be considered to possess sanity. Lin Chen also couldn't have imagined that his temperamental third master had actually contracted such a ferocious beast. The bloody beast looked like an enlarged version of a minotaur on the outside, with both hooves on the ground and horns that seemed to shatter the heavens, with a height of 40 meters, and a pair of big, thick, powerful hands capable of tearing apart winged wolves alive. Seeing it through the rain, Lin Chen couldn't believe how the winged pale wolf had lasted 2 minutes. One could only say that without a large number of personal guards guarding them, it would be difficult for the winged pale wolf to last even a minute. The bloody behemoth took a step, his eyes blood-red as he killed into the group of demonic wolves, and with a casual sweep of his hands, a dozen or so demonic wolves were sent flying, their tendons broken and bones cracked. With a casual stomp of both hooves, a one-eyed demon wolf was trampled into mush. But there were simply too many one-eyed demonic wolves, and even though they were facing the pressure of a monarch-level demon, and even though their own leaders were dead, they still dared to pounce on the bloody behemoth under the effect of the Fountain of Berserk. Luckily, the bloody beast had also attracted enough firepower, and with Lin Chen's 4 giant dragons, it was still no problem to hold out until support arrived. Along with the intervention of the elite Sky Eagle troops, all of the Warlord-class demons were swept away, leaving only the Slave-class One-Eyed Demon Wolf, which could no longer make waves. Inside the tent, Zhang Kong and Mu Jianming were sitting opposite each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. There was no one else present either, only Lin Chen, who was somewhat at a loss for words as he played with the spatial ring on his hand. After a long time, Jin Kong raised his head. I will try to block the news of Lin Chen's giant dragon, but that black dragon shouldn't be able to be hidden. Lin Chen often rides it to the Snow Peak Mountain stage station. The news has long since gotten out. Mu Jianming nodded. Many thanks. For Xiao Hei's exposure, Mu Jianming actually didn't have a problem with it. Young people needed to show their sharp edges, as long as they weren't too prevalent. Contracting a giant dragon is right in that area of moderation. It both made the top know of Lin Chen's talent and give resources to cultivate him, and also made some people think about whether it was worth it to take a shot at Lin Chen or not. I want Lin Chen to join the military. Zhang Kong directly said. Mu Jianming was even more decisive and directly refused. The family has decided that after this battle, Lin Chen will avoid the limelight for a year and join the Peril Academy. Zhang Kong was dumbfounded. He knew he didn't have a chance, so he just got up and left. Lifting the tent, Zhang Kong's face, which was composed just a moment ago, immediately became excited. For giant dragons, I must contact my teacher now. Such a talent on the battlefield can completely top over 10,000 army mages. Zhang Kong ran into the distance with gusto. He didn't believe it. If he couldn't take Lin Chen himself, his own teacher couldn't take him? In the beginning, because of some reasons, Zhang Kong and his own teacher fell out and didn't speak for a long time. At this time, for Lin Chen, Zhang Kong decisively unilateral and his teacher to make up. He is still sensible and knows that he can't let a demon like Lin Chen slip away because of his own personal matters. As for who Chopper's teacher is? The commander-in-chief of the Southern War Zone, the Forbidden Spell Mage, the man who could not only slay Emperor-level demons head-on, but also squat on the side of the road and eat kebabs. Hua Qin hung. On the other side, Mu Jianming looked solemnly at Lin Chen. Little Tatsu, tell me honestly, do you have the ability to stably summon these 4 giant dragons? Lin Chen took a deep breath, knowing that he probably couldn't hide his clumsiness next, so let's do it. He's a traveler now and has a golden finger, so he's afraid of the Black Church. Yes. You're related to them? They are contracted to me and they fight for me. The color of surprise in Mu Jianming's eyes became more and more obvious, and his voice trembled a little. Good, you wait, my Mu family is not the strongest in the country, but it's not a vegetarian either. With us protecting you, no one can take you away. Mu Jianming put down his harsh words and turned around, ready to leave. By the way, what's the name of that black dragon? It's all at the commander level. Blackie. Hearing this name, the corners of Mu Jianming's mouth twitched as he twisted his head away. I know. After saying that, Mu Jianming left the tent and sought a place to make a phone call. Crouching in the bushes, Chopper was furtively preparing to tap on the phone that hadn't been called in several years. Hey, who is it? Ran into me, can't you see I'm busy right now? Chopper felt his ass get squeezed and his phone fell to the floor. If it weren't for the fact that the only buildings left in the post were taken for hospitals, Chopper wouldn't have come to this meadow to make a phone call anyway. It looked the same as taking a. Zhang Kong twisted his head impatiently and collided with Mac Jianming. Mako old man come here to use the restroom too? Yes, I'm old and have a bad stomach. Ape. Together? Yeah, I've got 5 frames of paper. Mu Jianming fumbled in his pocket for half a day before producing 5 crumpled pieces of toilet paper. Zhang Kong gave a sarcastic smile. You old man, can you even out my 2 frames? Mu Jianming looked at Chopper Air in surprise. You don't even bring paper to the toilet, so what do you use to wipe? Looking at Jin Kong's still raised hand, Mu Jianming's face changed. Young man, flavorful enough. When Zhang Kong realized Mu Jianming's gaze, his face became as constipated, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 18 Knowing the gold content of a giant dragon. First of all, I'll explain to you why it takes a few minutes for a small monarch to kill a chancellor on this matter. I saw a reader's relevant comment at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and I thought he was right, so I went to look up 2 hours of information overnight, and I'm going to list it for you. 3 Scorpion Medusa about equals 1 Scorpion King Medusa, from the original 1412. Snake-haired Scorpion Monarch Medusa about equals 7 or 8 Dark Sword Masters, from chapter 1599. Dirty Hunters are advancement stage war general level. Water demons are 3 times stronger than land demons. If there is water, 3 or 4 of them will be able to fight against the little commander, from chapter 1902. So according to the principle of the 3-3 system for grading the battle power of demons and devils, that is, for each higher level, the battle power is increased 3 times. 1 minor monarch equals 3 sub-monarchs equals 9 advanced stage commanders equals 27 great commanders. One problem with the 3-3 system, though, is that it doesn't quite work for ranks that are too high or too low. For example, a minor emperor class is certainly no match for 81 minor monarchs, and a minor war admiral class can't beat 9 minion classes. In addition to this, there is also the problem of the shadow system spirit species. In fact, the shadow system is no spirit species, although the front mess has written, but the back 8 set up, only dark matter. In order to clarify the war power, I wrote the spirit species, is that I did not account for clear, I am sorry, kneeling for forgiveness, has been modified into the spirit of the level of the spirit species of dark matter, but also convenient to clarify the war power. And as a final note, mess him a novel writer who knows a hammer full-time mage. The explanation takes up 400 words, so this chapter will be 2,400 words, no less for anyone. In the shadows, Sarung toyed with a bottle of unknown liquid, his eyes playful. Megalosaurus? Wu Bitter, who was on the side, took over. That's right, they are indeed giant dragons. Moreover, there are 4 of them, and from what I've observed, each one of them has the potential of being a monarch level, and each one of them is at the sub-dragon level. Sarung didn't seem the least bit upset that the attack on Bo City didn't go well, and instead noticed Lin Chen. Find an opportunity, see if you can attract him, with his help, later I. Saying this, Sarung suddenly silenced her voice. Her ultimate goal could not be known by anyone else, even if that person was sect leader Wu Bitter. Wu Bitter also changed the topic as if he hadn't heard anything. The experiment was a success, and the ancient capital can be put on the agenda. Sarung was silent and just threw the unknown liquid in his hand to Wu Bitter. No matter how demonic Lin Chen was, he still needed a long time to grow, and the matter of the ancient capital was the most important thing right now. Magic City, the shepherd's house. At this moment, Lin Chen was asked by Mu Zhanqing to stay in the Mu family to recuperate, and it was impossible for him to go out in a short period of time. Mu Nuxian lay on the table inside Lin Chen's house, recalling her grandfather's words in her mind. Nuxian, what do you think of your brother Lin Chen? That's good, Grandpa. And what if I let you marry him? You're not related by blood anyway. As soon as I thought of this, Mu Nuxin was distressed, although she did like Lin Chen very much, but marrying is not impossible. But directly family arranged, Mu Nuxin is not willing. The little girl's heart still has self-esteem, she would prefer to rely on her own skills to make Lin Chen love himself. Of course, as a girl with early awareness, necessary moments, Mu Nuxian is able to restrain their own thoughts. Anyway, it is also an arranged marriage. It is not bad to be able to marry the person you like. But who knows, ever since that day's conversation, Mu Zhanqing felt that it was his granddaughter's unwillingness, and turned around and gave Lin Chen a copy of the National Directory of Unmarried Girls. What was even more unacceptable to MacNahan was that his own brother had actually picked a woman. Hey, brother Lin Chen, do you like that what's her name Mu Ningxue? Lin Chen, who was lying on the bed on the side, didn't return his head, huh? What, wait, I'm chatting with Mu Ningxue. Makin, QAQ. Hearing the sound of a slamming door, Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. What's this ninny mad about? Getting up and arriving at Mu Zhanqing's study, Lin Chen knocked on the door. Please come in. Mu Zhanqing's voice rang out. Grandpa, can I really not enter the Peril Academy this year? Lin Chen sat down on the chair, somewhat helpless. Hearing this, the originally smiling Mu Zhanqing became serious. This year? Tetsuer, do you understand the gold content of a giant dragon? Lin Chen? I'm the owner of the dragon, okay? Why do you look like you know more than I do, Grandpa? Just now, the head of the southern military region, Hua Zhanhong, personally called me, in order to poach someone. Mu Zhanqing's tone was tinged with strong excitement. Hua Zhanhong, what kind of person was that? Even he, the head of the Mu family, had to bow his head in front of Hua Zhanhong. At those words, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Then what did you say, Grandpa? I said I'd let you make up your own mind, but you can't be allowed to run around for a year. I'm afraid the Black Order will turn on you. Lin Chen nodded, then pondered. Although entering the military was not in his development plan, Hua Zhanhong's personal invitation was not the same. Lin Chen stated that a forbidden spell mage's invitation was hard to refuse, but he did it anyway. After all, Lin Chen had a golden finger, and savagely developing on his own was the way to go. That's it then, I won't join the military, I'll enter the Peril Academy first, and later on, I'll win another championship in the World Academy competition, and grow some prestige for our Mu family before I say anything else. Put. Looking at Lin Chen, who had already gotten up, Mu Zhanqing nearly choked on his mouthful of tea. You kid, do you understand the gold content of the first place in the World School competition? Lin Chen bristled. Grandpa, then do you understand the gold content of a giant dragon, not to mention a few years from now, even now, how many people can beat my commander level Xiao He? Mu Zhanqing was dumbfounded, then waved his hand. That's just it, you kids have your own ideas, I'll negotiate with the Hua military guards. Military show is a sensitive word, so the term military show is replaced in the text by military guard. Lin Chen smiled slightly, it was still the family that could be relied upon. I'll leave first then Grandpa, by the way, I've already broken through the middle rank, so hurry up and arrange for someone to awaken me. Got it. Mu Zhanqing said without a trace of anger. Afterwards, during the magic awakening ceremony, Lin Chen awakened to the Thunder Department, which was quite moderate, I guess, and there was absolutely no surprise of an unusual person awakening to the Thunder Department. After all, Lin Chen already had the Summoning Department and the Shadow Department, both of which were rarer than the Thunder Department, but the appearance of the Thunder Department also made up for Lin Chen's own lack of attack power, so it was sort of okay. Say, will the Dragon's Nest help me raise my awakened magic lineage? Lin Chen's conscious body was located in the nest of gargoyles, and he glared at the sky. I didn't expect the Dragon's Nest to actually respond to him. To enhance an existing magic lineage, you need to have 5 gargoyles. Hearing this reply, Lin Chen was ecstatic, which meant that his newly awakened magic lineage could immediately catch up with, or even surpass, his main magic lineage with the enhancement of this function. Chapter 19 Don't do it, schoolmates. A year later, after harvesting another wave of mana orb resources, Lin Chen put away the 2 dragon-type demon embryos that he had opened up, and now he hadn't thought about what dragon race he wanted to fuse. Magic cultivation could be improved at any time, and Lin Chen needed to leave himself a few cards to deal with danger. The butler of the Mu family arrived in front of Lin Chen in a Rolls-Royce. Young master, get in the car, I'll take you to school. Looking at the luxurious upscale Rolls-Royce, Lin Chen's mouth twitched, although he didn't want to pretend to be a pig, but this thing was still too striking. It was estimated that sitting on him in the past would inevitably attract the attention of some brainless middle-aged teenagers. Lin Chen decisively moved his own low-profile bike with substance and said no. The butler smiled. Young master, that bicycle of yours was bought by the family head on the day you came of age, globally limited, and with the exclusive logo of the Mu family. In terms of collector's value, it's higher than this Rolls-Royce. And I heard that college girls prefer to look at luxury cars. Oh. The butler said with a mysterious face, and raised his eyebrows when he finished, showing an expression that men understand. Ahem. Bikes do seem a bit slow. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen threw the bike down and got into the passenger side of the Rolls-Royce. With the connections of the Mu family, Lin Chen didn't need to take the examination and was directly guaranteed admission. Young master, this time when you enter the Peril to study, you have to be careful of the Black Cleric's scouts. When you find out that something is not right, first make a move and then say, if you cause any trouble, naturally there is a family master to smooth things out. The butler looked at the road ahead and said seriously. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry Uncle Fu, I will, the Peril Academy is just ahead, I'll get off. Getting off the bus, Lin Chen took out his luggage and moved it into the dormitory. There were rules in the Peril Academy that freshmen who had just come for a year were required to live on campus. Lin Chen, who had managed to finish packing his bags, lay on his bed with a stiff face. Looking at the video on the cell phone school forum with the title of a newly enrolled student being adopted by a greasy middle-aged man, Lin Chen's nose was crooked with anger. At this moment, the sky was falling for young Master Lin. The content of this video is clearly the butler sending him to the Peril Academy. Lin Chen put down his cell phone and decided not to pay attention to these, but some gossip is just that, after a while it will naturally disappear. Walking to the Peril Academy's artificial lake, Lin Chen saw a beautiful-looking girl at a glance, especially with that melancholic temperament, which was completely different from Mu Ningxue. Although Lin Chen wasn't a studly personality, he still had an appreciation for beautiful women. It wasn't until a minute later that the woman frowned and locked eyes with Lin Chen that Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and hurriedly skimmed his head, only to realize that something was wrong. This girl is so perceptive. This is the Green Campus. Is a freshman this strong? Could it be the Black Church? Lin Chen was pumped up and ready to summon the 4 giant dragons to protect him. Stealing a glance at the girl, he saw that the girl was also looking at himself with a wary look on her face. Lin Chen's movements were stuttering. No, his perception was so sharp. he was able to detect a slight movement of his own. Solely Lin Chen didn't pretend anymore and looked at the girl with pale eyes. "Brother, don't pretend, how about I, the Mu family, double the amount of money the Black Order gave you?" Lin Chen didn't even expect those words to impress a black cleric in charge of assassination, and secretly had long since hidden his cell phone behind his back, ready to make an emergency call at any time. Popularized, the emergency telephone number is 120. You read the book, children, do not forget. The Black Order? Ding Yumian was dumbfounded. "I haven't even said anything about your lustful wolf-like eyes, but you said I'm the Black Church first? You've got it wrong, schoolboy, I'm a student at the main campus." As he spoke, Ding Yumian turned to look squarely at Lin Chen, but he saw Lin Chen retreat several steps as if he had been startled by something. Ding Yumian. As a beautiful woman, it was the first time that Ding Yumian had been treated like this, and her mood was a little helpless. Even the trees around her feet were drooping their branches. Seeing that the dark shadow system stars above Lin Chen's head were starting to converge on the star trails, Ding Yumian was alarmed. Using magic in school could have a big impact. "Schoolboy, don't." In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure disappeared, and there was only a dark black dragon and Ding Yumian staring at each other. Even if Ding Yumian was a mind mage, it was difficult for him to remain calm in front of the commander-class dragons. Coupled with the fact that Ding Yumian didn't have any hostile intent, in the blink of an eye, he was actually caught in the palm of Xiao Hei's hand, and at that moment, Lin Chen was standing on the dragon's head and staring at him. "Senior misunderstood, I'm Ding Yumian from the main campus, I have a student card." Ding Yumian's eyes glanced at his waist and said hurriedly. Lin Chen half-heartedly walked over to Ding Yumian. This ability to keenly perceive changes in other people's emotions was indeed very much like Ding Yumian. But the Black Order had many means, and Lin Chen didn't dare to be careless, walking up to Ding Yumian and also taking a few giant shadow nails to fix him. "Don't you move, I'll search you." Ding Yumian sighed helplessly, thinking that there had been a misunderstanding, but in order to reassure Lin Chen, she still agreed. Ding Yumian was able to feel that the person in front of him seemed to be very tense mentally, just like as if he was always threatened by something, so he would be nervous when he encountered something relevant. Thinking about what Lin Chen had just said, Ding Yumian probably understood his situation, presumably one that had been affected by the Black Order, coupled with the fact that he himself was more special, causing him to react in a stressful manner. Thinking of this, Ding Yumian didn't struggle. It was good to prove his identity. Magic City's summer air is quite hot. Ding Yumian wearing a student uniform, JK short skirt, bare legs, beads round, without a trace of flaws, slightly elevated places just right, can be said to be the place to have all. The pockets of the JK skirt are hidden on the side of the skirt, making them hard to find for those who haven't touched them. Lin Chen placed his hand on top of Ding Yumian's short skirt, and the entry was amazingly curved. Feeling the heat of the thigh root climbing, Ding Yumian pursed her lips. "Just, the other party at this time are all exploring inside, without those things, endure it." Lin Chen felt Ding Yumian's thighs around and finally found the pocket. Reaching into the pocket, the material of the garment was thinner, Lin Chen's large warm hand was more clear. Ding Yumian took a deep breath. It was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. "Schoolboy, don't." The student card was pulled out and Ding Yumian's name appeared, and it looked exactly like the photo. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "So it's really a senior sister. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Ding Yumian sighed helplessly. "Then don't let your dragon put me down. Fortunately there are few people here, or else it would have caused a commotion." Lin Chen hurriedly retrieved Xiao Hei, but he didn't expect that at that moment, Ding Yumian was being grabbed by Xiao Hei and suspended in midair. Xiao Hei disappeared, and Ding Yumian fell down from a meter high. Lin Chen's eyes glared. "Bad, this is Ding Zhao's treasure. Can't even bear to see her have any mood swings. If this falls again, there will definitely be good consequences for himself." The shadow system magic that he had been cupping in his hand was unleashed, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief as he caught Ding Yumian in an instantaneous body. Ding Yumian noticed that her short skirt was showing signs of slipping, and hurriedly pulled it with her hand, and between her movements, her body couldn't avoid brushing against Lin Chen. Feeling the temperature of Lin Chen's flesh, Ding Yumian reddened. Put me down." Oh. Lin Chen put Ding Yumian down as an afterthought. Ding Yumian blushed scarlet. She hadn't been this close to a man since she was a child. "Thanks." Lin Chen touched his nose in embarrassment. It was because he had been too nervous for a while. After spending a year in the family, it was not easy to come out. His heart was a little tight. "My name is Lin Chen. I'm a freshman who just enrolled this year. I'm taking the liberty of being a senior sister." Ding Yumian waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and then the chat ended amidst Lin Chen's embarrassment as he almost buckled to the ground. Ding Yumian looked at Lin Chen's distant figure frozen in thought, not noticing that a small pink flower had quietly sprouted by her feet. Chapter 20. Sorry, Mo Fan. Hello, my name is Mo Fan. Holy, why you? Mo Fan carried a snakeskin bag, beggar temperament pulled full, just entered the dormitory and saw a person he could not forget in his life. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's been a long time since we left Bo City. Mo Fan covered his head. Why are you here? Lin Chen gave him a strange look. I'm a freshman, of course I have to live in a dormitory. Morven. It was hard for Mo Fan to accept. How could Lin Chen, a person who possessed a commander-level dragon, be the same age as him and still be a newborn? The door to the dormitory was pushed open and a rather handsome-looking man walked in to meet him. A head of curly semi-long hair that has been slightly permed, a standard prince's face in a fairy tale, a pure white simple sportswear. Mo Fan silently cursed in his heart, grass, Lin Chen, and this good's almost handsome over me. Yo, I thought I was the first to come. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhao Man Yen, majoring in the light department. Zhao Man Yen had a warm smile and looked friendly. Lin Chen looked at the tortoise shell mage in front of him and didn't begrudge him his smile at all. Currently, he didn't have a life-saving magic system on him except for the shadow system. Zhao Man Yen, this person can be useful, and will be of much use in the future. My name is Lin Chen, take care. Lin Chen? Hearing this name, Zhao Menyan's movements paused for a moment, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He had heard of the name Lin Chen, and his own father had told him to make sure to befriend him when he met him, saying that Lin Chen was sure to be a top mage in the country in the future. Zhao Manyan hid the light in his eyes. He couldn't show anything at this time, otherwise it would seem like he was approaching people with some sort of purpose. How could he get along well? Ha, first time meeting, how about I treat you to dinner? Zhao Manyan said with a big smile. Neither Lin Chen nor Mo Fan were any kind of high-strung people. Even though Lin Chen had received higher education from the Mu family, the beggar nature before crossing over had become a habit that was hard to change. Immediately clapped and went. Inside a hot pot restaurant, Zhao Manyan picked up a chopstick of beef. Have you guys heard about the freshman orientation contest? Hearing this, Mo Fan became interested. What competition? Is there money to be won? Seeing Mo Fan's heartless look, the corner of Zhao Manyan's mouth twitched as he explained. The competition for new student enrollment is a match between the students from other departments and the summoning department, where the summoning department has to defeat 100 students or else be deprived of resources for an entire year. Ha! This is too unfair, isn't it? The summoning department will have to take a whole year's worth of resources if they lose. Saying that, Mo Fan suddenly looked at Lin Chen and asked with his mouth, then what if he wins? Zhao Manyan didn't notice Mo Fan's eyes and thought for a moment. Winning keeps the resources, but as far as I know, there's also a hidden rule. Defeating 200 people gives you access to the resources of all the other magic departments. Upon hearing this, light emerged from Mo Fan's eyes. Lin Chen, what faculty are you? Mo Fan suddenly came into the spirit. Lin Chen thought about it. He seemed to have enrolled in the summoning department before enrolling, but Mu Zhanqing wanted him to hide his identity as much as possible, so he enrolled in the thunder department. I signed up for the thunder department, but I'm not going to enter this tournament. Mo Fan froze. Why? It's nothing interesting, it's just a bunch of beginner mages beating each other up. Lin Chen said in a cloudy voice. Actually, it wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want these resources, but standing on the side of the other magic departments, the summoning department's resources were too little, and standing on the side of the summoning department, in the end, it would also be his own sister, Mu Nujio, who would represent the Mu family to make up for the resources of the other magic departments. A thankless thing, Lin Chen wouldn't do it. It would be better to just ask the Mu family for these resources. Originally, when he heard Lin Chen say that he had enrolled in the Thunder Department, Mo Fan was still a little afraid, worried that the Summoning Department wouldn't be able to keep its resources, but as a result, when he heard that he wasn't going to participate in the competition, the ambition in his heart immediately rose again. Since that's the case, then I, Mo Fan, will accept these resources. Zhao Manyan looked up at Mo Fan. The mist from the hot pot made him squint his eyes. To dare to make such a big statement was either a genius or a fool, but based on Lin Chen's familiarity with Mo Fan, he felt that it was mostly likely that Mo Fan was a genius. After the hot pot, the three of them returned to the dormitory and cultivated peacefully for a few days before the day of the beast fighting competition arrived. In the dean's office, Dean Xiao looked through the information of this year's new students. The Mu families, the Zhao families, the Bai families, etc. Dean Shaw turned the information in his hand back to the first 2 pages. Lin Chen of the Mu family? It's a bit interesting. I didn't think the Mu family would really be willing to let him out. The head of the Thunder department on the side smiled and said, "Regulars know that battles are the only way to promote a mage's growth even more, and the Mu family, being a family, naturally knows even better that geniuses can't work behind closed doors." Dean Xiao nodded his head, a touch of gravity appearing in his eyes. The words were so, but this Lin Chen person was not the same. "Call Lin Chen over here, I want to ask him something." The head of Ray's department was a bit puzzled, but did as he was told, not getting some of the secret information in his position. Soon, the office door was knocked on, and Lin Chen walked into the office. Dean Xiao. Looking at Dean Xiao in front of him, Lin Chen took a deep breath. The one in front of him was described as the strongest mage he had ever seen. The forbidden spell mage, who would later reveal himself and show his face at the Battle of Mordor. Lin Chen, are you going to participate in this beast fighting competition?" Lin Chen shook his head. "This kind of competition won't help me, I'm not going to participate." Hearing Lin Chen say this, Dean Xiao wasn't the slightest bit surprised and instead felt normal. "Do you expect a beginner mage from the Green Campus to fight a commander-class dragon?" The magic immunity on the dragon alone was invincible, and if Lin Chen participated, there was no way for this match to be fought. "However, I still want you to compete." Dean Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "The students nowadays are too impetuous, I hope you can suppress them." "Of course, I won't let you fight for nothing, you're on the summoning department's side, the more people you defeat, the better reward I'll give you, how's that?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "No upper limit?" Dean Xiao nodded. "No upper limit, but you can't use your commander-level dragon, for reasons you know." Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the office with the special voucher given by Dean Xiao. Not allowing the use of a commander-level dragon. This is a deep meaning in the words with Dean Xiao's position, surely he knows the existence of my other giant dragons, it seems that this time is really want me to knock these students. Lin Chen licked his lips. There's no summoning lineage, and the shadow lineage isn't very lethal, so it looks like we'll have to use the thunder lineage. Lin Chen, why are you here?" Mo Fan appeared in the corridor and was greeting Lin Chen when he suddenly saw the entry credentials around his waist. Mo Fan squinted his eyes and read the words on it. Licensed Lin Chen, to participate in the beast fighting competition. Attributed to the summoning department. Mo Fan's voice trembled the more he read, and when he reached the end, he couldn't control his smile. Cool, how can I lose with Tanto Generation? I can't summon a commander-class dragon." Mo Fan's smile froze, and Lin Chen patted Mo Fan's shoulder in mock sadness. "Sorry Mo Fan. I offended the dean, I can only rely on you." Mo Fan wanted to cry. "You wouldn't have only practiced a summoning lineage." Come to think of it, the summoning department was so strong, how could Lin Chen still have time to cultivate anything else? Mo Fan pulled himself together. "Don't worry, brother will definitely help you guard your resources." Mo Fan was right in his thinking, but Lin Chen had a hangover. Looking at the small grey loach pendant hanging around Mo Fan's neck, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. How can a native outlier be better than an extraterrestrial demon? Chapter 21. There's a Lei Fa Tong Tian Dai from the summoning department requesting for catch-up reading. At the backstage, Mo Fan glanced his head towards the arena, a sea of people, all unfamiliar faces, and that was just the people on one of the sides of the arena. Looking at it like that made one's heart beat fast. When in the center of the entire arena, surrounded on all sides by pairs of eyes, the average person must be so nervous that they forget what department they are studying. The magician who comes out from the Peril Academy must have the ability to change the world, must be able to take up the mission of guarding mankind's heroes. If there is anyone who only pursues the former, we can now give you a certificate of graduation and a letter of introduction of the Peril Academy, so that you can live this kind of life. Please don't take up one of the precious places in our Peril Academy. Wealth, fame, we are not lacking. What is lacking is an eternal heart to pursue. Supreme magic. Lin Chen was in the background, not too far from where Dean Xiao was speaking. He observed the reactions of the people around him to Dean Xiao's words very attentively, and almost everyone's eyes were glittering with light. These words are also too domineering. At a time when everyone is pursuing fame and wealth, this dean told everyone here that getting a diploma from the Peril School means getting all of this. But is that all that the students who were able to get into this nationally renowned magic academy wanted? In the presence of the supreme magic, any fame or fortune is a floating cloud. Lin Chen's heart was stirred. At this moment he really wanted to climb to the top of magic and see the top. In that case, Dragon's Nest, activate. Lin Chen's conscious body sank into the dragon's nest and looked at the purple materials all over the ground and hooked his lips into a smile. I wonder if these materials can generate a strong dragon race. Embryo plus Wings of the Thunder Prison Jintian Tiger purple plus Body of the Thunder Punishment Battle Sting purple plus Thunder Devil's Claw purple equals Prison Devil's Thunder Dragon Grand Monarch class potential. Name, Jail Demon Brontosaurus. Strength, General of the Great War. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Thunder Penalty, Dome of Thunder Claws. Looking at the giant egg entwined with blue-purple thunder, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. This time, there were Supreme Monarch level materials in the fusion materials, which was why the Prison Demon Thunder Dragon had the strength of a Great War general at birth. The picture above is the image of the Jail Demon Brontosaurus. Recently some readers have told me that the picture is a bit muddy. I will try to find a new picture. These AI generated is indeed a bit of a problem, and a bit different from what I had in mind. Holding the blue-purple little dragon, Lin Chen smiled. Let's call you Little Purple. The meat peer on the side froze. Is this a difference in generations? Number of dragons reaches 5, number of attribute extractions +1, new function unlocked, number of magic cultivation inheritance +1. New feature unlocking benefit, the first time you inherit cultivation, it will be 100% inherited. Lin Chen's face was happy. He didn't expect there to be welfare benefits. Originally he was thinking of inheriting Xiaohei's Dark Shadow Department, so that he could reach the high level of his intermediate order Dark Shadow Department that he had long since fully cultivated. He didn't expect that the Dragon's Nest would be so humane and give such a benefit. After a year of cultivation, Lin Chen's Summoning and Shadow Departments were both at intermediate full cultivation, and his Thunder Department was at beginner level 2. In a year's time, the Summoning Department had improved by 2 levels, and the Shadow and Thunder Departments had each improved by 1 level, so it was considered a genius among geniuses. To break through to the high level, Lin Chen was only 1 star river vein short, and to the Mu family, 100 million was nothing. But if he wanted to raise the beginner level 2 Thunder system to intermediate full cultivation, he would need at least 2 years. As Lin Chen cultivated more and more magic departments, he had a great need to save time. It's settled, inherit the Prison Demon Thunder Dragon's Thunder lineage, then after the competition is over, we'll look for resources from home to prepare for a breakthrough to the higher ranks. Thunder system, from the Great War General ranked Prison Demon Thunder Dragon, fully inherited, middle ranked full cultivation, comes with the extreme spirit species Thunder Punishment, power increased by 3 times, comes with the effect Thunder Punishment, the damage inflicted is more difficult to heal, and the penetrating power is extremely strong. A dark purple light flashed into Lin Chen's body, and the lightning cultivation within his body began to rise in a straight line, and he fully mastered the relevant magic. Feeling the 49 stars in his body like arms, Lin Chen clenched his fists in excitement. This was the first time he had felt such a strong destructive power of magic within his body. The Summoning and Shadow departments were still not as violent as the Thunder department. Hey, Lin Chen, it's just the 2 of us left. Outside, Mo Fan pushed the sleeping Lin Chen and said helplessly. Lin Chen opened his eyes, only to see the other 6 Summoning Department trainees all carrying injuries and looking downcast. Lin Chen's heart was clear. It seemed that it was when he had fused the new dragon race just now that these 6 had already fallen. You first, or me first? Mo Fan asked. You first. If I go first, you might not get to play, just leave me 100. Lin Chen said casually. Humph, what a big mouth, what kind of person are you, and you dare to say that you will fight 100? Hai Dafu, who was on the side, immediately broke his defense when he heard this. One must know that just now, the 6 of them hadn't even replaced 100 of them, and at this moment, Lin Chen had the audacity to say such big words. Lin Chen was a bit impatient. After traveling for 18 years, he still encountered this kind of retarded persona. Without much ado, blue and purple thunder erupted, instantly turning the backstage into a burst of blue and purple ocean. Thunderbolts moved around Hai Dafu like swimming snakes, and Lin Chen's eyes were cold. A mid-ranked thunder system with a spirit seed, is that enough? Hai Dafu was speechless. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down like water. He didn't know if a middle-ranked thunder department with a spirit seed could beat 100 beginner mages, but it might be possible to kill him, a beginner summoning department, with a single strike. Lin Chen didn't bother waiting for his reply, twisting around and walking to the door. Come on Mofan, I'll go with you so I'll just renew it when you go down. It was only when he heard Lin Chen's voice that Mo Fan came back to his senses and hurriedly walked over, secretly smacking his lips non-stop. What a pervert. Mo Fan himself has a thunder system, now but just intermediate level, although it can release magic, but the spirit seed cannot afford it yet. And according to Mo Fan's perception, Lin Chen's thunder system could be much more terrifying than his own, and must be a middle-ranked full cultivator. Middle rank full cultivation of the thunder system plus spirit species, our summoning department. This is to come to a thunder method Tongtian generation. Ascending the ring, Mo Fan spoke directly to Dean Xiao and learned of the rights that belonged to the students of the summoning department. Mo Fan finally decided to fight up to 100 himself and leave the remaining 100 for Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was talking to Dean Xiao. Dean, it suddenly occurred to me, as a student of the Thunder Department, if I help the Summoning Department, my reputation will be stigmatized. Dean Xiao laughed lightly and said, I've already thought of all this. Your identity is now that of a Summoning Department student, so as long as you don't summon that black dragon, and we blur the relevant video, we can say that your other dragons are bigger lizards. Bo City-related news had long been flying all over the place, and Lin Chen's Xiaohei had become famous along the way. Even with blurring, it was still easy to recognize, but the others weren't the same, and their reputation was a notch lower than Xiaohei's. As the president of the top 2 academic institutions in the country, it was still possible for Dean Xiao to process some of the videos through the internet. Chapter 22, He's so cool, I love it. Relying on the awakening of the Phantom Wolf Beast, Mo Fan managed to raise the cumulative number of people he had defeated to 100, and the next step was for Lin Chen to appear. Greeting the gazes of the entire audience, Lin Chen slowly walked up the steps. On the stands, Zhao Manyan looked grave. Lin Chen, let me see how much strength you have to make my old man look so favorably on you. At a certain place, Mu Nugio's eyes widened. Brother, why is he going up there? This is not bullying. Ai Tutu on the side looked at Lin Chen's handsome appearance with stars in her eyes. So handsome, my favorite type. Mu Nugio was speechless. This BFF of hers just likes handsome guys, nodded Ai Tutu's forehead and said helplessly, that's my brother, Lin Chen. Ai Tutu sniffed and pursed her lips. BFF's brother, little read drama A. A well erupted from Mok Nugio's forehead. Ai. 2. Ai Tutu shrunk his neck. I'm just kidding, this is the brother you usually mention. Looks very handsome. Well, just do not know the strength is not as strong as you say. Mu Nugio hummed disdainfully, as far as my brother's skills are concerned, this Peril Academy can't even find a single one who can fight. That strong? Ai Tutu raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time she had ever seen the steady Mak Nugio say such words. But others don't know, as Lin Chen's sister, can Mu Nugio not know Lin Chen's situation? The moment the commander-level dragon comes out, it is some teachers on the podium will not be Lin Chen's opponent. See for yourself, these magic department cultivation resources of ours shouldn't be able to be preserved. Mu Nugio nudged her mouth, but as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly called her grandfather, Mu Zhanqing. In the arena, Lin Chen had already set up his battle stance. Begin, teacher. The teacher acting as a referee frowned at this, not releasing your summoned beast? As a summoning mage, Lin Chen was qualified to release summoned beasts in advance. Lin Chen shook his head. He was going to try his lightning magic first. What else was there to do with himself after releasing the dragon? Seeing Lin Chen's insistence, the referee couldn't say anything more, and when he saw the challengers on stage, he announced the start of the match. The opponent was a boy with a pockmarked face, with a clear aura of fire magic, and a haughty demeanor that clearly did not put Lin Chen in his eyes. Admit defeat, even if your summoning department guards the resources, so what? You still want to take away our resources and rely on you alone? Didn't that kid go down in disgrace just now? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hadn't said anything yet, but Mo Fan at the bottom of the field couldn't sit still first. MD, your grandpa Mo Fan summoned beasts just came out. If you want to fight, I'll be on the field immediately. The pockmarked boy was full of mockery. Those who go down are not allowed to come back up, cutie. Lin Chen's brows furrowed. This kid was really rampant. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all the nonsense? Seeing Lin Chen's face full of impatience, the pockmarked-faced boy sneered. Then let's show you my strength. Fire Z Burning Bones. The release of an elementary level magic took less than 2 seconds, so it was evident that the pockmarked-faced boy did have a couple of real skills, but unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Chen. Thunder Punishment Thunder Seal Fury Strike. The starting hand was a Thunder System primary level 3 magic, and the speed was so fast that it could be called an instantaneous thought. Blue-purple lightning ran through the ring, and its unrivaled might directly dispersed the pockmarked boy's flames with an astonishing destructive force. Bang! An explosion rang out as the water defense released by the referee was shattered. The referee's face changed. His own water system had a great spirit seed enhancement. Lin Chen's thunder magic was able to easily shatter his own water magic after dispersing his opponent's fire magic, so it was obvious that Lin Chen's thunder system was also bound to have a spirit seed enhancement, and the level of the spirit seed was definitely extremely high. Lin Chen wins. The referee announced the result of the match, and it was clear that without the referee's protection, the pockmarked boy would have been seriously injured without dying. Upon hearing this, the pockmarked-faced boy clenched his fists in resentment, but he didn't dare to argue, so he had to step down from the stage in shame. Before he went on stage, he had amplified to the people around him that he could take care of the remaining summoning mage by himself, but it turned out that the other person's summoning beast hadn't even been summoned yet, and he himself had been knocked down by a single blow. Lin Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was just a beginner-level fire mage. Defeating him wasn't something to be proud of. On the stands, Dean Xiao smiled faintly and instructed a teacher from the sound department beside him to pass a message towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the dean told you to be a little more arrogant and hit them more, preferably in a way that the group is so enraged that they are going to rush up together and beat you up. At those words, Lin Chen's face was strange. Dean Xiao was really watching the fun. This was a way to stimulate them. What about himself? He wouldn't become everyone's. These students can be their own dear good intimate, fellow students, beloved family friends. Dean said the better the results, the better the rewards. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, fame and all, which was more important than benefits. Lin Chen nodded his head towards the podium, and Dean Xiao smiled in satisfaction, while putting down his pen like a god, preparing a script in advance to stimulate the students. The teacher of the sound department next to him inadvertently skimmed and couldn't help but grin. What did the dean write? What is a man to bravely challenge the strong? It seems that no matter how old a man is, his bones are all middle-aged. In the ring, Lin Chen once again defeated a challenger, who was also of the Thunder system, but was defeated by Lin Chen in a single move, causing the other students to notice something. Why? Is the color of Lin Chen's magic different from that Thunder classmate? Spirit Seed, Lin Chen has a Spirit Seed, and he's still a middle-ranked mage. A quick-thinking student shouted out, which quickly struck a chord. How is it possible? Isn't he from the summoning lineage? It's hard to believe that the sub-cultivation of the Thunder lineage is at the intermediate level. What a demon! Can it be that he still has a battle general level summoned beast? Some people couldn't believe it, while others looked horrified and thought of a deeper layer. But that had nothing to do with Lin Chen. All he had to do was play B. Is there anyone else who can fight? If not, hand over your resources before it's too late. It's a waste to give you these resources. Lin Chen's voice traveled down the speakers throughout the room. Don't ask how the speakers came to be, ask is what a certain dean threw down. ND, too arrogant. Even if there is a battle general level summoned beast, so what? Even if it is a middle ranked mage, so what? So many of us can consume him even if we consume him. A person was filled with righteous indignation, then sat down indignantly. Hey, classmate, you're talking so passionately, why don't you go down and fight him? Nonsense, I'm a light mage. How can I fight with a mid-rank lightning system and go up and blind him? AI Tutu looked at Moon Nugio, his face full of questions. Has your brother always been so arrogant? Moon Nugio's face was full of black lines. No, my brother he's always been quite steady. When other kids were shouting about armor ensembles when he was a kid, he was reading books. Magne looked at Itutu, only to find that she didn't know when her eyes were glowing with love. So cool, how dare you declare war on the entire school at once? The corners of Moon Nugio's mouth twitched. You really know how to glorify him. Isn't this a provocation and a declaration of war? Chapter 23 Thunder Dragon emerges, electrifying the entire field. Requests for follow-up reading. 5. 10. 20. Unconsciously, more than 20 challengers were defeated by Lin Chen, and surprisingly, none of them were able to force out his middle-ranked magic. Come on, he must be running out of magical energy. A little more effort will get him off the field. Come on, victory is imminent. Dean Xiao relied on his superior cultivation to listen to the clamor under the arena. His face became more and more ugly, from the beginning when he wanted to defeat Lin Chen, to now when he only thought about forcing out his middle-ranked magic. His quest was getting lower and lower. Dean Xiao looked at Lin Chen and said a pity in his heart. If only there were more geniuses like him, with strong talent and the courage to strike out at the demons and guard the city. It was really rare. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders as he listened to the sounds that filled the arena. His Thunder department had indeed bottomed out a bit after releasing more than 20 beginner-level magic, but his strongest point wasn't the Thunder department. As the new challengers took the field, Lin Chen didn't bother to play with them, and without waiting for the referee to say start, the spell formation behind him had appeared. The unique phalanx of the dragon's nest emerged, a blue-violet glow representing the attributes of the appearing dragon, and the massive dragon's head burrowed out of the phalanx and onto the earth. Immediately followed by a huge dragon body, although still a hatchling, but born with the strength of the great generals of the small purple, body length has reached 5 meters, stand-up comparable to a 2-story building. When Violet enters her growth phase, her body length will skyrocket even if her strength doesn't improve much. The hideous dragon appeared above the ring, and between just one loud snort, fine blue-purple thunder spewed out, attacking the challenger with a terrifying pressure. The challenger was shaken to the ground by the terrifying dragon's might, and tried to release his magic, but he couldn't even connect to the star track successfully. Lin Chen leapt up and jumped on top of Little Violet's dragon head, drive him out of the ring. Little Violet moved in response, and with a flick of the dragon's claw, she sent the challenger flying several dozens of meters. The referee was so scared that he came back to his senses and released a water defense, catching the challenger and landing him safely on the ground. With a scornful glance at the giant dragon at Lin Chen's feet, the referee spoke out, "Lin Chen wins." The room was silent, only the referee's voice echoed in the air. It was only after a long time that someone trembled and spoke, "Kai, what kind of joke is this? This is clearly a giant dragon. Isn't he a lightning mage?" After Lin Chen had used the Thunder Department to defeat over 20 challengers in a row, some people had already subconsciously overlooked his summoning department, and when they saw Little Violet appear, they couldn't even speak in shock. Dean Zhao's face was unsightly as he stood up at the right time. "It's just a lizard with a dragon bloodline. As Peril scholars, don't you guys even have the courage to make a move?" Upon hearing this, the many students perked up. That's right, as a student of one of the highest academies in the country, if they didn't even dare to take on a challenge within the academy, then how could they explore supreme magic in the future? Lin Chen gave Dean Zhao an approving glance, worthy of being a veteran. One sentence confused the public. The students present probably subconsciously thought that Xiao Zi was a mongrel dragon with a dragon bloodline. The students under the stage were furious, and a few mid-ranked mages stopped hiding and lined up under the ring. The corner of Dean Zhao's mouth curved up in a trace of satisfaction. This was the kind of essence that the students of the Peril Academy should have. It doesn't change the outcome though. Dean Zhao gave Lin Chen a deep look. Among the information he had gotten, there was not a blue-purple dragon, and the breath pressure displayed by this dragon had clearly reached the level of a Great War General. A Great War General level dragon race, that was comparable to a commander level existence, relying on magic immunity, was already invincible. Lin Chen also knew this and didn't want to waste any more time. "You guys go together." Hearing this, the referee gave Lin Chen a startled look, then looked at Dean Zhao with some uncertainty. Dean Zhao nodded slightly in agreement. The referee put his heart down and spoke out, "Any students who wish to challenge Lin Chen can come onto the field together now, up to 80 of them." Hearing this, more students get off the stage, 80 to 1, the advantage is in my favor. This is still afraid to go on, is to be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Soon, the 80 students were assembled. The intermediate mages were located at the end. In the end, they were the students of the Peril. Even though they were so angry now, they still had the basic combat literacy, knowing that only the intermediate mages were able to pose a threat to Lin Chen, and that the beginner mages were all voluntarily standing at the front to block the guns. The referee took a deep breath. How long had it been since the Green School District had seen anything like this? Seemingly never. Race, start. All of a sudden, there was a sky full of magic prepared by the students, most of which were fire type, mixed with a small amount of thunder type. The previous battle had proven that no matter how strong the defense was, it couldn't block a single strike from Lin Chen, and the students simply put only mages with strong attacks on the field to make things difficult for Lin Chen even if they were injured. But do these really work? The answer is no. Little Violet growled angrily as dozens of fire magic fell on him, not even raising the temperature of his body's surface much, not to mention the lightning system, which instead made the scales on his body even brighter, as if charging it up. Dragon wings vibrating angrily, Violet swooped in. The large dragon wings opened a path through the group of students, and with just this strike, more than a dozen students were knocked to the ground, most of them fainting with cracked bones under the powerful impact of the giant dragon. Looking at the middle-ranked mage who was close at hand, Little Purple completely disregarded the beginner-ranked magic in all directions. Blue-purple light coalesced on the dragon's claws, and the floating dragon claw-like shadow emerged, which was as large as 10 meters. Claws of Dome of Thunder. Terrifying pressure swept across the ring, and the faces of several middle-ranked mages changed. One of them gritted his teeth and actually threw out a magic tool. A shield zoomed in quickly, blocking above a few people, and the Dome of Thunder's claws slowly pressed down, frozen against the shield. Terrifying blue-purple thunder overflowed in all directions, and in just half a minute, the shield shattered at a rapid pace, with fine cracks densely covering the surface. The man took a heartbreaking look at the shield and quickly put it back. "Don't put out the crushing stuff yet. If we lose the resources, it's a small matter to you and my family's children, but our reputation will be ruined." That's right, if they lose today's battle, even the reputation of the few of them who led the challenge will be stigmatized. This is human nature. The remaining few saw this and no longer hesitated, flinging out one defensive magic tool after another, adding up to 4 or 5 before barely blocking the claws of the Dome of Thunder. What a terrifying power! Is this really a battle general level demon? A person's heart palpitated. Luckily, by now, their magic was ready. Fiery Fist Booming Sky. Thunderbolt Nightcrawler. Several offensive magic spells were used, and surprisingly, all of them carried a spirit seed, and combined with the magic tools they had used earlier, it was not difficult for Lin Chen to guess that all of them must have come from a family. But unfortunately, these middle-ranked magics were not very useful to Violet at all. The large fiery fist struck above the dragon's head, stirring up a cloud of electricity and fog, but it didn't even break the scales a few times. Deep purple thunderbolts fell from the sky, hitting Violet's body and actually just making it squint in comfort. Mocking eyes swept across the room. Violet was not expecting anyone to be stupid enough to fight a lightning-type dragon with lightning-type magic. It would be fine if it was much stronger than it was, but it was not even as strong as it was, so it could only be energized. Energy storage. Thunder punishment. At Lin Chen's command, thick thunder gushed out from little Violet's body, spreading all over the field along the ground, and those who came into contact with it all frothed at the mouth and had their hair upside down. It was also that Violet controlled the force, otherwise she had to spit out a few more mouthfuls of black smoke. Without the protection of magic tools, the bodies of middle-ranked mages were as fragile as they were, and a slave-level demon could take their lives, let alone the thunder that swept across the field. Moreover, with Xiao Zi's unique energy storage skill, other people's lightning attacks can only help Xiao Zi recharge. The fight ended and the referee gulped as he looked at the charred blackness that filled the field. What a horrible student. Beast fighting competition, winner, Lin Chen, winning side, summoning department. The room erupted with the referee's unflinching announcement of the result. Chapter 20 for the Little Lowly in White Silk. As a very persuasive author, I found that the most commented thing lately is the length of the gargoyles. According to my original conception, the gargoyles, such powerful creatures, should develop slowly, from 0 to 100, but apparently, my personal idea was wrong. The gargoyles should be from 20 to 100, and as naturally powerful creatures, their length should keep up with it as well, so I make the following changes. Blackie, the abyssal spell dragon, changed from 10 to 20 meters in length. Inferno Mountain Ridge Gargoyle Mound, body length changed from 12 to 25 meters. Overturned Ichthyosaurus Minor Blue, length changed from less than 10 meters to 15 meters. Mori's Serpent Whiskers Magic Dragon Komori, body length from less than 10 meters, changed to 20 meters, special explanation, has a dual form, specializing in group combat. Komori, the same level of body phase is second only to the meat peer, compared to the small black is also a few rounds larger. Prison Thunder Devil Dragon Little Purple, just appeared, has realized the problem. Juvenile body length of 5 meters to remain the same, will enter the growth period, will grow by leaps and bounds. Special note, the explanation will be put into the body rather than the comment section in the writer's words, is afraid to see the end of the readers cannot find out, and because the book debut QQ read, worried about the starting point side of the error, so put into the body, the number of these words will not take up the body of the length of the text, a total of less than 400 words, so the chapter will be changed from 2,000 words to 2,400 words, will not be hydrological. And finally, the book hits the shelves tomorrow, so I'm begging you all to catch up. The actual shelf life announcement will be posted tomorrow night. The beast fighting competition came to a successful conclusion. Lin Chen brought resources to eat with a rounded stomach, and the other magic department students were filled with loss. In the end, it was Mu Nujio who had the foresight to have Mu Zhanqing make up these resources. Lin Chen took away the resources and the Mu family made up for it, which was equivalent to the Mu family giving those resources to Lin Chen indirectly and reaping a good reputation. In that case, it's a win-win. Alas. Hearing Mo Fan sigh, Lin Chen poked his head over curiously. What's wrong? Does our student Mo Fan, the second-place winner of the Green Campus Beast Fighting Competition, have troubles as well? Lin Chen joked. Mo Fan covered his face in pain. It's like this, I want to buy a spirit seed for my lightning system, but I don't have any money. If you don't have any money, you can go to work. There are many private hunting houses in Magic City, in which you can find highly paid commissions. Earning tens of millions of dollars in a single order is a piece of cake. Lin Chen reminded. A private hunting lodge? Mo Fan came to his senses, sat up and asked, are there any more hunting houses that are as lucrative as this? Some brothers, some. Lin Chen hooked up the corner of his mouth, like such a lucrative hunting institute. I know of one, it's a strong hunting institute currently ranked at the top of the domestic rankings. As long as one enters it, and learns to be successful, the package can earn a lot of money. Then what are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Mo Fan got out of bed, pulled Lin Chen up and left the dormitory. Relying on the two of them to ask around, they smoothly found the Green Sky Hunting Institute not far from the Peril Academy. At the end of the old street, a quick glance reveals a sign that gently sways and creaks in the alley wind. Green Sky Hunting Center. This name has taken a little bit of righteousness, and I feel that there is nothing that can't be done in this store. Lin Chen walked a little closer and finally got a good look at this old store that looked almost like an old Chinese-English combination tea house. In front of the old store, a little girl with a slender double ponytail was sitting on a stool, rocking her cute little legs where she was looking at a book with pictures. The little girl was cute looking, with the school standard stockings on her thin legs and her bag by her side, looking like she had just gotten out of school. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth slightly hooked. This cute little girl should be Ling Ling's. Little girls just grow up fast. Ling Ling should be in elementary school at this time. Surprisingly, the visual estimate is about 1 meter 5. Already a certified lorry. Do you want a commission? Commission starting price of 300,000, depending on the difficulty of the commission, and then discretionary price, less than 300,000 a cat or dog commission we do not accept. Ling Ling sat there, even more head did not lift. The two said, her voice ethereal, wonderful, like a small silver bell in the summer crunchy ring, but the tone of that speech, clear price, cold face, thunder Imofan, a face of blood. Open for $300,000. The fruit candies that Imofan had just pulled out of his pants pocket were all embarrassed to give to Ling Ling at once, and he was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. It was Lin Chen who relieved the situation. Hello, we're here to apply for the job of Mage Hunter, and we have proof of rank from the Hunters Union. Lin Chen pulled out his Hunter rank certificate, and Imofan hurriedly pulled it out as well. As if Spirit had found something amusing, she hurriedly put down the pen in her hand and took the two men's proofs. Morven. Ling Ling swept a glance at Imofan's proof and then looked at Lin Chen's. Lin Chen, Elite Hunter, Summoning Department? Kind of interesting. Ling Ling raised her head to look at Lin Chen. The other party's much more handsome appearance than Imofan was much more appealing to Ling Ling, and his strength was also much stronger. Ling Ling was already figuring out how to rope Lin Chen into becoming her partner. She had long since had enough of pretending to be with the group of wise classmates from elementary school. It was still more suitable for her to hunt demons. Ling Ling, is there a commission? At this time, an old man's voice came from the house. Grandpa, it's the ones who came to apply for the job. They're too young, one of them is quite strong. Spirit spoke towards the house. Imofan, feeling insulted. QAQ. Young is good, nothing to be afraid of, it's just a pity if you die, you haven't enjoyed life yet. The old man said slowly. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He was basically certain that the old man speaking was Old Man Pao, the previous divine magus of the Holy Sanctuary. It was also the goal of Lin Chen's trip. He wasn't short of money, and his practical combat experience was currently quite a bit. What he lacked was connections. People had to deal with people everywhere they went. Lin Chen knew that he had a golden finger. Sooner or later, he would attract the attention of the Holy City. It was unavoidable because Lin Chen's talent was even more demonic than the so-called Stormbringer. And people like Old Man Pao were strong people who could truly help Lin Chen. Befriending more of them could totally buy Lin Chen some time at critical moments. Old Man Bao appeared. Lin Chen and Imofan was about to talk. The street appeared a woman in a hurry. The woman is obviously looking for the Qingtian Hunting Institute, but hanging so a signboard on the top of it she seems to be invisible, but also stumbled into a few other stores. Grandpa, there are fat sheep. Ling Ling said to Old Man Pao. How? Panicked, mentally disturbed, and obviously a young woman from a wealthy family by the way she was dressed. Gee, this is good. Imofan just stood by and listened with some sweaty hair. What the hell, how does this Green Sky Club feel like a black store that seeks to murder people for money? Sure enough, the gaudily dressed young woman entered the Green Sky hunting house, and Spirit guided her to a seat inside, where the pipe-bearing Old Man Pao sat at the bar and listened absently. Imofan did not know where to go, only able to find a seat next to the seat. Listen to this young woman in the end is what bitter to say. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. TSK, they say that this kind of firm is most likely to attract young women, but no, this is only the first day he came to the interview and there is a beautiful woman on the hook. This Qingtian Hunting Institute he is into the certainty. Chapter 25 Scaly Skin Mother Demon You Won't Even Let Go? After listening to the woman's narration, Lin Chen and Imofan also successfully received their first mission. You two little fellows are from Magic Capital and Bow City, aren't you? It's just as well, you and Ling Ling form a trio. Complete this mission and you can join the Green Sky Hunting Institute. Old Man Pao said smilingly. Ling Ling has gone to check the information now. You guys can sit casually for now. If you successfully complete the mission, this place will also be considered half of your home. There is no need to be formal. After saying that, Old Man Pao turned around and left. Coming to Ling Ling's room, Old Man Pao looked at the little girl burying her head in searching for information, and couldn't help but snicker. Ling Ling, you weren't this serious when you went to school to write your homework. Ling Ling did not lift his head and said, the school, that little thing, I finished, do not even need to use my brain. Grandpa, what is the origin of those two people? Why do I feel that you are very uptight? Old Man Pao raised his eyebrows, worthy of being his granddaughter, attentive enough, and with no intention of hiding it, he explained, that Lin Chen is someone who has been discussed by the top echelons of the country lately, and as far as I know, the one he contracted with is a giant dragon. Gargoyles? Spirit looked up in surprise. What rank? A sub-dragon, but with extremely high natural talent, it should have the potential of a great monarch level, and with the potential of the dragon race, it can be comparable to an ordinary supreme monarch after maturity, and it will definitely be one of the top mages in the country in the future. It's not worth the attention of the country's top brass, is it? The supreme monarch is just a supreme monarch, and there are quite a few forbidden spellcasters in the country. Ling Ling bristled. As a highly intelligent young girl, Ling Ling had learned quite a few secrets, although most of these secrets were what Old Man Pao usually talked to her about and told her as stories. Old Man Pao shook his head. What he contracted can be more than a giant dragon. There are 4, if you add the one that appeared not long ago, that is 5, each is a sub-dragon level bloodline, if they can all be controlled by him. Ling Ling's movements lurched as a flash of horror surged across her face. The words that followed were not said by Old Man Pao, but she had guessed them. If all 5 giant dragons were completely under Lin Chen's control, then the heights he could reach in the future would definitely be at the top of the world. Can an average forbidden spell mage block Lin Chen's giant dragon siege? Spirit didn't know. She hadn't seen a forbidden mage strike or a giant dragon. What about that Mo fan? Is he so demonic too? Ling Ling came to be interested. This kid has good strength, a good seedling. The strength is no better than a middle-ranked magician. Spirit said. If you think so, then I'm sure he'll surprise you. The old man just smiled and didn't say much of anything. Old Man Pao remembered Mo fan's provenance, Bo City, and the Scarlet Alert incident that happened not long ago. A child with such an origin was going to be different than his peers. Spirit lost interest and continued to look through the information. Towards evening, the trio arrived at the mission site, a neighborhood, after dinner. The trio went to the roof of the building and leaned on Spirit's computer to monitor the mission target. The child is watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, the husband is currently in the study with a somewhat tense demeanor, and the woman is entering the bathroom to take a shower. Mo fan coughed lightly and moved closer to the screen, looking elsewhere but keeping his afterglow on the bathroom. Unfortunately, the bathroom bathing area was blocked by a white mist, and Mo fan withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Lin Chen looked at this scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Man, you're really hunting, you can't even look at a scaly-skinned female demon? I hope you're still this excited to see the bathroom scene later. The white haze gradually dispersed, and as Mo fan stared wide-eyed to see, he could vaguely see a silhouette. Mo fan had just thought he was going to have a feast when he suddenly felt his scalp tingle and shudder. That's not a woman in the shower, it's just a hanging. Lin Chen hugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. Prepare for action, that demon should be hunting in the neighborhood. Just want to speak. Ling Ling raised his head, eyes flashed a flash of surprise. Quite smart, well, such talent worthy of being her teammate. As for Mo fan. Looking at Mo fan who was still covered in goosebumps, Ling Ling sighed helplessly. Forget it, at least being a fighter is still okay. From what I've heard, this thing likes to suck the blood of young women, but if it's a wizard, it'll be more interested. I'll watch the kid here, you guys go find the woman who showed her true colors. Spirit said. Good. Mo fan knew that the situation was urgent and didn't think any more about it. The two of them, Lin Chen, braced their hands together, and their entire body jumped straight down from the edge of the building's roof just like that. Just as the two crashed down into the shadows of the lower half of the entire building, the entire group disappeared into that dimness, looking oddly out of place in the night. Shadow Department. Ling Ling opened her small mouth and didn't say anything else, recognizing Mo fan a little more in her heart. Lin Chen did not summon a giant dragon, his own 5 baby dragons are too large, and appearances come with special effects, all kinds of light flash a large area, in this large number of people in the neighborhood is really inconvenient to appear. Split up. Lin Chen received a message from Spirit. This neighborhood was quite large, and it was still a bit difficult to find the 3 girls from the original. On the opposite side of the building where the demons lived, Lin Chen and Mo fan went up from each side, carefully checking to prevent any omissions. Lin Chen and Mo fan arrived at the door of the room of the 3 girls in the original at the same time. I can feel the demon's aura, go straight in, don't waste time. Lin Chen frowned, he smelled something bloody. Mo fan nodded and did not say much. He knew Lin Chen's strength and naturally believed in it. At that moment, he used the transported shadow together with Lin Chen and directly drilled into the room. What are you guys? A girl with bangs looked in horror at the 2 men who suddenly surfaced. Lin Chen flung his hunter's certificate over, then quickly rushed towards the room. Mage hunters hunt demons, it's dangerous, hide away. Rushing to the door of the room, he kicked it open and peered into the bedroom, where a girl with short hair was hanging from the ceiling, her wrists slashed and dripping blood downward. Below, a monster covered in greenish-yellow scales was opening its mouth wide and sticking out its long tongue, enjoying the delicious taste of blood automatically sliding into its mouth. The banshee, despite her face being covered in scales as well, was still roughly recognizable as the woman who had gone on the commission. A chill flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Damn demons. This chapter has been stuck in the audit, copy it to resend, wait for the audit, I'll delete that chapter, I'll have a duplicate of the 2 chapters if I finish deleting, everyone forgive me, it's hard to die, deleted a bunch of content, it looks like it might be a little cloudy, please forgive me, will be released on the shelves of the first chapter, please catch up on the reading. College students eat to read the book, a month of hard work are here. I'm sorry. Chapter 26, On the Shelf. As a veteran author reincarnated, this is a problem I said in the last book. I understand the student party, I understand the readers who have difficulties, these kinds of readers. I support you to read the pirated version of my book. Please remember that reading books is just a part of your life. If you read my book and feel satisfied, then I am not honored. I'd also like to thank you all for your support and advice. I read all the comments, so I'm making a point of responding with a single chapter. It's a great atmosphere for discussion, and I'm grateful to all of you for pointing out the problems with the book, and I'll work harder on it. To repeat the key points for the last time, for those who have difficulties at home, stressful life situations, and students who are strapped for cash, I suggest that you go and read the pirated version of my book, and I'm rooting for you to do so. Reading books is just a part of your life. Making yourselves a little better is the most important thing. But don't forget to come and support me when you're well off in the future. Love you guys. Chapter 27, Shared Roommate Ding Yummy and Requesting Ketchup Subscriptions. Thunder Punishment Thunderbolt Electric Disaster. Lin Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation. The demon in front of him was the scaled skin mother demon. Once he let it escape, there would be countless parasitized people under its control, and things would be difficult then. Lightning flashed chaotically and dazzlingly. Star charge shone and floated around Lin Chen, and as the magic was guided, thunderous light began to gather, forming powerful pillars of thunderous light. Countless tiny thunderbolts intertwined like a net within a certain range, leaving the scaly-skinned mother demon with nowhere to escape, and once it touched these thunderbolts, it would suffer from strong electric shocks, and its body would involuntarily tremble and spasm. Die! The electricity mixed with the screams was like a symphony of wailing. It was beyond creepy. The electric light gradually dispersed, and thanks to Lin Chen controlling the lightning to form an isolation net, the short-haired girl whose ceiling was suspended was unharmed. The scaly-skinned female demon collapsed with a thud on top of the floor with a scorched black body. Amidst the charred shell, a white and pale arm stretched out, the very woman who had left the commission. Water. Water. The woman murmured weakly. Not caring that the other party was now without clothes, Lin Chen hurriedly went to the living room and poured a cup of water and handed it to the woman. The woman took the glass of water and gulped it down in one gulp, which made her feel a little better. Lin Chen pulled off the sheet and wrapped it around the woman. Fan was in charge of the aftermath, collecting the blood left behind by the scaled skin mother demon and handing it over to Spirit. Ling Ling didn't know until she checked, but once she checked, she was shocked. This scale-skinned female demon had already parasitized many of the students of the Peril Academy's Green Campus, and today, if Lin Chen hadn't solved the problem quickly, all of these students would have been buried along with it. This matter was reported, causing the Hunters Union to pay high attention, and with the operation of some of the senior brothers and sisters of the Qingtian Hunting Institute, Lin Chen's hunter rank was once again raised. 1-star Master Hunter. Looking at the new proof of rank, Fan's eyes were filled with envy. Although he had also gained a lot of benefits from this commission, he was still far behind compared to Lin Chen. Luckily, this scale-skinned female demon had exploded in essence spirit, and Fan had a share of $5 million, which, together with the one Lin Chen had lent him, had successfully purchased a Thunder Spirit Seed. Things came to an end, and this next semester Lin Chen formed a trio with Fan Ling Ling to go out on missions and complete commissions. Lin Chen was there to gain insight and experience, Fan was there for the money, and Ling Ling simply thought it would be more fun than going to school. Green Campus, Artificial Lake. Lin Chen looked at Ding Yumian, who was sitting alone by the lake with a movement. Is there something wrong? Ding Yumian's faint voice came out, and some nervousness could be heard when listening closely. This semester, Lin Chen and Ding Yumian often met here by chance, and they were already quite familiar with each other. Your perception is as sharp as ever. Lin Chen sat down next to Ding Yumian. Ding Yumian shrank his shoulders a little uncomfortably, but in the end, he didn't hide far away. I'm going out to live. Lin Chen opened the door. Ah, Ding Yumian turned her head and looked at Lin Chen, her tone carrying some loss that she couldn't even notice. This loss affected Lin Chen, causing his voice to lower indirectly. The psychic victims, who can affect everything around them with a single thought, are truly terrifying. Lin Chen took a deep breath and put on some energy. I was asking you if you want to share a room with me. Lin Chen steeled himself against Ding Yumian's unconscious emotional influence. Looking at Lin Chen's appearance, Ding Yumian suddenly snorted, "We've only known each other for half a year." Noticing that the pressure had become less, Lin Chen realized that Ding Yumian's mood had actually changed for the better at this moment. "I'm not happy that I left by myself, but I'm happy that I offered to share a room." "She's not going to like me, is she?" Lin Chen gulped nervously as he thought about one of the greatest illusions of his life. What about Mu Ningxue? Perhaps even an expert at prying into people's minds like Ding Yumian couldn't guess that Lin Chen was actually worried about his blind date at a time like this. If Ding Yumian knew, he would definitely give Lin Chen a big mouth despite his reserve. "Come with me, see the outside scenery with me, what's the point of always staying at school?" Lin Chen struck the iron while it was hot. Ding Yumian's eyes rippled, and it was estimated that Lin Chen himself couldn't have imagined how lethal this passage would be for Ding Yumian. Ding Yumian had been adopted by Dean Xiao since she was a child, and the time she stayed at the Peril Academy took up almost all of her time. Dean Xiao did not allow her to go out at will, and she obeyed, never wandering around, but at this time, she was truly moved by her heart. Good. With one simple word, Ding Yumian's face revealed a sunny smile, warm and genial. Flowers bloomed on the road Ding Yumian and Lin Chen walked on, and even the people passing by felt much better about themselves. Arriving at the apartment Lin Chen had rented in advance, a group of people were packing up their things in large bags. "Is this what you called for?" Ding Yumian blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. At this moment, Lin Chen froze. No, such a coincidence that the neighbor of the apartment he casually rented was his own sister? Looking at that familiar figure, that was clearly Mu Nugio. Mu Nugio looked at Lin Chen with a smile on her face while raising an eyebrow at Ding Yumian. The meaning was obvious. Who is she? Mu Ningxue's photo she had seen, just that snow-white long hair Mu Nugio cannot forget. In front of the shy girl is clearly not Mu Ningxue. Lin Chen Godayu, even so scum, that side of the blind date fishing beauty, this side of the golden house to hide a girl. Lin Chen let out an awkward laugh and hurriedly pulled Ding Yumian into the house. Unconsciously action but pulled Ding Yumian's heart and soul, this warm palm, and that day when touching her thighs exactly the same. Ding Yumian's face was blushing. Lin Chen thought that she was not feeling well, and hurriedly touched her forehead, who knew that her face became even redder. Ding Yumian pursed her lips lightly and hastily found a topic to ease her shyness. That girl just now was quite pretty. That's my sister. The scene fell back into awkwardness for a while, and Ding Yumian couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, and gently exerted her strength to break free from Lin Chen's palm. I'll go in first. Closing the door to her room, Ding Yumian breathed heavily, thinking about what had just happened, her eyes shining brightly and beautifully. Inside the house, the green plant that Lin Chen had purposely placed shrunk slightly, its branches shielding the leaves, just like a little girl shyly blocking her cheeks with her hands. Peril Academy, Dean Xiao stood in his office with a heavy heart. Is it right or wrong for me to acquiesce to Lin Chen to carry rain sleep? It's just that, always suppressing rain sleep like this will explode one day, and at that time, even with my cultivation, I won't be able to block that horrible consequence. Hopefully Lin Chen can alleviate rain sleep situation. Dean Xiao sighed, but suddenly had the feeling that his daughter, who had been raised with great difficulty, had been abducted. For some reason, right now Dean Xiao was eager to arrange a bunch of classes for Lin Chen alone so that he wouldn't have any time for himself. Chapter 28, Gathering Wool. Half a year had passed, and Lin Chen had managed to break through in all three of his lineages by relying on the Star River vein, but unfortunately, none of them had made any other progress at the moment, and his cultivation seemed to have stagnated. The higher ranks are still really hard to cultivate. Lin Chen scratched his head, somewhat distressed. It seemed like it was time to go find Dean Xiao. Walking out of the room, Ding Yumian was nestled on the sofa watching TV, and when she saw Lin Chen come out, she cocked her head and asked, "Going out?" "Yeah, go take a trip to Dean Xiao," Lin Chen said without looking up as he lowered his head to wear his shoes. It is not that he does not want to raise his head, it is Ding Yumian and this niece at home simply do not like to wear pants every day over his shorts, swaying two legs. If it is the other person, look at it, but Ding Yumian also has the ability to perceive people's psychological changes. Lin Chen did not dare to show a hint of dissimilarity. Oh, Ding Yumian lowered her head, looking a little downcast. "Come back and go shopping with you." "Yeah. I'm going to buy the favored charms peripheral." Lin Chen lost his smile, said I'm leaving, and walked out of the house. Arriving at Dean Zhao's office, Lin Chen knocked on the door. Enter. Seeing Lin Chen, Dean Zhao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is there something wrong? Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. It's like this, Dean. I want to enter the 3 Steps Tower to train. Can I enter the main campus early to compete for the rankings? Dean Zhao was not surprised that Lin Chen knew about the main campus. As a disciple of a family, it would be abnormal not to know. There's still half a year before the test. Do you want to wait no more? Dean Zhao said, young people should not be overly ambitious. The cultivation of the 3-step tower is fast, but you can't go rely on. I'm already high ranking. Then when I didn't say it. Dean Zhao directly changed his face. Then with your cultivation, the examination is definitely not difficult for you, including the ranking competition. I can directly let you go to the 3 Steps Tower, but this is not fair to the other students either. Dean Zhao meant it, but Lin Chen acted as if he couldn't hear it at all. I'm also a high rank in the Thunder Department, so it's fine for me to go and participate in the rankings. Dean Zhao was speechless. How can you not understand? I don't mean for you to bully those middle-ranked students, I mean for you to make a contribution to the school. Ahem, then I'll get straight to the point. Based on my connections, we should draw an exchange with the Imperial Academy this time, and I'd like you to represent the Peril Academy to participate in the match with the Imperial Academy, and then work a little harder to make the shortlist for the grand list of the World Academy competition. Lin Chen pretended to be in a difficult situation. Dean, it's fine to compete with the Imperial Academy, but if you want me to enter the grand list of the World Academy competition, I have more than enough. Where am I going to get so many votes from? Dean Zhao looked at Lin Chen with amusement. The attitude of wanting favors was obvious. Don't worry, as far as I know, your Mu family does have a vote, and the one for Hua Junshou should be given to you as well, plus my vote, and then you get another vote, and you're good to go for it. Said, Dean Zhao seems to have some feelings, did not think that Hua Junshou like the top domestic figures are so optimistic about Lin Chen, but that said, to Lin Chen's strength, will certainly be able to obtain more resources for the country in the World Academy competition. I do not know how many military mages can save their lives. Hua Junshou at this time will certainly not look at what human feelings. Whoever has the ability to go on is the right choice. So he had already obtained 3 votes without realizing it. Lin Chen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Alright, don't say any words of thanks. Obtaining more resources for the country is what you should do. Peril Academy, will of course give you some help. 7 days of cultivation time in the 3 Steps Tower. Don't have enough time to come back to me again, and by the way, have Mo Fan come here as well. After Dean Zhao said this, he led Lin Chen to the area of the 3 Steps Tower. The 3 Steps Tower, which also has a long history, is a very special magical building built by the ancestors who gathered their wisdom to be able to gather the scattered and drifting elemental energies of heaven and earth in one place. Elementally everywhere. The reason why the spirit seed will be born is precisely because in a certain element, magic energy particularly dense place after years of refining gradually evolved. The location and construction of the 3-step tower is precisely can be thousands of kilograms of energy in a radius convergence. The exterior is a perfectly symmetrical 3-dimensional triangle, and its exterior is made of what appears to be silver-colored metal, standing straight up and standing out from the main campus. Led by the Guardian, Lin Chen entered without incident. After the Guardian went out, Lin Chen decisively realized to enter the nest of the giant dragon. Sip, come here, Meat Peer. Lin Chen called out to Meat Tun. Meat Mound ran over quickly, kicking up meters of dust on the ground. A sharp break raised Lin Chen's face in dirt. What's up, Dad? Meat Peer affectionately tried to rub Lin Chen's head, but ignored the fact that his own head was bigger than Lin Chen's too, and directly rubbed Lin Chen to the ground. Lin Chen got up helplessly. You have the highest physical strength, get ready, I want you to enter the outside and take a look, try to see how many floors of the 3 steps tower you can walk to. With that said, Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the outside world and summoned the Meat Peer out. Meat Peer this half a year is still growing savagely, body length is almost 30 meters, strength for the advancement stage war general. But even if it was as massive as amount of flesh, it still looked a bit small in this 3-step tower. Sitting on the back of the Meat Peer, Lin Chen made his way upwards. The first 3 layers were easily stepped through, and it wasn't until the 4th layer that Lin Chen felt some pressure. Lin Chen lowered his head with difficulty, noticing that Meat Peer's expression was still somewhat relaxed. Meat Peer, you go to the 5th floor with Little Black, I'll stay here with Little Blue and the others. Lin Chen estimated the approximate bearing capacity of his 5 dragons and let out a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a dragon, physical and mental strength were not comparable to humans. Meat Peer hissed cheerfully. Here, it felt some sense of being pinned down, but the rapid increase in strength completely made it ignore these things. Cool, too cool. At this rate, Meat Peer feels that he will soon reach the commander level. At that time, it can be the same level as the Black Boss. The Black Boss, naturally, refers to Xiao Hei. While Xiaohei had not yet come out, Meat Pier hurriedly made a jump to the 5th floor, and the powerful oppressive force made its face a little twisted, looking even more hideous. Releasing the 5 little dragons one after another, the dead silent 3 steps tower suddenly became much more lively, with the roars of dragons rising and falling. Lin Chen also settled into cultivation. I'm going to omit the cultivation process. I feel like this chapter is a bit watery, so don't water it down even more. I have to battle cool in the next chapter. Here to mention a sentence. Today too busy did not read the comments. I do not know if anyone said no by the Black Church staring still dare to come out to run around. SB author. Although I have been writing the pressure of the Black Church, but this is to give the protagonist a cultivation power, not let him dare not go out of the meaning. I can write has been in the pastoral family nesting, eat decades of low insurance into God, but we are willing to look at it? Then why don't I call this book, Full-Time Mage, Nesting Giant Dragon, Out of the World That Is Invincible? Chapter 29, Is This the End of the Examination? The Green School District is the terminus of your youthful cultivation, a small warm pool before you face the rapids and waterfalls. The next stop is the real magic trip. How much aggrieved you have been, how much injustice you have suffered, then swallow it down on your own. No one will sympathize with the weak. At the all-school assembly, Dean Xiao, who had always carried a bit of geekiness towards all the students, suddenly had a drastic change in his drawing style. Time passed, without realizing it. Lin Chen had also entered the Peril Academy for a year, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the examination. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. If he remembered correctly, this was when Su Zhaoting in the original story was gone, right? As a small city, in addition to Mo Fan, the only one of the Thunder Department students, after experiencing the Bo City disaster can still be admitted to the Peril Academy. Visible talent is there, the normal development in the future. If there is a noble person to help, break through the super order is not difficult, so the talent is still to save a little. Open the panel. Lin Chen's conscious body entered the dragon's nest to check his current cultivation. Name, Lin Chen. Strengths, Summoning Advanced Level 2, Shadow Advanced Level 2, Thunder Advanced Level 2. Carrying Objects, Shadow Type Excellent Spirit Grade Shadow Matter Poison Spell, Thunder Type Excellent Spirit Grade Thunder Punishment, a bunch of spell balls. Magic Tools, 1 Mortal Level Shield Magic Tool, 2 Spirit Level Shield Magic Tools. Attribute Extraction 1 time. Lin Chen hadn't awakened his magic since he broke through the high rank. He was going to wait until he fused the rare attribute dragons in the future, then look for the corresponding guiding stones to awaken them, and then inherit them directly. Attribute extraction was the same. Now Lin Chen's magic was basically enough, and anyway, it was all about the 5 baby dragons hitting the output, and he would just run himself. But unfortunately, since Lin Chen didn't even have a summon beast as of yet, the summoning system high-level magic was useless, and can only be developed later when he had contracted a summon beast. Thinking of that heavenly giant elephant back then, Lin Chen's eyes surfaced with a flash of blaze, but it was a pity that the current him was still too weak. He was prepared to break through the super stage and follow the soul imprints left behind back then. The examination began. Lin Chen first went to look for the plant about beef. This shadow demon beast domesticated by the military's favorite food was beef. In the original, Mo Fan also found the shadow demon beast only according to this clue. After looking for 30 beef factories in a row, Lin Chen saw his target. It was nearing darkness, and inside the plant, a policewoman was being grabbed by a man dressed in a black robe with a mask over his face, and it didn't look good. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This should be Yuang. Lin Chen hid in the shadows as the 7 shadow system stars above his head flashed by in a succession of star trails. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared behind Yuan like a ghost. A sharp knife appeared in his hand. This was what Lin Chen used to deconstruct demons on weekdays. Xiaohei, they were very picky eaters. They were not satisfied at all with just eating the blood from the blood sacrifice pool. Lin Chen would often use this knife to collect some of the demon's fresh parts for them to keep. Now here's a knife that's just right for the job. The sharp knife was sheathed and a bit of cold light attracted Yuang's attention, but before he could turn around, the sharp knife had already stabbed into Yuang's heart. Lin Chen then stabbed his right hand like a phantom 3 times in a row, left chest, right chest, abdomen, and throat, preventing Yuang from dodging the necessary strike because he had brought his heart to his throat. Wang looked incredulously at the blade that emerged from his chest, and in the next moment, fell limply to the ground. The hostage-taking policewoman watched the scene in shock, not daring to make a sound. Come on, there's going to be a fight here in a minute. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the policewoman hurriedly nodded her head, thanked him, and then ran off in a panic. The summoning spell of the dragon's nest rose, black and dark green light flashed, and Blackie's figure appeared like a ghost. After these half a year of growth, although Shohei did not have a breakthrough, he had a new ability to make his body blend into the night, becoming more and more like an assassin. Kill all the Black Order hiding in the shadows. Blackie tapped the dragon's head, and then his body briefly turned into nothingness, passing through the walls of the factory building soundlessly. Within a short time, a large pile of unreadable mush was thrown in front of Lin Chen. On top of that, there was a man with a thunderous glow in his grip. This one doesn't have that disgusting odor. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Lin Chen looked at that person, looks a bit familiar. Hey, isn't this Su Xiaoting? Lin Chen had seen him in the vanguard of Bo City back then. Lin Chen? Su Xiaoting, who was struggling, had a movement. He said that this ghost dragon was so familiar. It turned out to be the black dragon that was in Bo City at the time, Lin Chen's summoned beast, and this kid Su Xiaoting was relieved. You brat is reckless, there are more than 20 black beast demons here. Lin Chen told Little Black to let go of Su Xiaoting and said. Su Xiaoting moved his muscles and smiled faintly. We can't just stand by and watch the Black Order victimize people. Lin Chen moved. This Su Xiaoting really was a guy who was full of righteousness. Not long after, Mo Fan also rushed over with Zhang Lulu, who stayed outside. Looking at Yuong, who had fallen to the ground and dropped his mask, Mo Fan burst into flames. This damn thing can be considered dead, thanks to you, Lin Chen. There's no harm, the matter here is over, let's bring the Shadow Demon Beast back first. Lin Chen shook his head and said. The three of them captured the Shadow Demon Beast and rushed back to the academy, and Lin Chen followed up by cooperating with the Judgment Council to capture some of the Black Cleric's people, and by the way, captured a few of the Black Cleric's undercover agents in the Peril Academy before this matter was considered to be over. From the time Lin Chen made his move to the end, it was less than 2 hours in total, efficiency bar none. Quite a few of the students hadn't even seen the fur of a Shadow Demon Beast yet. The test is over this way? With a smooth transition into the main campus, the next thing to do is the inter-school exchange. The thought of seeing Mu Ningxue soon gave Lin Chen a headache, and he instructed Mo Fan in advance not to expose the fact that he was sharing a room with Ding Yumian. Then the hush money. Mo Fan smiled wickedly, rubbing his fingers and putting on a greedy look. If you say that, I'll have the meat pier crush the house you just bought. Lin Chen feigned indifference. Ahem, ouch, who are we and who are we? I'm sure to keep it a secret, so you can hide it in your golden house. When Mo Fan heard this, he immediately changed his look. He managed to save up some money and paid a down payment for a house in Magic City. If he let that big fat dragon of more than 30 meters long press down, I'm afraid he would have to pay the mortgage and live in a dormitory. The selection of the exchange team to the Imperial Capital Academy was complete, and Lin Chen and Mo Fan were rightfully selected. This time, going to the exchange of sparring is not the focus. Lin Chen is still looking at the back of the training. This training, Mo Fan has obtained the demonic lineage, although he does not need that after effects of the explosive seeds, but the Eye of the Golden Forest deserted city. One of the purposes of this adventure was to check if there was still a possibility of rebuilding the Golden Forest desolate city. If Lin Chen cleaned up a bit in advance and scouted out the situation, it would allow the Mu family to make a profit by laying out the situation in advance. It was important to know that as Lin Chen's cultivation increased, he was using more and more resources, and just the last time the three systems broke through to the high level, he had used less than 400 million. Together with the 3 steps tower cultivation, Lin Chen would be able to overstep in no time, so he had to make preparations in advance. The assessment of the end of a chapter, leaving a little ambush, padding, we do not say Iwataro, the next few chapters are fighting cool, Jilin Arakan City will earn a big wave. Chapter 30 Mu Ningxue can't stand it. In the office of the Dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, Song He had a bitter face. Shameless, how dare you use all your connections to draw our Imperial Capital Academy. Lu Yiming on the side was stunned as he listened, using his connections to draw to the Imperial Capital Academy? Talking about this exchange tournament? But the Imperial Academy is the #1 university in the country, who wants to run into it? Dean, are you talking about the Peril Academy? Lu Yiming said tentatively. Pinehurst nodded, his face full of great sorrow. Then there's no need to worry too much, right? The Peril Academy's heritage has always been ahead. Below ours, Lu Yiming said with some disbelief. Alas, sighed Pinehurst, the bitterness in his heart known only to himself. With Songless position, he naturally knew of Lin Chen's existence, and this time, when the Peril Academy came to exchange, they must have brought Lin Chen over. That's a commander-level dragon. The Imperial Capital Academy can't defeat even the old students, not to mention this year's freshmen. Matsuru frowned, contemplating the possibility of victory. I've got it, the exchange match is not 2 out of 3, I play a hand of Tianji horse race is not allowed. Song He just didn't believe it. Besides Lin Chen, there were still demons in the Peril Academy that could beat a bunch of them one by one. Pinecrane smiled smugly, the Peril Academy's depth was still a head short of theirs after all. Arriving at the fighting hall, several schools were ready to go. but anyone knew that the main protagonists this time were the Imperial and Peril families. On the stands, Lin Chen looked at a figure in the distance for a long time. Mu Nugio followed his gaze, only to see a stunningly beautiful figure with an umbrella, surrounded by ice and snow, staring at Lin Chen. When the woman smiled, her long snowy silver hair seemed to become warm, and the ice and snow around her began to melt. Nugio's eyes moved, but with some meaning that he himself did not understand. "Brother, look at sister-in-law." Lin Chen laughed and scratched his head. "The 8 characters haven't even begun yet, don't call them nonsense." Looking at Lin Chen's smiling appearance, Mu Nugio skimmed her mouth. "Alright, then I'll tell her that you're ready to marry senior sister Ding Yumian from our school." "Sister, don't do anything stupid, you're trapping your brother in deep water," Lin Chen said painfully. "Cut." Mu Nugio snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Looking at the duel on the field, Mu Nugio smiled faintly. "This guy Mo fan still has some skills, taking the second game, this time with you, our Peril Academy is a sure win." I can't lay my hands on Mu Ningxue. Dean Xiao said he'd let you into the 3 Steps Tower if you win. Then we're one size fits all. In the stands, Songhi saw Mo fan leading his team to victory and covered his face with a bitter expression. Maru spicy. Although Mu Ningxue was strong, what could she take to win against Lin Chen? As he watched the third set begin and Lin Chen take the court, the last trace of luck in Songha's heart disappeared and he got up to leave. "You guys take over the subsequent calendars, I'm going to get my PR on." Lu Yiming's eyes widened. The dean left just like that? Looking at Mu Ningxue, Lu Yiming clenched his fists. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Mu Ningxue would lose. Lin Chen looked across at Mu Ningxue, who was slowly coming up to the stage. "Xue, it's been a long time." Hearing this address, Mu Ningxue blushed slightly and looked at that familiar figure with a faint smile. "It's been a long time, and you didn't say anything about coming to Imperial Capital to see me." There was surprise in his tone, but also some rancor. "Recently busy well. Surely come often later." Lin Chen said with embarrassment. "Recently there is Ding Yumian accompanied, Mu Ningxue time is indeed less." Game on. The referee on the side was a teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy, and as soon as he saw that the two knew each other, he was afraid that Lin Chen would play the emotional card and make Mu Ningxue admit defeat directly, so he decisively announced the start of the match. Mu Ningxue set up her stance, her eyes brimming with wariness. "Even if I'm not your opponent, I'll still go all out." Lin Chen, who was watching, was stunned. According to the novel plot, at this time, he should have said that he respected Mu Ningxue, and also said that he would do his best. But the problem is that, after 3 steps of the tower in such a long time of growth, 4 of his own 5 baby dragons are up to the commander level, all pulling out Mu Ningxue cannot stand. Lin Chen was in a bit of a dilemma, but in the end, he decided to release Little Violet first. After all, this was the only dragon he had at the moment that was still at the war general level. The appearance of Little Violet, whose body length exceeded 20 meters, immediately caused a gasp of surprise. Especially Lu Jinghe under the stage, as a summoning department, his feelings were the clearest. If his phantom striped tyrant wolf was on the field, I'm afraid that it would have been torn to pieces by this huge dragon in a single glance. Even if one's mind was as firm as Mu Ningxue's, at this moment, one was in a cold sweat. Although she had spent a long time by Black's side before, companionship and facing a giant dragon head-on were 2 completely different concepts. The dragon's terrifying pressure swept across the field, its hideous muzzle probing almost in front of itself, and it took care of 3 of its own teammates in a single glance. That's right, the 3 students who were on the field with Mu Ningxue were electrocuted by Xiaozi in a single glance and fell to the ground, covered in black smoke, and no matter what kind of magic tools they had, they couldn't block Xiaozi's blow. On the contrary, the opposite side, 4 people and a dragon, all peak state, this so fight. I concede. Mu Ningxue sighed. She is not stupid, she wants to show the results. There are plenty of opportunities, have to be beaten now. Why? Seeing his side's captain admitting defeat without a fight, Lu Yiming finally understood the kind of pain Matsu was feeling. Lu Yiming did not go to blame Mu Ningxue, how to play with Gue on the opposite side. Propping his hands on the stands in front of him, Lu Yiming only felt that the wind was so strong today that it messed up his heart. Seeing this, Teacher Guhan of the Peril Academy smilingly stepped forward. Teacher Lu doesn't need to feel bad, it's already good that you Imperial Capital can win a game at the hands of our Peril. Earlier, the Imperial Capital Academy was very arrogant, and Guhan had been mocked quite a bit, so now that he had the chance, he certainly wanted to mock back. Lu Yiming wanted to cry, sinning. The exchange match ended successfully, and Guhan couldn't wait to give his own dean a call to report the results. But alas, there was no time for idleness yet, as Guhan had to work on the next itinerary of the trial with the people from the Imperial Capital Academy. The goal of the trial is not different from the original, and it is still the city of Golden Grove, which was wiped off the map 15 years ago. At this time, although there were some signs of demons moving back to Golden Forest City, it was still dangerous, with at least a few Commander-class demons in it, and it was hard to say if there were any Monarch-class. After so many years, Golden Forest City already had a complete ecosystem of demons that would be difficult to clean up, but if it could be cleaned up, the rewards would be great. Recovering Golden Forest City would be the equivalent of breaking new ground, and the rewards and fame of the country alone would make the harvesters a fortune. Lin Chen had contacted the Mu family in advance, and the reply from Mu Zhanqing's side was that they had to talk about understanding demonic density first. Once it was possible, then the Mu family would take advantage of this news difference and rush to Golden Forest City at the first opportunity, cooperating with the officials to recapture Golden Forest City. Chapter 31, You're full leveled and you still come to the newbie copy? The city of Golden Grove is located around the Tonkin Lake and is of very high strategic importance. Dongting Lake is not a famous sightseeing spot, which covers an area of nearly 40,000 square kilometers of the huge lake is often mentioned in the books of the country's third largest lake. Such a giant lake, surrounded by all sorts of different ecosystems, inhabited by an even greater number of demons and devils. Among them, the very infamous Lizard Skull Giant Demon Tribe, which had occupied the Golden Forest City as their lair, used the Dongting Lake as their home base. If the city of Golden Grove is recaptured, it can be used as a frontline stronghold, which shows its high strategic significance. Lin Chen and his group arrived at the nearest city to Golden Forest, Corning City, and the next step was to walk. Along the railroad tracks, Lin Chen noticed some white stones scattered about, and a bright color flashed in his eyes. The first level of the Golden Forest City replica should be arriving soon, and he hadn't replenished the demon blood sacrifice pool for a long time. Entering the tunnel, Lin Chen suddenly spoke out, "Prepare to fight, we're being targeted by demons." In the team, Liao Mingxian frowned, "Lin Chen, I know you're strong, but what kind of demons can there be in this train tunnel? I'm an intermediate hunter of the Hunters Alliance, and I haven't even found any signs of demons so far." Intermediate hunter? Lin Chen snorted, "I'm a one-star hunter master, I've killed thousands of demons, if you don't run away in a while, then I admire you." A one-star master hunter? Compared to Lin Chen's hunter rank, Liao Mingxuan's was like a child playing house. The people from the Imperial Capital Academy and the Peril Academy decided decisively to listen to Lin Chen and formed a handhold with each other, ready to deal with unexpected situations. When Liao Mingxian saw this scene, his face was angry with a burst of green and red, but the wind passing through the tunnel made his back flutter again, and he finally entered the group from his heart. Looking at the black vines on the stone walls of the tunnel, Lin Chen's eyes stared. Thunder Punishment Thunderbolt Nightcrawler. The 49 stars were arranged in order, forming a star map that shone with purple starlight. In a flash, lightning poured down like mercury, sweeping the road ahead. Boom! Ah-ha-ha-ha! The sound of blasting mixed with screams came, and the electric light illuminated the darkness ahead as dozens of cave demon slaves fell dead near the stone wall. The crowd also took this opportunity to see the situation in the stone wall. Large and small caves were clearly buried under the black vines. When Anna saw this, her face changed and she quickly said, "This is a cave demon slave, a slave-level demon, living in groups. When one appears, countless others appear, and the big sticks in their hands can easily crack a human's head." As expected, but as Anna's words fell, the dying screams of the dozens of cave demon slaves had already attracted numerous of their kind. As far as the eye could see, the tunnels were starting to get congested, with at least hundreds of them coming out. Liao Mingxuan's forehead left a trace of cold sweat. What now? What else can we do? Open a path. Mo Fan roared, his fire magic was ready. Fiery fist booming sky. A magnificent red color flashed by, and a dozen or so cave demon slaves were blasted away, turning into charcoal right in the air. The density of cave demon slaves here was too great, just like the one-eyed demon wolves in Bo City back in the day, and a random spell could ripple through a dozen of them. More and more cave demon slaves poured out, but the crowd was still at least 100 meters away from the exit. "I'll make a path, you guys escape." Lin Chen's eyes darkened as a summoning spell formation emerged behind him. Dark green light surged out, and vines spread out, curling around several cave demon slaves and instantly smothering them into dry corpses. The 30-meter-long dragon burrowed out of the spell, its head hideous in the dimly lit tunnel. "WC, what the hell is this? It's even more frightening than that purple dragon." Lu Xinghe's pupils shrank in fear and his entire body fell to the ground. Lin Chen didn't have time to explain to him, "Shaosun, open up a path." Ow! The dragon's roar carried through the entire tunnel, shattering the eardrums of the cave demon slaves in front of them. At this time, the small commander-level Shaosun could be considered crushed against these cave demon slaves. The snake whiskers surged, like a sword that parted the sea, opening a path of hundreds of meters from the middle. The snake whiskers squeezed the cave demon slaves on top of the stone wall, and the enormous pressure squeezed the innermost ones into mush. The strength that the cave demon slave was proud of was simply difficult to injure. Xiao Senator. The huge bone club was swung out, and there wasn't even a mark on the snake's whiskers. Mo Fan's crowd rushed out and looked back, only to find that the passage had closed. Lu Jinghe had tears in his eyes. Lin Chen sacrificed himself for us. Mu Ningxue's pretty face chilled. What are you babbling about? Seeing Mu Ningxue speak, Lu Jinghe hurriedly wiped away his tears, but still said, being surrounded by thousands of cave demon slaves, it's hard for a high-ranked mage to survive. Now it wasn't just Mu Ningxue. Mu Nujio also sank her face. You Lu Jinghe is from the Imperial capital. There is Mu Ningxue to teach her a lesson. She can't say anything, but if you curse Lin Chen again, don't blame me, Mu Nujio, for not being polite. Shut your doggy mouth. The dragon of Lin Chen's is a commander level. It's good that the cave demon slave is fine. You're still worried about it. So worried, why don't you bring that wolf of yours to save it? So bloodless, can't it be that it's not a wolf, it's a doggy mongrel? Mo Fan cursed. He didn't have that many scruples. Whoever dared to say a word about his brother, he would curse back 10. The corner of Mu Ningxue's mouth hooked, or this sounds comfortable. Mo Fan deserves to be the first mouth replacement in Bo City, is dirty. The rest of them also let go of their worries. Lin Chen had a commander-level dragon protecting him. It wasn't simple to kill out. Looking at the exit of the tunnel, the crowd even began to bet on Lin Chen coming out for a few minutes. Inside the tunnel, Kotori had gone on a killing spree, except that the tunnel was low enough inside to make it inconvenient to change into a group battle form. Lin Chen sat on top of Xiao San's head. 2 snake whiskers specialized in carrying demonic corpses for him. Although these corpses had more or less been sucked by Xiao San, the essence residue was still there. Lin Chen's spatial ring could take in demonic materials as long as they were demonic materials, and the essence remnants could naturally do so as well, it just couldn't be synthesized. After killing demons for so many years, Lin Chen was going to take some time one day to strengthen his magic department, and anyway, he had plenty of money, so it wasn't bad. Xiao San killed for several minutes, and the number of cave demon slaves plummeted to only half. And it was still too slow to kill, so it directly controlled the black vines inside the tunnel and strangled all the remaining cave demon slaves. Lin Chen cheerfully put all the demonic materials into the demonic blood sacrifice pool. This cave demon slave stinks, the least picky need done eat. Luckily, it's all the same when you put it in the demon blood sacrifice pool, big deal, just put a spoonful of triple flower egg milk to mix it up. At the exit of the tunnel, looking at the cave demon slaves that were gradually thinning out, Mo Fan stroked his chin, his eyes puzzled. Strange how? Hasn't come out yet. In the next moment, a dark green dragon's head poked out of the tunnel, blinking its big eyes with an innocent look, but the blood that stained its body was emitting a strong smell of blood, causing the dark green head to turn into a dark red color, looking at the crowd of people with chills. Sorry, my son ate a bit too much and came out late. Lin Chen said smilingly, then entered the group. Let's go, let's go. The crowd left, but before they did, they all subconsciously glanced at the interior of the cavern. Dark red blood spattered all over the stone walls and railroad tracks, and not a single cave demon slave could be seen. Not to mention the living ones, not even a single dead one could be seen, only the bone sticks and blood all over the ground hinted at something. The crowd shivered and didn't dare to think too much about it. They just became more polite to Lin Chen and didn't dare to disobey him in the slightest. One person kills thousands of cave demon slaves. This is to practice the newborn. This is not pure full Big Brother review newbie copy well, but also by the way with a dozen new buds. Brushing a multiplayer nightmare copy as a single bonus level, Lin Chen was the only one. Chapter 32 Silver Dragon emerges, regular army Blackie. Having seen the horrors inside the tunnel, Mo Fan and the others would rather take the long way around and over the mountain than dare to continue walking through the train tunnel. Except for Lin Chen. There was no one else around, so Lin Chen played better. While others went over the mountain, Lin Chen rode the dragon through the tunnel. Xiao San, Meat Pier took turns to appear. Xiao Zi assisted in practicing, and pushed all the way across the road, frozen level 2 more train tunnels, killing nearly 2,000 cave demon slaves. Lin Chen's mouth twisted in laughter as he looked at the demonic blood sacrifice pool that was mostly full. You said cave demon slave who researched this thing. There is no powerful demon commander, there is no higher intelligence. When they meet, they come up to send themselves. Obviously they cannot even break the defense, but they still choose to fight until the last moment. It is simply the gospel of Lin Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that as Lin Chen's cultivation increased and the number of dragons grew, the demon blood sacrifice pool also became larger, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to store so much blood. 3,000 cave demon slaves had exploded over 50 essence spirits for Lin Chen. During this period, Lin Chen was bored and even opened all the mana orbs that he had saved for this year. and although he didn't open any Emperor-level materials, the number of embryos had come to 3. More importantly, Lin Chen had also obtained rare spatial attribute demonic materials. Lin Chen licked his lips and checked the situation of the Monarch-level materials. There were more than 20 pieces of purple materials, 3 of which were Supreme Monarch level, emitting an extremely dazzling light, and the materials next to them paled in comparison. After continuous attempts, Lin Chen finally found the right materials to neutralize these 3 Supreme Monarch level materials. Embryo plus Eyes of the Ancient Moon Silver Wolf Purple plus Core of the Space Leech Monarch Purple plus Soul of the Storm Eagle Witch Purple plus numerous purple blending materials equals Windjacked Ancient Moon Silver Dragon Supreme Monarch Level Potential. Supreme Monarch Level Potential. A flash of light flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. Finally he had done it, a Supreme Monarch level dragon, only one step away from the Emperor level. With the innate bloodline advantage of a giant dragon, as long as it grows up, it will be an invincible existence in the Monarch class in the future. The giant egg glittering with silver light fell from the sky, during which the crushed space continued to shatter, cracks spreading all over the sky above the dragon's nest. Caressing the silver-white pattern on the giant egg, countless wind blades surrounded Lin Chen but did not attack. Lin Chen's heart rejoiced at the sight, worthy of being a Supreme Monarch level potential. It was just different, knowing how to protect his master even before he was born. The giant egg gradually shattered, and a small, round dragon rolled out, babbling, simply adorable to Lin Chen. If you can ignore the fact that it was 5 meters in size at birth. Lin Chen held the little silver dragon with both hands, unable to even wring half of its neck. Name, Windjacked Ancient Moon Silver Dragon Hatchling. Strength, Advancement War General level. Potential, Supreme Monarch level. Skills, Windjack Meteor Killing, Ancient Moon True Body, Spatial Transience, Spatial Banishment. Lin Chen's eyes grew brighter as he watched. It was worthy of being a Supreme Monarch level potential, being born at the Advancement Stage Warlord level, and the name of the skill sounded fierce. It sounds a lot more fierce than some Snakebeard Tentacle, Snake Root Strangulation. Komori, love fades, right? Lin Chen joyfully stroked the head of the Windjacked Ancient Moon Silver Dragon. I'll call you Little Silver from now on. Silver's eyes narrowed and she looked like she was enjoying herself. Rumble of a stomach. Little Silver finished eating the eggshells. His stomach was still rumbling. As a naturally powerful creature, it needed a lot of energy to replenish the consumption of its birth. Seeing this, Lin Chen kicked the meat mountain next to him. Meat Pier, air to the side and make room for your sister. Ow. Meat Pier whimpered in aggravation, but still honestly backed up his short legs and made a gap of a few meters over the edge of the demonic blood sacrifice pool. Little Silver drooled with excitement, and a flash all but appeared on the gaping hole, gobbling up the blood. Spatial Instantaneous Shift. High ranks spatial magic instantly, and it also moved a few dozen meters. It's really gifted. Lin Chen still had one more chance for attribute extraction now, but he was going to wait for Little Silver to reach the commander level before he used it. After all, the level of attribute extraction was going to be one major level lower. Leaving the giant dragon space, Xiaohei remained outside, not realizing in the slightest that he had gained another sister and a lower status. The current order of status in the nest of the gargoyles is that Little Silver is approximately equal to Little Blue, greater than Little Violet, greater than Dog, greater than Little Black Meat Pier Komori. Don't ask who the dog is, it's not just hard work hunting demons with Blackie, all tired into a dog. The outline of Golden Forest City had already appeared at the end of Lin Chen's field of vision, and he could vaguely see some crumbling tall buildings. Xiaohei, charge in and see what powerful demons are here. If we can't beat them, we'll both run again. As a Shadow System dragon, Lin Chen wasn't the least bit worried about his own danger. With Little Black protecting his life, even an ordinary monarch level wouldn't be able to keep himself. This wasn't Lin Chen's own speculation. Not too long ago, he had already tried it with Mu Zhanming, and Mu Zhanming's bloody beast couldn't keep Little Black at all. The bloody behemoth is suspected to be subjected to net storming again, and managed to fall to the shame of the monarch in this book. Xiaohei traveled all the way, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outskirts of Golden Forest City. In the mountain forest, Emofan put his hands on his tent and watched the familiar dragon fly away as he spoke. Let's go through the tunnel next. Lin Chen has already cleared all the tunnels. The crowd responded and entered the tunnel, already managing to ignore the bone rods and blood that littered the floor. It's just a matter of how you can compare yourself to a demon. You're just fooling yourself. The crowd, including Mu Ningxue, were all somewhat numb. Lin Chen entered the Golden Forest City and realized that it was indeed messed up by demons. If he wanted to rebuild it, he probably wouldn't be able to do so without 3 to 5 years. Jinlin City is a second-tier city, compared to Bo City is much larger. At this time the roads have all cracked, abandoned tin can vaguely be seen as a car parts, walking up and down the road or no place to put their feet, for fear of which weeds popped out of a bug demon. It was a good thing that Lin Chen was relying on flight to catch up, and with a sweep of Xiao Hei's dragon eyes, he instantly found something that interested him. Lin Chen and Xiao Hei shared a common mind and noticed that thing as well. Pseudo-terrorist? Looking at the tree demon that was hidden inside the building, Lin Chen came to be a little interested. This thing was very popular with dragon demons. The original giant lizard false dragon was the one that ate it. Blackie made a dive, bit down on the stump-like head, and went up for a death roll. A large number of roots were uprooted, and the municipal building where the false terror demon was entrenched shook. However, after struggling for half a minute, the head of the false terror demon was twisted off hard by Xiao Hei, with a large amount of roots still remaining in the building. With 3 bites and 2 swallows, the energy in Little Black's body exploded, and a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Chen's face. After 3 steps of tower cultivation and half a year of growth, Little Black was finally about to break through again. Medium commander level. Blackie hissed up to the sky, and the mighty dragon's roar shattered what was left of the glass in Golden Forest City. With the sound of shattering all over the city, the pressure of the orthodox dragons covered the city, and a few giant lizard pseudo-dragons that were originally in the surrounding area got up in panic and ran without looking back. Are you kidding me? You met the regulars? Chapter 33 Hockey-chan, you guy. Again to a few days once a reply to the comment session, thank you for this time everyone to give advice, which said the most is the problem of Mo-fan and Munugio also share a room. I know that everyone reading the book is to pick their own favorite, encountered a little bit of toxicity will go, and now are still willing to give me a comment, including some of the previous questions, think it is more recognition of my book, thank you very much, you can rest assured that the book will not send. The female, Mo-fan's wife only XANCIA, but everyone said so. Time back. Well, now Morphan is buying a house on his own, just finished the down payment, the previous post has been changed, haha. Explain 300 words, so this chapter is at least 2,300 words, and considering that starting point readers are paying for a subscription, an extra penny for every 200 words, I'll be sure to get stuck under 2,200 words for this chapter, and make up the rest for the next one. This time everyone found the book quite a few small problems, rest assured that the humble author to listen to advice, said more people must change, but also thank you have not given up on the book, but choose me to continue to read after the revision, really appreciate it. Having finished devouring the false terror demon, Xiao Hei burped in satisfaction and cast his gaze around again. Finding the seeds of the false terror demon, Lin Chen gently stroked Xiao Hei's pitch-black dragon wings and laughed, don't be in a hurry, I'm sure I'll let you all have a full meal today. Lin Chen took out the instrument of detection from his package. This kind of thing could detect the density of demons in the vicinity, but it would attract the attention of the demons nearby. It might seem like a benefit and a side effect, but for Lin Chen, it was simply a good thing. Setting up the detection instruments, Lin Chen summoned all 6 of his giant dragons. With this building as the center, the 5 of you will guard one direction each, and Little Silver, you are responsible for using spatial teleportation to transfer the demon corpses to me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Little Silver was really useful, he didn't even need to do it himself, he just needed to wait for the assembly line to hand over the product. Finding an office within the municipal building, Lin Chen laid down on the worn-out sofa and closed his eyes beautifully. Of course, Lin Chen didn't completely relax, the magic energy of the shadow department unfolded, and as long as danger arose, he could escape with the transported shadow at the first opportunity. The electric waves from the detection instrument spread out, immediately attracting the attention of a large number of demons. Demons burrowed out of houses all over the street, and even dozens of rat-like demons crawled out of the sewers. A river ran through the deserted city, and in the river, from time to time, there were fish demons swinging their short legs to climb up the bank. As of now, there were no commander classes, and the only few giant lizard pseudo-dragons had been scared away by Xiao Hei's dragon roar just now. Blackie smiled cruelly towards the massive blood food. Dark sky. Large plumes of black smoke emanated from the blackened dragon's wings, which condensed but did not dissipate, converging into dark clouds near the sky over the municipal building. Xiao Hei soared into the sky, hiding in the dark clouds, his dragon body appearing and disappearing. Sis Blue, help me out. In the other direction, Blue nodded his head when he heard Xiao Hei's words, and a large mist of water stirred from his 20-meter-plus dragon's body. The water mist rose and attached itself to the dark canopy. Under the suppression of the dark canopy, a large number of demons couldn't move, and could only open their big, terrified eyes and silently pray to the giant dragon above their heads. But how could Xiao Hei stop? The cruelty in his eyes became more and more obvious, and light radiated from his black and dark green intertwined unicorn horn. Poison spell. A large amount of dark green light erupted and attached itself to the dark canopy, compatible with the water mist. In the next moment, the dark green water mist condensed into water droplets and fell madly. The dark green downpour lasted for almost a minute, and hundreds of demons died violently in the streets, their bodies pitted and their blood turned into poisonous water containing highly toxic substances. Blackie snorted disdainfully, an inky mist stirring between his mouth and nose. That is, Xiaohei is afraid of damaging the body of these demons, or else under the full force, 1 minute is enough to dissolve these demons in the slightest, even the streets of Jinlin City will have to follow the disaster. On the other side, Meat Pier and Xiaoshan cooperated. Xiaoshan transformed into a snake would form rooted on Meat Pier's back, and a large number of snake whiskers wrapped around Meat Pier to hold it in place. Earth Wave! Meat Pier let out a low roar, his right paw slammed down on the ground, and the street began to move like a wave on the ocean, pounding a large number of demons together. Rock Barrier! The demons were brought together, and tall stone walls suddenly rose around them. The stone wall rose up to a height of over 30 meters, taller than even the municipal building. Kotori saw this and let out a low growl. Snake Root Strangle! Above the stone wall, a large number of roots suddenly appeared, stirring up dust in the sky. Before the dust cleared, at the end of the roots and whiskers, a hideous snake head was already flying out like a sharp sword, tearing into a demon. The snake whiskers intertwined with each other, and after their number reached a certain limit, they violently tensed up, hardening as if they were steel bars, dismembering the demons within the stone wall. Violet hesitated for a moment on the sidelines. Her older siblings were cooperating with each other. What about herself? Violet pretended to glance overhead without thinking. In the sky, Little Silver noticed Little Violet's gaze and instantly understood. Everyone had been made by Lin Chen, so naturally they had some ability to understand each other's minds. The Little Silver dragon's wings swung up, and the 2 moon imprints on them suddenly turned into the shape of a waning moon. Spatial intersections. 2 twisted space doors appeared above the street abruptly. If not looking closely, it could not be discovered at all. At this time the demon was attracted by the electric waves from the detection instrument. His footsteps did not pause for a moment. A large number of demons passed through the space door, only to feel their heads spinning as they arrived in front of Little Violet. Violet grinned hideously. Mud Howl. Claws of Dome of Thunder. Hundreds of meters of huge lightning dragon claws enveloped the sky above. How it violently exploded, splitting into hundreds of small dragon claws clawing down, harvesting the life of a single demon. Little Silver's eyes narrowed with a smile as he utilized the spatial intersection to push a demon corpse into the twisted spatial door. Another spatial door opened next to the municipal building, where Lin Chen had opened the entrance to the dragon's nest, so that no one else could see it at all, except for the demonic materials, the 6 little dragons, and Lin Chen himself. Above the sky of the dragon's nest, a large number of demonic corpses fell down, landing right in the middle of the demonic blood sacrifice pool. However, Xiaohei and the other dragons killed too fast. Fortunately, with the help of Xiaosen, Xiaoyin smoothly caught up with the demon hunting. On the other side of the tunnel, Mo Fan and the others finally walked to the outskirts of Golden Forest City, and at a glance, they saw the 6 giant dragons hunting the group of demons. Lu Jinha opened his mouth wide in fear. Jinlin City has become a dragon's nest? The others also looked at this in shock, not daring to move in the slightest for fear of being discovered by Little Black and the others. On the contrary, Mu Nujio and Mu Ningxue didn't have much of a reaction. They had seen most of Lin Shen's dragons, and even though there was another silver dragon, they thought it must also be Lin Shen's contracted beast. Mo Fan stood at the end of the group, watching his good brother's summoned beast kill in all directions, and couldn't help but nag at the Summoning Realm's Blast Star Wolf. Look at how hard other people's summoned beasts are working. The Blasting Star Wolf looked at Mo Fan with contempt. The meaning was obvious. Other people's masters are high-ranked. What about you? Mo Fan exited the summoning dimension without tears, clenching his fists and looking at the 6 giant dragons in the distance. Haki-chan, you guy must have all the limelight before you're satisfied. 2176 words, perfect. Chapter 34, Say Goodbye Freshman, what's up with you summoning a dragon? Here to say a few words, why every explanation is put into the body part, because put into the writer's words inside, the starting point side may have a delay not, or some readers do not read, simply put into the body part. This kind of situation I will make up for the number of words. You do not have to worry about the hydrology. Also, I had generated a picture of a small silver that I felt kinda matched and was clear, but once I uploaded it, it got muddled, which is weird. I'll put it in the comments section and try it out. Meat Pier was the first to spot Mu Ningxue and his party as he rampaged through Golden Forest City with Little Senator immediately. His eyes rolled and he thought of a brilliant plan. Recently, my younger siblings are getting more and more, so if I want to eat more then I'll please someone else. Meat Peer looked back and forth between Mu Ning-shui and Mu Nugio, and finally decided that it was better to please Mu Ning-shui, and based on his father's behavior, it was obvious that he listened more to Mu Ning-shui's words. Meat Peer made a secret decision, and with the corpse of a great warlord-level demon in his mouth, he flew all the way to Mu Ning-shui. On the run, a large number of buildings were collapsed and countless pieces of debris poured down, but they did not cause the slightest harm to Meat Peer. Seeing the Meat Peer rush to, Lu Zhenghe and other people greatly alarmed. This more than 30 meters long dragon can be described as full impact. Once hit, I'm afraid that not to mention the meat mud, there is no powder is not good to say, immediately have to and the earth is one. It was fortunate that Mu Ning-shui had spoken out to explain, so Lu Zhenghe and the others did not engage in excessive behavior. Of course, they were also the ones who understood that nothing they did could stop a charging up commander-class dragon. The Meat Peer rushed to Mu Ning-shui's proximity, and a sharp break plowed the earth out of several deep ditches, watching Lu Zhenghe and the others raise their eyebrows and become even more fearful. Meat Tun recalled the video he had watched with Lin Chen, in which the puppy just sat down and the owner smiled and stroked its head. Thinking of this, Meat Peer straightened up, his body length of nearly 40 meters sticking straight up into the sky. Boom! The earth shook as Meat Loaf's ass hit the ground. Looking at Meat Tun's bright and sparkling big eyes, Mu Ning-shui really couldn't bear to tell it. You're so heavy, you're crushing the roads into the city. The Meat Peer put down the demon in his mouth and bared his teeth. There was also a large amount of blood flowing down. It looked exceptionally hideous, making Lu Zhenghe and the others die. Meat Tun looked at them aggressively. What's going on? Why hasn't Auntie Shui come to touch my head? Meat Tun thought for a moment, thinking that maybe he was too tall for Auntie Shui to touch, and whirled around and lowered his head, which touched the ground. Sitting down and letting his head touch the ground, the pose looks to be quite comical. Mu Ning-shui looked at Meat Tun's quirky appearance and spread a smile. When Meat Tun saw this, he became even more excited, and with one paw, he pinched up Mu Ning-shui and placed her on his back. Shaoxin had the good sense to secure Mu Ning-shui with a tiny snake whisker. The dragon's wings unfolded, and the rocky giant wings covered the sky. Huffing. A large amount of wind force attacked the ground at high speed like a sharp blade flying close to the ground. The Meat Peer rises up and takes to the sky. He's going to bring Auntie Snow to Daddy, and he's sure to get a bunch of yummy treats. Just thinking about it, the Meat Peer couldn't help but salivate, leaving only Mo Fan and the others to stay in place and stare in disbelief. Mu Ning-shui was captured by the dragon? Mo Fan scratched his head. How come Lin Chen played on the drama of a giant dragon stealing a princess? Seeing that the giant dragon had no malicious intent, it was only after Mu Nugio and Mo Fan's persuasion that the crowd dared to boldly walk towards the city. Along the way, the darkness of the night, the heavy rain, and the thunder and lightning mixed and intertwined as if it were the end of the world. Not to mention the others, even Mo Fan felt a chill. If these dragons were to go berserk, I'm afraid that the lethality they would cause would be comparable to the original Bo City disaster. It was also fortunate that Little Black and Little Violet knew them, otherwise I'm afraid that Mo Fan and the others would have been brushed off as humanoid demons. Watching the demon corpses falling from the sky, Missouri Fan's eyes flashed with envy. A demon corpse was at least 100,000, and in just a moment, Mo Fan had seen dozens of them fall. Mo Fan simply did the math, so that means Lin Chen is now pocketing a few million every minute? Mo Fan was envious to the point of crying. Entering the municipal building, he met Lin Chen in an office on the second floor. At this time, he was lying on the sofa and chatting with Mu Ning-shui, and could not help but make the corners of the crowd's mouth twitch. Being so leisurely in a city that had fallen for 15 years, without knowing it, he thought that you guys were here on vacation. There you are, I'm done probing here. Lin Chen said, picking up the detector to the side. 9 demons per 10,000 square meters? Picking up another detector placed elsewhere in the city, it showed a maximum of 20 to 30 demons. Lin Chen scratched his head. It seemed like he was done killing. It looks pretty safe here, go back and report. Crowd. It's just a trip, Lu Zhenghe and the other boys thought helplessly. But Bai Tingting and the other women thought differently. One man single-handedly swept through the city of Golden Grove? Are you kidding me? This is the demon of all demons. For a while, Bai Tingting was a little jealous of Mu Ning-shui, that she could find such a demon as a boyfriend, and that he was so handsome. The people had different thoughts, but the only thing that was the same was that they must not provoke Lin Chen in the future. When those 6 giant dragons outside grew up, Lin Chen could be said to be one person topping a family. The gargoyle army is taking shape. Lin Chen got up and stretched. Let's go. Lin Chen looked into the distance. There was another traitor, Lun Yan, waiting to be dealt with. Demonic? Lin Chen wasn't going to ask for it, he had such a strong golden finger, maybe he'd develop an explosive function for himself in the future. What's the point of asking for one with so many side effects? It's better to leave it to Mo Fan. The group left Golden Grove City with the probe data. Was leaving down the train tracks when a group of mages in military uniforms suddenly arrived. The crowd was a bit puzzled, they had only just been to Golden Forest City. If it wasn't for Lin Chen, the battle should have just started at this moment, and the military had come so quickly? Only Lu Zhenghe's face changed, and he seemed to be struggling a bit, but he didn't say much. Lin Chen took it all in and prepared himself for battle. It seemed that these people were Lun Yan's team. A group of military lawyers came straight toward the crowd, led by a thick-browed man with a pipe dangling from his thick lips. The man wore a large army green trench coat, and his eyes under those thick eyebrows scanned the group of experienced students, eventually landing his gaze on Lu Zhenghe. Before Lu Zhenghe could speak, Lin Chen suddenly burst out, "These people are traitors from the military, capturing us for experiments, strike!" Lun Yan froze, he was exposed? In the next moment, two giant dragons appeared, black and brown intertwined, circling Lun Yan and the others in the center. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were the first to strike, followed by Mu Nujio and Zhao Manyan. I've long since realized that their costumes are not right. Zhao Manyan sneered. While the rest were still in a daze, Lun Yan's men were also killed for the most part. Lu Zhenghe was in a hurry, "Stop it, that's my big brother Lun Yan." Lin Chen's face sank, and he threw a slap at Lu Zhenghe's face. "This matter is clear to you, it's nothing more than grabbing Mo Fan to do experiments, you'd better listen to what your big brother has to say." In the next moment, Xiao He had thrown Lun Yan, whose abdomen had been penetrated, in front of the crowd. Xiao He, as a medium commander, was completely crushing Lun Yan, not to mention that it was now a close face. Once a mage is in the face of a demon, it means death is near. Lun Yan was being suppressed by Xiao He's shadow system at the moment and was unable to release magic at all. His eyes were cloudy and filled with disbelief. "Why, how is it possible that you summoned a giant dragon when you said it was just a bunch of freshmen?" Lin Chen snorted coldly and kicked Lun Yan over. "You're just a high rank, you're not qualified to know about me. State your purpose clearly, or I'll have your research destroyed right now." Lun Yan's greatest fear was that the research results would all disappear, and he immediately spat out the truth. Hearing the truth, the crowd stared angrily at Lu Zhenghe. Lin Chen's purpose had also been achieved. He could have killed Lun Yan directly, but it would be easy to alienate these students from himself. They were all disciples of some families. It was better to make friends than to make enemies. Instead of having more of this kind of trouble, it would be better to waste a little bit of time and let Lun Yan give an account of himself. After hearing all this, Lu Zhenghe stood frozen in place, unable to believe his ears. Lin Chen was helpless. The stupid child was also pitted by his brother, resolved Lun Yan, and looked at Lu Zhenghe. "Go back and tell your Lu family that if you want this to be resolved, go to the Mu family in person." Lu Zhenghe nodded with complicated eyes, not daring to say anything more in the slightest. Bai Tingting and the others looked at Lin Chen adoringly, so domineering, so handsome, casually solving a high-level mage. Back in the city, Lin Chen threw a cloth bag at Mo Fan. "Use it again in the future when your life is in danger. It can make your strength increase by leaps and bounds at the cost of lowering your entire system by one level." Mo Fan's eyes twitched. Such a life-preserving thing was given to him like this? "A great favor, tell your brother something." Chapter 35. You came alone to die? In the depths of Dongting Lake, a dragon tail hundreds of meters long swept by, and several commander-class giant lizard pseudo-dragons flew hundreds of meters at once, spitting blood from their mouths. The giant lizard dragon monarch's eyes were icy cold. A few damn things, the emergence of a pure-blooded dragon hatchling was even said only now. Immediately, the giant lizard dragon monarch's eyes became fiery. As long as he devoured the pure-blooded dragon hatchling, he himself would definitely be able to break through to the Grand Monarch level and break the bloodline restriction. Behind the giant lizard dragon monarch, huge and ugly fleshy wings unfolded for hundreds of meters. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar rose at first, and several injured gargoyle pseudo-dragons couldn't care less about their injuries and hurriedly followed behind the gargoyle dragon monarch. The rest of the war general level pseudo-dragon bloodline demons didn't follow, and the gargoyle dragon monarch had to grab the speed now. In case he let the other party run away, he wouldn't necessarily have such an opportunity even if he waited for another 100 years. After sending Mo Fan and the others away, Lin Chen chose to stay in the Imperial capital. He was going to cooperate with the Mu family and the military to clean up Golden Forest City again. Because he had killed so many demons, the cleanup was going smoothly. Also because Lin Chen had killed so many demons, the military's losses were minimal, and once the leaders above were happy, they directly allocated one half of the ground in Golden Forest City to the Mu family. This could make the Mu family happy. With this one half of the territory, the Mu family will develop for 10 years, and will certainly be able to ascend to the top of the families in Haichang. You should know that Jinlin City was originally a second-tier city, not much smaller than Haichang. Looking at the distant skyline, Mu Zhanqing's eyes were filled with anticipation. Grandpa, there are numerous powerful demons over at Dongting Lake, there won't be any problems with the rebuilding process. Lin Chen inexplicably felt a little flustered. Mu Zhanqing waved his hand, don't worry, the reconstruction will be quick, the higher-ups pay a lot of attention to this place and transferred a large number of Earth mages, as long as half a year, the infrastructure will be ready. During this time, I will be holding down the fort with Major General Lin, unless a monarch-level demon comes, there is no way that it will fall. The Rear Admiral Lin that Mu Zhanqing spoke of was a senior Rear Admiral, nearly 50 years old, and a powerful lightning super-rank mage. Suddenly, Lin Chen's face changed as he felt an unfamiliar dragon's might sweeping over him, and said in an astringent voice, Grandpa, it seems that you thought wrong. Mu Zhanqing just gave Lin Chen a puzzled look, but suddenly his face changed drastically as he looked into the distance. Be careful, it's that old dragon within the Dongting Lake. Old dragon? Hearing Lin Chen's question, Mu Zhanqing explained while sending a message to Major General Lin. There are many demonic monarchs within the Dongting Lake. Besides those who are incredibly powerful and secluded in the depths, the strongest is this gargoyle dragon monarch. Although it's only the pinnacle of the lesser monarchs, it's enough to fight with the great monarchs by relying on its dragon bloodline, not to mention the gargoyle false dragon tribe under it. Climbing to the top of the crumbling walled city, Major General Lin, with his black and white hair intertwined, was there. Your senses are correct, it is indeed that gargoyle dragon lord. As he said that, a flash of hatred surfaced in Major General Lin's eyes. 15 years ago, it was this giant lizard dragon monarch who destroyed Golden Forest City with the demons under his command. Although there were other demon monarchs, this gargoyle dragon monarch could be said to have played a huge role in that invasion. Although there's only that dragon monarch's aura, I'm afraid it's difficult to do with just you and I, the two super ranks. Mu Zhanqing's eyes were heavy. He himself was a Super Order 3 full cultivation, and Major General Lin was a Super Order 2 full cultivation. Although he was able to hold the giant lizard dragon monarch at bay, the tens of thousands of demons under it would be difficult to resist. If it's not possible, let's retreat. Anyway, we haven't started rebuilding yet. At most, we'll just wait for it to retreat and clean up the demons once more. Major General Lin said helplessly. Wait, is that hundreds of meters long big lizard the gargoyle dragon monarch that you guys are talking about? It doesn't seem to have many demons around it. Lin Chen suddenly said. A fallen monarch class demon? Mu Zhanqing's face suddenly became excited. General Lin, you see. Major General Lin's face also changed. There was excitement, but only no worry. You know, Master Mu, young soldiers are eager to establish merit, and although I'm 50, I'm at the right age to break in. The two hit it off and decided to stay. Are you kidding me? It's not easy to find a single monarch level. The military has sent a full 5,000 military mages to guard the rebuilding efforts. All of them are elite. I'm avoiding you? Major General Lin had been in the position of Major General for a long time. If he could kill this Dragon Lord today, he would definitely be promoted to Lieutenant General. Such an opportunity was enough for him to put up a fight. Looking at the two excited senior citizens, Lin Chen froze. When did full-time mage become a senior citizen hot-blooded tomato? Taking advantage of the fact that the Gargoyle Dragon Monarch had yet to arrive, the two of them briefly discussed their countermeasures, with Mu Zhanqing, who majored in the plant system, controlling, and Major General Lin, who majored in the thunder system, attacking. Lin Chen also had the task of blocking those few commander-class giant lizard false dragons. The giant lizard dragon king with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters came pouring in like a mountain. A green light flickered in Mu Zhanqing's eyes, and more than 2,000 green stars above his head converged into a sea of stars. Shinner, today Grandpa will show you the real super rank magic. Regeneration Ghost Wooden Hands 1,000 Hands. Mu Zhanqing let out a low gulp, and a large pale green hand that was hundreds of meters tall rose up from the ground behind him, and in the next moment, densely packed smaller-sized palms grew out from all parts of the ghostly wooden hand. It looked extremely scary, and if the color were changed to that of a hand, I'm afraid that Cthulhu would be no better off if he came. Above the huge ghostly wooden hand, countless smaller-sized palms flew out, and the roots remained on top of the body, and the roots alone were dozens of meters thick. Thousands of ghostly wooden hands attacked the Gargoyle Dragon Monarch like a cage descending from the sky. The Gargoyle Dragon Monarch was shocked. Wasn't it said that there were only pure-blood dragon cubs and a few weak humans? What the hell is this super rank magic? But after all, it was the pinnacle existence amongst the lesser monarchs. The gargoyle false dragon's eyes were ferocious, and large swathes of flames spewed out from its mouth, deep red in color, and its power far exceeded that of the Soul Seed Flame. However, this move Thousand Hands of Goddess of Mercy is Mu Zhanqing's use of transcendent power, full strength, even if only a small number of Ghostwood hands wrapped around the giant lizard dragon monarch, but it is still deeply rooted in it, absorbing its nourishment to continuously regenerate. Rear Admiral Lin looked for the right opportunity, and the Sea of Thunder stars behind him was already in place. Thunder Ring of Punishment Heaven and Earth Annihilation Map. Although Rear Admiral Lin had not awakened the transcendent force, and his strength was slightly inferior to Mu Zhanqing, he was also a real Thunder System Super Order full cultivator, and his hands were killing moves, Thunder System Super Order Level 3 magic. The expressive power of the Thunder System could be so much greater than the plant system, looking at the terrifying sea of thunder that fell from the sky. Lin Chen was silent, he was still far from being a truly powerful mage, this was still just a super-ranked mage. What about a forbidden spell mage? The pride that had been crushing his peers dissipated, and Lin Chen knew that his opponents in the future should no longer be those young people, but rather the strongest of the older generation. Blackie, Meatloaf, come out to work. Lin Chen's eyes became resolute as he looked at those frightened giant lizard pseudo-dragons. After eating them and devouring the dragon bloodline in their bodies, I'm afraid Little Silver and Little Violet will be able to break through to the commander level. Chapter 36, Angrily Killing the Dragon Monarch, Extracting the Space System. After the shelves finished reading dropped a lot. Chapter 26 is 30%, Chapter 29 is 18%, is I right to what poisonous point, or people do not want to see the heroine plot, like the battle plot, you can leave a comment in this paragraph, like which, I'll write a little bit more in the future. There were a total of 4 Commander-class gargoyle pseudo-dragons, and Lin Chen released Little Black, Meat Peer, Little Violet, and Little Silver to meet them. Xiao Hei appeared even though the dark canopy, covering thousands of square meters of the sky above his head, this kind of appearance special effect, even the gargoyle dragon monarch did not have. Xiao Hei and Meat Peer both pressed against each other, Xiaoyin was agile and didn't need to worry, the only thing Lin Chen was worried about was Xiao Zi. As a pure combat-oriented dragon race, Little Purple's best fighting style was to pounce. It's a good thing that although Little Purple is only at the advancement stage war general level, the purity of the dragon bloodline crushes the gargoyle lizard pseudo-dragon, and she doesn't lose out at all in the fight. Lin Chen was even able to suppress the gargoyle pseudo-dragon when he used the shadow system to assist Little Violet. On the other side, seeing the appearance of 4 dragons with extremely high bloodline grades, the giant lizard dragon monarch had gone berserk. Blazing flames spewed out from the eyes of the gargoyle dragon monarch, and countless wind blades sprang up on its body, tearing apart the vines that were entangled in it. Ignoring the lightning blasts, the giant lizard dragon monarch's eyes looked greedily at the 4 little dragons. Although these small dragons were not as tall as it had imagined, and had not yet reached that height that it could hardly imagine, but it could not help that there were a lot of them. Especially that little silver dragon, the gargoyle dragon monarch could feel that as long as he devoured it, he would definitely be able to break through. Seeing the giant lizard dragon monarch go berserk, Mu Zhanqing's face changed drastically. Watch out, this thing is desperate. Ghost Wooden Hands 1000 Hands. Wind Disc Vast Wind Prisoner. Mu Zhanqing's plant and wind systems erupted in full force, and his super rank full cultivation was displayed to the fullest. Major General Lin also realized the severity of the problem, no wonder this thing isn't even carrying a pack, so it's meant to devour Lin Chen's summoned beasts. The wings of wind behind Major General Lin dissipated, and a magic tool was thrown by him to the center of Golden Forest, where the 5,000 elite military mages were located. Combine. With a single command, the 5,000 military mages acted at the same time, as if they were precision machines, even the speed of releasing magic was vastly different. Hundreds of clusters of light flares were hurled at the gargoyle false dragon as if it were a giant flashbang, setting up a huge sun directly beside it and interfering with its movements. Thousands of ice vines were thrown out, the power was straight after super rank magic, although it was not as good as the two of them, Mu Zhanqing and Lin Major General, it did reach the super rank category and was enough to affect the giant lizard dragon monarch. The thousands of thunder mages, on the other hand, were pooling all of their own magical energy into the magical tools that Major General Lin had thrown out. A large amount of lightning magic energy entered this magic tool, and then entered Major General Lin's body through a simple filter. Major General Lin's face turned pale and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth due to the powerful energy, but his aura was several times stronger. Mu Family Master, after this strike, my thunder system will be ruined, and I won't be able to use it for at least half a year. Mu Zhanqing nodded and said decisively, after this strike, if there is anything General Lin needs help with, I, the Mu clan, shall do everything in my power to help you once. That's enough, I'll call in a report and have the Mako family share some more territory. After saying that, Major General Lin smiled faintly, his body bursting with thunder and lightning. Sinful animal, it's time to pay back the blood debt from 15 years ago. Thunder Ring of Punishment, Heaven and Earth Annihilation Map. The huge sea of thunder constantly pressed against the sky, its power more than doubled compared to before, and these 1,000 elite mages were not all beginner level. The Thunder Department, as the key magic department to be cultivated among the military mages, at least 1/5 of these 1,000 thunder mages were of the middle rank, and there were even a few of them of the high rank. Pale lightning fell like rain, and all the energy fluctuations were enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Lin Chen was startled and hurriedly told Little Black to keep them away from the battlefield. Blackie carried the corpse of a giant lizard pseudo-dragon in his mouth and disappeared into the shadows. Xiao Yin's eyes remained calm as several twisted space gates were released, diverting the direction of several thunderbolts and allowing them to attack the gargoyle dragon monarch. But that was, after all, a super-ranked top-tier magic. After doing that, Little Silver's face was already extremely ugly, good thing it still had the wind attribute. A few wind rails appeared, allowing the slower-moving meat dunes to successfully kill the giant lizard pseudo-dragon and hide in the distance. Only Little Violet, surprisingly, took the initiative to attract some thunderbolts, bathing her body in purple thunder, growing more and more courageous as she fought. Claws of Dome of Thunder. Nearly 200 meters of huge thunder claws blasted down, its power more than doubled, directly slapping the desperate giant lizard pseudo-dragon to death. Little Violet's eyes were fiery as she ate the essence and core of the gargoyle false dragon in one bite. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar rang out as Little Violet broke through, commander level. Little Silver looked enviously at Little Violet, her eyes eagerly looking at Lin Chen. You can eat the remaining 3, it's for you and Little Z. Lin Chen laughed. Little Silver let out a happy wail and directly devoured the corpses of the 3 giant lizard pseudo-dragons, followed by an angry roar as well. Commander level. At this point, Little Silver had successfully broken away from her hatchling and entered the growth stage, and Lin Chen's men were all commander-class dragons, without exception. With that done, Lin Chen used the attribute extraction opportunity to extract Little Silver's spatial lineage. Within the nest of the giant dragon, a few lines of large letters emerged. Spatial System, Intermediate Level 1, from the Windjacked Ancient Moon Silver Dragon, comes with Level 5 mental power. Wind, from the Windjack Ancient Moon Silver Dragon, comes with the minor soul species Windjack, and because the level of the soul skill is too low, you can choose the very best spirit species, Wind Spirit. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose the Spatial Department, not to mention that he still had Level 5 spiritual power. Even if he didn't, he would still choose it. The Space Department was too strong, or the Universal Magic Department, able to attack and defend. AI Jiang to relying on the Space Department of the 4th level of spiritual power could defeat most of his peers, not to mention Lin Chen now had a 5th level of spiritual power. After doing all this, the giant lizard pseudo-dragon that was furious because Xiao He and the other dragons were far away had already been ambushed. Even if its battle power was comparable to that of a great monarch, it still drank its hatred under the siege of 2 super-ranked mages with at least 2 full cultivation of the 2nd lineage, as well as an army of 5,000 mages. Mu Zhanqing lifted the hideous and ugly dragon head of the gargoyle dragon monarch, as if relieved. My old bones almost folded here. Major General Lin also had some second thoughts. If it wasn't for the fact that I had brought a legion of 5,000 men, I'm afraid that 3 super-ranked full cultivators would have been hard-pressed to leave it behind. And fortunately, Lin Chen's summoned beasts turned out to be so attractive to it that it wouldn't back down from its deathly battle. Hundreds of years of bloodline shackles, how could the gargoyle dragon monarch be willing to do so? Even if he wanted to run in the end, it was too late. With Mu Zhanqing, a super-ranked mage specializing in controlling the field, the gargoyle dragon monarch had already fallen deep into the quagmire, making it difficult to escape. The corpse of the gargoyle dragon monarch was given to Lin Chen, and he was going to have Little Blue devour it. Right now, of the baby dragons under Lin Chen, only Little Blue had the potential to be at the little monarch level, and by devouring the gargoyle dragon monarch, he wouldn't be able to break through the bloodline, but he would at least be able to progress a bit. Shinner, do you have any arrangements for next? If not, go home, New Xin is full of missing you. Mu Zhanqing asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Next I want to go to Hangzhou, I have friends there. Mu Zhanqing nodded without asking more questions. In fact, Lin Chen had gone to Hangzhou just to get the materials for the Shin Snake's skin shedding. It was a supreme monarch level material, or a totem one, so it might not be the same as ordinary materials. And Lin Chen also need to find a place to awaken magic. He still has 2 lines of magic not awakened, but he can't tell his grandpa that he is high ranked and still has 2 lines not awakened. That way Mu Zhanqing will surely have to lock him up in his home, and won't be allowed to go out until he is super ranked. Chapter 37, 6 Systems of Magic, First Time Meeting Shin Snake. With Jinlin City out of the way, Lin Chen traveled to Hangzhou, where he was going to awaken 2 new magic faculties and dive in for a while in the meantime. Lin Chen casually bought a suburban apartment and pulled out the awakening stone that he had brought out from the Mu family. It's safer to awaken on your own. If you go to an awakening place, the magic you awaken will be recorded, and it's inevitable that someone with a heart of gold will notice it. Blue and green lights lit up one after another. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Water and plant systems, huh? Lin Chen wasn't really looking forward to the new magic lineage right now, so he didn't use the channeling stone, and he didn't expect to awaken a rare plant lineage, so it seemed that his plant lineage affinity was quite high. Open the character panel. Name, Lin Chen. Strengths, Summoning higher level 2, Shadow higher level 2, Thunder higher level 2, Space middle level 1, Water beginner level 1, Botany beginner level 1. Carrying objects, Shadow System Extreme Spirit Seed level Shadow Matter Poison Spell, Thunder System Extreme Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, level 5 Spiritual Power. For the sake of statistics, Spirit Seeds, Soul Seeds, Dark Matter, and Spirit levels are all categorized as carrying objects. Magic Tools, 1 Mortal level Shield Magic Tool, 2 Spirit level Shield Magic Tools. Number of Fused Dragons, 6. Dragon Demon Embryo, 2. When the number of dragons reaches 10, you can obtain Attribute Extraction 1 time, Magic Cultivation Inheritance 1 time, and open new functions. Lin Chen frowned. An increase in the number of magic departments was certainly a good thing, but he himself would be distracted a great deal by it, the best example being Mo Fan. Mo Fan's numerous magic faculties required an extremely large amount of time and resources to consume, which also led to the fact that there was no one very prominent item in his cultivation, and he was at a disadvantage when facing high-level mages. So Lin Chen decided that he would put the water and plant lineages aside for now, and break through to the high level in the space lineage first. Time was the least valuable but could not be bought. In a trance, Lin Chen didn't even know how long he had been practicing. He only knew that the spatial faculty had already reached the intermediate 3rd level, and that his spiritual power had reached the peak of the 5th level. High-level mages cultivate middle level as fast. What is this called? The first rich to drive. Lin Chen smacked his lips, did not then think down. Who put that in my book? Don't leave everyone without a book. Opening the door to his room, Lin Chen breathed in the air that smelled of sunlight, and suddenly frowned and looked at the next house. He remembers his next-door neighbor as a strong man. Why does he smell so heavily of medicine today? Sick. Lin Chen walked over. He had been living here for quite a while, and in case something happened to the other party, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. Clang. Crunch. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Lin Chen looked at the pale man with a slightly furrowed brow. Brother Li, what are you? The man forced a smile. Lin Chen, it's rare for me to see you once. There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that I've been traveling for the past few days and have contracted some wind chill. Business trip? Where did you go on your business trip, Brother Li? White Town. Big Brother Li went back to rest, and Lin Chen frowned. It seemed that the plague had begun. Crooked, Ling Ling, I need you to do me a favor. Help me check the composition of the blood agents over here in Hangzhou, and have Mo Fan pick up the samples. Lin Chen said towards the other side of the phone. Spirit side agreed decisively. Checking these could be much more fun than doing childish school assignments. But in a few days, there was news from Spirit's side. There's something wrong with those blood agents. After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Keep the evidence well, it'll be useful at critical moments. Hanging up the phone, Lin Chen had another number. It was Leng Qing's number. He needed to explain something in advance. After dealing with these things, Lin Chen came to the edge of the West Lake in Hangzhou. Looking at the clear pool of water, Lin Chen was a little hesitant. Could a Xian snake that big really live here? But it was too late to hesitate now. A few days later, I'm afraid that the Silver Vault Lord will come, and I don't know how many people will have to die by then. Little Blue, take me down to take a look. Lin Chen summoned Little Blue. Little Blue nodded gently and spat out a side of water bubbles to wrap Lin Chen up before diving under the water. The West Lake was not big, and Blue, as a commander-level demon, quickly dived under the water. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt as if he was being stared at by something terrifying, and his body was covered in hair. The body turned stiffly, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be bushy-tailed were staring at him. A pair of triangular eyes were bright and luminous, almost like irradiating lamps mounted on the top of a commercial building, and this luminousness of it was not vibrant, but rather demonic and terrifying that penetrated into the depths of the human heart. Behind it, a body like a skyscraper. It's winding, it's long, and you can't see the end of it at a glance. Is this the Supreme Monarch-level Xian snake? Lin Chen swallowed nervously. The peak little Monarch-level Gargoyle Dragon Monarch was like a child in front of it. Even Little Blue seemed to have turned into a lizard in front of a real dragon. It was good that although Little Blue was fearful, he was after all a true dragon bloodline and still dared to look straight at the totem shen snake. Woo! Soothing Little Blue, who was roaring low and unease, Lin Chen raised his head and faced the totem shen snake directly. Big guy, you can hear me right? Although Lin Chen was nervous, he still had a bottom line in his heart. It was impossible for the totem shen snake to harm humans, at most it would just repel them. After Lin Chen shouted these words, time seemed to freeze, leaving only one person and one snake staring at each other. Only after a long time did the totem shen snake look at Little Blue and slowly nod its head. The mere slightest movement of the huge body caused turbulence in West Lake. Someone is going to take advantage of your molting to do you harm, should you come with me first? Lin Chen said, no more words, it would be best if he could take it away, if he couldn't, it would just be Shen Snake suffering a bit. It was just that Lin Chen had his eye on the Silver Vault Lord's materials, so he had to rely on the power of the Shen Snake. The totem Shen Snake was silent, only a certain scale on its body flashed faintly. In the next moment, the Shen Snake violently raised its body, lifting Little Blue and Lin Chen above the surface of the water from below. The speed was so fast that Blue and Lin Chen didn't have any time to react. The basilisk exposed its eyes to the water, and within a short time, a woman with a hot body arrived in a hurry. Who are you? The woman was dressed in a professional outfit and looked quite sophisticated. Lin Chen guessed her identity, it should be Tang Yu. I'm Lin Chen, you should know me, someone is trying to turn against Shen Snake, and there are assholes within Hangzhou, the White Demon Eagle tribe will be arriving soon. Ha! Tang Yu felt like her brain was a bit unable to react. The Viper is in danger? There are assholes in Hangzhou? Invasion of the White Devil Eagle? Any one of these three things could give Tang Yu a headache for a long time, how come they all came at once? And who is Lin Chen? Tang Yu tried to run her pulpy brain and finally remembered Lin Chen's identity. The son of the Mu family, the hero of Bo City, the top genius in the country today. These are the records within the trial chamber. With this layer of identity in place, Tang Yu didn't dare to be careless. Tell me in detail. Chapter 38, the congressman's old man kills him too. Telling Tang Yu most of everything he knew, Lin Chen also took out the evidence about the blood agent's counterfeiting. Tang Yu's face changed drastically, they're actually really going to make a move against Shen Snake. Tang Yu was in a hurry and didn't know what to do. What's important now is to move the Shen Snake ahead of time and then expose Luo Coronet's plot. Lin Chen reminded. Tang Yu nodded and no longer hesitated to find out the container of the totem Shen Snake. It was not good to notify the Judgment Council in advance now, and preemptive action was the way to go. When Shen Snake left, the Judgment Council side immediately got the news, and Xu Meng also heard the wind. Lin Chen, what should we do now? It's possible to convict Luo Coronation based on the blood agent thing alone, but he has a huge network of connections, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult to punish him. Tang Yu frowned, Luo Coronation had pushed all the blame onto the totem Shen Snake, and now it was difficult to retaliate even though there was evidence of the blood agent. Good point, private retaliation it is. Lin Chen smiled without temperature, his eyes full of killing intent. For such an evil counselor to live, I don't know how many people would be killed. Private retaliation? Lin Chen, do you know the importance of a counselor? Tang Yu was shocked. Otherwise, do you think we can really bring down Luo Coronet by taking out the evidence of the blood agent? According to the formal procedures, I'm afraid that this evidence will only end up in Luo Coronation's hands. How people like you and I who are in the know will be arrested for trumped-up charges shortly after. Lin Chen said indifferently, if he didn't have to use the power of the Shen Snake, he wouldn't even bother working with Tang Yu, an indecisive woman. Tang Yu clenched her teeth, touched the vessel containing the arcane color in her hand, and said, fine, let's go kill Luo Coronation, and then we'll make his crimes public. Just what about the people over at Hidden Trouble Strategy? At the end of the molting stage, how many people in the country would dare to fight the Shen Snake? Lin Chen asked rhetorically. Tang Yu wasn't too stupid and understood the meaning of Lin Chen's words. Things should be done thoroughly, directly killing Luo Coronation, then what Luo Coronation had done wasn't up to them. Together with the corroborating evidence of the blood agent, Luo Coronation would have to spend a lifetime in jail according to the normal process. Letting Tang Yu guard the Shen Snake here, Lin Chen found Leng Qing. Leng Qing is a high-strung, mature beauty who carries the righteousness of a public official. Elder sister, can I see Counselor Xu Meng now? When Leng Qing saw Lin Chen, his face sank after a slight smile. Yes, I didn't expect Luo Coronation to do such a thing. Although Counselor Xu Meng supports the hidden danger strategy, he extremely hates this kind of villain. He will definitely agree to your plan. Lin Chen had already contacted Leng Qing in advance and asked her to contact Xu Meng for him. Well, in that case, I'm going to see Councilman Wishmont. Wait a moment. Although Councillor Zhu Meng is cynical, but with the identity of a councillor, he is not good enough to make a move on the unconvicted Luo coronation. He will at most provide you with information, and the only one who really wants to make a move is still you. Lung Cheng reminded. Lin Shen nodded. I understand, don't worry, it's just a Luo coronation. Lin Shen turned to leave, his back resolute, as if he were a warrior. Of course, this was all in Ling Qing's eyes, but it was actually just a cab ride to Zhu Meng's office. Knocking on the door of the room, Zhu Meng looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. I heard that you cooperated with Rear Admiral Lin to solve a monarch some time ago, and I've been wanting to meet you. I didn't expect you to come to me so quickly. Seeing that Zhu Meng had heard of him, Lin Shen's heart rejoiced, so this would be better. Counselor Zhu Meng, I've revered you for a long time, but before we make small talk, I'd like you to take a look at this information first. Lin Shen handed over the results of the blood agent's examination. Zhu Meng received the information suspiciously, and then his face turned blue. MD, which tube of blood agent, with this kind of demon's blood, will attract the white demon eagle Ah? Wishmont looked up angrily. You knew? It is precisely Luo coronation, things can no longer be undone, the white demon eagle tribe will be arriving soon, now we can only hope that the Shen snake smolting will be completed and help us block the white demon eagle tribe. Lin Shen spoke. Shen snake? Zhu Meng froze. Will it help us? Zhu Meng felt a bit ridiculous. Just now he was calculating how to kill Shen snake, but now he was actually thinking about whether the other party would help him. If it doesn't come, the Silver Dome Lord will have to rely on you. Lin Shen spread his hands and said. The corners of Zhu Meng's mouth twitched. The Silver Vault Lord, as a great sovereign, was not something he could deal with on his own. I'll put the agenda of the hidden danger strategy down for now. If the Shen snake doesn't contribute, that only proves its neutral stance, and I'll still look for an opportunity when things are over. Zhu Meng said in a deep voice. That's good, Senator Zhu Meng, I still need you to do me a favor. Lin Shen said. You found out the problem with the blood agent, our Hongzhou owes you a big favor, just say what you need. Zhu Meng atmospherically said. I need the position of coronet. I'll send it to your cell phone later. Zhu Meng only hesitated for a split second before he realized what Lin Shen meant, but he still agreed. Lin Shen got up and left, summoning Little Black after finding an unoccupied clearing. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at the location and boarded Blackie's dragon's head. Blackie, fly to the outskirts. Woo! With a low roar, Blackie's dragon wings vibrated and he flew above the clouds, avoiding the city's gaze. Soon, Lin Shen saw Luo Coronet, who was currently counting blood agents in a secret warehouse located outside the city. Lin Shen's eyes flashed. Little Black, you continue to hide in the shadows of the clouds, we'll sneak in together later. After saying that, Lin Shen's figure flickered and appeared behind a large tree on the ground. The aura of shadow system magic. Luo Coronet was outwardly unmoved, but he had long since detected Lin Shen's landing. Lin Shen wasn't going to hide either, and directly stepped out to face Luo Coronet straight on. You are Senator Coronet Law? Seeing that the one who came out was a young man, Luo Coronation froze, and the guard in his heart loosened a bit. Not bad, exactly, who are you? Luo Coronet asked. Lin Shen pretended to look excited. I've finally found you, I've come to look for you on the orders of Counselor Zhu Meng. I heard that something urgent has happened. Senator Zhu Meng? Instead of trusting easily, Luo Coronet asked, what is it? Luo Coronet looked at Lin Shen warily. Having done something wrong, he was now like this when he saw a stranger. Lin Shen feigned ignorance and said, it seems like it's because of the matter of rounding up some demon, and Counselor Zhu Meng is worried that something will go wrong. Hearing this, Luo Coronation was certain. It seemed that it was indeed someone sent by Zhu Meng. The matter of rounding up the Shen snake was a hidden secret, and at the moment, apart from the people around Zhu Meng, no one else should know about it. Luo Coronation approached Lin Shen. Then get going, don't delay the big event. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Luo Coronet said impatiently, what else is there? And that is, it's time for you to die. Lin Shen suddenly stormed up, and 3 giant shadow spikes flew and threw themselves at Luo Coronet, followed by hundreds of stars surfacing. CU rules. The high-level magic of the shadow system was unleashed. A huge black curtain seemed to envelop the sky. A silent dragon released the dark canopy and swooped down swiftly but silently. Luo Coronation was shocked. Who sent you as an assassin? How dare you assassinate a counselor? With that said, the light of the cursed system of stars accumulated above Luo Coronation's head. Who sent the assassin? Lin Shen sneered. Consider yourself sent by the people you killed. As he said this, Lin Shen's hand movements did not pause for a moment. and 5 giant dragons appeared under the black curtain with fierce gazes. The congressman's old man will kill him too. Chapter 39 Melee, Xian Snake Outbreak. Silent thunder, death light thunderstorm. Thick pillars of thunderous light blasted out, accompanied by the roars of the 6 giant dragons. Luo Coronet's eyes widened as the curse system high-level magic he used in his haste couldn't stop the siege of 6 giant dragons. The shield magic tool was made and shattered by a thick strike of thunder. Armored magic gear surrounded and was slapped into several pieces by a pitch-black dragon claw that fell from the sky. A person's soul power was limited, and Luo Coronet simply couldn't bind a magic tool that could resist 6 giant dragons. Luo Coronation also ran out of time. Lin Chen's movements were too fast. Almost instantly, 6 giant dragons appeared around him, so much so that Luo Coronation didn't even have time to activate his strongest drill shield magic tool. A twisted blade of space sliced through, and Luo Coronet's body was cut in half as a large amount of blood gushed out, staining the earth red. Lin Chen didn't say anything, just letting the meat pier go down with a kick, melting Luo Coronation's corpse into the earth. Who would have thought that a powerful super-ranked mage who could last a few seconds under the Xian snake would be besieged to this point today? 6 giant dragons surrounding you together isn't an insult to your status as a counselor. At close range, even a super-ranked mage wouldn't be able to stop the sudden outburst of 6 giant dragons and a destruction mage. Lin Chen felt that he was well suited to go for an assassination. The summoning spell of the dragon's nest didn't need any time at all. As long as the mind moved, the dragons in it could instantly appear to launch an attack, so fast that even Luo Coronet couldn't react. Riding on top of Little Black's back, Lin Chen retrieved the other 5 giant dragons. Go to the basilisk. Riding the black dragon, Lin Chen's spatial ring was filled with questionable blood agents. These blood agents were made from demonic materials and could certainly be stowed away in the space ring gifted by the dragon's nest. Arriving at the Xian snake's hiding place, Lin Chen brainstormed and fed it all the blood agents. Looking at the Xian snake's gorging himself, Lin Chen was dumbfounded that this fishy problematic blood agent was also eaten so favorably. Lin Chen, what do we do next? Tang Yu asked. Wait for Xian snake to recover, then gallop to the South Fortress. Lin Chen said. At this point, the South Fortress was on full alert, and a large number of white devil eagles were attracted as the side effects of the blood agent took effect. On the city wall, Zhu Meng's face was embarrassed as he had spotted the figure of the Silver Dome Lord. At this time, Hongzhou's Sky Eagle system had been completely paralyzed, and the only people who could effectively kill a high blank magic eagle were medium and high-level mages. Let's hope the Gentoo will come. At this point, Zhu Meng could only pray, and then opened his winged magic tool and charged straight into the sky. On the other hand, Mo Fan and a teenager charged into the depths of the southern ridge riding a gray skyhawk. Looking at the greenish-black scales on the Xian snake's body that were resplendent with light, Lin Chen's face was delighted. A shiny greenish-black scale armor showed the ancient and majesty of a totem creature, and its huge and incomparable body represented its position of dominating everything. Molting period, over. Let's go Great Snake, head to the Western Fortress. Lin Chen patted Xian Snake's head. The totem Xian Snake glanced at Tang Yu, his eyes full of killing intent. The Xian Snake wasn't stupid, on the contrary, its intelligence definitely surpassed the vast majority of people, knowing that it was Luo Coronet who had framed him for the kill, and now there was an invasion by the White Demon Eagle, just so it could vent its anger. Tang Yu smiled faintly. Good, then let Counselor Zhu Meng see whether the totem Xian Snake is a totem or a demon. Lin Chen pocketed the faded skin of the Xian Snake. This was a supreme monarch-level material, it must not be forgotten. Are you saying that you'll listen to me next? Lin Chen felt the totem Xian Snake conveying a special language into his mind, pointing at himself with a few moments of disbelief. Once again, the totem basilisk transmitted an affirmative reply. This snake boss knew very well who had helped it at its weakest point. Alright, big guy, let's kill over there. Lin Chen stood on the head of the totem Xian Snake and pointed in the direction of the west, shouting loudly. The totem Xian Snake was covered with greenish-black scales that looked just like armor, and when it soared into the sky in one flight from its hiding place, it transformed into the night dragon breaking the sky. Other flying creatures that are to rock up, I do not know how many times the wings of the struggle to flap to be able to reach the clouds. Totem Xian Snake is a direct scurry up, directly to the clouds. Flying up, a mist the same color as its body soon appeared around the totem basilisk. The mists, on the one hand, hit its huge shocking body like a cloud of air, and on the other hand, held it up and flew it to the other direction of Hongzhou City, the very essence of the ability to fly in the clouds. Further on, in the long obscure sky, uncountable white demonic eagles appeared, and after a long battle, they were about to rush into the inboundary. Hiss. The totem Shen snake hissed angrily, and a mouthful of poisonous mist was sprayed out, and hundreds of white demon eagles were poisoned and died horizontally on the spot. In the shadow of the Shen snake's abdomen, a tens of meters long dragon quietly collected all the white demon eagle corpses and teleported them into the middle of Lin Shen's dragon's nest through his own summoning spell formation. The Shen snake killed all the way over, completely without having to do anything himself. The poisonous mist surrounding him killed thousands of white demon eagles. In the middle of the cloud formed by the white demon eagle, Zhu Meng, his face covered in blood, stared at the Silver Dome Lord. Damn, if I can go back alive today, I will definitely issue a wanted notice and find dozens of super-ranked mages to enter the South Ridge to slaughter you. The Silver Vault Lord was full of mockery, its eyes greedily looking towards the southern fortress. If it wasn't for this person covered in electric light standing in the way, it would have rushed down to have a full meal. Hiss. Snake chirping sounded like a dark night killer, making people's hearts tremble with fear, and the Silver Vault Lord, who was arrogant and incomparable, just now seemed to have been given a fixation spell, and his body stiffened for a moment. The thick mist spread out and turned into a wall of mist blocking the Silver Vault Lord. In the mist, a body glowing with a cold greenish-black light loomed, as thick as the backbone of a mountain. Zhu Meng looked excited. Shen snake, totem Shen snake, it's really here. It had a lengthy carapace and could repeatedly intertwine and coil in the mist, seemingly with countless mountain-shaped shocking pythons tossing and turning inside. However, when the mist gradually faded away, it was only then that it could be realized that it was a towering serpent that stood up and was able to reach the clouds. The Silver Dome Lord was already big enough, with a wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters, covering the sky and the sun, but in front of the totem Shen snake, it was like a newborn chick. The corners of the totem Shen snake's mouth hooked out into a hideous arc, then violently rushed towards the Silver Vault Lord, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. The Silver Dome Lord was startled and hastily dodged away, but he was still bitten off countless feathers in one bite. Lin Shen happily accepted these feathers. This is all precious material, even if it is not used to fuse the dragons, take it to sell it is also worth a lot of money. At the same time, Lin Shen unleashed the high-level magic of the Shadow System, Cu Rain, enveloping the Silver Vault Lord. Go, surround it and create an opportunity for the Shen snake to strike a fatal blow. Lin Shen released all 6 dragons, and for a time, various colors of light flickered continuously. As giant dragons, at the commander level, they were not saying that they could resist the Silver Vault Lord, but harassment was still possible. Chapter 40, Shen Snake Swallows Silver Wings, Eastern Divine Dragon. Berserk wind blades swept through, cutting the little black 6 dragons all over their bodies. Feather Blade Field. Lin Shen's face changed. These high-level demons were really not easy to deal with. A simple siege would have little effect. It was good that the Shen snake was present. As a supreme monarch-level demon, even the Silver Vault Lord it did not place in its eyes. The angry giant snake's body flipped and surrounded the Silver Vault Lord, and enough poisonous mist to pollute a large river spewed out to encircle the Silver Vault Lord. Zhu Meng found the opportunity and flew to construct the Super Order Star Palace. As the entire Star Palace blossomed into a purple color imprinted all over the long sky, a shocking lightning halberd was pulled out of the void by Senator Zhu Meng. The lightning halberd swung out fiercely, becoming huge in flight. One after another, the lightning halberd cut through 9 long rays of light. The light flew towards the Featherblade domain where the Silver Vault Lord was located, forming a lightning punishment cage made up of 9 prime thunder pillars that gathered into the strongest chain of confinement, locking the Silver Vault Lord firmly in that sky. The little purple dragon's wings vibrated furiously, and a stormy wind rose, with countless purple thunderbolts penetrating through his body. It was going to assist Zhu Meng in trapping the Silver Vault Lord. Although it was only at the commander level, the strength of the giant dragon was still not to be underestimated, and the power of the 9 rings band was once again significantly increased. Lin Shen's left eye floated with a black glow, and his right eye shone with a silver-white light. Co Rain, Spatial Rhythm Compression. Little black and little silver's dragon roars rang out, attaching themselves to Lin Shen's magic and radiating countless rays of light. Dark Sky. Space Squeeze. The space around the Silver Vault Lord became sticky, and endless darkness appeared, locking the Silver-Winged Vault Lord in the lightning halberd. The Silver Vault Lord was shocked. What a joke! If he was trapped here, he would definitely be killed by that big snake. A long, penetrating whistle swept through the air, and countless white demon eagles stopped their rushes towards the southern fortress, their eyes scarlet as they turned to look at their monarch. Subsequently, countless white devil eagles launched suicidal attacks, poisonous fog disintegrated, lightning suppressed, darkness eroded, and space squeezed. The 4 barriers were broken through one by one, countless amounts of blood were spilled all over the earth, and at least tens of thousands of white demon eagles had died just to break the seals. During this process, the totem Shen snake merely watched coldly. The moment the last restriction broke open, the totem basilisk moved. Like a storm that enters directly, like a mountain peak tipping over, the aura that must be hit locks onto the Silver Dome Lord. The Silver Dome Master's original bright silver feathers had fallen off for the most part, and he looked like a vulture without fur. Lin Chen's restriction was fine, but Zhu Meng and Xian Snake's attacks were actually causing damage to it. The hideous snake mouth bites the Silver Dome Lord, countless snake venom injected, the wail of the Silver Dome Lord is getting weaker and weaker. No more water, no more typing this chapter. Gain Silver Vault Lord's wings purple, Silver Vault Lord's eyes purple. Lin Chen put the Silver Vault Lord's corpse into his spatial ring. Patting the Xian Snake's head, Lin Chen sighed, "That's fierce, I wonder when Little Black and the others will reach this point." According to the current potential of Lin Chen's 6 little dragons, only Little Silver had this possibility, but what did Lin Chen have? A plug-in, who knows if a new feature would come out to enhance Little Black's qualifications for them. Hangouts that can't be judged by common sense. Looking at Xian Snake's figure returning to West Lake, the bandaged Zhu Meng had complicated eyes. "It was me who was wrong about the hidden trouble strategy, and it was a huge mistake." Looking at this congressman who had shed blood for the country, Lin Chen pursed his lips. "You are also looking out for Hongzhou's safety, and fortunately nothing went wrong, and you helped Hongzhou remove the Silver Dome Lord of the Westridge." Zhu Meng was not so optimistic. The Shilling faction is not considered a big faction in the country. Kunlun Mountain, Tianshan Mountain, which is not a demon paradise, the tribe can't even be accurately described, it should be called a country. Moreover, there is also a congressman like Luo Coronation in the country, Lin Chenyu. Zhu Meng changed the topic and talked about Luo Coronation. Lin Chen nodded without moving at his words, returned to the bosom of the motherland. Zhu Meng coldly snorted, "Then it is really cheap for him, falsely accusing Totem, selling strategic resources, almost let the whole Hongzhou fall, if it falls into my hands." Zhu Meng suddenly silenced his voice, but Lin Chen understood what he meant. The two men looked at each other without words, and finally Wishmont left. "When you have the chance in the future, you can come to my court mage corps and make you the leader." Listening to Zhu Meng's words, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This congressman was really different, decisive, ruthless, standard hawkish. It was good to see that such a person had his heart set on the country. With this matter out of the way, Lin Chen was also ready to fuse a new dragon race, and with the skin shed by the Xian Snake and all of the materials from the Silver Vault Lord, he was confident that he could get another dragon race with Supreme Monarch level potential. However, it was worth mentioning that Mo Fan and Wang Xiaoyun retrieved the Eagle Red Grass, eradicating the hidden danger in Hangzhou. Wang Xiaoyun was also given the broken title of Sky Eagle Mage. Seeing his efforts, Mo Fan funded him with some beast-taming resources and helped him improve the bloodline of his Grey Sky Eagle. That hot-blooded teenager on the right path, with Mo Fan's startup capital, who has to say what he will achieve in the future. Even Mo Fan didn't know whether he had lost or gained money with this grant. Who cares, just go with the flow. Mo Fan put his hands behind his head and took a 6-parent step. On the other hand, Lin Chen entered the nest of gargoyles and had already experimented with an excellent fusion route. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that the skin of the totem Xian Snake unexpectedly had an extremely heaven-defying effect. That is, it would allow the fused dragons to belong to the Totem 1 faction, not being suppressed by the higher totems, but occupying the benefits of totem resonance. In other words, by fusing the skin of the totem Xian Snake, the dragon clan created by Lin Chen would belong to the Xianwu faction, and as long as there was a totem of the same lineage present, the totem resonance would come into play, and the strength would soar over all. Embryo plus totem arcane serpent skin purple plus Silver Vault Lord's wings purple plus Silver Vault Lord's eyes purple equals Silver Winged Arcane Venomous Dragon Supreme Monarch class potential. Name, Silver Claw Xian Poison Dragon Hatchling. Strength, Advancement War General level. Potential, Supreme Monarch level. Skills, Totem Resonance, Silver Wing Spinning Circle Kill, Arcane Poison Mist. Against the day. Looking at this gigantic Xian Black Dragon, Lin Chen could only comment so. As long as the silver-clawed Xian Poison Dragon could grow to its peak, and then invoke the resonance of the totem, it would immediately be a sub-emperor's battle power. It could be said that even if Lin Chen did nothing now and waited for a few decades, he could become the world's #1 summoning mage surpassing Panglai in the future. Moreover, to Lin Chen's surprise, the silver-clawed Xian Poison's dragon was actually the image of an Eastern divine dragon in appearance, probably due to its fusion with the power of the Eastern Totem faction. The metaphysical black dragon body, a bit of silver flickering on the dragon's claws, and the dragon's horns, living as a pure-blooded oriental dragon. Let's just call you Xian. Little Shen, who was 10 meters long at birth, surrounded Lin Chen like a child, licking his face excitedly. Well, it's true that it's still a kid, a 10-meter kid. Chapter 41, The eve of the ancient capital, goodbye monkey. Emo Fan left Hangzhou to find little Yanji and then see the World Academy nomination contest, while Lin Chen stayed in Hangzhou to cultivate. His major magic lineage happened to have a thunder lineage, so he could look for Zhu Meng to ask questions about his cultivation. This time when he came to Hangzhou, Lin Chen had a full harvest. Not only did he get a vote from Zhu Meng's hand, but he also fused a divine dragon whose potential was superior to that of Little Silver. After a few months had passed, Lin Chen had all cultivated the thunder system to a high-level full cultivation, and was only one star ocean heavenly vein away from being super-ranked. Lin Chen, I need you to do me a favor. On the other end of the phone, Mo Fan's voice was no longer the dangling voice of the past, but became extremely serious. Go ahead. Lin Chen said. Monkey has disappeared near the ancient capital. I want you to go with me to look for it. Mo Fan's voice was low. Just a moment ago, he got the news that Zhang Xiaohou was suspected to be killed in action. I'll make a trip. The monkey is blessed with a great life. It will definitely be fine. You can participate in the nomination competition without fear. I will definitely find the monkey. The votes that originally belonged to Mo Fan had already been gotten by Lin Chen, and without this nomination fight, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for Mo Fan to enter the World School competition. Moreover, Lin Chen knew that Zhang Xiaohou was fine now, and that he was enough on his own. I have a dragon that has the ability to leave life imprints. The monkey isn't dead yet. Follow the imprints and I'll be able to find him soon. Lin Chen told a kind little lie. After Lin Chen's persuasion, Mo Fan barely calmed down, and although he was worried about his brother's safety in his heart, he still promised Lin Chen to stay and participate in the nomination battle. Riding Xiao Xian, the broken hair on Lin Chen's forehead was blown by the wind. This time in the ancient capital, Lin Chen was determined to catch Sarung. In terms of speed, Xiao Xian was not weaker than Xiao He in the slightest, and although he didn't have wings, he had successfully inherited the Xian snake's ability to soar through the clouds. It didn't take long to arrive at the ancient capital, and the first person Lin Chen came to was an acquaintance. Brother Chen, you finally came, little monkey he. Woo 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 woo. Looking at the crying Hiyu, Lin Chen had a headache. Ever since Lin Chen saved Hiyu last time, Zhang Xiaohou felt weak and still chose to join the army, relying on the earning power of a mage. Zhang Xiaohou transferred to where, Hiyu with where to rent a room to live. This time, when he came to the ancient capital to carry out the mission, Hiyu would have been the same as usual, but he did not expect Zhang Xiaohou to never return. Don't be in a hurry. Do you understand the terrain around the ancient capital? Lin Chen interrupted Hiyu's crying and opened his mouth to ask. Understand. After the little monkey's accident, I collected news from all aspects of the ancient capital and studied a few routes, but unfortunately I'm only a water system beginner, and I don't have the money to find someone to help me. Fortunately there are still you and Mo Fan. Saying that, Hiyu took out a map. The place where little monkey went on his mission is right here. Lin Chen looked at the topography above and quickly found the place named Hua Village. Go to Hua Village, the monkeys are there. Lin Chen said. Hiyu didn't question it in the slightest, knowing full well that right now Lin Chen was the most trustworthy. Right, should we notify Mubai and the others to go with us? They're all anxious when they know that little monkey is missing. Hiyu suddenly said. It was also fortunate that Mubai and the others were here to persuade Hiyu, otherwise Hiyu would have been unable to resist going to Zhang Xiaohou. Speaking of Mubai, back then, because of Lin Chen, the Mu family had preserved their family business in Bo City, and no one had died, only that they were forced to move out because Bo City was to be transformed into a military base. Mu Zhuoyun moved to Maidu with his people, and Mubai wanted to come out and make a break for it, and still came to the ancient capital, still keeping some contact with his original classmates. There's no need, let them get ready, the ancient capital will soon be in chaos. Lin Chen said. Gudu is going to be in chaos? Hiyu's mind was foggy, but her men were not slow, and had already told Mubai and the others about Lin Chen's words when he was leading her out of the ancient capital. The sky gradually rained, and Lin Chen pursed his lips as the muddy rain dampened his shoulders. Hiyu seemed to be thinking of Bo Chang in the beginning. His eyes were dark and he didn't know what he was thinking. This damn rain. Lin Chen's mood was irritated for no reason, and just a short distance out of the ancient capital he summoned Little Black. In such a gloomy environment, Little Black was going to be more convenient to hide. At this time, Xiao He already had the strength of a chancellor, and several years of supplying demonic essence could be considered to have brought it to such a point. Along the way, Lin Chen didn't say much, he just kept staring at the map, his eyes drifting. If only there were no Black Order. A nameless fire burned in Lin Chen's heart. Damn Sarung. Lin Chen didn't care what kind of suffering she had or what she had been wronged by, but that wasn't a reason to brutalize ordinary people. It would be fine if the people killed were from the Sakura country, but they had to come to China to cause trouble. On this trip to the ancient capital, Lin Chen would definitely bring Sarung to justice. The fire in Lin Chen's heart grew higher and higher, and seeing that Hua village was close by and a few undead were hovering around, he immediately slashed down with a few thunder seals, smashing them into ashes. The old man guarding the village who was about to be eaten by the undead saw this and fell to his knees full of gratitude, shouting the blessing of the god of thunder. At the entrance of the village, a group of village names froze and watched the scene. Only a mute youth seemed to be affected by something and muttered, "Good. Familiar." A huge black dragon descended from the sky, and Lin Chen called out to the fleeing villagers to explain the situation. On the other side, he saw Zhang Xiaohou at a glance. Her eyes were red, and without the slightest hesitation, she ran over and hugged Zhang Xiaohou. A trace of pain appeared on Zhang Xiaohou's face. "It hurts." Noticing that Zhang Xiaohou was injured, he hurriedly got up. "What's wrong? Is the injury serious?" The color of pain on Zhang Xiaohou's face was hidden, and he remained mute. "You, who?" He stood frozen in the rain, looking at Zhang Xiaohou with some disbelief. Lin Chen was helpless and stepped forward to slap Zhang Xiaohou on the shoulder. "Take a closer look at who I am." Zhang Xiaohou was struck with a jolt, and a few more points of clarity came into his eyes. Tatsu, Xiaoyu." Zhang Xiaohou twisted his head, and Xiao Hei's eyes were opposite each other. The distance between them was only half a meter, and this visual impact was much greater than Lin Chen. "Blackie." Zhang Xiaohou blinked his eyes, his demeanor growing more and more excited. "Xiaoyu." Zhang Xiaohou took an arrow step to hold Hiyu in his arms. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't remember all of them, he did remember who they were after all. The Black Order's forgetfulness of insects is truly awesome. Su Xiaoluo looked at this scene, overcoming her fear of the black dragon before her heart. She opened her mouth tremblingly and asked, "Are you guys friends of Fude?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes, relatives." Zhang Xiaoluo sniffed and sighed in relief, turning his worried gaze to the outside of the village. "And I wonder why so many mutant undead have appeared." "Because your village's well water god has failed," Lin Chen said indifferently. "How can that be, when it's clear that nothing has happened for so many years?" Before Zhang Xiaoluo could say anything, a villager named Dogzi spoke up first. Lin Chen glanced at him. "Where is your village chief?" Chapter 42, Desire to Kill the Late King. Lin Chen found the village headman Xia Sang and opened the door. "Take the village and withdraw, or you'll surely die." Xia Sang understood a few things and didn't refuse. "Yes, but there will definitely be a lot of people who don't want to go." Lin Chen's tone was slightly low. "There's no way I can save all of them." Saying that, Lin Chen suddenly snapped his fingers, and Xiao Hei threw a half-dead person in front of Xia Sang. "But when you see him, I think you will be willing to leave the village." Fanggu? In the end, the people in the village knew that they would surely die if they stayed here, so they agreed to Lin Chen's suggestion and left the village immediately. Lin Chen summoned the meat pier. The meat pier was now 50 meters long and stood up much larger than a Ferris wheel. A huge ball of dirt was rubbed out by the mound of flesh, which was then cradled by it. The meat pier vibrated its dragon wings and took off, and the villagers of Huatsuan were loaded inside. Although it was a bit hard for hundreds of people to squeeze inside these dozens of square meters of earth, it was better than crossing the plains of the undead. Lin Chen rode Little Black, and Meat Pier brought Zhang Xiaohou and Hiyu. Meat Pier, take Monkey and Hiyu back to the ancient capital. Remember to return to the dragon's nest by yourself when you get near the ancient capital. I'm going to hunt some demons. After instructing the Meat Pier, Lin Chen rode Little Black to the place with the most undead. Looking at the large swathes of undead underneath, even Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. An uncountable army of undead, even a super-ranked mage would have to be consumed to death if they fell into it. Xiao Hei stood tall and could kill hundreds of undead with a random strike. Although the corpses were difficult to recover, the essence spirits and residual spirits were recovered by Lin Chen like flowing water. More than 1,000 essence spirits, Lin Chen estimated the number of essence spirits in his spatial ring. After experiencing the baptism of Bo City and Golden Forest Desolate City, Lin Chen had killed tens of thousands of demons, so it made sense that he could have so many essence spirits. There was no hesitation. Turning these valuable essence spirits into battle power was what Lin Chen should do now. Directly reinforcing all of the Thunder and Shadow-type high-ranking astral children, Lin Chen didn't feel any heartache at all. It would be good to have even a little bit more combat power when the Fury Abyss came to attack. Living the good life, red hot. The phone rang, and Lin Chen looked at the contact with a frown. Good luck, Mon. Good luck, Senator Monk. I saw your summoned beast. Are you also near the ancient capital? Xu Meng didn't say those polite words and asked bluntly. Yes, I've just transferred the people from Hua village. Gudu is in danger. Lin Chen said. Xu Meng's voice was serious. It's extremely dangerous. The Fury Abyss has appeared. You hurry back and forth to the ancient capital, to the North City Tower. Xu Meng understood Lin Chen. Being able to kill Luo Korin, it meant that Lin Chen's battle power had reached the super rank category, and at times like this, no bit of battle power could be wasted. Just after returning to the ancient capital, Lin Chen saw 4 signals in a row, and immediately looked grave, which meant that things were extremely critical. The North Main Citadel is located at the North Outer Gate. The citadel is much larger than the Horn Citadel. It is simply a lofty and magnificent sword fortress towering above the city walls. The rallying signal was sent from here, and when Lin Chen arrived, this area of the city hallway was already overcrowded, except that from the mage's badge they wore on their chests, they were still mostly beginner-level mages. Where's your mage's badge? You can't enter if you're not a mage. Something big has happened here. The guard looked at Lin Chen and said in a cold voice. Things were urgent, so Lin Chen didn't have time to talk to him. He just pulled out his own Thunder Mage's badge from his arms, then walked in quickly. Looking at the lines on Lin Chen's mage's badge, the guard froze and watched as Lin Chen walked in and hastily saluted a mage's salute. Seeing this, the guards on one side looked at Lin Chen with some confusion, and immediately turned solemn and followed with a salute. High Level 3 Thunder Mage. Entering the North City building, Mo Fan also came here. He still couldn't worry about Zhang Xiao, and immediately came to the ancient capital after fighting that round of nomination fight. Middle-ranked and above mages come up to the citadel immediately. Beginner mages, please wait a little. A voice came. Lin Chen and Mo Fan exchanged glances and led Mu Bai and a few others up to the city tower. Xu Meng was standing on top of the city tower, and when he saw Lin Chen arrive, his face was delighted. Lin Chen, you finally come. Mu Bai and the others looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not understanding why Lin Chen was so familiar with the counselor. Mu Bai sighed. Since the farewell of Bo City back then, he had risen to the occasion, yet he was still getting farther and farther away from this kind of demon. Counselor Xu Meng, what's the situation now? Lin Chen asked. Xu Meng glanced to the side, and a man who appeared to be no more than in his 30s stepped out. The Fury Abyss is closer and closer to the ancient capital. Before it was more than 100 kilometers, now it is only 30 kilometers, and the next time it is likely to be. The man wanted to say something, but all the people present heard the meaning of his words. Also, thank you for saving my student. The man said suddenly. Lin Chen drifted off. It seemed that this was Gudu's chief instructor, Flying Horn. Alright, let's talk about catching up afterward. With the appearance of the Fury Abyss, there will surely be a large number of undead gathering, so I'll ask all of you to guard the city walls this night. After saying that, Xu Meng dismissed the crowd and turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I didn't just call you here to ask you to help guard the walls. Under the muddy rain, Xu Meng showed a determined expression. I want you to help me to slay one of the undead monarchs out there. Undead monarch. Upon hearing this name, even if the remaining people present were all people of high cultivation, they could not help but frown. This undead monarch was different from what Lin Chen had encountered before. The Gargoyle Dragon King only had a few of his personal guards with him. The Silver Dome Lord has the totem basilisk suppressed. But now, Lin Chen and the others were facing a monarch with countless undead. It was a full-bodied monarch, impeccable in both strength and power. Hearing Xu Meng say that, Lin Chen did not have the slightest fear. Good. Hearing Lin Chen answer, the people present only felt that he was crazy. Wishmon was so stiff even if he had been. How come Lin Chen is also so rigid? The one you're wearing is a high level 3 badge, not a super level 3 badge. While Junji was about to say something, Flying Horn was ready to fight. Flying Horn, talk some sense into the counselor. Junji said anxiously. You think I can be persuaded? Flying Horn asked rhetorically. The military division was dumbfounded, then silently prepared for battle. Hunting King Du Xiao also stepped forward at this time, stating that he would help Xu Meng. This time, the military secretary Lu Su was sort of relieved, with Du Xiao as a battle force, not to say that 100% decapitated the ghost-beguiling tyrant, there was nothing wrong with coming back alive. Looking at the ghostly tyrant outside, Xu Meng looked grave. Lin Chen, I need you to use your giant dragon to hold back the White Spectre Ghost Minister and the legions of whiting ghosts under it, otherwise we're bound to fail this time. Good. Just after agreeing, Lin Chen felt that something was wrong. No, just me? Xu Meng gave him a sidelong glance. Manpower is in short supply right now, and I trust your strength. Lin Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, and then he immediately shot up. Before I die, the ghosts won't affect you guys in the slightest. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Zhu Meng smiled faintly. Don't talk so impassioned, I know your strength. If it could kill Luo Coronet, how could it not deal with a ghost minister, even if it still had a legion? Chapter 43 Undead Blood Road, 7 Dragon Balls? These days I saw a comment, said I should take the elite route, should not be fused out of too many dragons. In fact, I also think so, the same length, 20 certainly not 10 described in detail. I'm also afraid to write into a running account of the same, that's why I have kept the embryo as not dared to use. Today I saw a comment, said that Xiaoshan's picture is very much like the Holy Lord, gave me the inspiration. The dragons are too many, there is no way to describe the details, so I confused the dragon race with characteristics. I have been looking for characteristics in the attributes, but forgot the characteristics of the image. After that I confused the dragon race in various games and animations, such as the Holy Lord, the Dragon Jin and the Super Beasts Armed, the boss and the original god and so on. Everyone thinks this how it is. There are any preferred dragons can be commented on. I will collect inspiration, and then write it out afterward. On top of the city wall, Zhu Meng's back was filled with thunder and lightning. Gentlemen, go! The flaming feathers rose, and Zhu Meng stood in mid-air, his eyes burning. Lin Shen stepped on Xiao Hei at his feet, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw this. Why does it feel like Counselor Zhu Meng is even more of a traveler than I am, with so much protagonist air? Patting Little Black's unicorn horn, Lin Shen laughed. Little Black, we can't be willing to be left behind, charge! Roar! A dragon roar that resounded through the sky was heard, and Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The black dragon left the city walls, its large, pitch-black wings slicing through the army of undead, and untold numbers of the lesser undead were smashed into pieces. A large amount of residual spirit mixed with a very small amount of essence flowed into Lin Shen's spatial ring. The undead here in the ancient capital do have high-quality souls, popping out much more essence. Mound of meat to open up the road and help relieve some of the pressure on the walls. Woo! Dark brown rocks rose up and then burst apart, smashing an undead into pieces. The nearly 50-meter dragon appeared above the earth, and it was extremely conspicuous even in the vast sea of bones. Xiao Hei ascended into the sky to monitor the White Spectre Ghost Minister's position in real time, while Lin Shen's figure flashed on the meat pier's back in a flash. Clear the way, Silent Thunder Deathlight Thunder Blast. Huge pillars of lightning light plugged straight through, electrocuting all the passing undead into charcoal. Whether they were slaves or war generals, no one was spared. 300 meters. Lin Shen looked at the empty passageway in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. The White Spectre Ghost Minister was 2,000 meters away from him. This distance was far from enough. Meat Pier understood Lin Shen's meaning. The dragon wings behind his back were retracted, and his foreclaws violently stomped on the ground, just like a cannonball launching, violently slamming into the front. Bang! Black scorched earth was shaken up and a large crater of several dozen meters appeared. Rock barrier. 4 walls of stone rose up, not appearing above the earth, but surrounding the meat pier. The meat pier advances and the stone wall follows. The rock-cast dragon's body was indestructible, and it was difficult for a mere undead to break through the defense. The stone wall bursts open, toppling a circle of undead around it. 500 meters. Lin Shen's eyes flashed with electricity. Little Violet, take over. Ow! Purple lightning exploded, and the electric light in Lin Shen's eyes grew even stronger. Silent Thunder Death Light Claws of Dome Thunder. The magic energy of the high level 4 of the thunder system surged out. Little purple dragon's wings vibrated high, and her right front paw flashed with the same frequency as Lin Shen's eyes. The sharp claws that deprived the souls of the dead hung high in the sky, and the terrifying aura pressed across hundreds of meters of earth. Even above the city walls, the amazing claws could be seen. Mo-Fan felt that his current lightning system was like a child's playground compared to this move. The claws of the Dome of Thunder fell, carrying the full force of 1 man and 1 dragon. Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment. Thousands of thunderbolts followed the fall, turning all the undead in a 1,000-meter radius into scorched earth. The huge claws of the Dome of Thunder were even more terrifying, falling with a loud bang, opening up a vacuum area in both the endless tide of undead. With the thunder and lightning remaining on them, any undead that entered would be blasted to smithereens. 1,500 meters. Looking at the tall undead commander, Lin Shen's eyes flickered with a cold color. Enough. Little Violet and Meat Pier vibrated their dragon wings and left the earth, leaving a nearly 1,000-meter path of undead blood in its place in vain. Countless bone fragments and charred remains of bodies. Even an army as majestic as the undead could not instantly fill the gap. For giant dragons of various colors appeared violently, startling the White Spectre Ghost Minister. No, just now 3 commanders, I can still play a little bit. You all of a sudden make 4, how can I play? Open hanging is not it. But now Lin Chen was too close to it, 500 meters, for a giant dragon that could move tens of meters. It was just an instant. The little silver dragon body flickered, leaving wisps of silver light in its place, and in the next moment, it appeared behind the White Spectre Ghost Minister. The White Spectre Ghost Minister's pupils shrank, and he felt his soul fire tremble. But after all, it was a commander-level demon with a large number of whiting ghosts under its command. It was not something that Little Silver could deal with alone. Invisible fluctuations spread. Mind blast. But Lin Chen wasn't the least bit panicked. If it was before, he would have remembered the trouble with this kind of demon that could mind attack, but not now. A divine dragon covered in metaphysical colors appeared, its four claws dotted with silver-white light. Dragon Wick! Xiao Xian roared. At this time it is not only the strength of up to the commander level, the body length has risen to nearly 50 meters, light on the length of the same period of the meat pier are far worse than Xiao Xian. The metaphysical divine dragon was erected between heaven and earth, looking towards the White Spectre Ghost Minister with a terrifying pressure. The White Spectre Ghost Minister felt like his soul fire was freezing at this moment, his body stiffened, and he could no longer launch a single attack. The whiting ghosts under the hands of the White Spectre Ghost Minister were even more backfired, and a large number of them exploded and died. Xiao Xian looked at this ugly Ghost Minister with contempt, his right claw entwined with the wild wind and grabbed out like lightning. Put! The White Spectre Ghost Minister's torso was sliced in half, but after all, it was a commander-class undead, and the undead crystals had not yet shattered, so it was not dead. But it wasn't just Xiao Xian who attacked it, there were also 6 other dragons. Lightning, shadow, space, ancient wood, storm waves, poison, and so many other elemental washes that you can't find so many things on the periodic table of elements. Not to mention the White Spectre Ghost Minister, even the ghostly tyrant wouldn't feel good here. The chaotic elements erupted, and only one essence spirit entered Lin Chen's ring, while the others all died out, and the White Spectre Ghost Minister, along with the legions of whiting ghosts under it, fully merged into the earth and turned into nothingness. Undead, it's time to return to your filthy graves. Lin Chen snorted coldly. These ghosts, if the ancient king was still around, it would be fine to restrain them, and they would still be able to fight against the alien undead forces. But now that the ancient king wasn't there, it was natural for Lin Chen to help them get home. Looking at the battle in the distance, Zhu Meng and the others had the upper hand. It seemed that they didn't need their help. Lin Chen retrieved the 6 dragons, leaving only Little Black behind. Summoning 7 dragons at once, at this point, Mo Fan had started shouting 7 Dragon Balls, hearing Lin Chen helplessly. Chapter 44 Shadow of Death, Bold Conjecture. Returning with the head of the demonic tyrant, Zhu Meng's face finally loosened up a bit. It's almost dawn, and it's finally holding. With that said, Zhu Meng lifted his head and looked at the dawning sky for a moment. When did the sky light up? Inside the ancient capital, the bells representing the morning sun rang out, and the mixture of bells and dawn finally brought the counselor back to his senses. Bastard, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Why don't these damn undead go home? Zhu Meng was furious, pounding on the battlements, but it was hard to hide the shock on his face. Lin Chen was bathed in undead debris and putrid corpse blood. He had just killed the White Spectre Ghost Minister, and instead of choosing to fly back in order to alleviate the pressure on the city walls, he killed all the way back from the ground. If someone were to count the number of demons killed for Lin Chen, at this moment, he would be number 1 on the yellow list. It was even at the top of the Xian ranking. It's the Black Clergy. They took the well water from the village outside and rained down heavy rain, causing the undead that bathed in the rain to become less averse to daylight. Lin Chen explained in a deep voice. Zhu Meng sniffed and smashed the city wall angrily. Damn the Black Church. Bo City is their preview, and the big stage of the ancient capital is where they'll really perform. Mo Fan on the side figured everything out. Why was the rain here so similar to Bo City? Mo Fan only felt familiar at first, but now chills ran through his body. The Black Order is going to overthrow the ancient capital? Bo City is only a few 100,000 people. By the demon wolves attack the city has caused a national shock. If the ancient capital of such a first-line city fell, that Mo Fan didn't dare to think about that image. Lin Chen felt deeply powerless. Although he knew about these things, he was simply incapable of stopping them. This could not have been avoided by simply revealing the news Sarung had been plotting for years for this day. Could it have been avoided by stating it ahead of time, like those homoerotic novels? That would only tell you when you die, not change the end of your death. And Lin Chen looked at Elder Lingxi in the corner. How could he catch Sarung if he didn't hold back a bit? It's not too late to hold back a little longer and expose her yourself when she's in handcuffs. Lin Chen wiped his face. Kill, at least not with your hands tied. Hearing this, Zhu Meng came back to his senses. Right, so what if it's the Black Cleric? Old me has even plotted against the Supreme Monarch, so I'm not afraid of a bunch of rats. Zhu Meng's face was full of bravado, but Lin Chen could detect that the counselor didn't have a bottom in his heart either. Lin Chen sighed, his heart growing more and more powerless, still wanting to let Zhang Kong die. Lin Chen had some intolerance in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Zhang Kong and Qin Yuer were the pair that Lin Chen felt the most sorry for. But when will the war here end if Chopper doesn't wear that robe of armor? Who else but Chopper Hollow could wear that armor robe and not have their mind compelled? Lin Chen's mind flashed, and he suddenly had a bold idea. Number of dragon demon embryos, 2. Lin Chen's breathing intensified. The giant dragons produced by the fusion of the dragon's nest were 100% loyal to himself. This was an iron law that he had verified for several years. If he added the Earth Sacred Spring and fused an undead dragon, would he be able to wear that armor robe and still control the entire undead empire of China? Seeing that Lin Chen's state didn't seem right, Mo Fan, who was on the side, gave him a worried look. Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Mo Fan frowned, worried that Lin Chen was injured in some way. Lin Chen turned his head and his scarlet eyes startled Mo Fan. No, is it a zombie bite that's going to be necrotic? Lin Chen came back to his senses and shook his head, his eyes regaining their clarity. No one could be calm when they knew they could get an empire. Mo Fan, do me a favor, maybe we can hold back the undead army. Just say it, although I'm usually out of tune, I'll never drag my feet at times like this. Mo Fan righteously patted his chest. Give me some Earth Sacred Spring, a drop or not. Mo Fan's face was bitter. Those were drunk by me long ago. After so many years, the digested ones are probably not left with any dregs. Lin Chen glanced at him and didn't say anything. Mo Fan understood the importance of this item. If it wasn't important, Lin Chen wouldn't have asked for it. Coming to a place where no one was, Mo Fan directly took off the little loach pendant. Next moment. Put. Mo Fan knelt down on both knees. Grandpa Loach, just spit out a drop for me, the good now depends on you. The flickering light above the little loach disappeared in an instant, changing back to its original pristine image, and was in no way speechless to Mo Fan. But in the end, the little loach reluctantly spat out a drop of the Earth Sacred Spring and handed it over to Mo Fan. When Mo Fan returned with a drop of the Earth Sacred Spring, Lin Chen was shocked. It's not a buddy. You hide treasure rats. You keep them all these years as souvenirs. Nope, shouldn't say souvenir, kinda hell of a joke. Because this is something that we got the day of the disaster in Bojo. But there was always something, and originally Lin Chen had planned to go and ask Fanggu for it. That's right, Lin Chen didn't kill Fanggu, after all, he was the descendant of an ancient king, so maybe he had other uses besides the original. But in hindsight, it doesn't matter. Looking at the increasing number of undead burrowing out of the earth, Lin Chen clenched his fists. There was still a tough battle to be fought before the breaking abyss came. Little Black had been fighting fiercely since he had killed the White Spectre Ghost Minister, and Lin Chen retrieved it, choosing to release Little Mori and Little Blue, both of whom were more adept at group battles. The moment Shaoxin came out, he immediately rooted himself on top of the city wall, transforming into a serpentine wood that stood as high as 40 meters, making him a unique presence even on this undead battlefield where blood and fire were flying. Hundreds of serpent whiskers coiled out, each swing capable of whipping hundreds of undead into pieces. Blue spat out a stormy wave, and a random attack was equivalent to a water-type middle-ranked magic. But there were too many undead, and the ancient capital's dozen kilometers of walls were surrounded by at least 10 million undead. Even if they were as strong as a giant dragon, the two of them could only manage to hold on for a kilometer when they joined forces. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and released the meat pier again to consolidate the battle line. He couldn't release all 7 dragons. Lin Chen had to save some of his strength to catch Sarang, and the subsequent rush to the Fury Abyss would require the assistance of the giant dragons as well. If they released all 7 dragons now and fought until they were exhausted, then the rush towards the Fatal Abyss would still only form a human tide, and that kind of casualty was something Lin Chen was unwilling to see. Time passed by minute. Lin Chen's eyes were covered with red blood, but he was still releasing one by one thunder magic, bombarding the undead. Lin Chen, an arm rested on Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen's eyes changed and he almost blasted out with a thunder seal, only managing to stop when he saw that the person coming was Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng gave the youth in front of him a heartbreaking look. Withdraw, you need to rest. Lin Chen shook his head and took a few deep breaths to ease his mental pressure. Withdraw, except for you here, the outer city walls have all fallen, also fortunate to have you, taking turns to fight without resting for a second, simply tops 2 super-ranked mages, the residents have all withdrawn to the inner city, it's time for us to go. Zhu Meng persuaded. At those words, Lin Chen twisted around only as an afterthought, realizing that the residential area behind him was already empty, with only a scattering of undead still roaming about. Alright, let's go first. Lin Chen decisively agreed. Since the outer city could no longer be defended, he wouldn't force himself. With that said, Lin Chen briefly summoned 7 gargoyles and cleared a wave of demons close to the outer city wall, covering the evacuation of the mages on the wall. Chapter 45, Arrest of Sarung. Howl. A death knell-like cry came out from the direction of the northern corner of the city. The crowd's eyes through the drizzle, and suddenly found that between the obscure and unknown world a skeleton creature with huge bone wings flew over against the cloud. Wrecking break bone dragons. 3 heads stood tall as the death blasts that swept the outer walls erupted. In the next moment, the entire solid rock body of the northern city wall was all devoured by blackness, and that section of the city wall that towered there like a mountain range disappeared, a whole large section, with gravel like tiny fragments slowly rising up, like particles of gas that had evaporated. Or rather, the walls did not disappear, but became these lurid particles, light enough to soar into the air, to be diffused everywhere by a gale. Lin Chen's heart chilled. A great monarch-level bone dragon's combat prowess was a few points higher than that Silver Dome Lord in Hangzhou. Xu Meng's face was equally unsightly. Retreat first, retreat to the inner city. Naturally there will be someone to hold him back. We have to try to stall as much as possible now and wait for support. After saying that, Xu Meng waved his flaming wings, and Lin Chen rode Little Black, flying all the way to the inner city. The wrecking breakbone dragon's gaze swept over and caught a glimpse of Xiao Hei's figure. Howl. The soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton chakra bone dragon was unusually vigorous, and it wanted Blackie's life. The wrecking breakbone dragon could feel that as long as he swallowed Xiao Hei, his strength would immediately soar over, and I'm afraid that he would be able to rank in the top 3 amongst the 8 deadly monarchs. Moreover, Xiao Hei's body could still be made into a bone dragon by it, and in the future, it would definitely be able to have an additional monarch-level general under its command. At the roar of the wrecking breakbone dragon, a multitude of skeletal undead lunged forward defiantly, crowding the outer city with their flesh. Xu Meng watched with chills as a shot of lightning fell and blew over hundreds of skeletons. Quickly go, don't get involved in the battle. My injuries are not yet healed and my magical energy is not enough. I'm afraid I'll die under the wrecking breakbone dragon in 10 rounds. Xu Meng stopped Lin Chen, who was about to release his magic, and said in a stern voice. Lin Chen threw the thunder seal out of his hand and nodded. He understood that now was not the time to get attached to the battle. Running to the inner city first and relying on the boundary to shelter him was the truth. A layer of demonic purple color belatedly sprinkled open, gradually enveloping this northern city district. Purple Alert. The gloom in Lin Chen's heart grew heavier and heavier, so it was good that he shifted in advance, and the skeleton breakbone dragon didn't catch up. On top of the inner city's citadel, the wounded Du Xiao, Lu Su, and Fei Jiao were all present. They looked at the wrecking breakbone dragon with angry eyes, but they were incapable of fighting it again. Slaying the lesser monarch-class ghostly tyrant had already caused them to suffer serious injuries, not to mention dealing with a greater monarch-class wrecking breakbone dragon. Xu Meng and Lin Chen arrived, and when Fei Horn saw them, he hurriedly asked, "What next?" Fearing that the two did not understand the situation, Lu Su added, "Not only the wrecking breakbone dragon, there are undead monarchs appearing on all sides, and 50 kilometers away, there is even a giant corpse as huge as a mountain peak, whose aura is far superior to that of the wrecking breakbone dragon." Lin Chen gritted his teeth. This ancient king thought he was Chao Yan Bing, right? Was he going to yell out that he had 7 other undead monarchs like this? Xu Meng, blood dripping from the wound on his chest, said, "What did President Han Silence say?" Now that the people in the outer city are retreating smoothly, President Han Silence's intention is to defend the inner city to the death. Lu Su replied. Xu Meng nodded his head. It was the same as what he thought. Under this kind of undead natural disaster, no one could do anything. The only thing that could be done was to die and defend. There might be a way. Lin Chen suddenly spoke out. Xu Meng froze. What do you have in mind? Xu Meng wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Chen, it was really that under this kind of catastrophe, Lin Chen would be equivalent to him if he was any stronger. How could he solve such a disaster? I want to see President Han Silence. Lin Chen said. Xu Meng didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to his request. Even if Lin Chen's method was a bad idea, he still had to take a shot, or at least not sit here and wait for death. Xu Meng and the 4 of them led Lin Chen to the top floor of the Clock Tower Mage Association. Han Silence and many other ancient capital executives were here. In addition to them, there is a mysterious gray and white man. Lin Chen realized, it seemed that the news that there were Sarungs in the group had already gotten out, so the next step would be better. When Han Silence saw Lin Chen, she forced a smile. I've thought of many kinds of scenarios to see you, but I never thought it would be this kind. Han Silence had also observed Lin Chen a long time ago, only that they were so far apart that they had never had the chance to meet, and he had never imagined that their first meeting would be in the midst of such an undead natural disaster. President Han Silence, there is a sarung amongst you, isn't there? Lin Chen said as he opened the door. Sarung. At the sound of that name, the atmosphere in the room stuttered. Han Silence nodded with difficulty. Not bad, but we can't be sure, so. With that said, Han Silence suddenly threw out a large group of purple chains, imprisoning all of the executives present except for a few Lin Chen. So I had to come up with this. Hunter Alliance Elder Linksy took a deep breath and looked at President Han Silence with a resolute gaze. President, I hope you won't make a bigger mistake by doing this. Losing us will leave the 8 deadly monarchs with no one to deal with. Lin Chen gave her a cold look, quite good at pretending. Since the chain of souls had already been put on, Lin Chen didn't bother to hold back any longer. He couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Chen stepped forward and viciously slapped Lingxi's face. Pop! The crisp slap shocked everyone in the room. Han Silence opened her mouth, her eyes shocked, but quickly reacted. Lin Chen, do you have a clue? Lin Chen ignored him and instead looked at Lingxi. You counted well, you thought your ploy was seamless, you even dared to personally blend in here, wanting to see your god-sealing ceremony with your own eyes. You could have still gotten away with it, but alas, there's me as a variable, ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed, a twisted laugh. Bo City, on Snow Peak Mountain, where almost all of the military mages were killed in battle and the residents relocated to become a military fortress. In the ancient capital, tens of thousands of people had already lost their lives in the havoc, and if Lin Chen hadn't withstood the pressure of the critical days, that number would have doubled 10 times over again. And it's all because of the man in front of me. Lingxi was shocked and furious, glaring at Lin Chen, but she couldn't say a word because just now, Lin Chen had nailed giant shadow nails all over her shadow. Now, except for his eyes, Sarung couldn't even move a single strand of hair. President Han Silence, you want to ask me about evidence, right? I'm sorry, I don't have any substantial evidence, but according to my intelligence, not long from now, the Black Cleric's Archdeacon of the Black Clerics Terezu will appear there. Lin Chen pointed to a certain place in the bell tower, and the crowd followed his line of sight, just in time to see a man with a blue deacon's trench coat beside him appear. Han Silence stood up angrily, how arrogant, to come right out in the clothes of the Black Order. Lin Chen coldly looked at Archdeacon Hu Jin, or Muhi. Before Muhi could say anything, a huge black dragon violently poked its head out from the top of the bell tower and grabbed Muhi in its claws. Crushing the bones in Muhi's body, Xiao He placed him at Lin Chen's side. Muga laughed out loud at the pain. His nerves were deranged, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was now insane. Lin Chen searched the antidote from him and threw it to the belated Mo fan. Give it to the monkey, he just remembers who we are, the deeper memories will take an antidote. Looking at Muhi, who wanted to speak, Lin Chen let out a sardonic smile. Want to trade the location of Qin Shi Huang's tomb for your master's life, do you? Hearing this, Lingxi, whose cheeks were red and swollen, stared. Chapter 46 New Fusion, Skeleton Dragon Man. You want to hold the lives of millions of people in Gudo hostage in exchange for getting your own freedom. Lin Chen looked at Lingxi and said word for word. You bet that Chairman Han Silence wouldn't dare to carry out the severed head plan, you bet right. I wonder if you ever bet that I would show up to expose you. Looking at Lingxi's terrified eyes, Lin Chen laughed freely, yet mockingly. Stomping down on Lingxi, Lin Chen kicked her to the ground, followed by crushing her hand with another kick. A top-tier super-ranked mage can't move after being hit by a few giant shadow spikes? The mocking meaning in Lin Chen's eyes became even more intense. A cardinal, I don't believe she would be afraid. The look in your eyes just now, you're hiding something. Lin Chen's right hand touched Lingxi's concave and convex figure, and in just a few strokes, he fumbled out a scroll. Showing weakness to get me to let my guard down and then using the space roll to pump to escape, is that it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, a look of fear finally appeared in Lingxi's eyes. Another one of her cards was gone. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You're a native, even if you're brilliant, it's still hard to compare to a traveler with God's perspective on. President Han Silence, take a look at this spatial scroll, can you get it as a Hunter Alliance elder? Han Silence received the scroll tremblingly and concluded with just one glance, impossible, there aren't even any spatial system forbidden spells in the country, even I would have a hard time getting my hands on this kind of scroll, let alone an elder. If all the elders of the Domestic Hunters Union had this kind of strength, Han Silence swore that he'd quit on the spot to become a hunter. Lin Chen leaned down, you're too rampant, so rampant that you dare to wear the soul chain, otherwise with your strength, no one could stop you if you wanted to leave. Sarung's plan was actually seamless, no one would give up 1 million people plus a dozen or so super-ranked mages for her. But on the contrary, Lin Chen was open. With a few more details from Sarung's body, the crowd finally determined that she was Sarung. Han Silence was so enraged that he almost didn't hold back a magic cleave to kill Sarung. Han Silence forced down his anger and looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, he had already put all his trust in Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what now? Lin Chen no longer looked at Sarung, who was tied up in chains of souls, but turned his head to look at an Yuanman. Wait, in a little while, the breaking abyss will appear, and the tomb of the first emperor of Qin will be in it. Upon hearing this news, the crowd rose in horror. The mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin. In the Fury Abyss. The mysterious gray and white man spoke incredulously, then who can go in? At that exact moment, a note is delivered to the mysterious gray and white man. Only the descendants of the first emperor may enter the breaking abyss. The crowd felt a headache and could only gather their hands for the time being, deciding to leave tomorrow. Lin Chen finally got a short break and returned to one of the rooms, his consciousness immediately entering the nest of the giant dragon. He couldn't enter the breaking abyss, and there was only one drop of the earthly sacred spring that Lin Chen was going to use to fuse the dragons, and even though Fanggu still had the Kuanwell well water in his hands, that thing wasn't as good as the earthly sacred spring, and Lin Chen wasn't going to gamble on it. These days, Lin Chen had killed literally countless undead, and although there weren't any that were too high level, the good thing was that they were numerous. Lin Chen was prepared to invest tens of thousands of materials to create a dragon race comparable to the undead. But to put on the armor robe, you should need a human form, right? Lin Chen didn't dare to bet on whether or not that armor robe would transform itself to fit its owner like the divine warrior minor general. The current Lin Chen was careful, not daring to make any mistakes, but if there was a little mistake, chopping the air could be a different kind of thing. Embryo plus a drop from the Earth's sacred spring plus humanoid skeletal undead remains plus humanoid corporeal undead remains plus ghostly undead remains. Lin Chen threw in all the humanoid undead remains in a brainwave, thousands of them, most of them at the slave level and a few at the war general level. There was no one at the commander level, because the undead that had reached that level of commander were all strangely shaped, and Lin Chen hadn't even seen a few of them in human form. It was fortunate that Lin Chen had invested enough materials, and the dragons that were eventually fused together had also reached sub-sovereign level potential. Skeletal Draconian Sub-Monarch. Looking at the one-man-tall hideous bone dragon man, Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. With this kind of potential, he should barely be able to satisfy the armor robe. Lin Chen didn't need to think about it to know that in order to wear an armor robe, not only did he need to have the aura of the first emperor, but he also had to have enough capital. It's hard to believe that just any little skeleton can wear a robe of armor. Thinking of this, Lin Chen also remembered some of the organs in the original, and then went to Fanggu and Mo Fan to borrow something. Fanggu was okay with that, he just wants to do something for Guda right now, not to mention all these outside things. If he was told that Guda would be saved if he died, he could jump outside the city walls without blinking an eye. It's hard to say with Morven. No, the little loach has been with me for a long time, how can I let it leave me? Mo Fan desperately refused. So many secrets on the little loach, or Mo Fan's biggest hangover, can't give it up at all. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Chen could only deceive him once more. Why say again? I can have little silver draw a space spell on it, so once my summon beast fails, it can come back on its own. Although Lin Chen is lying, but if the summoned beast fails, Mo Fan they still have to go and fall in the palace can also find back. However, Lin Chen wouldn't be so irresponsible. He secretly resolved that in case the little loach couldn't be retrieved, he would cover all of Mo Fan's cultivation resources for the rest of his life. Mo Fan also took Lin Chen as a true brother and eventually lent the little loach to Lin Chen. Place the skeletal draconian quietly outside of the city and have it advance towards the breaking abyss. Lin Chen wasn't worried that it would be attacked by the undead. We're all undead, and there's no aura of a human contract on the skeleton dragon man, so what gives you the right to attack me? As a sub-monarch level potential skeletal draconian was lucky not to be controlling these little undead. Not long after, Han Silence and the others gathered together once more. They had already arranged everything and were just waiting to impact the fatal abyss. Everyone held the determination to die. No super-ranked mage was a coward. Before dying, at least they had to pull a ghost minister corpse general to cushion their backs. If they could drag another undead monarch into the water, it was even more supreme honor. Gentlemen, are you ready? The Fury Abyss will move again at dawn. We don't have much time. Han Silence said with pale eyes. Lin Chen arrived late. I don't think we need to risk going out that much anymore. Hearing Lin Chen's words, a bright light erupted in Han Silence's eyes. Naturally Lingxi was sure of Sarung's identity. Han Silence could be called Lin Chen's diehard fan, and he believed whatever Lin Chen said. Lin Chen, What do you have in mind? Han Silence hurriedly asked. I have a summoned beast that can enter the Severing Abyss and has a high chance of communicating with the beginning Emperor in the depths of the Severing Abyss to make the undead retreat. Lin Chen said. Big chance? The rest of the people looked at Lin Chen with a slight doubt in their eyes. Lin Chen, although you captured Sarung before, forgive us for not being able to put all our treasure on you. Jun Shi Yaoting said. Then you will definitely be able to solve the crisis if you spend a huge amount of money to send the people of the dangerous dwelling village to the Fury Abyss? Lin Chen asked rhetorically. Dumbfounded, Yu Tin whispered, at least there's more of a chance. Lin Chen smiled and said, that makes sense, but I've already told my summoned beast to head to the Severing Abyss, so even if it fails, we still have time. Already left? The crowd froze. The Fury Abyss is still a distance away from the inner city, and your summoned beast can go there alone? Wouldn't that be a fight comparable to Chief Lu Wan? It was worth mentioning that because of Lin Chen's appearance, Lu Wan was busy watching over Sarung, so he didn't go out of the city to duel with the wrecking Breakbone Dragon and didn't die. This summoned beast of mine is an undead, and it can mask the aura of the contract, so it is unhindered in this tide of undead. Lin Chen explained in a half-truth. The people then suddenly realized, and then followed the village head Xiesang, checking out the situation inside the Fury Abyss. Chapter 47, Big Deal About Punching Through the Breaking Abyss. In the endless tide of undead, a one-man-tall undead with dragon horns was inconspicuous as it swam against the current and quickly reached the edge of the Fury Abyss. Uncountable undead entangled, rotting corpses gathered into clouds, skeletons condensed into walls, and undead breath spewed out, rendering the surrounding area a deadly enemy. Any breath of life dissolved in this place. The skeleton dragon man, however, did not have the slightest difference, but instead, under the infestation of this undead aura, his strength soared, and just standing here for a few moments, his strength was raised to the small commander level. The further one traveled towards the fatal abyss, the more the surrounding gloomy winds resembled a massive vortex of heaven and earth, enveloping the area in a chaos, so much so that the vast army of undead disappeared, and it was like another heaven and earth altogether. Lin Chen saw the skeleton dragonman's perspective through the nest of gargoyles. Jump down! Lin Chen ordered. Without the slightest hesitation, the skeleton dragon man took a step and his figure disappeared into thin air. The endless aura of the undead brushed against his face, and the skeleton dragonman's face grew more and more excited. Bang! The skeletal draconian landed peacefully as the shadowy storm surged. The interior of the fatal abyss was vast, and after the undead army on the first level, behind it was the White Tomb Palace. The White Tomb Palace was magnificent and unusual, all made of white jade, smooth enough to baby the dome of the sky inside. Originally it should be a noble and holy look, but in this place of the dead, this white color is rather like the kind of eerie white of morning, revealing eeriness everywhere, and that jade smoothness simply can't moisten off this taste of death. In the middle of the bell tower, the crowd also finally saw the skeleton dragon man, looking at this undead with dragon horns. The corner of Mo Fan's mouth twitched. Lin Chen, you're really a dragon professional. The entire undead also has the shadow of a dragon. Lin Chen smiled and didn't make a comment. He was concentrating on controlling the skeleton dragon man's movements. It was now a critical moment and he had to tighten his spirit. The skeletal draconian stepped onto the steps, one step at a time, up to the White Tomb Palace. The steps were extremely wide, more than 200 meters, and each step was designed with the pace of a human being in mind. Spread on either side of the steps were stone maids that would rise up once they sensed the scent of the living and tear to pieces anyone who trespassed on the king's sleeping place. Arriving at the main entrance of the tomb palace, a bizarre bronze mirror was erected above. Lin Chen controlled the skeleton dragon man to take out the bronze mirror hanging on his ribcage. It was time to go to the monitoring area, so he needed to take out the relevant credentials. The small copper mirror and the evil eye copper mirror relative, a ray of inexplicable light flashed, the evil eye copper mirror like a real eye, blinking after. Buzz. The door of the White Tomb Palace opened with a bang, and the moment it opened there was an incomparably terrifying ghastly wind whistling through it, causing the skeleton dragon man to stumble. The skeleton dragon man steadied his pace, the soul fire in his eyes flourished, and he actually instantly stepped into the realm of a medium commander. Lin Chen smacked his lips as he watched. It was worthy of being the tomb palace of an ancient king. Everywhere was a chance for the undead. This ain't chi that had been pent up for thousands of years. If it was all absorbed by the skeletal dragon man, I'm afraid that it could immediately rise to the monarch level. But Lin Chen didn't have time for the skeleton dragon man to absorb it, and quickly stepped into the White Tomb Palace as the long mind gallery appeared. The mind-based magic here does not have the slightest effect on skeletal dragons as undead, and being immune to magic as dragons, skeletal dragons are virtually oblivious to these kinds of effects. It's also easy to break it. The skeleton draconian just walks through it, no need to look for the key at all like in the original. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart was slightly relieved. This revealed a very important piece of news, that the Tomb Palace had given the skeleton dragons some small preferential treatment. To have these preferential treatments shows that the skeleton draconian is not rejected here, and it is even welcomed. That meant that the possibility of successfully receiving the ancient king's inheritance was a little more likely. Walking through the gallery, the front palace appears. A pink and green demonic lotus appeared, and Han Silence's face within the bell tower changed abruptly. Eternal Lotus? Seeing this, Mo Fan hurriedly asked, President Han Silence, what is the Eternal Lotus? Legend has it that this Eternal Lotus has been extinct for thousands of years, and the last time it was destroyed, it was still the hand of a forbidden spell mage. Han Silence explained the terror of this thing. Ha! That? Before Mo Fan could say the latter words, he saw the skeleton dragon man take out an object that refracted light. In the next moment, the Eternal Lotus shrank into an incomparably bright light of soul, gradually incorporating into the little loach. Mo Fan's complexion within the bell tower changed, and he hurriedly sat down on his knees in place to meditate. The little loach absorbed the Eternal Lotus and began to feed back to Mo Fan. The crowd was wondering how the Eternal Lotus had disappeared at this point, and they didn't notice the scene. Strange, is this the Eternal Lotus? Why is it gone all of a sudden? Han Silence was also a bit hesitant. Even though the Eternal Lotus has obvious characteristics, it hasn't produced anything for thousands of years, so maybe it's a hybrid? The crowd was talking, plus each of them had more or less injuries on their bodies. Their clothes were ragged, not at all like the giants who had control over the life and death of the city, but instead, it was like a group of beggars gathered around to look at the treasure. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and broke another barrier. Passing through the former palace without incident, the skeletal draconians came to the Bridge of Nine Deaths. The black gusts of wind whimpered and kept circling on both sides of the stone platform cliffs, and if one wasn't careful, one would be blown into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Lin Chen remembered the description of the original story, where Zhang Xiaohou said that this wind could tear even monarch-level demons to shreds, and that it was most likely a heavenly seed. Skeletal Dragon Man, if this time can wear armor robes, Lin Chen must let it give himself a hole over. Awakening the wind system absorbed the heavenly seed is not beautiful. But for now, it's still a pass. The 9 Deaths in One Life bridge has, as the name suggests, 9 bridges to death and 1 bridge to life. But which one is the birth door? Lin Chen was a bit frantic, his scalp tingling at this moment as he forgot which was the right path in the original. Lin Chen wasn't a god, he couldn't forget everything, and when this happened at such a critical moment, Lin Chen couldn't wait to travel back and watch Full-Time Mage again. Lin Chen, you. Han Silence and the others were also anxious, but at a time like this, they should let Lin Chen think and didn't dare to disturb him at all. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen jerked his head up. President Han Silence, prepare for the next wave. Han Silence froze, looking at Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes. This wasn't a gesture of giving up at all. Lin Qingyu, what are you doing? Lin Chen relaxed his restrictions on the skeletal dragon man, allowing it to choose a bridge on its own. I'm going to enter the severing abyss, 9 deaths, not necessarily certain death, as long as I'm strong enough, theoretically either way is the way to life. Lin Chen said while checking the status of each dragon. Then you are trying to. A trace of horror sprang up on the faces of the crowd, not daring to think further. Pierce the furying abyss. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said coldly. The 8 undead monarchs were all gone, just a bunch of little undead that teleported over. Why couldn't the old man fight? If I can't make it back, say sorry to Muning Xue, and yes, there's also Ding Yumian. Lin Chen smiled at Mo Fan, who had broken through to the high level. Mo Fan moved, his eyes lowered. If you can't come back, I'll go. It's not just for the ancient capital. Mo Fan continued. Chapter 48, A Sword in the Sakurabuchi, and the undead float on their heads. Lin Chen's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on the 9 Deaths bridge, side by side with the skeletal dragon man. The crowd in the bell tower were all moved at the sight of this scene. Lin Chen, as the top genius in the country, should have had a great future, but at this moment, for the sake of Gudu, he had to stand in front of millions of people. Han Silence's eyes twitched. Get ready, when a great calamity strikes, we old guys shouldn't shrink behind the youngsters. Xu Meng immediately got up and without saying a word, he just carried his lightning lance and walked out of the bell tower. There is only Xu Meng who died in battle, not Xu Meng who fled. Doksha wiped the blood on his face and said, I'll go with you. In the bronze mirror, Lin Chen seemed to feel something and looked back into the boundless darkness. It is I who have wronged you, newly born, to come here and throw your life away. The skeletal draconian's eyes twitched as he sniffed. This is the mission for which I was born. The skeletal draconian stumbled over its words, the first words it had spoken since its birth. Lin Chen touched the dragon horn on its head. I'll walk with you the rest of the way. With that said, Lin Chen walked towards the boundless darkness. The soul fire in the skeleton draconian's eyes trembled dramatically, it had thought it was just a tool. The aura on Lin Chen's body grew stronger and stronger, thunder and lightning bursting forth, and he was even vaguely overclassed. At this moment, the skeleton dragon man realized that he was not a test subject, not a tool, but a child of Lin Chen just like his 7 brothers and sisters. The bridge was dark, and the further you walked, the more unnerving it became. Moving forward, Lin Chen realized that it was a silver wall mirror. This wall mirror was very bizarre, it was erected right in the middle of the bridge, and the mirror produced silver-colored ripples, which looked like a spatial door to another world. Looking back, the bridge from which he came had disappeared. Looks like we picked the wrong one. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and without hesitation, he turned around and entered the silver-colored wall mirror. Sure enough, the mirror wall was a spatial tunnel, and Lin Chen was swept up by a burst of spatial turbulence after entering it, and was drifting continuously towards an unknown and desperate path. On an empty high altitude, Lin Chen and the skeleton dragon man fell from the silver vortex. Beneath his feet was stiff gray earth, without a hint of vegetation growing. And on the other side of space, a spatial vortex stood silently, roughly 5 kilometers away from Lin Chen. And on this 5-kilometer path, several large spatial vortexes appeared, and an undead fell down, frantically killing towards Lin Chen. Battle intent surged in Lin Chen's eyes. What do you say, how about the name Dragon Monarch? The skeletal draconian motioned, a fine name for a father to take. With that, a bone sword emerged from the skeletal dragonman's hand. The sword was 3 feet long, and with just a single chop, 100-meter-long sword chi was catalyzed, harvesting the lives of countless undead. In this fury abyss, the skeleton dragon man's strength was also greatly enhanced, and even if the bloody beast arrived here, it was not afraid in the slightest. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as 7 summoning spell formations emerged behind him. Dragon King, today I'll make you a true king. Little Black and the other 7 dragons emerged, their huge bodies squeezing this small world. Poison Spell. Snake Beard. Rock Blast. Water Dragon Storm Wave. Space Squeeze. Claws of Dome of Thunder. Silver Wing Spinning Circle Kill. 7 extremely powerful attacks blasted out, blowing large gaps in the densely packed undead army. The 3,000 undead that teleported in the first wave were all destroyed. But there were still countless undead behind them, and these undead came from the battlefield on the ground, where there were thousands more, and there was no way to kill them all. Thunder spewed out from behind Lin Chen, a pillar of thunder blasting the undead in the air that hadn't yet landed into scraps. Escort your 8th brother to charge through. Roar! The 7 dragons roared in unison, shaking space. Xiaohei unfolded his dragon wings and cast a dark canopy, covering a spatial vortex. No matter how many undead came, they were corroded by the poisonous mist in it. Only the undead above the level of war general could barely pass through, but they were also killed by Xiao Zi naming them one by one. The meat-peer dragon wings shook greatly, and the dragon's body rocked upwards, actually blocking the spatial vortex with its flesh and blood. Above the ground, countless undead looked at the rocky ridges poking out of the vortex and attacked frantically. The light in Little Silver's eyes continued to shine, and a spatial vortex actually compressed until it solidified, and no more undead passed through. On the other side, Xiao Xian led the group, crushing the remaining undead into dregs as they continued to advance. The skeletal dragon man waved the bone sword in its hand, and a large area of undead fire was absorbed by it, and in only half a quarter of an hour, it had broken through to the Archon level, and its strength soared past. The energy of tens of thousands of dead undead were all absorbed by the Dragon Monarch, the terror of which was simply not enough for outsiders to understand. CU rules. Lin Chen's body transformed into a shadow, weaving in and out of the battlefield, the pitch-black color spreading throughout the entire space as the Spirit Seed Poison spell powered up, cooperating with Little Black to harvest the lives of countless undead. 1 kilometer to go. Lin Chen hissed. The full-blown outburst was short-lived. He even took out all of his unused water types, and one stormy wave surged out just to clear the way for the Dragon Monarch. The metaphysical light in Xiao Xian's eyes blazed forth. Silver Wing Spinning Circle Kill. The dragon claws with silver awns lit up with silver light, and countless feather-like blades were flung out to cut off the heads of the undead. Xiao Xian gasped for air. The Little Black and Meat Peer on top of his head was about to hold on. Koro's dark canopy began to shrink, and Meat Peer's exposed spine to the outside world was besieged by 3 commander-class undead. Xiao Xian looked at the blood running down the meat pier and his eyes were furious. If you want to eat my second brother's flesh, you undead aren't good enough. Xian Lingjin killing. Above Xiao Xian's head, the totem Xian snake silhouette emerged, squeezing almost all the remaining space. Nowadays, Xiao Xian was already a medium commander with a body length of nearly 100 meters, but in front of the totem Xian snake, he still looked small. The figure of the totem Xian snake skyrocketed and violently threw its tail, actually sweeping away the thousands of demons that blocked the way ahead. The shadow gradually faded, and Xiao Xian's body went limp, actually falling from mid-air. Fortunately, Lin Chen was quick on his feet and summoned the teleportation portal of the dragon's nest, teleporting little Xian right above the demon blood sacrifice pool. The dragon monarch held a bone sword in his hand and did not dare to raise his head. Finally, it came to the space vortex. Lin Chen retrieved the remaining 6 dragons that had exhausted their strength and stepped into it with the dragon monarch. The bridge of 9 deaths and 1 life began to collapse, and a section of the ancient jade was turned into countless segments that fell into that black 10,000-foot abyss, which was in turn sliced into pieces by that black wind. There is only one real bridge left, and that is the altar to the mausoleum. The altar was hidden in the endless darkness, like a rocky pedestal mountain that had been resting and floating in the cold, ancient, dark universe for I don't know how many years. The altar took the shape of an ice crown, the stone steps below were immense, several times taller than a human being, and the steps were not for people to climb at all, but more like they were for the heavenly god giants to ascend with. In the angular position, it was repaired into the skull of a dragon, forming a waterfall of blood spitting out of the dragon's mouth and dropping down high, and the same rumbling sound as that of the waterfall could be heard. Chapter 49 Scarlet Altar, Sealing the Gods. Lin Chen and the dragon monarch took a step up to the top of the altar, and a huge emerald appeared in the very center. The emerald is red in color, crystal clear, it is angular and looks like a myriad of swords stuck upside down to form an imposing throne of the king. This is the throne of blood. Above the throne, a man, who was not known to be dead or alive, wore a black robe of armor, which was obviously a historical thing, but still reflected a cold light. The man on the throne of blood just sat there, one hand propped up against his cheek, his body tilted slightly, the edge of his helmet falling just enough to hide his face. Obviously the armor robe was empty within it, but it could be supported like a living person sitting on it, and under the armor cap it was as if there was a pair of crimson ghostly eyes, staring straight at Lin Chen and Long Jun, seeing the depths of their souls through their bodies, and everything within them was easily penetrated. Lin Chen had no fear, only anger in his heart. Dragon Monarch, go give him 2 mouths, so that he can learn a lesson first. The Dragon Monarch sniffed and took a big step forward. There was no fear in his heart, he would do whatever his father said. Snap! The helmet on the armored robe was knocked askew, and the horrible consciousness in it was confused. What the hell, after laying out the momentum for so long, shouldn't it be my turn to compel you guys now? What's the point of coming up and giving me 2 big sinuses? Before the armor robe could react, Lin Chen decisively ordered, put on the armor robe and dominate this body. The Dragon Lord stepped forward and slammed right into the nothingness within the armored robe. The armor robe also subconsciously began to move, gradually wrapping around the Dragon King's body. Clang! 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 First was the head. The armored cap was simply a devil, directly pouncing on that dragon monarch's head. This armored cap directly stuck to its scalp, the dragon's horns. At the same time, its legs and abdomen were all wrapped up in black armored robes, and every part of the armored robe seemed like it had a soul, and it simply couldn't be torn off after a hideous, greedy pounce. Soul flames trembled, bodies were crumbling and rejoining, and countless undead auras shattered. But the dragon monarch didn't let out a single wail, and just stood straight, his spine resembling a sword. Clang! A heavy bell suddenly rang throughout the entire inner city, and the ancient giant bell at the very center of the inner city swayed without knowing what powerful force it had been subjected to. The bells rang, which made even the people of the inner city feel like they were returning to an otherwise peaceful dawn. Mo Fan, who was already demonized at this point, raised his head violently and looked towards the head of the corpse of the mountain peak as a figure emerged. What a scary aura! Mo Fan's throat was dry. At this time the demonized him dared to fight the corpse of the mountain peak, but seeing that man in armored robes with a dragon's horn on his head, he still couldn't even raise the heart of resistance. Are you kidding me, asshole? Mo Fan suddenly stormed up, the flame goddess silhouette rising behind him. I'm the great Mo Fan, the winged song wolf can't even make me afraid, you pretending to be a god counts as an egg. The flames burst out, like a furious dragon, like a divine phoenix, definitely reaching the realm of super rank magic. This was Mo Fan's first demonization, and he had put his best foot forward, even taking blood particles. Lin Chen was right in the beginning, this thing could indeed be used as Mo Fan's biggest card. Fan smiled arrogantly. Even if the side effects were great, it was worth it to be able to grace this moment once. The flames of the angry dragon rocketed upwards, straight at the armored-robed dragon man. Or rather, the armor-robed dragon emperor. That's right, the person who came was none other than the dragon monarch, the one who had withstood the pressure of the armored robes and had come to an agreement with them. There was nothingness in the eyes of the dragon monarch, and without seeing the slightest movement on his part, a crack containing an endless void appeared, swallowing the raging dragon's fire into it without making a single ripple. Fan's eyes were horrified. What the hell is this? It looked like a space system or chaos system, but most importantly, even the corpse of the mountain peak couldn't easily take this blow. In the next moment, Fan saw that the corpse of the mountain peak unexpectedly knelt down with a roar, saluting the armored-robed dragon man with a tremor of the earth. Fan's pupils shrunk. What the hell? Could this be the ancient king of the depths of the Fury Abyss? Gradually approaching, the rain of dim dawn sprinkled down from the sky, and in the haze, one could see this person in an ebony black armored robe, evil and solemn and cold, his gaze watching the crowd, also watching the golden storming inner city not far away. Ancient. Ancient. Ancient king. The mysterious gray and white man trembled violently, and his gaze became incomparably empty. Han's silence also froze. Judging from the ancient scrolls, the ancient king was precisely wearing an ebony black evil armor robe when he was feathered, and the person in front of him was dressed in a way that coincided with the scrolls of history that had been passed down over the long years. He has awakened, said Zhu Meng, somewhat disoriented. When he awakens, it will all be over, all the living will become dead, and the city that has been passed down for thousands of years will be turned into a paradise for the dead to revel in night after night. No, it's over. A faint voice came out, and Lin Chen's figure emerged. Zhu Meng froze, a sudden brightness in his eyes. Lin Chen, what do you mean by that? The meaning is obvious, it's over, my summoned beasts gave their lives, plus I made a deal with him and the ancient king promised me to retreat and never violate human territory. Never commit a crime against humanity? Han Silence couldn't even believe how much manpower China could spare if such an undead empire didn't violate humans. How are you sure? Made a deal? What kind of deal? Han Silence couldn't help but ask. He was really uneasy. But just as Han Silence asked this, the tide of undead did begin to recede, and the long-lost sunlight poured down, scorching the rotting corpses on the earth. I promised him that when I became a forbidden spell, I would help him fight the Sun Kingdom undead. Note, because the novel cannot appear real place names, so the original AIG will use the Sun Country instead of the subsequent World Academy competition. This situation there are many, I hope you forgive me. Hearing these words, Han Silence's dim eyes trembled. Lin Chen's words had two messages, one being that he was going to help the ancient king. For another, it means that now the ancient king doesn't want to strike at humans, but wants to target the Sun Kingdom undead. That's good, that's good, Han Silence sighed in relief. Although Lin Chen is going to help when he reaches the forbidden spell, it's not like he hasn't arrived yet. Forbidden spells. It's a long way off. Han Silence looked at Lin Chen. Well, it should still be far away. Lin Chen didn't tell the truth. After all, the matter of mastering an undead empire was too appalling to tell. It would definitely be treated as an anomaly by some dictatorial holy city, and it wouldn't be good to nail himself to the center of the holy city at that time. Looking somewhere on the city wall, Shin Kong was there healing his wounds because this time, Han Silence and the others hadn't opened the way, and it was difficult for him to pass through the tides of undead to enter the breaking abyss. Naturally, he didn't get a chance to wear the robes of armor. The exhaustion in the depths of Lin Chen's eyes was given a hint of solace. At least, not too many people died in Gudu this time, more than 10 times less than the original A. Chapter 50. There's a weirdo in the National Palace team. Father, this is the wind seed within the Fury Abyss. The figure of the armored-robed dragon emperor emerged from the dark night and appeared in Lin Chen's room. Lin Chen's eyes appeared in a flash of amazement. It was worthy of being an emperor level A. This hand of spatial shuttling made him, a spatial mage, not even feel the slightest spatial fluctuation. Receiving the undead vessel that accommodated the wind seed, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Dragon Monarch, you are now an emperor of an empire as well. Remember not to provoke the holy city, at least not now. Ryujin nodded in disbelief. I know, father, but why? Lin Chen was helpless. The strength of the sacred city is not something we can imagine right now. If you mess with the sacred city right now, I'm afraid you'll die without a corpse. The dragon monarch nodded in silence. He was not affected by the will of the armored robe. With the presence of the dragon's nest, he could completely crush the armored robe. How can the natives be better than the extraterrestrial heavenly devils? Alright, go back, remember to restrain the undead under you, and when your several brothers and sisters break through to the emperor level, they will help you sweep away the undead realm on Earth. Many thanks, Father, as long as I can help, Father. The Dragon Monarch said and disappeared into thin air without leaving a trace. Lin Chen smiled slightly and opened the panel of the Dragon Monarch. Name, Armor-Robed Dragon Emperor, full body. Strength, Minor Emperor not yet fully integrated with the energy of the armor robe. Potential, Little Emperor. Skills, 5 systems of magic. When the Dragon Monarch finishes absorbing the energy from the armor robe, he should be able to reach the peak of Little Emperor. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. With the Dragon Monarch and its undead empire, he was somewhat self-protective in this world. As long as he didn't mess with these giants of the Holy City, Lin Chen could live comfortably. At dawn, Lin Chen and Mo Fan left to report to the Statehouse team amidst the cheers of the entire ancient capital. Muningshui was also there, but fortunately, Lin Chen was there as a guarantor, and he also gave the Mu family the credit for uncovering Mu He, which prevented the Mu family from falling into the same situation as the original. Instead, because of their great righteousness and iron face, Mu Zhuoyun and Muningshui have received more favorable comments in the country. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a cool breeze still rolled through the empire. The center of the Imperial Capital Academy has a most magnificent magic dueling arena. The entire site presents a star-shaped, as it can accommodate the next 50,000 people's vast seating, magnificent atmosphere. This dueling arena was rarely open, and magic duels that didn't arrive at a certain level simply couldn't be held here. The dueling arena seating was empty, but in the very center of the dueling arena there were roughly 10 or so young mages. They stood lined up, wearing handsome magical battle robes, and when the wind struck, their cloaks raised, so they could be described as heroic. Pinehurst looked at the table and hung the 10 out to dry, not favoring them in any way for their talent. Tutor, Lin Chen and Mo Fan said they'll be here soon. Muningshui put down her cell phone and said. Pinehurst smiled and nodded. There's no rush, if they haven't eaten they can go ahead and eat, it doesn't matter if I wait. In the team, the others' eyebrows jumped. The dean of the nation's highest academy waited for someone, and let the person waiting finish his meal first before coming back. Then how famous and powerful was this person? Mu Tinjing's eyes were fierce with anger. Damned Muningshui. Originally this time the Black Cleric matter should have kicked her out of the Statehouse team, but there was an extra Lin Chen who took the heavenly credit to bail her out. Originally, with a traitor like Mu He, the Bo City Mu family couldn't protect anyone, but it turned out that this person was Lin Chen, who had just saved the ancient capital. It is said that he saved millions of people in the ancient capital, not to mention controlling public opinion to save Muningshui's family. I'm afraid that even if he asked the country for a piece of land and made himself king, the country would agree. Seeing that not only Songha, but also the other 4 tutors didn't have any opinions at all, Mu Tinjing's face was twisting with jealousy. Humph, but it's just by men. A disdainful cold snort came out, and Muningshui's face stiffened as she looked towards Mu Tinjing. Mu Tinjing looked at Muningshui without the slightest fear, her eyes mocking. Pine Crane gave a dark cry and wanted to scold Mu Tinjing, but someone was a step ahead of him. 2 figures emerged from the shadows at Mu Tinjing's feet. Pop! Lin Chen slapped Mu Tinjing's cheek askew. Pop! Mo Fan slapped Mu Tinjing's cheek squarely with another slap. You say one more bad word about my girlfriend and I'll pluck your skin and feed it to the undead of Gudu. Lin Chen's demonic voice rang in Mu Tinjing's ears, causing her body to start trembling and feeling like there were more unclean shadows in her bones. Lin Chen and Mo Fan added a little bit of shadow-based seasoning when they slapped her in the mouth, enough to make it hard for a few days. Mu Tinjing couldn't figure out how Lin Chen had appeared behind her. She was a middle-ranked full cultivator. She actually didn't notice it at all. The rest of the crowd also thought of this, and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. To be able to appear so silently behind their group of elite mid-ranked mages, they were at least senior high-ranked shadow system mages. Originally, he had thought that Lin Chen was a person who was selling his reputation, but he hadn't expected that he would really be so terrifying. Shut your feces spewing anus or I won't mind sewing him up. Lin Chen coldly glanced at Mu Tinjing and walked over to Songhe. Mu Tinjing's eyes trembled. She didn't dare to say a word. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes, she believed that Lin Chen really dared to kill her here. Slightly impulsive, huh? Matsuru said helplessly. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. It's time to fight. Hearing these 2 light words, Songhe is not good to say anything. What can he do? Now it all depends on Lin Chen to get the results, scold him and run away. How many resources the country is less? Lin Chen looked at Mu Ningshui. I've let you suffer. Mu Ningshui's heart warmed. Thanks. But when did I become your girlfriend? Mu Ningshui glanced at Lin Chen suspiciously, although she didn't have much of an aversion to this, but Lin Chen saying it so directly still surprised her a little. Lin Chen laughed and made a sloppy comment, skimming over the topic. Mu Ningxue was helpless, just let him be. Thinking of what Lin Chen did for her, Mu Ningxue's heart was touched. In fact, deep down she had already identified Lin Chen, just in the way of the girl's face, not good to say it explicitly. On the other side of the group, AI Jiangtu was considered to be the only one who could detect a bit of Lin Chen's trail just now. But AI Jiangtu didn't let this make him complacent. According to his sources, the Shadow Department could only be considered Lin Chen's secondary cultivation, and the true Summoning Department hadn't even made an appearance yet. Thinking of the news that came from the ancient capital that day, AI Jiangtu couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. What kind of person could contract 7 giant dragons, and all of them were commander level? AI Jiangtu asked himself. He probably couldn't even defeat one of them. But soon, AI Jiangtu was refreshed. It was China's luck to have Lin Chen. It seemed like China was going to come out on top in this world school competition. When he thought of the expressions of the other countries when they saw Lin Chen's strength at that time, AI Jiangtu wanted to laugh, feeling like he had been cured of his constant phobia of insufficient firepower as a military mage. The State House Team. What a weirdo we have here. Chapter 51, Planning for Osaka City, Sailing Alone. The State House team set off, and Lin Chen didn't choose to go for the Moona Phoenix, firstly because it was a bit low-leveled, just a Grand Monarch level. The second reason was because the Moona Phoenix wasn't in trouble right now. It wasn't time for metamorphosis. Lin Chen couldn't get the materials even if he went there. He couldn't just get his hands on the Moona Phoenix and kill it. Arriving near a fishing village, Lin Chen hit the ground running. What happened here involved that lord. Lin Chen, can you have your dragon directly hump us across the sea? Mo Fan touched his empty pockets, in which various documents and money had been taken away by his mentor. Hearing this, the others also looked at Lin Chen expectantly. If this could really be the case, then it would be even better. Lin Chen lost his smile. If I hump you guys over there, then the only one who will be exercising will be me. Do you think the tutor will be happy to see you guys sitting around and enjoying yourselves? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd fell into deep thought, and finally decided that they would figure out a way on their own. I know a little bit about this place. Let's go to the nearby Fei Bird City first. It's less than 100 kilometers. Lin Chen said, taking a step in the direction of Fei Bird City. Lin Chen was the strongest here, so naturally, the crowd didn't have much to say about his proposal, and even if they did, they didn't dare to say anything more when they remembered how Lin Chen slapped Mu Tinjing at that time. Just kidding, we are all disciples of prestigious families, who can afford to lose this face. As a mage, Lin Chen and his party's footsteps were naturally not comparable to those of ordinary people, and they soon arrived at a bay. The bay is built up with a few buildings and the presence of some construction crews, and it looks a bit cluttered. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This bird of prey city was a good place. In the future, when the sirens arrived, it would immediately become a strategic place, worth even more. The most important thing is that it's cheap now. Just take this place and sit back and wait to collect the money later. Lin Chen dismissed the others, and then arrived by himself at the Lin Trade Building in Feiyu City, passing through the Shadow Department to the president's office. Inside the office, Lin Jun Idol looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and did not panic. How to say is also the president of a large consortium, although it is not a mage, but the insight is still there. Recognizing Lin Chen's magic lineage, Lin Junyao snorted coldly. Your Excellency is a bit rude to come here uninvited, aren't you? Secretly, Lin Jun Idol secretly pressed a button, and in less than half a minute, a high-level mage would arrive to guard his safety. Lin Chen sat down in front of Lin Junxian and smiled. President Lin, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chen. I'm here to help you solve the siren problem. Lin Chen opened the door and said something that caught Lin Jun Idol's attention. Lin Chen? Lin Jun Idol's eyebrows raised a few arcs of surprise. Was it that Lin Chen who had been very hot in the country in the past few years? After carefully recognizing Lin Chen's looks, Lin Jun Idol was basically certain that it was the same Lin Chen who had saved the ancient capital not long ago. A person's name counts the shadows. If AI Jiangtu and the others came, Lin Junxian would still question it, but it would be different if Lin Chen came. Lin Junxian stood up boldly. Is what your excellency said true? Lin Chen nodded. Not bad, I've already understood the situation here. I'll help you get rid of the demons and you'll give me benefits, how about that? Looking at Lin Chen's young face, Lin Jun Idol gritted his teeth and asked, what benefits? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I know that President Lin has taken down most of the industries in Bird City, and I want half of these things. Seeing that Lin Jun Idol was still hesitating, Lin Chen got up. Without me, it'll all go down the drain. Take out half of it, it's enough for you to make a fortune, or maybe you're still thinking of relying on the inactive government here. Lin Chen's words reminded Lin Jun Idol of the municipal government here. Every day, instead of thinking about hunting demons, they thought about deducting money from him and building some public welfare facilities to please their superiors. They were really assholes. Who put that in my book? I agree. Lin Jun Idol nodded decisively, being able to take down Bird City. He wasn't a hesitant person himself. Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The light in Lin Jun Idol's eyes lit up again. There was finally some hope. Lin Chen chose to go out to sea by himself alone, without bringing Mo Fan and his party with him. Right now, Lin Chen was severely disconnected from the young people within Huaxia. Bringing Mo Fan and the others along would not benefit Lin Chen at all. Instead, he would hunt fewer demons. As for how they were going to find a way to get to the Sakura country, Lin Chen believed that this question wouldn't be difficult for the top group of young people in the country. Note: Sakura country is Reben. On the cruise ship, besides Lin Chen, there was also the captain and sailor who were responsible for steering the ship. The captain of the ship was also a middle-ranked mage who understood the situation here, and seeing that Lin Chen was sailing alone, he couldn't help but persuade him. "Young man, going out to sea to hunt demons, just by yourself?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded as he heard this. Seeing this, the captain's face turned a little bitter, and he could only pray that he wouldn't encounter too many sirens this time. Looking at Lin Chen's mage's badge, he should be a high-level lightning mage, and the captain felt that if he didn't encounter too many sirens, he should still be able to return to the ship without any problems. The mage's badge could indeed help Lin Chen solve most of the problems in his life, and there were times when it was useful not to pretend to be 13, but to make some irrational people able to talk to you properly. Looking at the deserted island he was about to reach, Lin Chen got up. "Let's stop here and wait until I've cleared this deserted island of demons." The captain nodded and parked the cruise ship 100 meters from the shore. Lin Chen's figure disappeared and appeared next to a large tree on the deserted island. The captain's tense face relaxed a little. It seems that it is still a shadow mage with extraordinary strength. Arriving at the deserted island, Lin Chen put down the demon gathering instrument, which was similar in principle to the detecting instrument he had used back in Jinlin City, but was even more dangerous, attracting the vast majority of the surrounding demons. Normally, only the military would use this demon gathering instrument when they were ensuring that their strength was crushed. Because it was too dangerous, the demon gathering instrument was also classified as a banned item, that is, Lin Jun idles some relations, only to get this thing. The moment he put down the demon gathering instrument, several redling demons that were 3 to 4 meters tall jumped out. With their huge, porous feet, monstrous fins encircling their waists, and tiny, sharp forelimbs, they are quite terrifying to look at. Of course, for Lin Chen, who had experienced the havoc of the ancient capital, it was far worse, and compared to those undead monarchs, these redling demons were more like minor villains in a fairy tale. A few random level 4 thunder seals electrocuted him, and Lin Chen frowned with some dissatisfaction. His own thunder system was almost overclassed, and he didn't even have a soul seed, so it seemed like it was time to fuse 2 more dragons. Having reached the boundary of 10 and gained the opportunity to inherit the magical cultivation, Lin Chen had also inherited Little Violet's extreme soul seed. Not long after, densely packed redling demons came out of the rocks or the tide, 20 to 30 of them. One must know that an adult redling demon was not at the slave level, but at the battle general level. The demon wolf horde that attacked Bo City in the beginning only had hundreds of War Admiral class demon wolves, and a small portion of a random deserted island near Fei Bird City had more than 20 of them, so it could be seen how rampant the sirens were here. In Lin Chen's eyes, these little caramels didn't need to be shot by the dragon yet, just so he could practice his magic. CU Rules. Chapter 52. Holy Lord? Holy Lord? CU Rules. A dark black canopy fell, enveloping the 20 or so redling demons. Like a hawk of darkness falling, the redling demon roared uneasily, unable to find its way at all. Lin Chen flashed in the darkness, throwing 2 giant shadow nails in his hands. Put! Green poisonous mist rose up, and the 2 redling demons that had been concentrated let out sharp bursts. Their bodies were poisoned, but it was difficult for their bodies to move the slightest bit. Lin Chen's face was cold, and another 20 or so giant shadow nails were spilled out as if they didn't need any money, accurately hitting every single redling demon. Ow! The wails of agony were blocked by Siyu's rain, making it difficult for the outside world to hear a single bit. The CEO ruler dispersed, and all the captain could see in the distance was the green corpses of more than 20, all of the redling demons having lost all vitality. Good, horrible. The captain felt a chill come over him. With such a redling demon, it would be a problem for the captain to deal with one, let alone so many. And these redling demons, surprisingly, did not even last 2 minutes under Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest, his head flashed with thunder system stars, constructing a star map and waiting for the next wave of redling demons to appear. In no time, Lin Chen had loaded a total of less than 50 redling demon corpses into the nest of the giant dragon. Silently burying the babies in the stomachs of the several redling demons in the middle of the dragon's nest, Lin Chen returned to the ship in silence. Go to the next deserted island, it's closer to the city and there are still too few demons. The captain heard the low implication in Lin Chen's voice, but only assumed that he was overexerting himself. Before reaching the next deserted island, Lin Chen still had one more important thing to do, and that was to fuse a new dragon race. The sirens here were just right for leveling, and since Xiao Hei and the others were too high leveled, Lin Chen was going to fuse another one, so he could also reach the achievement of the 10 dragons as soon as possible. It was worth mentioning that Lin Chen had opened up another Emperor-grade material over the years. Together with the red dragon's claw from before, Lin Chen could now be the one who had 2 Emperor-grade materials. Judging by the depth of the light, one of them was at least of the minor Emperor level. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, wondering if these 2 Emperor-level materials combined with the Monarch level would be able to create a dragon with Emperor-level potential. Embryo plus Red Dragon's Claw Gold plus Holy Devil's Body Gold plus various purple materials equals Holy Lord Sub-Emperor potential. Dragon's Nest special note, due to the special material of the Holy Devil's body, there is no need to perform a fusion enhancement on the fused dragon, simply give it the specified material and it will be enhanced. Holy Lord? Lin Chen froze. Was it the Holy Lord he was thinking of? And a special version at that? Whether or not it was the Saint Lord that Lin Chen had thought of, its potential was solidly at the sub-emperor level, and there was also a special path of enhancement, so Lin Chen decisively chose to fuse it. Unlike the previous dragon eggs, a dark green disc fell from the sky, looking at the hideous and terrifying dragon head on it. Lin Chen was completely certain that this was the Holy Lord from Jackie Chan's adventures. In the next moment, a stone talisman imprinted with the form of a rat fell and merged into the dark green disc. The disc glowed brightly, and a dark green dragon stood up, still wearing a pair of large pants. The 30-meter-tall dragon body stood up like a human and could fly without wings. I feel, I'm still missing something. Unlike the naive voices like Little Black and the rest of them, the Holy Lord's voice was extremely evil, and Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable just hearing it, like a worn-out bellows releasing a woozy sound. Name, Holy Lord incomplete. Strength, Chancellor level. Potential, Sub-Imperial. Skills, Dragon Language Magic, Demonic Wizard Magic, Dragon Blast. The Holy Lord lowered his head, his scarlet eyes looking directly at Lin Chen. Creator? I should call you Father, but demonic wizards never follow rules, I'm going to. The Holy Lord hooked the corners of his mouth, I'm going to call you Daddy. Ha 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 ha, I can be so bad. Lin Chen was speechless. How could this Holy Lord even have a personality that was a bit like the one in Jackie Chan Adventures? Dad, I need a Supreme Monarch level bull, tiger, rabbit. The Holy Lord rattled off a whole bunch of things, all 10 zodiac signs except for the rat and the dragon, and also an extremely powerful shadow system demon. Lin Chen's head was big. Do you want a corpse or? The Holy Lord straightened up. I'm going to absorb their energy and patch up what's left of me. So it had to be a corpse? Don't, just let me copy and paste the energy essence, I can raise it on my own, devouring it will just speed up the process. The Holy Lord said. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. So you're talking about evil. He almost had the idea of hitting the totem Shen snake. Well, take you out and practice. Lin Chen exited the dragon's nest, and at that moment, the cruise ship also happened to arrive at the next deserted island. Putting the demon-gathering instrument down, Lin Chen released the summoning spell of the dragon's nest. The Holy Lord's summoning spell was different from all the rest of the dragon clans. While other dragons appeared in single or double-colored spells, the Holy Lord's summoning spell was in the shape of an octagonal formation. Around the perimeter of the Bagua formation, there were also traces of 12 runes. Of the 12 charms, only the rat and the dragons lit up, while the rest were slightly dimmer. The Holy Lord took a step out of the phalanx, and hemmed and hawed with a strange smile. The Great Mage trapped me in hell, and I will finally return to freedom. The middle-aged Saint Lord scanned the surroundings and caught a glimpse of a red-colored split demon. Take your life and celebrate the great and holy Lord's return to freedom. With a move of a black tiger pulling out his heart, the Holy Lord directly stuck his dark green dragon claw into the red-colored split demon's chest. Put! A huge heart that was still beating was pulled out, and the Holy Lord threw it directly into his mouth. It doesn't taste as good as worms from hell. The Holy Lord spat out the residue with disdain, and a fiery flame erupted violently from his mouth. The flames exploded, blowing the body of the red split demon to pieces. A few wisps of black smoke rose from the corners of the Holy Lord's mouth. Only the power of a dragon well. I need more power. The Sacred Lord suddenly became agitated, grabbing a red Ling demon with one hand and crushing it into a ball of flesh. Scarlet eyes lit up as the Holy Lord grew more and more irritable. My laser eyes, where did they go? A ball of flame erupted and blew away 7 or 8 red Ling demons, and the Holy Lord took large steps and swept away the demons present. Looking at the Holy Lord's appearance, Lin Chen was also a little helpless. He had some access to the snake charm, but he really didn't know where to get the rest. Which charm can be activated now? Lin Chen thought about it briefly, and finally came up with a place. By the way, on the road of the National Palace of Adventures, it seems that there is the existence of the Nazca geoglyphs, where the power of many demons should be sealed, so we might be able to find some suitable ones. Lin Chen thought of the Nazca geoglyphs, and that there was also the liquid of time there, which could accelerate the growth of a few of his baby dragons, so it seemed that this journey through the State House was not entirely playful. It was still of some use. I feel that the color of the Holy Lord should be green, but I think it's too hard to hear. It's better to write it as dark green. Below is attached a picture of the Holy Lord's disc form and upright form. I'll just upload it directly in the writer's assistant. After all, it's the two platforms are interoperable, so that they are all visible. It may be a little fuzzy, so you can bear with me. Something's not right. Let's ask everyone. I have added a lot of new 2 days, but today the heat does not rise but fall. Is my good there which right cannot? How to finish reading rate drop so much? There is a problem if you must say otherwise I may not find myself. In addition, do not raise the book IU great. Every day a card is also okay. Finish reading Blood Avalanche. The author is really Will Eunuch, because of the loss of confidence in the data. Here's a card please. I'll see how many more there are. I'll add more tomorrow as soon as the card breaks 200. Chapter 53 Black Shadow Core. Thank you all. First of all, thank you for helping me in my time of need. All of a sudden punch card dry to 131. It seems that there are still a lot of people to support me. In order to not let you down, today punch card did not get to 200. I also add more. Secondly, the most problematic thing people said yesterday was the fast pace, which has always been said, and I've been slowly changing it. For example, dragging it out a bit, but I can't just reverse the whole style of the book at once, or else we'll probably see it as a bit of a cutthroat experience, and slowing down the pace starts with the State House. On a side note, I actually used to have a very slow pace. For example, my old book, All Mages, The Sublime Throne, was a month in the day, slow pace, but lots of updates, and a big reason why this book is so fast-paced is because I know that my 4,000 words a day is very little, and that people don't get a kick out of reading it, so I strive for a little bit of plot advancement in each chapter, which is why I don't write a daily routine. The above explanation totals 300 words, and the word count for the next 2 chapters will be card 2199 to make it up to you. Also, I've made the important decision that I'm going to put a picture of a beautiful woman dog's head in every chapter. Top up. Next, I will use petrification magic to slaughter every living being here. The Sacred Lord smiled arrogantly, but violently tore a red-colored split demon in half with a claw. Sweet blood, yeah. Lin Chen's eyebrows jumped. Isn't it petrification magic? I'm still waiting to see it. The Holy Lord lowered his head and looked down at Lin Chen. It's well known that demonic sorcerers don't keep their word. The Holy Lord hooked the corner of his mouth and slaughtered all the red Ling demons here. It's not enough. I feel that by devouring some more of these creatures, I'll be able to regain some more of my strength. At those words, Lin Chen was a bit confused. Which aspect of strength? It wasn't that Lin Chen was confused, it was really because the Holy Lord had so many abilities, all sorts of magic, the Black Shadow Core, and runes. Just my loyal men. The Holy Lord roared, and the fallen body suddenly began to tremble, and the shadows underneath the body unexpectedly stood upright. In the next moment, the countless shadows merged together, and the Holy Lord clasped his hands in the void, dividing the shadows into countless portions and kneading them into a human form again. Come on, Black Shadow Core, and show Daddy what you're made of. The Holy Lord laughed as hundreds of shadows changed into the shape of a ninja, with green skin and black robes. Lin Chen felt weird even seeing this scene. These Black Shadow Core actually each had the strength of a great slave, and a few of them were still at the war general level. Note, because of the lack of clarity on slave level grading, the term great slave is somewhat rare, but if we say that each of them is much stronger than the one-eyed demon wolf, everyone should get the idea. Go and bring me back these creatures. The Holy Lord gave the order, and hundreds of ninjas surprisingly ran directly above the water, and some blended into the shadows. Not long after, dozens of red Ling demons were brought back. Lin Chen felt like his KFC was burning. Hundreds of your slaves can beat so many warlords? The most important thing is that there's no attrition. Lin Chen could clearly see that the number of these Black Shadow regiments hadn't decreased at all. As many as went, as many came back. It wasn't until Lin Chen saw a ninja soldier being torn to shreds by the red Ling demon and then recovering that it dawned on him, MD, open and shut, right? How do you play immortality? The Holy Lord smiled triumphantly, my soldiers can be reborn once every week, and as long as I don't die, they will live forever. Lin Chen huffed, that meant that as long as you couldn't destroy the Black Shadow Core within a week, it would keep fighting a war of attrition with you. This was too terrifying. Rebirth without limitations? This is too terrifying. Upon hearing this, the smug smile at the corner of the Holy Lord's mouth froze, and he coughed lightly. Actually, there still is. Every time I die, I have to pay a reciprocal amount of flesh and blood essence, and there seems to be something in this world that is in charge of the darkness, forcing me to make a deal with him. The Holy Lord's face was indignant. Damn it, how dare you forcefully collect taxes from the great Holy Lord. Hearing this, Lin Chen remembered the extras of the original. All human black magic is given by the Dark Plane, and humans awakening black magic are contracted with those kings of the Dark Plane. I just didn't expect that the Holy Lord, as a demon, would also be restricted. No, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. Flesh and blood essence? Where did you get the flesh and blood essence? Lin Chen looked at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord didn't even look at Lin Chen, took it from that big pool at home. I see there's a lot of it in there. Lin Chen's eyes went black, and he hurriedly checked the demon blood sacrifice pool to find that the amount of slave-level demons was missing by dozens. It's okay. It's okay. It's not much. How many Black Shadow Core did you just respawn? Probably less than 300. The Holy Lord casually replied. Lin Chen put his heart down. The ratio was roughly 1 to 5, 1 slave-level demon for 5 stronger slave-level warriors, earned. With the Sacred Lord's Black Shadow Core, Lin Chen was sort of relaxed. As long as he had the Black Shadow Core constantly hunting demons, Lin Chen would just check the numbers. During this time, the Holy Lord's Dark Core was also growing. Even Lin Chen had developed a new business with this manpower. Anatomy of a demon. Save the good parts for rations for a couple of giant dragons. The ones that don't taste good are thrown into the demon blood sacrifice pool. The bones were left behind, and when the time came, the Dragon Lord would make a trip to collect them and throw them inside its fury abyss to replenish the army of undead. No waste at all, pure and simple capitalist. Lin Chen found a lounge chair on the cruise ship and comfortably soaked up the sun on the deserted island. Currently these thousands of Dark Shadow Core were more reliable than thousands of Shadow Mages, tireless, without complaints, and able to respawn. They were simply top-tier hitmen. On the other hand, Mo Fan and the others also found a relevant commission and found a way to go to Japan. After killing countless Redling demons, Lin Chen had roughly mapped out the situation, and there were even Black Shadow soldiers who had saved children along the way. Lin Chen held the child and probably guessed his identity. He should be Lin Juanxiao's nephew. Back in Fey Bird City, seeing that Lin Chen had not only cleaned up the demons, but had also brought back his nephew who had just been born not long ago, Lin Jun Idol was so grateful. Without saying anything, he simply sent someone to check out the situation of the demon, and directly took out a large transfer of the industry. I'm trusting you, so I'll call you a virtuous nephew, and in the future, as long as I'm around, you'll be the absolute #1 industrialist in the city of Flying Bird. Lin Chen finished signing the transfer and smiled, then thank you Uncle Lin, I've already notified the people from the Mu family, and I'm going to participate in an adventure next, so I'll be bothering Uncle Lin to help me with the transfer. Good to say, Lin Junxian nodded his head in a hurry. Lin Chen got up and left. The next step was to go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He remembered that there was still Basha appearing there. Maybe he could get some materials to fuse the 10th dragon race. At that time, Lin Chen would be able to extract another magical attribute and also inherit a magical cultivation. What's more, new features can be turned on. Chapter 54 Pashimo's Gift, Dragon Monarch's Outing. Contributions to this chapter, with an additional chapter to be posted later tonight. Riding on a cruise ship to Sakura Country, Lin Chen talked to a man beside him who was wearing a blue top and brown pants. The person beside Lin Chen was none other than the Holy Lord. As one of the demons, shapeshifting was a function he had in himself, it was just that he usually didn't bother to show it. As a high and mighty demon, the Holy Lord stated that this look was barely passable. What the Holy Lord had changed into was clearly the appearance of Jackie Chan, and even though the Holy Lord had not seen Jackie Chan in this world, he still had this feeling in his meditation. I sense a powerful aura. The Holy Lord whispered. Powerful breath? Lin Chen frowned. The Holy Lord was now the strength of a Grand Commander, and with his realm and character, he could still say that this aura was powerful, and that the other party was definitely at the level of a Grand Sovereign or above. Will it be a bully? Lin Chen wasn't sure. He chose to come to the stern of the ship and release Xiao Xian. It had the aura of a totem on it, so it should be able to communicate if it was an overlord. Of course, Lin Chen was prepared to run away at any time, and in case he wasn't an overlord, he immediately fled on his giant dragon. Through Xiao Xian's perspective, Lin Chen looked underwater. All at once, he met up with two huge eyes. The eyes that were like tall buildings blinked, causing a torrent of water to flow at once. Holy! Lin Chen was taken aback, but he also recognized that this should be Basha. It's just that this Basha was also too big, a complete fortress in the water, and you can't experience this feeling at all just by reading the original description. Basha was also a bit stunned. Who was this dragon in front of him, and was there anyone else in their line of totems that he hadn't seen before? Feeling the power of the same source within his body, Basha was somewhat affectionate towards Xiao Xian. Opening his mouth wide, roar. The huge waves of water caused the seawater to turbulence, and the seawater in a radius of tens of thousands of meters stirred. The current Xiao Xian wasn't small anymore, with a body length of nearly 100 meters, but he couldn't even catch up with Basha's head. Who are you? As Basha's meaning was conveyed, Xiao Xian immediately replied according to Lin Chen's instructions, I'm considered a newborn totem of the Xuanwu sect, right? The bastard was a bit dubious, but it was good to have a new totem. The Basha's right front paw touched the armor on his back and pulled out a tortoise shell. This one, for you. The turtle armor in Basha's claws was hundreds of meters in size, catching up to Xiao Xian. Afterwards, Basha and Xiao Xian established a connection and retreated. Originally it only sensed some of its fellow clan members and came over to take a look, but it didn't expect to actually see them. Xiao Xian held the turtle armor back to the surface of the water. The turtle armor was mottled and had some cracks on it, presumably molted by the overlord. Lin Chen used the detection function of the dragon's nest. Armor of Basho purple. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was indeed a material that could be used. With this piece of turtle armor, he would be able to fuse another totem dragon clan. Wouldn't it be nice to resonate with Xiao Xian at that time? Here to explain, the previous article was written wrongly. Basha and Xiansnake should be Xianwu faction. I looked at the front and wrote it as Qingdong. It has been revised, and the totem resonance doesn't need to be the main totem in, as long as it's the same category. A million apologies. Storing the tortoise armor into the nest of dragons, Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. I didn't get to see Basho in person, but at least the goal was accomplished. Looking far away, Lin Chen could also see the boundaries of the Sakura country. Knowing that he didn't have any identification, Lin Chen simply crossed the border directly through the Shadow Department and directly entered the Sakura country. Because he had to fight a national pavilion team like Sakura Nation, Lin Chen met up with Mo Fan and the others first. At this time, Mo Fan was experiencing the temple ghost incident and was suffering, just in time to see Lin Chen rush to complain. Lin Chen, you finally come, something happened recently. Mo Fan told all that he knew, and Lin Chen briefly understood where things had gotten to now. At this point, the ghost incident had only just begun, and Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan hadn't been hooked yet. Good point, just wait, I'll fix it with a trip to the back of the mountain. Lin Chen came alone to a dilapidated brick building in the back of the mountain. Lin Chen saw the wooden fish vessel at a glance. A figure appeared beside Lin Chen, and an endless darkness surged, actually causing the wooden fish vessel to tremble. It was by no means an ordinary person who could make the vessels of a supreme monarch-level totem beast tremble. With a dragon's horn on his head and an armored robe, he was clearly a dragon monarch. Father, what did you call me here for? There are evil spirits causing trouble, you should be good at this. Lin Chen briefly described the situation. The dragon monarch nodded and stayed put, merely waving his right hand lightly. He detained an evil spirit that exuded a bloody aura. To kill? Ryujin asked. Lin Chen nodded indifferently, then picked up the wooden fish vessel, perhaps because of the fact that he was tainted with the Basha's aura, and easily picked up the vessel. On the other hand, the dragon monarch casually wiped away Nara Yuenkong's consciousness and threw his soul essence and a few evil spirits into the Fury Abyss. The undead aura within the fateful abyss was extremely thick, and it wouldn't be long before a commander-class evil ghost would be born. These things were so weak that if Lin Chen only had Long Jun's professional counterpart under him, he wouldn't have wanted to let Long Jun do this kind of pushy thing. When the Dragon King was done with that, he raised his eyes and surveyed the vessel. I saw a sea beast with the same breath as it on the road, do you want me to capture it? Lin Chen was sweating, it was worthy of being at the Emperor level, and a Supreme Monarch level hegemon said that he could arrest them. That's not necessary, but I need you to take me back to Hangzhou. Lin Chen had met with Overlord and had determined that it couldn't help the Holy Lord regain his strength, so he had to go back to Xiansnake first. The Dragon Monarch nodded, and a spatial rift opened under his feet, bringing himself and Lin Chen into the void. Rushing through the void was as terrifying as it was terrifying, which was why the Dragon Monarch was able to arrive at the Sakura country so quickly. In just a moment, Lin Chen and the Dragon Monarch arrived at the West Lake in Hangzhou. At this time, it was nighttime, coupled with the last Xian Snake incident, the West Lake was deserted. The Holy Lord's massive bulk burrowed out of the summoning spell of the dragon's nest. Delicious breath. The Holy Lord just came out, and the evil voice rang out at once. In the next moment, the Dragon Lord cast a faintly sidelong glance at it. The Holy Lord froze, only feeling that he was locked by a terrifying creature, and just moving was death. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and hurriedly told the Dragon Monarch to disperse his pressure and summoned the Xian Snake out. Now that Lin Chen and Xian Snake were on good terms, every time he had time, Lin Chen would buy dozens of pounds of spicy crayfish online and have the delivery man pour them inside the West Lake. Xian Snake was good at this, and with Lin Chen's help last time, the relationship between the two was now considered relatively good. As soon as the Xian Snake showed its head, it looked at the Dragon Monarch as if it were an enemy. Lin Chen was helpless, all of these demons' perceptions were too strong, even if the Dragon Monarch didn't do anything and just stood here, it made it difficult for them. Big guy, I'd like to ask you a favor. Lin Chen revealed his intentions, and Xian Snake graciously agreed, allowing the Holy Lord to copy a little bit of the origin power. A sigil imprinted with the shape of a serpent was formed, and the Holy Lord excitedly incorporated it into his body. I've still missing a lot right now. The Sacred Lord wagged his tail in excitement, sweeping down the trees around him. At this time, the Holy Lord's strength had risen once again, and had already reached the advancement stage commander level, and apart from the Dragon Monarch, the dragons under Lin Chen were the strongest amongst them. Lin Chen was prepared to finish things as soon as they appeared, just in time to fuse out the 10th Dragon Clan and then inherit the power of the Dragon Monarch, saving the Dragon Monarch from having to make another trip. Chapter 55, Object of Inheritance of Magical Cultivation Dragon King. I feel that yesterday's black one is a bit scary to look at on my phone. I don't have this feeling with the big computer screen. I'd better put more secondary in the future. On a side note, I'm very sorry, the internet was down at home for a day today and the extra was not sent out. This chapter counts as an extra, there are 2 more chapters. As his consciousness sank into the giant dragon space, Lin Chen laid out all the materials in front of him, and the various colors of light shone in a way that was overwhelming. Embryo plus Armor of the Despot purple plus Ichthyosaurus fins purple plus Blizzard Gargoyles core purple plus equals Blizzard Gargoyle Supreme Monarch class potential. Creatures with 4 claws on the ground appear with dark blue turtle shells on their backs, accompanied by wind and snow around them. The hideous appearance is somewhat like that of a snapping turtle, only magnified numerous times. There are no wings, but 2 huge fins hidden on either side of the body. The Blizzard Gargoyle lowered its head and affectionately rubbed against Lin Chen's small head. Picture of Blizzard Dragon above. Lin Chen smiled and patted the Blizzard Gargoyle's head. This guy was a defensive gargoyle just like Meat Pier, and observing its fins, it was estimated that it could still fight in the water, which just helped him to fill in the lack of combat power and defense in the water. Just call you Ice. After calming the newly born little Ice, Lin Chen turned his attention to the attribute extraction and magical cultivation inheritance aspects that he had gained. Well, that's the highlight of the day. Attribute extraction 1 time, magic cultivation inheritance 1 time. Opened a new feature, Bloodline Boost, which helps fused dragons boost their potential by simply investing in materials. Seeing this new function, Lin Chen was overjoyed. With this bloodline enhancement function, in the later stages, Xiao He and the others could also keep up with their battle power. Moreover, Lin Chen felt more and more during this time that high potential was really good. A Saint Lord with the potential to be a sub-emperor, his battle power at birth was comparable to Little Black who had grown for several years. The Dragon Monarch entered the middle of the dragon's nest, and the aura of death on his body turned the land of the undead within the dragon's nest even darker. If it wasn't for the fact that this place couldn't give birth to anything other than Lin Chen's creations, I'm afraid that there would have been some undead breath condensed into a ghostly soul born. Lin Chen fumbled his chin. The Dragon Monarch had the space, earth, chaos, undead, and mind systems on him. In his life, as an existence at the peak of the 5 systems of forbidden magic, although Lin Chen could only inherit magic that was 1 major level lower, that was still the 3rd level of the super rank, and he could become the world's top mage in a matter of minutes. The Earth system, an ordinary magic system Lin Chen wouldn't consider. Right now Lin Chen was torn between the Chaos and Undead lineages. Choosing the Chaos lineage brings a mental power level bonus that also helps the Space lineage a bit. Choosing the Undead department would allow Lin Chen to involve himself in an unknown realm, and with the rarity of the Undead department, I'm afraid that Super Rank 3 would be the number 1 in the world. Lin Chen's eyes were obscure, and he finally decided that he would choose the Chaos department. Choosing the Chaos lineage's mental power bonus would not only help the Space lineage, but the Chaos lineage had both offense and defense, effectively enhancing Lin Chen's ability to save his life. As for why they didn't go with the psychic department, it's simple, because the author can't write. Chaos lineage, from the armor-robed Dragon Emperor, comes with 8th level mental power, inheritable cultivation 3rd level of superorder. An obscure and unknown light penetrated through space and drilled straight into Lin Chen's body. Bang! Extremely strong aura outwardly, the huge air current swept through the entire dragon's nest, forcing Xiao Hei and the other dragons to the edge. Only the dragon monarch still stood in place, not even moving a single inch of the armor robe on his body. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly gathered his aura, and he couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being an emperor-level creature, even a super rank 3 couldn't shake it in the slightest. Until now, after such a long time, Lin Chen had never seen the dragon monarch make a serious move. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Chaos Super Rank 3, Summoning High Rank 3, Shadow High Rank 3, Thunder High Rank 4, Space Middle Rank 2, Water Beginner Rank 3, Plant Beginner Rank 3. Carrying objects, Shadow System Extreme Spirit Seed Level Shadow Matter Poison Spell, Thunder System Extreme Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, Level 8 Spiritual Power. Magic Tools, 3 pieces of junk. Attributes are extracted once. Lin Chen closed the panel, and he finally had an on-stage magic department. After doing this, the Dragon Monarch sent Lin Chen back to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He had to continue to follow the experience. Before dawn, Lin Chen arrived at the Sakura Kingdom just in time to catch the crowd preparing to challenge at the Sakura Kingdom Pavilion. Heading to Shuang Shikaku, I saw a kimono woman just up the hill. Are you Chinese? Excursions are forbidden here. The kimono woman said arrogantly. Ai Jiangtu frowned, and when he saw that Lin Chen was not going to step forward, he spoke, "We are not tourists, we are." Without waiting for Ai Jiangtu to finish, the kimono woman snatched her words, "Neither can those who come here to work part-time to mix the Sakura stance." Hearing this, everyone in the group grimaced, speaking as if who cared about a small populated place like yours. Lin Chen was also infuriated, not realizing that the first dog-eyed cliché he had encountered after so long was in the Sakura country. Lin Chen arrived in front of the kimono woman in an instant. Pop! The familiar slap appeared in front of the kimono woman's eyes, and in the next moment, it sent her flying several meters away. At this point, Lin Chen was already a super-ranked mage. Even if his physical body couldn't compare to a demon of the same rank, it wasn't in the realm of an ordinary person. The crowd was dumbfounded. Just fight. But why is it so cool? Lin Chen felt the same way. He was becoming more and more obsessed with hitting people with his slaps lately. It was really cool. Wang Yuqian Kairo couldn't believe it as she climbed to her feet. "You, how dare you hit me? Do you know what kind of person I am?" "I don't care what kind of person you are. If you dare to insult Chinese people again, I'll slap you to death," Lin Chen said coldly, not giving her a single good look. Wang Yuqian Kairo is very pretty, but Lin Chen is not a fictional turtle-man-licking dog who dares to insult his homeland. Lin Chen will not give it a minute of face. A bearded old man appeared, anxious and angry, originally wanted to let Wang Yuqian Kairo to give the Chinese players a downward spiral, who knew that the other party did not follow the rules, directly a big sinus fan over. But Wang Yu famous sword also know the identity of the other party. The juniors can fight between the fight can be, if they are out of their hands, the people behind the Huaxiao will not agree. Thinking of this, the famous sword of the Looking Moon glanced around scornfully. If his perception was good, there were 2 highly cultivated mages hiding in the shadows keeping a close eye on him, each of them not weaker than him. "You're the Chinese national government players, aren't you?" Lookout Moon Namikian asked in an unfavorable tone. Lin Chen didn't even think of hitting on him and just stood like that. "Just kidding, Lao Zi 8th level spiritual power, super rank 3 chaos system, who is the master is not certain. It's just a challenge from one country's pavilion. There are so many countries, you're not the only one. Don't apologize and don't expect us to give you a good look." The famous sword of the Looking Moon saw Lin Chen's thoughts, his face twitched, and he helplessly said, "It's Qian Kairo who is unintelligent. Everyone, please forgive me." Wang Yu Namikian was helpless. He wanted to be tough too, but he didn't dare at all. This world was rampant with sea demons, and Sakura was bordered by the sea on all sides. Given the strength of the Sakura country, it might be wiped out by the sirens one day, and the only thing that could be relied on was the China around them. Chapter 56. What are you doing cosplaying here? Gone too. Entering the Dual Guardian Pavilion, after what they had just experienced, the crowd didn't bother to be polite and went straight to the point. A man with blonde hair knew what had just happened and looked at Lin Chen and the others with an unpleasant expression. "There aren't many teams in the country that can go through a couple of moves with us, so they really think they're a dish." Although the blonde man was looking at the people around him, his voice was loud. and he was clearly speaking at Lin Chen and the others. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, and even the official fish beside him, who usually had verbal arguments with him, was in a rare position to be on the same page with him. These guys, when we get on the field, let's see how I'll teach them a lesson. Mo Fan is furious, he is not aggrieved at home, let alone coming to the small life of the cherry blossom country. On the other side, the famous Sword of the Looking Moon couldn't wait to come to the stands. How can they say that the comprehensive strength of their Sakura country mages is also ranked in the world, although it's far inferior to Huaxia, but it's still something to be ashamed of. The tournament is played in a one-on-one format with 3 out of 5 games. The first one sent out from Sakura's side was MT Okamoto. The remaining 9 Sakura players were sitting in a row on their knees with strips of white cloth wrapped around their heads as if they were wearing mourning. Lin Chen stood up. I'll be fine on my own. Mo Fan and official fish were still fighting over who would go on first, but when they heard Lin Chen's words, they helplessly deflated, knowing that it was still Lin Chen who had the final say in this team. Seeing Lin Chen on stage, the famous Sword of the Looking Moon narrowed its eyes. This person should be the captain of the Chinese national government team. The first game put the captain out well. It seems that our Sakura team brings a lot of pressure to the Chinese side. The famous Sword of the Looking Moon smiled smugly, but in the next moment, he heard Lin Chen's words and could no longer laugh. One-on-one is too boring, let's adopt a wheel battle mode, whichever side goes down 5 first loses. The famous Sword of the Hopeful Moon paused. Yes, where are your combatants? Just me. Lin Chen's words angered the Sakura team. Are you kidding me? You still want to beat the 5 of us alone? MT Okamoto stepped up to the ring. Bastard, I'll show you the strength of our Sakura Nation players today. With that said, the match began, and MT Okamoto immediately turned into a stump and rushed towards Lin Chen. Looking at the light on his opponent's feet, Lin Chen mockingly laughed, using a crawling magic tool right at the start? Want to have a quick battle? Just what I wanted. Seeing Lin Chen remain frozen in place, a burst of laughter erupted from the Sakura team. What? Can't even react in the face of Okamoto-kun? Laugh your ass off, all you do is talk big Chinaman. Only Chikane Wangetsu, who was sitting in the back, could see a bit of the way. Nope, this looks like... Before the words were finished, Lin Chen's figure unexpectedly began to gradually fade away. It's the stump. Wan Yuqian Kairu's pupils shrunk. With her high-ranked mage's eyesight she couldn't even see Lin Chen's movements. In the next moment, Lin Chen's right hand had choked Okamoto-san's neck, suffocating his face to a purple-red color. Rubbish. Casually tossed it off the field. The Sakura team's laughter lurched as they looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. How could the strength be so great? Is he a humanoid demon? Wan Yuqian Kairu looked at the head of Okamoto-san, who was thrown dozens of meters confused. Even if it is a high-level mage, it cannot do so without using magic tools. Looking at the magic glow that remained on the field, Chikage Wangetsu gritted her teeth. Was it a mage who majored in the shadow system? No wonder she was able to slap her before when she wasn't looking. In the stands, many of the Double Guardian Pavilion executives looked at each other in dismay. Even with their cultivation level, they still felt that Lin Chen was fast. What's more, they didn't see anything but that The famous Sword of the Hopeful Moon had the highest cultivation level and could barely tell a little. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid I already have a high rank 3, and there's still almost a year before the competition starts. Wan Yuqian Kairu roared in her heart. How could there be such a demon? If Lin Chen could break through the shadow department to the super rank before the tournament, wouldn't he hang on to beat the Sakura team? On the field, Lin Chen looked at the woman who had just shouted at the Chinaman and said coldly, "You dare to come up?" The woman's movements lurched, leaving a cold sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Wan Yuqian Kairu's face turned cold. Koike Shoko, get in the ring. Hearing Wan Yuqian Kairu's words, Koike Shoko gritted her teeth and got up to face Lin Chen directly. But after only a few moments, he was thrown off the field by Lin Chen. The next 2 people to the ring were both like this, Lin Chen throwing people in the same manner, and the beard of the famous Sword of the Looking Moon twitched. Can't see it, can't see what other abilities there are at all. Every time he strikes it's a shadow-based transported shadow, and then he throws his opponent out by brute force. There's not a single bit of useful information. And the final contestant. Looking at the moon-famous sword bitter face, 5-1 can't even beat, spread out how they double Guardian Pavilion still mix. That woman, come down. Lin Chen looked towards Wan Yuqian Kairu, not a member of the National Pavilion? So what, it's time to fight just the same. The famous sword of Wang Yu brightened up at his words. Although Wang Yu Qian Kairu wasn't necessarily Lin Chen's opponent either, her strength was far superior to the other trainees, and as a high-ranked mage, she would definitely be able to force out more of Lin Chen's moves. Rushing at Wang Yu Qian Kairu, the other party understood and grimaced as she went down to the field. She had also long wanted to teach Lin Chen a lesson. Lin Chen took all of this in, disdainfully skimmed his mouth, worthy of being from the Sakura country, just shameless, obviously a teacher, but did not even say a word. As the referee, Mr. Nobuko didn't need to be told that he understood what Wang Yu Mingjian was thinking, and fearing that Lin Chen would regret it again, he hurriedly announced the start of the match. Kunzarin. Wang Yu Qian Kairu sprinkled a few seeds, and a large forest of vines grew on the field, almost filling the entire field. Lin Chen took an unhurried step, his figure flickering between the vines without the slightest fear. Between the flickers of his figure, Lin Chen was getting closer and closer to Wang Yu Qian Kairu, but he didn't even touch a single vine. A hint of shock appeared on Wang Yu Qian Kairu's face as she controlled the vines. What a precise control of the shadow system, this kind of maneuver, even the super ranks are just like this. Wang Yu Qian Kairu gritted her teeth, and several more seeds flew out in a vain attempt to stick to Lin Chen's body. The seeds were very fast, and when they were about to hit Lin Chen, suddenly a few strands of lightning exploded from Lin Chen's palm, electrocuting all of the seeds into ashes. Lin Chen secretly frowned. He really should go and look for the spirit seed soul seed. The conditions for magical cultivation inheritance were becoming more and more demanding. He would definitely choose the magic department that he hadn't practiced, that would yield the most benefits. If you want to boost your own old magic departments like Shadow and Thunder, you'll have to go looking for nature's soul seeds. The next moment, thunder and lightning exploded. Silent thunder, death light thunderstorm. Countless thunderbolts blasted out, turning all of the Kunzoku forests along the way into charcoal. Bang! In Wang Yu Qian Kairu's terrified gaze, this sudden outburst from Lin Chen instantly destroyed all of her layouts. It was a good thing that Wang Yu Qian Kairu released her armored magic tool at the last moment, or else she would definitely be seriously injured at this moment. The armor and magic gear broke, and a large amount of white, delicate skin was exposed. Wang Yu Qian Kairu hurriedly covered her important parts and glared angrily at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's tone was light. If this teacher wants to cuss about the staff in your country's red light district who like to be heavy-handed, please don't be here. Imofan under the field is even more blunt. Ha 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 ha, how to fight cuss on the female worry. Wait, what teacher? Wang Yu Qian Kairu's face turned green and white, and she could only leave angrily. Emofan's crowd also reacted and looked at the famous sword of the looking moon. Old thing, did my brother say this pussy was a teacher, not a trainee? The famous sword of Wang Yu's face changed. You were the ones who had to compete with Qian Kairu. Emofan's face was unkind. So it's true, it's really shameless enough, bullying the small with the big is still good enough to compare. AI Jiangtu and other people's faces are also not good. The fight is a fight, the relationship between the two countries has always been so, you play dirty tricks is not the same. Lin Chen was also instantly in the scene. I'll speak to our mentor about this. You Sakura side, just wait and let the PR handle this. TSK, sending a teacher to beat up a trainee that hasn't been beaten yet. Sakura country's international reputation is going to stink. Zhao Manyan laughed strangely. The face of the famous sword of the looking moon grew more and more ugly. Today it was estimated that he would have to bleed heavily to plug the mouth of the Chinese side, but fortunately, it was probed that Lin Chen still had a lightning system, and it was at least a high level 3. Because Wang Yu Namikian didn't feel the aura of the soul seed, he was able to defeat Wang Yu Qian Kairu with a single strike, relying solely on his own cultivation. But that's not good news. Soul seeds are plentiful in Huaxia. As long as you give a soul seed, the Huaxia team will immediately have one more top-level high-level Thunder Mage. 2,570 words, 500 more to apologize for the late posting of the extra shift. Chapter 57, Devouring the Condensed Flower Pearl. Request for follow-up reading. Put a picture of Estes. People do not do bad things. Oh, well, not some people. Look at not in the novel site. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom Pavilion Challenge ended successfully, and since it was getting late, Lin Chen and his group stayed at the Double Guardian Pavilion. As night fell, Lin Chen looked across the street and licked his lips at the East Guardian Pavilion, wondering if there were any materials left behind by the Red Devil here. Now that Lin Chen's Dragon's Nest had a bloodline enhancement function, as long as he invested in materials of high enough quality, he would be able to enhance the qualifications of the baby dragons under him. Just a short while ago, Lin Chen had used 2 Grand Monarch level materials to raise Little Blue to Grand Monarch level potential. If he could get his hands on a special material like Red Devil, he might be able to help Dragon King raise his ceiling. One must know that the Dragon Monarch was already at the peak of the Small Emperor at this point, and if he took it a step further, he could take on a medium emperor like Cold Moon Eyes. The Dragon Monarch appeared and led Lin Chen into the middle of the East Guardian Pavilion. With an existence at the peak of the spatial plus chaos lineage, there aren't many prohibitions in this world that can stop Lin Chen. The corridor inside the East Keeper's Pavilion is slightly narrow, and you walk down the spiral staircase one step at a time. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, there was an important person here tonight. Soon, Lin Chen spotted 4 middle-ranked mage-level guards. Without Lin Chen having to say anything, a glimmer emerged from the Dragon Monarch's eyes. In the next moment, the 4 guards had been stunned unconscious by Ryujin's mind-based magic. Long Jun withdrew his mind system power. The people here were really too weak. If not for his strong control, these 4 people would have had their souls destroyed by his mental power. Not to mention them, even if the super-ranked Lookout Moon famous sword was here, it wouldn't be able to block the Dragon Monarch's mind-based magic, and it would have to die on the spot in a single glance. Afterwards, Lin Chen continued downward, searching for the condensation pearl, not caring in the slightest about the Tsuruta in the cage. It's just a poor guy who was compelled by the condensation beads. Arriving at the bottom of the castle, Lin Chen saw a single room at a glance. The single room was walled in on all 4 sides, except for a narrow opening above where you could jump in. There was nothing inside, and it really didn't look any different from a broken basement, but in the center of the room there was a glossy, muddy, and sinister bead suspended. The Dragon Monarch looked deeply at the condensation pearl. This thing is not simple. Lin Chen was not surprised, because of the energy essence? Yes, the total amount of energy inside is not a lot, but this bead is very evil. If I can fuse this power essence, medium emperors are expected. The Dragon Monarch said firmly. The energies within the condensation pearl all came from the prisoners of the East Guardian Pavilion, and were not worth mentioning to the Dragon Monarch. They were just a bunch of ants. However, Lin Chen knew that this condensation pearl had created the primordial Red Devil. If the Red Devil gathered all 8 destinies, he was close to passing away from becoming the king of the Dark Plane. Being able to create the Red Devil, the condensation bead is certainly not simple. But no more than that, it's just a dead thing that needs to be parasitized. The Dragon Monarch also saw it clearly and picked up the condensation bead without the slightest scruple, looking at Lin Chen with some longing in his eyes. Lin Chen lost his smile. Devour it, it was meant for you. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Monarch couldn't wait to take the condensation pearl into his body and slowly refine it. Lin Chen opened Dragon Lord's panel to check his current situation. Name, Armor-Robed Dragon Emperor Full Body. Strength, Peak Little Emperor. Potential, Minor Emperors 1%. Skills, 5 systems of magic. What does this 1% mean? Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Combining this with the fact that the same thing had happened to Blue before, he was basically certain that this progress bar was the progress of enhancement, and that as long as it was full, he would be able to raise his potential by 1 level. Let's go, there's not much use for it here. Lin Chen took one last look at this single room and left the East Guardian Pavilion. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and the others left the Dual Guardian Pavilion. They had other training missions. The crowd travels to Tokyo, which is home to one of the world's 4 major naval battlegrounds. The next mission in the calendar was to hunt demons, to hunt sirens. Because the crowd did not have identification, they could not take the train or high-speed train, but could only go to the small market and charter a bus to move forward. On the way, Lin Chen sat at the end of the bus, playing with a wooden fish in his hands. Totem Vessels of the Basho. Lin Chen was hesitant to bind this vessel himself. According to the original Little Mudskipper's performance, the totem vessel should only be able to be bound to one, as it would repel each other. But totems repel each other? How did that totemic resonance come about? Lin Chen guessed that it might be because the little Loach, as the green dragon, one of the sacred totems, was at a higher rank than the Basha, and that was why he was unwilling to be bound to a Mofan's soul at the same time as the Basha. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, biting his finger and smearing his blood on top of the wooden fish. The wooden fish bloomed with a luxurious light, and Lin Chen silently cast some shadow-based magic energy to cover the light in case it drew the attention of others. At the same time, Lin Chen's heart suddenly felt an additional connection. The other side of the connection was located in the ocean, not too far from Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Overlord was still following them all the way. After briefly communicating with Basho that his safety was guaranteed, Basho went back. Lin Chen was different from Zhao Manyan. The current Lin Chen was strong and talented enough to be recognized by the hegemony, and the hegemony naturally listened to Lin Chen's words. Especially after Lin Chen obtained the Chaos faculty of the Super Rank 3, Basho wouldn't underestimate Lin Chen even if he didn't see him as a powerhouse of the same rank. Arriving in Tokyo, the crowd heads straight for the sea battlefield. This adventure is also about high-level resources, and the official teammates who perform well are the ones who can get the Star River vein. It is worth mentioning that because this time Mu Ningxue was not affected by the public opinion in the country, and is now still a full member of the team. Fan's cultivation is higher than the original due to the fact that he has used the demonic system less than once relative to the original, and while others have yet to enter the high level, his fire system is all high level too. The current replacements are Zhao Manyan, Mu Tinjing, and Lai Kai Feng. Sakura's naval warfare is indeed a bit of a doorway. Looking down from the air, this East China Sea fortress city presents a crescent shape, not only against the monstrous waves, but also to block the annihilation of endless legions of sirens, and is also known as Tokyo's shield by the people of Sakura. The Tokyo shield is divided into two layers. The former steel dike will be lower in height and will not provide a significant blocking effect. The back dike would be high enough that even a 100-meter sea beast might not be able to cross the steel line of defense. The mentors had allowed Lin Chan and the others to come here to practice, and with some ideas of learning. The siren situation is getting more and more serious, and Huaxia has to prepare early. Looking at the Blue Valley fiercely beast that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The sea demon is indeed powerful, like this commander-level demon. Put on the land is the winged pale wolf like the lord of a mountain, but put in the ocean but cannot set off much wind and waves. Nimble Control Void Claw. Chapter 58 Fondue racked on a naval battlefield? Gone 2. A void space claw stood across the head of the Blue Valley fiercely beast, hundreds of meters huge. The claws of space fell, and the Blue Valley fiercely beast was clawed and exploded into a puddle of flesh. The crowd twisted their heads in shock and saw a bemused Lin Chen. Were they really on the same team? Why were they still trying to break through to the higher ranks, when Lin Chen had already killed the commander-class demons in seconds? Ai Jiangtu was so shocked that his pupils contracted, and his dark face was somewhat out of control. Also a space mage, Ai Jiangtu knew exactly what Lin Chen's move represented. The spatial system was a very strange magic system. All other magic systems had a limit to their power. Even if a super-ranked mage unleashed a middle-ranked magic, it would be difficult to reach a high-ranked magic. The space system was different. As long as the mental power level was high enough, the beginner-level magic could also exert the power of high-level magic. And the power of a demon like Lin Chen who can kill a commander-level demon in seconds. Level 6, or Level 7? Ai Jiangtu didn't dare to think about it. He was already a top existence among his peers at just level 4, but Lin Chen was like a freak, as if he didn't belong in this world. Lin Chen's face didn't change in any way. His mental power level had already reached level 8, which was equivalent to the increase of the heavenly seed. It would be strange if he couldn't kill a commander-level demon in seconds. Let's go to the place of stewardship here to make a piece of the area. We have to go somewhere else after we finish the mission. Lin Chen said, twisted around and left. The rest of the people hurriedly followed. Seeing Lin Chen's move, some of the people in the team who had small minds were even more afraid to show their heads. After receiving the task of subduing the 20th block from the administrator, Lin Chen and the others arrived in the middle of the sea battlefield. A 4-star district team. How many demons must be killed? Jiang Yu sighed. Kill it. It's unlikely that our mentor will give us a mission that we can't complete. There's always hope. Jiang Xiaoshu said. Lin Chen didn't reply. Here, when you hunted demons, the corpses went to the block's district master, and to raise the team's star rating, demon corpses were a very important criterion. In other words, for the sake of the experience, Lin Chen could no longer secretly collect corpses for demons. There was no benefit to this, and it was purely a matter of combat Lin Chen had no interest in. Adding to the fact that this was in the Sakura country region, Lin Chen didn't even have the heart to unleash a giant dragon. Not long afterward, it was time for high tide, and the sirens rolled up the wind and swept towards this fortress in the sea. Tide, definitely not nature's original tide. Ordinary people have seen the most turbulent surge of the tide, that is only turned over to a dozen meters high, standing under a dozen-meter high waves. You can feel the smallness of human beings themselves. And the sea tide that attacked the city at this moment, it was a demonic tide that had been chanted by countless sirens, and it rolled up to a height that could easily skim over the short embankment at the very front, and it was even more like a blue-white giant tongue that was going to roll this sea city into the belly of the sea. The tide fell above the short embankment, slapping large swaths of sirens onto the shore. The sirens that came ashore didn't stop for a second. They stood up and rushed to kill the various neighborhoods. Lin Chen looked at the scene. Is there a fire? Fan, who was on the side, sniffed and came back from the shock. At least he was a man who had seen the havoc of the ancient capital. Of course he wouldn't be dumbfounded by this kind of scene. Yes. Saying that, Fan rubbed a wisp of flame from his fingertips and asked doubtfully, it's not good to use fire on a sea demon, is it? Lin Chen moved a large iron pot out of nowhere. Don't worry, it's wrapped up. Lin Chen used his plant faculty to get a few pieces of wood, and took Emofan's fire and set the wood on fire, setting the iron pot on top of it. Emofan's head was big as he watched. "You're not thinking of setting up a hot pot on the battlefield." Lin Chen laughed and threw the seasoning into the pot. "It's not just hot pot, there's also sashimi. How can you come to Sakura and not try sashimi?" With that, Lin Chen used his nimble control to grab a warlord-class white weeping demon. After surveying the other party's ugly appearance, Lin Chen frowned in disgust and casually strangled him. "Being so ugly makes me lose my appetite." Otherwise, if he was worried that the people checking in wouldn't be able to distinguish the identity of the white weeping demon, Lin Chen would want to crush it into mush and throw it back into the sea. Seeing that Lin Chen had casually dealt with a peak battle general level white weeping demon, Jiang Yu and the others were okay with it. After all, Lin Chen had gotten a commander level killed only a short while ago. But the team belonging to the same 20th neighborhood was not the same, with the eagle hook nose as the captain of the team right next to Lin Chen and them. Originally there were still people in the team who saw that Lin Chen and them were young and had some contempt in their hearts. However, after seeing Lin Chen kill a peak war general level demon in seconds, one was more silent than the other. Their mouths were too embarrassed to open, so how could they dare to speak out in mockery? After killing the white weeping demon, another group of sawtooth green demons appeared, looking quite similar to the white weeping demon, all frog-like. Only the jagged green demon is green in color, with flat spiny fins and somewhat rough skin. Lin Chen's appetite was gone from watching. These sirens were more ugly than one another, and even though their forms were like bullfrogs, he had no desire to move his mouth at all. After casually destroying half of this group of sawtooth green demons, and using the rest as targets for the others to practice on, Lin Chen sat down on the building with some boredom. This time it wasn't exactly fruitless, right? After all, the Holy Lord was secretly manipulating the shadows of these siren corpses, and the Black Shadow Core was growing stronger and stronger. The sea battlefield was so huge that there were simply more shadows here than could be sucked up. It was a pity that if it wasn't for Lin Chen and the giant dragons under his command who had killed them, it seemed that only 1% of the shadows had been received. After thinking about it, Lin Chen was relieved. If they could all be 100% transformed, then why not just let the Dragon Monarch go to war with the pyramid now, and pull up an empire-sized Black Shadow Core in minutes? There were more and more sawtooth green demons, and the crowd began to feel overwhelmed. At this time, the seawater had already submerged half of the buildings in the 20th block, and large sea demons could freely travel here, not to mention small and medium-sized demons like the sawtooth green demon. Lin Chen watched quietly, with no intention of making a move. Tutor Fongli had told him ages ago that he had to put some pressure on the other members of the team, otherwise with things being done by Lin Chen, where was the point of the other people's training? Only when someone could not hold on any longer would Lin Chen step in to help him or her out. Of course, everyone is treated differently. Like Mu Ningxue, Lin Chen would definitely not let her suffer a single injury. As for people like Mu Tinjing, Lin Chen wouldn't even give them a second glance until they were half dead. Lin Chen sat on the high embankment in boredom and salvaged with his nimble control for a long time before he found a few edible slave-level sirens. Slicing the most tender part of the fish demon in front of him, Lin Chen pinched a piece with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Yuck yuck yuck, the fishy odor is so heavy. Lin Chen spat the fish into the water, and wondered why the Sakura people liked to eat raw. It was so fishy. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Chen suddenly raised his head, looked into the distance, and muttered, "There's a big guy coming, I wonder how it tastes." Chapter 59, Land Demon, Don't Send the Siren, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Gone 2. An 8-pod chief. Chief Octopus was shaped like an octopus with legs and an alien-like head, wielding 8 oddly long tentacles, and holding a scepter that shone with a dazzling blue light. The scepter was extremely tall, 5 meters long, and with the evil eyes of the 8-clawed chief, it made the other party like a sorcerer, driving countless sirens to rush towards the land. Lin Chen looked towards the scepter in his opponent's hand. Chief Octopus mastered extremely strong water magic, just like a peak high-level water mage among humans. A large portion of that magical prowess relies on the scepter in hand to cast it. The scepter was like a magic tool increasing the octopus chief. And the reason why this scepter was so powerful was all because there was a powerful water soul seed embedded in it. That's right, the siren also holds the power of the soul seed. The rivers on human land could give birth to water-based spirit species soul species, and the vast and boundless sea could naturally harbor more water-based elemental species. Chief Octopus is an example of a demon who has mastered the elemental species. The elemental species are graded according to their level of mastery. Based on Lin Chen's observation, this 8-clawed chief was at least at the Grand Commander level, which meant that the scepter in its hand was inlaid with at least 1 Grand Soul Seed level water soul seed. That's a special delivery run. Lin Chen had obtained so many magic lineages from his cultivation until now, but there were still many magic lineages that didn't have spirit seeds or soul seeds. He was like a Kryptonian guy with kryptonite pulling progress. His cultivation level was up, but his battle power was a bit weak compared to the same level. Of course, this comparison was limited to magic departments that didn't have spirit seeds or soul seeds. If it was a sublime magic department, Lin Chen could hang on to the same rank. Someone sent a pillow to him when he dozed off, so Lin Chen was able to fill in the gaps in his battle prowess. The others also noticed the appearance of Chief Octopus, and their faces immediately changed drastically. AI Jiangtu was also deeply pressurized. I guess it's because we have too many dead sirens here that attracted the appearance of this 8-clawed chief. Let's all withdraw and save our lives first. Saying that, AI Jiangtu looked at Lin Chen, wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Chen stood up from the roof of the building. I'll deal with it. If I'm not an opponent, it's not too late to withdraw. Seeing that Lin Chen was willing to make a move, AI Jiangtu sighed in relief. That was good. It was best if we could not lose the block. After all, we all still had to complete the training mission. The transported man. Lin Chen's figure blended into the shadows and hurriedly evaded towards the 8-clawed chief. Chief Octopus waved his scepter and commanded one of the demons to disembark. As a powerful overlord, Chief Octopus was no ordinary demon. At least the other sirens could only be cannon fodder, while it could still rejoin the ocean after the battle. A sheet of storm waves pounded the building to pieces, and Chief Octopus suddenly felt a twinge of something wrong. Where's the shadow breath coming from? Before Chief Octopus could react, a silhouette suddenly emerged from behind his side. Chaos Split Chop. Lin Chen's eyes were icy cold as several twisted spatial cracks arose, sealing the surroundings almost to death. In the next moment, several huge chaos-colored cracking blades flew out from the cracks, their powerful might flattening all the obstacles along the way. The building was chopped in half, and the siren was shaken into a bloodstain by the stirring chaos-colored light. Chief Octopus was horrified. The magic in front of him had definitely reached the category of super rank. Such magic, even it had to prepare for it. How could it be casually cast by the person in front of him? The scepter in his hand trembled violently, and Chief Octopus's mouth flew as he chanted an ancient siren incantation. The surrounding seawater surged violently upwards, constantly surrounding Chief Octopus. The seawater flowed crazily around the Octopus Chief in a vain attempt to bounce the chaotic split chop away. But unfortunately, Chief Octopus simply couldn't do it in his haste. The chaos-splitting chop was like the sharpest long knife in the world, cleaving through all obstacles, whether it was Chief Octopus magic or flesh. Put! Blood sprayed, and Chief Octopus clutched his already decapitated torso in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear. The momentum of the chaotic split chop did not decrease after slicing through the water currents, and it was not until it had killed thousands of sirens across 5 blocks in a row that it was forcibly withdrawn into space by Lin Chen. There's no way around it. Any further and you should have hit someone. It wouldn't have mattered if they were all Sakura people, but the main thing was that a few of them looked like Chinese and had bodhisattva pendants around their necks. The Octopus Chief's vitality was extremely tenacious, worthy of being an octopus becoming a spirit. Even when half of his body was chopped off, he was still alive and kicking. If the wand hadn't had the power of chaos attached to it, I'm afraid that by now there would have been new flesh buds growing out of the break. But it was clear that Chief Octopus no longer dared to fight. Who would dare to fight a freak who lifted his hand to super rank magic? The current underneath his body surged rapidly, holding Chief Octopus as he fled toward the sea. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He had expected this, so he came out and stood behind the side of the Octopus Chief, and if he wanted to escape, he would have to pass by where he was. Spatial rhythm time lag. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and invisible spatial fluctuations emanated, causing the flow of space around the 8-clawed chief to almost freeze. The fearful changes in Chief Octopus' eyes were all slowed down as it waved its scepter in disbelief, and the water underneath it seemed to be stagnant, barely moving at all. Definitely ran into a tough one today. The 8-clawed chief's eyes changed. If it didn't move for real, it would have to die here today. Ew. Ancient and deep incantations were spat out from his mouth as if they didn't cost anything, and the remaining light of Chief Octopus' eyes scanned the high-ranking Chaos System constellation above Lin Chen's head, growing more and more anxious. Dead mouth, move faster. Finally, as Lin Chen released his second chaos-splitting slash, Chief Octopus also prepared his strongest magic. Siren Blood Burial. Chief Octopus's eyes flashed with an azure blue light. Every siren that surrounded him burst into flames at the same time, turning into a stream of blood that flowed to the top of the scepter. The remnants of Chief Octopus' body began to tremble, and blood began to spill from his broken body. Boom! The scepter violently erupted in a burst of unrivaled bloodlight, rushing straight towards Lin Chen. The blood pillar was like the most vicious curse in the world, entangling the grievances of countless sirens as it rushed towards Lin Chen at extreme speed. Lin Chen's eyes changed, becoming slightly fiery while being grave. With the power of this attack, coupled with the life force of the hard resistance to the chaos split chop just now, this 8-clawed chief was definitely an advancement stage commander. In other words, the scepter in its hands should be inlaid with an extremely high-quality soul seed. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled up in an arc. This soul seed, he was going to take it. The chaos-colored light blade violently deflected under Lin Chen's control, drawing a half circle in the air to attack himself in the eyes of Chief Octopus Despair. This human wizard don't want to die. This is not the right time to wave. An eye a life for a life? The chaotic split chop completely tore apart the remnants of the 8-clawed chief's body, in its desperate gaze before dying. The pillar of blood soared towards Lin Chen. Human, even if I die, I'll take you with me. Chapter 60, Arrival, Sakura episode ending. Chaos reversal. Lin Chen's eyes changed into the color of chaos, and a gate of chaos emerged in front of him. The illusory chaos portal was 100 meters tall, and the moment it appeared, it instantly collided with the blood pillar, and the unparalleled might erupted in an instant, and the aftermath alone squeezed the hundreds of surrounding sirens into a bloody mist. As the pillar of blood went deeper, the chaos gate began to tremble, and cracks in the portal sprang up. The color of chaos in Lin Chen's eyes shone more and more, almost changing into 2 chaotic stars above the tide. Reverse me! Lin Chen let out a low roar, and the gate of chaos shone brightly, actually hardening and devouring all of the blood pillar into the chaos space. Sensing the imminent explosion of the energy extrusion within the chaotic space, Lin Chen didn't dare to hesitate and made a twist to face the sea. Bang! The moment Lin Chen turned around, the chaos gate also reversed a direction. In a flash, chaotic colored pillars of light surged out of the portal as if it was opening up the sky and rushing towards the ocean. Bang bang bang! A large neighborhood in front of us, flooded by the sea, bursts underwater and the sea is squeezed to the sides. It was only after rushing out for thousands of meters that the chaos-colored light pillar gradually disappeared. In front of Lin Chen, thousands of meters of passageway emerged, the mud at the very bottom of the block was overturned, the sirens were all turned into nothingness to be vaporized by the column of blood, and on both sides were walls of seawater up to tens of meters high. After the sea had briefly stagnated. Phew! The seawater all poured into the channel, and the seawater on both sides collided, and waves up to hundreds of meters high were stirred up, watching countless people. Jiang Yu stared at all this in stupefaction, then fiercely smacked himself in the mouth. Didn't teacher say that Lin Chen majored in the summoning department, so what about his summoned beasts? The official fish was also dumbfounded. Lin Chen was just beside us a moment ago. How did he get behind that octopus chief in a flash, disappearing thousands of meters away in a single breath? Who on earth is an assassin-type mage? Ai Jiangtu didn't say anything, he just wiped his tears. He felt like he had practiced his Sublime system for so many years for nothing. Healing girl Nan Rong and I eyes light up, such a mage if he is his man. Mu Ningxua's face could not control the expression of worship. If he could be half as strong as Lin Chen, wouldn't he be able to help him? Mu Ningxua pursed her lips and worked harder to kill the sirens. She had to get the high-level resources this time. Lin Chen's eyes were faint. He was now in the super rank 3 chaos system. Out of 2 moves to kill an advancement stage commander, it was entirely because this was the Sakura territory. If there were no other people watching, 1 move would have been seconds. Transporting himself to the corpse of the octopus chief, Lin Chen didn't look at the scattered remnants of the body, but instead picked up the scepter. Looking up at the dazzling, azure-colored light above, he smiled fervently. Remove the water-based soul seed from it and put it in a vessel. Don't even need to send it for appraisal. Lin Chen just casually perceived it, and determined that this soul seed is definitely a superb soul seed, which can be encountered but not sought, and will be directly refined when the water system is at a high level. Carrying the scepter behind his back, the object was also crafted from an unknown metal with strong magical conductivity. If he sold it, it would easily exceed 100 million, but Lin Chen was prepared to use it himself. Lin Chen himself didn't focus on magic tools per se, but it was always good to have more means. As long as he found someone to build the magic tool up, this nature of magic energy conduction alone would allow Lin Chen's magic power to rise by a notch. Now that Chief Octopus is dead, this siren invasion is considered to be over. The advancement stage commander was already the highest leader of an ordinary rising tide, and if a monarch level appeared, then Sakura's superclass mage would be due to appear. After counting the war harvest, Lin Chen and the others' team successfully flew over and reached the 4-star zone team. If it wasn't for the fact that the accumulation was too little, I'm afraid it would have become 5 stars. After learning that Lin Chen and his party had been elevated from just established to a 4-star district team in one day, and that they had also killed the advancement stage commander. The high-ranking chieftains of the Tokyo Sea battlefield were all alarmed, and offered astronomical prices in an attempt to keep Lin Chen and his party, only to leave with regret after learning that they were a state government team from Huaxia. The Sakura line is also basically over at this point, so there's just one big thing left to do. That's Elimination Day. The elimination tournament within the State House team, those who are incapable and muddling through will be sent down to guard the pavilion among the Huaxia State House, to be replaced by those who have performed well in the State House. In the end, Mu Ningxue was able to escape this twist and turn because of the resources she had obtained in Lin Chen's help. Zhao Manyan and Mu Tingjing also had the help of the Zhao and Mu families behind them. So in the end, it was Lai Kaifeng who was eliminated. Lin Chen didn't have a deep impression of this person. He seemed to be a representative of the academy school, and it was normal for the power behind him to be inferior to the Zhao and Mu families. As for the people who had risen up in the national pavilion, Lin Chen was familiar with them. It was Lin Chen's second sister, Mu Nujio. The Mu family's power soared after taking the Golden Forest City, and with some support from the military, nowadays, in the country, excluding ancient clans like the Mu family, it was already considered top. There was also the relationship of Lin Chen in place, so it wasn't surprising that Mu Nujio became the first person to rise up. Getting on a plane, the next goal of the calendar, Bailu. Note, Bailu is Bailu, because there is no well-known nickname, so use the same word instead. This kind of not famous countries may not be sealed, but just in case. When they came to the city of Bairohami, the people were all at once sunburned by the scorching heat, and they were all listless. It was only Jiang Xiaoshu, the fox, who had changed into a cool outfit, which made Lin Chen a little more interested. Let's leave if we finish the experience early, this damn place is sunburned to death. Zhu Jiming said. Zhu Jiming's words were exactly what Lin Chen wanted. He had been very much enamored with the liquid of time as early as when he had initially obtained Xiaohei. If he could get his hands on the liquid of time here, the few little dragons under his command would definitely break through to the monarch level at a rapid pace, and by then, his strength would have doubled several times over. Then let's rest for a day and go complete the adventure mission tomorrow. Lin Chen made a decision. The next day, Jiang Xiaoshu brought news that interested Lin Chen. That's the ancient city of ruins near the city of Hami. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Xiaoshu say that there might be soul seeds inside, they didn't even need Lin Chen to say anything. The crowd instantly felt that it wasn't too hot anymore, and decided on their own that they wanted to go and take a look. After leaving Hami City, the group traveled all the way to Gobi Valley. When we reached the Gobi Valley, the geology had clearly changed, no longer the dry orange color, but a slight reddish color came through, and the whole Gobi Valley had a dark red color as well. In fact, the formation of this Gobi Valley is quite spectacular. The vast and boundless earth is divided into two layers, and to the west it rises abruptly, appearing a continuous cliff parallel to the horizon, which is like a majestic and magnificent city wall, blocking the originally flat terrain, like dividing another world. The high-level earth was scorching hot scorched stone, baked violently by the sun, and the temperature was incredibly high, so that even high-level mages were walking on it like they were in flames, and it was absolutely difficult to pass through. The only slightly normal temperatures are in a long canyon where the sun doesn't reach the valley and the temperature can be much lower than the upper earth. The relic ancient city was on the other side of this entire piece of rumbling high-level earth, an ancient sacred land that was nearly isolated from the world and protected by that scorching hot romping mountain. This kind of place that had never been explored by anyone, and even demons would find it hard to break in, was the most likely to harbor treasures of heaven and earth. What Lin Chen wanted was right there. Chapter 61, Intangible Brainstorming is the Deadliest. Click 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 click. Almost at the moment when the crowd stepped into the Gobi Valley, creepy voices immediately appeared on both sides of the stone wall, and a stone face emerged on the wall, becoming more and more three-dimensional, gradually to the point where the entire head was detached from the stone wall. Looking at the numerous large heads that surfaced on that stone wall, one could tell just how many of these stone elementals were in there. Forbidden Moonstone Demon, a minor warlord-level demon. The number of Forbidden Moonstone demons here was extremely astonishing, but accordingly, there were many benefits after killing them. At least for Lin Chen, these Forbidden Moonstone demons were just enough to replenish his demon blood sacrifice pool. Hundreds of Forbidden Moonstone demons shed the rock wall, and Lin Chen took the lead. Spatial Rhythm Compression. Invisible spatial fluctuations emanated, enveloping all of the hundreds of meters of space in front of Lin Chen. In an instant, the air seemed to become stagnant, the intensity of the pressure in it multiplied, and hundreds of Forbidden Moonstone demons became pieces of powder in an instant. Seeing this scene, the rest of them couldn't help but gulp. No matter how many times they had seen Lin Chen's terrifying strength, they would still be shocked by it. Lin Chen struck out, and the others no longer hesitated, throwing out magic spell after magic spell. blasting the subsequent follow-up Forbidden Moonstone demons. As members of the state government team, most of them were already high-ranked after the trip to Sakura, and it was still easy to deal with these small warlords. Except for the official fish, being an assassin-type mage, it was hard to deal with these extremely numerous meat lumps. Hundreds of Forbidden Moonstone devils died, but this huge colony was not reduced at all. Instead, it angered the other stone devils even more. Lin Chen didn't panic in the slightest when he saw this. The summoning spell formation behind him rose, a dark green light flashed, and a dark green dragon with a length of nearly 100 meters appeared. Mori, transform into snakewood, snake root strangulation. Komori, who had just appeared on the scene, sniffed without the slightest hesitation, and his massive body became even more slender, his dragon body transforming into a branch, almost leveling with the height of the rocky walls of the Gobi Valley. Hundreds of roots poked out like a python, and the snake head at the end of the roots opened its hideous mouth, swallowing the sizable Forbidden Moonstone demon in one bite. The root that swallowed the Forbidden Moonstone demon was like a snake swallowing an elephant, tiny at both ends and fat in the middle. However, this situation did not last long, and in just a moment, the sap inside the root beard was like a snake's gastric juices, digesting the Forbidden Moonstone demon inside. There was no residue left, all of it had been turned into Xiao Sen's sustenance. Every time he made a move, it was dozens of Forbidden Moonstone devils dying horizontally, and Jiang Yu's mouth twitched at the sight. I'm afraid that if my own consort comes out, she'll be patched up by this big green dragon as a soldier. Lin Chen, what grade is this dragon of yours? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Commander level, I guess. Lin Chen casually replied back. Saying that, Lin Chen subconsciously tapped on Xiao Sen's panel. Name, Morino Serpent's Whiskers Magic Dragon Adult Stage. Strength, Chancellor level. Potential, Grand Monarch level. Skills, Serpent Wood Form, Serpent Whisker Tentacles, Devouring Repair, Serpent Root Strangulation. After such a long time, Komori had grown to be a Chancellor. Unfortunately, Commanders and Monarchs were a large threshold that required an extreme amount of accumulation to cross. Other than the Dragon King, all the other dragons were stopped at this step. Aside from the Holy Lord, it only needed to find one more suitable power to absorb, and it should be able to break through to the Monarch level. Oh yes, there is also Little Ice, the youngest child, who was just born, and is now only the strength of an advanced stage war general, and still needs to be practiced. Thinking of this, Lin Chen released Little Ice as well. The huge ice crushed several Forbidden Moonstone demons by weight right out of the gate. Seeing another huge-sized dragon race out, Jiang Yu's eyelids jumped and chose to twist away, out of sight, out of mind. All the way across, the small war general level demons, whether it was Little Mori or Little Ice, could do it in a single second. Advancing hundreds of meters and killing thousands of Forbidden Moonstone demons, they soon drew out a few alphas. Be careful, it's the leader of the Forbidden Moonstone demons, a commander-level demon, with an impenetrable rock armor that no ordinary middle rank can break through. Looking at the tall commander-class Forbidden Moonstone demon leader, a trace of cold sweat ran down Jiang Yu's forehead. Lin Chen, withdraw, they're already running low on magic energy, this place isn't suitable for us to practice yet. AI Jiangtu said in a deep voice. Lin Chen sniffed and glanced at Officer Fish and the others, and sure enough, each one of them didn't look like they could proceed to fight. Aside from Mo Fan, the freak, basically all of them couldn't hold out. Lin Chen briefly estimated that these stalwarts he had pulled in had probably killed about 300 Forbidden Moonstone demons, and had made a little effort to make things easier for himself, given that. Retreat, I'll stay behind myself. Lin Chen said. AI Jiangtu frowned, I am afraid that there are tens of thousands of Forbidden Moonstone demons here, you. Before he could finish his words, AI Jiangtu suddenly silenced his voice as he suddenly thought of Lin Chen's purpose for bringing them here. It should have been because he had said that the other party didn't have a sense of teamwork the last time he was at Sakura that Lin Chen had brought them here to practice. And now, while he and the others were dragging their feet because they were weak, he actually wanted to retreat with Lin Chen. How could Lin Chen's strength be something he could imagine? AI Jiangtu gritted his teeth, alright, we'll retreat first. The next time he practiced, he, AI Jiangtu, swore that he would never be able to lose face like this again. If Lin Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be filled with doubt. What team consciousness, they just want to save some effort. Anyway, the resources inside the other people cannot get, of course, is to pull the strong man to help a favor. 300 Forbidden Moonstone demons, it would take Lin Chen a few minutes to kill them himself. But with the others gone, Lin Chen didn't bother pretending. Mounds of meat, crush them. Lin Chen summoned the meat pier, and his massive dragon body crowded the passageway. Meat pier roared, and a blazing fire burned above the dragon's body. Bang bang bang! Successive crushing sounds rang out as Meat Pier rushed straight from the middle of the canyon to the end, with countless pieces of debris paving the way. Even the 3 forbidden Moonstone Demon Primarchs didn't last long, and the great commander-level dragons really didn't have to put in much effort to deal with these ordinary lesser commanders. The remaining forbidden Moonstone Demons saw the situation and directly shrunk into the rock wall. Although Lin Chen could have Meat Pier pulled them out, it would be too troublesome. Just kill a wave in passing, all the time wasted on these small demons, then when will you take the big resources in the back? Suddenly, Meat Pier folded back into the middle of the canyon, his upper body raised, and with a fierce roar, his front paws stomped on the earth. The earth collapsed under the earth elemental control ability, and a deep yellow soul seed was silently suspended in a hollow in the ground. When Lin Chen saw this, surprise crept onto his brows. He didn't expect there to be a soul seed here, and it didn't look like it was of a low grade. What an unexpected pleasure. Putting this soul seed away steadily, the forbidden Moonstone Demon felt the loss of earth elemental energy and poked its head out uneasily, but when it saw the meat mound, it cowered back in fear. It's just a matter of losing a family heirloom. It's better than losing your life. Chapter 62 Power of Wind and Thunder, Soul Seed Guardian Beast. Walking out of the canyon, he suddenly found a shocking black and gray hurricane that looked like a black dragon holding up the ground, straight through the clouds, and the visual impact of that standing between heaven and earth caused Lin Chen to take a breath. Although the wind seed within the fatal abyss was extremely strong, it was suppressed in a certain area, unlike this one, which was simply unbridled, crazily crushing everything around it. Hurricane bodies such as a dragon body, separated from a long distance, can be seen clearly, the thick and powerful hurricane waste, as well as touching the sky after the open mouth of the hurricane bloom, to see a burst of inexplicable breathing difficulties. What was even more appalling was that this entire black wind was accompanied by purplish golden lightning, and the chains of electricity were as thick as a python, flashing at a high frequency that should not be missed. Such an amazing sight just towers over this wilderness of western Peru, and if it were not for the passage of the Gobi Valley, one would not even realize that such a spectacle could exist here. A blaze appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. This kind of might was much stronger than that Earth Soul Seed, which, based on his observation, was also a great soul seed. If it can be stronger than it, I'm afraid it's an extreme soul species. Lin Chen didn't hesitate, and directly used one attribute extraction opportunity to extract the wind system from Little Silver. Wind, from the Windjack Ancient Moon Silver Dragon, it can extract the magical cultivation of a middle-order full cultivator, and comes with an extremely high-quality Spirit Seed Windjack. Spirit Seed Windjammer, Magic Increase Multiplier 3x, each use of wind magic will invoke the wind elements of heaven and earth, causing the power to multiply. Lin Chen could extract the soul seed, but there was no need to. Little Silver was now a great commander's strength, and the soul seed he extracted was also a great soul seed, which was obviously not as good as the extremely high-quality soul seed in front of him. Open the personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Chaos Super Rank 3, Summoning High Rank 3, Shadow High Rank 3, Thunder High Rank 4, Wind Middle Rank 3, Space Middle Rank 2, Water Beginner Rank 3, Plant Beginner Rank 3. Carrying Objects, Shadow System Extreme Spirit Seed Grade Shadow Matter Poison Spell, Thunder System Extreme Spirit Seed Thunder Punishment, Wind System Extreme Spirit Seed Wind Havoc, Level 8 Spiritual Power. Magic Tools, 3 pieces of junk, 1 semi-finished product. Lin Chen hooked the corners of his mouth. When he went back and found a Star River vein, his wind system would immediately be upgraded to a high rank. In the current Guofu team, other than that freak Mo fan who was a Thunder, Fire, Darkness, and Shadow high level, I'm afraid that only AI Jiangtu was still good enough for a little bit. As for the others, it was estimated that they wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen was prepared to go back and break through the super rank as soon as the World School competition was over, and by then it would be another huge wave of battle power spanning. It's just that the promotion resources of the Super Order are not too good to find. The Star Ocean Heavenly Vein belongs to something that belongs to be controlled by the families and has a price. Even the Mu family has only received 2 of them this year. Shaking his head, Lin Chen no longer thought about this. Let's take one step at a time. It was because of the difficulty in finding resources that this unexplored resource land was so valued by Lin Chen. Walking into the Black Hurricane, Lin Chen held the Wind Heavenly Seed in the Fatal Abyss in his hand. This Heavenly Seed had already been sealed by the Dragon Monarch, so Lin Chen wasn't the least bit worried about being injured by it. Holding the Wind Heavenly Seed, the wind force escaping from these soul-grade wind seeds couldn't even come close to Lin Chen. An invisible barrier rose around Lin Chen, and within a few hundred meters, it was difficult for a breeze to rise. How could a mere soul seed dare to provoke the majesty of the Heavenly Seed? But there's more than storms here, there's lightning. As Lin Chen drew closer to the center of the lightning storm, the power of the surrounding thunderbolts grew stronger and stronger, and at the very center, it even had the power of super rank magic. Here is also the basis of my judgment that these two soul seeds are extremely high-quality soul seeds. The original said that there is the power of super-order magic at the center, and ordinary soul seeds definitely can't do it. If you readers have different opinions, you can discuss it in the comments section. Snort! Suddenly, sounds as sharp as lightning breaking through the sky came from the distance, at first just a few, soon turning into a swarm. Lin Chen's face became grave as a chaos-colored vortex appeared above his head. Chaos Vortex. Middle-ranked chaos system magic, but with Lin Chen's mental power increase, the defense was comparable to super rank. The lightning struck above the vortex and was immediately swallowed silently. Lin Chen's footsteps quickened. The lightning here was endless. Even if he had numerous reserves of magical energy, he would have to be drained to death after staying for a long time. Soon, Lin Chen approached the eye of the black hurricane, and the two soul seeds, one green and one purple, entwined with each other, constantly releasing storms of wind and lightning. Every wind and lightning bombardment here had reached a terrifying level of super rank, and no demon could survive here. Unless, of course, it was a monarch rank demon of the Thunderwind duel system. Unfortunately, there really is such a rare demon here. Looking at the other party's terrifying body, with its lion head and phoenix wings and python tail, it was clearly a Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch. Lin Chen's face was embarrassed. After cultivating for so long around two extreme soul seeds, this Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was feared to be at least at the medium monarch level. Because Lin Chen had to go to the weird spacetime town next, he had already told the Dragon Monarch to rush to Bailu. But Lin Chen didn't expect there to be a monarch here. I'm afraid there's still some time for the Dragon Monarch to get here. After all, Huaxia has to pass through the Pacific Ocean to get to Bailu. There was no shortage of powerful emperors in the Pacific Ocean, some of which even the Dragon King had to avoid for the time being. In this way, the speed at which the Dragon King was hurrying slowed down. It seems like we're going to have to put up a fight today, Lin Chen secretly said after taking a deep breath. Come on out, all of you, it's time to fight the boss. Lin Chen released all of the dragons except for Little Ice in one breath. Nowadays, the Advancement Stage War General level Little Ice was estimated to be a one-trick pony against a medium monarch, so Lin Chen didn't release it. Little Violet did her best to block the lightning and not let us be disturbed. Roar! Little Violet vibrated her dragon wings, and her deep purple dragon body flew straight up into the sky, spreading her wings and attracting the power of lightning to her heart's content. Little Violet was like a huge magnet, sucking most of the lightning into her body. In terms of lightning affinity, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was far inferior to Little Violet. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was unable to borrow the lightning power of the Soul Seed, and the power of the storm had been weakened by the Heavenly Seed in Lin Chen's hand, so all that was left was his physical body. Looking at the other party's body that was hundreds of meters tall, the meat peer was not afraid. Although it was a few circles smaller than the other party, it was not afraid in the slightest. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch had a hideous muzzle, and was clearly hundreds of meters long, but its speed was strangely fast, and the power of the storm caused its speed to increase dramatically. Roar! The swift lion's claws were like clouds pouring in, and Blue moved quickly, immediately covering a layer of water defense on the body of the meat peer. Coterie cloaked it in vines, and the flesh-pierced coalesced with rock armor. As the lion's claws fell, the water defense shattered, the vines were ripped apart, and even the rock armor with the strongest defense was torn with 3 deep cracks. The flesh of the meat peer was damaged, and a large amount of dragon blood fell. Lin Chen's face changed. The Wind and Thunder Attribute Demon attack power is really strong. 3 Chancellor-level dragons only barely blocked this blow? Chapter 63 The Hope of the Spacetime God's Eye. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't dare to hesitate and directly unfolded the CO Rain, enveloping the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch. Giant Shadow Spike Pair Spike. Lin Chen's eyes blazed as he threw out several giant shadow spikes to briefly imprison the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch's left front paw. The Wind and Thunder Lion Demon Monarch felt the erosion of the shadow power and became more and more violent, tearing Cu's rain apart with a claw as a black hurricane left his body. Before it could launch its next attack, a dark black meteor streaked by, pierced through the hurricane, and slammed into its side. It's none other than Blackie. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was in pain, and his figure was slightly unsteady under the powerful impact. Deeper into the shadows, a green figure appeared, a sardonic smile on the Holy Lord's lips. Little Lion, meet the power of the snake charm. The Holy Lord was only a few meters away from the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch at the moment, and by relying on the cover of the Black Hurricane, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch couldn't even smell the scent on the Holy Lord. Dragon Blast. The swift, large fireball whizzed by and slammed into the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch's torso. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was scalded, and a large hole appeared in his blasted neck, and even his thick black mane was burned away. Knowing that his majestic and thick mane had disappeared, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch was completely enraged, with black lightning and wind blades emerging all over his body, so that even an advancement stage commander level Saint Lord wouldn't dare to stay by his side for long. Slapping the annoying meat peer around him away with a slap, the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch drummed up an outburst and killed towards Lin Chen, knowing that the tiny human in front of it was the one leading the charge. The muddy sharp blades of wind attacked, but Lin Chen didn't panic in the slightest, placing the wind system Heavenly Seed onto his waist. The chapter of topography. The chaos-colored space caught all of the wind blades, and in the next moment, they were returned even more swiftly. The Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch obviously didn't expect this situation, being hit head-on by the wind blade. Even the strong flesh of a monarch level was cut with large and small wounds, some of which were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Seeing this, the giant dragons that had long been eyeing the situation swarmed to the side. Attacks of various attributes swarmed around, and the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Monarch wailed repeatedly, launching a dying counterattack. In the end, it was only after Meat Peer, Xiaohei was seriously injured, and the other gargoyles were lightly injured that Lin Chen was able to take down this monarch. Feeling the almost bottomed-out magic energy of each system, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Worthy of being a medium monarch, facing such an existence, one's own magic lineage other than the chaos lineage was almost useless. The high-level shadow system control was ripped apart with a single blow, and the high-level thunder system was almost used as a charging prop. Fortunately, Lin Chen had successfully killed the Wind Thunder Lion Demon Lord. Throwing its flesh to Little Violet and Little Silver, these flesh and blood containing the power of wind and thunder could increase their wind and thunder systems. And with the effect of bloodline boosting, their bloodline level would also increase a little bit. Xiao Zi, who had been hauling thunderbolts and was the only one considered uninjured, collected the 2 soul seeds and handed them over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt the energy in it, and had no time to worry about his dusty clothes as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, it was an extreme soul seed. The quality of the energy in it was significantly higher than the earth-type soul seed obtained in the canyon. The black hurricane around them hadn't completely dispersed yet, and it just so happened that it could be used as a protective enclosure for Lin Chen. Lin Chen intended to absorb this thunder soul seed now. It was almost time to arrive at the Time Town, and it was still hard to say what was inside, so Lin Chen had to raise his battle power as much as possible. Taking the other injured dragons back to the dragon's nest to nurse their wounds, Lin Chen left the Sacred Lord behind to help protect himself. Started absorbing thunder soul seeds. After about half an hour, Lin Chen absorbed it smoothly. After all, his thunder system was already at full cultivation, and the stars had all been strengthened, so absorbing a soul seed was still not difficult. It didn't disappoint Lin Chen's expectations. This soul seed was indeed an extreme soul seed. Soul seeds increase magic by 3 to 6 times, and in fact the only clear classifications are minor and major soul seeds. But Lin Chen liked to call these soul seeds that were capable of extreme increases, extreme soul seeds. That is, a soul seed that increases magic up to 6 times. Lin Chen clenched his fists, and rippling lightning appeared above his hands. With a 6-fold increase in the thunder system and a 4th-level astral child, Lin Chen's thunder magic power could definitely reach the super rank category now. Behind Lin Chen, a spatial rift unfolded, and the armor-clad dragon monarch appeared. Father. Lin Chen twisted around. Here you are, just in time, collect a wave of resources with me. Before Lin Chen could move, the dragon monarch had already taken out a bunch of earth, wind, and thunder-type magic crystals. I finished taking it when I passed through that canyon, and the place was searched by me. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled, worthy of being a soldier, reliable. In that case, let's move to Enter Time Town. Looking at the lightning prohibition not far away, Lin Chen and the dragon monarch passed right through it as if they were nothing. This prohibition in the original story had created a lot of trouble for Nanju. But posing a prohibition in front of an 8th-level spirit power and space system emperor was still a bit ridiculous. Instantly moving through the forbidden system, a green field, a large sea of flowers, a scene like an oil painting was abruptly presented in front of Lin Chen. At the end of the sea of flowers and greenery, a small city appeared abruptly. The pigment was bright, and there was no sense of antiquity. Situated in such a land of oil paintings, it was like a fantasy fairyland. The dragon monarch's eyes became grave. There is a very strong existence inside. Well, it would be the creature that has mastered the eye of time and space. I just don't know exactly what kind of creature it is. A trace of gravity also appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. That's right, the eye of time and space, one of the 6 divine eyes, existed in this town of time and space. The 6 divine eyes were the space-time divine eye, the Songming divine eye, the Tide divine eye, and the Tsunghai divine eye. In addition to these 4 explicitly God's eyes in the original, there are 2 others that fall into the category of unfilled potholes. Here to spit a word, full-time mage is really messy writing, so many pits are not filled, only to rely on our second creation, but also lead to people read more homo very easy to confuse. Cold Moon Eyes was amongst the medium emperors when he obtained 2 of the 6 divine eyes. If Lin Chen could obtain the spacetime divine eye, then he would certainly have the strength to resist emperors. What are your chances of winning against it? Lin Chen asked towards the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch pondered slightly. I'm stronger than it, but if it has the spacetime gods like Father said, all of my sublime magic will be restrained by its restraints. 50-50? The Dragon Monarch shook his head. If I were alive, my sublime magic department would have been suppressed, and the odds of winning would have been 50-50, but now that I'm dead, the strongest is undead magic. The Dragon Monarch paused, the confidence of an emperor emerging in his eyes. Let's split it 3-7, it's 3, and I'm 7, it's just a creature that relies on treasures to get to the minor emperor realm, and my subdimensional system may not be weaker than it. Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth. In that case, let's go meet it. Chapter 64 The Emperor Who Mastered Time and Space. Walking into this out-of-this-world city, Lin Chen found it hard to believe that it had been sealed for such a long time. The entire small city still wafted with a special fragrance of flowers and plants, there was not the slightest hint of decay at all, and the huge black storm was like a layer of the wall of time, making this independent space within the eye of the storm stand still in the time when it was first created. What great power is this to protect a piece of space for countless years to remain in a certain moment? The whole small town is very well preserved, completely stranded in a certain time and space, no longer passed that way. The streets are clean and spotless, the houses do not have the age of the broken, completely is stepping into a beautiful exotic small town. In addition to a person are not outside, everything is very peaceful. Lin Chen and the Dragon Monarch seemed like 2 intruders, making this space a little more discordant. It's resisting me, the Dragon Lord suddenly said. Lin Chen froze, then realized that it should be the creature behind the time town. Going to do it? Dragon Lord asked. Lin Chen nodded. Apart from taking away the liquid of time on this trip, the spacetime divine eye was his biggest goal. Wanting to take away the other party's treasures, Lin Chen didn't expect the other party to give them with both hands. Battle! Lin Chen said softly. The Dragon Monarch did not say anything, and behind his back, the black baneful abyss violently emerged, countless undead wailed, and countless skeletons and rotting corpses piled up into mountains. The roars and wails of the undead resounded through this small piece of heaven and earth. The Dragon Monarch waved his hand violently, an energy so massive that Lin Chen couldn't imagine it erupted, leveling the entire town. Only a glass made of crystal remained in place, and it contained a fountain of very clear liquid that was glistening. Lin Chen put the liquid away. This was the liquid of time. A pair of yellow eyes suddenly opened in the hurricane sky cave above the small town. Anger filled his eyes. Undead, you're trespassing on my territory and you even dare to make a provocative move. The Dragon Lord laughed, full of mockery. You could have stopped it earlier, but you didn't, and let me guess, you're hurt. The mysterious creature was injured? Lin Chen's eyes were full of astonishment. According to Lin Chen's knowledge, this time and Spacetown had existed for at least 1,000 years. What kind of injury would be bad for 1,000 years? There seemed to be more than a hint of annoyance in those eyes, like they had lost their nerve when their biggest secret was revealed. So what if I'm injured? As long as I want to leave, there's no way you can stop me. The soul fire in the Dragon Lord's eyes grew more and more intense, and in the breaking abyss behind him, an endless army of undead was ready to go. Hand over the spacetime divine eye and I will spare your life. I. At the sound of the name, those eyes visibly froze for a moment. As if recalling some painful memory, the disbelief in those eyes grew. The Dragon Lord obviously saw something as well, narrowing his eyes and suddenly bursting into laughter. So it's the defeated man. It's been over 2,000 years since I've seen you, the injuries on your body haven't healed yet. Hearing the Dragon Monarch's words, Lin Chen was confused. What was the situation? The Dragon Monarch had already fought this mysterious creature. Nope. Lin Chen caught the key in the Dragon Monarch's words. 2,000 years ago, wasn't that the time of the first emperor? Could it be that the first emperor had once defeated this mysterious creature? Hearing the Dragon Monarch's words, the mysterious creature seemed to be extremely annoyed, and no longer hiding, its figure emerged. The huge body covered the sky, almost covering all the sky as far as the eye could see. The wind tunnel was obscured and shadows fell. In Lin Chen's shocked gaze, a pale dragon tens of thousands of meters in length appeared. Ying Zhang, I thought you had died long ago, but I didn't think you'd turn into a ghost and still not let me go. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberated through this independent space, causing Lin Chen's spirit to tremble, and if he didn't already have 8th level spiritual power at this time, I'm afraid that his soul would have been shattered under the sound of this dragon's roar. Can you affect an 8th level mental powerhouse with just your voice? Lin Chen's eyes were horrified, but the dragon monarch was not affected at all. Instead, his aura grew stronger. Candle Dragon, when you 6 demons scourged China, the remaining 5 were beheaded by me one after another, only you escaped to this barbaric land. Originally I still have some regrets, I didn't think that the heavenly gift of opportunity The voice of the dragon monarch even overshadowed that divine dragon, as if it was a terrifying heavenly sound that reached the heavens. Between the divine dragon's body that looked like the great wall and the clouds meandering around, a shocking wound appeared. Lin Chen's pupils shrunk. Was this shocking wound caused by Ying Zheng in his lifetime? Memories of the unbearable past surfaced, and Candlewick closed his eyes in agony. Back then, I was only a sub-emperor and was heavily injured by you. Luckily I obtained this space-time god's eye and broke through to the minor emperor to save my life. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't let me go. Hearing Candlewick's words, the dragon monarch didn't respond, but instead communicated with Lin Chen in his heart. Only after a long time did the dragon lord speak. How about handing over the space-time god's eye, and I'll get rid of the undead aura from your wounds? Hearing these words, Candle Dragon stared in amazement. The sure Huang Di who used to say nothing was going to spare his life? Without bothering to question the truthfulness of the Dragon King's words, Candlewick knew exactly who Ying Zhang was. Even if the person in front of him also turned into an undead spirit, that was still an emperor, even more powerful than in life. I'm going to think about it. The Dragon Lord's eyes flickered slightly, acquiescing to Candle Dragon's behavior. Taking advantage of this lull, Lin Chen also found the opportunity to ask the dragon monarch what this was all about. It turns out that in this world, the history is more than 2,000 years ago, the first emperor Ying Zhang was killing 6 extremely powerful demons to establish the Huaxia. However, the reality is that Ying Zhang only killed 5 of them at that time, and the 6th demon emperor had mastered the power of space and time and escaped with serious injuries, so in order to appease the people, Ying Zhang said that he had killed all of them. And this 6th demon emperor is Candle Dragon, unlike the human-faced, snake-bodied image in the Shanhaijing, where it is a true divine dragon. Opening its eyes as day, closing its eyes as night, taking charge of time and ruling over space and time is its synonym. Lin Chen didn't think that the first emperor from more than 2,000 years ago could be so powerful that he could defeat Candle Dragon, even in addition to the 5 demon emperors of the same level. Such strength, I'm afraid, is no less than the heavenly father of the holy city or Athena of Parthenon. After a long period of deliberation, Candle Dragon finally gave the dragon monarch an answer the moment before he was about to make his move. You can. But treat its wounds first. The dragon monarch narrowed his eyes. Old thing, you know how I am, always saying one thing. I'm afraid that if I heal your injuries now, you'll immediately back out. Candle Dragon's eyes flickered as he smiled sarcastically. Hee, of course I believe in the first emperor, just now it was just a joke. At this time, Candle Dragon's heart was as tense as a turning river, fearing that the Dragon Lord would strike out in anger. The Candle Dragon was not calm inside, but still maintained the majesty of an emperor on its face. For more than 2,000 years, Ying Zhang had almost become its nightmare, and it didn't dare to make an enemy of it at all. Chapter 65, Threatening the Nazca Paintings. As the space-time god's eye, which was emitting a strong light, was taken out by Candle Dragon, its aura plummeted, and even the wounds on its body became much more hideous and terrifying. The Dragon King did not go back on his word, and retrieved the undead breath from Candle Dragon's wound. The next step was to rely on time to slowly heal. Candle Dragon watched as Lin Chen accepted the space-time god's eye, his eyes slightly condensing, somewhat curious about Lin Chen's relationship with the Dragon Monarch. What kind of person was it that could make the Dragon Monarch give up such a precious space-time divine eye? But these weren't what Candle Dragon had to think about anymore. What it needed most right now was to heal its wounds, with the experience of breaking through to the Lesser Emperor. Even without the space-time divine eye, by piling up time, it would have the same chance of stepping into that realm again. Thinking of this, Candle Dragon heart more joy, although the loss of time and space gods eye this treasure, but the body's old wounds are gone as long as the breakthrough again, the strength of the contrary more than before and no weaknesses. The Candle Dragon was hidden in space, and the Dragon Monarch retrieved the breaking abyss and looked back at Lin Chen. Just absorb it here, there is a spatial barrier created by Candle Dragon here, it's much safer than unusual places. At those words, Lin Chen nodded, taking out the space-time god's eye that he held in his hand, his eyes blazing. This thing could be described as a divine item that went straight through the forbidden spells, and with it, Lin Chen didn't need any earth stamens at all. Moreover, the earth stamen is something that, but anyone who has seen a full-time mage understands that it is completely a ripening substance with great side effects. If a mage breaks through a forbidden spell by relying on Earth's stamina, it makes little difference to him except that he has a lot more magical energy than a super rank. That's right, with the use of Earth's stamina, if you don't have a period of time to build up, you can't even release forbidden magic independently, and you can only call it a pseudo-forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't wait any longer and directly sat down on his knees in place, his spiritual energy rolling like a wave towards the spacetime god's eye in his hand. Spiritual power collided with the spacetime god's eye, and in an instant, Lin Chen's consciousness was pulled into a world of light. No creature exists in this world, all there is light, endless light. Lin Chen's spiritual power was already incomparably huge, definitely belonging to the top level amongst humans, but here, it was as if it was just a drop in the ocean, a flat boat, and was simply insignificant. What would it take to refine the spacetime god's eye? Lin Chen walked through this patch of light for a time without the slightest clue. He didn't know how long he had walked before Lin Chen touched a piece of wall made of temporal energy convergence. Do you have to break to do it? Feeling the information transmitted by the light, Lin Chen frowned slightly. In the next moment, all of the mountain-like spiritual power rushed out, like the sea pouring in, and blasted straight on top of the wall. Boom! The spacetime wall trembled and buzzed from the blast, but not the slightest crack appeared. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and all of the spiritual energy in his body rushed out, erupting with energy comparable to half a forbidden magic spell. Boom! Click! Looking at the cracks on the wall, Lin Chen gritted his teeth unwillingly. Couldn't break it even with his full strength? The spacetime god's eye really isn't so simple to refine. With his mental energy exhausted, Lin Chen's eyes went black, his brain swollen and dizzy, and he was forcibly kicked out of this space by the spacetime god's eye. Feeling Lin Chen's consciousness return to his body, the dragon monarch frowned. What's going on, father? Lin Chen's mouth was bitter, not enough spiritual power. This feeling of keeping an empty mountain of treasures unobtainable is too much to bear. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the dragon monarch was helpless and flew into the part of the world where the candle dragon had disappeared, returning only after a long time. That old man said that in order to refine the spacetime god's eye, you need at least a 9th level of spiritual power among humans. Lin Chen was helpless, sure enough. The resources brought in by relying on kryptonite were all a bit overversioned, not at all something that could be used right now. However, wanting mental power level 9 was also simple. Lin Chen's spatial and summoning faculties hadn't been super ranked yet, so as long as he raised their levels and got the mental power to feed back to him, he might be able to raise Lin Chen's mental power to level 9. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's spirit trembled. He still remembered the ancient elephant he had seen in the summoning plane several years ago. If he mastered the spacetime god's eye again, he might be able to establish a contract with it, right? The summoning department has a summoned beast, and a range of magic is available. In other words, as long as he grasped the spacetime god's eye, Lin Chen's strength would leap in all directions. Everything is stuck at this step. Lin Chen's eyes turned resolute. Since this was the case, one more trip to the Nazca geoglyphs, and he would go back and prepare to break through to the super rank, the baby-level adventures of this world academy. Lin Chen didn't want to participate in them either. Let's go find the holy lord of power that suits it. The dragon monarch nodded and disappeared with Lin Chen. Feeling the dragon monarch's aura disappear, in the stack space, Candle Dragon poked his head out and muttered, "Ing Zhang has become an undead now. I wonder if I'll be able to go back to Huaxia. This damned place is really boring." Candle Dragon then looked back to where Lin Chen and the others had disappeared and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It's a small place with a lot of demons. Thinking of this, Candle Dragon gave a bad smile. It's time to show them how powerful Ing Zhang is. After passing through the blue sky and red wilderness, the figures of Lin Chen and Long Jun emerged from midair. Looking down at the Dao traces outlining a huge ape geoglyph below, Lin Chen asked the Sacred Lord if this was possible. The Holy Lord's excited voice came out. "It's okay, it's so okay, I'm relying on it to make up for my monkey charms." Lin Chen was dumbfounded and greeted the Dragon Monarch as he landed on top of the ground. The Dragon Monarch was an expert at playing with dead things, and with a glance, he could see the nature of this geoglyph. These demons sealed themselves into the ground to prolong their lifespan, looking for a breakthrough. The Dragon Monarch said as he briefly swept 2 glances. Self-sealing? Lin Chen was enlightened. It seemed that even powerful demons couldn't escape the erosion of the years. In the long years, humans would die, and demons would naturally die as well. Calling the Holy Lord out, Lin Chen pointed at the ground painting and looked at the Dragon Monarch. "And there's no way to get the demons out of it." "Yes, there are many ways to do this, the simplest and crudest being." As the Dragon King spoke, one foot suddenly stomped into the ground. Bang! The ground began to crack dramatically, and the hoary light on the ground painting began to flicker on and off, as if it would go out at any moment. A pale giant ape jumped out with a bitter face. "Great Undead Emperor, I've never messed with you before. This demon can talk?" Lin Shen looked at the 100-meter giant ape in amazement, but it was a humanoid type, and after living for so many years, it was not unusual to learn to speak. The dragon monarch snorted coldly, "This seed is too lazy to find you trouble, this time to find you out, is to want a little bit of your origin power, if you refuse to." The dragon monarch didn't go on, only the fierce light in his eyes told the great ape the answer. If it was not given, the dragon lord did not mind making it into an undead spirit to drive it for 10,000 years. Chapter 66 Holy Lord Great Success. New Xin, what are you doing? There's a thrasher in this chapter. The white ape's face showed bitterness, wanting its origin? It doesn't want to give it, but it doesn't have a choice. Although the NASCAR geoglyphs were known as forbidden places for humans, that was for ordinary people, and their own family knew their own business. NASCAR ground painting here are here to retire, although there is a black hand behind the scenes, but the white ape can also see that that person is not at all the opponent of the undead emperor in front of him. It's just a big deal. It's better than losing your life. The white ape gritted his teeth, showing a look of being at the mercy of the others. The sacred lord was also nonchalant, directly siphoning off a bit of the white ape's essence and activating his monkey charm. Feeling the loss of origin, the white ape's face suddenly became odd. Lost? Lost, but how is it that so little is lost? It was probably just 1,000th of the white ape's origin, and it couldn't hurt the root at all. No? White ape inquired in an uncertain whisper. The dragon lord didn't bother with it, or the holy lord nodded, enough. The white ape was like an amnesty and looked at the dragon king, then I. The dragon lord waved his hand, signaling that there was nothing more for it to do. The white ape hastily dived into the geoglyph and rushed home, fearing that the dragon king would try to make it into an undead spirit on a whim. Looking at the home that had been crushed by the dragon monarch's foot, the white ape could not cry. It was time to repair the house again. Where else in the world could there be such a miserable supreme monarch besides him? That's right, those who could enter the Nazca ground painting to retire had to be at least supreme monarch level demons, otherwise they were not qualified to enter. But soon, it wasn't the only one that suffered. The strange birds and spiders in the NASCAR geoglyphs were all approached by Lin Shen one by one. Unfortunately, these two were not among the Holy Lord's picks. On his way to the next geoglyph, the Dragon Lord suddenly spoke. I found a different energy in their origin power. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. A threat? The Dragon Monarch shook his head. No, although it is much stronger than them, it is still at the level of a sub-emperor. All three together are no match for me. It should have been left behind by the creatures that made them into geoglyphs. Lin Shen nodded. Having the ability to seal so many supreme monarch-level demons, one didn't need to think about it to know that it was an emperor level, while the other party couldn't beat the Dragon Monarch, so they didn't show their heads and allowed Lin Shen and the Dragon Monarch to spread their wildness here. As he spoke, Lin Shen had already arrived at the next geoglyph, a bull with its head held high. The horns are pointed like swords, and the gaze is like lightning. The demeanor was pretty good, but it didn't work. Being pulled out by the Dragon Monarch, it directly allowed the Holy Lord to stow away a bit of origin power and activate the bull rune. After browsing through the Nazca geoglyphs like a supermarket, Lin Shen didn't leave until the Holy Lord had activated all the talismans he could. There were quite a few demons sealed in this Nazca geoglyph, 7 of them, all of which were supreme monarch level tough guys. If they were to come out in full force, I'm afraid that they would be able to overthrow a small country, living up to the name of the Forbidden Land of Mankind. Lin Shen had also gained a lot. The Holy Lord had activated a full 4 talismans, which were ox, rabbit, monkey, and pig. Now that the Holy Lord had activated 7 runes, there was no bottleneck before advancing to medium monarch. He only needed to accumulate energy. Name, Holy Lord incomplete. Strength, sub-monarch level. Potential, Little Emperor. Skills, Dragon Language Magic, Demonic Wizard Magic, Dragon Blast. The current Holy Lord's potential had come to a small emperor, and after activating the remaining 5 talismans, he should be able to reach a medium emperor. Lin Shen checked his harvest and smiled with satisfaction. This time, he had really made a lot of money by coming to Bailu. On the other hand, Mo Fan and the others also completed the State Pavilion Challenge. The level of the National Pavilion team on Bairu's side was average, not as good as Sakura. There wasn't even a single high rank, so naturally they weren't a match for Mo Fan and the others. This time, without the threat of the Nazca geoglyphs, Mo Fan and the others logically stayed behind to hone their skills, preparing to train for a while longer before heading to the next country. Lin Shen, on the other hand, took a leave of absence from his mentors. As for the State House tournament players being able to take time off, the answer is yes, but your reason for taking a leave of absence had better be to break through the super rank. Originally, Lin Chen was still a bit worried about being able to display his super rank cultivation at the World School competition. But Pinehearth and the others unanimously agreed to Lin Chen's leave of absence, and it put him at ease. Moreover, in the original story, there was a team that released the water-based super rank Magic Havoc Water Tsunami, and even though it was a castrated version, there was nothing to show from the Holy City. It showed that the Holy City targeted mainly the victims, and didn't care much about ordinary super ranks, even if they were talented. Lin Chen returned to the Mordor pastor's house, where the Star Ocean heavenly veins were stored, two in all, worth more than $2 billion. The current Mu family could be considered the biggest family in the Magic City, $2 billion wouldn't hurt, and this investment was still for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's contribution to helping the Mu family take down Golden Forest City alone was more than that. Of course the people in the family didn't have a problem with it, instead they were all very willing to let Lin Chen break through. In the middle of the night when Lin Chen arrived home, inside the Mu family's council hall, Mu Jianqing happily looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with emotion. In the blink of an eye, Chener, you're going to be super ranked, that's really fast. Mane appeared in Mu Jianqing's eyes. Thinking about when you just awakened to magic, to now, it's all gone. Oh? Just under 10 years? Mu Jianqing was suddenly a bit confused. His grandson had reached the super rank in less than 10 years, it didn't seem like a long time. When he thought of this, the remembrance in Mu Jianqing's eyes was gone, and when he looked at Lin Chen, whose appearance hadn't changed much compared to 10 years ago, his eyes were filled with helplessness. Chener, it's not easy for you to come back once. Tomorrow the family is organizing a party, otherwise I don't know when I'll see you next. After saying that, Mu Jianqing let Lin Chen go back. The child had just come back, and he couldn't bear to keep pulling him to talk. Lin Chen didn't feel much, after all, he was brought all the way back by the Dragon Monarch, so he wasn't very tired. Leaving the council hall, he returned to his room in an instant. Just after entering the room, Lin Chen saw a figure moving on his bed. Lin Chen's face changed. Who in the Mu family had the guts to casually enter his room and drill his comforter? In an instant, Lin Chen thought of many possibilities, the biggest of which was that the young girls in his clan wanted to climb on his strength and take the initiative to deliver the goods. If it was any other family, it would be fine. Lin Chen would consider the other party to be giving it away for nothing, but it was someone from the Mu family. Lin Chen only felt hatred. How could there be this kind of ethos in the family? Thinking of this, Lin Chen took an arrow step forward and directly lifted the quilt. He wanted to see who it was. Nguyen. Looking at the silhouette that appeared under the quilt, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. How could he not expect that the one who drilled into his quilt in the middle of the night would be his third sister, Mu Nu Xin? Honestly brothers, writing yellow was censored, never again. Chapter 67, Xiao Xian, you don't open it if there's a hang-up? Honest brothers, write yellow and was reviewed and modified. It seems that my driving skills are still not good. Time and time again were reviewed. The future does not write 000. Getting the Star Ocean heavenly vein, Lin Chen chose to break through the summoning and thunder lineages first, on the one hand, to enhance his spiritual power, and on the other hand, it was time to enhance his combat power. After all, the thunder department was also the only magic department that Lin Chen currently had a soul seed. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Chaos Super Rank 3, Summoning Super Rank 1, Thunder Super Rank 1, Shadow High Rank 3, Wind High Rank 1, Space Middle Rank 2, Water Middle Rank 1, Plant Middle Rank 1, Sound Beginner Rank 1. Carrying objects, Shadow System Extreme Spirit Seed Grade Shadow Matter Poison Spell, Thunder System Spirit Seed Soul Seed, Wind System Spirit Seed Soul Seed, Level 8 Mental Power. Magic Tools, 3 pieces of junk, 1 top soul level magic tool. Not only did the summoning and thunder lineages break through the super rank, but Lin Chen's wind lineage also broke through the high rank, absorbing the extremely high quality soul seed brought back from the Gobi Valley, and the water and plant lineages came to the middle rank as well. After breaking through the super rank, Lin Chen had also awakened a new magic lineage, the sound lineage, in passing. At this point in time, Lin Chen didn't have much to awaken. There were only so many magic faculties, and he had already awakened 9 of them, more than the 2 normal super-ranked mages combined. After doing this, and some time had passed, Lin Chen realized when he called his mentors that Imofan had already resolved Casso and the drowning spell, and now the state government team was heading towards the Sahara region to rescue one of the state government teams over there. Sitting on the airplane, Lin Chen's consciousness sank into the giant dragon's nest, and he wanted to distribute the liquid of time to the baby dragons. Right now, Lin Chen had a total of 10 dragons, and the dragon monarch couldn't use them, so that made 9. Lin Chen huffed. There wasn't much time fluid in the first place, and this had to be divided amongst the 9 dragons, so it was really stretched to the limit. Then simply give one. Lin Chen's eyes changed and he made a decision. Using the plant system to spawn 9 trees on the ground, 8 of which had roots that were all the same length, with only one being shorter, and whoever could pick the shortest one would be given a share of the sap of time. In order to be fair, Lin Chen had also used the dragon's nest to shield the senses of all the dragons, and it was all based on luck. In the end, Xian picked the grand prize and won the liquid of time. The mysterious black divine dragon fluttered up and down, and its eyes as big as houses were filled with the color of surprise. The Holy Lord stomped his foot in chagrin. I can still break through without that treasure, all I'm missing is energy accumulation. Xiao Xian swallowed all of the liquid of time in one gulp, and his entire body suddenly radiated 10,000 feet of luxurious light, almost illuminating half of the giant dragon's nest. It was important to realize that as Lin Chen's strength increased and the number of gargoyles increased, the area of the gargoyle's nest expanded as well. The current dragon's nest was definitely comparable in size to Sakura country. In other words, Xiao Xian's current radiance would be enough to shine through half of Sakura if he were in the outside world. Jin. A dragon's roar that resounded throughout the entire space was heard as little Xian's dragon body began to expand violently. It was as if it had been illuminated by Grey Wolf's magnifying flashlight, and the dragon's body had expanded more than 10 times throughout. And that multiplier is still rising, and the liquid of time is still steaming. Xiao Xian just wanted to say, Xiao Xian, didn't open up, it's all based on my own efforts. The metaphysical light blazed forth, Xiao Xian's originally 100-meter-long dragon body grew to thousands of meters, and the metaphysical dragon scales on his body became modeled, as if each piece had been marked with traces of history. The light faded away, and little Shen soared through the air, now much larger than its other siblings combined. Lin Chen's breathing became ragged. Such size, such dominance was what a dragon should be. Monarch level, absolute monarch level. Lin Chen couldn't wait to click on Xiao Xian's panel. Name, Xianlong. Strength, minor monarch level. Potential, sub-imperial. Skills, Dragon Might, Xianlingjin Kill, Totem Resonance, Divine Dragon Spinning Circle Kill, Xian Poison Mist. Note, the liquid of time, as a high-quality material, upgraded the bloodline level of the silver-winged Xian Poison Dragon, which underwent a metamorphosis, activating the ancient totem bloodline in its bloodline and evolving into the Xian Dragon. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. The bloodline had even evolved? At this time, Lin Chen was incredibly fortunate that he had obtained the bloodline enhancement function, otherwise Xiao Xian would not have been able to rely on these liquid of time bloodline upgrades. That is to say, he had a golden finger, which allowed these liquid of time to play 100% of the role. However, even if the ancient totem bloodline was activated, it should have activated Xuanwu. What was Xianlong? Fortunately, Lin Chen was also someone who had read the original extras and knew that in ancient times, major demons had broken out into battles in order to compete for the position of totem. Xianlong could be one of the contenders. As for why Xuanwu's descendants have Xuanlong's bloodline in them, Lin Chen can only say that the old life's thoughts and behaviors are quite open, that is, they are hard-mouthed. But it was fortunate, otherwise little Xian wouldn't have been able to upgrade his bloodline. Although the Xian dragon couldn't compare to the green dragon, it was definitely a creature on the same level as the Xianwu. After all, little Xian's upper limit had already reached the sub-emperor. I hope you don't think I'm nagging. After all, there should still be a lot of people who have not read the full-time mage extras, right? Here to say a little bit, but also for the late paving a little bit. Later part of the development of the dragon's direction will be biased in the direction of the totem side. After doing so, Lin Chen also arrived at the airport on the African side. The land over here was vast and sparsely populated, so Lin Chen casually found a place where no one was and summoned the Holy Lord. Jumping onto the Sacred Lord's back, Lin Chen pointed to the north and said, "Run that way." The Holy Lord muttered impatiently, "I'm a demon wizard, not an errand boy. No drinking blood from the demon blood sacrifice pool for a month if you don't run. Let's show you the power of the rabbit charm." Hearing this, the Holy Lord immediately became anxious. Inside his body, the stone talisman imprinted in the shape of a rabbit flickered slightly, and his body scurried out, so fast that the passers-by who were overtaken could only feel a gust of wind, and could not see the Holy Lord's traces at all. The climate over here was so hot that the wind swept up between the Holy Lord's runs formed a tiny sandstorm. At first, Lin Chen didn't think anything of it, but soon, he saw a huge sandstorm coming. Lin Chen's face changed. He had now reached the edge of the Sahara Desert. Once he was washed away, he would enter the desert mystic realm. Although Lin Chen had 8th level spiritual power, and ordinary maze boundaries couldn't trap him, this was the Sahara, and in the original story, the narrator introduced it as one of the top 3 forbidden places in the world. Although there are a whole lot of demons and devils in the late stage, there is definitely an emperor's existence here, and it's at the same level as the dragon monarch. If he rashly enters the desert mystic realm, this bit of strength of his own will probably be used as a dessert for the Emperor's creature's boring desert life. Chapter 68 Dragons in the Desert. Lin Chen took the Saint Lord back into the nest of dragons and took a deep breath. Xiao Xian. Jin. Thousands of meters of huge dragon body emerged, coiling and winding, as if the great wall of the body will be circled in Lin Chen. Hoo hoo hoo. The gale was so strong that the yellow sand resembled a sword, striking on top of little Xian's dragon body. After a long time, the sandstorm stilled, and the huge divine dragon standing on the desert slowly raised its head. The originally airtight divine dragon's wall opened up a gap and dazzling sunlight shone in. Lin Chen squinted his eyes and hurried to the outside to check on Xiao Xian's condition. With such a violent sandstorm, with Xiao Xian's size, I'm afraid it's no less than experiencing a powerful super-ranked magic. But after coming out and seeing Xiao Xian's exposed dragon scales, Lin Chen was confused. The totem lines were still distinct, the ancient marks not blurred in the slightest by the yellow sand, and the metaphysical divine dragon bowed its head slightly to receive Lin Chen on top of his head. Lin Chen couldn't hide his excitement in his expression. Too fierce, Xiao Xian, such a large sandstorm didn't even cause a single damage to you. Jin. The sound of the dragon's roar traveled 10,000 meters, and little Xian's face was littered with pride. This bit of sand wasn't enough for it to take a sand bath. The sandstorm passed, and Lin Chen sat on top of little Xian's head as he officially stepped into the desert mystic realm. According to Feng Li's information, Mo Fan and the others were inside at the moment. Underneath Xiao Xian's body, a large area of clouds accompanied it, boosting its speed, and it was clearly the Tang Yun Diao mist that Xian Snake had used in Hangzhou in the beginning. Riding little Shen, Lin Chen soon spotted large waves of red and grayish-black chi blasting against each other in the desert. This was, after all, the outer layer of the desert mystic realm, and it couldn't yet block Lin Chen's mental insight. A large number of fire-poisoned scorpions and sand terror foxes were battling against each other. The climate of the Sahara Desert was extremely harsh, which also meant that resources were scarce, and most of the demons living here were viciously molded. They didn't only attack outsider humans, but even demons would attack each other. This was the case right now, as the two clans, the fire-poisoned scorpion and the sand terror fox, fought. And Mo Fan's few people were in the center of the battlefield, holding on bitterly. A large shadow was cast. Mo Fan threw away the middle-rank lightning magic in his hand and subconsciously raised his head, and with a glance, he saw Xiao Xian soaring in the sky. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Although this dragon in front of him looked somewhat familiar, it could not be linked at all to the Xiao Xian that he had seen in Jinlin City back then. After all, the original Xiao Xian was less than 100 meters, but now it was thousands of meters, and its size had doubled 100 times, so it was simply a big change. He didn't react until the metaphysical light representing death fell, killing hundreds of fire-poisoned scorpions and sand terror foxes around Mo Fan. This can't be Lin Chen's dragon, Mo Fan said with a dry voice. God damn it, Laozi's little Yenji was just at the commander level, so it's not easy to be considered on the same level as you, and you've got a dragon that's a few thousand meters long? This dragon, Mo Fan believed, was definitely at the monarch level, otherwise it was all sorry for that thousands of meters of size. What is the concept of thousands of meters? Rounded up can be around the Mo Fan neighborhood 3 times. As expected, the next moment Lin Chen descended from the sky. The team's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Brother Chen, help! Jiang Yu shouted. Lin Chen, help me! Jiang Xiaoshu clipped her delicate voice and called out at Lin Chen. Zhao Manyan didn't say anything and just pulled out his bank card. Lin Chen was helpless. Don't worry, this time I came to save you guys. After saying that, little Shen's massive size fell as if the sky had collapsed, and the demons alone crushed nearly 1,000 of them to death. A huge-sized demon was simply a war machine, capable of upending the battlefield with every move. There was no lack of commander-level demons among the two groups that were battling each other, but their attacks hitting Xiao Xian's scales were at best a white mark. Xiao Xian smashed his mouth, casually grabbed a few demons and put them in his mouth, chewing and swallowing them like candy beans. Come up here and get you out. Lin Chen greeted Mo Fan and the others to Xiao Xian's back. A few people full of excitement to follow, finally do not have to fight for their lives, have a big-leg teammate is cool. On the way out, Lin Chen also found the unconscious Nan Ju and saved her as well in passing. Returning to the safe zone, Lin Chen put Xiao Xian back in. Now it couldn't even hide in the clouds, it could block out a piece of sunlight wherever it went. There was already a shortage of water on this side of Africa, and when Xiao Xian flew over, the residents thought it was going to be a light rain, and they were ready to catch water with their pots and pans. Here, Lin Chen and the others also encountered Dai Wen and the others who were preparing for a follow-up search and rescue. After a brief exchange, Davin and the others left. Saving lives was important after all. Looking at their distant backs, Lin Chen sighed. This time when they left, it was estimated that they would die inside. The sandstorms around the desert mystic realm are not actually an accident, but there is a sandstorm grievous spirit at work. That sandstorm grievous spirit was presumed to have had some problems with Davin in his lifetime, so in the original story, Davin and the others were attacked as soon as they entered the desert maze realm. Lin Chen didn't want to go with them to give away his head. That sandstorm spiteful spirit's strength was feared to have reached that of a great monarch, and with the dragon monarch absent, he would probably just be even with it if he went himself. There were too many uncertainties in the desert. Lin Chen wouldn't risk his life for some search and rescue rewards, and he was only worried about Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue and their accidents this time. Leaving this place of wrongdoing, Lin Chen and the others traveled to the Sun Country, where they challenged the National Pavilion and got their medals. Although the Sun Kingdom was also a large undead country, the strength of the National Pavilion was just average, and it was casually obtained. In addition to the National Pavilion challenge, Lin Chen and the others had received another task from their mentor, which was to kill the undead. The undead in the Sun Country were not much less than in China, and the types were completely different, mostly some mummies and the like. A mirage appeared in the Sun Country some time ago, causing many casualties. Feng Li and the others had taken the official commission here and were going to practice while earning some money to buy resources. Now that Lin Chen was located in the city of Pushni, they had a mirage that happened to project a pyramid nearby. The undead in the pyramid would not allow anyone to move around their king, let alone build a city. So a war broke out between the living and the dead. And in the land of the sun, where 93 pyramids exist, it happens almost every year. The only thing that makes the Sun Country lucky is that the Pyramid of Khufu never came into existence, or half the Sun Country would have fallen. This was something that couldn't be helped, with the exception of a few countries such as Huaxia, the Eagle Kingdom, and Sunset that had the power to resist. The Imperial level symbolized doom for the vast majority of the world's countries. Coming to the frontline camp, this place was only 30 kilometers away from the projection of the pyramid, which was already considered the outer area of the undead's activities, so in order to gain a firm foothold here, the humans fought every now and then. Chapter 69 Purple Sky Black Storm Domain. The army is advancing in a push wave fashion, which simply means that a group of vanguards will first charge out, sweep away the undead ahead of them, and set up a temporary camp at some fixed point. Waiting to hold this position, and then having another wave of mages set off immediately afterward, arriving at this makeshift camp and continuing onward in what amounted to a backwave pushing the front wave, fighting to beat farther and farther into the distance. And Lin Chen was among the first wave of teams. Lin Chen and the others were tasked with stopping the poisonous gold mummies here and not letting the large army come up under its influence. The poison gold mummy was golden green in color, and lay on top of the golden colored earth, as if it had tiled the earth with golden green tiles. The poison gold mummies were a group of very cunning and sensitive poison casters. They tended not to engage the mages head-on, even though their numbers had far exceeded the group of vanguard. These poison gold mummies still stood on that sloping high slope and collectively opened their mouths and spat out a tidal wave of poisonous mist. The tide of poisonous mist appeared golden green, like smoke and dust, and they struck over like a giant tide, and it was surprisingly difficult for everyone in the vanguard to resist this terrifying poisonous gold frenzy even though they all struck out together. Seeing this, Staff Officer Fenner looked unsightly. "Mr. Lin, we still need to trouble you to make a move, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it." Fenner knew that Lin Chen was the captain of the national government team on the Chinese side, and as the world's top magical powerhouse, the captains of its national government teams were often the best of the high ranks. Fenner herself was capable of taking care of these poisonous gold mummies, but she had to retain her strength for the situation behind her. "Don't worry and leave it to me." Lin Chen nodded. When it came to a place like this, Lin Chen was inconveniently able to summon a giant dragon, but his own strength wasn't weak right now. The constellations representing high-level lightning magic were constructed at a rapid pace. A purple light flared up in Lin Chen's eyes. As a strangely qualified super-rank lightning mage, his lightning system was no longer bound to ordinary forms of magic. Rather, get out of your own way. Silent Thunder Death Light Claws of Dome Thunder. Lin Chen raised his right hand, and a huge lightning dragon claw of hundreds of meters appeared in the air out of nowhere. The purple dragon's claws dispersed the surrounding clouds and hovered above the poison gold mummy's head like the sword of Damocles. The alarm bells of death are ringing in the minds of the poison gold mummies. Almost out of instinct, all of the poison gold mummies drove the poisonous mist to float towards the thunderbolt dragon's claw in a vain attempt to corrode it. But how could the most rigid and ferocious lightning be affected by such dirt? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as incomparably powerful currents surged around him, causing even Fenner, who was a super-ranked mage, to look sideways. Fields? Fenner thought uncertainly. But soon, Fenner was certain that what Lin Chen had on him was definitely a domain, and it was an incomparably powerful domain that even she, a super-ranked mage, felt threatened by. The lightning around Lin Chen's body spread until it was hundreds of meters away before it managed to stop. Purple Heavenly Domain. This was the domain that came with Lin Chen's soul seed, and how could Purple Sky not have a domain as the top-tier Thunder Soul seed? The Purple Heavenly Domain was its own domain. As long as it was activated, not only could it drastically enhance the power of the lightning magic, but with each attack, it could also gather the residual lightning magic energy in the field, forming a looting cloud in the sky above and descending thunderbolts to bombard the enemy. The Dome of Thunder's Claw, which was already 100 meters huge, became even more appalling. Not only did it double in size, but even its aura rose in succession. The corner of Fenner's mouth twitched, thunder magic that was comparable to half of the super-ranked magic, and such a powerful domain soul seed. This session's Chinese player was going against the heavens. But soon, Fenner was relieved. Whether the Chinese players were strong or not, that was something to be considered on the Sunset side, and his own family wasn't at the point where he could compete for the title. It's clear that Fenner is not yet a real senior member of the Sun Country and simply doesn't understand that this edition of the Sun Country government team is equally anticlimactic. Before the huge Dome of Thunder claws even fell, the escaping lightning had already wiped out all of the dusty poisonous mist. Poison gold mummies and other undead are not quite the same. They do not have those undead people's thick defensive body armor, holy and powerful body. Once their toxicity is not able to completely play a role, the combat power is actually really general. After the 200 meters of the gigantic Dome of Thunder claws covered the majority of the poison gold mummy's ranks, the only one that could still breathe was a three-eyed poison gold mummy. No, it wouldn't have been able to breathe. What's the point of breathing when you're undead? Lin Chen stopped the thoughts crossing his mind and replenished a silent thunder death ray, killing the poison gold mummy leader, before walking towards Senator Fenner. The end. Lin Chen shrugged, looking relaxed. It was also true that Lin Chen had only released 2 magic spells from start to finish, and had killed all of the poison gold mummies that had plagued the Sunside for so long. Fenner and Eastern Military Commander Van Kos looked at each other and opened their mouths in unison, not knowing what to say. The Lin Chen in front of him, based on his combat strength alone, I'm afraid that he was stronger than a 500-man Thunder System army. On the other side, the Southern Army troopers Rovar engaged in an emergency. A large group of hostile sword deadpools appeared on the other side of the high slopes, and if they couldn't open a gap, the mage team in front of them couldn't get in at all. At those words, Lin Chen immediately got up and looked towards Staff Officer Fenner. Fenner understood what he meant, and couldn't stop being touched in his heart, or the Chinese brothers were reliable, just helped her solve a big trouble, and before she had a drink of water, she immediately wanted to go again. In fact, she was overthinking it. Lin Chen just thought that the souls of the undead were of a higher quality and had a higher probability of exploding essence spirits. Now that Lin Chen had a full 9 magic faculties, and his spiritual power was waiting to break through to the 9th level to refine the space-time god's eye, it was the time when he needed essence. As long as there were enough essence spirits to strengthen the Sublime system Astral Child, then Lin Chen's spiritual power would also receive some feedback, so maybe the spatial system wouldn't need to reach the super rank, and his spiritual power would be at the 9th level. With this in mind, Lin Chen appeared to be so active, otherwise he wouldn't have been lazy at all. The hostile sword necromancer is an undead in human-like form covered in black paint. This kind of undead was black all over, whether it was the skin or the outer layer of corpse armor. Even the swords they held on their hands were completely ebony black, while the only eyes, which radiated a demonic red light that took the hearts of the people, carried a strong ferocious intent. Southern Military Commander Roval's eyes were worried. His gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with eagerness, and he opened his mouth to speak. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, I'll kill them all." Roval forced a smile. It's not necessary to kill them all. It's good that Mr. Lin can disrupt their formation. There were more than 50 hostile sword deadly servants here. Each of them were the best of the Battle Admiral class, and to kill them all, Roval estimated that it would take at least 200 mid-ranked mages, with tight cooperation. In Roval's mind, Lin Chen's role was not to harvest, but to break formations. But is that really the case? Chapter 70. Is it just breaking the formation? The hostile sword deadman was extremely fast and still had a high IQ. To put it simply, the difference between them and ordinary demons was that one was a well-trained army of demons, while the other was a scattered army, fighting on its own. As expected, just as Lin Chen stepped into their attack range, more than a dozen hostile sword death servants ran out, transforming into black ghostly shadows trying to disrupt Lin Chen's judgment. And behind them, there were more than 30 hostile sword death servants in ambush, just waiting for Lin Chen to mess up and charge over together. Roval also wiped his cold sweat when he saw this kind of battle, and his heart couldn't help but rise in admiration for Lin Chen. Worthy of being the captain of the Chinese State House, his cultivation was truly powerful, and as soon as he entered, he encountered the attention of nearly all of the hostile sword death servants. Demons' perception was much stronger than humans, and when faced with a powerful mage, they could clearly judge each other's strength. To send out all of them meant that Lin Chen's strength was actually on the same level as them combined. If Roval had broken into the formation single-handedly, I'm afraid that he would only be able to attract the attention of 10 hostile sword death servants. On the other side, Lin Chen was not the least bit flustered. A breeze suddenly rose up from the ground, sweeping in all directions with Lin Chen at the center. Soon the breeze shifted to a gale. The broken hair on Lin Chen's forehead was blown up, and a greenish-colored light shone above his head. After all, Rovar was a military commander and still had insight, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw the scene. Fields? Lin Chen didn't reply as the cyan constellation above his head finished connecting. Roval frowned. Although it was a soul species, if he remembered correctly, the high-level magic of the wind system, Wind Wings, was not good at attacking, was it? Black Stormwind Disc. The greenish light in Lin Chen's eyes became muddy, the green and black colors flickered, and the gale around him turned into a raging wind flow. A stream of black wind blades flowed about, and it was none other than Lin Chen's Black Storm domain. Lin Chen's Wind Soul Seed, Black Storm, could turn his wind magic into an extremely erosive black wind, and the Black Storm domain, on the other hand, would allow him to greatly strengthen his control over the wind system. And this control was reflected in Lin Chen's wind magic. A normal high-level wind mage could not change the form of magic release at all. But Lin Chen was different. In the Black Storm domain, his wind magic could be anything. For example, right now, the Black Storm Wind Disc was the advanced magic of the Wind Disc, a middle-ranked magic of the wind system, and by inputting magic energy equivalent to a high-ranked magic into it, Lin Chen made it possess the power of a high-ranked magic. Black eruptions swept across the land. The wind was pervasive, and the speed and shenanigans that the hostile sword deadly servant was so proud of were nowhere to be found in front of the wind. Strangle! Lin Chen's open hand suddenly clenched, and the wild winds on the field changed, violently contracting inwards, the powerful wind blades cutting everything within range. Under the extremely strong wind resistance, the hostile sword deadman even had problems standing still. Soon, the dozen or so hostile sword death servants that rushed ahead were swept away, and only a few pieces of tattered armor lay strewn across the desolate earth, telling of the horrors they had just experienced. Roval was dumbfounded. Was this the power of the domain? Also being a high-ranked mage, he felt that he would be seriously injured directly under this strike, and one would even die if he messed up. The remaining hostile sword death servants at the back were also confused, not knowing what to do. But Lin Chen wasn't confused, instead he was wide awake. Lin Chen's wind system had only just broken through to the high level, and using the domain consumed quite a lot, but he still had his combos. That was the purple sky black storm domain. Lin Chen's thunder and wind soul species had been entangled with each other for an unknown number of years, and had long since become one of you and one of me. At this moment, Lin Chen had absorbed these two soul types, and his two domains were inherently able to intermingle and cooperate. The purple heavenly domain that flashed with deep purple electric light appeared, startling Rovar and causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Double field. Without waiting for him to contribute to the warming of the planet again, Lin Chen had already struck out blatantly. Purple sky black storm. Violent gusts of wind struck, wrapped in 10,000 pounds of thunder, tearing everything in front of them to shreds. The wind and thunder were intertwined, and the power was directly comparable to super rank magic. After a long time, the thunder and lightning gusts gradually dispersed, leaving the original place in a mess. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Although the power was similar to the previous Dome of Thunder Claw, it consumed less, realizing the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Lin Chen had a sudden flash of light in his head. Was he counting this as fusion magic? Although there is a suspicion of trickery, but it is a real fusion of the two magic systems together. Maybe you can go to the one who. Lin Chen now had 9 magic departments, and if they were all raised to the super rank and fused together, they might be able to reach the power of a forbidden spell. Thinking of that person, even Lin Chen's current battle power couldn't help but respect him. What he had boosted was his personal battle power. That person's research results, if published, would boost all of humanity. Shaking his head, the current situation was not suitable for much thinking. It was better to talk about it after completing the World Academy competition first. Pop! A crisp slap sounded, and Lin Chen twisted his head in dismay. Hunter Roval, what are you doing? Mr. Lin, Roval called out bitterly, but couldn't say the words that followed at all. Say what? That you've been living like a dog all these years? Also, you call this breaking formation? It's clearly a massacre. Even Roval couldn't help but break out in goosebumps when he thought of those hostile sword dead guards being split into pieces of charcoal in the thunder and lightning gale. After so many years of dealing with the undead, Roval had never seen such a fierce mage, and which goddamned one said that the wind high level was skewed towards defense. If he had known this, Roval would have had to awaken the wind system even if he had asked for a guide stone. On the other hand, Lin Chen collected the foreign bones and other materials that had fallen to the ground. The materials that these undead-type demons had exploded could be made into magic tools that increased black magic. Lin Chen was going to collect some more and upgrade the scepter he had gotten some time ago so that it could increase a few more lines of magic. After killing the hostile sword deadman, Fenner and Lin Chen hit the third camp with a bang. At this point the distance to the pyramid had been halved and the difficulty began to increase considerably. The pushwave style of play was not suitable for the second half of the battle lines were too long, and the humans simply could not wear out the undead. Taking a short break at the third campsite, Fenner rubbed his swollen head and couldn't help but be thankful for the help of the Wasp team. Originally thought that only Lin Chen fierce, did not expect the remaining several is not bad. Together, the roll is greater than 500 military mages, which makes Fenner a lot easier, just the next bad go off. Looking out at the hordes of undead roaming outside the pyramid, Fenner sighed this second half was the real test. The appearance of 50 hostile sword deadly servants in the first half made the team feel some difficulty, and if it wasn't for Lin Chen, it was estimated that they would have to lose a lot of manpower. The second half was even more terrifying, with a full 500 hostile sword death guards, their number doubled tenfold, and once they went to war rashly, the dark swords in their hands were enough to threaten a super-ranked mage. The last 5 kilometers. This is the area with the highest density of undead and at the same time the strongest undead. Dark-colored corpses are spread all over this large yellow basin, and it is in the very center of the basin that the mirage of the pyramid is located. The battle intent in Lin Chen's eyes began to burn. This time there were many people and the giant dragon was inconveniently out of the way, which just gave him a chance to show his strength and be able to organize the gains he had made over the years. During the process of melding, Lin Chen's strength was also increasing, although the realm didn't necessarily grow much, but the combat power could definitely grow a lot. Chapter 71 Pre-Gambian Awakening. The meditative glow of the pyramid shone on his body, and Lin Chen squinted his eyes somewhat uncomfortably. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Fenner looked somewhat worriedly at Lin Chen, who had just resolved the 2 major armies of poison gold mummies and hostile sword deadly servants, and by now, his magical energy might have bottomed out. Lin Chen smiled, "Don't worry Senator Fenner, I'm fine, I didn't consume much just now." Only when he heard Lin Chen say this did Fenner put his heart down and gazed at the sword formation formed by the 500 hostile sword death guards in front of him, his eyes heavy. Attack! The order representing the attack was given, and thousands of mages began to collectively communicate with the stars. The hostile sword deadly sword formation on the opposite side also launched a charge at the same time, their ghostly speed allowing them to approach the mages at a rapid pace. When dusk came, a smear of bright red blood then painted the entire land, and the changing colors reflected each other, writing the cruelty of the battlefield. Fenner mobilized his troops loudly. "This is the 4th camp, and the final hurdle in our quest to ablate the mirage, and we warriors of the Sun Kingdom never shy away from a challenge." Fenner spoke a pep talk, but his eyes checked his surroundings. This was the last camp, and the hardest, and there was a ceiling to the push-wave style of play at this point. Lin Chen no longer had reinforcements behind them, but undead. The only way for them to move forward was to move forward, otherwise they would be surrounded and trapped by the undead. The undead whistled, the winds of darkness blew across the entire land, anger and resentment coalesced into a huge mountain that weighed heavily on everyone's heart. They were a group of creatures that had no fear whatsoever, and there was only one realization in their heads, and that was to tear these freshly alive humans apart and chew them into their stomachs. Where the living and the dead coexist, where even the soil carries the smell of blood, this is the largest war zone after the battlefields of the ocean. With a war of this magnitude, the human mages soon gradually became chaotic from the well-organized start. "Staff Sergeant Fenner, the forward vanguard is lost." Fenner froze. It's true that 500 hostile sword death servants aren't something they can get through, but they shouldn't be wiped out so quickly. The person who sent the message was also full of doubts, but the hostile sword deadly servant has already broken through the front line of defense and rushed over. Fenner frowned tightly, not daring to hesitate. 6 wings of wind emerged behind his back and flew into mid-air to check the situation for himself. At this look, Fenner's face changed drastically. Dark Sword Master. Among the group of hostile sword dead guards, there was a lanky figure riding a black ghost horse, and that guy was shrouded by a thick layer of darkness, like a hazy black combat black robe. It is like a knight that is arrogant and wild sitting on the back of the black ghost horse, the hand of the long black sword raised high to the crimson black sky, as if using the sword to call out the power of the god of the night, saw the clouds under the black breath stirred more and more intense. Vertical underworld sword. The majestic voice came, and that dark knight spat out what was clearly the language of ancient Egypt, the dark sword intent coming from the kingdom of death, descending to earth with a thick breath of destruction. Fenrir's face changed. If this sword fell, I was afraid that hundreds of mages would die. Claws of Dome of Thunder. A 200-meter huge thunder dragon claw violently emerged from midair and gripped the sword light. Lin Shen stood above the earth, his eyes revealing some caution. A sub-monarch level dark sword lord, without the help of a giant dragon, even he himself would have to put in some effort to kill it. Between the electric thoughts of his mind, the claws of the Dome of Thunder had already crushed the dark sword light blatantly, scattering it into black fragments all over the sky. At the same time, the Dome of Thunder claw disappeared. Fenrir was stunned and looked at Lin Chen with a gaze full of gratitude. The Dark Sword Lord was a bit surprised that there were even mages amongst these human mages that could stand up to it. But there was no retreating from a knight's charge, and as a loyal slave of the pharaoh, the Dark Swordmaster was even less likely to back down. The ghost horse under his seat was transformed into a hellish warhorse burning with black flames as if it had turned into a mount of the evil spirit knight. The Dark Swordmaster shouted out, the language of the ancient sun country spreading across the battlefield, and the 500 hostile sword death servants behind it seemed to resonate with it at this moment, causing it to rise to the next level of strength. CU rules. The Dark Sword Master once again raised that huge sword in his hand, and a heavenly aura erupted from the tip of the huge sword, and all of a sudden, the night curtain collapsed down in general, and it clearly shrouded this entire basin area near the pyramid. A thick darkness roared up, and fear haunted the minds of the many mages who lingered in this realm of reach. The scope of the domain ruled by this sea knight was quite wide, and under the sea knight, all of the hostile sword death guards were clad in an ebony black sword robe, and their pupils became even more godly, the kind of terrifying demeanor that hooked straight into the hearts of the people. The Dark Sword Master and the hostile sword deadly servant complemented each other, and in this state, even Lin Chen felt a little tricky. Black Storm Thunder Dragon Claw. The Black Storm domain reappeared, overlapping with the Purple Sky domain that Lin Chen had released earlier. Black hurricanes swept across the battlefield, purple thunderbolts fell from the black robbing clouds in the air, and Lin Chen was like a thunder god descending into the world, his body entwined with thunderbolts and storms. Uncountable magic energy madly surged into the black dragon claw, black and purple colors spread all over the huge dragon claw, just like heaven's punishment. Even someone as strong as the Dark Lord couldn't help but raise his head and look upwards, glancing sideways at his astonishing might. Help me stop it for a while, Lin Chen's lips flicked out, speaking like squeezing toothpaste. Fenrir nodded solemnly, the yellow wind blowing behind him. Thousand Leaf Blade Wine Slaughter Slash. Fenrir around the yellow manic wind breath first into thousands of wind blade, silk swept, with amazing split power, hundreds of thousands of undead in front in this thousands of leaves wind blade was dismembered, the autumn wind swept down the leaves in general, the battlefield in front of the sudden a dead silence, and then there is no what undead can stand up from it. The thousand-leaf wind blade had just finished harvesting, a shocking wind chop fell again with a domineering aura, the wind chop chopped even farther, and one could see that the messy and powerful force of the wind chop had been stretching down the basin in front of the Dark Sword Master. The Dark Sword Master's eyes were scarlet, not the least bit fearful, and the huge sword in his hand cut through the sky opposite the wind chop. Afterwards, the Dark Sword Lord didn't even look at the shattered wind slash as it charged straight towards Lin Chen, it sensed the aura of death in Lin Chen's body. The Dark Sword Master barged straight into the mage army, killing swaths of mages with a single blow. Seeing the distance between the Dark Sword Lord and himself getting closer, Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Frozen Spirit Hub Crash. The huge ice coffin descended from the sky, and almost all of the ice and snow around Mu Ningxue surged towards the Dark Sword Master. Fields. As an exceptionally gifted ice mage, Mu Ningxue had unlocked the domain when she reached the high rank. The ice coffin imprisoned the Dark Sword Master, and in almost just a second's time, the black sword light had chopped the ice coffin into roiling ice crystals. Mu Ningxue's face was slightly pale, she had also not long broken through to the higher ranks, and being able to do this in a short period of time was already the limit. But this was already enough. Lin Chen's Black Storm Thunder Dragon Claw had already been constructed, a terrifying power accumulating above his right hand. Lin Chen felt as if something was about to break out of his body, and instead of trying to stop it, he indulged its growth. In the next moment, a 3-foot purple sword blade appeared, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction as it descended into the world. Chapter 72 Overbearing Transcendent Force, Special Dark Matter. Schwer, thanks a lot. Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth and lifted the 3-foot-long sword in his hand upside down, the thunder and lightning on his body raging frighteningly. Mu Ningxue's face paled slightly as she gasped and whispered, "It's good to be able to help you." Looking at the Dark Swordmaster rushing before him, Lin Chen felt that his thunder system possessed unrivaled power. And all of this was brought about by the purple longsword in his hand. "Is this my thunder transcendent power?" Lin Chen muttered that the transcendent force came in 1,000 different forms, and its appearance meant that mages no longer had to unleash their magic in a prescribed manner. Magic that originally required the construction of constellations to be released was now only at Lin Chen's fingertips. Lin Chen mastered this innate ability of his without a teacher, and the nearly 500-meter huge black storm lightning dragon claw in the air turned into a meteor and flew towards the longsword in Lin Chen's hand. 10,000 lights lit up, and the longsword held in Lin Chen's hand was already about to chop out uncontrollably. Lin Chen did not suppress it, raising the sword in his hand and slashing out a plain and simple sword. When a sword started, heaven and earth were shocked. The blazing black-purple sword light ran through heaven and earth. The chopping power was monstrous and domineering. The sword light seemed to connect heaven and earth and was thousands of meters long, as if it was going to split the world in two. The Dark Swordmaster rode a ghost horse, the black flames on his body burning to the extreme. But at this moment, there was nothing that could compete with that sword light. After subconsciously wielding his strongest sword, the Dark Swordmaster was in a trance. Even if the pharaoh he attributed to had arrived, could he deliver an attack comparable to this sword? It will never know the answer. The rotting body that turned into two halves slowly fell to the ground, along with the ghost horse underneath it, and was split in half by the sword light. The 500 hostile sword death servants that were connected to the Dark Swordmaster's breath were similarly so. Under the terrifying sword light, not even their bodies could be left behind and were turned into a piece of flying ash, with only a handful of dozen or so pieces of foreign bones being preserved. The sword light went on unabated until it cleaved in front of the pyramid before it was stopped by the blazing underworld glow. As the sword light subsided, Fenner opened his mouth as he looked at the chasm above the earth that was tens of meters deep. Even though the team had advanced a bit now, it was still 3 kilometers from the pyramid. From here, to the pyramid, a chasm connects the two places on a 3-kilometer journey. Hiss! Fenner sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a terrifying strike was difficult even for her. It definitely reached the realm of super rank magic, and it was still super rank 3. Fenner snapped her head back to Lin Chen. She desperately wanted to know if this was something Lin Chen could do on a regular basis, or if she had to fight for her life to be able to do it. Looking at Lin Chen's slightly pale cheeks, Fenner pursed his lips. "There is consumption, but not much. That said, is it likely that the Sun Country's national team will also face this move at the World Academy?" Fenner shook his head. What was he thinking? Could his country's national government team still be comparable to the Dark Swordmaster? It was estimated that he would fall without waiting for Lin Chen to use this move. The black and purple sword light was enough to destroy thousands of undead, and also killed the Dark Lord, greatly boosting the morale of the mages, and Fenner advanced directly to a place not far outside the pyramid with a single blow. Lin Chen looked at the long sword in his hand, which had already lost its purple glow, and his eyes slightly condensed. At this moment, the long sword was just like the most ordinary long sword, except that there was a mark of lightning inscribed on the sword. At the same time, a message flowed into Lin Chen's heart. The sword of heaven and earth, on which every magic awakened to transcendent power can be engraved with a mark that is unique to that magic. With the relevant magic seal, the heaven and earth sword could increase the corresponding magic lineage. Lin Chen scratched his head. Then wasn't the scepter he had built earlier useless? The scepter that he had previously obtained from Chief Octopus had already been built. It was just that Lin Chen hadn't found much use for it. The scepter is now considerably shrunken and should be more aptly called a mace. Lin Chen had the heaven and earth sword condensed from transcendent force, so he simply gave this staff to Mu Ningxue. Without the Dark Sword Master and the 500 hostile sword deadly servants, the rest of the undead were like dirt in front of Fenner, a super-ranked mage. The mirage ended and Fenner came to Lin Chen. Respectfully performing one of the highest courtesies of the Sun Kingdom, Fenner looked towards Lin Chen. "God sent you to this battlefield. Without you, we would have suffered heavy losses, and in return, Mr. Lin, we will do our best to give you anything you want." "Including the domain soul seed?" "Included," Fenner said firmly. Lin Chen was dumbfounded, knowing that none of the Sun Country's national government teams should be full of domain soul types. He didn't think that Fenner would be willing to do this. Lin Chen also didn't be polite with her. This was what he deserved in the first place. "I need an extreme soul species grade dark matter. I wonder if you guys can do it." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Fenner smiled. "If it was a domain soul seed, it would take a lot of effort even with my status, but if it's just dark matter, I can get it quite simply." Fenner was confident, realizing that the Sun Kingdom was a large undead system country, and because of the pyramids, the amount of various dark matter far exceeded that of the soul seed spirit seed as well. Soon Fenner fetched a vessel. It's a dark substance from the Mancala pyramid, comparable to an extreme soul seed with a domain, and in order to obtain it, the team at the time even sacrificed a super-ranked mage. Speaking of which, Fenner's face fell a little, apparently remembering something sad. After a pause, Fenner added his introduction. After our identification, this dark matter is known to us as the Undead. Dead souls? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Seeing Lin Chen's appearance, Fenner laughed. This dark matter has been researched and seems to be able to communicate with space and time, so if someone with a strong spatial and undead lineage possesses it, it might produce some unexpected effects. After saying that, Fenner added to himself, but how is it possible? The Sublime system is already rare, and the Undead system is even rarer, and you have to have both magic systems cultivated to an extremely high level of profundity. But even without that mysterious efficacy, its own increase exceeds that of a normal Great Soul Seed. Hearing Fenner's words, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but his face did not show the slightest bit of it. Such a condition, he has the space department is difficult to cultivate, he has a golden finger immediately to the super rank. When the 9th level of spiritual power increase, the world can have a few people to compare with him. Undead lineage is hard to awaken? Wouldn't it be better to extract one? The Dragon King has it on him, and extracting it would be a super rank full cultivation. It was a pity that Lin Chen had only thought about awakening the wind system at that time because he had the celestial seed, and had overlooked this. But it wasn't a loss, one couldn't give up the heavenly seed for a soul seed level dark matter, cultivation could always be improved, and heavenly seeds weren't rare. However, right now, if Lin Chen wanted to obtain another attribute extraction, he wouldn't have to fuse the dragons anymore. There's a new way to play Dragon's Lair, where you can earn a corresponding reward for whatever achievement you achieve. Most of these accomplishments have to do with the gargoyles under his command. For example, having 5 giant dragons that broke through the monarch level, or having 3 giant dragons that broke through the sub-emperor level. There were also some related to demons, such as killing 3 emperor-class demons and 50 monarch-class demons. Each one was difficult, but Lin Chen understood that his newbie welfare period had already passed, and now every attribute extraction he gained represented a huge gain, so of course he could no longer use the simple number of dragons to decide. It was a good thing that Lin Chen hadn't fused a bunch of useless dragons for immediate gain before, or else the current Lin Chen would be struggling. Chapter 73 Plotting the Ancient Dark True Dragon. 1:30 a.m., arrived at the hotel, tomorrow back to school. Today will not put beautiful pictures, to show you a fragment of chapter 1031, before some readers have been saying that the shadow system does not have a spirit seed soul seed, only dark matter, but in my impression, black magic also has a spirit seed soul seed, subsequent to the full-time mage from the beginning of the read once again, and so far saw the 1033 chapter, Mo-Fan is ready to buy a Thunder System Soul Seed. I've seen chapter 1033, when Mo-Fan was about to buy a Thunder System Soul Seed, Zhao Manyan said something to the effect that the current auction house didn't have a Thunder System Soul Seed that met Mo-Fan's requirements, but there were black magic and white magic ones, which meant that there were Spirit Seed Soul Seeds for non-elemental systems as well, but later on it's clear that Uncle Chaos ate the setting again, which led to a bit of a bias in the memories of all the readers, which is specifically explained in this chapter. Daily Insults messed up a bit at the end, Full-Time Mage is really messed up writing. The pyramid incident in the Taiyuan kingdom had come to an end for the time being, and since Xian Xia was here and Mo-Fan hadn't been seen for a long time, Lin Chen simply decided to cultivate here for a period of time, and there was still some time left before the start of the World School Competition anyway. Xinxia, I need you to do me a favor. The Parthenon was stationed at the location, and Lin Chen rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Xian Xia looked towards Lin Chen and smiled sweetly. Is brother Lin Chen injured anywhere? I can help. Seeing that Lin Chen was in need again, Xian Xia was happy instead, because back in Bo City, it was Lin Chen who had sent Mo-Fan to her side and saved her life. Now she was naturally happy as she had a rare chance to return the favor to Lin Chen. I need a little of your blood, Lin Chen said shyly. It wasn't that Lin Chen and Xian Xia were seeing eye to eye, it was really the oddity of this request there. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew each other very well, it was estimated that Xian Xia would have thought that Lin Chen was trying to engage in some kind of evil magic. In response, Xian Xia didn't have much of an opinion, and Mo-Fan didn't say anything, but instead, one of the Parthenon knights accompanying Xian Xia was the first to object. No way. Wanting the blood of the goddess temple's maid, what do you want? Cullen looked at Lin Chen warily. Although the other party had also killed a Dark Sword Lord not too long ago, it was clear that Cullen, who had a faithful faith, would not allow Lin Chen to commit such a reckless act. Lin Chen and Mo Fan saw this, but instead recognized some of the Parthenon temple. At least the people here seemed to be quite reliable. An ordinary guardian knight facing Lin Chen also dared to speak boldly. Don't worry Cullen, brother Lin Chen is my savior. If he wanted to do me harm, I wouldn't have a chance to join the Parthenon. Xin Xia persuaded. But this? Cullen was a little hesitant. That's true, but this request. Xin Xia shook her head helplessly, no longer paying attention to Cullen, and looked at Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, how much do you need? Lin Chen pulled out a small bottle for blood donation and said in a hurry, 10 milliliters will do, if it's difficult, 5 milliliters maybe. Xin Xia smiled slightly, I thought it was going to be a lot. After saying that, before Cullen could react, Xin Xia bit her finger. Cullen's eyes widened, and before he could say anything, Lin Chen's vial was already filled to exactly 10 milliliters. Xin Xia stopped Cullen, who was trying to speak, with a look and casually healed the small wound on his hand with a healing magic. Seeing this, Cullen wiped his cold sweat with relief. Leaving the quarters of the Parthenon, Lin Chen excitedly held the small bottle in his hand. With this item, the possibility of establishing a connection with the Black Dragon Emperor was even higher. That's right, the Black Dragon Emperor. Lin Chen was going to meet this only true dragon of darkness in the full mage world. Lin Chen's summoning department had already broken through to the super rank, but outrageously, both the beginner's summoning bit and the middle rank contract bit were empty. Now that you've traveled through the world of full-time mages, how could you not experience the classic summoning lineage from the homage novels? Previously, because of the giant dragon, Lin Chen didn't want to just contract it. If he contracted a phantom wolf beast like Mo Fan did, he wouldn't know how much effort would be put into just cultivating it. And do you think Mo Fan's old wolf is that easy to contract? Demons were different from humans. Each time they broke through and evolved, it was a reshaping of their bloodline soul, and it was difficult for the average demon to evolve even once. You thought that Mo Fan's old wolf was just an ordinary spectral wolf beast, but its will to evolve all the way from a slave to a monarch was definitely no less than Xiao Yan's. Perhaps Xiao Yan's script is not too apt. Specific reference can be made to the small inflammation in the martial arts Jiankuan. Simply Yin has no bounds. That was why Lin Chen had wanted to contract one with a high bloodline level in the first place, and that was why the summoning department had been vacant. Now he was about to reach the Venice water capital, so Lin Chen decided to make a bold attempt. That's the contract Black Dragon Emperor. Of course, Lin Chen didn't expect to be able to contract an emperor-level true dragon in one go. This time, he just needed to build up some goodwill. A few days passed in a flash of time, and Lin Chen had a rare free moment, and Mu Ningxue strolled around here for a few days. This niece had been under more pressure than Lin Chen, and it was time to relax. After beating the Sun Country embassy team to a pulp before leaving, Lin Chen and the others departed for the water capital of Venice. On the streets of Shuadu, Zhao Manyan led the way, bringing Lin Chen and Mo Fan to the St. Mark's World Auction Arena. Here, the Zhao family occupies a significant stake. It's worth mentioning here that the idea that everyone thought that the Zhao family was just a merchant family and that their magical abilities weren't outstanding was actually wrong. As one of the top families, or clans, in the country, the Zhao family's magical strength might be weaker compared to the Mu family, but it was much stronger than those families below. One had to know that without Lin Chen's help, the previous head of the Mu family, Mu Zhanqing, was only a full cultivator of the three lineages, along with some underpinnings, to be counted as one of the four great families of the Devil's Capital. The Zhao family's reputation in the world could rival the Mu family and be called a clan, so it was evident that its strength was not weak, or at least there must be more than one super-rank full cultivator in the battlefield. Walking up to the entrance of the St. Mark's World Auction House, a handsome man in beach pants and flip-flops stood in the doorway. Seeing this, Zhao Manyan hemmed and hawed, "Big brother, you came all the way here to pick me up, didn't you?" Hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Yuqian looked at Zhao Manyan and said in surprise, "Why are you kid here?" Before Zhao Manyan could reply, Zhao Yuqian noticed Lin Chen and immediately lit up. "I didn't expect to see you, Lin Chen, an honored guest, today, long time no see." Zhao Yuqian smiled broadly as he rushed towards Lin Chen and extended his hand. Lin Chen was also interested in befriending the Zhao family, so he didn't pretend to be noble and extended his hand to shake Zhao Yuqian. "Zhao's eldest son, brother Yuqian, long time no see." Zhao Yuqian was quite surprised. He didn't expect to see Lin Chen as an honored guest today. In addition to that woman, it was really a double blessing. As the successor of a top clan, Zhao Yuqian clearly knew Lin Chen's position. With him around, sooner or later, the Mu family would become a top clan, and there were many benefits to making friends in advance. "I really didn't think that my own brother would be able to befriend such a talent." Zhao Yuqian piggybacked on Mo Fan, who was on the side. The smile on his face grew wider. This one was not as good as Lin Chen, but it was worth getting to know him. There are also distinguished guests arriving today. Forgive me for not being able to receive them in a timely manner. Come on, bring Mr. Lin to the VIP room." As soon as Zhao Yuqian's words fell, a beautiful woman in a blue dress walked towards the three. Chapter 74 Asuria's Shock, Going to the Mountain. Picture review didn't go through again, so I had to change to a conservative one CAC. There is actually no deep hatred between the Zhao brothers. Zhao Yuqian only wants to make money, Zhao Manyan only wants to spend money, as long as they talk to each other. After all, they are blood brothers. So Lin Chen was prepared to mediate the relationship between the two when he had the chance afterward. It was better to be friends with a clan like the Zhao clan. Lin Chen walked out of the VIP room as Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan were discussing the purchase of the Thunder Soul Seed. Arriving at the exhibition gallery outside, Lin Chen saw a veiled woman at a glance. Although the woman was wearing a veil, her beautiful figure was still difficult to conceal, and her beauty was definitely an existence not weaker than Mu Ningxue's. Feeling Lin Chen's line of sight, Asuria twisted around and guffawed. "I didn't expect to see you demon here." Lin Chen shrugged, not the slightest bit surprised that Asuria knew his identity. After all, the other party's side business was that of an intelligence peddler. "We've met a long time ago, or rather, you should have met me many times." Asuria was stunned, then laughed. "What does Mr. Lin mean by that?" "You might as well call me Lin Chen. Everyone I've seen lately calls me Mr. Lin. It sounds quite strange." Without waiting for Asuria to reply, Lin Chen said to himself, "Back in the ancient capital, weren't you there?" Asuria froze, her face under the veil surged with a touch of shock. With her means, she had actually been grasped by Lin Chen's whereabouts. Silently raising Lin Chen's level of danger by another notch in her mind, Asuria reluctantly smiled. Lin Chen, worthy of being a top demon in the world, really has some tricks up his sleeve. For a smart person like Lin Chen, Asuria didn't bother to beat around the bush and opened the door. "I was waiting here specifically to ask you for a favor." "Fine. How about helping me clean up some demons, and then I'll show you the world's top emperors." Asuria was very confident. In her intelligence, Lin Chen was a person who was passionate about all sorts of events for demons and was not afraid of danger. Such a person would certainly be hard to refuse for the top demon emperors in the world. But to Asuria's surprise, Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't say it like it's a handout. If I remember correctly, you owe me a big favor right now." Asuria's movements lurched, and inexplicably she had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, Lin Chen followed up by revealing the deepest buried secret in her heart. "Sarang is still locked up in the deepest prison of the Inquisition, and I was the one who found her, so you should still owe me a big favor." Hearing these words, Asuria's heart thumped, no longer able to maintain her composure, understanding in her heart that her identity and secrets were already known by Lin Chen. But how is that possible? Lin Chen seemed to have read what was going on in Asuria's mind as he continued, "You're not the only one with intelligence channels in this world. You don't need to care how I know. I'm just letting you know now that you still owe me a favor." "What do you want?" Asuria said with a deep breath. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "We'll talk about this favor later, let's talk about you first." Asuria clenched her fist slightly, feeling the cold sweat on her palms, feeling that things had gotten out of her control. "I've now decided to get a new person to work with me." "It's fine, I know what you're up to anyway," Lin Chen said indifferently. "Damn, how does this guy know everything?" Now Asuria was incomparably regretting how she had thought about contacting Lin Chen, and now she was considered completely passive. But luckily, the Black Dragon Emperor's strength gave Asuria some confidence again. "I know you have outstanding strength, but without me, you wouldn't have been able to escape from it." Lin Chen didn't argue, just pretended to agree. Then Mo Fan arrived, and eventually the three of them decided to go to the Tyrant Mountain Range together. Tyrant Hill, also known as Yardley, is supposed to be a mountain range named after a certain monarch in ancient Roman times, and is quite a distance from Venice. The Statehouse players are going to stay in Venice for a long time until the official opening of the World Scholastic Battle, and the others will also dive into their training in Venice. Plus Venice has a few of the world's largest auctions, and most likely the forces behind the cadets are starting to burn money furiously. The three of them set off in a hurry, because Lin Chen was in a hurry, and if he came back late, he was afraid that Mu Ningxue would be harmed, so the three of them set off on the same day. The Tyrant Mountains were inhabited by a wide variety of demonic races in high densities, and this type of mountain range was actually quite unpopular with hunter mages. If there are many varieties of demons, it means that there are all kinds of ferocious dangers, nests, poisonous fogs, traps, maze boundaries, territories, and elemental forbidden lands. Quite test the hunter's ability to cope and adapt in these different environments. Walking through the Tyrant Mountain range, even Lin Chen had to bring up his attention. At the halfway point of the mountain there would be a ruthless character like the Silvermoon Titan, and at the top of the mountain, he was afraid that there would be a great monarch-level demon. Soon, the crowd arrived at the halfway point of the mountain, and because of the quick departure this time, Lin Chen didn't see the Silvermoon Titan. Looking at the 9 Windflame Thunder Vultures, Mo Fan had a headache. Little Yinji and I should be able to deal with 3 of them when we team up, so I'll leave the rest to you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded his head. A few small commander-class demons were just that. At those words, Asuriya looked sideways at Lin Chen. Since the other party knew that there was a Black Dragon Emperor here, they wouldn't release those giant dragons of his. The relationship between the dragon races was not a good one, and a dragon's aura that appeared suddenly in the Black Dragon Emperor's territory would definitely invite an attack from the other side. Asuriya wanted to see how Lin Chen was going to deal with 6 commander-class demons. That's right, Asuriya wasn't going to help because the guy knew he couldn't get up the mountain without clearing out the Windflame Thunder Vulture here, and went so far as to ask Mo Fan not to pay for the intel. In other words, in order to go up the mountain, Asuriya had wasted the news of an extremely high-quality Thunder-type soul seed, which was worth several $100 million. The battle was imminent, and Mo Fan directly merged with Little Yinji, waving his flaming wings and flying into the sky. The strong aura attracted the 3 Windflame Thunder Vultures in an instant. The current Mo Fan was indeed stronger than the original, and because of using the demon system one less time, his fire system was now at a high level 3. Mo Fan's talent was already extremely good, and in the original story, if it wasn't for the fact that he had used the demonic system many times and pulled down his cultivation, he would have already thrown his peers off the scales. At the same time, Lin Chen also struck out. A long sword engraved with a lightning mark appeared, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the leader of the Windflame Thunder Vulture. A demon that was close to the full complement of the 3 cultivations of wind, inflammation, and thunder, with a strength that was at the level of a Grand Commander. Facing 6 commander-class demons at once, the pressure was no less than that of the Dark Sword Master. But Lin Chen was undaunted, and the Heaven and Earth sword in his hand slashed through, actually attracting all the power of thunder halfway up the mountain. Chapter 75 Armor-Robed Dragon Emperor vs. Black Dragon Emperor? Purple Sky Claws of Dome Thunder. Lin Chen's lightning magic energy ran madly towards the Heaven and Earth sword in his hand. The lightning seal engraved on the Heaven and Earth sword shone brightly as matchless lightning fluctuations surged. A huge thunder and lightning dragon claw covered the entire mountain crevice. Mo Fan, who was fighting the 3 Windflame Thunder Vultures, saw this and his scalp tingled as he hastily dodged outside the mountain crevice in a flash. Asuriya was even quicker to act, running out long before Lin Chen was ready to attack. Deep purple thunder landed on the bodies of the Windflame Thunder Vultures, and the high-temperature lightning blasted large swaths of their feathers, and the flesh and blood underneath the feathers were scorched. Among the Wind Inflammation Thunder Vultures, a Thunder Cultivation near complete commander strongly endured the pain of the lightning refining his body, and unexpectedly broke through the blockade of the Dome Thunder Claws and rushed towards Lin Chen. The Wind Inflammation Thunder Vulture was an extremely special type of demon, and in order to grow to its peak, it had to undergo 10 years of wind cultivation, 10 years of fire cultivation, and 10 years of thunder cultivation, so that it could become the best of the best in the commander class. And the boss of this group of Wind Inflammation Thunder Vulture was a demon with 3 cultivations close to perfection, just some thunder cultivation away from the peak. Because of this, its resistance to lightning was much stronger than the other 8 Windflame Thunder Vultures. But unfortunately, Lin Chen possessed more than just the thunder system. A huge hand of nothingness rested above the lightning dragon's claws, and the Windflame Thunder Wyvern had just appeared before it was directly pinched to death by Lin Chen's space-based magic. A wounded Chancellor was nothing more than that, and Lin Chen was completely capable of killing it in seconds nowadays. The reason why he didn't just use the Sublime system was simply because Lin Chen wanted to hammer out his other magic systems. Thousands of thunder continued to bombard, crushing several Windflame Thunder Vultures to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. Seeing this, Mo Fan clenched his fist. Little Yinji, we can't afford to be left behind, this is a rare fighting opportunity. After resolving all 9 Windflame Thunder Vultures, Lin Chen's trio entered the mountain crevice. Mo Fan managed to absorb the Tyrant Desolate Thunder, and the 3 of them continued on. Through the winding cave within the mountain, it was possible to get to the top of the peak, and when it was left, the day was already bright, except for the fact that it was cloudy all year round, making the top of the mountain and the rolling hills around it still obscure and unidentified. Under these circumstances, neither Mo Fan nor Asuriya noticed that the shadows at Lin Chen's feet were slightly darker, their colors deeper than usual. The summit road is very steep, and walking along that chipped edge of the mountain, it feels like you're going to fall off at any moment. The jagged rocky presentation looked like a huge sword-backed dragon, forming a slope that was slowly extending to the cloud position and forming a long, looming cliff at the end of it. The long cliff is completely stretched to the outside of the mountain. The road is very flat, but from afar it still makes people panic. Walking on it is completely walking on a sky road. The wind is bitterly cold, the clouds are surging. You two stand across the room, Asariya said. Fan gave Asariya a wary look, wondering what this woman was up to again. Along with the clouds, Fan and Lin Chen walked to the end of the long cliff. The spatial magic energy in Fan's body began to surge. Lin Chen arrived at the end of the long cliff and gazed downward. In the midst of the thick clouds, black dragon scales oscillated in the midst of it. On the side, Fan finished preparing and poked his head over curiously. See? His Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. What is this thing? Don't look down, look at me. Asariya suddenly shouted. Fan glanced at Asariya and realized that Asariya was running towards herself from the other end of roughly 500 meters. Fan, this person is a little rebellious in the body. You do not let me see, I prefer to see. And at this moment the sea of clouds sank again as a whole by roughly a few dozen meters, and the black stuff that had been underneath the clouds all of a sudden revealed itself on top of the clouds. What is it? Fan was shocked, his eyes gazing at the black thing in the clouds. Fan felt like he was seeing a backbone, densely filled with scales, and black back spines that flew backwards like the horns of the sky, exaggerated arcs like the teeth of a mammoth. A journey through space, an instantaneous change. Asariya ran over furiously, her hands not pausing at all as a bright silver light flashed, enveloping all three. Lin Chen's face was pale, and he directly used his spatial system to block Asariya's magical effects and stayed where he was. Although he might eat the tofu of the beauty that was Asariya if he went over there now, it was clear that the Black Dragon Emperor was more appealing to Lin Chen than beauty. On a lush green meadow, Asariya rose with a hard look on her face. Where's Lin Chen? Fan asked as he rubbed his swollen head. He refused my magic, said Asariya slowly. Ha! At the top of the Tyrant Mountain range, the roar of a dragon that shook the heavens and earth rang out, and Lin Chen's hair stood upside down to the back of his head without the slightest change in his expression. It was just the sound of a dragon roar, and it was a nullity to him as an 8th-level mental power possessor. As he watched the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon claw about to fall, the shadows under Lin Chen's feet suddenly enlarged, forming a shadow that covered the sky to stop the dragon claw. Bang! The two Emperor-level fighting forces blatantly clashed against each other, and the winds were so fierce that the remaining wave of power was definitely no weaker than a super-ranked magic. Blocking the Black Dragon Emperor's strike, the shadow of the sheltering sky slowly retreated, and the figure of the armored-robed Dragon Emperor appeared beside Lin Chen. Two dark golden eyes emerged from the clouds as the Black Dragon Emperor glared angrily at the Dragon Monarch. Why are you trespassing on my land? The Black Dragon Emperor did not utter a word, but both Lin Chen and the Dragon Monarch understood what the other party meant. As an Emperor-level creature, the Black Dragon Emperor obviously had some different means of communication. Austin, we don't mean any harm, we just want to tell you something. Lin Chen opened his mouth, and only then did the Black Dragon Emperor look straight up at the tiny human in front of him. Although Lin Chen's strength was considered good amongst humans, it wasn't enough in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. Human, are you worthy? The Black Dragon Emperor's contemptuous gaze swept over, with 3 thinly veiled, 3 sneers as well as 4 points of carelessness in his eyes. Stone-hammered, the Black Dragon Emperor's eyes are fan stats. Sensing the Black Dragon Emperor's defiance, Lin Chen smiled indifferently and pulled out a small bottle from his bosom, opening the cork. A faint odor of blood emanated, in which was none other than Xin Xia's blood. Upon smelling this flavor, the Black Dragon Emperor froze, followed by the color of anger surfacing on his huge dragon head. Familiar scent, human, what have you done with this one? The Black Dragon Emperor was enraged, it clearly sensed an aura similar to that of Saint Sun Wentai in the bottle in Lin Chen's hand. The monstrous dragon tail flung out, breaking the clouds into large pieces. When the Dragon Monarch saw this, his eyes were hostile, and the fateful abyss appeared behind him, stiffly blocking the attack of the dragon tail. Austin, calm down. Chapter 76 Contracting the Black Dragon Emperor. As you might expect, the owner of this blood is deeply related to Wentai, she is Wentai's daughter. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the Black Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank, somewhat incredulous. Before the Black Dragon Emperor could speak, Lin Chen was the first to speak. She's fine, this is the blood I borrowed, we're very good friends. Why should I trust you? The Black Dragon Emperor narrowed its eyes. With its relationship with Wentai, if something happened to Wentai's daughter, it couldn't just ignore it. I don't have to lie to you, and I'm only pulling this out to let you know that Wontai still has a real daughter alive. Lin Chen smiled and continued, the main purpose of my visit this time is to tell you that you're in danger. Dangerous? As if the Black Dragon Emperor had heard some funny joke, the mockery in his eyes grew more and more exuberant. As a dark true dragon, a supreme being, you're saying I'm in danger? Looking at the arrogant Black Dragon Emperor, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. After experiencing the history of the original giant dragons ruling Europe, the Black Dragon Emperor was still somewhat immersed in his past glory. What if someone used the heart of a Titan child to plot against you? Lin Chen suddenly asked. The Black Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk. As an emperor, it naturally knew what the heart of a Titan child could do to it. But how could this kind of secret knowledge be known by a mere super-ranked human? Tell me who is trying to turn on me and I can owe you a favor. Looking at the Black Dragon Emperor, who still appeared to be high and mighty even now, Lin Chen sighed, these dragons were all the same, arrogant. Lin Chen pointed to the dragon monarch on one side, with him around, do I need your favors very much? The Black Dragon Emperor moved, speechless, the strength of the armored robed Dragon Emperor in front of him was indeed a bit higher. Then what do you want? The Black Dragon Emperor spoke coldly. Austin, I want you to make a pact with me. A contract? Between the nostrils of the Black Dragon Emperor, blazing dragon breath burst out violently, stirring up a cloud of mist. There's no way I'm going to make a contract with anyone but him. The Black Dragon Emperor coldly left such a sentence, then turned around and wanted to leave. Don't you want to see Wontai again? Lin Chen left the Black Dragon Emperor behind with a single sentence. The Black Dragon Emperor turned around silently, a thought passing through his eyes. If what you say is true, I can work with you, but establishing a contract is something you should forget about. Hearing the Black Dragon Emperor say this, Lin Chen's heart rejoiced. Being able to cooperate was already meeting his mental expectations. For an emperor-level creature, a contract had no binding power, so there was not much difference between the two. Only the deed is more convenient. But Lin Chen obviously still had to fight for it. Make a contract of equality with me, and you can also go and see Wentai's daughter, can't you? And as Lin Chen spoke, several summoning spell formations suddenly unfolded behind him. The Black Dragon Emperor froze, feeling the aura of those summoning spells, and instead of being wary, he was somewhat surprised. Dragons, so many dragons, all pure dragon blood. The Black Dragon Emperor's eyes widened as he watched a giant dragon appear, and for a moment, he was actually a bit dazzled. Human, where did you contract so many giant dragons from? The Black Dragon Emperor was thrilled. As the last true dragon in the world, it hadn't known how many years it hadn't felt such a pure aura of its kind. From medieval Europe to the present, the Black Dragon Emperor has lived for an unknown amount of time. It is powerful, but it is also lonely. The Black Dragon Emperor didn't expect Lin Chen to have so many of his kind here. Lin Chen knew that he had managed to shift the Black Dragon Emperor's mindset. From the beginning, he used the matter of Bunta Shinha to establish a connection with him, and then shifted the bond of connection from someone else to himself. They are all my children, and I summon them forth to let you know one thing. With that, Lin Chen pulled out a Supreme Monarch-level material and tossed it to Little Black. Xiao He wailed and swallowed the material in one gulp, and the dark dragon bloodline in his body grew dramatically, unexpectedly reaching the Supreme Monarch level in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen smiled faintly. After such a long period of accumulation, it was normal for Xiao He's bloodline to upgrade. The Black Dragon Emperor looked dumbfounded. What the hell? How did this junior raise his bloodline level by a large stage in the blink of an eye? The material that Lin Chen had thrown out it recognized. It was a Supreme Monarch-level darkness demon from parts. At best it would boost the strength of this little black dragon. How could it possibly boost the bloodline level, and do so quickly? What I want to tell you is this matter. This is my special ability. As long as you become my contracted beast, as long as it is a demonic part with the same attribute, you can raise your bloodline level. It's just a matter of how much. Looking at the Black Dragon Emperor's eyes that revealed his heart, Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth. The fish had taken the bait. At the Black Dragon Emperor's level, seeing so many descendants with pure bloodlines would be exciting, but it was limited to excitement. The reason for the excitement was not yet easy to say. Maybe it was because he wanted to swallow Xiao He and the others to enhance his bloodline. To truly impress a creature of this caliber, come up with a chip on its shoulder. For example, strength gains. As long as you establish a contract with me, I'm certain that I can raise you to a medium emperor, and it's much more likely that you'll find Wontai then, isn't it? The Black Dragon Emperor had to admit that it was ruthlessly moved. Human, I can create a contract with you, but the contract must be equal, and if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. If you want to leave, can I stop you? The Black Dragon Emperor nodded his head undeniably, which was true. However, the Black Dragon Emperor scornfully glanced at the Dragon Monarch beside Lin Chen. This guy is still a little tough. Deep darkness rises, and a vast pact spell shrouds the sea of clouds. Based on the size of the Black Dragon Emperor, the contract spell formation was extremely vast. That's right, Lin Chen could only describe it as vast. A contract spell formation was surprisingly larger than the entire main peak of the Tyrant Mountain range. The original thousands of meters long Shaoxian even looked a bit skinny in front of it. Lin Chen didn't even dare to imagine what a green dragon that was bigger than the Black Dragon Emperor would be like. Taking the Black Dragon Emperor back into the contract space, Lin Chen felt the connection between his souls and couldn't hide his excitement. The addition of the Black Dragon Emperor had almost doubled his strength, and the summoning department had directly broken through to superclass level 2 because of its feedback. Most importantly, Lin Chen's spiritual power had broken through to the 9th level. Lin Chen mouth corner hooked up a touch of indulgent smile, and so on their own again refined the time and space god's eye, go to the summoning realm contracted the ancient elephant. Grasping the 3 great emperor battle powers at the same time, Lin Chen was definitely considered to be the first amongst humans. Of course, if the man with 1 punch and 1 empire from the holy city had appeared, there would have been some debate over the number 1 spot. Lin Chen took a deep breath, glanced at the time, and his face changed. Why has it been so long? Cher will be alright. Chapter 77, Hiding Behind Me. The Dragon Monarch brought Lin Chen all the way to Venice in just 10 minutes by instantly moving from the Tyrant Mountain range. The Mediterranean wind blows like a soft hand gently stroking the hair. A strand of long silver silk swings following the lines of the wind gently swinging, Mu Ningxua's slightly sideways face, looking at the tresses fluttering in the wind. Not all of it was snow white, it seemed that some of it had taken on the thick ink color that it was supposed to be, which had been largely invisible in the past, but this time it was surprisingly already noticeable as thick ink strands of hair mixed in with those that were purely snow white. Just waiting for her hair to turn all black, Mu Ningxua would no longer be subjected to the backlash of the icy cold. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I've finally found you. A man's voice came. Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Ningxua frowned. After all this time, it's time to get acquainted. My name is Pansy. The man said to himself. Looking for me for something? Mu Ningxua asked coldly. Don't be so nervous, I'm just trying to get back what the family gave you. Pansy laughed. Mu Ningxua sensed that something was wrong and took a few steps back, looking around vigilantly. Pansy smiled at the sight, cautious, but it was useless, they had their sights set on the ice crystal Shakti Bao. Mu Tinjing and Nan Rongni's figures appeared on the other side, looking at Mu Ningxua playfully. Along with them, there were also 4 preceptor mages from the Mu clan. There were Venetian order mages around, but Pansy and the others had a family warrant in their hands, which was in line with the rules, and these order mages had to look on. Looking at the retreating Mu Ningxua, Mu Tinjing's face was incomparably smooth. Mu Ningxua, so what if you're not deeply involved in the Black Cleric's turmoil? The family's interests are always the greatest. Do you think your value is as good as the Nanrong family? Mu Tinjing and Nan Rong and I beside her looked at each other and smiled, their faces full of lycanthropic shenanigans. Mu Ningxua's face didn't have the slightest bit of panic, she just looked at Nan Rong and I. I didn't realize that you, who usually seem so mild-mannered, are the deepest hidden snake in the team. Nan Rongni didn't feel the slightest bit guilty, still immersed in the joy of being about to obtain the ice crystal Shakti Bao. Looking at the calmness on Mu Ningxua's face, Mu Tinjing was somewhat annoyed in her heart. Are you still expecting Lin Chen to come and save you, not to mention that he's not here, so what if he's present? Is it possible that he can still fight against all of us? Mu Tinjing said viciously. Mu Ningxua didn't say anything, only the ice magic energy in her body began to surge. Pansy laughed at this, don't be delusional, in front of me, the Guardian, you don't have the slightest possibility of moving the forbidden. But in the next moment, Pansy couldn't laugh anymore because he clearly saw the ice crystal Shakti Bao in Mu Ningxua's hand. Pansy's face became extremely ugly, you fused your soul with the ice crystal Shakti Bao? But it's clearly still a broken Bao. Mu Tinjing's face twisted as this scene not only represented the fusion of Mu Ningxua's soul and the ice crystal sharpshooter Bao, it also represented her talent being as terrifying as it was. This talent was something that she, Mu Tinjing, could not compare to. Ice falls furiously, freezing the crisscrossing waterways of Venice, freezing the vintage architecture, freezing the moist sea breeze air, and freezing the world that is so cruel that one would hate to freeze it completely to death. Gripping the ice crystal Shakti Bao tightly, this was the magic spell, and even more so, the only power that Mu Ningxua could rely on nowadays. Just a second before Mu Ningxue was about to pull the bowstring, a hand poked out from Mu Ningxue's side, preventing her from following through. "Leave everything to me." Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Ningxue instantly knew who the person behind her was, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. "You don't have to fight against the Mu family for my sake." Looking at the ice crystal tears on Mu Ningxue's face, Lin Chen's heart was filled with heartache. It was because he had been concentrating on cultivation all these years that Mu Ningxue had developed such a deep dependence on him when he hadn't even realized it. "Leave the Mu family to me," Lin Chen said softly, then slowly pressed Mu Ningxue's hand down. Holding Mu Ningxue's cold palm, Lin Chen could not control the anger that surfaced on his face. "Hide behind me." After saying that, a long sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Mu Tingying's face was malicious. "Lin Chen, if you want to stand up for Mu Ningxue, you'd better think about the Mu family behind you." Mu Tingying was simply going crazy with jealousy. Obviously just a woman from a small place. Why did she have such a powerful talent? Why did she have this demonic boyfriend? As for her, Mu Tingying, she came from a clan, but she had always been pushed head and shoulders above Mu Ningxue. "Today, none of you will be able to escape," Lin Chen said coldly. As if he had heard some funny joke, a hideous smile appeared on Pansy's face. "Just you?" Frost spread from Pansy's feet, the powerful cold ice, although the quality was not as good as the ice crystal Shakti Bao, but the strength was certainly at the peak level of the high rank. "Noisy." Lin Chen's right hand clenched in vain, and a powerful spatial force erupted, instantly turning Pansy into a puddle of flesh. Retrieving the remaining icebow fragments, Lin Chen coldly looked at Mu Tingying. Mu Tingying only felt like she was trembling all over, as if she was being targeted by an ancient demon. "You, what do you want?" Mu Tingying subconsciously stimulated her soul great ice seed and screamed as she attacked towards Lin Chen. However, such a ridiculous attack was almost completely immunized by Lin Chen, and with a mere wave of his hand, all the frost transformed into ice crystals in the sky, refracting the sunlight that didn't have the slightest bit of temperature. The remaining 4 Mu clan preceptor mages finally reacted when they saw this. "Stop, do you want to make an enemy of my Mu family? Bold fanatic, suffer death quickly." Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 preceptor mages struck out with 4 high-grade ice magic, all killing moves. But the endless cold couldn't extinguish the rage in Lin Chen's eyes, and the powerful power of the Sublime dimension erupted, the space around him sinking several meters in almost an instant. The gravity here had been turned up dozens of times by Lin Chen in an instant. In the next moment, the dense spatial force crushed and exploded the 4 ice coffins, and along with the 4 preceptor mages, they turned into a mist of blood. Lin Chen didn't pause and continued walking towards the Mu Tingying duo. "You, what do you want? It's hard to believe that you still want to kill both of us." Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I screamed, their mouths were strong, but their bodies were retreating backwards uncontrollably. Lin Chen laughed fiercely. "If you want to rely on the Mu family and the Nanrong family to suppress me, then you can all go ahead and die without worry, no one can save your lives." The Mu family? Forbidden spell mages? It was true that Lin Chen couldn't provoke the sacred city yet, but that didn't mean he would be afraid of the Mu family. Lousy obtaining 2 emperor-level battle power is not an aggrieved one, keeping a low profile is not a reason. Dare to mess with Lousy's head, even if the holy city comes, Lin Chen won't see to wimp out. Not to mention you, the Mu family. Seeing that Lin Chen was really going to make a move, Mu Tingying and the others rushed to escape, but they were stopped in their tracks by 4 walls of space. Lin Chen, stop. Chapter 78. Nothing to worry about. The figures of Songha and Fengli appeared in front of Lin Chen, blocking his path. "Get out of the way." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Pinehurst's brow was furrowed in some difficulty. If you kill someone from the Mu family, you can say that it's a family strife. If you kill Mu Tingying and Nan Rong and I, then it's a big deal. It was now during the World School competition, and 2 of the teams suddenly died, one of them being a key healing mage, so what did that make Songyi do? Lin Chen, calm down, if you kill them, then there's no more room for things to turn around. Songyi said. Lin Chen laughed back in anger. Then why didn't you guys come out and take care of Mu Ningxue's accident just now? Songha's face is ugly. Is Mu Ningxue as important as those 2? Without Mu Ningxue, there was still Mu Tingying instead. Even if it was weaker, it was better than being found in trouble by the Mu family. Lin Chen, you're still young. The Mu family's energy is not something you can imagine. Fengli also persuaded from the side. The Mu family has a huge amount of energy in the country. What's more, if you kill them, the country will also hold you accountable, and at that time, will you still be able to resist the pressure from the country? 2 bullying things, get lost. Lin Chen couldn't bear it and continued to walk towards the 2 of them, Mu Tingying. Lin Shan, I'm the lead tutor, if you really want to kill them, step over me. Song He said angrily. Pretending to be deaf and dumb in front of the Mu family, but being tough in front of Lin Chen, he really embodied the word tend to be aggressive to the fullest. Lin Chen frowned in annoyance, and the shadows under his feet suddenly expanded infinitely, enveloping Songha and Fengli. Pine and Crane, two people, were shocked, because under this shadow, they could not move, only felt that the position of the throat was clutched by a big hand. As long as a move, it would be the head of the body. Lin Chen, he was a student, how could he have such a strong power? Song He didn't understand, but he had no choice now but to watch as Lin Chen continued to walk towards the Mu Tinjing duo. Lin Chen, spare our lives, we won't dare to do it again. Mu Tinjing begged bitterly. Right, we've already realized our mistake, and we definitely won't target Mu Ningxuet again in the future. Nan Rong and I said with a sobbing voice. It's not that you know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. Lin Chen said softly. In the next moment, the power of space erupted, and the two heads rushed up into the sky and landed on top of the Venetian waterway. A beautiful woman hurriedly arrived and almost fainted at the sight. Son of a, how dare you kill my daughter? How could Zhou Yilin not expect that Pan Shi and the four preceptors had struck out and failed to take down Mu Ningxue, but instead, his own daughter had died? Just as he wanted to strike, two terrifying magical fluctuations had suppressed Zhou Yilin in place. Zhou Yilin was shocked. Although she wasn't a top expert, she was still a super-ranked mage. What kind of person could suppress herself with just her breath? Zhou Yilin didn't dare to move and looked around vigilantly. Lin Chen was also surprised, he hadn't even made a move yet. Who was helping him? Looking back, two familiar figures appeared. President Han Silence, Chief Lu Huan. That's right, the visitors were none other than Han Silence and Lu Huan. Don't worry Lin Chen, the pressure of the Mu family, Gudu, will pick it for you. Han Silence said with bravado. When they were in the ancient capital, the higher-ups were held back, and it was all because Lin Chen held back the front line, and later captured Sarung. If there was no Lin Chen, Han Silence and Lu Huan would have died that day, and with this kind of favor, even if it was the Mu family, Han Silence and Lu Huan would not be ambiguous. If he was a softie, Lu Huan wouldn't have fallen into the Fury Abyss with the wrecking Breakbone Dragon in the original, and Han Silence wouldn't have sworn to defend the ancient capital. Lin Chen was touched in his heart and smiled, many thanks. Lin Chen didn't need to say any more about this kind of thing, just do it. In the next moment, a spatial blade sliced violently through, so fast that neither Han Silence nor Lu Huan reacted. Zhou Yilin's head was also removed by Lin Chen. Han Silence and Lu Huan looked at each other. Did they mean to kill Zhou Yilin now? Never mind, the atmosphere is here. Lin Chen loosened his restrictions on Songha and Fengli. If you want to sue, you can go ahead, if you think the two of you, Mu Tinjing, are comparable to me. In the face of such words from Lin Chen, Songhe could only smile bitterly. The hero of Bo City, the hero of the ancient capital, the current most demonic genius in Huaxia, how could it possibly be comparable to the duo of Mu Tinjing? Not to mention the fact that it was during the World School competition, just the fact that Lin Chen had caught Sarung for this credit was enough to save his life. Even the crime couldn't be convicted, because right now, the World School competition relied almost entirely on Lin Chen to take the rankings, and as long as the top wasn't stupid, there was no way that they could convict Lin Chen right now. Pine Crane had no choice but to turn around and leave. What could they do? Even if they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to make a move. Not to mention Lin Chen's bizarre control ability, Han Silence and Lu Huan's cultivation alone were not weaker than the two of them. Lin Chen also made the Dragon Monarch loosen his restrictions and coldly watched the two leave. Now that he would hardly have any qualms about striking out. Looking at the Han Silence duo, Lin Chen revealed a smile. President, Chief, what brings you here? Han Silence was still stuck in the shock of the scene just now, and Lu Huan laughed. Of course I came to cheer you on. I didn't expect to encounter something like this as soon as I arrived. What do you want to do next? The Mu family isn't a vegetarian. Han Silence said worriedly. Lin Chen shrugged. At least I'm safe during the competition. Han Silence was still worried and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Huan. The wood has been turned, there's no point in talking more. If there's anything you want to call the two of us, just call us. We good to have always been behind you. After a pause, Lu Huan laughed again, and I think it's unlikely that the Mu family will dare to make a move against you. To make all the undead no longer invade Huaxia with one's own strength, how can such a feat be comparable to the Mu families? The few bigwigs in the military will naturally step in to protect you. According to Lin Chen's original fabricated bet, whether or not the undead would strike against China in the coming decades could all depend on what Lin Chen did. Mu Ningxue came to Lin Chen's side and gently took his hand. wanting to speak. Seeing this, Han Silence and the two of them looked at each other, revealing a picture that they understood everything, and turned around to leave, not disturbing Lin Chen's good deed. Lin Chen was dumbfounded and turned his head to look at Mu Ningxue. What's wrong, Shuer? Mu Ningxue pursed her lips, wanting to say something but unable to speak. She just stood on her tiptoes. After a long time, the two of them separated. Lin Chen looked at Mu Ningxue in surprise. Today this niece took the initiative. Come to my room tonight? Blackie can backflip. Do not dare to write yellow, just right here. I guess there will be readers say, why Zhou Yilin super rank will be pressed to dare not move, is not a stupid bird author again right poisonous point. Let's run through this. Mu Tinjing isn't the Mu family's most core disciple. Her mom's super rank 2 is considered reasonable, right? It can be considered 70. Han Silence and Lu Huan are both super rank full cultivation. Lu Huan would probably be the Gudu's upside down if he hadn't come out earlier. After all, a couple of 100 chapters out is a super rank 4 lineage full cultivation, which is perfectly fine to be considered a 100th level. A 100 level, a 90 level, suppress a 70 level, so that she does not dare to make a move is very reasonable. The protagonist is now 9 levels of spiritual power. Seize the opportunity to kill in one hit is normal, right? After all, mages are high attack and low defense, and the other side cannot imagine that Lin Chen dared to go out to kill her. The above explanation is more than 100 words, will not pay more, you can rest assured. Chapter 79. What kind of exposure is this called? At the place where the Huaxia Statehouse team was stationed, Sun Hufengli looked at each other and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, why did he have to kill them on the side? I could have helped him out. Song He said bitterly. This is great. People are dead. Things can't be undone. Fengli did likewise. Yeah, this kid's temper is so explosive that he choked us all. Thinking about this, Fengli was speechless. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Mu Ningxue. If Mu Ningxue would really be injured, then they would definitely step in. As soon as the ice crystal Shakti bow appeared, even Fengli felt some sense of oppression, so how could they still need to make a move? By the way, what does it say up there? Pinehurst asked suddenly. When it came to this, Fengli's face became much more serious. The meaning from above is to let Lin Chen do it. Fengli and Song He looked at each other speechless. They both understood the meaning of the above. It seems to be that these clans of the Mu clan have been too arrogant recently. The World Scholastic Competition officially began today, and as the Supreme Hall of Magic students from all over the world, and the rare time when ordinary people can have access to magic, this competition can be called the world's attention. A total of 32 countries were shortlisted, and many of the leading figures of national powers were present to watch the game. These include several of the top people in China. The late Palace Chief Pang Lai, the president of the Ancient Capital Clock Tower Magic Association, the Ancient Capital Forbidden Mage Chief Lu Huan, the state government team leader Grand Instructor Fengli, and the president of the Imperial Capital Academy Song He. There were 5 super order full cultivators alone in plain sight, a display of strength that far exceeded that of ordinary small nations. The first match was drawn, and Lin Chen unsurprisingly drew the Sakura team. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fengli's face. Luck really couldn't be stopped when it came. Last time in the World School Competition, China met the Eagle Kingdom early, resulting in an early exit. This time, Fengli would not be afraid of anyone. This session's Huaxia Statehouse team had a luxurious lineup, and the captain, Lin Chen, was fully equipped with the strength to defeat 10 with 1. With the 2 demons below, AI Jiangtu and Mo Fan, the Sakura team in the district could be crushed casually. After a slight hesitation, Fengli called out a few names. Lin Chen, Nanju, Official Fish, Zhao Manyan, Zhang Yu, you guys come out. Hearing that his name was still on the appearance list, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Fengli understood what was going on in his mind and walked over to him and whispered, I just don't want anyone to die. I can still tell which is the lesser of this in the World School Competition. Lin Chen nodded, understanding what Fengli meant. The game started with Huaxia and Sakura taking the field. The field started off with a dirt-like appearance, covered in fine dust, as if just a random wind magic could raise a large area of dust. However, several old mages soon walked into the grounds, and with their earth and plant magic, they began to change the shape of the grounds on the spot. As if by magic, firm earth, hard clay, high rock, and rumble mounds, a different landform was soon formed in full view of the public. In this way, there are different terrains and landscapes. The mages' battles do not become so rigid, and how to utilize their surroundings to their advantage is one of the mandatory lessons for battle mages. Both players take their positions. The referee's voice had sounded. Looking straight across at Lin Chen, Sakura team captain Xiao Hiko smiled slightly. Lin Chen, long time no see. Listening to that Japanese-style international language, Lin Chen was completely uninterested in paying attention to it and quietly waited for the match to begin. Bang! The ceremonial flowers representing the start of the ceremony bloomed in a breeze picked up on the field for no apparent reason. Lin Chen frowned and casually released a gust of wind, blowing all the dust carried by the wind back to the Sakura team's side. Such underhanded tactics are so in keeping with your country. Hearing this, Xiao Higo grimaced, no insulting my country. In the next moment, stormy waves, fierce winds, and great fires pounced towards Lin Chen. Obviously, Team Sakura was trying to take care of the strongest Lin Chen first in an instant, and even if they suffered some subsequent injuries, it would be worth it. However, could 4 people make Lin Chen go down? Xiao and Gu weren't sure of the answer, but Lin Chen knew it in his heart. Even if all of the Sakura team's regular players plus the substitutes came up, they wouldn't be able to carry him for a few moves. Spatial rhythm time lag. Lin Chen raised his right hand and a dazzling silver light bloomed. The 3 attacking magics that were coming at them stalled in place in an instant, no longer able to advance the slightest bit. In an inconspicuous corner, there were also 6 shadow-based pear thorns silently suspended. Lin Chen glanced at the corner, Team Sakura a shadow rat, he would deal with him later. What a powerful space mage. The 4 magic skills were all stilled under Lin Chen's power alone, and could not even come close to the Chinese team by the slightest bit, and that powerful aura instantly caused gasps of surprise from the spectators at the scene. So much magic, and all of it is dissolved with a casual raise of the hand. This person should be the boss in the Chinese team. One shot is dominating. Tens of meters around Lin Chen, a spatial force field was formed, and any magic from Team Sakura that reached the edge of this force field would be stalled, unable to advance the slightest bit. Humph, I'd like to see if you dare to catch this move with your hands as well. Xiao Higo snorted coldly, and a brownish glow shone around him. Xiao and Gu's pupils changed, and their eyes were as if they were petrified that way. This petrification was not godless, but rather it was a sharp sheen. Rock Demon's Pupil Earth Dragon Stab. The complete demonization of Xiao and Gu's eyes gave him access to the powerful rock mastery power of the Demon of Rock. Where the eyes are locked, the hard earth swelled up, and it will be found that the originally flat earth all of a sudden stabbed out a spine like ground thorns to be very eye-catching. Ka! Ka! Soon, several more spine-like thorns broke through the surface, listing forward in accordance with the previous one. Ka-ka-ka-kak. More spine rocks rose up from the ground, and they became taller in turn, from the initial 3 meters coming from the first one to the 15 or 16 meters at this moment, and with that amazingly powerful piercing and listing, it looked as if the backbone of an earth dragon was rushing up from under the surface of the earth to smash the objects on the ground to smithereens. But there were no exceptions. When the 20-meter high ground thorn came within the range of the spatial force field, it similarly stopped in place, unable to move any further. Why, how could it be? Seeing this scene, Xiao Higu nearly shattered his Dao heart. What he had released was a high-level second-grade magic. What kind of cultivation was needed to try to hold it in place with a ranged control magic? Xiao and Gu couldn't imagine it, and there was no time left for him to think about it. Because in the next moment, a large hand formed by the power of space had already slapped over, and neither the rock barrier nor the water defense nor any other defensive magic that Team Sakura could unleash could block this large hand of space. In the next moment, all 4 of Team Sakura's bright side were slapped away, and whatever hidden means they still had, there was no way to use them at this moment. Settling these 4 people, Lin Chen looked towards a spot with a smile on his face. Your turn. Ming Bushong, who was hiding in the shadows, felt as if he had been seen through and was on pins and needles. As expected, the next moment, a large hand formed by the power of space had slapped it, directly sending it flying. Crushing, absolute crushing, even those powerful mage executives in the stands couldn't think of it. The Sakura team, which was the upper middle level of this tournament, would be crushed by a single person from the Hua Xia team. Feng Li's beard curled up, and he couldn't hide the delight on his face. Aya, too much exposure. Playing a Sakura team exposed so much. Why? Feng Li was happy in his heart, but his mouth was still saying modest words. It's supposed to be humility. Pang Lai looked at Feng Li, his face a little confused. Exposed? A high-level mage has 3 magic lines, right? Hearing Pang Lai speak, Feng Li scratched his head. Yeah, normally yes. How many did Lin Chen use? There seems to be just 1. What kind of exposure is that? Chapter 80, All Seconds, No More Acting. The battle with the cherry blossoms came to an end, followed by a match with Mater Day. Although Lin Chen didn't have to play in this match, the players sent by the Chinese side also gave the world a great shock. The 5 players on the Chinese side were Mo Fan, Ai Jiangtu, Zhou Manyan, Zhang Xiaoshu, and Mu Ningxue. Originally, Mater West had thought that the battle could be easier without Lin Chen. As a result, he didn't expect that without Lin Chen, there was still a fire high-ranked full cultivation with elemental Holy Spirit Imo Fan, as well as the young 4th-ranked Spirit Power AI Jiangtu. Mater West lost without a doubt, and Team Wasia is officially in the Raiders of the Lost Ark. On the stands, the national team mentors of other countries left cold sweat on their foreheads. Are you kidding me, asshole? You have 1 team and 3 captain-level characters, right? Moreover, these 3 were stronger than the average Kakufu captain. And in the next treasure capture tournament, if these 3 were allowed to go on the field together, they wouldn't even dare to think about how the other teams should obtain the resources. The Treasure Raider tournament, which was all the resources that the world had accumulated for the State House competition, had an unimaginable amount of resources in it, and it could be said that these resources were at a point where a senior super-ranked mage would be red in the eyes. At night, in Lin Chen's room, the yellow light flickered without attracting anyone's attention. But only Lin Chen knew what power he had just gained. That was a power that surpassed the 9th level of spiritual power, and even Lin Chen could boldly say that his spiritual power, at this moment, could definitely rank in the top 3 in the world. The pupils of Lin Chen's right eye overlapped, and lines representing space and time spread through them, looking divine. In the next moment, the lines were hidden and Lin Chen's eyes returned to normal. Lin Chen hooked the corners of his mouth as the space-time divine eye refined. In the contract space, the Black Dragon Emperor looked at the suddenly much-enhanced spatial barrier in amazement, a little confused about the situation. What the heck? Just now the Black Dragon Emperor felt like he could break free at any time, now why does he have a sense of powerlessness? Badly, the Black Dragon Emperor felt that he had been forcibly bundled into a ship of thieves. Lin Chen had received news about Isendel, the titular Dark Supreme Mage, who was already wanted by the Holy Sanctuary. Lin Chen secretly said that it was a pity, but this person also deserved to die, and had secretly done a lot of things that hurt the heavens and the earth. Because of Assandra's matter, the State House tournament was postponed for 2 days, which coincidentally gave Lin Chen the time to refine the spacetime god's eye. Early the next morning, arriving at the competition venue for the treasure capture tournament, many magic stones blooming with silver luster were placed according to some sort of pattern, and the current Lin Chen was able to see some of the way. Or rather, if Lin Chen wanted to, he could put up a more practical formation with fewer resources. There were a total of 16 teams, or 160 players, in the treasure-taking tournament. On the Chinese side, because Lin Chen had previously made a move to kill Mu Tinjing and Nan Rong and I, there were still 2 people missing, so he had to urgently transfer 2 from the National Pavilion. It was none other than Dongfan Lai and another passerby that Lin Chen didn't recognize. Through the spatial teleportation array, Lin Chen arrived at the space within the treasure-taking tournament. There were no teammates around, so it seemed that Lin Chen was lucky to be able to act on his own without having to bring along a drag queen. Looking up at the pupil eagle on top of his head, Lin Chen walked forward, his keen senses having found something good. On the other side, Imo Fan and AI Jiangtu landed together and instantly established their target with just a glance at each other. Join forces, find people, fight. As 2 militants, AI Jiangtu had the combat literacy of a military mage, and Mo Fan had the destructive power comparable to a mage core. It could be said that they worked together seamlessly, and in just half an hour, they had solved 5 contestants. And during this half hour, Lin Chen wasn't idle and found Mu Ningxue. The 2 were in a dark forest, and several tree spirits were looking at them with open arms. Lin Chen looked annoyed and cut them all down with a single shot of Spaceblade. Collecting the yuan crystals that the race party had placed here, a few $100 million easily came to hand. Outside the separate space of the raid, the mentor of Team Eagle Nation suddenly rose. The Sakura team's mentor looked at him blankly. Hawk-san, where to drop the work? Go report to the tournament authorities that someone doped for the competition. The Eagle Country mentor said without a word of humor. Watching the Eagle Nation mentor turn around and walk into the restroom, the Sakura team's mentor touched his nose in embarrassment, being choked out, but what could he say? After all, it was his own father, he had to provide for it. But this Chinese team Lin Chen also really look angry, obviously the age of the students. You kill the commander-level demon in one hit is what is the meaning of the people of the world are watching it, acting or not acting? And next, the people of the world would see a kill show that belonged solely to Lin Chen alone. As long as it was seen by Lin Chen, whether it was the spirit seeds or yuan crystals put out by the race party, Lin Chen accepted them all. The demon responsible for guarding it tried to block it, and was directly split up by Lin Chen on the spot using the spatial blade, and collected into a spatial ring. The people watching the battle outside couldn't figure out why Lin Chen's storage space was so big. He had collected several commander-level demons, each one was surprisingly large, so how could he fit them in? And behind Lin Chen, several people had been trailing. A man in Eagle Country attire looked around at the people somewhat nervously. Do we really have to take a shot at Lin Chen? The big Ghanaian player gave him a sidelong glance. Can't you see how many resources he has on hand? The Eagle Country player was still a little uneasy, but The big Ghanaian player waved his hand. Don't worry, even though the four of us aren't a match for Lin Chen alone, I've already released a signal. It won't be long until a large number of people arrive, and when that happens, I don't believe that, all of them being of the same age, he'll be able to beat one of our teams. Speaking of which, the big Ghanaian player had an extremely confident smile on his face, not realizing that Lin Chen had already discovered them, but was just too lazy to take care of them because they were too poor, and was just waiting for more people to come along and kill them all in one fell swoop. Lin Chen, what are we waiting here for? Looking at Lin Chen, who suddenly stopped walking, Mu Ningxue asked with some confusion. Lin Chen sat in place with a dog's tail grass in his mouth and smiled when he heard Mu Ningxue's question. Don't worry, someone will be along shortly to give us the money. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so figures surfaced before his eyes, and the corner of Lin Chen's mouth hooked. Coming. When Yak of the Eagle Nation team saw that Lin Chen was staring at them, he didn't know what he had in mind. Not only did you not run when you found us, but you waited for us instead. Lin Chen, you're really crazy. Yak said. Lin Chen shrugged. Someone is rushing up to give me money. Of course I can't refuse. If heaven gives and doesn't take, I'll be condemned by heaven. Yak didn't understand the Chinese language and didn't understand what to give and take, but he knew that Lin Chen was looking down on them. Yak's eyes were shadowy. Since you're looking for death, don't blame us for not being polite, do it. Chapter 81, Battling the Groups of Men. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so people behind Yak immediately stood out, each staring at Lin Chen with unkind eyes. Lin Chen casually swept a glance. A total of 12 people, all talented mages from one country. It was assumed that even if they didn't have much to gain from the treasure capture tournament, their own inventory was quite a lot. Yak summoned his contracted beast and stared at Lin Chen with a fierce smile. Die. The small commander-level demon took the lead, but a few destructive magic spells preceded him and attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up at the pupil eagle hovering in the sky, and his eyes darkened. This treasure-taking tournament must have the eyes of the holy sanctuary. He was not inconvenienced to show too much strength in his Sublime system magic, so he thought that the strength of the Super Order level 1 should be the limit. But it was enough. After all, Lin Chen's Sublime system was instantaneous and consumed very little. As long as Lin Chen wanted to, he could send out 10 superclass Sublime magic in a row without taking a breath. This was the power of the space-time god's eye, which allowed Lin Chen to have a stronger control over the Sublime system and consume less of it. The Gate of Chaos. Lin Chen stretched out his right hand, only to see 4 chaotic surfaces emerge around him, curved surfaces that withstood the lightning, flames, light arrows, and torrents from all directions. After all the destructive magic touched the muddy surface, it was like entering another world, disappearing completely and utterly. The breath of destruction that should have risen unexpectedly did not surface for a fraction of a second. Lin Chen was still standing there unharmed, and even the piece of grass and trees he was in were incomparably intact. Give it back. A yellow light shone in Lin Chen's eyes, and several destructive magic spells were returned to the other party unchanged. Yak was shocked at the sight and hastily summoned his magic tool to block the attack. After a puff of smoke, Yak gritted his teeth and stroked his face. Are you kidding me? Several high-level magic can be blocked. It's hard to. Yak didn't dare to think down the road. How could there be such a young super-ranked mage? But so what if a super-ranked mage was new to the super rank? There was no way he could be a match for a dozen elite high-ranked mages. Yak retrieved the contracted beast that had been blown away and felt a tremor in his soul, so close that his contracted beast was going to die. Behind Yak, the 10 or so foreigners had also been slightly affected by the waves of magic returned by Lin Chen, and appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Damn, it's the Chaos system. The Chaos department specializes in fighting the few against the many, so be careful, everyone. Lin Chen looked at the scene that had calmed down for a moment and let out a cold smile. The treasure-taking tournament has only just begun, so I hope you won't be in a hurry to leave. Behind Lin Chen, Mu Ningxue's high-level ice magic had already been prepared. In the next moment, a huge ice coffin descended from the sky, enveloping the two people at the very front. Look out! Yak's pupils shrank and he hastily warned. The two who were enveloped by the ice coffin appeared calm. After all, they were outstandingly talented mages. How could they possibly be afraid of a regional high-level ice system? Even though this ice system had a soul seed enhancement, it was still too whimsical to eliminate them based on that alone. The two of them were just about to move and block the ice coffin when Lin Chen's attack had already arrived. Nimble control retreat. Lin Chen's eyes were hostile as he raised his right hand violently, and an invisible spatial fluctuation emanated, knocking the two down with an extremely strong thrust. The magic that the two were about to finish preparing was forced to be interrupted. The beginner-level space-based magic looked bizarre under the effect of Lin Chen's extremely strong mental power. No one would have expected that two high-ranked mages would have their spell-casting process interrupted by a beginner-ranked magic. The ice coffin fell, temporarily freezing the two in it. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure instantly moved in front of the two men, a shield of space blocking the others from rescuing them, and the other hand directly removing the spatial scrolls from the two men's hands, preventing them from teleporting out. This action instantly caused a gasp of surprise both inside and outside the arena. No one had expected that Lin Chen would be able to counterattack after blocking several high-level magic spells and cooperate with Mu Ningxue to take away the two men's spatial scrolls. On the stands, Pang Lei looked at the person beside him and laughed. "Speaker, am I right? This Lin Chen guy always does something unexpected." Xiao Zhang smiled and nodded. "Gutsy and capable. We're lacking such a mage right now." The side of the phone Li listened to the face of the skin twitching. What the hell? 2 against 12 this situation appeared. The speaker actually said Lin Chen has the courage. This situation should not run first? It wasn't that Feng Li didn't have confidence in Lin Chen. If it was a single fight, Lin Chen would have no problem beating anyone. But there are so many people here, how could Lin Chen alone possibly block it? At most, another Mu Ningxue would be added to the mix, but now the situation at hand was clear that Lin Chen had the advantage. At this point in the field, the ice coffin shattered, and the two men's supplies had all been pocketed by Lin Chen. It's worth a total of $30 million, which isn't bad. Lin Chen raised his head and looked at the shattered space barrier. These people still had some skills. Their own spatial defense that was comparable to a super rank was broken by their combined efforts in just a minute. Looking at the bursting flames that flew over, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as invisible spatial fluctuations instantly obliterated the large swaths of flames in front of him. My heavenly flame funeral! In the foreign team, one person exclaimed in shock. He had already thought very highly of Lin Chen. He did not expect him to be able to obliterate his own high-level magic just by looking at it. Lin Chen gave them a disdainful look, and faint lines emerged from the pupil of his right eye. I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Before I unleash my attack, I think I have to remind you guys, don't quit so easily, or else you'll go home empty-handed from the treasure capture tournament. Lin Chen smiled and spoke clearly about the advantages and disadvantages. Still in the race, then everything is possible if it is out of the... How else can he wool gathering? Golden yellow light exploded as Lin Chen's figure flashed one after another, appearing in various directions. Realm of Sublime. Lin Chen let out a low shout, and dozens of mirrors suddenly appeared in the void. A mirrored person exactly like Lin Chen appeared in the mirror. In the next moment, the mirror images stepped out of the Sublime mirror one after another and appeared on Earth. Undead souls see you reigns. Purple sky silent thunder deathlight. Storm wave. Black stormwind disc. Countless magics that Lin Chen had mastered were replicated one by these mirrors, and all of a sudden, spatial turbulence was rampant, and even this independent space showed signs of localized shattering, frightening the guardian mages outside into hastily reinforcing themselves. The pupil eagle in the sky was knocked far away by the magical fluctuations, and even the image projected outside became very blurry. At this moment, almost everyone in the world who was paying attention to the World School Competition was paying attention to this place, and as soon as they took a look at the blurred image, they were so angry that they just wanted to curse. Luckily, the picture was quickly restored. At this point, there was no longer Lin Chen in the picture, only the Eagle Kingdom and Yiddish people who had fallen to the ground, and along with Lin Chen, there were also the supplies on them that had disappeared. Chapter 82, Capture the Treasure match has a hang-up, can't play a bit. Playing with the 12 spatial scrolls in his hand, Lin Chen hooked the corners of his mouth. I don't think Sai Fong said he couldn't grab this, so don't blame him for grabbing it if they can't keep it for themselves. These spatial scrolls are good things, like Sarung like ruthless people, hands are often equipped with a use to escape at critical moments. Although the space scrolls sent out by these race parties had limitations, Lin Chen's current subdimensional system was extraordinary, so he could use it with a little bit of modification. These space scrolls alone could casually fetch a sky-high price of over $10 million. Lin Chen put the scroll away. It was still only the early stages, and he had grabbed about 1 billion from a dozen people. If it was at a later stage, after the various players had gathered some resources, Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about how much money he could get. I'm afraid tens of billions are possible. Thinking about this figure, even with Lin Chen's heart nature, he couldn't help but feel a blaze in his heart. Saying that he would do it, Lin Chen brought Mu Ningxue with him as he continued to roam around the battlefield, plundering every non-Chinese person he saw. Coincidentally, Lin Chen's teleportation location was on the eastern side of the battlefield, while Mo Fan and AI Jiangtu were on the western side. Both sides were pushing toward the center, and the other contestants didn't know where to hide well. To the east, there's a transient monster that takes your space scroll and all your supplies straight away, and to the west, there's a flame wraith and a space warrior, both of which work in tandem with each other to take all your supplies and beat you up in the process. Outside in the stands, Fengli was worried about international relations, but Xiao Zhan was still watching with great interest. Cool, how many years has it been since our China has ridden so well in the international arena? Xiao Zhan laughed. Pang Lai and Han Silence looked at each other and laughed. Sure enough, the speaker is also a man of nature. However, the most sexualized one had to be Lu Wan, who had long been cursing with the mentors from other countries on both sides of the fence. What? Space Chaos Dual Cultivation? This is called cultivating a demon. What? How did the fire elemental Holy Spirit get here? It's called the Son of Qi. What? At least 4th level mental power and an oddly high level of combat literacy? It's called persistence and hard work. Lu Wan. One person caught a dozen scolding, not the slightest bit of wind. There is no way, the students have the ability, Lu Wan has the bottom ah. If there was another statehouse tutor who just couldn't stand it, Lu Wan would be even more excited. What? You're a dual system superclass with transcendent powers? Lu Wan laughed, his cultivation revealed, for system super rank full cultivation also with transcendent power, almost oppressing all the tutors horizontally. And if they really want to fight, even if Songha and Lu Wan and the others disliked each other not too long ago, they are definitely united. What Sunset, what Eagle Kingdom, and you guys came with 5 super ranked full cultivation tutors too. And there's more than that in Huaxia, and there are more than just Songha and Fengli mentors on the state government team. In a real fight, all the other countries combined can't compare to Huaxia. The reason we have slightly fewer forbidden spell mages in China is because the Earth's pistol is used to guard the city, unlike you guys who are shameless and patronize the higher-ups. If it was compared to below the forbidden spells, then sorry, the number of China was fully several times that of other countries. And the number of forbidden spell mages in China is slightly less than the proportion of the population, not slightly less than other countries. After the painful mockery, Lu Huan sat back down in a refreshed manner and watched as Lin Chen and the others continued to loot everywhere, instantly feeling even better. At the end of the fight, Lin Chen discovered a problem. Since he had grabbed all the other players' space scrolls before when he thought about wool gathering many times, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. When Mo Fan got the Nian Stone, the few people converged, only to realize that the rest of the people had been integrated into a team. There were more than 50 people in this team, so it could be said that apart from those who had been eliminated by the others, those who had been scourged by Lin Chen and the others were all here. Everyone outside is a dignified young pride, without a space scroll, who is good enough to take the initiative to say to the pupil eagle that they abstained, that is not a disgrace in front of the whole world. So, these people eventually got together and were ready to retaliate against the Huaxia team. We all had a common enemy, and at this moment, all worldly grudges were put aside, and Germany was even willing to believe that Yiddishkeit would help itself to the end this time. Coming to the center of the battlefield, the people on the Chinese side came together. 10 men in total against 50 or so. Advantage on me. Looking at the other party's ragged appearance, Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. As the targets of the robbery, it could be said that these people together could not pull out a single working magic tool. The magical tools that could be used were all used up, and these people were even crippled by their magical energy reserves. Yak was already on the verge of stifling his tears. Lin Chen, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Lin Chen shrugged, here, killing someone will disqualify you from the competition. Yak was silent, how am I supposed to take that? It means if we're not here, they'll kill us. Among the team, the only one who was still intact, Zhiluo, stood out and said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, you are indeed very strong, but with so many of us, you may not be able to get away with it. How about you return the spatial scrolls to us, and for the rest of the time, we will keep our hands off each other. In the team, the official fish looked at Zhiluo who was speaking, with a few moments of mockery in his eyes. The Sunset Empire, the number one person of the younger generation, has bowed down just like this. Zhiluo sniffed and clenched his fists. He had lost to Lin Chen, but it didn't mean that he served the rest of the Huaxia team. If Lin Chen wasn't here, Zhiluo guaranteed to break the mouth of the official fish with 3 punches. But Lin Chen was here, and Zhiluo had already verified before that his own wind, summoning, and chaos lineages were all fully suppressed by Lin Chen. In other words, he still used 3 moves to beat the official fish, and 1 move was too much for Lin Chen to beat himself. Zero choked his neck, his face devoid of the grace of a nobleman of the Sunset Empire. How much money can you guys still scrape together on you? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Zero froze, as if the possibility had occurred to him, and hurriedly turned back to ask. How much money do you have left? Upon hearing Zero's question, the other countries checked their current situation. $500,000 in supplies. $100,000, the money Lin Chen left me to buy medicine. I have another $1,000,000, just picked up the resources on the way to escape. The run. Listening to these offers, Zhiluo's veins rippled on his forehead. Even though everyone had been robbed by Lin Chen after such a long time had passed, you guys couldn't even come up with a few million? Nothing from the Raiders of the Lost Ark? Tetsuro knew that it was impossible for people from different countries to tell all their cards, but he didn't expect just this point. Zhiluo looked at Lin Chen with a reddened face, somewhat difficult to speak. We still have about 30 million. $30 million? Lin Chen froze and subconsciously asked, yourself? Tetsuro lowered his head, tears of humiliation almost welling up as he swore that this was the poorest he had ever been in his life. It's all of US. Zhiluo's voice was small, but Lin Chen was able to hear it at least. Helplessly holding his forehead, it seems that these people are really drained of themselves. Pay $2 million each and I'll let you go. Lin Chen said helplessly, a group of people are also really out of money, a symbolic collection of a little bit of it. Zhiluo sniffed and directly pulled out $2 million, decisively handing it over to Lin Chen while looking at his sunset teammates behind him. Several of his teammates unspokenly took out $2 million and handed it over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had met the sunless Irene on the road, and the people were pretty nice, so he hadn't overly squeezed them, so he was still able to shell out some. As for the remaining people, well, who can't shell out? It's hard to say. Chapter 83. What are you? At the end of the treasure-taking tournament, Lin Chen returned home with nearly $10 billion full of resources. With these resources, at the end of the World School competition, he would be able to raise all of his magic faculties above the high level. On the following day, the 8 teams that had performed well in the treasure capture tournament stood in the center of the Venice Grand Fighting Arena, receiving the attention of all the people. Although, except for the Chinese team, all the other national teams were competing to see who had kept more resources. But resisting Lin Chen's scavenging and preserving more resources, how was it not considered an outstanding performance in another sense? Above the stands, the national tutors of each country understood that the champion of this session was feared to be won by Huaxia. The tutors of the various countries expressed their understanding that if they had encountered someone like Lin Chen when they were students, they would have felt powerless as well. Outsiders understand it, but there are those in HWA who don't. Zhu Huiyin, the secretary beside Speaker Sha Chang, is a representative of this. Auntie, with Lin Chen around, I don't have a chance to play at all. Inside a hidden room, Zhu Jiming complained to Zhu Huiyin. Okay, who do you blame for your own inability? I will talk to the speaker later to see if I can get you a chance to play. Zhu Huiyin said with a frown. Lin Chen. Zhu Huiyin, if he remembered correctly, should be the adopted son of the Mu family. Recently the Mu family had become so powerful that their reputation was almost surpassing the Zhu family. For the sake of the family's considerations, it was indeed necessary to knock a little bit as well. With her mind made up, Zhu Huiyin got up, ready to go to Xiao Zhang and ask him sideways what he had in mind. Just as he walked to the door of the speaker's temporary office, Xiao Zhang happened to walk out. The moment he saw Zhu Huiyin, Xiao Zhang's eyes darkened, his heart was displeased, but his face was expressionless. It's just as well that you're here, come with me, go and see the young men who are fighting for their country. Zhu Huiyin naturally didn't dare to say anything about himself first and respectfully followed Xiao Zhang away. When they arrived at the Venice Grand Fighting Arena, Lin Chen and the others were already in the stands listening to Feng Li's speech. Fan sat on the chair with a big grin. Fighting to the death has finally gotten us here, and I don't know what reward the country will give us. Will it be 100 maids without underwear? Fan giggled, and Xiao Zhang happened to hear him say this and couldn't help but laugh. The laughter attracted the attention of everyone present. Feng Li was startled and hurriedly whispered to remind Fan not to talk nonsense. Grand Speaker. Grand Speaker. Feng Li and the others saluted, and Ai Jiangtu, Zhao Manyan, and the others who knew Xiao Zhang did not dare to be slow. Only Fan was still sitting with a big grin on his face, looking at the crowd with a confused expression. Seeing this, Feng Li slapped the back of Fan's head. This is the Grand Speaker, don't bow. Fan reacted and quickly saluted. Although he was usually big-headed, he still knew what the Grand Speaker was. It was the highest leader in the country. Forget it, young people are very energetic. As long as you guys can get the first place, although the country won't reward you with 100 beautiful women without underwear, but other rewards are still there. Xiao Zhang smiled and joked. Mo Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just kidding, speaker. It's okay to wear underwear. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhan laughed. By the way, speaker, what reward? Mo Fan suddenly asked. Verbal commendation. Xiao Zhan laughed. Morven lowered his head. Oh. Grand Speaker, your verbal encouragement is the greatest reward of all. Zukaman seized the moment and said. Lin Chen bristled, this ass kisser, better not mess with him, or else he wouldn't mind helping the Zhu family clean up this humanoid demon. Xiao Zhang ignored Zhu Jiming's horse's ass and continued, with you guys around this time, I think our Huaxia will be the #1 this time, so I'd like to thank you for the people of Huaxia. With that, Xiao Zhang actually gave a military salute to Lin Chen and the others. Not waiting for the crowd to react, Xiao Zhang continued, we in China resisted the top 5 demons with the world's 20th largest resources, relying on the piling up of human lives. Every one of you who advances in the world school competition can save tens of thousands of lives. I still hope that you, all of you, will do your best. Xiao Zhang said solemnly. Lin Chen and the others nodded and said that they would definitely do their best. Still, the great speaker is deeply righteous. Mo Fan listened to you, aren't you ashamed of the words you just said, and even said that you want some beautiful woman. Zhu Jiming was very good at seizing the moment and gave Mo Fan a hard knock. There are some things that are harmless to say on a regular basis. But there are some occasions when it is said in front of some important people, and that is to have the intention to fall on the wrong side of the fence. Mo Fan narrowed his eyes, the coldness in his eyes showing, you've really been living too comfortably for a while now, after the World Academy competition is over, you'll know how stupid you are. Zhu Jiming's face changed, is it hard for you to still want to kill me? Hearing Zhu Jiming say this, the faces of all the people present changed, saying this in front of the Speaker of the House, wasn't this pouring dirty water on Mo Fan's body? To the side, Zhu Huiyin's face rejoiced, an opportunity had come. Speaker, this Mo Fan is threatening his teammates even in front of you, his heart is really too bad, in my opinion, he shouldn't be on the field in the back. Mo Fan bristled, if you don't let me play, is it to let this kind of trash play, did he contribute anything in the previous matches? This student, do you have any opinions on the person I've raised? Zhu Huiyin's tone carried a bit of seriousness and coldness. So it's you who raised this kind of drunkard, it's a waste of resources, grab yourself and quit, it's useless to stay here. Mo Fan sneered. Zhu Huiyin was furious, she was the first time she had seen such a bold cadet, although she was only the speaker's secretary, but the power in a member of parliament is equal, usually have the speaker as a superior, who shall not give her a few points of face. Grand Speaker, such a licentious and uncaring cadet, it's really unlikely that after the competition, he will commit treason for the sake of profit, then what's the point of us going to all that trouble to cultivate him? It would be better to have him hand over the resources from the treasure raiding competition and distribute them evenly to the other cadets. Zhu Huiyin's words were sharp, and he even had the intention of directly depriving Mo Fan of all the proceeds from the treasure capture tournament. Treason? Lin Chen's eyebrows jumped, this Zhu Huiyin was really good at snapping his hat, originally he was thinking of letting Mo Fan solve the problem on his own, but if she said that, then Lin Chen would have to step in. What kind of thing are you? How dare you slander Mo Fan? Lin Chen spoke in a cold voice. Seeing Lin Chen open his mouth, Zhu Huiyin's face did not change, still cold, so what if the strength is strong? It is still just a cadet, this session of the Huaxia team is full of strong, there is no lack of you one. Do you have any comments, classmate? I remember you got quite a lot of resources in the treasure capture tournament, why don't you share it with the other students so that we can also have a greater advantage in the team competition later on? The corner of Feng Li's mouth on the side twitched, what the hell, this Zhu Huiyin is really killing crazy, Lin Chen even dared to say it. As expected, Feng Li carefully glanced at Xiao Zhang, and saw that the great speaker, who had stopped himself with his eyes a moment ago, was also about to hold his breath. Brothers, I have a high fever today and have been in class all day, so I really can't write, so I'll write one chapter today and update normally tomorrow. Chapter 84, Get Thee Outta Here. Zhu Huiyin gave a speech that belittled Lin Chen and Mo Fan as worthless, slandering them for being selfish, as if not handing over the resources of the treasure-taking tournament was treason. Xiao Zhang, who had watched the whole thing, had only wanted to see if there were any conflicts within the team, but he didn't expect Zhu Huiyin to jump out, which was quite a surprise. What Lin Chen and Mo Fan had done to help the country before, if others didn't know, didn't he, Xiao Zhang, no? Lin Chen and Mo Fan are a bit mouthy, but Zhu Huiyin, your proposal is also a bit too heavy. Xiao Zhang naturally couldn't possibly go and punish the two Lin Chen, but he wasn't in a good position to directly reprimand Zhu Huiyin right now. Grand Speaker, I just think that these two students are a bit ill-intentioned, and if it really comes to a critical moment, they will definitely become a time bomb for our team, leading to a total collapse. Zhu Huiyin said unflinchingly. Zhu Huiyin, your words are too hard to hear. The situation of having an improper heart can appear in anyone's body, but it will never appear in Lin Chen's or Mo Fan's body. Han Silence grimaced and couldn't help but speak. President Han Silence, you're asking me to apologize to two trainees? Zhu Huiyin was astonished. Are you kidding me? What a prestigious position for myself as the secretary to the Grand Speaker of the House to have me apologize towards two cadets? Han Silence, Zhu Huiyin is only admonishing the young man, there's no need to get on the wrong side of the line. Mu Mercury, the Mu clan's old patriarch on the side, smiled faintly. The people from China were not only Han Silence and the others, but also Mu Hg, Lu Xian and others. Only this time, Lu Yilan didn't die at the hands of Mo Fan, so Lu Xian just watched from the wall. As for Mu Mercury, as the old patriarch of the Mu clan, he was extremely angry because of Mu Tinjing's death. It was just that Lin Chen's performance earlier was so dazzling that he couldn't find an opportunity to do so, and now that the opportunity was rare, he would of course fall on his sword. Xiao Zhang's face was bland and he looked ahead, seemingly not caring about the crowd's bickering, but in his heart, he had already blacklisted Mu. Han Silence looked at Mu Mercury, his eyes filled with unprecedented indifference. The previous gentle old man disappeared, now Han Silence, more like a high-powered president of the Bell Tower Magic Association. Upbraiding? Whoever dares to slander Lin Chen and Mo Fan today, I, Han Silence, will fight him to the death. Hearing Han Silence's words, Zhu Huiyin and Mu Mercury were shocked. What's the situation? This Han Silence ate the wrong medicine. Why did he blow up like a gunpowder? They didn't understand, but Han Silence knew it in his own heart. Back in the ancient capital, without Lin Chen, the destruction of the entire city was almost a foregone conclusion. Although Mo Fan hadn't entered the breaking abyss, he had prepared himself at that time. Once Lin Chen failed, he would kill his way out of the ancient capital and jump into the breaking abyss. Han Silence couldn't do silence in the face of Gudu's benefactor, and he must make Zhu Huiyin apologize today. Han Silence, apologizing is out of the question. Zhu Huiyin's temper got the better of her, and even if the other party was the president of the Bell Tower Magic Association, she wouldn't compromise. Han Silence laughed back in anger. Good, Zhu Huiyin, there were some things I didn't want to say, but you've really gone too far. Today our Huaxia is ranked in the last game of the 8-4, you still have 3 more games to think about whether or not to apologize. Zhu Huiyin grimaced, I'd like to see what could make me change my mind. Zhu Huiyin smiled coldly, she was thinking of drawing closer to Mu, and it just so happened that Lin Chen himself jumped out and gave her this opportunity, so she naturally couldn't give it up. Lin Chen, blame yourself for being a cadet. How can you possibly fight with my Grand Speaker's secretary when you're so young? Zhu Huiyin does not believe that Lin Chen and Mo Fan can have any capital to resist themselves, but she has been in the officialdom for decades, and her intricate relationship is destined to Xiao Zhang cannot easily move her. Xiao Zhang, is it true that we can't touch her? The first 3 matches of the 8-4 were very exciting, and at this point, no country could stay in the game any longer, and without obtaining enough resources in the treasure capture tournament, they could only rely on their blood and heritage to fight. As the 4th match was about to begin, Zhu Huiyin looked at the news software and messaging software, which remained calm and quiet, without any waves, and couldn't help but sneer. President Han Silence, I think the heart of the matter is finalized, and nothing can make me change my mind. Han Silence didn't respond, just sent out the long-edited message from his cell phone. Title, Shocker. Gudu was saved originally because of them. As a senior citizen who doesn't use the internet, this is the most appealing headline Han Silence could come up with. Han Silence's ability to come up with titles is probably the same as the author's ability to name gargoyles. It's not a remarkable name, but the term ancient capital appeals. When the ancient capital catastrophe shocked the whole country, but there was little news circulating, and no one was sure of the specifics. But those reporters don't know, Han Silence as a party can still not be clear. In Han Silence's article, starting from the Black Cleric's layout to the siege of the ancient capital by the Undead, it was clearly written in there that it was Lin Chen who had blocked the outer city, that it was Mo Fan who had pierced through the streets full of undead, and that, in the end, it was Lin Chen who had been relied upon to resolve the source. Once the article was released, it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. The sight of Lin Chen killing the undead at the head of the ancient capital city was still clearly present in the hearts of the people of the ancient capital, and now they saw President Han Silence announcing Lin Chen's name. Instantly, millions of people in the ancient capital liked and commented on it plus forwarded it, making Han Silence's article the #1 hot search. And at the end of the article, it also told about Zhu Huiyin suppressing Lin Chen Mo Fan. This Zhu Huiyin is also too inhuman. a national hero is slandered. It's the civil servant. Zuhue in I dry Irma. This is the military general. The comment section is 100,000 plus and all of them are scolding Zhu Huiyin. The radicals feel they are not radical enough and the conservatives feel the radicals are too conservative. Zhu Huiyin, who was swiping the news software, froze in her face. What? It was Lin Chen and Mo Fan who saved the ancient capital in the first place. How old were they? Zhu Huiyin couldn't figure it out, but she knew that she was finished. When this news was not reported earlier, the nature of this incident was a private verbal dispute, but when it was reported, it could affect social harmony and stability. If Xiao Zhan wants to civilian anger, then pack up your things and leave your job tomorrow. Xiao Zhang's voice came from the side. Zhu Huiyin's face was terrified. Speaker, this is. Xiao Zhang interrupted with a cold face. There is no need to say more. As the speaker's secretary, slandering cadets who have fought for the country like this, you no longer deserve to be the speaker's secretary. Xiao Zhang left, and Zhu Huiyin sat in her seat lost in thought, feeling the fall from the clouds. Zhu Huiyin still wanted to say something, but Xiao Zhang had already tolerated this woman beyond his limits. Originally it was someone else's eyes planted by his side. If she had been more peaceful, Xiao Zhang would have been able to tolerate her for a while, but since she jumped out herself to seek death, then don't blame him for being merciless. Zhu Huiyin couldn't see Xiao Zhang anymore, and could only see the words that Xiao Zhang had left for her. Get thee outta here. Chapter 85, I heard you're a destruction mage too? Zhu Huiyin was fuming like crazy trying to find Lin Chen and Mo Fan and apologize to them, but unfortunately, Mo Fan and the others were already on the field. For this tournament, Fengli intended to sharpen Mo Fan and the others, so he pressed Lin Chen to the bench. It would be pointless to put him on, and Fengli wanted to see how much strength the Huaxia team still had without Lin Chen. The German team on the opposite side had more hope in their hearts when they saw that Lin Chen wasn't on the court. What if he had knocked out the 5 men on the field before Lin Chen got into the ring, and then blasted Lin Chen down to win while he just got into the ring and didn't have time to prepare? If it's highly unlikely, but it's not zero. Germany, who had already despaired of being drawn against China, now saw a chance to win the match and were fired up. But alas, although they hadn't met Lin Chen, they had met Ai Jiangtu and Mo Fan on the court together. The venue this time was a desert, and the dry environment was not conducive for water mages to power up, but fire-earth mages were comfortable. Mo Fan, on the other hand, happened to major in the fire system. Heavenly Flame Funeral Hellfire. Unlike the red flames that were normally seen, this Hellfire Stone appeared dark green, and the coronal ring of that firelight that was formed outside of the Hellfire Stone was also completely dark green and deep green, and it was clearly a soul-grade flame. Looking at the opposite destruction mage Riddick, Zhao Manyan was just about to defend when Mo Fan had already stepped out. Leave it to me, offense is the best defense. Mo Fan hooked the corners of his mouth. Finally it would be his turn to act like a bully. All this time, Lin Chen had taken care of all his opponents so quickly that he hadn't had the chance to show his strength. The blazing flames were burning. Behind Mo Fan's back, the silhouette of the Yanji maiden emerged, and the dual spirit species of the hijacking flame Mei Yen was attached. Although there was no soul species, the power was by no means weaker than the soul species. Heavenly Flame Funeral 1000-Petal Flame Flower. Mo Fan's eyes turned into a fiery red color, and he struck out with a fire high-level 3rd-grade magic, obviously holding his breath. Ruidi's face changed. He didn't expect that Mo Fan's fire system was actually a high-level 3, which hadn't shown up at all before. Moreover, Riddick clearly didn't feel soul-level flames on the other party, but the increase in this fire system was no weaker than his own. The Hellfire Stone and the 1000-Petal Flame Flower collided, violent sparks flew and the blazing temperature almost scorched the air. In the next moment, the Hellfire Stone exploded and turned into a sky full of red stars, while Mo Fan's 1000-Petal Flame Flower still had nearly half of its power left. Dual Spirit Seeds, Higher Level 3, Fire Elemental Holy Spirit, all 3 combined made Mo Fan's fire department the number 1 in this competition. Mo Fan's destructive ability suppressed Riddick fully and laughed out loud. I heard you ranked higher than me in this tournament? Looks like it's 4th, even I'm behind you. Everyone says that you're the number 1 destruction mage besides Lin Chen. I don't think that's true. Mo Fan laughed out loud, the flames in his hands flung out as if they didn't need any money, and the firepower of one person was comparable to an entire team on the opposite side. Ruidi clenched his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't gotten enough resources in the treasure capture tournament, how could he be weaker than Mo Fan? Riddick wasn't happy, he still had teammates. Looking to an ice mage beside him, Riddick spoke, I need help. That ice mage didn't hesitate and activated his summoning faculty, actually summoning a sub-dragon. The White Earth Rock sub-dragon, which could reach the monarch level when it reached adulthood, was not to be underestimated in terms of battle power now, even though it had not yet grown to its peak. Fan saw this, but he laughed out loud and said, "Where did the baby dragon come from?" This white earth rock subdragon is dozens of meters long, standing up as comparable to a 20-story building, but Fan has seen Lin Chen's giant dragons, which are often hundreds or thousands of meters long, and this subdragon can't get into his eyes. Fan waved his big hand, his body was covered in lightning surges and countless lightning thunderbolts fell, striking heavily on top of the subdragon. The strong lightning surprisingly surpassed his fire system in a moment. An unbelievable look flashed in Riddick's eyes. Thunder and fire dual cultivation, both of them are high rank 3. Ruidi shouted out of breath. Relying on the power of his innate talent, Riddick had always considered himself to be the most talented destruction mage, but it wasn't until he met Lin Chen. A hand of sublime power was almost horizontal to all the younger generations in this session. Riddick admitted that the gap was too big for him to even think about catching up, but why would Fan come out without Lin Chen? Unwilling to do so, Riddick roared and used his strongest destruction magic, only to be annihilated under Fan's thunder system. Looking at the traces of lightning on the field, Fan gave a hideous smile. His tyrant desolate thunder could leave behind lightning marks every time he used his thunder magic, and each of those marks could trigger a thunderbolt. The power of this thunderbolt was comparable to middle-ranked magic. And Fan's thunder system had long since strengthened the 49 stars of the middle rank, which meant that every thunderstrike here would be able to induce a thunderbolt comparable to half a high-ranked magic. Fan's mind moved, and hundreds of trails of thunder and lightning on the field were unleashed with a roar, black and rubber clouds densely covered, and terrifying thunderbolts fell, crazily bombarding the few people from Team Virtue. The defense mage of the German team's face turned white, the lightning hadn't carried over yet, and Fan's fire magic had already been prepared. Heavenly Flame Funeral Hellfire. The fire meteors from beyond the sky fell along with the thunder from the sky, completely crushing the German team's defense mages. The 3 members of the German team were instantly unconscious, and if it wasn't for Fan's retention of his hand, I'm afraid that these 3 would have died on the spot. The German team immediately used the 3 slots for the substitutes, but the momentum was already gone, as Fan's destructive ability was already in full swing, and the power of thunder and fire was unstoppable, literally destroying everything. Especially with AI Jiangtu on the field, the captain of the German team was completely outmatched, and after Josen fell, AI Jiangtu quickly stepped in and sent the German crowd off the field one by one. The German team lost and the Chinese team won. Because of Han Silence's article, there were hundreds of thousands more people watching the World School competition, and when they saw Fan alone pressuring everyone on the other side to fight, they cursed Zhu Huiyin. "Motherer, this speaker's secretary is really dim. People Fan fights hard for the country, she is there to turn black and white upside down. Upstairs, watch your language, she is no longer the speaker's secretary. 10 minutes ago, the grand speaker issued a notice that Zhu Huiyin stepped down. That's so handsome, I want to be a mage in the future and ascend to the stage of the World School competition." Sitting in the stands, Zhu Huiyin had completely despaired, things had come to this point, there was no room to turn things around. Zhu Huiyin left in despair, not realizing that a faint shadow had been following her. The moment Zhu Huiyin stepped out of Venice, the dragon monarch would instantly strike and take her life. Lin Chen sat on the stands, feeling the passing of a life without the slightest movement. There were many factions in the Ancestor family, killing Zhu Huiyin wouldn't affect his relationship with the other factions of the Ancestor family. But so what if it affects it? Lin Chen scratched his head, affecting it would only cause himself to kill some more people. Fengli, who was still unaware of what was happening, said towards Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you start in the semi-finals." Chapter 86, Stormtroopers. Because of Lin Chen's presence, this Huaxia World School competition hadn't lost at all, and had ridden high all the way to the semi-finals. The only one that can rival Huaxia is the Sun Country, which has become a dark horse. Since both Huaxia and Sun Country had won all their matches, the top 3 spots were already set, and all that was left to do was to wait for Hixiawax and Sun Country to split their matches, and then each of the 3 countries would play one match to split the championship. In order to win, Hirschwax even sent in Assyria, but alas, Chero had some strength after all, plus his teammates were also much stronger than Hirschwax's, so in the end, it was Sunrise who won, and Hirschwax regretted to finish in 4th place. At night, inside Lin Chen's room, the reflection of red wine fell on the table, and Assyria nonchalantly raised her glass. The scarlet wine slid down her slender white neck. Lin Chen was helpless. "We have a match tomorrow, why are you looking for me at night?" Assyria put down her glass of wine, her pretty face without the veil covering it, and looked especially moving under the light. "It's so late and you didn't say anything about turning off the lights." Assyria smiled faintly. Lin Chen was too lazy to get involved with her. Mu Ningxue was staying in the next room. If she found out that he was in the same room with a beautiful woman in the middle of the night, then there might be some misunderstanding. Say something. Looking at the indifferent Lin Chen, Asuriya collected her smile. Boring man. After a pause, Asuriya's face became serious. I've climbed the Tyrant Mountains once more. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face was unchanged, just waiting for Asuriya's next words. Asuriya stared intently into Lin Chen's eyes and said, Austin is gone. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently, wouldn't I know where it went? Do you think I have the ability to influence an emperor-level creature? Asuriya didn't say anything, trying to detect clues through Lin Chen's expression, but unfortunately, she didn't see anything unusual. I hope so. Asuriya said. With that, Asuriya got up, good luck with your match tomorrow. Lin Chen raised his glass, congratulations on your 4th place. Asuriya's face darkened and she twisted away. There are some powers that are not fit for the field of play, and I think you understand that better than I do. Also, you have no emotional intelligence like that asshole Emo fan. Early in the morning, Lin Chen stood on the field of play, looking across at the Sun Country's players with a slight smile. The opposite side was also one of the rare players who didn't have any conflicts with him. During the treasure seizing tournament they knew that they were weak and couldn't compare to Lin Chen. They all took the initiative to hand over their resources. Lin Chen, even though it's already been said, I'm here, but I still want to solemnly express my gratitude to you for saving the mages of Pushkini City in the first place. In the Sun Country's team, Mios bowed and then glanced at Imo Fan again. It's just that some of the people on your team are more shameless. Lin Chen lost his smile and was not in a position to say anything more. He just returned the salute and then quietly waited for the referee to announce the start of the match. As the 2 countries with the most undead in the world, I'm afraid no one expected that the only 2 all-conquering countries would be them. For this match, the Chinese players on the field were Lin Chen, Mu Nugio, Mu Ningxue, Nenju, and Dongfang Lai. That's right, Wachovia sent 2 substitutes in a near-final match. Feng Li didn't want to do this either, but who let this be what Lin Chen asked for? His own sister didn't have much of a shot yet, and it would be helpful for the Mu family if Mu Nugio could help gain a victory. As for Dongfang Lai, is purely the Dongfang family bribed Lin Chen, gave a full 500 million, only to ask Lin Chen can recommend Dongfang Lai on the field a little bit, and be knocked down is also fine, when the time to create a persona for the country burned out is also good. Players ready. The voice of the head referee fell from on high. As we enter the countdown, each player can't help but show their nervousness. Except for Lin Chen. Begin. The main referee gave the order in a loud voice, and while the sound was still echoing above the island's fighting arena, the 5 people from the Sun Country were seen chanting the same incantation almost at the same time. Blurred gray star track around them, quickly weaved into a kind of set in the land under the feet of the gray through the fishy red pattern. The pattern is not like a star map, through a kind of demonic art of the dangerous light. Wake up, warriors! Neos bit his finger and spilled the blood from it onto the hard, dark brown earth. A small drop of blood, but all of a sudden stained this piece of land, spread hundreds of meters, so that this piece of hard soil as if cursed that. The trees, flowers, and grass on it withered as much as they could, as if life had been drawn out of it. Gradually, the soil began to loosen and gradually became as gushing as boiling water. Terrible screams came from under the soil. An undead creature whose body was wrapped by a bright red hair black long cloth burrowed out from the soil. They were all covered with a bloody gas, their eyes flashed with green light, staring maliciously at the things that possessed the scent of the living in this arena of fighting. There was a gleam in Mio's eyes. The Raiders of the Lost Ark was not the right place for them to summon the undead for battle, but now that they were on top of the arena, it could not be more appropriate. Every drop of blood can summon 20 or 30 crimson mummies, 5 of the Sun Kingdom. A single summoning is hundreds of them. It is simply the configuration of the explosive soldier stream pulling full. Lin Chen patted Mu Nugio's shoulder. Go ahead and make a move, I'll cover for you. Nugio nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry brother, I'll definitely perform well. Everything grows. With a flutter of her long sleeve, countless bright green powder seeds flew towards the front of the crimson mummy. The demonic tree with sharp-edged branches and leaves grew crazily in that soil, and it was only a matter of seconds from the small buds that broke out of the ground to the 5 or 6 meter tall sharp-edged leafy wood. Leaf dance. Nugio maneuvered those sharp-edged trees to swing, so those leaves that were as sharp as the blades of the knives flew in that area with the gusts of wind she raised. These leaves are exceptionally sharp, and even easily tore through the shroud of those crimson mummies, and even broke through their iron muscles, and those crimson mummies who rushed ahead turned into pieces in an instant. The green-colored sharp-edged leaves quickly dyed red, and all of the 20 or so crimson mummies that rushed in died. On the other side, Dongfang Lai's eyes lit up with a fiery red glow. Heavenly Flame Funeral Hellfire. Soul-level flames flashed as Dongfang Lai excitedly swung his right fist and a huge hellfire stone descended. Dongfang Lai's innate talent was perverse. As long as it was fire magic, then it would be raised by one level. It was simply a concept level skill. If it came to forbidden spells, this natural talent might be able to unleash magic beyond forbidden spells. However, it was a pity that Dongfang Lai's cultivation talent was average, and he would most likely stop at the super rank in the future. The massive hellfire stone blasted down, smashing large swaths of undead away, and teaming up with Manhwa, it directly emptied the field of more than half of the crimson mummies. But the speed at which they struck down was nowhere near the speed at which the Sun Kingdom was summoned. 5 drops of blood fell, and hundreds more crimson mummies hissed out of the ground. Chapter 87, You've never used this kind of child coaxing technique on me before. Mu Ningxue wasn't idle either. Her soul-level ice domain unfolded, and in conjunction with Mu Nugio's ice domain, she froze the small undead present, greatly easing the pressure. On the other side, Nanju's sound magic was ready, and dozens of crimson mummies perished as one Mu fell. In terms of hard power, Nanju was still much stronger than Mu Nugio and Dongfang Lai. The 4 of them took turns and kept killing the undead summoned by the Sun Kingdom, but the speed of the kills simply couldn't match the speed of the summoning. The number of undead on the field now exceeded 500, not just the crimson mummies, but the even more powerful breaking axe mummies as well. It's so hard to get on the field once, how come it's playing as a tower defense? Dongfang Lai cursed. The field was full of frozen thorns at this point, reducing the speed of the undead. Behind it was Nanju's wide-ranging sound magic. Lastly, it was Dongfang Lai who used his fiery fist to kill the undead who had managed to get past the 2 major obstacles by name. It looked like the Sun Country's undead were not going to cross the line, but while Mu Ningxue's few people's magical energy was limited, the Sun Country's undead sea tactics were endless. Obviously, Mu Ningxue's few people were simply not enough to match the consumption of a necromancer of the same level. Realizing all of this, Mu Nugio couldn't help but turn back to look at Lin Chen. Although she wanted to fight for the Mu family's glory, it wasn't on the premise of losing the match, and now if she wanted to break the game, she had to rely on Lin Chen. Mu Nugio turned back to find Lin Chen's hair standing upside down, his eyes alternating between silver and yellow light, a picture of him about to zoom in. Brother! Before Mu Nugio could finish her words, Lin Chen's hand had already pressed down on her shoulder. I know, please help me stall for time to prepare my stance. Saying that, Lin Chen even pretended to glance at the cameras next to him as if he wasn't paying attention, and even used his sound magic to make sure that those devices could record his voice. The loudspeakers carried Lin Chen's voice throughout the arena, and Jaluo, who was seated at the bottom of the arena, had a dark look on his face. Prepare a master stroke? I'll believe you to hell. When you beat me in the treasure raiding tournament, you didn't even have any backlash when you hit me with your super rank magic. Wouldn't the magic that can make you prepare for such a long time be super rank 3? Jaluo didn't believe Lin Chen's bull at all, super rank 3, not to mention whether or not he could use it. Even if he did, a few people from the Sun Country would definitely have to die. By the time all of Sun Country is killed in battle and China is disqualified, Sunset will not be the champion. Chero didn't believe that such a good thing could fall into his lap. As expected, Jaluo was on the verge of tears when Lin Chen shouted out that line about a spatial rift. You've never used such child coaxing tactics on me before. What was a space rift? It sounded bluffing, but it was just a middle-ranked 3rd-level space system magic. Jaluo didn't believe it at all. A middle-ranked magic you, Lin Chen, could prepare for 5 minutes? The people don't know about it, even though Chero knows about it. The people only knew that the 4 of them, Mu Nugio, had struggled to resist for a long time before Lin Chen released his big move. Spatial cracks, even space can make cracks, it must be a very powerful magic. Look at the dazzling silver light, look at the dissolving undead, look at the shattered space. The other 4 are working hard too, thanks to them fighting fewer against many, blocking the Sun Kingdom's attack. It gave Lin Chen time to prepare his stance. 3 minutes, I want to know all about them. MD, I blame Zhu Huiyin. Looking at the pop-ups that crossed over the cell phone video, Jaluo man numb, how is it that there are still people in the sunset who are being moved because of Lin Chen? Taking another look at the fight on the field, Zero went even more numb. Only silver light flashed as a huge space blade cut across the fighting arena, the space rift extending for hundreds of meters, chopping all of the nearly 1,000 undead along the way into pieces. The blade of space stopped a few dozen centimeters away from the Sun Kingdom. Neos and the others only felt that their exhaled nostrils were cut by the blades of space, and as far as their eyes could see, they were shocked by the cracks in space. The undead were all destroyed, and all of the Sun Kingdom's hard-earned undead army disappeared in an instant. Mios and the others knew that they were defeated. Taking a deep breath, the people of the Sun Country looked at each other. Do you struggle a bit with your last card, or do you use that card to keep your second place? Soon the answer came to their minds. Strive for the first. The Sun Kingdom had never won first place in the world scholastic competition, and their country, infested with undead, needed not just the resources of first place, but also the word first place to inspire confidence in the populace. The sun, it does not set, it wipes out all of time, and even if you are monstrously strong, you will be silent in 1,000 years, and the sun will remain the same. The 5 people of the Sun Kingdom chanted the spell of the dead at the same time, and great constellations slowly enveloped their bodies and formed an even larger constellation of the dead. The constellations of the undead were not composed of bright and shining stars, but looked more like a sculptural silhouette imprinted with strange spells, exuding an endless evilness. All 5 constellations together were close to the realm of a star palace, and their aura was astonishing. The black gate of hell opened in front of them, and the gate of hell was so huge that the 5 of them were like insects and ants on the side. Kaka! A hissing roar from the depths of hell shook the sky in clouds, and the calm ocean flooded with a raging tide. A lengthy, huge black skeleton crawls out of a black hellmouth. The head was like a coconut hanging from a coconut tree. It was a creepy sight to see, and its body was so huge and long that its head was already above the entire island, but most of its body was still under the Hellgate. This time, the Sun Kingdom's Pharaoh's Fountain had not been mostly collected by Mo Fan, and the great touched insect demon's strength was much more astonishing. From the aura, the strength was already close to the sub-monarch level, 1 level higher than an advancement stage commander. But to Lin Chen, this thing was just looking bluff. Knowing that I've slain the Dark Sword Master and summoned the Great Touch Insect Demon, you guys might as well use this tactic in the fight for second place. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Neo's forced to smile, his face a little pale. There's always something to work on, and we're not happy to just walk away. Neo's remembered the way Lin Chen had stored up his strength just now. Perhaps, Lin Chen was now so depleted that he couldn't use that kind of terrifying magic anymore. As he spoke, the entire body of the Great Touch Insect Demon One had already slapped down heavily. Lin Chen utilized the spatial system to send the 4 Mooning Shui away from the fighting arena. They weren't needed here anymore. The stars of the shadow system flickered as Lin Chen's figure vanished into the shadows, dodging this attack from the Great Touch Insect Demon. Looking at the shattered island, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The attack was not bad. Chapter 88, Instantaneous Without Een? Lin Chen used the transported shadow to dodge the attacks while looking up at the cruise ship in the distance. The fight arena for this tournament was a sea fight arena where spectators could only sit on yacht cruise ships. Lin Chen knew that the people from the sacred sanctuary were mingling among them, checking to see if there were any abnormalities here. In other words, it was looking to see if there were any demons with enough talent to shake the holy city, and if there were, then they would be arrested on a trumped-up charge. Lin Chen had already exposed his super rank cultivation earlier, and this should be the tipping point that the holy sanctuary could accept. If Lin Chen were to reveal something even stronger, it would be hard to say. Super rank 1 magic was the limit, transcendent power couldn't be exposed, level 8 and above mental power couldn't be exposed, and facing a huge-sized sub-monarch, Lin Chen still had some headaches. Unlimited instantaneous subdimensional super order magic? That's not as bad as exposing the transcendent power, infinite instantaneous super order. It's more shady than the stigmata. In the distance, Neos and the others were constantly dodging the aftermath of the Great Touch Insect Demon's attack. Their magical cultivation was not enough to fully control the Great Touch Insect Demon, and they were now in quite a mess. But all in all, the first target of the Great Touch Insect Demon's attack was still Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you admit defeat. This Great Touch Insect Demon of mine is not weaker than the Dark Sword Master. You are now fighting for several days in a row. You have consumed too much. After a while, I'm afraid that even we won't be able to control the Great Touch Insect Demon. Neos said. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's figure appeared beside Neo's. Neo's pupils shrink, so fast. If I wanted to take it easy, I could have knocked you guys off the field right now, but I don't think you'll be willing to do that, so let's see how I defeat this Great Touch Insect Demon next. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and with a casual wave of his right hand, a spatial cage that was comparable to super-ranked defense magic trapped the 5 Neos within it. 80% of the Sun Kingdom's entire strength was in the undead, and now that they had exhausted their magic energy in Pharaoh's Fountain to summon the Great Touched Insect Demon, they were simply unable to break through the cage that Lin Chen had set up in a short period of time. Neos looked deeply at the man beside him. If you can't take care of the Great Tentacle Demon in 10 minutes, we won't be able to suppress it at all, and by then, if you lose, it might be too late for the tournament to rescue you. Hearing Neo's reminder, Lin Chen smiled faintly. After 10 minutes, you guys can get ready to go and fight with Sunfall for second. Arrogant. Mio's raised an eyebrow and stopped attacking this spatial cage. It would be useless to go out anyway, having this cage would be enough to withstand the fallout from the Great Touch Insect Demon's attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's figure disappeared into thin air, and a trace of electricity left behind in the spot caught Mio's attention. Thunder! Looking at the huge body of the Great Touch Insect Demon that was blasting down, Lin Chen's body erupted with sparkling electric light, and the powerful purple thunder turned everything around him into scorched earth. Purple Heavenly Domain! Stunned and speechless, the Great Touched Insect Demon suddenly opened its large mouth and spewed out a black column of light from its esophagus. The black pillar of light slashed from one end of the island to the other like a cutting ray, completely chasing after Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't have the mind to hide at this point, who was afraid of a head-on confrontation. Purple Sky Punishment of Thunder Ring. 9 deep purple thunder halberds slowly coalesced in the air, and the thunder around Lin Chen shone even denser. Spatial Rhythm Time Lag. With a flash of his right eye, endless silver light appeared, weakening the speed of the black light pillar. In the next moment, Lin Chen's right hand pointed remotely at the Great Touch Insect Demon. The Ban of the 9 Rings. The 9 huge thunder halberds fell down, as if they were meteors of the sky, landing on top of the body of the Great Touch Insect Demon one after another. Bear, 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 bear. Fine electric light exploded, and the 9 thunder halberds deeply embedded themselves into the body of the Great Touch Insect Demon, nailing its huge body to the island. Nimble Control Air Shield. An invisible shield wall appeared in front of Lin Chen, and the slowly arriving black light bombarded on it, but it only created ripples, and the shield wall showed absolutely no signs of breaking up. The corners of Mio's Jing's mouth twitched. Less than a minute, 3 superclass magic in a row, 666, acting doesn't even work anymore, does it? Jaluo under the stage was even more devastated. As a Chaos Lineage mage, he knew even more about how powerful these 2 moves of Lin Chen's Space Lineage magic were. To be able to increase a middle school ranked magic to such an intensity meant that Lin Chen's mental power was at least at the 7th level standard. Knowing that AI Jiantu could have swept through most of the contestants with just his 4th level mental power, Jaluo couldn't believe what kind of demon could have reached 7th level mental power at this age. Jaluo's spirit was in a trance, and he only felt that his Dao heart had collapsed. Yes, Lin Chen is definitely the old mage in disguise. In fact, his real body is the Chinese Panglai, right. On the other side of the room, Panlai heard it and slapped his head. Boy, at this moment I wish more than anyone else that this person was Panlai, but I, Panlai himself, am now saying that I really wasn't this strong when I was in my 20s. On the other side, deflecting the Great Touch Insect Demon's attack, Lin Chen gently raised his eyes and instantly sent out 2 superclass spatial system magic, and for the next 5 minutes, the spatial system couldn't be used anymore. Then, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. What other magic faculties would he have to utilize? Looking at the imprisoned Great Touched Insect Demon, Lin Chen briefly pondered for a moment. There were so many magic faculties that he didn't even know what to use. How about a game of chaos? As soon as he said it was done, behind Lin Chen's back, constellations belonging to the chaos system emerged. 343 stars lit up in sequence, and a powerful magical aura swept across the entire shattered island. Sensing the aura, the Great Touch Insect Demon twisted its body somewhat uneasily, but the 9 huge thunder halberds almost nailed it to death, and the effect of super rank magic on the sub-monarchs was still obvious. The only movable head of the Great Touched Insect Demon struggled violently, and the large black column of light erupted from its mouth, charging straight at Lin Chen, wanting to use this to fight for a chance to get out of the trap. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth hooked up just right. The chapter of topography. In front of Lin Chen's body, a gigantic chaos gate emerged, and it actually directly swallowed all of the black pillars of light spewed out by the Great Touch Insect Demon. In the next moment, black pillars of light tainted with the color of chaos shot out in reverse from the chaos gate, charging straight at the Great Touch Insect Demon. In the horrified gaze of the Great Touch Insect Demon, the black light pillar recoiled into the mouth of the Great Touch Insect Demon. Boom! Huge energy explosions erupted continuously from the mouth of the Great Tentacle Worm Demon, and the powerful energy impacts hardened and shattered the stomach wall of the Great Tentacle Worm Demon. After the blow, the Great Touch Insect Demon was seriously injured, but it also broke through the restraints of the 9 Rings ban, and with 9 charred black holes on its body that were deep enough to be seen on the bone, the Great Touch Insect Demon hissed angrily. In the next moment, the huge body rushed madly towards Lin Chen. The pillars of the sky collapsed in general, and Lin Chen saw a huge shadow above him, gradually shrouding everything, and all the sunlight above his head was obscured. Its skeletal body was getting closer and closer, and Lin Chen was even able to see those hideous tentacle feet dancing about like knives and axes, with a cold light flickering. On the other side, Mio's face changed. In the moment just now, she felt the heavily injured Great Touched Insect Demon break away from her control. In the last contact, Neos clearly perceived the crazy killing heart of the big touchy-feely demon. Chapter 89 I beat up Lin Chen? Zun do fake do? The great touched insect demon was severely injured, its mobility greatly reduced, and it was no longer a threat to Lin Chen. CU rules. A dark black canopy fell, enveloping almost the entire island, and endless blackness fell, blocking people's sight. What happened? How's it going? How can't you see it at this time? When the many spectators saw this scene, they almost subconsciously stood up, wanting to understand the battle. Almost at the same time, 8 bright silver flashes of light lit up, cutting through the darkness of the night and decimating everything. The dark canopy dissolved, and the crowd finally saw the situation on the field and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Only to see 8 deep trenches cutting the island apart with Lin Chen at the center, and along with the island, there was also the body of the Great Touch Insect Demon. 8 blades of space split the Great Touch Insect Demon into 9 sections, and blood with corrosive properties flowed everywhere like a stream, corroding the flowers and grasses with a squeaky sound. Lin Chen rubbed his nose. He had used too much force. He had only wanted to chop up the 8 heads of the Great Touch Insect Demon, but he hadn't expected to chop them off directly. The huge corpses landed on top of the island, almost spreading over the entire island. Lin Chen stood on top of the corpses and unlocked the cages that trapped Neos and the others. Without the restriction, the 5 people from the Sun Country still didn't move a single bit, because they also looked dumbfounded. To resolve the sub-monarch level Great Touch Insect Demon, he used a few moves. About 5 moves? Hiss. Terrifying as hell. Almost without the slightest hesitation, the 5 people from the Sun Country directly chose to surrender. Kidding aside, the Pharaoh Spring had been used to summon the Great Touched Insect Demon, and during the time he was recovering, Lin Chen was killing them like chickens, so what was the point of fighting? Seeing this, the referee, who had long ago run to the sky, dropped down and announced in a loud voice, "This battle, Huaxia wins." In the next match, the Sun Kingdom faced off against Sunset, and by relying on the fact that Pharaoh's Fountain can be recycled, the Sun Kingdom managed to grind Sunset down. Speaking of Sunset was also pathetic. Obviously in terms of strength it was more than the Sun Kingdom, but it turned out that Jaluo's summoning department was restrained by the Undead, and because of the Undead, it was impossible to summon a swarm of bugs, and in the end it could only regretfully lose. Losing this 1-0 took a deep breath, 1 more to go, and it would be the end of this torturous game. Tetsuro had never thought that losing would be such a relief, and the fact that the pressure of such a long time was about to be let go gave him a sense of relief. On the eve of the duel, Zero applied to be a substitute, directly exasperating the Sunset's band mentor. "You Jaro, as captain, are going to the bench? You, go finish off Lin Chen." The mentor pointed at Jaluo and said. "Charo? Who? Me? I beat up Lin Chen?" Jaluo took a deep breath. As the captain of the Sunless Kingdom's government team, he was not so scared out of his wits by Lin Chen, he still had guts. Jaluo stood up his chest, feeling that this moment he was the hero in the story who gave up his life, a true Sunset nobleman. "Okay mentor, then who will join me in dealing with Lin Chen?" "Just you." The mentor's words mercilessly shattered Charo's dreams of being a hero, causing him to slump helplessly into his chair. "Then mentor, you will see the fastest defeat ever recorded for a State House captain." The mentor gave him a blank look. Otherwise, Lin Chen can't be dealt with by 2 people, and the average person going up there is just a waste of time. If they all go to deal with Lin Chen, then who is going to fight Mo Fan and Ai Jiangtu? Speaking of this, the tutor from Sunset sighed deeply. Truly God bless China, there were actually 3 geniuses as demonic as Lin Chen. Putting his inner jealousy away and listening to the Venice representative bell ringing for the start of the finals, the mentor of Sunset squared his shoulders. "For the honor of Sunset! For the honor of Sunset!" In the ring, the referee silently collects the betting slip for Huaxia's victory and announces the start of the match. Now the odds of a Huaxia victory have dropped to 1 in 1,000, meaning that you can only earn 10,000 by pressing 10 million, which is already the lowest odds. But there was little thought of betting on a miracle. The gap between Huaxia and the rest of the world was too great this term. Lin Chen alone was crushing the many heavenly prides, unable to raise his head. The match started and Zero found Lin Chen directly. After a Sunset nobleman's etiquette, Zero said solemnly. "Sunburst Tetsuro." Lin Chen arched his hand. "Huaxia, Lin Chen." Jaluo smiled faintly. The wind's subordinate domain rose, black evil insects emerged, and he struck with his full strength. He didn't want to have any regrets about his last game at the World School competition. The 2 great commanders, the Eagle Lord and the Earth Evil Worm, appeared and hissed as they rushed towards Lin Chen. 7 hurricanes that were more than 10 meters tall rose up and rushed towards Lin Chen with a combined effort. Bug territory, dimensional gate, open. Densely packed black evil worms like a black tide madly surged out. In the twinkling of an eye, hundreds of evil worms appeared in this battlefield. And without exception, all of their targets were Lin Chen. Releasing 4 killing moves in an instant, it was worthy of being the captain of Sunspot, Sharo, who was known as the #1 person of the current Kakofu in the original story. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the silver white star palace behind him violently emerged. This was the first time he had actually used space-based super rank magic on the field. Although he had previously used spiritual power to increase space-based magic, there was still a qualitative gap between the beginning middle rank compared to the super rank. The star palace filled with the power of the mysterious dome was constructed. The light was different, it was a deep silver color, but it seemed to carry an elusive dome of light, aesthetically pleasing as a miniature of the universe's starry river. The silver white star palace shone throughout the entire arena, and in the entire area, it was as if only Lin Chen and Zhiluo were left, with the rest of the crowd all submerged under the silver light. Space Compass Dead Axis. The star palace just flickered. Lin Chen's body suddenly burst into an illusory buzzing tremor, and in the next second, he even directly disappeared in place. Lin Chen's figure flashed continuously, as if he was using the instantaneous movement of the spatial system without any limitations, appearing in any place where the silvery light shone. Is this a space-based super rank magic? Lin Chen enjoyed the feeling of his body traveling through space. The space-time gods had granted him the ability to unleash magic across the ranks, and the construction of super-ranked magic was completely different from that of the first rank. Each flash of the figure represented a further deepening of Lin Chen's understanding of the spatial system. The speed was getting faster and faster, and at the same time, 3 or 4 shadows of Lin Chen even appeared on the field at the same time, making it impossible for people to tell the real from the fake. A trace of cold sweat was left on Zhiluo's forehead, but there was nothing he could do but watch as the spatial compass formed bit by bit. Eventually, Lin Chen appeared in midair in front of Zhiluo, his arms open, his pupils could print down the entire obscure sky. Some kind of invisible power descended as he slowly raised his hands high. Space Compass Dead Axis. Chapter 90 Night of Champions, Mooning Shui. At the same time as he read out this cry, each of the spatial nodes that Lin Chen had appeared in before suddenly shone with silver ons, and when all the spatial silver ons intersected with silver filaments, what was formed was a silver-colored compass that hung in the middle of heaven and earth. Buzz. Lin Chen's figure did one last spatial instant, but this instant could clearly see a black axis running through the center of the entire compass. The black axis was parallel to the earth, and before the remnants of Lin Chen at the front of the axis had completely disappeared, the real Lin Chen had already pierced straight through the spatial compass in Zhiluo, bringing up a shocking axis of death that appeared at the end, and also appeared behind Zhiluo. A trace of bitterness appeared on Zhiluo's face. Using this magic against myself, really looking down on me. Next moment. Buzz. Like the broken sound of a string snapping that instant echoed into the empty silence, Tetsuro's figure fell to the ground in response. The eye of several hurricanes was penetrated, and hurricanes up to a dozen meters high shattered and dispersed into wisps of fresh air. All the black evil worms burst into pieces in an instant, spilling black blood all over half of the arena. The Eagle Lord and the Earth Evil Worm were seriously injured, and if it wasn't for Lin Chen's last-minute mercy, this summoning lineage of Zhiluo's would be considered wasted. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at the battlefield in the distance. The ones who were on the field this time were the elites of the Huaxia state government team. Ai Jiangtu, Mo Fan, Mooning Shui, Zhang Yu, were all ruthless people who could fight more than one. In Sunset's team, other than Aaron who could barely hold Mo Fan back, everyone else was facing a one-sided situation. Grand Duke Irene, surrender. Lin Chen said as he instantly moved to Mo Fan's side. Aaron had already known what would happen to Zhiluo the moment she saw Lin Chen, but her pretty face was still filled with stubbornness. There are no surrenders in the Sunset Empire. A flash of admiration appeared on Lin Chen's face. Whether it was the Sun Country or the Sunset, they all had a bloodthirsty nature, and in this world school competition, apart from the Sakura, all the other countries made Lin Chen's senses feel good. Then I'm offended. Lin Chen's face became a little more serious. Nimble control retreat. A powerful spatial fluctuation bounced Aaron off the field. At this point it was not time to be able to substitute, which meant that there were only 3 shrimps left on the Sunset side. Lin Chen didn't say anything, and directly cleared the stage with 3 magic spells, completely crushing the last shred of hope for Sunless. Huaxia, win. Huaxia, in first place. With the main referee's solemn pronouncement, the salute that had been prepared by the city of Venice rose up in the air, and the colorful light reflected on the faces of every member of the Chinese team. Ooh, we won, we won. Lin Chen, you're so amazing. In their excitement, the two people, Jiang Yu and Mo Fan, directly carried Lin Chen. Lin Chen was half prepared. He thought that these two would carry himself to a group of young girls who were crazy about him, who knew that they would throw themselves into the sea. Although he was able to instantly move back in mid-air, Lin Chen didn't spoil the fun and fell straight into the sea. Ha 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 ha, yes. These two immediately followed suit and jumped down, the cold water completely unable to cool them down, their bodies burning with excitement and ecstasy. As soon as these two psychopaths took the lead, as a result, the rest of the team rushed over, one by one jumping into the sea, chasing after Lin Chen's side, turning the joy that was hard to express in words into waves in the sea. Good job! Fengli and Song He stood on the shore, looking at the youthful and energetic group of cadets who could hardly hide their excitement. At this moment, Fengli and Song He's last trace of disdain for Lin Chen had been put down, having cursed against himself. Can this little thing be compared to the first place in the World School Competition? Could the lives of Mu Tinjing and Nan Rong and I be compared to the first place winner of the World School Competition? As for the pressure from the Mu and Nan Rong families? Fengli said as the Grand Mentor of the state government team and the Vice Inquisitor of the Supreme Judgment Council, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Chen had gone a little too far in the first place and Fengli was prone to being justified, he wouldn't have even bothered to take care of it. The following days were also completely liberating for all. Venice was already a city full of charm, and after the Armageddon was completely over they were able to revel in the watery capital of Venice for a few days and nights. They were all young people, and their indulgence knew no bounds, and people with Lin Chen's physique were greatly intoxicated for the entire day. At night, in the hotel, the drunken Lin Chen was helped back by Mu Ningxue. You say you drink so much. Mu Ningxue's rare words had more different emotions in them, so it was evident that she was also happy. At this moment, Mu Ningxue was finally no longer trapped by the Black Vatican, and fighting for the country was enough to erase the stains of her loved ones. Lin Chen's drunken eyes were hazy, and his mouth didn't know what he was chanting. Mu Ningxue curiously moved over and the smell of alcohol hit her, making her frown. Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's pretty face blushed, drunk and still calling her name. Helping Lin Chen take off his shoes, Mu Ningxue's face was crimson. As the youngest princess of the Mu family and a genius mage, this was the first time she had ever done something like this. Looking at Lin Chen presenting a big shape lying on the bed, Mu Ningxue helplessly held her forehead, kneeling on the bed with one leg, leaning over and trying to help Lin Chen cover the quilt. I was going to hand draw a body map, but the author only knows how to draw tinder, so I just eyed it, more or less. Mu Ningxue leaned over to pull the quilt down, and suddenly a large hand wrapped around Mu Ningxue's willow waist and pulled her to her side. Ningxue. Mu Ningxue was startled and turned her back to Lin Chen, her voice trembling. Lin Chen, you let go of me. The voice was tiny, as thin as a mosquito murmur, and could not be heard without careful listening. I'm so tired. Lin Chen seemed to be talking to himself, his voice carried a deep exhaustion, and when Mu Ningxue heard it, the first reaction in her heart was heartache. Mu Ningxue felt that Lin Chen was too tired. From the teenager he was when he first met, he had come so far, relying on his own persistence and hard work. Mu Ningxue sighed lightly, more tenderness in her heart. Closing her eyes, Mu Ningxue felt the security of being in Lin Chen's arms and slept peacefully. Lin Chen, who was hugging Mu Ningxue from behind, quietly opened his eyes at this moment, looked at Mu Ningxue's snow-white hair, and gently ticked the corner of his mouth. How could a mere alcohol intoxicate a mage who was close to a forbidden spell? The next day, when Lin Chen woke up, Mu Ningxue had already disappeared, but unfortunately, there was one less session of warmth in the morning. Walking out of the room, he happened to run into Zhao Manyan and Mo Fan. Seeing Lin Chen, Zhao Manyan's originally lowered face obviously changed, becoming more excited. Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Manyan in surprise. What's wrong? Zhao Manyan stood in the hotel corridor and hesitated for a split second. Alas, you come with me first, there's something to tell you guys. Zhao Manyan pursed his lips and brought Mo Fan and Lin Chen to a beach. Chapter 91, Aborting My Father into the Undead? About my old dad, my dad is not young, and left a whole bunch of problems when he was young. This time we took first place, I also counted to give him enough face. How do I know that he fell ill and pressed to see? Zhao Manyan sighed. That's quite a pity, won't you go see him? Mo Fan said. Every son grows up, in fact, want to let the old man proud of themselves, do not need their blessing, but also in this society can get a foothold, or achievements. Zhao Manyan's mood Mo Fan can understand, indeed he used to give his clan and his father a cynical look, will not have much success, just sit and eat and wait for death. A little scared. Zhao Manyan said. Afraid? He's very sick. Our old healing mage told us a long time ago that if he were to fall ill again, more than likely he'd be gone, and even though we're all mentally prepared, it's really hard to think that the old man doesn't have many days left to live." Zhao Manyan spoke softly, changing his usual cheeky demeanor. Hearing this, Fan didn't know what to say. He specialized in destruction magic. If the Zhao family's healing mages couldn't do anything about it, then he had no idea. Zhao Manyan looked at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you're so divine, is there any way?" Looking at the hopefulness in Zhao Manyan's eyes, Lin Chen felt a slight headache. Lin Chen had always been omnipotent, but it was a bit difficult to deal with this. He didn't have any healing magic. Moreover, the Zhao family was so rich that the healing mages hired by the family must be super ranked as well, and unless one had a forbidden spell ranked healing, one would not be able to return. So the question is, are there any healing demons? Lin Chen was doubtful about this, but it was undeniable that even if healing demons existed, they would be few and far between, and most likely not suitable for healing humans. Looking at Lin Chen's difficulty, Zhao Manyan also knew the answer inside slightly. It's all life. Looking at Zhao Manyan's downturn, Fan and Lin Chen were not too happy either. A few of them were roommates in college, teammates in the academy tournament, and their relationship was irreconcilable, and at this time, they were also somewhat empathetic. An idea suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. "Zhao Manyan, can you accept that your father is not human?" Zhao Manyan frowned. If he didn't know Lin Chen's character, he would have suspected that the other party was cursing his old man to die earlier. "I may have a way to keep him, no longer human, but should have no problem communicating with you." Hearing Lin Chen's words, a burst of light exploded in Zhao Manyan's eyes. It was better to be able to talk to one's old man than to die at this point in time. "Lin Chen, this method of yours shouldn't cause any pain to my old man." Zhao Manyan asked uncertainly. He didn't want his old man to be like in the movie, barely or still being tortured every now and then. That would be better off dead. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Manyan brought Lin Chen to the hospital. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Manyan puffed out his chest, not wanting his father to see his low side. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was wary of his surroundings. When he was at the beach, Zhao Yuqian's assassin didn't show up. Obviously he wasn't thinking of letting Zhao Manyan go, but he was afraid of him and Fan. When he first arrived in Venice, Lin Chen had wanted to strike a good relationship with Zhao Yuqian, but just now Lin Chen suddenly thought of a detail. That's what Zhao Yuqian said in the original. In childhood, Zhao Manyan brothers' pops treated them differently, one studying and struggling all day and one eating and drinking all day. As a result, before the World Academy contest, Zhao Manyan's old man even gave the position of heir apparent to Zhao Manyan, and Zhao Yuqian went completely crazy at that moment. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. It was he who had originally taken things a bit for granted. The pain of childhood would have a lifelong impact, not to mention that Zhao Manyan's old man was now a bit biased. This wasn't a novel. It wasn't like Zhao Manyan went to talk to Zhao Yuqian and the two would reconcile. The moment Papa Zhao Manyan made his will, the end was already predetermined. Lin Chen sighed softly. The end was already predetermined, and it would be difficult for him to change it, unless he reached out to Zhao Yuqian 18 years ago and changed the pain he felt during his childhood. Forget it, the big deal was to kill Zhao Yuqian and let Zhao Manyan take charge of the Zhao family. Although he didn't want to do business, it was out of his hands. The Zhao family was so powerful, Lin Chen didn't want to miss it. Passing the inspection, the two Lin Chen entered the hospital room. The moment he entered, looking at the high-precision cold instruments, and his old man lying on the hospital bed, Zhao Manyan's chest that was holding up finally collapsed. "Pops." Voice trembling, Zhao Manyan stumbled and fell to his knees beside the hospital bed. Zhao Manyan's old mom was also here. She looked at Zhao Manyan and her eyes overflowed with tears. "Manjian, your father has been waiting for you." Hearing this, Zhao Manyan lowered his head, his eyes filled with guilt. Fortunately it's not too late. Zhao Manyan jerked his head back to look at Lin Chen. Touch. The forehead met the ground with a sound. "Lin Chen, please save my father, no matter what, at least let me still be able to talk to him in the future." Zhao Manyan's voice was tinged with sobs, and Lin Chen pursed his lips as he dodged to help Zhao Manyan up. Without speaking to Mrs. Zhao, right now Lin Chen also needed time to understand the situation. Looking at Lin Chen, the lady of the Zhao family was a little hesitant. She had already recognized Lin Chen's identity. Things had come to this. Let's beat a dead horse. Maybe this teenager can work a miracle just like he did at the Scholastic tournament. Lin Chen stared into the eyes of the Zhao family head, who was wearing a respirator so he couldn't speak. "If you were to live in the form of an undead soul, would you be willing to do so?" Lin Chen asked. The Zhao family lord did not hesitate and nodded with a strained nod. By now, it was better to be alive than completely dead. Understanding what the person in question was thinking, Lin Chen stomped his foot. The shadows under Lin Chen's feet suddenly extended above the wall, transforming into a revolving door of darkness. In the dark vortex of the portal, the figure of the Dragon King appeared, followed by a beautiful woman in fine ancient dress. As soon as the Dragon King appeared, several black rays of light were shot out with a snap of his fingers, knocking out the shadowy guards and disabling the surveillance at the same time. Begin. Lin Chen nodded at the Dragon Monarch, and Zhao Manyan, who was on the side, stared at him with wide eyes. He could not forget the dragon horn figure in armored robes in front of him for the rest of his life. According to Mo Fan's description, wasn't this the ancient king that appeared in the ancient capital? Armor-robed Dragon Emperor? How could Lin Chen recognize him? How could he call him out? Zhao Manyan suddenly thought of an unrealistic statement. Lin Chen wouldn't be asking him to help, would he? He's an undead who also heals wounds? Zhao Manyan expressed his disbelief, but suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched. What Lin Chen had said before wouldn't be transforming his old man into an undead spirit. It's dead. My dad became undead? Chapter 92 Armor-robed Dragon Emperor charming moment. Only to see the ancient-style beauty behind the Dragon Monarch smile faintly and beckon, a black spell formation rose up. At the same time, several materials with a strong undead aura were also taken out. Lin Chen looked curiously and realized that almost all of them were blue materials, and there was one purple one, which meant that these were Commander-class materials and Monarch-class materials. Moreover, if Lin Chen had guessed correctly, this ancient-style beauty in front of him should be the 9 Yue Empress, an existence that could be ranked in the top 3 in the 8 deadly monarchs, a proper great monarch. And the best of the great monarchs. It was still a toss-up whether Lin Chen could beat the 9 spectral queens without utilizing the space-time divine eye. The transformation of the undead ceremony began, and Zhao Manyan watched with rapt attention, his expression filled with nervousness. Luckily, the 9 Spectres Queen's technique was skillful, and after only half an hour, an illusory soul floated out from the Zhao family head's body. A powerful undead aura emanated, and the Zhao family lord slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists, his expression somewhat stunned. I feel, like never before, power. The Zhao family master let out a low cry of excitement, clenched his right hand into a fist, and fiercely blasted out, actually breaking through all 3 layers of the wall. It was a good thing that the hospital here had been chartered by the Zhao family, and there was no one else on this floor besides the Zhao family head. Commander Undead. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Although the Zhao family lord had average cultivation talent in his lifetime, under the accumulation of money, he still had the cultivation of a beginner at a high level. Coupled with all the materials that the 9 Spectres Queen had taken out, it wasn't surprising that he could have the strength of a commander. Feeling the pressure of his own old man's aura, Zhao Manyan was not shocked, but rather pleased, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Pops, how are you feeling? The corners of the Zhao family lord's mouth hooked up as he laughed out loud. I've never felt so good about myself. All of the dark wounds on my body have disappeared, and even my strength has surpassed the peak of my prime. Looking at Zhao Manyan's father and son talking happily, Lin Chen secretly waved his hand, and the Dragon Monarch and the 9 Spectres Queen retreated back into the Severing Abyss, waiting for Lin Chen's next call. Lin Chen walked out of the hospital room. The matter of the Zhao family's master was resolved. With him controlling the scene, the Zhao family had at least stabilized, so now, it was time to resolve Zhao Yuqian. But it wasn't Lin Chen's turn to do this. The Zhao family lord already had the ability to clean up the scourge. This was someone's family matter, and Lin Chen couldn't afford to overstep his bounds. Leaving behind the news that Zhao Yuqian had hired a murderer to try to kill Zhao Manyan, Lin Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. It was time to collect the reward for first place in the World School Competition. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. The Divine Seal Salute, that was something that could increase the base power of magic. It was a pity that the Divine Seal Salutation could only enhance the basic power of the elemental system, otherwise Lin Chen had increased the Sublime system, and with the peak level 9 mental power in the Spacetime God's Eye, he could definitely be called a top 3 contemporary Sublime mage. Arriving at the Parthenon and following the 10,000 steps of the Divine Mountain, the State House personnel were led by Feng Li and Pang Lei to the Hall of Faith first. Every day, there is an endless stream of people who come to the Hall of Faith to pray for blessings, and many people are willing to throw away their money in order to gain health and longevity in exchange for a small contribution of faith, so that they can receive the blessings of the Hall of the Goddess of Mercy. The blessing of even a single trainee waitress could keep an infant child from getting sick and infected by a disease or epidemic for 10 years, and it was impossible for the people of the Temple of the Goddesses to do this blessing one by one for everyone, so they would filter it out from the most pious believers as well as those who were willing to pay a huge amount of tribute money. A health blessing, believers are willing to 10 years of rain and shine, rich people throw money, and the Divine Seal Salute is even more blessing department in the top of the magic, money cannot be measured. After walking through the ladder of 10,000 people and arriving at the Knight's Hall, if you want to go further up, you have to pass through the Star River Ancient Road. Looking at the Star River Ancient Path, a hint of scorn appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Walking on top of the Star River Ancient Path, unless one was a forbidden spell mage, their cultivation would be suppressed to a high level. Pang Lai had broken through once when he was in full cultivation of all 4 systems, and his cultivation level was suppressed to out of the high ranks. As for Lin Chen, he currently had 3 super ranks, of which the Chaos super rank was level 3, so normally speaking, he should have been suppressed to around high rank 2 or so. But Lin Chen had the Spacetime God's Eye, and it was hard to say which was stronger or weaker when ancient prohibitions were compared to ancient treasures. Entering the Knight's Hall, a man in purple and gold attire stood at the entrance of the Great Hall. "This is His Excellency Hailong," Feng Lei said orally. Halen, dressed in a rather ancient Greek style, stood majestically at the highest point of the ladder. After watching Panlai and Helen curse at each other, Lin Chen was bored and went to the room the Parthenon had prepared for them. It was almost time to receive the Divine Seal salutation, and the most important thing now was to nourish his spirit. A few days later, Lin Chen followed Feng Li to a mountain peak where the Divine Seal salute was completed. On the altar of Salutation Mountain, the mother of the temple stood quietly under an inquiring tree. The sunlight transformed into a ray of golden cloth, leaking down onto the body of the mother of the temple. The mother of the temple, who was murmuring softly, exuded a holy radiance, and her murmur like a song echoed back and forth between the mountains. Seeing this, a touch of mockery appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Who would have thought that a major organization that helped the world and the people would have a black cleric's pope in its top echelons? Lin Chen looked deeply at the temple mother. Right now he was still not strong enough. When he became stronger in the future, he might be able to capture the temple mother earlier. The temple mother beckoned towards Lin Chen, signaling him to come forward. Lin Chen walked up, and the female sage on the side whispered to Lin Chen to kneel and bow. Lin Chen frowned and looked up at the temple mother, who didn't care and just told Lin Chen to lower his head. The temple mother gently placed her palm on Lin Chen's forehead. The murmuring voice seemed to have reached the most important moment. Her speech became very fast, and Lin Chen, who had closed his eyes, felt that there were countless musical instruments representing the divine aura pounding next to his head, making all the distractions in his mind disappear. Just like when he first awakened his magic, Lin Chen felt a light thumping in his spiritual world, the light wrapping around all of his stars as if it was going to melt them. Concentrate your mind and place your intention on that faculty you wish to be blessed. The female sage on the side reminded once more. This time her tone was not very friendly. It seemed that she was dissatisfied with Lin Chen not being able to kneel. Lin Chen didn't bother to give a damn about her, and directly shifted the Divine Seal salute over to the Thunder system, which was now the strongest elemental system he had. Super rank cultivation plus transcendent power, the current Lin Chen Thunder system already had the ability to stand alone. Soon, all the light shone centrally into the Thunder System Star River, and the entire river glowed with a mysterious halo, and all the stars were tinted with this light. The whole process is slow. To brand a seal of permanent blessing in the spiritual world of a magician is not done in a flash, and it is also evident that this magic loss is quite large. It was only after a long time that the Divine Seal salutation ceremony was officially completed, and the temple mother had a slight smile on her face, still not saying half a word to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged and didn't want to talk, instantly moving back to his room and starting to fully refine the energy of the Divine Seal salute. Of course, it's times like these that you have to use plugins. Emofan has the Little Loach, Lin Chen has the Dragon Monarch Ah. Although the Dragon Monarch's strength was not comparable to the Peak Green Dragon, the Dragon Monarch was very good at this aspect of the soul. The Emperor-level Dragon Monarch appeared, and with a mere wave of his hand, he fixed the energy of the Divine Seal salute within Lin Chen's soul, preventing it from being lost. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it didn't go to waste. After briefly looking at the total amount of energy in the Divine Seal salute, it could roughly triple Lin Chen's Thunder System's base power. Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth, others 1.2 times, 1.5 times, he directly tripled his power, simply invincible. And all of this was because of the existence of the Dragon King. Now Lin Chen felt more and more relieved for the decision he had made at Solitude in the first place. Lin Chen was willing to call this moment the armor-robed Dragon Emperor charming moment. Chapter 93: Summoning the Emperor in the Realm. With the Dragon Monarch's help in locking in the energy loss, Lin Chen managed to triple the basic power of his Thunder system. Lin Chen ticked the corners of his mouth in excitement, worthy of being an armored-robed Dragon Emperor, a solid Emperor-level creature, not at all comparable to the Little Loach that was only a pendant at the moment. Of course, this effect was also possible because the Temple Mother seemed to have invested more energy into Lin Chen, enough to reach the point of tripling it. Like Mo Fan, Ai Jiangtu, Muningshua were all around 2 times, Zhao Manyan, Jiangyu they were around 1.8 times, while the stream of official fish, Zhu Jiming were miserable. They did not perform well in the Academy tournament, receiving the Divine Seal salute ranked at the end, and finally only received 1.5 times, and then after a month of energy flow, I am afraid that they could only get 1.2 times of the addition in the end. After upgrading the Thunder system, Lin Chen didn't choose to immediately leave the gate, but instead took out 2 Star Ocean Heavenly Veins and several Star River Veins. These were all found by the Mu family during this period of time, and in order to find these high-quality resources for Lin Chen, it had taken out a lot of the Mu family's family funds. Lin Chen knew that there was still a tough battle to be fought next, and he had to improve his strength as much as possible. Name, Lin Chen. Strength, Chaos Super Rank 3, Summoning Super Rank I, Thunder Super Rank I, Shadow Super Rank I, Wind High Rank 2, Space Medium Rank 3, Water Medium Rank I, Botany Medium Rank I, Sound Beginning Rank 3. Carrying objects, all currently possessed Magic Lineage Spirit Seeds and Spirit Seed level substances, Thunder Lineage Spirit Seeds, Shadow Lineage Spirit Seed level Dark substances, Wind Lineage Spirit Seeds. Magic Tools, none garbage cleared. In a little over a month's time, Lin Chen had raised the Shadow Department to the Super Rank, the Wind Department to the 2nd level of the High Rank, and the Spatial Department to the 3rd level of the Middle Rank, and was just a step away from the High Rank. But Lin Chen didn't have time to make another breakthrough, he had more important things to do. That would be another trip to the Summoning Realm. Following the soul imprint left behind several years ago, Lin Chen's conscious body traveled through the realms to the Summoning Realm. Arriving once more, this place wasn't too far off from Lin Chen's original memories, and even the sky-high trees in the distance that had been trampled down by the ancient elephants were still there, only with vines crawling all over them. This time, Lin Chen was different from the weak beginner mage back then, his body of consciousness possessed powerful perception. The right eye trembled slightly, and lines representing space and time emerged. Lin Chen was delighted, the space-time god's eye was bound to his soul, so it followed his body of consciousness to the summoning plane, which meant that he had a few more means compared to other mages. Drifting sharply along the path that the ancient elephant had traveled in the first place. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, that ancient elephant was in a fighting stance at the time, and if he won, he would most likely set up camp here. For Emperor-level creatures, a few years was nothing more than a snap of the fingers and wouldn't change anything, so as long as the other party had won the fight, then it was likely that they would still be here. Several years had passed, and Lin Chen certainly couldn't do anything to find the ancient elephant in a single day, prepared for a long struggle. However, until 7 days had passed in a row, Lin Chen still hadn't found any trace of the ancient elephant, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It wasn't until he saw a giant green-colored tiger treading on clouds that a blaze appeared on Lin Chen's face. Finally found it. This green-colored giant tiger in front of him was clearly the henchman who had followed the ancient elephant in the beginning. Several years ago, Lin Chen was still unable to judge the strength of this demon, but now he was able to tell at a glance that it was definitely at the Supreme Monarch level. His feet stepped on the clouds of the 9 heavens, and his mouth spewed out green-colored wind blades, cutting the blue sky into pieces. Lin Chen could be certain that the strength of this demon was feared to be no weaker than that of the totem Shen snake, and that his own self, who possessed a physical body, was no match for him, let alone a state where he only had a conscious body. Luckily, however, conscious bodies were more capable of concealment compared to entities, and a yellow light quietly crossed Lin Chen's right eye. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure became even more illusory, almost close to invisibility, as he swept through the forest, not even attracting attention even as he passed in front of the demons. Even Lin Chen could pass right through their bodies. This was the ability of the space-time god's eye, forcibly pulling Lin Chen's conscious body into the sandwich space of the summoning plane. Unless there was a demon with an extremely strong control over the subdimension, there was no way to discover Lin Chen. Following the green-colored giant tiger all the way, Lin Chen's ability to find that ancient elephant depended on it. The green-colored giant tiger walked and stopped, leading Lin Chen in circles for another 3 days before bringing him out of the forest. The moment he stepped out of the forest, his eyes opened up and a wilderness appeared. The grayish-yellow earth was endless, and at the end of his vision, smoke and dust rolled in. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as he sensed a very strong energy fluctuation there. This energy fluctuation was more than a step stronger than the green-colored giant tiger, even to the point of crushing, absolutely emperor level. Can't wait to get close to that side. A huge mountain abruptly stood above the wilderness, up to tens of thousands of meters high, Lin Chen in front of it, like a firefly compared to the white moon, like a mole cricket is generally small. Lin Chen took a deep breath and hid himself in a deeper mezzanine space. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, according to the usual formula of novels, this big mountain should be his target. As expected, the green-colored giant tiger flew in front of Dashin and placed an energy crystal in front of him like a treasure. In the next moment, the large mountain shook, and a ridge thousands of meters long shook, unexpectedly extending out from the large mountain and rolling the energy crystals directly into it. Lin Chen held his breath and quietly turned to the front of the large mountain. Only two huge eyes appeared above the big mountain, as big as the white moon. I'm afraid that a small black could be stuffed into the eye socket. The green-colored giant tiger finished offering its treasures and left straight away, leaving only Lin Chen and the large mountain in the same spot. Instead of looking away from the huge green-colored tiger, the huge brownish-yellow eyes swept their gaze somewhere. Lin Chen's breath stuttered. The direction that the brownish-yellow eyes were looking in was clearly where he was. There was not a trace of emotion in his brown eyes, calm as the black of old days, not a speck of light to be seen. Lin Chen locked eyes with it through the barrier of space, and the other party seemed to have sensed Lin Chen's presence. After a long time, Lin Chen suddenly stepped out of the mezzanine space. Seeing Lin Chen's sudden appearance, Ancient Elephant's eyes still didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. "Ancient Great Emperor, the humans of the other world greet you." Lin Chen smiled faintly. The Ancient Elephant seemed to understand Lin Chen's purpose, and when he saw him appear, he finally made some movements. The head that looked like the wall of the sky shook gently, and large swaths of dust fell, revealing the Ancient Elephant's original gray skin, and it was unknown how long it had been dormant here. Lin Chen was a bit unwilling and asked loudly, "Why?" The Ancient Elephant closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and put. Chapter 94, I'm sorry I can't let the human lord have all the fun. The yellow light of the spacetime god's eye erupted, powerful energy swept across the wasteland, the Ancient Elephant Tang stood up, the terrifying weight seemed to make the entire wasteland shook. Earth and rocks fluttered and fell from his body, and the 10,000-meter tall Ancient Elephant stood up, its terrifying tusks pointing straight up to the sky, its trunk flung up enough to break the clouds in the vicinity of a few thousand meters. But it was such a terrifying demon that was not even as powerful as Lin Chen's right eye. It is? The Ancient Elephant looked at Lin Chen's right eye in disbelief, his expression somewhat shocked. It didn't understand why the illusory human in front of it had unleashed a power that surpassed its own. The eyes of the Ancient Elephant flashed. If it was able to obtain this power, then it would definitely be able to break through its existing rank and become a stronger emperor. But in the next moment, this thought in the Ancient Elephant's mind was hidden again. It could feel that this power should involve the sub-dimension. If Lin Chen wanted to leave, it didn't have the ability to leave him behind. Human, what do you want? The light in Lin Chen's right eye converged, and he turned back into a picture of a harmless human being. I want to make a contract with you. Benefits. The Ancient Elephant said in a deep voice. It had already seen Lin Chen's strength. It was fine to enter into a contract of equality, but it wanted to see the benefits. I can help you break through the sub-emperor and become a true emperor. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth ticked, hooked. As long as the contract was made, then the Ancient Elephant would be able to enjoy the same functional benefits of bloodline enhancement as the giant dragon that had fused in the nest of dragons. As long as the Ancient Elephants are shown the sweetness, it's not a good idea. Wasn't that how Black Dragon Emperor Austin was tricked by Lin Chen in the first place? How do you raise it? The Ancient Elephant flung its trunk in some confusion, cutting cracks in the space halfway across the wasteland. You can naturally find out by accepting my call first. Lin Chen smiled faintly as his figure disappeared. This time, the Ancient Elephant really couldn't feel Lin Chen's trace. It was as if Lin Chen had disappeared into this world. The Ancient Elephant was a bit hesitant. Accepting the summoning meant danger. But immediately after, Ancient Elephant's eyes became firm again. If strength could be increased, what was the point of taking this risk? Besides, it was a sub-emperor after all. How many beings in the world alone could take its life? The fact that the human wanted to contract himself meant that he didn't have any higher-level creatures, otherwise why would he contract himself? Looking at the huge summoning door that appeared in front of him, Ancient Elephant calmly walked into it. On the other hand, Lin Chen had found a deserted mountain range, and with the sparsely populated area on this side of the Shishio Wax, it was simple to find a mountain range like this. And full-time mage here maybe because of the high energy intensity. The unusual mountain range is to be a little higher than the original world. According to Lin Chen eyeballing, here should be at least 3,000 meters. Zhanggu Xiang should be able to it. Lin Chen thought beautifully, but when that heavenly summoning gate appeared, he still froze. Have you ever seen a summoning spell of tens of thousands of meters? That's a bigger presence than the entire Parthenon combined. The moment the Tongtian elephant leg stepped out, Lin Chen felt the mountains beneath his feet tremble. 10,000 beasts were running away, and in the mountain range, the Silver Moon-level titans were all fleeing in a hurry. The titan giants, who were always known for their size, were as small as ants in front of the Ancient Elephant. Lin Chen looked back with some concern. but hopefully it wouldn't attract the attention of the Parthenon. In order to hide the trail of the ancient elephant, Lin Chen has already run far away and should not attract attention anymore. Bar. Thousands of miles away at the Parthenon, the lords and vice-lords of the great halls were gathered. Hailong, who was dressed in a knight's costume, spoke solemnly, "We detected a very strong energy, and the intensity analysis, it is at least a top-level silver moon titan, and it may even be golden flare. Golden flare." Upon hearing those two words, everyone in the room visibly shifted their faces. The crowd present understood what the Golden U Titan stood for. The Temple Mother sat in the main seat, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as she frowned. "What's the point of panicking? We, Patnon, have stood for a long time, not to mention if it's true or not, even if the Golden Yawning Titan does come, we'll still let it come and go without a return." Hearing the Temple Mother speak, the faces of the people present slackened for a moment, and Hailong said at the right time, "The distance is too far. The detection isn't always accurate, and it's imperative that we go scouting." Saying that, Hailong volunteered, "Just let me go. If it's really a golden flare titan, I'm afraid that not many people will still be able to come back alive." Hearing Hailong say that, the Temple Mother nodded her head as well. All things considered. At this time the ancient elephant has people stupid. "Not buddy, you are not going to contract me? This black dragon is what is going on. Looking at the black dragon emperor in front of him, whose size was no less than his own, the ancient elephant took a deep breath, and all the nearby sky-high trees tipped over for it. This black dragon in front of him, his strength has definitely reached that realm that he has been dreaming of. Ancient elephant's heart sank. There can't really be a problem. Surveying the surroundings, ancient elephant decided that as soon as there was a problem he would directly run away and return to his lair. Even if this black dragon came after him, he would not be afraid. Lin Chen cheerfully said, "No need to be nervous, this is my contracted beast. Austin, don't you want to know how I can help you break through?" With that, Lin Chen clapped his hands, and a pitch-black crack split open from his side, from which the armored-robed dragon monarch stepped out. In the Dragon King's hand, he was also holding an eyeball that emitted a thick black gas. The evil eye, which was not in the same category as the Black Dragon Emperor, could now be used to prove to the ancient elephant at this exact moment. The Black Dragon Emperor's eyes looked greedily at this evil eye. It could feel that by swallowing this treasure, its own bloodline would definitely be able to rear some enhancement. It was just that the Black Dragon Emperor didn't understand where Lin Chen had found these Emperor-level eyes when he had been watching. This thing, of course, was something that Lin Chen had opened from inside the golden mana orb that he had one of every year. "Austin, when the promise was made, I think I can fulfill part of it," Lin Chen said with a smile while throwing the evil eye in his hand at the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor couldn't wait to swallow the evil eye, and a terrifying black demonic flame emerged from his body. Lin Chen laughed, but the ancient elephant couldn't laugh anymore. What was the situation? Where did another more powerful emperor pop up? The ancient elephant's eyes were fixed on the dragon monarch, huge beads of sweat sliding down from its trunk. The situation seemed to be out of its control now. "These two in front of me, are they also your contracted beasts? Human lord, if they are fighting, then forgive me for not being able to let the two adults enjoy themselves. Two lesser emperors could theoretically resist 6 sub-emperors, but the current situation was that he was only a sub-emperor, so if he fought, he was afraid that he would quickly lose or even die." In the ancient elephant's tense time, the Black Dragon Emperor has finished devouring. The evil eye is a piece of material at the level of a minor emperor, although it's not enough to make a breakthrough in its bloodline level, but it's still possible to raise it a bit. Chapter 95, You Have No Right to Dispose of Her. Looking at the Black Dragon Emperor's potential on his panel turn into a peak small emperor, Lin Chen smiled slightly. This material wasn't wasted. If he found a few more pieces, he could raise the Black Dragon Emperor's potential to a medium emperor. The ancient elephant on the side also discovered this, looking at the Black Dragon Emperor in shock. How could it be possible, according to its perception, that I and the Black Dragon in front of it were simply two kinds of things, not of the same origin? How could it be possible to raise the level of the bloodline so significantly? This was simply a miracle. In the next moment, Ancient Elephant decisively made the same choice as the Black Dragon Emperor. Sitting in the airplane, Helen's face was serious. Right in the middle of the emergence of the Black Cleric's Pope and the Golden Flare Titan revealing itself, what a chaotic time. Hailong sighed softly, and the several golden unites around him looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hailong said these words out and trusted them. After all, if they dared to come together to pry into the Golden U Titan's news, all the people here, except Hailong, could be said to be in a situation of certain death. It could even be said that the duty of these Golden Flare Knights was to cover Hailong's retreat with their lives. Each of them was a devoted believer in the Parthenon, and Halen wasn't worried about any news that shouldn't have gotten out. Instead, he wanted to hear what they had to say. "You guys, do these two things have some connection?" Helen's mind flashed, and he felt as if he had caught some kind of aura. A golden unite spoke with slight hesitation, the Black Order. Doesn't T seem to have any connection with the Titan, right? Faced with a situation where they would most likely die, these golden unites did not remain silent and listen anymore, choosing to speak freely. I think it's possible, have you guys forgotten? The ancient capital of China's havoc. Ancient capital Showa. A news that shocked the world. According to the news channels of the Parthenon Temple, at least 8 great monarch-level undead had appeared in the ancient capital Cataclysm, and there was even a supreme monarch level, a lineup that was almost as good as beating up the Parthenon without a divine soul. The most important thing is that this thing, surprisingly, the Black Church made it. Although there were still the 9 hidden clans behind the temple, they would not make a move without something particularly important. This important limit is clear in 3 ways. Whether the temple will be completely destroyed, the selection of the goddess, and the soul of the god. Halen shook his head, thinking a little too far ahead, as his gaze fell on a few of the golden flare knights. Get ready, it's coming up. Hailong said and closed his eyes. A few golden unites looked at each other with a somewhat gloomy expression. This feeling of imminent death and still having to go was really not a good feeling. The plane with the temple logo landed on the outskirts of the mountain range, and Helen stepped out of the cabin fully armed. It was clear that the last golden flare titan had been killed, and it was only a short time before another one appeared. Halen couldn't figure that one out all the way through, and it wouldn't have occurred to him that the respected temple mother, Parmish, had left a golden flare titan alive in the world. When Hailong and a few golden unites carefully arrived at the peak area of the ancient elephant's energy, Lin Chen had already left with his contract with the ancient elephant, leaving the original spot empty. Look at the huge elephant hoof marks and the claw marks of the massive creature. Halen was relieved that it wasn't the golden flare titan. But are there any powerful creatures with elephant hooves and dragon claws? Helen couldn't figure it out. He needed to go back and check the temple's canon. But before that, Halen had a more important matter to attend to. That would be the Black Church Pope incident. Goddess candidate Yixinxia killed fellow candidate Panigia, and based on the evidence of a certain patriarch, Yixinxia was almost confirmed to be a high-ranking member of the Black clergy, possibly even the Pope. Lin Chen, who had also been rushed back to the temple at this time, learned of this and couldn't help but curse. He didn't need to think about it to know that the genin who had taken out the so-called evidence was from Azuna's faction. In order to do so, it was to set the stage for Azuna's resurrection. Lin Chen smashed his lips, not expecting this to happen after catching Sarung. Walking out of the temple, everyone they saw looked silent. Mr. Lin, there's something big happening at the temple right now, you're not allowed to wander around. A waitress came over and said. Lin Chen, however, didn't even look at him. Now that Mo Fan and the others had returned to China, as Mo Fan's brother, he had to do something. Ignoring the waitress's reminder, Lin Chen walked straight towards the goddess hall. The waitress ran towards Lin Chen in a panic, but was slowed down by a spatial fluctuation, and could only watch as Lin Chen walked towards the Divine Maiden Hall. The goddess hall was forbidden for outsiders to enter, and Lin Chen's figure quickly attracted the attention of a large number of people. An old knight of the Night Temple frowned at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, that's not where you should go. Lin Chen didn't turn around and continued walking. My friend is there. A friend? The old knight sniffed. The friend you speak of is Yixinxia. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the old knight's face sank. Then you can't go up even more. Feeling the hidden magical aura of the old knight, Lin Chen ignored him, since he had come here with the intention of having a fight. More and more temple mages were converging, and Lin Chen had already reached the middle of the staircase by now. Yixinxia was imprisoned right in the center of the Divine Maiden Hall, and Lin Chen had to go and save her, or at least delay until Mo Fan arrived. Calculating the time, Mo Fan should have already known the news and was rushing this way. It would only take a few hours to arrive. Lin Chen, last warning, don't blame us for being impolite if you go any higher. Lin Chen turned back indifferently. What will you do to Yixinxia? A Knight Temple's Vice Master stepped forward and said in a deep voice, she killed Panigia, and whether or not she's the Pope or a high-ranking member of the Black clergy, she's destined to receive the death penalty. You have no right to dispose of her. Lin Chen's eyes were icy cold. He was a protective person, and Yixinxia was also a very good friend of his, so how could he let her be imprisoned by these people right here? Lin Chen, I advise you not to mistake yourself. The strength of the Parthenon Temple is far from being comparable to any academy tournament. The Vice Temple Master's eyes narrowed, and the light of super-rank magic surged from his body. Then I'd like to see who dares to condemn my friend to death. Terrifying infra-dimensional fluctuations spread, and a silver-colored light exploded in Lin Chen's eyes. The silver-colored domed Star Palace was not at all disadvantaged against the Vice Palace Master's fiery red Star Palace. At the same time, Lin Chen sent a message to Basho to immediately board the city of Athens or disconnect. Long before he came to Hirschwax, Lin Chen had already begun to lay out his plans, and Basho was in the closest seat to Hirschwax at the moment, so it wouldn't take more than a few moments for him to kill Athens. The Vice Hall Master couldn't bear it anymore, and his terrifying fire super rank magic was already prepared, but he was also afraid of Lin Chen's identity. If you violate the rules of the temple, you have to follow the rules of the temple. Even if you're the best in China, you still have to follow the rules when you're here. Chapter 96, The Day the Rain Fell and the Wind Came. The Vice Hall Master's Fire Star Palace reflected the sky, rendering half of the sky a fiery color. Gate of Inferno Prison Red Inferno Firefall. Huge portals of flame rose, and out came not otherworldly beings, but a waterfall of flames powerful enough to scorch a monarch. A hint of gravity appeared in Lin Chen's eyes, and his body's sublime fluctuations went up a level. Space Compass Dead Axis. The axes connecting heaven and earth were densely covered in mid-air, with the huge space compass and the flaming waterfall facing each other from afar. Lin Chen's figure instantly moved to the top of the steps, and with a wave of his right hand, a violent spatial fluctuation had sent the many mages standing here flying. Lin Chen let out a soft cry under his breath, and the spatial compass that occupied half of the sky began to rotate, cutting the flaming waterfall off blatantly. That Deputy Hall Master was greatly shocked. His own fire department had a great soul seed with a domain to boost it, but it was actually no match for Lin Chen's spatial department. It seems that the news is correct. Your spiritual power has reached the 7th level. The Deputy Hall Master said. Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to him. By now he had already reached the platform where the Goddess Hall was located, and with an instantaneous movement he arrived before the palace where Xian Xia was under house arrest. Framing a tender woman as a high-ranking member of the Black Order, you temple mages are really firm in your beliefs. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curved out in a mocking arc, and the several mages guarding the perimeter of the Heart Summer Palace sniffed in anger. Bastard, do you know about the existence of another soul within Yishinsha, that is clearly the hidden soul of the Black Clergy? Stubborn, today I will eradicate you, heretic. The curve of Lin Chen's mouth hid down, and his eyes became icy cold. Noisy. A violet lightning and electromagnetic field was violently generated, and several thunderbolts cleaved these high-ranked mages away, with only one super-ranked mage still barely able to hold on in place. The super-ranked guardian mage struggled to hold on to the thunder falling from the sky, half of his body already paralyzed. Feeling the electric current pervasively drilling into his body, the mage shivered and opened his mouth to ask, "This lightning system of yours is good?" Lin Chen didn't have time to listen to him stutter, and with a wave of his hand, a thick purple thunderbolt struck out, blasting the mage into the area of the Knight's Hall. The base power of Lin Chen's thunderbolt had reached 3 times its power after the Divine Seal Salutation, and with the 6 times of the Violet Sky Soul Seed, that was 18 times its power. What was the concept of 18 times? That Deputy Hall Master's fire increase was 6 times, and the power could even affect half the sky. If Lin Chen's lightning system was on fire, it could drown the entire Parthenon in lightning. Just the thunder within the purple heavenly domain alone could crush a mage who was new to the super ranks without being able to lift his head. "Brother Lin Chen, is that you?" Inside the palace, a gentle female voice came out, and Lin Chen's brows slowed. "Xian Xia, it's me, your brother Mo Fan is on his way here." Yishinsha inside the palace was startled at his words. "Brother Lin Chen, you guys should go. The Parthenon is very powerful, it's not something you two can handle." Xian Xia had studied at the Parthenon for several years, and as a candidate goddess, no one could understand the power of the temple better than her. Not to mention those powerful forbidden spell patriarchs, there were dozens of super-ranked mages in the 4 great halls alone. "Don't worry, but I got help too." Lin Chen smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the many mages ascending the stairs. "Let's not talk to you yet, just wait for home and peace." The huge summoning spell formation was reflected above the palace's gate, and Lin Chen's eyes went wild, feeling his blood boiling all over his body. One man blocking the Parthenon, isn't that the moment a man seeks all his life? It's been a while since you guys have been out for some air, so the Parthenon will be your object of dispersal. In the middle of the ancient arcane spell formation, a divine dragon with its head rushing up into the sky violently drilled out. The nearly 10,000-meter dragon body crossed between heaven and earth, and the huge dragon claws could easily lift a palace. "Jin!" Xiao Xian roared freely. Having been playing around with a few of his siblings within the dragon's nest, he was finally able to have a good fight. "Monarch level." The eyes of the rushing Knight Temple's Vice Lord changed. "I didn't expect you to have any reservations about the Academy tournament, but you even have a monarch-level dragon. Lin Chen shrugged. It's that the academy tournament was too weak, I didn't even have to use my summoning faculty. Saying so, the huge summoning spell formation suddenly turned into a bagua-like shape, with 12 zodiac seals regularly arranged around it. 7 of the zodiac seals were illuminated. The dark green dragon's claws pick at the edge of the summoning spell, followed by a dragon's foot stepping out. The dark green body and head of the dragon poked out, and its 100-meter-tall figure allowed it to sit high above the palace. A scarlet light flashed in the eyes of the Holy Lord as he rolled over and jumped up onto the palace. I, the great demon wizard, am back. Another monarch. The Vice Hall Master was alarmed. 2 monarch-ranked dragon-like demons were quite stressful even for him. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth hooked slightly. During the scholarship tournament, the Saint Lord had also accumulated enough energy within the dragon's nest to break through to the lesser monarch level, and he would be able to help out in this battle as well. Unfortunately, among the remaining dragons, other than Xiao He who had broken through to the sub-monarch level, the others were still commanders, and in front of the mage core of the Parthenon, less than a monarch would instantly be drowned in the light of magic, and coming out would be a way to send them to their deaths. No one can come near Xinxia until someone comes from Xinxia. Lin Chen said coldly. Jin. Xiao Xian let out a dragon roar, and many dark clouds converged, adding field buffs to Lin Chen's thunder system. Tick-tock. Tiny raindrops gradually fell, and as Xiao Xian's 10,000-meter dragon body swam through the dark clouds, the raindrops gradually became larger and became pouring rain. The earth was darkened by the dark clouds, and Lin Chen stood under the dark clouds of the palace, watching a group of temple mages get drenched. The Vice Hall Master couldn't hold back. Yushinxia killed Pan Nijia, no matter what, she must die. This old mage was originally still jealous of Lin Chen's identity, but things had already come to this point. To hold back any longer would be to allow people to bully the Parthenon at will. Vice Hall Master Hylon will be back in an hour. A Golden Flare Knight whispered. The Golden Flare Titan's trail was proven to be false, it should be some sort of unknown powerful demon passing by. The Vice Hall Master's eyes lit up. Good. Without the threat of the Golden Yu Titan, he could focus on dealing with Lin Chen. I won't say the good words a second time. Take down Lin Chen and wait for the punishment. The Deputy Hall Master gave an order, and hundreds of mages from the Night Hall slowly stepped forward. As the rainstorm fell, lightning surged all over Lin Chen's body, and a fierce wind rose around him at some point. There may have been a misunderstanding in this matter, but you have gone a bit too far in privately setting a death sentence for Xinxia without our consent. Lin Chen thought very clearly that if he didn't make a move, nothing would happen to Xinxia, but over the years, Xinxia had been limited in every way despite the secret help of the Temple Mother, the biggest reason being that she came from an ordinary background. All the other goddess candidates had clan crypt behind them, only she, alone. If Lin Chen wanted to obtain help from the Parthenon in the future, this fight had to be fought today. After this fight, Heart Summer's promotion in the future was bound to be smoother. Today, the sudden wind and rain fell, and Lin Chen took one for the team. Chapter 97 The Might of the Thunder System. Nearly 1,000 mages, most of them middle-ranked, a few high-ranked, this kind of strength, Tenbuching couldn't match. And now, Lin Chen had to block it all by himself, and this was only the first wave, there were more Parthenon mages on their way here. Prepare for storm waves. With an order from the Vice Lord of the Night Temple, nearly 100 mages stopped in their tracks, and the light of the water star map shone above their heads unanimously. Hundreds of water middle rank magic combinations, this power, I'm afraid, has already reached the point of pseudo-super rank. The rest of the mages continued to move forward, only waiting for the storm wave to end before blasting out all of their magic together, breaking Lin Chen into pieces. It's better not to bring out this kind of disgraceful magic. Lin Chen snorted coldly, deep purple stars bursting out one after another, the vast star palace occupying half of the goddess hall, the strong electrical energy only escaping somewhat, causing a hazard no weaker than that of a high-level lightning system. 9 huge halberds of thunder and lightning surfaced one after another, and thunder appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The long sword in Lin Chen's hand was sheathed, and the lightning mark on heaven and earth quietly lit up. Amidst the dark clouds, 3 more thunder halberds poked out, their blades pointing directly at the temple mages below. Punishment of the Thunder Ring 12 Thunder Punishments. Under the increase of the Heaven and Earth Sword, Lin Chen's thunder system was heady enough to unleash a second-level thunder system super-ranked magic. Thousands of thunder like swimming fish pouring into the sea, directly drilling into the huge storm waves, following the current, electrocuting nearly 100 mages releasing magic to the ground. Although not dead, they were also seriously injured. Seeing this, the Deputy Hallmaster's face changed. The pseudo-super rank magic was broken by the aftermath alone. Never let this magic fall, or half of the Divine Maiden Hall will be in ruins. Under the command of the Deputy Temple Master, the remaining hundreds of mages stepped forward in unison, fearlessness in their eyes. Lin Chen's eyes transformed into the likeness of lightning, the rigid thunder threatening to destroy all. As his right hand fell, a huge thunder halberd blasted down, so fast that it was 3 times swifter than the lightning in nature. So fast. Earth's sinking guardian. A voice rang out, and then the brown astral palace representing the Earth super rank magic emerged. In the next moment, countless earth and rocks converged, forming a wall of prime above the heads of the many temple mages. Bang! Pump pump pump! The thunder halberd fell and burst open with a loud bang, and countless arcs of electricity turned the stone wall into charred stone. The man who released the magic saw this and looked embarrassed. It was reasonable to say that in the same level, defense-type magic was stronger than attack-type magic. But Lin Chen, he's not being reasonable. A thunder magic, 12 thunder halberds, and one of them almost breaks my Earth Guardian? Breathing heavier, before the mage could do anything, 2 more thunder halberds fell. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rocked the city of Athens, and the prime wall was reduced to rubble all over the ground, smashing the temple mages below. Be careful, his thunder system received the divine seal salutation not long ago, and judging by this power, his thunder system has increased by at least 2 times. The Night Temple's Vice Lord warned. The rushing Temple of Faith Master only wanted to curse at the words, that goddamned one had performed the divine seal salute on him. His own super-ranked earth defense magic in front of him was like a wild dog on the side of the road, it was casually blasted into slag. Who the hell is it? Oh, it seems to be the Temple Mother. The Temple of Faith's Temple Master remembered and said it was okay. Looking at the 9 thunder halberds suspended above his head, the Hall of Faith Master wiped his cold sweat. The young people nowadays are really something. This power, it's comparable to the Heavenly Seed enhancement, right? The Night Temple's Vice Lord's face was bitter. Luckily you came, otherwise I might not even be able to block it. The Hall Master of the Hall of Faith nodded non-committally. Let's settle this matter first. Let's get them to hold us off for half a minute, and we'll give this kid a big one. Hearing the Hall Master of the Hall of Faith say this, the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Knights nodded his head vigorously, and the Firestar Palace behind him emerged violently, with more than 2,000 stars rapidly lighting up. Lin Chen could see that now the other party wasn't going to test the waters anymore, and was directly playing the big game. It was definitely a super rank 3 fire magic. Lin Chen looked towards the new super ranked mage, who was even more amazing than this Night Temple Vice Lord, preparing super rank 3rd level magic as well. Lin Chen took a deep breath, wanting to interrupt the two, but realized that the hundreds of temple mages had already begun to frantically unleash their magic, not seeking to cause damage, as long as they interfered with Lin Chen and protected the 2 temple masters. Lin Chen's mind moved. Xiao Xian and the Holy Lord immediately reacted. It was now his turn to take the stage. Experience the power of a demonic sorcerer. I have the power of a pig, so... Laser eyes. The Holy Lord stood atop the palace, the scarlet in his eyes replaced by yellow lasers. In the next moment, 2 thick laser rays swept out, turning all the ice coffins, fireballs, and shadow spikes in midair into ashes. While the Holy Lord laughed wildly and swept away all the magic flying at him, Xiao Xian was even more simple and rough. Divine Dragon Spinning Circle Kill. A large vortex surfaced on each of Xiao Xian's claws, hundreds of meters in diameter, countless wind blades swirled and cut through it, and anything that fell into it would be chopped into pieces by the sharp wind blades. Xiao Xian's 2 claws probed down from the clouds, and 2 huge vortexes swallowed all the magic released by the temple mages into them, annihilating them all. Dragons, they're just so overbearing. The occasional sporadic magic falling on Xiao Xian was also harmless. As a dragon, the monarch level Xiao Xian was almost completely immune to high level and below magic. Seeing this, Lin Chen no longer paid attention to the group of temple mages, and his gaze went to the 2 temple lords, whose astral palaces were already half constructed at this point. Beckoning his right hand, 9 terrifying halberds of thunder and lightning instantly fell from the sky, the whistling sound of thunder and lightning almost crushing the hopes of those temple mages. No! Quickly save the Vice Hall Master. The realm of holy light. Amidst the crowd of panicked voices, an unusual flat voice came out. In an instant, a seemingly slim light shield surfaced before the 2 hall masters, blocking the 9 thunder halberds. Bang! The 9 explosions spread over 1,000 miles, and the face of the one who struck out was a bit ugly. No wonder he was able to break the High Priestess's Earth-type super-ranked magic. He really is overpowered. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The Parthenon Temple really was as strong as a cloud, so soon another super-class 3rd-level Exarch had appeared. That hand of light shield just now, I think it must be the magic used by relying on transcendental power. The power is comparable to a super rank 3 defense magic. Before that person could say more to Lin Chen, the two hall masters who were preparing magic had already finished preparing. The arrow had to be fired, and at this point, it was already blatant. Lin Chen's consciousness, on the other hand, had long since entered the summoning system's super rank magic the moment he released the Thunder Halberd. The Elven Tower of 1,000 Clans. Chapter 98. Oops, my summoning department won the MVP. Lin Chen's soul entered the summoning demon gate in a flash and arrived at the 1,000 Clans Elven Tower. Relying on the ability of the space-time god's eye, Lin Chen's body of consciousness flew into action, and this time, for the summoning department's super rank magic, he added the Chaos Department, and with the super rank 3 Chaos Department's enchantment, he didn't know what level of Elf King he would be able to impress. After moving just a few steps, Lin Chen realized that the weather, which had been bright just a moment ago, had suddenly become obscure, with thunder and lightning storms surrounding the world in all directions. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He appeared to have encountered something extraordinary. The space-time god's eye opened, and Lin Chen captured a figure in the spatial sandwich. The chaos-colored body was entwined with wind, thunder, fire and water, and a hint of an evil smile could be faintly seen on the unreadable head. The crown on top of his head was the only thing that shone with a golden-yellow presence. The rest of his body was an obscure chaotic color everywhere. The moment he saw it, Lin Chen recognized it. Chaos Demon Spirit. Lin Chen's pupils shrunk. The powerful bloodline in the elf race, the Chaos Demon Spirit, is a monarch when it reaches adulthood. Looking at the crown of the one in front of him, I'm afraid that it is the royal family in the Chaos Demon Spirit, a bloodline that is comparable to the great monarchs, and as long as it reaches adulthood, it's the best of the great monarchs. In the next moment, Lin Chen's face showed excitement again. It was this kind of powerful creature that could help him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen submitted his entire summoning system magic energy. Chaos Demon Spirit King, help me and these are yours. Looking at the large mass of summoning magic energy, the Chaos Demon Spirit King greedily licked his lips, and his eyes were devoid of the gentleness of an ordinary elf, only violence and greed. Swallowing all of Lin Chen's summoning system magic energy in one gulp, the Chaos Demon Spirit King's aura increased by a few points. Right at the moment when the Chaos Demon Spirit King swallowed the demonic energy, the contract line was formed. It had to help Lin Chen in the battle or it would be punished by the invisible rules. The Chaotic Demon Spirit King understood, but was not the least bit intimidated, and flew out directly along the summoned demonic door that Lin Chen had come in through. It wanted to see what was worthy of this human summoning itself. The moment Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the real world, a one-person tall chaos-colored elf appeared with him. It was also at this moment that the magic of the two hall masters had been prepared. Gate of the Inferno, Hell's Death Gate, open. The Vice Lord of the Night Temple bellowed angrily, and the unknown transcendent force erupted in full force, the fire magic of the super rank 3 almost scorching everything on the goddess temple. A door to the Inferno prison that was hundreds of meters high opened, and when the words fell, it was as if a death sentence had been pronounced, and the door to the Inferno prison roared and raged, as thick destructive magma flowed out. The Chaos Demon Spirit King's face changed slightly. No wonder it was allowed to make a move. This magic did have a bit of strength. It was comparable to that Fire Elf King next door. Chaos Demon Sect. When the opposite side opens a dead door, the Chaos Demon Spirit King opens a life door. The same dark portal that was hundreds of meters tall opened, and a deep vortex appeared in the portal, swallowing the pillar of extinguishing magma fire as much as it could. The Chaotic Demon Spirit King's originally obscure body ignited with a fiery red color, and the terrifying temperature caused Lin Chen, who was on the side, to feel a little parched. But alas, the Vice Hall Master without the Heavenly Seed couldn't break the Chaos Demon Spirit King's defenses after all, and could only watch helplessly as his super-ranked magic was swallowed as much as it could be. The dark portal closed, the Chaos Demon Spirit King's face reddened, and there was one more. Holy Decision Split Sky Sword. Suddenly all the clouds in the sky turned a reddish gold color. Red golden sky. Shocking cracks appeared on it, followed by a holy light heavenly sword falling straight down. The ripples of light that swirled up seemed to make the space appear similar to the traces of broken glass, ranging up to several kilometers. Split Sky Sword. This was clearly the ultimate magic of the third level of the light superclass. It was said that the monarch level would all be killed by a single sword. Lin Chen's eyes condensed. The hand is preparing, the magic stalled. The light system of the super order magic can be said to be the same level of the strongest destructive magic, not to mention that this hallmaster is also suspected of having a heavenly kind of support. Chaos Demon Spirit King cannot stop it. A super-ranked mage with or without a heavenly seed was completely two kinds of mages. The other party was the hall master of the Hall of Faith, Lin Chen believed that the other party definitely had the ability to get a man-made small heavenly seed. Block this blow and leave the rest to me. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the Chaos Demon Spirit King's grumpy heart became even more frenzied. What do you mean, you human? You think you're the savior? This battle should be ended by its great Chaos Demon Spirit King. I'm partial to blocking. The Chaos Demon Spirit King raised his hands high, the crown on top of his head blossoming with light. Understand the gold content of the peak of a great monarch asshole. Chaos Order. The chaotic demon spirit's hands fell violently, the red golden sky suddenly changed colors, wind and thunder volcanoes appeared irregularly, followed by all of them falling down and bombarding on top of the heaven-splitting sword. Explosive wind. The chaos demon spirit's finger pointed, and a heavenly gale appeared in the void in front of him for no apparent reason. Skyfire. Blazing flames began to burn in the air. Thunderbolt flying stones. Huge mountain peaks entwined with thunder comparable to super-ranked thunder descended from the sky. The Hall of Faith Temple Master's face changed drastically. If this mountain peak fell, I'm afraid that the entire Parthenon would have to be relocated. Unable to do anything else, the Hall of Faith Hallmaster had no choice but to control the heaven-splitting sword to chop at the lightning mountain peak. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with fire, the wind was raging, and the thunder and lightning mountain peaks were turned into a sky full of debris. The heaven-splitting sword transformed into a sky full of reddish-golden light, as if a reddish-golden sun had risen over the Parthenon. The heavenly fire gale subsided, and the thunder and lightning mountain peaks were turned into a rain of flying rocks, which still carried a terrifying destructive power even when they shattered. The man who had used light magic earlier sighed softly at the sight. What a terrifying genius, but alas, you'll have to accept arbitration from the Hall of Judgment. The eyes of the Lord of the Judgment Hall stared. Although Heilong's strength was the strongest amongst the Hall Lords, it didn't mean that they were weak. Men Wind Thousand Rin Thousand Leaf Windblade. The matchless windblade sliced the sky full of flying stones into fine dust that floated away with the wind. Lin Chen pursed his lips, instantly sending out super rank 1 wind magic. This person's cultivation was truly terrifying. And as far as he knew, the real powerhouses of the Parthenon Temple hadn't made their move yet, right? Just these explicit temple masters and vice masters were so terrifying, he wondered how strong those forbidden spell patriarchs were. Void in Dark Penal Colony. Lin Chen had been preparing for a long time for what was clearly a shadow system super rank magic. Having just broken through, he was still a bit unskilled, but fortunately it was released smoothly. Lin Chen was going to look for an opportunity to knock one out first, reducing the pressure while grabbing some leverage to buy time for Mo Fan's arrival. It's hard for him to hold out for a few hours without exposing his emperor-level battle power, if Ba Xia doesn't come. Pulling out the wooden fish vessel, Lin Chen sensed the location of the Basho. By now Basho had logged on, and it would only take half an hour to make it all the way across the country. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the summoning department had come out with a newbie benefit and summoned a peak Grand Monarch Chaos Demon Spirit King, otherwise he would have had to hold back from unleashing an emperor level in that wave just now. Lin Chen's current strength was somewhat disconnected, not only in the magic level, but also the gargoyle level. There were 3 emperor classes, but not even a single great sovereign. Luckily, there's the summoning department. Lin Chen announced that the summoning department got it, MVP. Suddenly super loud. Thunder system? Thunder department. A summoning department has used 1 magic from the beginning until now, and as a result, the Parthenon copy scored a rating of 13.0. Got the MVP. Why do you recognize the scoring system so much? It alienates people from what they give, okay? Chapter 99, Chinese Totem Understanding. Dark shadows enveloped the heavens and earth, submerging the entire goddess peak, as the figures of Lin Chen and the little Xian Holy Lord disappeared into thin air. The Chaos Demon Spirit King gave Lin Chen a tired look, then took a step into the summoning demon gate and returned to the Thousand Clans Elven Tower. At the uppermost stand, the mother of the temple silently watched what was going on below, with the great sage Marola standing at her side. The holy sanctuary's verdict is about to end, and the establishment of Yi Xinxia's guilt is a foregone conclusion. Mayora whispered. Temple Mother nodded, looking a little distracted. Xiao Shen and the 3 of them struck out against a junior, and surprisingly, they haven't taken down each other in such a long time. Seeing that Her Highness Mother didn't seem to want to talk about Yi Xinxia's problems, Mayora changed the topic. Xiao Shen was the Vice Hall Master of the Judgment Hall, a powerful super-ranked mage. Together with the other 2 Hall Masters, the 3 of them combined their efforts, but they couldn't even help Lin Chen. He's not simple. At such a young age he has 4 super ranks in the summoning, space, thunder, and shadow lineages, and his battle power is much stronger than the Golden Unite Commander Yafa. Hearing the temple mother's words, Mayora fell silent. Lin Chen was indeed a demon, for lineage super rank at a young age, simply unique in the world.
Let's have Panigia's funeral first. It's a shame that Shoshan isn't here.
The temple mother shook her head and walked toward the back.
Marola's eyes closed lightly. It's only natural for him to step in when someone tries to defend his daughter's murderer at her funeral.
At this point, Mayora moved with a sudden lurch, and the temple mother did likewise. The two of them unanimously looked towards the long staircase below the Parthenon, where a demon as massive as the goddess peak stood at some point. Melora's pupils shrank and she lost her voice. What is this thing? Looking at the thick turtle shell under the basho, it was as if Mayora had seen an island in the Pacific Ocean crashing into her face with a sense of oppression. On the goddess peak, Lin Chen, who was dodging the attacks, breathed slowly, finally coming. Under the unceasing attacks from the 3 Shaoshin and hundreds of temple mages, the pressure was indeed greater. Basha stepped on his forelimbs and stomped out deep depressions in the stairs, his terrifying power causing the entire divine mountain to tremble. Suddenly, Lin Chen looked into the sky as he sensed a powerful and familiar aura. Amidst the dark clouds, a Mothian giant snake poked its head out, and Mo Fan stood on top of its head, waving excitedly at Lin Chen. Pang Lai and the others had already rushed to the Parthenon when they learned about Yi Xinxia. Lin Chen's trip up the mountain was so sudden that they were unable to stop it, and in order not to intensify the conflict, they had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. The matter of Lin Chen starting the fight was also something that Pang Lai and the others had told Mo Fan. After learning of this situation, Mo Fan didn't bother going through the procedures and rode the totem Xian snake directly all the way to the sky above the Parthenon. The moment the hegemonic Xian snake appeared, the originally obscure totem god patterns on Xiao Xian's body suddenly became bright, and a terrifying might emanated.
Grand Monarch.
Relying on the totem resonance, Xiao Xian unexpectedly directly crossed over the medium monarchs and increased his strength to a great monarch. Lin Chen's mind moved, and a giant turtle with a dragon head covered in ice blue appeared, and although there was a bit of a gap between its size and that of the hegemony, it was still hundreds of meters huge. Little Ice only had the strength of a small commander right now, but Lin Chen had added Basho's turtle armor when he fused it, giving it the ability to resonate with totems. The 4 major totems bloomed together with shining colors, and a terrifying might swept across the entire Parthenon.
Blue, the sub-monarch. Kogen, the great monarch. Basha, the invincible monarch. Totem Shin Snake, the invincible monarch.
Lin Chen had a premonition that as long as one more totem resonated, the strength of Basha and Xian Snake would be able to go even further. Lin Chen laughed as he instantly moved onto Baxiao's back. Old man's help is here, no more acting. Hurry up and hand over Xancia or I'll kill you few old things. The corners of Xiaoshen's mouth twitched as he glanced scornfully at Baxia and Xian Snake. What was the situation? He knew both Lin Chen and Mo Fan, but these two shouldn't have supreme monarch level contracted beasts anyway. This prime giant tortoise and the serpent of Motian in front of them were definitely at the supreme monarch level of strength, or else they couldn't have put Xiao Shun, who was at the super order full cultivation, under so much pressure. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the above, and the door of the hall where the trial was originally taking place opened with a bang.
Grand Magistrate Du Rank of the Holy Sanctuary stepped out and frowned as he looked down.
Yi Xinxia's death sentence is finalized. From time to time he will enter the dark penal colony. What's the situation here? Seeing Duran K come out, Temple Mother raised her eyes. It's Yi Xinxia's 2 friends who are robbing the court.
Friends?
Durank froze and looked down carefully. There were 5 monarchs alone, 2 of them were also supreme monarchs. When could Yi Xinxia, a young man, have such friends? Durank noticed the tiny Lin Chen on the back of the overlord and narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Lin Chen? It seems that he is also on the watch list of the Holy Sanctuary. Underneath the stands, Mo Fan landed next to Lin Chen, unable to thank him in time, and angrily pushed open the door of the Holy Maiden Hall. For a long time, Mo Fan walked out in silence holding Xancia. The pale saint girl costume covered Mo Fan's lowered head, making it impossible to see the color in his eyes.
Lin Chen stood beside him. Going home?
I want to kill them all. Mo Fan raised his head, his eyes burning with robber flames. Lin Chen smiled, feeling his skin suddenly tense up with blood chi. This is the Mo Fan I know. I have long looked at these Ias, the truth, to rely on their own to take their fists to fight out. The corners of Mo Fan's mouth hooked up, the arcs growing wider and wider, eventually turning into a hideous smile. A bunch of damn things. I don't care about any ironclad evidence, and I won't bother about how many people in the world believe that you are. All I know is that you're my Mo Fan's Yi Xinxia, and no one can hurt you, not the Parthenon, not the sacred sanctuary. Listening to Mo Fan's words, Yi Xinxia's eyes filled with tears. Patting Mo Fan's shoulder, Lin Chen laughed. Let them see how powerful the Huaxia totem is.
Lin Chen's figure flashed over to the basho and kicked the basho's toes. Old turtle, get on. Basha looked at Lin Chen like he was an idiot. There were so many strong people here that even it felt a great deal of pressure. Luckily, we met the Gen Snake here. Looking at his old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time, the hot blood in Basha's body boiled up in a rare way. Roar! Hiss! Jin! 3 loud roars rang out as the bully downloaded Lin Chen, and the Xian Snake took Mo Fan and Xia and flew towards the bottom of the mountain. Bang! The brilliant golden light shattered the void darkness penal colony that Lin Chen had left behind into smithereens, and Xiaoshan's 3 figures were revealed, and when they saw that Lin Chen and the others were about to leave, they couldn't help but raise their heads to listen to the Temple Mother's opinion. Before the Temple Mother could say anything, Durak had already frowned and said, Yi Xinxia has been sentenced to death, and whoever takes her out of the Great Hall will be executed on the spot for the same crime as her. Executions. Xiaoshan 3 people were shocked in their hearts. Earlier they fought so hard, but they only wanted to take Lin Chen, not to kill. The other party's background in Huaxia is clear to everyone. If they really killed, I am afraid that Huaxia will send a war letter to Shisha Wax tomorrow. Durank, how dare you? A single chapter stating the dog's head to save his life. I saw a reader say I was in the water and why there are emperors who don't use it. Just to be clear at the outset, it wasn't unused and appeared right away. So why haven't you been using it in front of you? Because I want the materials of the Wrecking Nook. Inside the original, Mo Fan was able to beat the Wrecking Nook back, and now that I've released the Emperor, I guess the Wrecking Nook won't dare to come out. The skeleton Nook itself was Emperor grade, but it only dropped in level due to a serious injury, and the materials that popped out were still Emperor grade, which were considered to be some of the better materials to get at the moment. So while I'm at it, there may still be some who say, why not go for the other emperors? 3 emperors can't go for the one that's weak. It's also explained here in passing, firstly, because there are very few emperors, and secondly, because they basically have their own forces. Inside the original, the reason why Su Deer looked at the Black Dragon Emperor, besides its powerful strength, there was also the reason why it was a lone dragon with no henchmen. Whether an emperor has men or not is 2 concepts, this should be understood. The topic has run away. In short, I opened a single chapter to explain the main purpose is stupid bird author will not hydrology, we take me and other authors to compare it will know, which has less than 200,000 words, the national government plot on the end of my plot progress has always been very fast, and here to write a few more chapters, but also to pave the way. Lastly, thanks for all the support, on my knees, and I haven't had much time to respond to recent comments, my classes were just a little tight the first semester of freshman year, and I've been taking time out between classes to write my books. And, spitballing, the writer's assistant comments seem to be crashing. I tried to take the time to look at the comments yesterday and couldn't get them to open, and by the time I could get them to open, I realized that so many of the ones I noticed were gone. I don't know if it's just a card that's gone dead or what, and I'm having a similar situation today, so hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. Chapter 100, Endurance. It's decided that it's you, armor-robed Dragon Emperor. Song Qiming stepped out and glared angrily at Duran K, wanting to bail out Mo Fan. When old man Bao Song Qiming walked past those holy ruler mages immediately half-kneeled and performed a heavy salute. Old Magus Song. Elder. Mentor. Seeing Song Qiming appear, Duran K frowned and said in exasperation, Song Qiming, you're a magus, you're only responsible for supervising the judges, any sentencing decisions have nothing to do with you, not to mention that you're no longer a magus of the sacred sanctioning court, so what right do you have to speak here? Song Qiming snorted coldly and talked about the matter of Saint Sun one tie back then, scaring Duran K into stopping it in a hurry. There's no need to say more nonsense, they will die today. Duran K said viciously. Must die? The corner of Song Qiming's mouth scratched up a mocking smile. Now that the Patnang Divine Temple has lost its divine soul, its battle power is not as good as it was before. If it was only the Xian Snake, it would not be easy to say what will happen today, but the Ba Shiming is also here, and it's not certain who will not spare who. Seemingly seeing Song Qiming's thoughts, Duran K said as if he was taking revenge, the sacred sanctuary has passed its verdict, the dark sacred sanction has been unleashed, and Yi Xinxia will surely die today. Dark sanctuary? Song Qiming's face suddenly changed. Durank, you guys even unleashed the dark saint ruling on a girl. Song Qiming couldn't bother with Duran K in time, and hurriedly turned back to look at Lin Chen and the two of them, his expression changing. Lin Chen seemed to feel something, turned his head to look at Song Qiming and smiled slightly while using sound magic to transmit his voice. I understand all of this, besides saving Xia today, I have another purpose. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Song Qiming's expression was stagnant. Did he hear it wrong? Lin Chen wants to kill the skeleton Nook? That's right, Lin Chen wanted to kill the Wrecking Nook, and that was the reason why he hadn't been able to summon an Emperor class from the beginning. The skeleton Nook itself was a sub-emperor, and its strength had decreased after being heavily injured, but the materials that were burst out could still be of the emperor level, and compared to the huge emperors of other powers, this could be considered to be the most easily obtainable emperor-level material that Lin Chen could obtain at the moment. But for now, there's the temple mage here to deal with first. Lin Chen's gaze was slightly condensed. Behind him came the roaring sounds of countless magical spells. He was able to feel the terrifying aura generated by the different elements colliding together, stirring up the wind and clouds of this area. As soon as he turned his head back, he was instantly overshadowed by a dense mass of magical energies. Basho, block. Water Imperial Sacred Shield. Lin Chen let out a low gulp, and all the water magic energy in his entire body poured into the wooden fish magic tool, and a blue flash of light that was on the same frequency as Lin Chen's flashed out from Ba Xia's body. Roar! Under a heavenly roar, a blue golden light shield emerged, and it was so large that it blocked the entrance to the entire divine mountain. Giant flames and absolute ice roars connected into a rain of ice and fire, reckless and severe wind blades intertwined with lightning locks that flashed across the sky, and a shocking lightsaber flew parallel to the earth. Allowing all magic attacks, the blue golden light shield loomed large, still, except for perverts like Lin Chen. Defense magic of the same level was one level higher than attack magic. The defense created by Lin Chen and Basha jointly could not be broken by non-forbidden magic, and these high and low-level super-ranked magic was completely here for a laugh. But unfortunately, Hailong had already rushed back by this time, and had brought several senior super-ranked mages with him, relying on the Divine Mountain prohibition to block Lin Chen's few people. Hailong and the others were about to surround Lin Chen and the others when a huge clamor suddenly resounded above the stands. Not only did the temple personnel look upwards in disbelief, even Lin Chen's eyebrows jumped violently, getting a bad feeling. Impossible, impossible, Sarung has been arrested, so what is the chaos above? It can't be that the temple mother has reported herself. Lin Chen muttered. Stop attacking the forbidden system, there's something going on up there. Lin Chen patted Overlord's large head, then stepped on his feet into the void to arrive in front of Hailong. Lin Chen, have you finally decided to surrender? As long as you surrender, our temple can spare your life. Hailong said coldly. Lin Chen's identity was ultimately scorned by Hailong, and without a divine soul, the Parthenon simply didn't have the capital to fight hard with Huaxia. Hallmaster Hailong, I don't think it's time for you to take it personally, but to go and see your hallmother, she may be dying. Lin Chen shrugged and said. The words spoken in a flat tone sent a chill down Hailong's spine, feeling the hairs on his body stand up. Not in the mood to tussle with Lin Chen anymore, Hailong flew straight to the upper stands. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and unleashed a spatial transient, his speed a step faster than Hailong's. When Lin Chen saw above the stands, that familiar figure finally ignited the rage in his heart. Sarung! How did you escape the Inquisition? Sarung took off his white sarong hood and looked at Lin Chen, hatred erupting in his eyes, but his mouth was mocking with contempt. The temple mother of the Parthenon, the judge of the holy sanctuary, can be poisoned by me. What is it to escape the judgment? Listening to what Sarung said, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. If I can catch you once, I can catch you twice. Arrest me? Sarung laughed. Why don't you start by asking that grand judge next to you if he'll think you're my accomplice? After saying that, Sarung's figure suddenly disappeared, and it turned out that she had torn apart the spatial scroll back when she was talking to Lin Chen just now. Having suffered a loss at Lin Chen's hands, he naturally wouldn't be careless again. Lin Chen disdainfully stretched out his hand, playing with spatial teleportation in front of himself, who possessed the space-time god's eye. Sarung was still taking things too much for granted. Just as he was about to block off space, Lin Chen's face suddenly changed, and the magic he was originally preparing to block off space shifted direction and blocked his side. Bang! Durang's attack was blocked, and Lin Chen took a deep breath of this. There was only one chance, and space teleportation was extremely fast, so after such a delay, Sarung had long since run 100 miles away. Durang, today you will surely die. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, glaring angrily at Durang K. Durang didn't realize what he had done in the slightest and was still barking at the dog. Humph, if it wasn't for you Lin Chen messing up this funeral, how could you let Sarung take advantage of the situation? Perhaps you had colluded with Sarung long ago, simply unpardonable. Grand Magistrate Durang K immediately said. Looking at the other party's moralistic appearance, Lin Chen could no longer tolerate it, and the terrifying black hole of the undead rose up from behind him, and the countless mournful voices of the undead emanated out, chilling the hearts of the people present. A terrifying deathly aura swept through the stands, and clicking sounds emanated from the black hole behind Lin Chen. The dragon's horns emerged into the human world, followed by a magnificent body in armored robes, the cloak of the undead fluttering in the wind, and scarlet eyes that heralded the wrath of the visitor. In the crowd, Han Silence's pupils shrank, a figure he could never forget for the rest of his life. Armor-robed Dragon Emperor. Chapter 101, Intertemporal Express. What is this? Durang felt his teeth chattering. Obviously he was a super-rank full cultivation mage, but he didn't even dare to raise the slightest bit of resistance. Mages, like demons, were simply difficult to fight against when faced with a higher power, and even low-level mages would be unable to use their magic when even their mental defenses would be crushed by the other party when faced with a high-level demon. Facing the armored-robed Dragon Emperor at such a close distance, he would at least need to ban the spell to act normally, and Durang's district was still not enough for a super rank. The light of darkness lit up, and Durang only felt a blackness before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Durang, Grand Magistrate of the Holy Sanctuary, dies. Lin Chen casually kicked Durang's head off the high platform, the district's super rank, and the Emperor sticking his face in the air. If he could live for one more second, Lin Chen dared to live eat his own spacetime divine eye. On top of the high platform, the Temple Mother, who had just suppressed the toxin, looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. How is that possible, Imperial? The appearance of the Dragon Monarch instantly crushed all of the Temple Mother's plans, the Emperor level, the existence that broke the balance. Daring to cast a guilty stone in the face of a tender girl, and letting a true Sarung escape in the face of a true Sarung, Holy Sanctuary, Parthenon, I'll remember today. Lin Chen's eyes were as sharp as knives as he swept over the people present, and wherever his gaze went, all of them lowered their eyebrows and bound their hands. Lin Chen's eyes mocked. Really, power was the greatest truth in this world. The appearance of the Dragon Monarch caused the entire battlefield to suddenly fall silent, and the sense of Imperial-level oppression made it difficult for all the mages present to release their magic. Suddenly, 10 guilty stones traveled through space and arrived beside Imofan and Xancia. Seeing this, Song Qiming anxiously said, Lin Chen, the dark sacred ruling is about to begin. Lin Chen felt the abnormal movement in space and indicated that he understood, then his gaze looked into the distance. 10 black stones are bizarre to the extreme, they become surrounded by the heart of the summer body. Suddenly all the stones burst out of the black light, just like a composition of the darkness of the holy dictatorship brand, heavily branded in the heart of the summer's forehead. Xancia, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Imofan was as flustered as a numbness at the moment, and those eyes were translucent with the color of blood and ink. Lin Chen instantly moved to Imofan's side and pressed his shoulder. Calm down, Imofan, there's still me, I'll take care of the Dark Saint ruler. Lin Chen's appearance brought a trace of solace to Imofan, allowing him to barely calm down. Xancia, wherever you get to next, don't panic, your brother Imofan and I will be there to save you. Before Xancia could respond, his figure had already disappeared. At the same time, a curtain of light through the sky, dividing real space, cut a huge area of black semi-void. The huge area of black half-void nearly enveloped the empty city center, and from afar it was indeed a shocking and incomparable dark torture chamber. But this torture chamber is no match for the Fury Abyss. Long Jun brought Lin Chen and Imofan and instantly arrived next to the dark penal colony. The fateful abyss emerged, a huge spatial rift almost swallowed the dark penal colony, a large hand raked the edge, and in the next moment, the figure of the corpse of the mountain peak appeared. On its shoulders, there was the 9 specters queen and a red skeleton. All of the 8 deadly monarchs came out of the fateful abyss, and along with them, there were countless undead. Among these undead, Lin Chen also saw quite a few of the demons that he had encountered during his school tournament training, only that they had all turned into bones and rotting corpses, allowing the Dragon Monarch's undead empire to grow even larger. Millions and millions of undead appeared, instantly turning the entire city of Athens into a land of the undead. On the high platform, Hailong looked at the scene in shock, his throat dry. Is this what happened to Gudu in the first place? Han Silence didn't feel good either. Seeing this scene of deja vu made his scalp a little numb. On the contrary, Panglai, who was still calm, shrugged and said, there are 2 more totems than on the day of Gudu. Halen pursed his lips. Without the presence of a divine soul, he didn't know what he would have to do to deflect this force if it were to impact the city of Athens. Skeleton Nook appeared and directly obliterated it. It's only the strength of a supreme monarch now, can it do that? Lin Chen looked at the dragon monarch, who tapped the dragon's head without making a sound. In the next moment, Long Jun's right hand lightly slashed, and the impenetrable dark penal colony was slashed open. The dragon monarch's eyes condensed, and with a flick of his hands, he actually directly tore off half of the dark penal colony's light shield, dropping it in the Bane Abyss to become its great nourishment. The army of the undead swept into the middle of the dark penal colony, filling it to the brim. It was the first time since the birth of the dark penal colony that so many creatures had entered at once. Suddenly, a roar that shook the entire Acropolis came out from the midst of the grand dark torture chamber. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. it looked like the takeout he had ordered from another dimension had arrived. The Dragon Lord raised his hand, the army of undead that were hissing stopped roaring, and the entire dark penal colony turned into a place of dead silence, with only the scarlet eyes of the undead still flickering. Within the penal colony, a large area of street houses inexplicably transformed into a large black pool, in that completely a pool of black sewage. A hideous black horned helmet head slowly rose up, black flying insects presenting thick black smoke, a group such as python shape, towards the entire dark penal colony to fly scattered out. In the pool, in the horned helmet, was a face strewn with half tentacles, and the whole of the jawbone and chin seemed to be hung with a dense mass of long black beetles. Skeleton Nook was excited to eat a forbidden mage only a short while ago, and how long had it been before he could eat a fresh offering again? The moment the head drilled out of the vortex, Skeleton Nook roared in excitement, followed by the sight of the undead army coming out of the fury abyss. Skeleton Nook froze. What happened? Hadn't he just arrived on Earth from the Dark Realm? How could there be so many undead on Earth? Skeleton Nook looked down at the black worms, scorched-colored earth, and wandering undead. It was the dark plane all right. Skeleton Nook nodded. It was the dark plane all right. Looking up, dozens of undead monarchs, carrying corpses as tall as mountain peaks, floating undead empresses, scarlet skeletons, and the undead emperors that are storing up their power. Skeleton Nook, who was still lamenting that the earth had also turned into a paradise, suddenly froze. No, the undead emperor is just an emperor. What the hell are you storing up your power? Taking advantage of the moment when Skeleton Nook froze, the dragon monarch struck out blatantly. The light of extreme darkness lit up, and the entire dark penal colony instantly burst into pieces as an endless aura of the undead rose. Put! Skeleton Nook caught the tentacled head that had fallen from his neck, a little dazed. Being undead, Skeleton Nook hadn't died in an instant, and relying on its senses, it realized that the carrion, which was as huge as a mountain, had launched an attack, and along with it, there was also a turtle and a snake. The corpse of the mountain peak, Basha, and Xian Snake completed the supplementary fight, and Lin Chen directly collected the entire corpse of the Skeleton Nook into his spatial ring. Underworld Beast Skeleton Nook body red. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth hooked up. It was indeed a red material, and it was from the same source as the Dragon Monarch, so it was just right for him to use. At the same time that Skeleton Nook was killed, the divine soul within Xin Xia's body also surfaced under the effect of the dark penal colony. Looking away from the Parthenon, which was filled with clamor, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It was time to clean up Azuna's faction ahead of time, to make it a little easier for myself to secretly manipulate the Parthenon through Heartsire. Chapter 102, I Don't Eat Beef. The Dragon Monarch carried his hands behind his back, and in the next moment, an endless army of undead headed to the Divine Mountain in great numbers. Above the high platform, the mother of the temple saw the situation, but also a bit at a loss for words, not how suddenly the undead army surrounded the city. The corpse of the mountain peak lifted Long Jun and Lin Chen, sending them to the high platform of the Goddess Hall. Divine Soul present, Heartsummer is not the Black Cleric. Lin Chen said coldly. After he said that, before the crowd could respond, the Dragon Monarch beside Lin Chen violently disappeared. The temple mother was startled and turned back to look somewhere. Great Sage Marola lowered her head incredulously as a bright red heart came out through her body. Ryujin drew out his own right hand and crushed the heart he held in his palm as soon as he could, and Mayora's figure collapsed with it, falling heavily to the ground. The aura of the undead escaped, and the crowd present was creeped out. Lin Chen, what are you doing? The temple mother exclaimed. Hailong took a deep breath. Lin Chen, the misunderstanding has been cleared. The temple mages were killed by you by the thousands. Haven't you relieved your anger yet? Relief? Lin Chen laughed. If I didn't have the emperor by my side today, I'm afraid I would have been dead long ago. Corrupting Majora's body into a bloody mess prevents the temple from staging some disgusting funeral afterward, saying some compassionate words to compel the masses. The temple mother took a deep breath. Durang's death can be blamed on his abuse of power. What about Mayora? Because she was involved in the deaths of the other holy maidens. Lin Chen interrupted the temple mother. What Lin Chen said reverberated across the high platform, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. No one would have thought that as a great sage, Mayora would do such a thing. On the sidelines, Halen heard something wrong for Azuna? But she's not. The latter words did not come out of Hailong's mouth, which was suspected to be disrespectful to the previous goddess. You can ask her yourselves exactly how, but I can warn that without a divine soul, it's not easy to say exactly how she was resurrected. Looking at the strange woman slowly pacing behind the crowd, Lin Chen had a wide smile on his face. Halen also seemed to feel something and looked back at the familiar woman with a slight twinkle in his eyes. At the same time, Hailong looked at Xinxia again, as if he wanted to see through her the divine soul that Wentai had left behind in the first place. Eventually, Halen had a decision to make, and he took a deep breath, staring intently at Izuna. What the hell is going on with Panacea's death? Halen's question was posed, and even those on the sidelines who had been brainlessly cheering for Izuna fell silent. Izuna's face always wore a gentle smile, and said compassionately with a sniff, "I'm sorry, Temple Master Hailong, it was me who failed to restrain my subordinates after my death, and for all of this, it's all because Duran K went too far." Poorly restrained subordinates after death? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. This Izuna was quite good at being shady. Izuna, cut the useless talk, you're dead today. Lin Chen's blunt words instantly aroused the discontent of Izuna's supporters. Asshole. I'm going to skin you. One supporter called out, trying to make a good impression on Izuna today, who had just come out after many years. Lin Chen shrugged, and in the next moment, the Dragon Monarch's figure disappeared, shattering this supporter's heart. The supporter's figure fell limply to the ground, and Lin Chen laughed. Is there anyone else who doesn't care about the truth and supports the murderer brainlessly? The scene was silent. Lin Chen smiled even more derisively. He had nothing more to say. He was a military general, so he could only say that they were a bunch of brainless but fearful of death shabi. Ryujin's figure appeared behind Izuna's back, and the undead aura swept over Izuna's entire body, making her feel as if she was on the edge of her seat. Izuna forced herself to be calm. She didn't believe that Lin Chen would dare to kill herself. Presumptuously killing the last goddess, the holy sanctuary will be looking for you for questioning. Lin Chen's ears were getting calloused from listening to this kind of talk. What kind of is the holy sanctuary? Do you really think you're the world's policeman? Pointing to the side at a few holy sanctuary judges and holy sanctuary mages, Lin Chen's gaze was cold. They'll be there to accompany you in a moment. At those words, several judges and holy ruler mages trembled. They were all set on the path of magic, but in front of the Dragon Monarch, it was difficult to even release their magic, and they could only tremble constantly. I have said from the beginning that you have no right to judge the people of Wasia. Izuna's gaze remained calm, as if she was certain that Lin Chen wouldn't kill her. Then you don't have the right to dispose of me either, because I'm a member of the temple, and the laws of China can't control me. Lin Chen was simply going to be laughed at by Izuna's stupidity. Don't be so naive, okay? How about all the conclusions and truths are formulated by those with greater strength? Could it be that Izuna as the Iron Blood Goddess wouldn't understand? Tell you what, I'll flip a coin, heads you live, tails you die. After saying that, Lin Chen didn't care about the crowd's reaction and pulled out a coin, tossing it high under the focus of the entire crowd's eyes. The eyes and minds of everyone present were tugged as they watched the coin fall into Lin Chen's left hand palm. Lin Chen removed his right hand that was covering it, and an exclamation rang out from the scene. Phew, it's okay, Izuna-sama is fine. Positive. It's the front. Lin Chen frowned at the coin. It was really positive, okay? Lin Chen tapped his left hand to the top of his right hand, then moved it away, and the coin facing up had become tails. Izuna's pupils shrunk. You don't keep your word. Lin Chen's smile faded, the corners of his mouth curved out in a weird arc. I don't eat beef. Beef? What does this have to do with beef? Izuna froze, but immediately afterward, she didn't get another chance to froth. The Dragon Monarch struck decisively, directly crushing Izuna's physical body and obliterating it along with her soul. Izuna was resurrected by an evil technique, and to kill her, she had to obliterate her soul so that she could be killed completely. As Izuna died, a wave of shock instantly rose from the scene, and Lin Chen ignored it all, letting the Dragon Monarch continue to strike. Killing 1 or 2 is still killing, killing 10,000 or 20,000 is still killing. Lin Chen is going to slaughter the Izuna faction today. The aura of the undead surged once more, and the Dragon Lord's aura continued to roll over all parts of the temple. The blue and gold Vice Hall Master of the Night Hall, the golden Unite Chief Yafa, the 5 judges who cast the Sin Stone, and the Vice Hall Master of the Judgment Hall, Xiaoshin, were all cut down to the ground. All those that Lin Chen knew of were killed. Lin Chen looked deeply at the furious Hailong and blandly said, Hall Master Hailong, the Prime Mansion was destroyed in an ant-hole. These assholes should have died a long time ago. Have you forgotten about Wentai? Venta. Hearing this name, Hailong took a deep breath. It is true that we misunderstood Xinxia today. She is burdened with a divine soul and is still the daughter of Wentai. I will assist her. I can't stop that armored rogue dragon emperor. I just hope that you won't kill innocents indiscriminately. Hailong's tone was almost humble. This powerful mage who was close to a forbidden spell simply couldn't resist Lin Chen. Don't worry, after cleaning up all this trash, I will naturally return to Huaxia. Lin Chen laughed and casually blasted Chief Golden Flare Knight Yulohua away with a shot of lightning. This was not China, and although he had the help of the 3 emperors, the holy city was not to be underestimated. and perhaps if news of this place got out, an archangel would take himself as a target for preparation before he went out into the world. Chapter 103. It's over, it's the legendary Shura. Before leaving, Emofan also took away the Bora on the ancient road of the Star River because of the demonic aura that leaked out earlier. The world line's ability to correct itself is always strong, just like Lin Shen simply couldn't figure out how this could still happen in Xia when it was clear that Sarung had already been captured, and how Sarung had escaped. Afterwards, Old Man Pao went to look into the incident of Sarung's escape and found out that it was a high-ranking member within the Judgment Council who defected, which allowed Sarung to escape. The forgetfulness bug made him forget his identity as a member of the Black Order, and it wasn't until recently that he regained his memory. This is the result of the investigation of Old Man Pao. Ask a person even he does not know his own identity, the trial will be means how to find him out. Lin Shen took a deep breath and rubbed his fuzzy brain. He had been fighting all this time, so it seemed like it was time to take a break. On the contrary, it was this guy, Emofan, who felt that his strength was still not enough and took Ling Ling to the Taklamakan desert to look for a way to help little Yen Ji make a breakthrough. By now, Emofan recalled the moment he picked up Xia, recalled the desperation on his face at the time, and witnessed Lin Shen shocking the entire arena before realizing that he was still far from strong enough. Beat up student mages all over the world? Emofan's goal was to blow up mages all over the world. It seemed like this kid had slaughtered a few of the Judgment Council before he set off, but Lin Shen didn't meddle too much in such trivial matters. Returning to Mordor, Lin Shen didn't go back to the Mu family first, but rather returned to his apartment from his college days. It's been a long time since I've seen this niece Ding Yumian, and she even called Lin Shen before the academy tournament, saying that she wanted to go to the scene to cheer for him, but unfortunately, Dean Xiao didn't agree because he wasn't comfortable with her special situation. Ka Ching. Pushing open the door of the apartment, Lin Shen looked at the messy home and helplessly held his forehead. He hadn't been back for a year, and Ding Yumian had let herself go. Will fall on the ground unknown fat pickup, Lin Shen frowned. Strange, this model how a little. Looking towards the ground, a snow-white hair was hidden in the corner. Lin Shen's pupils shrunk. He remembered that Ding Yumian's hair was black and those with long snow-white hair. He could only think of one person at first. Mu Ningxue. Back? Not hurt? Familiar cold words rang out, and Lin Shen's body froze, slowly twisting his head to look at his room. Only to see Mu Ningxue, who was wearing a snow-white lace low-neck nightgown, was looking at herself with a gentle expression, an expression that Lin Shen found it difficult to see. Perhaps this is the real relaxed state of Mu Ningxue, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, really falling in love with someone, and then removing their defenses. Lin Shen's eyes straightened as he watched. Sure enough, proper relaxation and unwinding just had its benefits. Mu Ningxue felt Lin Shen's burning gaze. Her right hand covered the spring light that had appeared at first glance, and she looked a little more pouty. What are you doing back here? This is my house. Lin Shen laughed dryly. Was it good? The familiar voice came from the other side. Ding Yumian leaned on the door with a smirk. Even the greenery beside him even added a few points of coldness. Cold sweat flowed down Lin Shen's face, feeling the sense of oppression that even one person challenging the Parthenon hadn't brought him. It's broken. Look at it in awe. I forgot I had one at home. At this moment, Lin Shen seemed to understand that this was the legendary Shura. Lin Shen stayed seated on the sofa, recalling what the two women had just said. What do you mean? I agree to Mu Ningxue living at home. What do you mean? I think rain sleep is nice. Recalling the scene of the two holding hands and walking into the room, Lin Shen suddenly got excited. This was agreeing to open his own harem? Lin Shen excitedly waved his fist, his heart soothed like never before. Returning to his room, Lin Shen reluctantly collected his smile. Happy or not, resting or not, Lin Shen still had to do some business first. Handing the corpse of the skeleton Nook to the Dragon Monarch to absorb, Lin Shen checked the Dragon Monarch's panel. Name, Armor-Robed Dragon Emperor Full Body. Strength, Peak Little Emperor. Potential, Minor Emperors 31%. Skills, 5 Systems of Magic. Looking at the Long June's progress bar that hadn't moved for a long time, Lin Shen couldn't hide his excitement. The damn progress bar had finally moved. As long as the Long June advanced to Medium Emperor, by relying on the ability of multiple subdimensional systems to ascend to the top of the mountain, even if it was the South Pole, Lin Shen dared to go and take a look at it. Immediately afterward, however, Lin Shen calmed down again. The skeleton Nook was after all only a sub-emperor. It was estimated that it wasn't enough to fill up the remaining 70% of the Dragon Monarch's progress, and that he should still have to devour an emperor of the same level or even a higher level. But where on earth are the undead emperors? As Lin Shen thought about it, he thought that there must be only that Huff from the Sun Country, and with his current strength, he thought that he would still have no problem solving him. If he really couldn't, Lin Chen would take a trip to the Dark Plane and make sure to raise the Dragon Monarch to the medium Emperor level. But there was no rush to attack Huff, now Lin Chen needed to get some rest. After spending some godly time at home with Mu Ningxue and Ding Yumian, Lin Chen was ready to depart. View Personal Panel. Summoning Super Class 2, Space High Class 1. Because the protagonist panel currently has too many words, without much enhancement will not be put out, otherwise there is the suspicion of water word count, only the enhancement of the magic department to say a few words. During this period of time, Lin Chen's cultivation speed went even further because of the Sublime summoning beasts and contracted beasts in the summoning department, reaching the second level of the super stage. The space department also used a pulse of the Star River to break through to the high order. Lin Chen entered the fatal abyss, and the endless undead showed him the way to the White Tomb Palace. Empress Nine unearthly smiled as she stood before the palace gates. His Majesty asked me to wait for you here. He is in the middle of his cultivation process and asked me to pass on a message to you. Lin Chen nodded and asked, how much longer will it take to finish cultivating? Upon hearing this, Empress Joyue hesitated for a moment. His Majesty said it was 2 months, so I'm sure that's accurate. The 9 Sephiroth Queen couldn't be sure. With her strength she couldn't estimate how much time it would take to devour a sub-emperor. Lin Chen nodded and walked into the White Tomb Palace, where all but the corpses of the mountain peaks were amongst the 8 dead monarchs. How is the battle force within the Fury Abyss now? When it comes to this, the 9 Spectres Queen, the Great Steward, can be clear. Currently there is 1 Supreme Monarch Warrior within the Fury Abyss, 10 Great Monarchs, about 40 remaining monarchs, thousands at the commander level, and no specific stats any lower. Hearing this, Lin Chen was also startled. Although he had briefly seen a bit of it within the Dark Penal Colony back then, he was still a bit surprised after knowing the exact number. One must know that the winged pale wolves that nearly destroyed Bo City in the first place were only at the commander level, and in terms of the number of subordinates, the undead clearly far exceeded the ordinary demons. A single winged pale wolf could have over 10,000 henchmen. The ratio was 1 to 10,000, there were thousands of commanders within the Fury Abyss, and by conservative estimates, the number of lesser undead broke 10 million. Not to mention, there are 50 monarchs. This power is enough to overthrow a kingdom. Chapter 104 Creating the Undead Plague of Heaven ing. If we want to attack the Sun Country's undead, we still don't have enough undead, and I'm afraid that if we force an attack, we'll suffer a lot of casualties, so we need to replenish our troops now while His Majesty is cultivating. The 9 Spectres Queen said. Lin Chen walked down the street and smiled, then I brought you to the right place. The demons here should be very suitable for transforming into undead. Looking up at the city sign, YT City. Lin Chen and the black-cloaked 9 Spectres Queen walked into YT City, which was home to quite a few mountain men. The mountain man is a very cunning demon, battle general level strength, usually appearing in groups, and the tactical coordination between them gives armies a headache. But the mountain men here in Koanbei Mountain are just branches. The real mountain man group is in Shinnongjia, where it is said that there are even monarch-level mountain men. Taking the Master Hunter certificate, Lin Chen easily entered the wilderness. With Lin Chen's current level, it was enough to enter some forbidden areas, not to mention the small Koanbei Mountain. As soon as he approached the outskirts of Koanbei Mountain, Lin Chen sensed the aura of quite a few demons, most of which were hidden in the shadows. Not interested in paying attention to these loose people, Lin Chen and the 9 specters headed straight to the depths of Koanbei Mountain. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at a sea of grass, which was all very tall, commonly 2 to 3 meters tall. People walking in these grasses, more like being shrunken in general, raise your head to be able to see those gently swinging grass spikes. The grass spikes covered the vision in front of them. Even the objects around 5 or 6 meters were hard to see. Walking in such a high grass forest, any strange sound would be very disturbing, and it had to be said that those mountain people chose a very hidden habitat. However, Lin Chen didn't need to enter the sea of grass. If he wanted to pull out these mountain men inside, he had the means to do so. And the simplest and crudest, naturally, was to directly destroy the entire sea of grass. After feeling it a little, there was no other human scent here. It must be that those hunters were still searching for the demon crown of leaves in the periphery, and not many people dared to come in the depths. Spatial rhythm compression. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly as a terrifying spatial force swept through this sea of grass, and the sea of grass, which could not be seen at the end of a glance, lowered down, also revealing a huge purple linden tree at the end of the line of sight. Sky Crown Lime Divine Tree. The 9 specters queen beside Lin Chen stared wide-eyed. I felt a very strong scent of blood on that tree, a scent of blood that is surprisingly stronger than even us undead. Lin Chen shrugged, we'll deal with it later, right now we have to deal with these mountain people. The sea of grass was low, and all of the mountain men up to 2 or 3 meters high were revealed, surprisingly numbering in the thousands. Lin Shen raised his right arm high, and a silver-white spatial barrier actually surrounded the entire sea of grass, preventing any of the mountain men from escaping. A flash of amazement flashed across the eyes of Empress Joyue. This sea of grass was unknown how vast it was. Lin Shen was actually able to surround the entire sea of grass with his spatial faculty. This kind of spatial mastery wasn't much inferior to his majesty, was it? Now, let the slaughter begin. A Bagua summoning formation rose behind Lin Shen's back, carrying 12 zodiac seals on it. Holy Lord, replenish your troops as well. The massive figure of the Holy Lord stepped out of the summoning spell and licked his lips greedily. My loyal soldiers, happy to serve you. With that, thousands of black shadow soldiers emerged from the ground. The Nine Spectres Queen raised an eyebrow, a very special kind of black magic and undead. I just don't know what the battle power is like. As the Holy Lord's strength increased, more demonic flesh and blood essences were put into the Black Shadow Core, and currently, these 3,000 Black Shadow soldiers were all at the strength of minor warlords. What's even more terrifying is that all of these Dark Shadow soldiers are resurrectable once every week. Though the amount of flesh and blood essence paid was a lot is all. These Black Shadowed soldiers were as hidden as a sea of grass, and the power of space oppressed the mountain people at all times, but it did not have the slightest effect on them. One-on-one, the mountain men might be able to put up a fight with the Black Shadow Corps, but in a group fight, a little bit of clever mountain people cannot be completely compared to the well-coordinated Black Shadow Corps, completely the gap between the miscellaneous soldiers and the regular army. Soon, after slaughtering all of the thousands of mountain men, their blood staining half of the sea of grass, the Black Shadowed soldiers dragged these mountain men to Lin Shen. Start transforming, Lin Shen said. The Nine Spectres Queen nodded, and unknown necromantic magic was made, a black phalanx floating under the pile of corpses. Soon, an originally dead mountain man slowly stood up, its skin and flesh hanging above its bones, and lined up to walk into the gaping hole in the bane abyss that Lin Shen had opened. The corpse turns into an undead, and the shadow is drained by the Holy Lord and made into a Black Shadow soldier, 2 uses for 1 corpse, and a superb price-performance ratio. The Nine Spectres Queen's pretty face was all smiles. His Majesty's human master did have some skill, adding over 1,000 warlord-class undead to the family so quickly. The battle here ended, and Lin Shen brought the 9 specters after instantly moving towards the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree. The mountain man was only occupying a branch of this tree of heaven, and there were more demons on it. Moreover, Lin Shen's goal for this trip was also the heavenly crown violet lime god tree, or else a mere few thousand undead wouldn't be worth his trip. What should we do next? The 9 specters queen asked. Saying that, the 9 specters queen looked towards the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree. If this big guy is a demon, I'm afraid it's the same existence as the corpse of the mountain peak, or even stronger. Lin Shen nodded non-committally. The full-bodied heavenly crown violet lime divine tree appeared to have 9 branches. It wasn't easy for tree demons to cultivate, but accordingly, their strength was extremely terrifying amongst their peers. The strength of the supreme monarch must be much stronger than the corpse of the mountain peak. It was just a pity that the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree was not suitable to be absorbed by the dragon monarch and could not enhance the dragon monarch's advancement progress. It was only when he walked closer to the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree that Lin Shen felt its immensity. With this size, I'm afraid that amongst the demons Lin Shen had seen, it was inferior to the ancient elephant and the black dragon emperor. Even the corpse of the mountain peak was much worse compared to it. Austin, it's your turn to strike, Lin Shen said to the Black Dragon Emperor through the contract. At the same time, Lin Shen checked the Black Dragon Emperor's panel. Name, Austin Black Dragon Emperor. Strength, Little Emperor. Potential, Minor Emperor's 10%. Skills, Dragon Language Magic. To tear this great tree apart? The Black Dragon Emperor asked coldly. The district Heavenly Crown Violet Lime God tree, if it was in its heyday, it would still have some trouble dealing with it. Now that it has been seriously injured and fallen in rank, it is as easy as a slap in the face to try to kill it. No need, leave the body intact and see if you can transform it into an undead, Lin Shen said. The Black Dragon Emperor said that he understood. Ever since it saw the dragon monarch devouring the skeleton nook and starting to advance, it trusted Lin Shen even more. As long as it followed him, sooner or later, it would be able to break through to the medium emperor realm. A huge summoning spell formation unfolded, and an aura that far surpassed that of a holy lord escaped, causing the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree to tremble. Chapter 105, 2 Great Emperors in 1 Gate, Haki-chin you bastard. The claws of the gigantic black dragon probed out and grabbed the body of the heavenly crown purple lime divine tree. The leaves of the tree fell as if they were rain. The tree encountered tremendous pressure, the massive dragon claw imprint was pressed out, and the Black Dragon Emperor flew out of the contract space, smiling fiercely at the sky crown purple lime divine tree. An evil tree? Kind of interesting. The heavenly crown purple lime divine tree sensed the appearance of the Black Dragon Emperor, and the tree instantly trembled like a sieve, fear emanating from it as its thousands of meter-long branches shivered coldly. Words of pleading for mercy were spat out one by one, but the Black Dragon Emperor didn't care about your this and that, since it was Lin Shen who had requested it, it had acted on its own. It's a pity that I have to leave you with a whole body, otherwise I would have died with a mouthful of dragon flame. The Black Dragon Emperor seemed to be shaking his head with some chagrin, and the rest of his eyes noticed the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree quietly pulling out its roots, as if it was trying to escape, and smiled disdainfully. You couldn't escape when you were in your prime, and now that you're crippled, you still presume to escape? The Black Dragon Emperor's dragon claw holding the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree exerted fierce force, and large swaths of tree debris fluttered down, which also inspired the ferocity of the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree. Rabbits will still bite when they are anxious, not to mention the evil tree, how can they not fight when they encounter a desperate situation? Off the top of the canopy, a large, ugly, hideous mouth roared angrily, stirring up a sea of bird and beast demons. These demons had already been controlled by the heavenly crown violet lime god tree, and now they were all launching suicidal attacks on the Black Dragon Emperor. The Nine Yui Queen's gaze was slightly condensed, and she was just about to make a move when she saw the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon wings vibrate and open completely. The pitch-black sky-shading wings were no less than the heavenly crown purple lime divine tree, and the moment the dragon's wings unfolded, a hurricane ensued, fanning all of the roaming birds and beasts that had attacked the sky. A ferocious light flashed in the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor, another dragon claw gripped the heavenly crown purple lime god tree, and the dragon wings behind him vibrated crazily, as the Black Dragon Emperor's 10,000-meter-long dragon body slowly moved backward. It was actually trying to directly uproot the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree. The originally sky-covering leaves of the heaven's crown purple lime divine tree drifted down, and the originally flourishing branches became somewhat bare. Inside a certain courtyard in YT City, Iwaki rose up with an open mind, not caring that the recliner he was sitting on toppled over. Someone took a shot at that evil tree? Rock said word for word. To verify his suspicions, Rock flew up into the sky, his eyes gazing into the depths of Koen Bay Mountain. Only a section of pitch-black mountains appeared at an unknown time, and a terrifying might emanated with it. Strange, when did there come to be an additional black mountain here, and what kind of creature is on it? In the next moment, Rock saw the two sky-covering dragon wings vibrating, and her breathing couldn't help but stutter. With her strength as a semi-prohibited spell mage, a feeling of powerlessness actually rose in her heart. Badly, Morning Glory, take a letter from the bookshelf in my house and go to the government. You will be received, and I am going to see the depths of the Kuan Bean Mountains. Saying that, Rock flew straight to the depths of Koen Bay Mountain, and Shening in the courtyard also reacted, too late to ask more questions, into the house to get the envelope and ran to the government. In mid-air, the more Rocks flew towards the Black Mountain Range, the more alarmed he became. This was no Black Mountain Range, it was clearly a dark true dragon. Thousands of birds and beasts tumbled and fell out as the huge dragon wings swung up, and half of the sea of grass was flattened with a sweep of the several thousand-meter-long dragon tail. This kind of might, this kind of destructive power, was definitely an emperor-level existence. Rock didn't know where this black dragon came from, but she knew that if this black dragon rebelled, not only the YT City, but the entire region would be devastated, and today it must be contained within the Kuan Bay Mountain. With the determination of certain death in his heart, Rock flew to the vicinity of the Black Dragon Emperor, only to find that it was in the process of pouring over the heavenly crown purple lime divine tree. Rock didn't move lightly, watching the scene in disbelief. These two demons are fighting? No, it shouldn't be said that it was a fight, because it was completely the Sky Crown Violet Lime God Tree that was unilaterally beaten. The Heavenly Crown Purple Lime Divine Tree had already been forced by the Black Dragon Emperor to use the Parasitic Leaf Hedgehog, but that didn't work at all against the Black Dragon Emperor. The hardened dragon scales were more than just magic immunity, the physical defense was also first-rate and powerful. Even the full force of a Silver Moon Titan strike wouldn't be able to break a single dragon scale, let alone these tiny parasitic leaf hedgehogs. The Black Dragon Emperor disdainfully hooked up the corners of his mouth, his claws were violently exerting force again, directly pulling up the Heavenly Crown Purple Lime Divine Tree. The roots under the heavenly trunk were intertwined, and if he wanted to pull it up he didn't know what kind of strength was needed to be able to do so. Rock looked shocked. This black dragon is really terrifying. I'm afraid that even if I go all out, I won't be able to block it for a minute. Lin Chen at the bottom watched this scene. The Heavenly Crown Violet Lime Divine Tree was too tenacious. Even if it was pulled out, it was still not good enough to kill. Unfortunately, if he didn't want to leave the Sky Crown Purple Lime Divine Tree with a whole body, the Black Dragon Emperor could have sprayed it to death with a mouthful of dragon flame. Not being able to use his strongest abilities did make it a little difficult for the Black Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, Lin Chen's face lit up as he received a message from the Dragon Monarch in his heart. He seems to be out for the time being and is now available. Since this was the case, Lin Chen looked towards the heavenly crown purple line god tree. Congratulations, enjoying a treatment that even the Parthenon didn't have, being surrounded by 2 emperors. A dark summoning spell rose, and the armored robed dragon emperor appeared, mastering the power of the Sublime just in time to deal with the large tree. Dragon Monarch, give me a chop at that tree's crown and pull down the purple line divine leaf. The Dragon Monarch nodded, terrifying sublime power condensed in his palm, and in the next moment, brilliant silver light rose, and the entire crown of the heavenly crown violet line divine tree fell in response. The massive canopy fell from 1,000 meters above, stirring up 1,000 waves of earth. The heavenly crown violet line divine tree wailed in agony. What the hell? How come it's another emperor, and it's even more powerful? Against a small tree of mine, do I need 2 emperors to make a move? In the dark, the corners of Rock's mouth twitched. Emperor level, another emperor level. However, the appearance of the Dragon Monarch also caused the Rock to notice Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen's upright back, Rock frowned. What kind of person was it that summoned an emperor? Panlei? Rock shook his head. Although rumors said that Panlei could summon a national beast to strike, this back was clearly not Panlei. It was too young. Looking at the side of his face, he was only in his 20s. What kind of person can have that kind of strength at that age? Rock remembered the Wajor recorded in the history books. It seemed that one was the youngest known super-ranked mage in the world, right, but alas, he died prematurely before becoming a forbidden spell mage. It was hard to believe that this person was still Huazaiwei reincarnated. Rock shook his head at his own ridiculous thoughts, and then immediately remembered this person, Lin Chen. According to the news, the most demonic genius in the country at the moment is Lin Chen, but even the most demonic can't summon an emperor level. Rock couldn't figure it out, but she was basically certain that if it was a person summoning the emperor, it shouldn't be detrimental to the city, unless the person was from the Black Order. Thinking of this, Rock was dumbfounded again. If the Black Church had emperor-level combat power, how could it still be a rat surviving in the gutter? It would have long jumped out to wreak havoc on the earth. Watching Lin Chen put away the purple lime divine leaf, the Rock hesitated for a moment and still decided to make contact with the other party. Chapter 106: Snubbing the Rock Clan, Hand-Rubbing an Undead Monarch. Rock walked out of his hiding place. Lin Chen raised his eyes. Finally dared to come out? In fact, Lin Chen had already discovered Rock's long ago. With his super level 9 mental power, even if Rock hid in the mezzanine space, it was useless, not to mention the grass in the dark. At this time of the year in Koan Bay Mountain, the only one who could have a half-forbidden spell cultivation must be the Rock Clan. Lin Chen twisted around and looked at the Rock. I've heard of Senior's name for a long time, and I'm honored to be able to meet him today. Lin Chen smiled, still having some respect in his heart for mages like the Rock Clan who dared to fight for their lives against the heavenly crown violet line god tree. Rock was a bit surprised. He had been incognito for many years, but he didn't expect the young man in front of him to have seen him. There's no need to be so polite. I wouldn't dare to put on the airs of seniors in front of a mage who possesses an imperial rank. Seeing that Lin Chen had no intention of denying it, Rock's heart fluttered. Sure enough, this young man was the contracted mage of those 2 emperors. Senior is joking. Junior Lin Chen, I've heard Zhao Manyan talk about you from time to time, and back then, my friend Emofan even saved your granddaughter Chening. Zhao Manyan? Rock's heart was relieved. Zhao Manyan, she remembered, was Bai Mingjing's youngest son. Although his character was average, it wasn't too bad, not to mention that Lin Chen recognized Emofan, so he must not be a bad person. Moreover, Rock had still heard of the name Lin Chen. So it's the first place winner of the World School Competition. Rock said. Understanding Lin Chen's identity, Yan also sort of relaxed and inquired, then you came to this Koan Bay Mountain today too? Looking at the collapsed and mutilated corpse of the heavenly crown purple lime god tree, Rock probably guessed a little. I heard that there is an evil tree here, so I came here to eradicate it, and I didn't want to disturb Senior. Lin Chen said. Seeing that Lin Chen was so polite, coupled with the fact that what he had done before was all good, Rock was completely relaxed. This devil tree is finally dead. I owe you a favor. Rock's eyes crossed with remembrance and remorse. Remembering the wrongful conviction of Yui Huang back then, his heart twisted. I know a little bit about Senior's matter. The Moon of Phoenix is still alive in the world, and I think it will come here before long. At those words, Rock froze. You know what happened back then? Not waiting for Lin Chen to reply, Rock smiled to himself again. That's right, a character like you, naturally you're clear about that matter. It's me who did the wrong thing. Now that the devil tree is dead, there's nothing left for me to hold on to. Lin Chen, apologize to Muna Huang on my behalf. Looking at the Rock's look of divine injury as if he was about to sail away, Lin Chen hastily waved his hand and refused. Senior should go apologize on his own. I can't go on your behalf. Me? Traces of age flashed across Rock's vicissitudes. I may not live to see the day I see Muna Phoenix again. That's not necessarily true. Lin Shen smiled mysteriously, suddenly remembering the time when the Nine Spectres Queen had transformed the Zhao family head into an undead spirit. When the Zhao family head was nothing more than a high-ranked mage piled up with resources, all of them were able to be transformed into commander-level undead after death. If Rock was willing to transform into an undead, with her semi-forbidden mage cultivation, wouldn't she be able to become at least a Grand Monarch? Elder, if you are allowed to become undead. No way. Before Lin Shen could finish, he was interrupted by Rock. I know you have an undead emperor, but the matter of transforming into an undead definitely won't work. I can't accept it. You can live forever. The old body has lived long enough. Then Chening and Yui Phoenix. It's actually possible to understand. The seriousness on Rock's face transformed into a smile, changing his face so quickly that it was comparable to that of an old artist. Lin Shen was stunned, then he lost his smile and said, Senior can rest assured, becoming an undead won't turn out to be that ugly. It's just that you don't have a physical body, your appearance won't change. That's one of the benefits of becoming an undead, your face will remain the same, and you will never grow old. Rock raised an eyebrow, coming to a point of interest. Anything else? Depending on the strength of the soul, the cultivation level after becoming an undead is also different. With your cultivation level, you can at least become a great monarch. Non-forbidden spell mages can't be defeated. Lin Shen said. Rock was still relatively calm, and while there were many benefits to becoming an undead, it was a change of race after all, and there were still some things to be asked. Moreover, although Rock didn't understand undead transformation, she knew that the consumption of switching races must be huge, and she had never met Lin Shen, so was he going to transform himself into an undead for free just because he had heard of him? What are the terms? Rock asked directly. Lin Shen pursed his lips. It's very simple. I'm going to attack the undead in the Sun Country and stow away the underworld there, so I need battle power right now, and when it's over, I'll no longer ask where Senior goes. How about that? The undead that attacked the Sun Kingdom? Rock looked at Lin Shen incredulously. Although you have the battle power of two great emperors, the Sun Kingdom is also the world's undead power. There's bound to be an emperor level, and I'm afraid that the number of undead under their command is in the millions, so how are you going to fight, with just a few of us? Lin Shen shook his head. That's definitely not the case. This undead emperor beside me is the lord of the undead of the Chinese underworld, and he has more undead under him than the Sun Kingdom can. At those words, Rock couldn't help but look at Long Jun. The lord of the undead of China, this identity represented commanding millions of undead, and with a single thought, he was able to pad out a large city like Gudu. Rock didn't expect that Lin Shen would be able to indenture such a character. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I'm afraid that the World School competition is just like playing around to you. There was a probing look in Rock's gaze towards Lin Shen. Going to the academy tournament with such a cultivation level? This is not bullying. Okay, I agree, but after the war is over, I'm going to continue to retire back to the Smokies. That's your freedom, Senior. It's just that after becoming an undead, you'll have to hide it when you enter the earth again. Lin Shen said. Rock nodded. She was prepared for this. She was supposed to be reclusive as well, and it was fine to hide it. So what do we do next? Rock asked with some curiosity. Lin Shen laughed. Don't be in a hurry, your old man. The undead transformation ceremony requires the preparation of some materials that are equal to yours, and you don't want me to throw you directly to the land of the undead, to be savagely infested by the undead aura and turn into a horrifying monster. It seems that these older generations are not very resistant to converting the undead. Lin Shen could tell one thing from the Zhao clan's family head and the Rock clan. They were both old and their days were numbered. Everyone had everyone's regrets, and they were actually quite happy to be transformed into undead without changing their appearance. Time passed by in a hurry. The current Lin Shen might not feel much, but when he waited until his twilight years, maybe he would be a little afraid of death as well. Lin Shen shook his head slightly. Mo Fan just had the evil Saint King Fate, and was even more powerful than alive after death. It seemed like he had to prepare something himself, so that if he accidentally died in a wave, he could still immediately regenerate into a stronger undead. Chapter 107, The Rich First Lead the Rich Later. Who put that in my book? The materials used to transform rocks had to be at least monarch ranked, and the loss was far more than that of Zhao's family members. Directly killing the rock and throwing it in the Fury Abyss could actually be slowly transformed through the undead sent inside, except that by doing that, it wouldn't be able to transform too strong an undead, and the appearance would be a bit different from the rock itself. With the two experts, the Dragon Monarch and the Nine Spectres Queen, Lin Shen only needed to get the materials. Over the years Lin Chen also saved a lot of materials. There are also a lot of undead materials in the Fury Abyss, 7 put together, enough to come up with a dozen pieces of Monarch level materials, and dozens of hundreds of pieces of Commander level materials to assist, put out the spell formation of the large, so that Lin Chen are smacked by it. Materials were connected to materials in this spell formation, encompassing several thousand meters around. A purple-black spell formation emerged, with rock standing in the center, and several materials that increased soul power violently erupted in a burst of light, briefly restoring rock's somewhat aging soul to its peak. At the same time, the rest of the materials emitted light one after another, and the Dragon Monarch himself took action, as a large amount of undead aura surged into Rock's body, detaching his soul from his physical body. After Rock felt a wave of dizziness, the soul body opened its eyes and curiously surveyed its physical body, looking at the grooves above its cheeks, and shook its head in self-deprecation, so it was already so old. No one wants to die, and by living a different way, one might be able to live a more enjoyable life. What's the saying? Power is either good or evil, it all depends on the user. The same quote goes here, whether one is undead or human, race does not define one as good or bad, doing what one can. After the complex process, a solid body of energy fell to the ground. Rock looked down at his slightly clenched fists. Body, it's been a long time since I've been this light. Rock slowly raised his hand, and a terrifying energy overflowed out, actually directly shattering the clouds that filled the sky. When Lin Chen saw this, his heart rejoiced. This kind of power made him feel some sense of oppression. It was definitely the strength of a supreme monarch. With such an additional combatant, it would definitely be easier to go and attack Hufu. After doing so, Rock went to take care of some of his own matters, while the Dragon Monarch continued to go back to his seclusion. Before leaving, Lin Chen looked at the progress of the Dragon Monarch's advancement. Little Emperor 50%. The corpse of the skeleton Nook had already been devoured by the Dragon Monarch for a large portion. The speed was faster than Lin Chen had imagined. After all of it had been devoured, the progress should be able to get to 60%, and when the Hufflepuff had been killed, the Dragon Monarch would definitely be able to become a medium Empyrean. After learning a little bit about the Dragon Monarch's current situation, Lin Chen fed another red dragon's claw that he had previously opened to the Black Dragon Emperor. This red dragon's claw was also a minor Emperor level, and it was estimated that it could boost the Black Dragon Emperor's advancement progress by 10%. After finishing all this, Lin Chen looked at the remains of the heavenly crown violet lime divine tree. It was also the corpse of a supreme monarch now, and its attributes were very suitable for Little Sam. After devouring it, it was estimated that Little Sam's potential would be about to break through to a supreme monarch. Releasing the hundreds of meters long Shaosen directly through the giant dragon's nest for it to devour, ending in a second, the speed was so fast that the 9 specters queen on the side didn't even react to it. The reason why the corpse of Skeleton Nook didn't do so earlier was because Long Jun wanted to slowly devour it and learn about the necromancy of the Dark Plane through Skeleton Nook's remains, which was why he didn't open it with a single click. Xiao Sen's size began to skyrocket, and judging by his aura, he had definitely reached the monarch level as well. Open the panel of the Mori Serpent-Bearded Demon Dragon. Name, Mori no Serpent's Whiskers Magic Dragon Adult Stage. Strength, Minor Monarch Level. Potential, Supreme Monarch Level. Skills, Serpent Wood Form, Serpent Whisker Tentacles, Devouring Repair, Serpent Root Strangulation. The Heavenly Crown Purple Lime Divine Tree was extremely suitable for Shaoxin in terms of both its Devil Wood tip and its ability to devour it, and its effects after devouring it far exceeded those of other materials, directly allowing Shaoxin to reach the lesser monarch level. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Shaoxin was good at group combat, and with this boost, when it came to the battlefield, his lethality against low-grade demons would be increased by an unknown number of times. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have thought of something and cursed himself for being an idiot. The potential of so many of his own dragons was still at the Grand Monarch level, and the recent battles had been a bit of a help. He should have borrowed the strength of the Dragon Monarchs and their 3 Emperor levels, so that the other dragon strengths and potentials would quickly increase. What's this called? The first to get rich leads to the rich. However, it was also true that the previous Lin Chen didn't have the opportunity to do so, and now that the schoolhouse tournament was over, he could also go around. Like visiting the oceans. Now Lin Chen's summoning department had more than one contracted bit, so if he could contract an Ocean Emperor, he would be able to have some more help when he participated in the Siren War in the future. The contract position setting for the summoning department was that for every additional subdimensional department there would be one more contract position. Lin Chen had the Chaos department, the Space department, and the Sound department, so there were a full 4 contract positions, and it was still too much of a loss to contract just one Black Dragon Emperor. Somewhere in the northern frontier, Leng Ju held the triangular sublime mirror in his hand, a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth as he listened to the herdsman beside him recounting the story of Kajiki. Are we going to set the coordinates here? A beautiful woman on the side inquired in a low voice. Lord Cold nodded indifferently. Right here, right on top of this statue. Lord Cold pointed to the abstract statue of Qigong with a mischievous grin on his face. Uncle. If the good god gets stronger by the power of faith, what does the evil god rely on? The old herdsman on one side was dumbfounded, as if he had thought of something but was unwilling to speak. Cold Lord shrugged. You're right in thinking that it's people's evil thoughts, so what do you say? Are there more evil-minded people in the world, or are there more good people? The old herdsman still couldn't speak, and Cold Lord laughed. I'll tell you the answer then. Remember the story I told about Kongs? There are far more Kongs in this world than the ones you have come to believe in, the Kongs. Child, I think you're wrong. There are still plenty of good people out there. Looking at the old herdsman, Ling Ju laughed out loud. How about we make a bet then? Watching the originally polite teenager in front of him become so lighthearted, there was some instinctive uneasiness in the old herdsman's heart. What's the bet? Bet you won't be mad at me for what I do next. Lord Cold said. The old herdsman didn't know what to say for a moment, and when he was about to open his mouth again, he suddenly saw the beautiful woman suddenly pointing with her hand, destroying the sculpture of the Kikiki directly. The white sculpture of Kiki instantly turned into powder, some splashing into the air, some scattering onto the grass, and the old herdsman's face wore a few moments of anger when he saw the woman acting so rudely. What are you doing? Looking at the somewhat annoyed old herdsman, Ling Ju felt a bit bored. I haven't told you anything more abominable yet. With that said, Ling Ju placed the triangular sublime mirror right where the remains of the sculpture of Kijiki were. With several other henchmen jointly injecting a special kind of energy, the entire triangular sublime mirror suddenly glowed with an extremely cold tone light, like the cold aura spilled by an icy moon. Chapter 108 Long Lost Attribute Extraction, Shuttling Through Time and Space? Right now, the Monarch-level dragons under Lin Chen's command are Xiao He Sub-Monarch, Xiaosun Small Monarch, Holy Lord Small Monarch, Xiao Xian Small Monarch, Dragon Monarch Small Emperor, Black Dragon Emperor Lesser Imperial. There are too many gargoyles, so you probably don't know much about the strengths of these gargoyles. I'll post a single chapter summarizing it for you when the Northern Frontier chapter is over. Monarch-level dragons have more than 5 of their own, achieving the achievement Elite Dragon Breeding, and gaining a chance to extract attributes. The body of consciousness sank into the nest of the giant dragon, and the dragon monarch was already waiting here, and when he saw Lin Chen arrive, he nodded, signaling that he was ready. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. Use Attribute Extraction, Object Armor-Robed Dragon Emperor. Extractable attributes have been listed for you. Above the sky of the dragon's nest, a few lines of large letters gradually emerged. Undead Lineage, Super Rank 3, comes with Extreme Heavenly Species Level Dark Matter Undead Emperor, can manipulate the undead through spiritual power, and exerts great suppressive power over ordinary undead. Spatial System, Super Rank 3, comes with Level 9 Mental Power. Earth System, Super Rank 3, comes with an Extreme Heavenly Seed Jingua, defense is greatly increased, and the Earth System comes with Spirituality. With the Undead System, it can produce unexpected effects. Psychic, Super Rank 3, comes with a 9th level of Psychic Power. Looking at the 4 options on it, Lin Chen's mouth was watering. If he could extract all 4 of these magic faculties, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone unless the Holy City Archangel came. Unfortunately, there is only one choice. Choose the Undead Department. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen chose the Undead Department. Gaining the Undead Department, obtaining the Extreme Heaven Seed Great Dark Matter Undead Emperor. Lin Chen didn't bother looking at the Undead Department's skills in the first place, instead studying the Extreme Soul Seed Great Dark Matter Undead Soul. This was the dark matter that Fenner had given him back in the Sun Kingdom, and it seemed to have some unexpected effects if one had both the space and undead lineages, and both were extremely high in cultivation. Right now, Lin Chen's spatial faculty was only at the high rank 1 level, but with the existence of the Spacetime God's Eye, his true battle power was by no means weaker than that of a super rank. The dual super rank of space and undead should be able to stimulate the hidden effects of this dark matter. Surrounded by the aftermath left behind by the Emperor level strike, Lin Chen directly sat down in place and studied the dark substance that was the undead soul. What should I do to blend the space and necromantic systems? Dead souls? Does it refer to summoning the undead? Lin Chen frowned and tentatively released a high-level space system magic. Space Instant Leap. Lin Chen's figure weaved and arrived 100 meters away. What to integrate? Lin Chen pursed his lips and released another space jump. This time, he didn't move directly, but opened a space door in front of him. The silver-white spatial portal was open, and as long as he entered it, Lin Chen was able to appear anywhere in a 1,000-meter radius at will. So is it necromancy now? Lin Chen thought for a moment and released the Undead Department's middle-ranked magic, Undead Summoning. Tentatively injecting undead breath into it, the silver-white space portal was rendered an obscure color. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat as he felt the dark matter undead unleash, and his face rejoiced as if it was a done deal. Taking a step into the gray portal, Lin Chen's eyes blinked and the light instantly turned black and white. The next moment, the colors returned to normal, and Lin Chen curiously looked around. It was still Kuanbei Mountain, it just didn't seem to have changed much. Feeling his own situation, Lin Chen's own power still existed. Roar! A low roar came from behind himself as a monstrous beast stood behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen frowned. A great sovereign was somewhat troublesome, but it wasn't too difficult to deal with, so Lin Chen didn't panic. Instead, he sized up the other party. Charging horns in the sky, his huge body resembled a giant tiger, and his tail fluttered, bringing up gusts of wind. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This creature, why did it look so much like that Kuanbei Mountain Beast King, but wasn't it already dead? The Kuanbei Beast King's right claw was gently raised, and Lin Chen felt something in his heart, and his right hand was opposite to it. In the next moment, Lin Chen and the Kuan Beast King transformed into twisted light and flowed into the gray spatial portal together. Lin Chen's figure appeared in the real world, and the Nine Spectres Queen curiously glanced at the Kuan Beast King behind him. The illusory soul proved that the other party was indeed an undead, but a great monarch-level undead. How come he hadn't heard of it originally? The Nine Unearthly Empress wrinkled her agitated nose. By all rights, she should know all the undead monarchs in China. Could it be that this one had just woken up from a deep sleep? The Nine Universe Queen didn't understand, but Lin Chen could figure it out. A fiery light radiated from his eyes as Lin Chen touched the soul limb of the Kuan Beast King. It seems that the dark matter of undead souls works by summoning the originally dead creatures to fight for them. Not long after, the Kuan Beast King dispersed, and Lin Chen estimated that the magical energy of a middle-ranked undead system magic had summoned the great monarch-level Kuan Beast King out for 5 minutes. It was a huge profit. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. If the necromantic magic energy was to maintain the soul's existence for a time, then what was the role of the spatial system? Through time and space? Lin Chen probably understood that as long as he paid more space-based magic energy, then he would be able to travel back further in time and space. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. It was a bit interesting. He just didn't know if the time and space that he traveled back to was still in the corresponding location in the real world. If that's the case, then it's all luck of the draw as to what undead souls can be summoned, and how would one know what powerful creatures died where and when? Lin Chen shook his head. It's just a matter of thinking of it as a strange trick that might come in handy at some point. Walking out of Kuanbei Mountain, Lin Chen meditated for a while and called Mo Fan. Hey, Mo Fan, have you returned from the desert? Oh, Lin Chen, yes, just came back not long ago. Now I'm going to visit Kuanbei Mountain. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked. Lin Chen smiled. It's fine. Hanging up the phone, Lin Chen probably knew the time. It seemed that Lang Ju's action was going to start. Huff was coming soon. It seemed that it was going to be a hard battle to fight right away. On the other side, the unknown Mo Fan scratched his head, and Ling Ling on the side gave him a blank look. It's Lin Chen? Mo Fan nodded. I wonder what he wants again. Spirit shrugged and wiggled her white calves. Who knows, sometimes I really feel like he's a traveler, knowing so much and sometimes being able to see things before they happen. Travelers? Mo Fan froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning, repeatedly chewing on Spirit's words. What's wrong? Spirit asked curiously. Nothing, whatever, it's good to be my brother. Mo Fan laughed. Chapter 109, Abusing Lang Ju, Pyramid Descent. Mo Fan was about to arrive at Kuanbei Mountain, and Lin Chen knew roughly when. Little Black, take me to the northern border. Patting the dragon head of Little Black under his seat, Lin Chen said. Now the biggest role of the sub-monarch level Xiaohei was to rush. Being of the shadow system allowed Xiaohei to constantly weave through the dark shadows of the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Arriving at the northern border, Lin Chen didn't look for the villages and towns here one by one. The original triangle Sublime mirror set up the coordinates with a great deal of noise. Just rush over when Lang Ju and the others set up the coordinates. On the other side of the northern frontier, Cold Lord was fervently holding the triangular Sublime mirror. See, this is the triangular Sublime mirror that creates mirages. The old herdsman beside him had been scared silly. The cold and thick light shot straight into the long sky, the vast gray blue sky and earth between the heck more than a shocking dividing line. It seems to hit a certain subdimension. A line of heaven and earth running through the division, that was shot out from one of the triangular secondary mirrors. Soon another vertical line, still as cold and stark in tone, straightened across the sprawling meadow, nearly parallel to the distant horizon, and intertwined with the penetrating line at the location of its chirographic sculpture. Immediately after that, there was another horizontal line, this one perpendicular to the vertical line, perpendicular to the distant horizon, and its crossing split the entire mangled earth into 4 areas, and even if one looked down from 10,000 meters high, one could still clearly see such a shocking split. Through line. Vertical ground wire. Horizontal ground wire. These 3 lines had clearly formed a spatial coordinate, and that particular cold-colored light filled the area, and it was clearly a clear afternoon with bright sunlight, but this area had turned into a weak morning sunlight, and was cloudy and gloomy. The appearance of the light not only scared the old herdsman silly, but also attracted Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that his target had appeared. Taking Little Black back, he directly released the Black Dragon Emperor, his tens of thousands of meters of dragon body occupying the entire expanse of heaven and earth, reflecting a terrifying black shadow on the endless plains. Fly over. Lin Chen said. The Black Dragon Emperor nodded, and with a tremor of his dragon wings, he had flown 10,000 meters. Beneath the light, Ling Ju was almost frantic with excitement. Sarung can create the ancient capital havoc. I, Ling Ju, am stronger than her and can summon Hufu. One of the juniors beside him was a little calmer, and looked at the shadows above his head. How the shape of the pyramid isn't quite right. At those words, Ling Ju frowned and looked upwards, scratching his head with his excellent eyesight. Wasn't the guardian beast of the pyramid of Khufu a sphinx, and when did it get such a big black dragon? Looking at the Black Dragon Emperor above his head, Ling Ju blinked as a huge shadow fell and the black dragon seemed to extend its claws. It was too late for Ling Ju to utilize his cursed power, and he was already grabbed by the Black Dragon Emperor in his palm, and the tiny him was just like a bedbug, being held by the Black Dragon Emperor at will. The Black Order had been nothing more than rats in the gutter from the beginning to the end, and once they were exposed to the sunlight, with Lin Chen's strength nowadays, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to kill them. You're Lin Chen. Ling Ju was shocked, recognizing the person standing atop the Black Dragon Emperor's head. Ling Ju, today is the day you die. Lin Chen said indifferently. Ling Ju froze, then laughed out loud, his eyes filled with madness. I have summoned the Pyramid of Khufu, and even if I am killed, my fame will spread throughout the world as the world's most legendary cardinal. Lin Chen shook his head. These black clerics were crazier than one another, one couldn't talk more nonsense with them. Lin Chen moved his fingers, and a sharp blade of space severed Ling Ju's right hand, leaving him to scream loudly. Eyes sweeping, he looked at a few of Lord Cold's men, whose blue bat. Looking at the several bluecoats who didn't make a move, Lin Chen felt a bit bored. I was going to ask you to send a message to your teacher, but since you're not willing to show your head, you'll die with Ling Ju. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a Bluetooth suddenly lifted the hood on his face somewhat gloomy. How did you know who I was? Lin Chen smiled, still afraid of death, right? Seeing that Lin Chen didn't reply to her words, Blue Bat's face became a bit more elusive. What do you want? Go back and tell your teacher I'll get her again someday, get lost. Lin Chen violently swatted the Blue Bat away, and an Undead seal was silently imprinted onto the Blue Bat's back. It would lead Lin Chen to Sarung. The Blue Bats were far away, and Lin Chen looked towards Ling Ju, who was still screaming miserably. Delusions of surpassing Sarung, slaughtering millions, wanting the undead to swallow those ordinary people one bite at a time. Why can't you bear it now that you've lost a hand? Lin Chen said coldly. You bastard. Ling Ju cursed as he forced himself to endure the pain. Lin Chen shrugged. No matter what you say, I think you should see what I'm going to do next first. A strange smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, then his palm lightly slashed, and a beautiful woman beside Ling Jennifer turned into 2 halves, and blood sprayed all over Ling Jennifer's body. Lord Cold froze, looking at the Dedunas, not knowing what to do. You killed her? Killed her. Ling Ju's hysterical roar of rage, Lin Chen completely ignored it, his fingers constantly scratching in the void, slicing down the blood and flesh of Ling Ju's body piece by piece. All of you, the Black Order, deserve to die. Lin Chen laughed coldly and stuffed another slice of down flesh into Lord Ling's mouth. Cold Jen whimpered, fear radiating. Rumble. Listening to the commotion coming from above his head, Lin Chen shook his hand in a bored manner, shaking off the dirty blood on it. First things first, then I'll let you enjoy it later. After saying that, Lin Chen stuffed Ling Ju into the dungeon underneath the White Tomb Palace of the Fatal Abyss and raised his eyes to look upwards. A huge pyramid slowly falls, and it's estimated that it will be hours before it hits the ground. There is an undead inside that can rival me. The Black Dragon Emperor suddenly spoke. Lin Chen nodded, fly back a bit first and pull back the battle line. The Black Dragon Emperor responded and flew back tens of thousands of meters. Even after flying so far, he could still see the huge pyramid. emitting a meditative radiance that made even Lin Chen, a super rank 3 undead system, feel a sense of oppression. It was fortunate that this pyramid did not fall too close to the human city, otherwise some ordinary people would inevitably be affected. And while waiting for Lang Ju to unfold the coordinates, Lin Chen had already established contact with Bin Wei, the guardian officer here. However, Lin Chen didn't seek assistance from the other party in battle, but instead told them to go all out to demobilize the people and retreat to the Fei Huang city in the rear. Relying on the influence of Lin Chen's name, without evidence Bin Wei complied with his words, except that the military mages here would not retreat and still held down the fort. Lin Chen had no objections to this, and they could intercept the mist undead by staying here. Cold underworld radiance shone, and several underworld frogs suddenly fell from the bottom of the tower, followed by hundreds of undead behind them. Not caring about the pain of falling from a high altitude, the hundreds of underworld slenders didn't pause for a moment, pulling the huge underworld monarch frog forward with great effort. "Get in formation, don't miss any of the undead." The words fell, and the magnificent breaking abyss unfolded. Chapter 110, The Fatal Abyss Underworld, the opening of the Battle of the Earthly Undead Inquisition. Several black vortexes emerged, and the largest one poked out a terrifyingly huge hand, followed by a figure that looked like a mountain peak slowly stepping out. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the corpse of the mountain peak, a dense mass of undead emerged from the portal between the Fury Abyss and the earth. Sword and axe corpses that could easily kill hundreds of ordinary people stepped out in groups, and terrifying specters flew out, obscuring the entire sky. Ouch! In midair, a powerful hiss was particularly deafening. It was a body composed entirely of gray bones, a pair of amazing bone wings obscured the dark clouds, and when it was fully stretched out, the rooted spines on it were clearly visible. Wrecking break bone dragons! A blood-red figure quietly appeared on the shoulder of the corpse of the mountain peak, clearly the appearance of an ordinary skeleton, but the aura is even more than the skeleton chakra bone dragon a few points. Red Skull Demon Lord. Along with the three of them, there was also the Nine Spectres Queen, the Onyx Corpse Monarch, the Ghost Blind Monarch, and two great monarchs whose names Lin Chen didn't know. The 8 dead rulers were out in full force, and the pyramid acted instantly. Thousands of double-celled cow ghosts landed first, blocking the front of the pyramid, followed by the hostile Sword Dead Squad and the army of mummies. The Scorpion Monarch Medusa slid silently down the pyramid, still carrying 3 Scorpion Medusas with her, her horrible snake hair spitting out a chilling sound. The evil Scale Pharaoh waved his staff and lined up his troops, intent on blocking the onslaught of the Chinese Undead Empire. Dozens of underworld frogs took the rare initiative to step forward and walk to the front of the formation, leading tens of thousands of underworld slenders to form the first line of defense. A trace of gravity swept between the evil Scale Pharaoh's stiff brows. The opposite side's formation was not weaker than theirs in the slightest, and it was as if they had come prepared, having set up their formation the moment they stepped out of the portal. The evil Scale Pharaoh looked up at the heavenly figure. This big guy's aura seemed to be no weaker than the Sphinx's, and without someone of the same level to block it, I'm afraid that the battle line would collapse in a matter of moments. As expected, the evil Scale Pharaoh's worst fears came true, as the corpse of the mountain peak bent down to pick up a flesh-mound corpse, and with a forceful push of his right arm, he threw it into the middle of the underworld's army's lineup. The flesh-mound necromancer was stuck on top of the earth, and it opened the mouth of the cave, and suddenly the carrion warriors inside tumbled out like a river. A flesh-mound necromancer could hold roughly 2,000 to 3,000 undead, and even some more general-level necromancers could be hidden in it. These 2,000 or 3,000 undead were nothing to the massive underworld army, and would cause some commotion at best, but the corpse of the peak cast out more than that. Both arms swung in unison as if they were 2 giant stone throwers, hurling out a single flesh mound of corpses, 10 in less than a minute. One flesh mound necromancer with 3,000 undead, 10 could be 30,000. 30,000 undead instantly slashed the underworld army from within, causing massive chaos. Seizing the moment, the thousands of sword and axe corpse generals formed several battle formations and cut into the underworld army as if they were sharp knives. Evil Scale Pharaoh's movements were also quick, commanding a square of hostile sword death guards to meet them. But unfortunately, before these hostile sword death servants could make short work of the sword and axe corpse generals, they were wiped out by a green-eyed ghost monarch with red eyes, leading an army of evil ghosts that covered the sky. In terms of quantity, the ghosts absolutely crushed the hostile sword deadly servant square. These ghosts did not have a solid body. Between layers and layers, the small sky at least backed up a number of millions of evil ghosts' army. The evil Scale Dharma boss was enraged, commanding an army of mummies to oppose the ghosts, while at the same time, a goat-headed demon monarch with a double-celled bull ghost and a sword and axe corpse general went head-to-head in a hard-fought battle. The goat-headed demon lord with the golden scepter in his hand swept away the group of skeletons so fiercely that the bones scattered like waves. The ferocious underworld creature was clearly a powerful fighter called in by the evil scale pharaoh, and its golden scepter rolled up a crushing aura that turned all the skeletons into white sand every time it waved it. Seeing it, Lin Chen brightened up and came to life. In the midst of such a war, an individual's power was small unless they reached the Imperial level, so Lin Chen had positioned himself as a human trafficker from the start. What do you mean by traffickers? It's... The silver-white light of instantaneous movement flashed by, and Lin Chen's figure appeared above the sheep-headed demon monarch. At the same time, the Onyx Corpse monarch among the 8 deadly monarchs squeezed through the underworld's army with great strides, and it was difficult for the slightly bipartite cow ghosts to stop it at all. Above the Onyx Corpse monarch's body, countless heads hung high, roaring in unison as they walked close to the sheep-headed demon monarch. Bang! The golden scepter in the goat-head demon monarch's hand swung violently, smashing a large portion of the head on the Onyx Corpse monarch into smithereens. The Onyx Corpse monarch wasn't willing to show any weakness, and his hand smashed the goat-head demon monarch's scepter into golden crumbs, and his meatball body knocked the goat-head demon monarch to the ground. Lin Chen raised his right hand high, and a terrifying ball of infra-dimensional energy smashed half of the sheep-headed demon monarch's head to smithereens. The Onyx Corpse monarch gave a hideous smile. Simply eat a goat's head today. Lin Chen hurriedly stopped it, while a spatial prison imprisoned the sheep-headed demon monarch. The Onyx Necromancer smashed his thick lips in bemusement and grabbed one of the 2 celled cow ghosts beside him and swallowed it into his stomach. In the next moment, the Onyx Corpse monarch spat out the twin cow ghosts that had lost all of their flesh and blood, and it's transformed into a skeleton, joining Lin Chen's side to fight against the underworld's army. Lin Chen, on the other hand, opened an entrance to the Severing Abyss and sent the controlled sheep-headed demon monarch to the Severing Abyss. This was Lin Chen's job, battlefield human trafficker, or undead trafficker. To annex the underworld of the Sun Kingdom, it was naturally impossible to just swallow the land. Even these underworld undead, Lin Chen would have to turn them into his own battle force. Send these underworld monarchs inside the Breaking Abyss, and when the war was over, there would naturally be a way to transform them into a member of the Breaking Abyss army. There were countless undead on the battlefield, and Lin Chen looked at the high-level undead to grab them, and in a short while, he had caught several commander-class undead. Lin Chen looked for his next target in a beautiful manner. These could all be future combatants. It would be too much of a shame to fall on the battlefield like this. Looking towards the evil scale pharaoh in the distance, Lin Chen licked his lips, as if he had seen a rare beauty. Other undead died. These monarch-level undead, especially the kind of evil scale pharaoh that was comparable to the 8 deadly monarchs, could be sure to be collected. Lin Chen, who was about to cooperate with the green-eyed ghost monarch, suddenly made a move and gazed into the sky. The massive pyramid accelerated its landing speed at some point, and 10 dark swordmasters jumped down with open arms and joined the battlefield. To top it off, there was a huge grey creature falling along with it. In the midst of the underworld army, a bizarre human face with a false smile emerged. The terrifying aura made the Onyx Corpse monarchs that pressed forward tremble, and his tall body could allow countless undead to flow underneath him. Sphinx. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. If he abducted this big guy into the Severing Abyss, his side's future battle power would increase greatly again. Roar! The Sphinx-faced monster roared violently, and then the countless undead armies seemed to have heard Huff's will and multiplied their battle intent. A steady stream of countless underworld creatures fell from the bottom of the pyramid, consolidating the battle line. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It really was a tough battle. If he didn't send out more Emperor classes, I'm afraid that even if Breaking Abyss won, it would be a disastrous victory. Austin, go teach that fake smile what it takes to be a proper good kitty. Chapter 111 Terrifying Dragon Breath. The Black Dragon Emperor, who had been hiding in the rear depression, instantly lifted his wings, his emperor-level might covering the entire field, and the Sphinx's fake smile lurched and turned into a burst of horror. This guy, the aura on his body was actually comparable to the god of the underworld. The Sphinx turned around and tried to escape. There was no one who understood the power of the underworld god at that level better than it did, and even though it was a supreme monarch, it couldn't even get through 10 strokes under the emperor level. If it is half that level of emperor, Sphinx is even more certain that his own chances of winning are only 3 to 7, 3 punches to the head of his own and other 7 open seats. But the Sphinx had the intention to escape but was powerless to resist. The Black Dragon Emperor's speed far exceeded that of the Sphinx's, and the terrifying dragon's claws slashed through, leaving several black cracks on the space. Bang! A claw landed on the Sphinx's ass, a large piece of grey stone fell, and 2 hind legs were removed. With one claw, he actually shattered half of the Sphinx's body. Roar! The Sphinx wailed, his voice traveling straight into the pyramid. Inside the pyramid, Huff, who was sitting on top of the throne, slowly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Black Dragon? The Undead Emperor of China? Huff instinctively sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to think about it. The Sphinx was already being held and torn apart by the Black Dragon Emperor, and any later in the Sphinx would not have been able to save what was left of his head. The Black Dragon Emperor shattered all of the Sphinx's limbs, smiled cruelly, and threw the only remaining head at Lin Chen's open door to the Fury Abyss. The undead were extremely resilient, and now the Sphinx was only seriously injured, not enough to jeopardize his life. Sinful animal, looking for death. A thunderous voice came out from within the pyramid, and a terrifying aura swept through, no weaker than even the Black Dragon Emperor. Feeling the terrifying spiritual power contained within the voice, Lin Chen let out a cold snort, and a weak sound wave came out, shattering the spiritual pressure in Huff's words into smithereens. Hufu scanned the battlefield below in disbelief. There were still experts? Even if there was no certainty in his heart, Huff was an emperor after all, and it was impossible to show his panic. Black Dragon, hand over the Sphinx and I'll spare your life. The Black Dragon Emperor snorted disdainfully as his blazing nostrils swept across the battlefield below, carbonizing hundreds of twin-cell bull ghosts. Who do you think you are, just a small emperor? I'll spray you to death with a mouthful of dragon flame. The Black Dragon Emperor wasn't the least bit intimidated. Its identity as a dragon race made it a leader amongst the emperor classes, and as a fellow minor emperor, the Black Dragon Emperor didn't put Huff in his eyes at all. A turtle that hides its head and shows its tail is just a turtle. Have the guts to receive a mouthful of dragon flame from my Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor roared, and the terrifying dragon roar spread across the battlefield, and the undead that were a little bit closer were instantly shattered into undead crystals, turning into a few pieces of withered bones on the battlefield. Damn Black Dragon, fight me! Huff roared. The Emperor's dignity was provoked, making him no longer rational. In the Hufflepuff pyramid, the 10 Dark Sword Lords were clearly lined up, and they turned into carters pulling an ancient golden boat, which rode in the air, and those 10 Dark Sword Lords stepped into the air, standing tall and still above the Underworld's army. And on the ancient golden boat, a person wearing a completely white-wrapped ancient pharaoh robes stood there, holding a desert scepter in his hand, with a ghostly blue meditative light constantly shining on his body, looking from afar as if a saint who had attained the way had descended, transcendent, divine and out of the ordinary. Pretend you Mabi. The Black Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, the dragon wings behind him vibrated wildly, a storm swept through, and the 10 Dark Sword Masters were blown to the east and west. Provocative, very over-the-top provocative. Huff was enraged, the scepter in his hand was raised high, and countless spears of underworld light emerged with horrifying power. Each one of these spears of underworld light was not weaker than a super-ranked magic, and if they all struck on top of a certain creature, they would definitely be able to instantly zap it into tattered pieces. Sculpture. Lin Chen bristled. If he remembered correctly, this tactic was used by Hufu to deal with Demon Mo Fan. Even if it was strengthened in power, it was impossible to deal with the Black Dragon Emperor. This Hufu clearly still underestimated the Black Dragon Emperor. There was no need for Lin Chen to say what to do next. The Black Dragon Emperor was extremely experienced in battle, an emperor level achieved through countless years of bloody battles, and knew that this was the time to seize the opponent's breaks. The dust in the sky fluttered with the storm as the Black Dragon Emperor stood in the dome of the sky, and it raised its head as the dragon's belly and cavity began to bulge. The air currents began to invert, and it was as if a huge swirling void had appeared in this high altitude, and all objects were sucked into it. The Earth's crumbling debris was originally rolling down according to gravity, but now they actually all began to fly toward the sky, and the gravity of this entire plane seemed to have reversed, and the rocks, broken mountains, and undead debris all flew toward the sky. It's dragon breath. Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth, opening with a big move. Good job, Austin. Lin Chen's body instantly shifted backwards, directly disappearing thousands of meters away. The Black Dragon Emperor's dragon breath was extremely terrifying. Even in the preparation stage, it would suck in everything around it. People in this sea of breath under the too small also do not know the Black Dragon Emperor's lungs exactly how huge, from it absorbed to now, fell into its stomach of the mountains and rocks have been able to pile up a dozen mountains. The Black Dragon Emperor, but it seems to be able to continue to spit in general. Huff sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late to change his stance, and he can only summon more spears of Stygian light. From inhalation to exhalation, the Black Dragon Emperor seemed to have completely transformed into a black obsidian sun, which approached this continent and declared the flame of extinction. Dragonitis. Dragon's breath is further divided into several types, with different dragon's breath bringing decidedly different destructive effects. In which the dragon flames would be tantamount to the fall of the evil sun, and everything on the surface of the earth would end up as an inflamed pit and molten pool that could not be purified or healed for hundreds of years. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon roar, a huge vein of black flame fire with a diameter of over 1,000 meters was spat out by the Black Dragon Emperor. The black flames surged, almost scorching the space. Wherever the black flames surged through, the space shattered, and countless undead were burnt to a crisp by the escaping hot breath. Huff's scarlet eyes suddenly shrunk, and the hundreds of underworld light spears around him shone brightly, then all of them flew out, colliding head-on with the black inferno dragon breath. Bang! Bang bang! Countless bursts of sound came out, each one representing the shattering of a Stygian light spear. The black inferno dragon breath was unstoppable, and hundreds of Stygian light spears were destroyed like a mantis. Watching the black inferno dragon breath coming with the momentum of sweeping heaven and earth, Hufu's pupils shrunk. The power of this dragon breath was really terrifying, vaguely exceeding the might of the level of the little emperor. At that moment, Huff did not dare to have the slightest reservation. A large number of undead breath gushed out. The pyramid of the underworld glory, tens of thousands of underworld creatures suddenly died a collective violent death, countless undead breath convergence. Chapter 112 Twin Emperors Battle Pharaoh, Pyramid Explodes. Among the tens of thousands of underworld creatures there was no lack of sub-sovereigns like the underworld frog, and countless undead auras converged in front of Huff's body, forming a wall of undead shields. Countless undead heads loomed, the illusory undead aura almost condensed into substance. Huff gave a low shout, and another burst of terrifying might erupted from himself. Shield of Underglow. The black dragonflame arrived in front of Huff in an instant. The dragonflame collided with the shield wall, and in an instant, the endless undead aura was vaporized into nothingness, and the high temperature left a trace of sweat on Huff's forehead. Damn it, how come it's so strong? Huff cursed, and the scepter in his hand could be vaguely broken. Explode for me. The Black Dragon Emperor roared with a hideous fury, and the black dragon flames erupted with a roar, shattering the undead shield wall into smithereens, and the remaining dragon's breath blasted as much as it could onto Huff's body. The undead aura lingered into a fog, obscuring Huff's figure, but at the last moment, Lin Chen still saw a strand of broken pharaoh's robes fluttering down. In front of the Black Dragon Emperor's big move, Huff still suffered a bit. The storm winds rose up and blew away the fog of the undead around Huff. Huff's face was grim. Reptile, you've angered me. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, taking down the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon breath head-on. This Pharaoh King did have some skill. He was probably able to fight the Black Dragon Emperor. But what Lin Chen wanted wasn't an even match, it was absolute crushing. Ryujin, he's better off in your hands. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, a spatial rift opened up from his side, and the dragon monarch wearing a black armored robe appeared. Behind him was the Shunde transformed goathead demon lord. At this moment, there were no more traces of underworld radiance on the goathead demon monarch's body, which instead carried the deathly aura of the baneful abyss. Without the need for the dragon monarch to speak, the sheep-headed demon monarch rushed towards the underworld army as soon as he appeared. His golden scepter reshaped at some point, and a large swath of twin-cell cow ghosts had their heads smashed between swings. The dragon lord raised his eyes to Huff. Leave it to me. At the same time, Hufu also noticed the dragon lord's presence, and a hint of shock crossed his eyes. Empyrean, you are the true lord of the undead of China. Hufu heart retreat. There are two strong people of the same level here. If you insist on fighting, I am afraid that today there is a danger of falling. The big thing is to lose face and run back to the lair. Huff was convinced that without the existence of the Mirage, the Chinese undead could never kill the Sun Country underworld as they did. Before Hufu could act, the dragon monarch's figure suddenly disappeared, and black light exploded in the sky, charging straight at Hufu. Hufu's gaze condensed, and the same white light surged out from his body. Since the other party was not relenting, Hufu did not mind a fight. Almost simultaneously, the Black King and the White King disappeared at the same time. They burrowed above the clouds in a flash, and it was unknown whether they exchanged blows or not, as a vortex that swallowed the earth appeared in the thick clouds. Within the vortex seemed to be a world of emptiness and chaos, and there were two figures, and they were none other than the Ancient King and the Pharaoh King. They stood on either side of the chaos vortex, the two beams of light clashing fiercely as sparks of energy scattered wildly. Lin Chen looked away for a moment before retracting his gaze. Austin, go help with the Hufflepuff. The Black Dragon Emperor nodded and pushed his speed to the extreme, his dragon body similarly transforming into streams of light as he flew up into the clouds. Hufu's face was crazy. So what if there were two emperors? He was partial to giving the opposite side a little lesson. The majesty of an emperor could not be provoked, and Huff, as a lord of the undead who had lived for thousands of years, could run away, but would never beg for mercy like a coward and let the other party spare himself. Escape, and open a way of life for yourself as well. The battles in the sky weren't something Lin Chen could touch anymore, and even though he possessed the space-time god's eye, Lin Chen himself hadn't yet reached the realm of forbidden spells, so he was still a bit short. Turn your attention to the frontal battlefield. The underworld army that had lost the Sphinx was completely no match for the furious abyss undead. The corpse of the mountain peak took a step and had already killed its way into the center of the underworld army, where the evil scale pharaoh and the snake-haired scorpion monarch Medusa were struggling to resist. Among the 8 deadly monarchs, the most deeply hidden mist ghost commander continuously assassinated the strongest members of the underworld army. Without these mainstays, the underworld army would collapse even faster. Onyx Corpse Monarch, the lazy bastard, on the other hand, didn't move and lay in place, enjoying the Meatmound Corpse ministers helping it move one undead at a time before swallowing it in one gulp to help replenish the breaking abyss army. Although the situation was great, the number of underworld hordes was simply too much, and until now, the pyramid had been pouring out a steady stream of undead. The cold, thick, meditative glow still shone without being cut down much. "Ancient elephant, step on that pyramid for me," Lin Shen said coldly. "HM." The roar of an elephant in the sky rang out, and the huge ancient elephant that was 10,000 meters tall slowly stepped out of the summoning portal, and with a casual kick, it was able to crush thousands of underworld creatures. Sensing this aura, Hufu, who was fighting in the sky, suddenly lurched in his movements and was caught by the dragon monarch, who struck him with a blow that sent him flying backwards. Bang! Huff shook his head. It was a good thing there was a wall in the way here, or he would probably have to fly out a few thousand meters. Nope. Huff suddenly reacted. How could there be a wall above this cloud? Huff subconsciously touched to this white wall, this feel, as if the ivory in his bedchamber. This is ivory. Huff snapped his head back, only to see a mountain-like ancient elephant gazing at himself through space, a body as high as 10,000 meters able to look down on Everest, a huge tonnage that was the limit of what the earth could hardly bear. The earth collapsed wherever his feet passed. The ancient elephant ignored the Hufflepuff. What Lin Shen had told him to do was to step on this deadly pyramid. It wasn't going to fight with this bandaged undead on the level of a minor emperor. Watching the ancient elephant gradually move away, Huff breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this emperor did not participate in the siege, otherwise he would have had to run away. Looking at the direction of the ancient elephant's departure, Huff squinted his eyes, and suddenly his face changed dramatically. "Stop it!" Hufu struck out angrily, but was stopped by the Dragon King. "You'd better take care of yourself first," the Dragon Monarch said coldly, with a rather frantic look on his face. "There can only be one Lord of the Dead on this earth." Huff gritted his teeth and cursed the madman, so he had to turn his head and fight again. Bang! Listening to the loud roar and the sound like a mountain collapsing, Huff knew that it must have been his magnificent pyramid that had been knocked down by that damned elephant. Seizing the moment and looking back, Hufu's eyes were moist. A home that had been with him for thousands of years, just half collapsed by an elephant. "I should have known better than to ride an elephant so many times when I was alive." The pyramid shattered, the light of the underworld glow diminished greatly, and a large number of underworld creatures lost the shelter of the underworld glow, and even breathing became an extravagance, so they could only slowly collapse and lose consciousness. Lin Shen was overjoyed. This strike by the ancient elephant had indirectly caused at least hundreds of thousands of underworld creatures to die. These corpses could all be well preserved, as long as they were thrown into the Fury Abyss and drenched in the deadly chi for a period of time. They could immediately be transformed into their own side's combat power. Huff in the sky became more and more anxious. This ancient elephant was not as strong as him, but it was still at the sub-emperor level. If the Sphinx was still there, it should be able to drag him until he drew away. But now, there were not even any creatures among the underworld army that could withstand the ancient elephant's blow, and they could only let it crash into the pyramid. Huff's eyes almost turned a blood-red color. All of these underworld glows were stolen by him from the Dark Plane, and without the pyramid to keep them, he would have to make another trip to the Dark Plane himself. For that horrible place, Huff didn't want to risk it again. Huff gritted his teeth and put up a fight. Chapter 113 The Only Lord of the Undead on Earth. The golden scepter in his hand glowed brightly, and Huff's body began to distort as a large amount of undead aura poured into the scepter. The body began to become illusory, and Huff had begun to fight for his life. The Dragon Monarch's eyes stared. "You won't be able to leave today." A huge vortex of dead chi began to converge, and the Dragon Monarch stood in the center of the vortex, his terrifying aura sweeping across the battlefield below. Almost at the same time, the undead on the battlefield stopped killing each other. Even if they were as strong as the corpse of the mountain peak and the evil scale pharaoh, they could only tremble. This is the absolute suppression of the superior over the inferior in the same race. Huff was on fire, and within his body, the undead crystals deep inside emitted a blazing white light. Ancient China is indeed powerful, but I, Hufu, am by no means an unimpressive mound of dry bones. As long as I want to go, the road is under my feet. Huff roared, and the golden warboat under his seat turned into nothingness in an instant. The power of the underworld god. Gray energy that looked like the sky and earth collapsing escaped, and the moment Huff swung out his scepter, even the Black Dragon Emperor had to avoid the front for a while. The Black Dragon Emperor's eyes were gloomy. The power of this strike, I'm afraid it was already comparable to its dragon flame. None of these ancient emperors were good. Eyes flowing, the Black Dragon Emperor looked towards the Dragon Monarch. Compared to Hufu, the Dragon Monarch was already close to a medium emperor, and his strength was definitely superior. Only the black vortex of dead chi gradually shrunk and coalesced in Long Jun's right fist. There can be only one Lord of the Dead on this earth. The Dragon Monarch's face remained as flat as water, as if he didn't even put Huff's strongest strike in his eyes. I will laugh at the land of the underworld in your Sun Kingdom. The Dragon Monarch's right fist fiercely blasted out, and in an instant, power sufficient to change the sky and the earth poured out from the Dragon Monarch's right fist. The plains shattered, and a large number of undead were shattered into pieces by the aftershocks coming from 10,000 meters above the clouds. The Black Death aura and the gray meditative radiance collided in an instant, and it was as if the world had lost its other colors, with only black and gray remaining. Lin Shen's eyes flashed, and when he came to his senses again, the world in front of him seemed to have gone through the passage of 10,000 years, the plains turning into depressions and hundreds of thousands of undead skeletons becoming bone dust floating about, covering the sky with a grayish-white veil. The Dragon Monarch was pinching an undead crystal in his hand, his armored robe shattered, and he looked rather like an injured emperor. But it was clear that the Dragon King was the victor. Looking at the tiny Hufflepuff figure in the undead crystallization, the Dragon Lord hooked the corners of his mouth. Henceforth on this earth, I am the only Lord of the Undead. Overbearing words echoed between heaven and earth, and as if catering to the Dragon King's words, the pyramid shattered brazenly, and countless undead debris and boulders were swept into the breaking abyss. The pyramid disappeared, the medieval glow no longer had something to fall back on and was about to dissipate into the sky. With a wave of his right hand, the Dragon Lord collected all the underworld radiance, which could help him increase his strength. As their eyes looked downward, the evil scale pharaoh and scorpion monarch Medusa could not help but tremble, forcing themselves to endure the difficulty in breathing as they tragically fell to their knees. I beg the great Lord of the Dead to forgive us for our disrespect. The Dragon Monarch looked at Lin Shen, wanting to hear his idea. Lin Shen wasn't thinking of rushing all of them, these could be sizable battle forces. Rock's figure appeared beside Lin Shen. Earlier she had been suppressing the Medusa clan, and only now that the battle was over did she pull out. Clean up this place, especially those underworld monarchs, bring them all to the Fury Abyss and transform them into our people. Rock nodded and joined the Nine Spectres Queen, dealing with the aftermath of the battle. As the figures of the Dragon Monarch and the Black Dragon Emperor fell, Lin Shen's finally couldn't control a trace of joy from flowing out. Bravo! Lin Shen patted the Dragon Monarch's shoulder and looked at the other party's tattered armored robes, saying, nurture your injuries first, and then break through to Medium Emperor when you've recovered. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon Emperor glanced enviously at the Dragon Monarch. The other party was already about to break through to Medium Emperor, while he himself still had a long way to go. Noticing the Black Dragon Emperor's envy, Lin Shen laughed. Don't be in a hurry, Austin. I remember that someone in the Holy City was able to summon a golden dragon, so as long as you swallow it and devour some more miscellaneous ones, you should be just fine. Only after hearing these words did the Black Dragon Emperor put away the envy in his heart and excitedly said, good, then when are we going to fight the Holy City? Lin Shen shrugged. You shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. Sacred City's strength is unfathomable. Now that Huaxia has a hidden siren hidden danger, when we use the siren to raise our strength a bit more, we'll go and fight Sacred City. The strength of the Holy City had always been a bit vague, and after reading so many homoerotic novels in his previous life, Lin Shen had never seen a unified Holy City battle force, and the original hadn't explained it clearly, so he didn't want to go there easily. As the undead began to retreat back into the breaking abyss and looked at the devastated northern border plains, Lin Shen sighed. A few days later, the events of the northern frontier began to spread frantically among the world's top echelons. No one knows what really happened there, except that the forbidden land of the sun, the pyramid of Khufu, suddenly disappeared, and the nation rejoiced, celebrating the lifting of the cloud over the nation's head. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Chinese Supreme Judgment Council, a tattered corpse clad in the robes of the Cardinal Archbishop of the Black Church appeared. There's a note on the floor. The Black Cleric, Lord Ling, was killed by Lin Shen. The senior members of the Judgment Council looked at each other in disbelief, and then quickly identified the corpse, and it was indeed Lord Cold without a doubt. Capturing Sarung and killing Lord Lang, Lin Shen was in the limelight for a while. Lin Shen wouldn't go and be an unsung hero, he had to let others know when he made a merit, otherwise how would the rewards come? Most importantly, these credits would allow Lin Shen to be in a lot less trouble. The Mu family hadn't made any moves up until now because Lin Shen had done so much for China, and as long as he didn't make any mistakes, no one would be able to make a move against him in the open. A month later, in the Severing Abyss, Lin Chen looked at the many underworld monarchs who had submitted with satisfaction. After the battle in the northern frontier, the strength of the Fury Abyss had risen instead of falling, and the number of undead monarchs had already reached nearly 100, most of which were some unimpressive sub-monarchs and minor monarchs, with a small number of powerful monarchs from the 8 undead monarchs and the sphinxes. The dragon monarch's injuries were still not fully healed. After all, it was Hufu's deathbed counterattack, so I'm afraid it would take another 2 months if he wanted to get well. Father, where are we going next? In the White Tomb Palace, in a hidden room, the dragon monarch asked Lin Chen. As the Lord of the Undead, Lin Chen would only agree to the dragon monarch calling him father in private. Go to Helan Mountain and look for the second divine eye. Previously, my foundation was too weak. Even if I got the temporal divine eye, it only made me invincible amongst the super ranks, and in essence, I hadn't yet reached the level of the forbidden spells. Lin Chen said. When Lin Chen obtained the Spacetime God's Eye, other than the Chaos lineage, everything else could only be considered average. Now that most of his magic lineages had been overranked, it was time to look for a way to break through the forbidden spells. There were 2 general ways to break through the forbidden spell. One was with the help of a divine object like the Earth's stamen, and the other was to break through on one's own. Compared to the 2, it was obvious that the latter was stronger, and with the help of external objects to break through the forbidden spell, it was a toss-up whether or not they could release forbidden magic. Although the Spacetime God's Eye could allow Lin Chen to have forbidden spell battle power, there were side effects. After all, he himself didn't have all the conditions for a forbidden spell yet. It's also not good to get a divine object that shelters a city like the Rue of the Earth, so Lin Chen thought about the pale divine eye that appeared in the original. Chapter 114 Departure to Mount Helan. Somewhere in China, Lin Chen sighed lightly as he looked away from the endless mountains. These days are really busy. I haven't even spent a few days with Ning Shuiyu sleep yet, and I have to come out and run around again. Lin Chen said helplessly. The 9 Spectres Queen on the side smiled faintly. There is always a price to pay for wanting to become stronger. How can one stay at home and become stronger? Lin Chen laughed. I'm just whining, let's go, it's still dangerous here. Looking at the Kunlun Mountains in the distance, Lin Chen's gaze sunk slightly. As one of the top 10 forbidden areas in the world, Lin Chen knew very well that the Lord of Kunlun on the Kunlun Mountain was an emperor, and his strength was at least at the level of a minor emperor, and the Kunlun Mountain was even filled with countless demons, and the racial origin of many demons was here. Even with Lin Chen's strength, the 2 of them, the Rock and the 9 Spectres Queen, had to be followed by his side in case of any sudden danger. Helan Mountain was the remaining vein of the Kunlun Mountains, although it wasn't as dangerous as the main vein, but after all, there was the existence of the Tsangming Divine Eyes. Even if an emperor popped out, Lin Chen wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. Helan Mountain was about 600 kilometers long from north to south and about 300 kilometers wide from east to west, and based on Lin Chen's rich experience in reading novels, the Tsangming Divine Eye should be in the central region. Entering the mountain range and utilizing his spiritual power to silently open up a path, Lin Chen looked around. It was quiet in a somewhat eerie way. In theory, the Kunlun Mountains should be a paradise for demons. How could it be so quiet here? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, a little uneasy in his heart, but he continued to walk forward. However, just in case, Lin Chen still opened the exit of the Severing Abyss and called out the Dragon Monarch. Now that the Dragon Monarch's injuries were almost healed, even if the Lord of Kunlun came out, he would be able to block it. However, it was best for the Dragon Monarch not to make a move as a last resort. After all, none of these forbidden zones were simple. In the original, the ancient king was so powerful and was not included in the 10 forbidden zones. This Kunlun Mountain must have its terror. As he gradually went deeper and deeper, Lin Chen gradually discovered some commander-class demons. Commander classes that could occupy a mountain and reign supreme in the outside world could surprisingly be found everywhere in the middle section of Helan Mountain. There doesn't seem to be any low-level demons here, the lowest are all commander level. The 9 Spectres Queen said softly. According to the information, this place, Mdahoran, is a bit weird, and from the moment I came in just now, I felt like I was being watched by something. Rock said. Hearing Rock's words, Lin Chen froze. The feeling of being stared at? How did he not have it himself? Looking to the side at the Dragon Monarch, the other party also nodded gently. I can't detect the source of this thing either. The Dragon Lord shook his head. Each creature had a different focus for development, like the Dragon Monarch, whose idea favored frontal combat, and the 9 Spectres Queen, who favored mental compulsion. There must be some powerful creature that is good at scouting in this Helan Mountain. Strange, Lin Chen pursed his lips, a little puzzled. The 3 Dragon Monarchs have this feeling. Why is he the only one who doesn't have it? Was there anything different between himself and Ryujin and the others? Lin Shen thought about it. The biggest commonality between the three dragon monarchs was probably their undead status, while he himself was a human, so maybe that was why. Can we follow this feeling to the source? Lin Shen asked. The Dragon King closed his eyes and a gray light appeared from beneath his feet. From this gray line, Lin Shen sensed some familiar scents, which included not only the Dragon Monarch's energy scent, but also skeleton nooks and huffs. 3 different energy essences were combined into an energy that Lin Shen didn't understand, but looking at the intensity, it was clearly higher than any single energy. Following the gray line, Lin Shen and the others advanced along the way, dodging most of the demons they encountered, and for those who really couldn't avoid them, it was up to the rock to strike, aiming to kill them in one blow. The deeper into the Helan Mountain, the more desolate it seems. There are still some grass and trees on the periphery. To the inside, it is actually some rocks and deep ravines. This feeling is getting stronger. I don't think it's any creature at all that's staring at us, but the target of our trip. Rock said. Do you mean that the pale god eye is staring at us? Lin Shen raised his eyebrows and came to have some interest. Does God's eye still actively stare at people? Each of the 6 divine eyes were different. The time and space divine eye that Lin Shen had gotten was a dead thing, and this pale divine eye might be a little different. The Dragon Monarch, this was to see the reason. This pale god's eye should increase the elemental lineage. We as undead are rejected by it, so it has been staring at us since we entered the mountain, whereas you are a human, and you are in the 3 elemental lineages of thunder, wind, and water, so you naturally blended in. Lin Shen realized, recalling the demons he had seen along the way, it seemed like most of them possessed some sort of attribute. At the same time, Lin Shen had a few more points of anticipation in his heart. His thunder system already had 3 times the base power. If he were to obtain the Pale Divine Eyes boost, wouldn't he be invincible? Keep going, I think we're almost there. I just don't know if there are any guardians in this Pale Divine Eye. Lin Shen said. Most of the divine objects had owners. The space-time god's eye was guarded by the Candle Dragon, and the Pale god's eye must have a guardian beast as well. Lin Shen looked at the distant main vein of Kunlun. The Lord of Kunlun was so powerful that the Pale God's eye was right next to him, but he didn't take it. The reason for this might be in the guardian beast. Day. What sounded like hooves slowly making their way across the mountainous terrain sounded abruptly, and a strange floral scent came from it. The Dragon Lord frowned and waved his hand to disperse the fragrance of the flowers. The scent has hallucinogenic properties. Lin Shen's heart fluttered. It seems like some important person has appeared. Day. On the backside of the mountainous terrain, a rock goat slowly walked out, sluggishly looking like a normal rock goat in any case. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. Normal sheep? It was true that there were normal creatures in the All-Faiths world, but how could there be any in the depths of this Horan mountain? If you want to enter the depths of the Helan mountain, you must necessarily pass through the middle section inhabited by many powerful demons. A sheep that can survive here? Lin Shen tentatively released a bolt of spiritual energy that struck the rock goat and knocked it to the ground. The corner of Lin Shen's mouth twitched. It was really an ordinary rock sheep, but how was that possible? The knocked-down rock goat looked around in bewilderment, not seeming to understand the situation, got up and walked back. Looking at the rock goat's dumbfounded expression did seem a bit strange. There are animals in the wild that are this dumb. Lin Shen was a bit puzzled, and after exchanging a glance with the Dragon Monarch, he followed the rock sheep. Around the mountain, moments later, a depression came into view. The sight in front of him caused Lin Shen's movements to lurch and his expression to freeze. Rock looked at Lin Shen's side face, a little strange. See what this is, how? Saying this, Rock turned to that side of the mountain, and suddenly his words broke off and his expression became dull. Chapter 115, The Creator, the God's Eye that wants to reenact the world? Only to see in front of the earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, light and ice 7 elements continue to intermingle, several balls of light breathing which, at a speed visible to the naked eye, grow rapidly, above the earth, are revealing the traces of a pale eye quietly staring at all this. The next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred in front of Lin Shen, and in the center of the 7 elements, a ball of light suddenly burst, dropping out a small calf that was dripping wet. With a simple shake of his head, the calf stood up and made contact with the rock goat. If it's normal that a calf and a rock sheep wouldn't clash, then the next scene is counterintuitive. Another ball of light ruptured and a tiger cub slowly stepped out. The rock goat and calf surprisingly did not have the slightest fear and played around with the tiger cub. Lin Shen frowned. Even if it was a tiger cub, the smell of its body was enough to scare the herbivores out of their wits. How could they still be playing together? Lin Shen observed the next ball of light that was constantly being born at the junction of the 7 elements, representing an animal that was about to be introduced. But no matter what kind of animals they were, it was surprising that they all blended in together, the carnivores, all of them with no desire to attack. Lin Shen carefully observed them and realized that in each of their eyes, there was clear stupidity. Lin Shen was a bit confused. Any animal had potential genetic memory. For example, sheep were born knowing to eat grass, tigers were born to eat meat. But in Lin Shen's eyes, these two absolutely antagonistic creatures were living in harmony, completely contradicting the genetic memory formed over thousands and thousands of years, unless Lin Shen had a flash of light in his head, unless, of course, they were the first generation of creatures. With this thought, Lin Shen went back to look at the 7 elemental spell formations again with a different understanding, and the pale divine eyes continued to release the 7 elements as the breath of life continued to emerge. A creature burrowed out of the shattered ball of light, and Lin Shen froze as he watched. This pale god's eye can't be trying to create worlds. The dragon monarch also came behind Lin Shen at this time, and looked at the appearance of the pale god's eye. This divine eye, in the making? Lin Shen nodded, so far yes. Dragon Lord, can you do it like that? The dragon monarch hesitated for a split second and said, if it's about creating undead, then I can also fabricate undead creatures with my bare hands, but I can't do it with lifeforms like this one. I don't possess the ability to create lifeforms. Lin Shen realized that the pale divine eye was proficient in the 7 elemental systems, and this time, it was able to evolve a small world and, by accelerating it, allow the embryo in the small world to take shape at a rapid pace. Saying that, the dragon lord looked somewhere. That one should be its guardian. Following the dragon lord's gaze, he saw a plant that looked like an unusual tree standing beside the pale god's eye. Just now, Lin Shen was so attracted by the creation of the pale god's eye that he had overlooked this unimpressive tree. Can you tell what strength it is? Lin Shen asked. It's just a sub-emperor, it's not worth mentioning. The dragon monarch said. Today's dragon monarch was only one step away from being promoted to medium emperor, and sub-emperor was completely inadequate in front of him. Lin Shen put his heart down, although he didn't understand why the Lord of Kunlun hadn't come to take the pale divine eyes. It just happened to be cheaper for him. In that case, there's no need to hide. Lin Shen dispersed the layer of spatial barrier that had been attached to his circumference, and the subterraneous tree instantly discovered Lin Shen's few people. Waved the branch in a warning manner, but dared not make any other move. The Dragon King locked eyes with him, and the branches that had been waving a moment ago were instantly quiet. The dragon monarch turned around disdainfully and watched Lin Shen walk towards the pale divine eye. Lin Shen stepped forward, his right hand caressing the traces of eyes on the ground as a wave of good thoughts came from him. Lin Shen was delighted in his heart. It seemed that this pale divine eye wasn't repulsed by himself, but instead was somewhat close to him. What led to all of this was clearly not the elemental faculties that Lin Shen himself possessed, but rather the existence of the spacetime god's eye. With a thought, the pattern of the spacetime god's eye appeared in Lin Shen's right eye, and a yellow light shone. As expected, the pale god's eye's intention to get close became even stronger. Although he couldn't figure out what exactly was the relationship between the spacetime god's eye and the pale god's eye, this was clearly a good thing. I need time and space to help me speed up the creation of things. A stumbling voice entered Lin Shen's mind. This pale god's eye could actually talk. Lin Shen was startled and said tentatively, "Then you're coming with me?" "Don't, I create." "Why?" Lin Shen asked, and the voice of the pale god's eye suddenly weakened, as if he didn't know how to answer, for a long time before answering. Creation, fun, life, growth, interesting. The corner of Lin Shen's mouth twitched. He probably understood the meaning of the pale god's eye, combined with the fact that life was created just for fun, right? Come with me, you can see the outside world, and that's much better than what you can do behind closed doors. Really? Hearing the innocent inquiry of the pale god's eyes, Lin Shen almost laughed out loud. Restraining the corners of his mouth, Lin Shen snubbed, "That's for sure, there are thousands of strange creatures out there, and there's plenty of fun to be had, no more fun than if you were pinching little animals here." The traces of eyes on the ground flickered, seemingly moved by Lin Shen's words. In the next moment, a white divine eye slowly surfaced from the ground and blinked spiritually. "What you say, is it true?" Lin Shen smiled, "Of course it's true, how about I take you on a world tour?" "Good." A hint of a smile appeared on the eyes of the Tsangming god, and he said expectantly, "Can you, then, take me to the tidal wave then?" Tidal wave? Tidal god's eye? Lin Shen froze. "You know of other divine eyes?" "Of course, I'm the one who created them, the boss." With regards to the 6 divine eyes, the original depictions were few and far between, and Lin Shen didn't understand their relationship, not realizing that the pale god's eye was the existence that created the other divine eyes. Our 5 great divine eyes, together, are the eyes of the creator. It's just that I divided myself to become the 5 great divine eyes. The Tsangming divine eye explained. Lin Chen was a little confused as he listened. Aren't there 6 divine eyes? How did they become 5 again? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the eyes of the pale god's eyes visibly froze for a moment, and then said hatefully, "Darkness, it's my younger brother that was snatched away by the Dark King." The emotions of the pale god's eyes were clearly a bit out of control, and the 7 elements surging around them actually caused the tree-type sub-emperor to tremble. A trace of gravity also surged on the dragon monarch's face, ready to strike at any time to control the pale divine eye. Darkness? Referring to the dark eye? Can you tell me what all 6 of your god eyes are? Lin Chen asked. The emotions of the pale god's eyes gradually calmed down, and explained to Lin Chen, in our 6 gods' eyes, time and space, tide, sunhai, and brightness, all of them were differentiated by me, and only the darkness was my younger brother that I derived from, but sadly, years ago, was snatched by the Dark King and taken to the darkness plane. Lin Chen frowned. Anything involving the Dark King wasn't simple. He didn't think that he would be able to cross dimensions to snatch the god's eye. Yes, Huff could go to the dark plane and steal the underglow, and the Dark King could naturally come to Earth and snatch the god's eye. Chapter 116, Plotting Sudir, Becoming a Counselor? In the end, Lin Chen put away the pale divine eye, which likewise had its own absorption condition, which was that it needed to possess the 7 elemental lineages. And all of these 7 elemental systems are going to break through the super rank. Lin Chen also probably understood why the Lord of Kunlun didn't take the pale divine eyes. In this world, apart from him, the hanging wall, it was estimated that only Imofan could have the 7 elemental faculties. Although he hadn't accomplished his goal of breaking through the forbidden spell on this trip, Lin Chen did know something very important. In ancient times, when chaos first opened and demons were rampant, after the great war between humans and demons, the pale god's eye and the dark god's eye came out to create the world. After remodeling the world a bit, the pale god's eye was divided into 5, and although its strength was greatly cut down, the world became a much better place as a result. Lin Chen couldn't figure out what the pale divine eye was thinking. Perhaps this was the innate mission of a divine object like it. In addition to being able to create life, the Tsangming divine eye had another important function, which was to sense the location of the other 5 divine eyes. The 2 divine eyes of the Tsunhai and the tides were currently in the Pacific Ocean, while the divine eye of light was in the west, and based on Lin Chen's measurements, the probability was that it was in the holy city. The dark god's eye, on the other hand, had been snatched to the dark plane. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless as he took stock of these things. Although he was already strong now, there were still many people in this world who could defeat him. Other than that, the Kunlun Lord on Mount Kunlun alone was an existence that Lin Chen needed to face with caution. The reason why the Dragon Monarch didn't make a move at Mount Helan was also because he was worried about alerting the Lord of Kunlun. The original extra mentioned the Lord of Kunlun. The strength is at least the peak of the small emperor, under the elite troops countless soldiers. I'm afraid that the Break Abyss is also worse. Feeding Huff's undead crystals to the Dragon Monarch, it was better to let the Dragon Monarch advance first now so that Lin Chen could have a few more safeguards. The Dragon Monarch had successfully advanced to Medium Emperor, and was now a Demon Emperor belonging to the same level as Cold Moon Eyes. However, considering that Leng De Eyes still had 2 god eyes, the actual battle power should be a bit weaker. Prepare to start swallowing the remaining pyramids of the Sun Kingdom. We need more power now. Lin Chen said to the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Monarch sniffed, his armored robe hunting, his undead aura unconsciously escaping, unconsciously giving Lin Chen a tremendous amount of pressure. The current Dragon Monarch had just broken through, his strength could not yet be controlled in a stable manner, and the Medium Emperor's aura escaping was definitely an intensity that could shock the super rank all to death straight away. That is to say, Lin Chen was different from the norm, or else he wouldn't even dare to touch the Dragon Monarch right now. Yes, father, I'll go back to refurbish my troops and prepare for war, and within January, I'll have the remaining 95 pyramids of the Sun Kingdom under my command. Lin Chen nodded and suddenly laughed. I think you can go and get in touch with the higher-ups of the Sun Country. Some things can't be done in vain. Long Jun froze and instantly understood. I know, father. Watching the Dragon Monarch enter the breaking abyss, Lin Chen smiled. He had already helped the Sun Kingdom eradicate the Hufflepuff. The rest of these pyramids couldn't be free. There were 2 shares of money to be made, of course. Leaving Helan Mountain, Lin Chen returned to Mordor. Now that the Dragon Monarch was not around, it was better for him not to be too wavy. He had to make some preparations in advance for the Black Dragon Emperor and buy some undead materials. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, in a short while, it would be the time of the plot where Sudir contracted the Black Dragon Emperor. Thinking of the baby's corpse that he had seen in Fey Bird City back then, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Regardless of whether or not this matter was ordered by Sudir, it had nothing to do with him. Lin Chen decided that he must make Sudir undead. That's right, transforming the E1s into undead had already given Lin Shen a taste for it, and a half-forbidden mage would be able to transform into a supreme monarch and hold off the Medusa clan in the northern frontier. If a multi-system forbidden spell mage like Sudir was transformed into an undead, it could definitely be transformed into an undead that was comparable to an emperor. When he arrived at the Dark Plane in the future, Lin Shen didn't want to tuck his tail between his legs, but instead attacked fiercely and took the Dark Plane under his wing. Riding Little Black all the way to the Tyrant Mountain range, the Nine Spectres Queen and the Rock Clan started setting up with some undead who specialized in necromancy. Sudir was strong and had many means, so Lin Shen didn't dare to be careless. After laying down a dense necromantic spell formation on the top of Tyrant Mountain, Lin Shen left the Black Dragon Emperor at the top of Tyrant Mountain again, just in case Sudir noticed that something was wrong. Good luck to you, good luck to you. The phone rang, and Lin Shen looked at the caller ID to see that it was Grand Speaker Xiao Zhang. What's the matter with the Grand Speaker? Lin Shen asked unexpectedly. Oh, nothing, just want to nag you. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. You might as well just say it. I don't believe that a busy man like you, Speaker, would take the time to call and nag me. Ahem. Actually do have something to ask, said Xiao Zhang hesitantly. Lin Shen had probably guessed what was going on. This point in time should be because of the siren. As expected, Xiao Zhang on the other end of the phone went on to say, recently, the sirens have been a serious hidden danger, so I'd like to ask you to go to the Pacific Ocean to scout it out. Lin Shen didn't hesitate and answered Xiao Zhang's request. After all, he still had a Feiyu city in his name, and the scourge of the sirens would also directly affect his own interests. I remember that you have a Feijiao city in your name, right? Xiao Zhang suddenly asked. Lin Shen didn't hide it. The information channels in the hands of the Grand Speaker were much wider than his own, and he couldn't hide it. Yes. The vast majority of the industries in Feiyu City are in my hands, Lin Shen said. The vast majority? That's all in your hands except for the municipal government address. How about this? I'll divide all the land deeds of Fei Bird City to you, the kind that can be hereditary. How about that? Xiao Zhang asked tentatively. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. The Grand Speaker was pulling his strings? If Lin Shen remembered correctly, Xiao Zhang appeared to have been impeached later on, so it seemed like he already had a premonition. Alright then, thank you Speaker, so the city is all there. Why don't you let me be a counselor for fun? Lin Shen asked with a seemingly mindless smile. Good, your merits are more than enough to be a candidate for Speaker. The letter of appointment will be sent to the Makaya within 3 days. The phone hung up, the smile on Lin Shen's face hid. It seems that Xiao Zhang is now a little bad himself. He wants to be a member of parliament is certainly simple, but 3 days is too fast, right? But Lin Shen didn't have any problem with it. Xiao Zhang was a good person, and Lin Shen didn't want him to get laid off. Pacific Siren well, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes. This world is really not peaceful, one wave after another. Dragon Monarch, come back quickly after dealing with the matter over in the Sun Country, to the top of Tyrant Mountain. There's someone who needs you to personally make a move to transform them. Through the voice transmission function of the Dragon's Nest, Lin Shen said to the Dragon Ruler who was far away in the Sun Country. Understood, Father, I'll try to speed things up. Chapter 117, A Man Pushes Across, God's Might. In the highest conference room in Cairo, many of the Sun Country's top brass looked at the figure in armored robes in front of them, cold sweat beading their eyes. Don't be nervous, everyone, I'm here to make a deal with you all. The Dragon Monarch slowly opened his mouth, and the unconscious undead aura released from his body pressed the crowd of senior super-ranked mages present to the point where they could hardly breathe. The head of the Sun Kingdom tried his best to control his shaking legs. It wasn't that he was afraid, he couldn't restrain his instincts as a human in front of the Dragon King whose rank was so much higher than his. Over the years, the head of the Sun Country had seen many powerful undead, and had even felt huff suppression, but those undead and the one in front of him were simply like fireflies compared to the White Moon. Your Excellency, I wonder what deal brought you to our Sun Country. The head of the Sun Kingdom reluctantly opened his mouth. He knew that this level of demons could no longer be considered demons, they would have their own minds, and their intelligence was even higher than that of humans. I can help you solve the hidden danger of the pyramid, the Dragon Lord said bluntly. What? The head of the Sun Country shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the head of the Sun Country even overcame his instinctive fear and asked excitedly, is this true? Dang it! The Dragon Lord said. The Sun Country undead is a big mountain, stayed on the head of the people of the Sun Country for generations, and for thousands of years, no one could ever uproot it, and could only passively accept the pressure from the pyramid. The headmaster didn't expect that an undead powerhouse would say that he would help the Sun Kingdom with the hidden danger of the pyramid today. What are the conditions? Headmind asked calmly. Such a good thing could not have fallen to the Sun Country for nothing, and the head knew that the other side must have conditions. All the resources within the pyramid are mine. No problem. Headmind said decisively. It was the other side that was supposed to solve the pyramid's bane, and the harvest inside belonged to the other side, of course. There's also the vein of the Star River, the Star Sea Heavenly Vein. The Dragon Monarch spilled out a huge list of resources, and in the end, even took out a list directly. The head took the list and almost fainted with a black eye. All the resources together are worth close to $1 trillion. Accounting for that, that's $10 billion a pyramid. Seems like a pretty good deal. The chief brain did some silent math and realized it seemed appropriate. We need to have a meeting. Headmind said after a few moments of contemplation. The Dragon Lord nodded, good. After saying that, Long Jun dashed away and left the conference room. When you have a result, just shout it out the window. The Dragon Monarch's figure disappeared, but his voice was still echoing in the conference room. Inside the conference room, one of the executives laughed bitterly, as if it doesn't make a difference whether it goes out or not. Air. An hour later, Long Jun returned to the conference room, and naturally, the result was that the top management of the Sun Country unanimously agreed to Long Jun's request. $1 trillion for the disappearance of thousands of years of hidden dangers is worth nothing less. The fundamental purpose of the Dragon King was not these either. The greatest gain could be found in those pyramids. How about we take a split settlement for the resources? For every pyramid you solve, we'll pay you 5 billion worth of resources. The headmind said. The Dragon Lord nodded, yes. Then we. Head asked tentatively. Start now, I'm in a hurry. Long Jun said indifferently. Now. Headmind said in dismay. Right. The Dragon King glanced at this supreme leader of the Sun Kingdom and his figure disappeared once again. A spatial crack opened up and Long Jun stepped out from it, looking at a small pyramid at his feet. Who trespasses on my Aramotha's territory? A muffled voice came out, and a figure covered in black aura flew up into the sky. The Grand Monarch's aura was unmistakable, and it belonged to the ranks of the strongest anywhere. But the moment Amos saw the Dragon King, his forward step suddenly stopped and his face stiffened. This aura. Amos could not think too much, directly kneeling in midair, just now as that the little one did not recognize the Lord, spoke a little louder, begging the Lord for forgiveness. The Dragon Lord gave Aramoth a disdainful look, submission or death? As an undead, Amos' body was stiff and cold, and he had thought that he would never be able to feel a change in his body's temperature in his life, but in this moment, Amos felt his bandages tighten, his body cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I submit to. Swallow. The Dragon Lord let out a low gulp, and a black vortex about 10,000 meters in circumference violently opened up above the pyramid of Amos, swallowing the entire pyramid into it. The suction force that was terrifying to the extreme completely engulfed the pyramid, and along with all the undead around it, they all disappeared. Inside the Fury Abyss, the evil scale pharaoh who was studying Chinese necromancy raised his head. The king has struck, another pyramid is going to fall. Alas! With a sigh, a pyramid crashed down from above, and the death aura within the Fury Abyss surged crazily, converging towards the pyramid, transforming the undead within into the Fury Abyss camp. Woof woof! A huge grey tail waved around, and the evil-scaled pharaoh pushed it away in annoyance. Watching the Sphinx play with the special large undead wool ball, the corners of the evil-scale pharaoh's mouth twitched. Who in the world tuned the Sphinx like this? Magic City, some little girl working on her retarded homework sneezed and instantly perked up. Grandpa, it's Lin Chen and Mo Fan who are thinking about me. It must be another assignment, I won't do my homework. The capital of the Sun Kingdom, Cairo, received the news from his subordinates, and the head stared in disbelief. The Pyramid of Amos just disappeared. What's going on? Has a new mirage appeared in the country? A high-ranking officer asked unexpectedly. No. Looking at the message, it appears to have been swallowed by a huge black vortex. The head brain's eyes flashed with a meaningful light. Surely it's an emperor? It's so fast. Amos is also a medium-level pyramid within the sun. I didn't expect it to be erased so easily. Just an update, the Zozil pyramid has also disappeared, swallowed by a huge black vortex, just like the pyramid of Amos. But 10 minutes, is a pyramid, the head shuddered. He just, is talking to such a strong person to trade? Pass down the order to gather the resources for this list with all your might. The headmind decisively ordered. The headmaster realizes that this is an opportunity, a chance to grow up. Originally the Sun Kingdom was able to get resources from within the pyramid, but that gain was stretched thin compared to the loss. As long as the pyramid disappeared, the domestic mages of the sun would surely be like a blowout in the next 10 years, which was something $1 trillion couldn't replace. Then the countless resources within those pyramids, a senior said hesitantly. The headmind looked at him askance. If you can take out that emperor, my seat is yours. Forget it, I'm just thinking about it. That senior smiled sarcastically. That armored-robed emperor was not a simple character at first glance. With that aura, even if Hufu was still around, I'm afraid he wouldn't be an opponent. Chapter 118. The day the governor falls is today. Lin Chen, where are you now? Mo Fan's low voice came from the phone. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed that something had happened at Mo Fan's place during the months of separation. Tyrant Peak, what's up? You're right on top of Tyrant Mountain? Mo Fan asked in astonishment. It's not just me, there are a couple of continental levels, the elders of the Magic Association, and the chief of the Dubai Mage Tower, Sudir. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, looking at the many mages on top of the mountain who were making various preparations, and slowly said, Sulu? Mo Fan on the other end of the phone didn't know who Sudir was, but he still knew the words chief of the Continental Magic Association, which meant that the person who held this title was at least a forbidden spell mage. Mo Fan on the other end of the phone was silent. I didn't realize that the black hand behind this matter was a strong person like Sudir? Lin Chen knew what Mo Fan was talking about. He didn't answer positively, he just told them to come up first. Hanging up the phone and concealing the spatial barrier around himself, Sudir on top of the mountain instantly discovered Lin Chen's trail. Sudir frowned. Today was an important day, he didn't want any uninvited guests to come to his door. Your Excellency is... Sudir's sudden opening attracted the gazes of the many powerful mages present. Your Excellency Sudir, is there anyone else here? The president of the East Sea Magic Association asked in surprise. Sudir didn't reply, only staring at Lin Chen who was slowly walking out. 100 meters around me and I never noticed you. When did the world get such a strong person? Sudir narrowed his eyes. Just some small tricks. I heard that there's a good show today, so I came uninvited. Lin Chen said with a smile. I remember I didn't invite you, Lin Chen. Sudir said. Obviously, he had recognized Lin Chen's identity. On the other side, the president of the East China Sea Magic Association stared with wide eyes. Because of Feiyu City, he did recognize Lin Chen, but wasn't the other party still participating in the Scholastic Tournament not too long ago? How come, in a flash, he was able to hide under his own nose, progressing so fast? At the same time, Mo Fan and the others followed a man up the mountain and looked at the scene, silencing themselves silently. I didn't just come here to watch a good show either, I still want to ask Your Excellency Sudir about the matter of the young child's heart. Lin Chen's words suddenly became a bit sharp, causing the many mages present to feel a wave of discomfort. Can you affect those around you with just your own emotions, Lin Chen? When did you get to this point in my attention? Sudir secretly thought that perhaps from the very beginning, he did not understand this infamous genius boy. Just for that matter? I'm sorry to say I wasn't aware of it. Sudir shrugged, looking unconcerned. To question the chief of Thaya Continental Magic Association over the hearts of some young children? Sudir suddenly felt that Lin Chen was still not mature enough to ask about some things. Sudir, hadn't done any of these things, and it was thought that his men had acted without authorization, but in any case, it wasn't a reason for Lin Chen to be able to question him. For the sake of Xiao Zhang, I will give you an explanation. Sudir turned around and looked at Fei Luanlong. Explain. Cold sweat broke out all over Faringlong who was caught in Sudir's gaze. This. Chief Su, the thing is, I ordered my right-hand man to find enough Titan hearts no matter what, but this incompetent guy doesn't seem to have found enough young Titans. After a pause, Farinron spoke decisively, laying the fault on his right-hand man. And so he secretly colluded with the Silver Ornament Guildmaster of the Outlaw Guild Bartholomew, and through some inhumane means to replenish the rest of the Titan's heart, subordinates actually. Faringlong's voice gradually lost its bottom. Are you informed? Sulu asked. This subordinate also came. Later, Faringlong said. You turn a blind eye, do you? Sulu questioned. No, by no means, Farinron immediately tensed. Sudir waved her hand. You know how to handle this kind of thing. As Bartholomew was thrown off the top of the mountain, Sudir turned to look at Lin Chen. I've already given you an explanation about the child's heart, so if you want to see the ceremony, please watch it from the side. After saying that, Sudir looked at the distant cloud cliff and stopped talking. A nameless fire burned in Lin Shen's heart. These higher-ups, they really handled these things with ease. Ha! Lin Shen sneered, I don't think there's any way you can contract Austin today. Sudir was stunned and looked at Lin Shen again, questioning, how did you know the goal of this ceremony? There is no need for you to know, for today is the day of your fall. Saying that, Lin Shen walked towards the cloud cliff, and behind him, Sudir frowned, but before he could say anything, Faringlong had already shouted. You fanatic, nonsense, how dare you curse Chief Sudir? Without even glancing at Faringlong, such a jumped-up clown was no longer worthy of today's Lin Shen's open eyes. You look at the lives of children like grass. There is nothing to say to people like you. I can only tell you, I don't care who your people kill, but dare to come to our Huaxia to kill, you should be ready to pay the price. As Lin Shen said that, he had already walked to the end of the cloud cliff and looked at the clouds below. A touch of black was so conspicuous amongst the white clouds. In the next moment, the blackness rose sharply, and an angsty dragon's head floated out of the clouds, and a terrifying dragon's might swept across the entire scene, and everyone present, including Sudir, had a hint of horror in their eyes. Woohoo! Suddenly, a low chirping sound came from high above the mountains. The chirping didn't sound anything special at first, but when the sound really arrived here, it was like a majestic and incomparable energy exploding in the ears. Ouch! The sound of the explosion was the very sound of a horrible and incomparable roar, and the crowd felt like they were going to lose their consciousness. It's an orally and mentally agonizing ordeal. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar are said to be the cries of fierce tigers and giant dragons. In front of this sharp-sword dragon roar that seemed to pierce the clouds, even Sudir had difficulty in maintaining to remain calm. What's going on? Sudir questioned loudly, her tiny voice struggling to reach Lin Shen's location. Lin Shen's robes were blown up by the gusty wind, and the broken hair on his forehead stood upside down. I've come today. There are a total of 2 things I want to ask you. The first is the matter of the child's heart. I'll tentatively count you as having given an explanation. The second is to ask you why you're making a big show of putting up a front and letting out the news that you want to contract my contracted beasts. Chapter 119 Death Skeleton, Solo Battle against Sudir. My contracted beast. Lin Shen's words caused Sudir's body to shake, and she lost her voice and said angrily, what did you say? God knows how much time and effort Sudir had put into contracting the Black Dragon Emperor, and as a result, at the last minute, he was told that he had been shortchanged? Sudir couldn't accept it. He swore that no matter how powerful Lin Shen was, he would definitely thwart him. Even if one casts out the darkness river. I said, you should die. Lin Shen's cold words suddenly condensed, his eyes erupted with a horrifying murderous aura, and the Black Dragon Emperor behind him fiercely soared into the sky, glaring angrily at Sudir. At first, the Black Dragon Emperor had heard Lin Shen say that Su Lu to its body, and he didn't expect this day to arrive so soon. Ow! The black dragon soared in the sky and roared, a flash of pride flashing in its eyes as it reflected the figures of the powerful mages on the ground. Unless it was a forbidden spell, unusual magic could not hurt a Black Dragon Emperor for a single moment. The huge summoning gate unfolded, and a pair of heavenly elephant tusks poked out, followed by a 1,000-meter-long trunk with coarse skin that could easily grind mountain rocks. The ancient elephant stepped out of the gate of summoning and stood at the foot of Tyrant Mountain, its 10,000-meter-tall body even allowing it to stand at the foot of the mountain and look down on Sudir and the others who stood at the top of the mountain. Sudir turned back violently, looking at ancient elephant with more different meanings in his eyes. I didn't realize that you contracted 2 emperors, it's a waste. Sudir said word for word. It's better than falling into the hands of an ambitious person like you. Lin Shen coldly responded. Afterwards, a spatial teleportation magic sent Imofan's few people to the foot of the mountain. Lin Shen took a deep breath. Austin, ancient elephant, kill Sudir. Lin Shen hadn't decided to kill everyone. Sudir had summoned a large number of elders and executives from the magical associations of all continents to participate in the ceremony. These people were powerful and had a vast network of connections. Killing all of them would almost mean making an enemy of half the world. What's more, there are many others who are just here to observe the ceremony, and they are not directly connected to this event. The ancient elephant took a booming footstep, and its rigid tusks swiftly pressed down with the momentum of suppressing heaven and earth horizontally. Sudir wasn't the least bit flustered. Lin Shen, since we dared to come, we naturally have more than just guts, but also strength. Terrifying thunder and lightning violently erupted. Sudir's body was bathed in thunder and lightning, just like the Thunder Dharma King, and when he raised his hand, it was a huge fist of thunder and lightning that collided with the ivory. Boom! The ancient elephant was struck by the terrifying force and the front half of its body raised high, its front hooves landed on the ground and crushed the earth. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Sudir's thunder system definitely had the strength of a great forbidden spell, and the ancient elephant wasn't a match for him yet. However, Lin Chen didn't just have the ancient elephant on his side, there was also the Black Dragon Emperor Austin. A huge black dragon's tail flung out, smashing the clouds and bringing out sonic booms as it crushed towards the top of Tyrant Mountain. Sudir cast a sidelong glance at the Black Dragon Emperor and prepared his own magic as several old mages stepped forward behind him. Earth's Sinking Guardian. Yukiheim's Cry Cloud Ice Crystal Realm. The Punishment of the Thunder Ring, the Ban of the Nine Rings. Numerous defensively powerful super rank magic instantly. Sudir hooked up the corner of his mouth. The ones he brought with him can be powerful elders, although they may have a little difficulty in releasing forbidden spells, but instantly releasing super rank magic is definitely not a difficult task. Watching the tail of the Skybreaker fall, the rock wall crumbled, the ice crystal boundary shattered to the ground, and the thunderbolt halberd transformed into escaping lightning. Sudir calmly released his shadow system magic and his body disappeared far away. Bang! Half of the top of Tyrant Mountain was shattered, and Sudir carried his hands behind his back. Use your dragon's breath, otherwise it can't help me yet. Looking at the hidden smile that hooked up at the corner of Sudir's mouth, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Good, then as you wish, but don't regret it. Lin Chen looked at the many hearts placed on top of the mountain, and the fire in his heart grew even hotter. There's a price for everything you do, Sulu, and I hope you'll be an obedient undead when you die. The Black Dragon Emperor began to gulp, the huge gas swallowed into his belly. The terrifying air pressure made it a little difficult for the many mages to stand still. Sudir's face, however, suddenly showed a conspiracy-like smile and laughed. Without the dragon's breath, the Black Dragon Emperor can only become something under my feet. With that said, dark green gases floated up from beneath the cloudy cliffs at the top of the mountain, and they formed a sort of worm-like shape that didn't disorganize even under the mighty breath of Haina. Lin Chen looked at the gases with both of his eyes as Rock appeared at his side. Stop them. Good. Rock responded, mouthing ancient necromantic magic and changing the seals in his hands. On the top of Tyrant Mountain, countless black lines suddenly lit up, and a thick aura of death spread. Sudir frowned tightly, touching the dead chi that had condensed into substance around him, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Deadly chi rose into the air and condensed into a huge black skeleton. Rock's hands clenched tightly and the skeleton violently opened its mouth, its dark teeth shining with the light of death. Whoa! The skeleton swallowed the green worm-like gas in one gulp, and the entire skeleton transformed into a dark green color, followed by disappearing into the Fury Abyss. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a smile. This worm-like gas was only for the dragons, it wouldn't work so well against undead magic. Sudir was shocked. How did you know? Lin Chen didn't bother answering. The Black Dragon Emperor had stopped gulping, his eyes flashing with scarlet bloodlight. Sulu, pay for your life. Blazing red dragon flames were violently spat out from the Black Dragon Emperor's mouth. The terrifying temperature made the space tremble and shatter, and the blazing flames destroyed all defenses. Blazing Lotus Dragon Flame. Purify the world of all that is evil. On top of the mountain, looking at the many elders around him who were greatly shocked, Sudir didn't have time to pay attention to it, and the Thunder System Star Q appeared above his head. If you don't want to die, resist me for a moment. Sudir coldly shouted. The Thunder System Star K above his head lit up rapidly, a star shone with brilliant thunder light. Wanting to resist Long Yen, only forbidden magic of the same level would do. One of the elders from the battering Oyu continent was the first to react, looking at the terrifying blazing lotus dragon flame with a changed face. Your Excellency Sudir, remember to compensate me. After saying that, he threw out a piece of armor, which was actually a top-notch magic tool that was worth a lot of money. Earth Guardian, go! An earth-colored light flickered in the eyes of this battered continent elder, and a trace of blood spilled from his eye sockets. His earth magic comparable to a super rank 3 was instantly unleashed, and he had obviously overloaded his earth system. The top magic tools and the Imperial rock wall formed the first line of defense, but not even 2 seconds later, they were reduced to nothingness in the blazing lotus dragon flame. Both the magic tools and the rock wall were reduced to nothingness at this moment. On the other side, Faringlom also released a strike of poison magic. As an elder who was known for his poison system had thousands of variations, and at this moment, it even transformed into a pocketed net, in a vain attempt to pocket the heavenly punishment like dragon flame. A hint of mockery swept through Lin Chen's eyes. Naive, the poison system was already restrained by fire, wanting to rely on the poison system to block Long Yen? As expected, the poison system pocketed net instantly into nothingness. At this moment Long Yen is no more than 100 meters from the top of the Tyrant Mountain. The horrible high temperature has even reached the face of Sudir. Chapter 120 Dragon King to the rescue, one of the strongest on Earth. Countless magic spells were unleashed, each of which was the supreme of the super ranks, and uncountable magical tools were thrown out, all of which were reduced to nothingness. But these shiny things were still the treasures of these old mages after all, and the outpouring of nearly a dozen elders ultimately delayed the blazing lotus dragon flame for a few seconds. Sudhir's body was surrounded by a great release of thunder and lightning, almost rendering half of the sky into a pool of thunder and lightning, and his terrifying aura even caused Lin Chen to feel as if he was on the back of his neck. Forbidden spells, definitely forbidden level magic. Although Sudhir didn't have that much preparation time, releasing a small forbidden spell magic could still be done. As one of the strongest lightning mages in the world, Sudhir was fully capable of doing this. Heavenly Mind Technique Supreme Thunder Fist. Sudhir roared, his right hand swung out violently, thousands of thunder turned the heaven and earth into a deep purple at this moment. In this purple heaven and earth, only a crimson dragon flame still shone. Boom! Terrifying explosions continued to come, and Lin Chen hid behind the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon wings, feeling the aftermath of the explosions and having trouble calming his heart. Was this the power of a forbidden spell? It was simply perverse to the extreme. Although Lin Chen could unleash magic comparable to forbidden spells through the space-time god's eye, the side effects that came with it were something he didn't want to endure. The heavens and earth slowly regained their color, and Lin Chen poked his head out, only to see that the original Tyrant Mountain had broken down for the most part, with only about a third of it remaining. The many mages who were originally on the mountaintop had already returned to the earth by their own means, and although each of them was in a sorry state, they had at least saved a life. The light of the magic tool on Sudhir's body gradually dissipated, and his face grimaced as he watched this top-tier magic tool lose its luster. This magic tool was worth a lot of money, and it was destroyed just like that. But there was no way, without activating the magic tool, even Sudhir would have been seriously injured in the collision just now. On the contrary, the Black Dragon Emperor was still soaring in the sky, looking disdainful and unaffected at all. Sudhir knew that he was the one who had suffered a loss in the collision just now, and had suffered a loss with the help of several elders. The Black Dragon Emperor's strength far exceeded Sudhir's imagination, able to rule the medieval battered continent for countless years. The true dragon relied on the dragon's breath. Sudhir's eyes were fierce. You guys, you've pissed me off. Sudhir suddenly raised his hands above his head, his neat head of hair was disheveled at some point, and was sweeping around recklessly. The arms slowly opened, and between them, there were black electric auras passing through each other. The black electric awnings continued to expand, tearing open a long river of darkness in an instant, terrifying to the extreme as it flowed above the clouds and in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils shrank as the darkness long river. What a joke, the Dragon Monarch was not around right now, and entering the darkness river at this time, was he asking himself to return the Black Dragon Emperor to Wentai as a mount? Sudhir this use also do not know what forbidden art, that dark river obviously does not have how majestic and magnificent power, but from the Black Dragon Emperor rolled over the Black Dragon Emperor, the Black Dragon Emperor fell into it at once, the Black Rapids dead bound the Black Dragon, the power of the Black Dragon Emperor even could not break free. Soon, this long river of darkness snaked its way to Lin Chen, swallowing him up as well. Similarly, the water of the long dark river was bizarre to the extreme, and there was absolutely no room for struggle, only being able to allow this dark river to keep on impacting. The long river of darkness began to slide down, gradually passing through the clouds. Time and space, frozen. Lin Chen hissed with difficulty, and his gold-like colors blazed out, solidifying the river of space and time for a brief moment. Sudhir looked like a malevolent ghost. No one can get out of my long river of darkness, fall into hell. That's not necessarily true. A flat voice suddenly came from the void, and in the next moment, the Dragon Monarch's figure broke through the air and emerged. Who are you? Sudhir's brows furrowed as his body mingled with the long river of darkness, and his face changed as he felt the long river of darkness stop flowing. Lord of the Dead. The Dragon Monarch snorted coldly, his right hand opened violently, and a terrifying suction force came out, actually sucking the entire long river of darkness into his own fury abyss. Watching the entrance of the fatal abyss getting closer and closer to him, Sudhir's face showed horror. Impossible, impossible, how could there be an existence as strong as you on Earth? There's nothing impossible, like the fact that he's still my contracted beast. With the help of the Dragon Monarch, Lin Chen and the Black Dragon Emperor detached themselves from the long river of darkness and stood alongside the ancient elephant at the side of the entrance to the severing abyss in the void. Amidst Sudhir's desperate cries, along with the many mage elders, they were all sucked into the breaking abyss by the Dragon Monarch. Falling. Sudhir slowly opened his eyes and looked at the White Tomb Palace and the endless scorched earth in front of him. How is that possible? A forbidden technique like the Darkness River can't even be controlled by me. How could anyone possibly be able to divert it? Sudir cannot believe it, although the Dark River is not obliterated, but the transfer is also the same need to pass through the greatness of the sky. He believed that the Archangel of the Holy City couldn't do it, the several military guards of Huaxia couldn't do it, and no one could do it at all. The figures of the Dragon Monarch and Lin Shen appeared above the breaking abyss. If it was the Dragon King from 2 months ago, that would indeed be a bit of a challenge. Belonging to the same darkness system, he wouldn't be sucked in at best, but unfortunately, not too long ago, there was a mummy who didn't know what to do with his life who had to come to Huaxia to find death. Lin Shen smiled coldly and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the space where the fatal abyss had expanded several times. It's been a hard month. Long Jun shook his head. It's not hard, it's all I should do. Dispose of these people first, except for Sudir, the others first leave one alive. It's father. The Dragon Monarch nodded slightly and beckoned with his right hand, and countless undead suddenly sprang up around Sudir and the others. The massive figure of the corpse of the peak stood up, obscuring the corpses overhead. The Sphinx stood up tall. As long as it didn't face the mighty Black Dragon, then it was still the mighty Supreme Monarch. The Rock Clan and the 9 Spectres Queen stepped out from Lin Shen's side, and below them, the evil Scale Pharaoh brought the Scorpion Monarch Medusa to look at Sudir. Aside from them, Lin Shen also noticed dozens of powerful mummies wrapped in bandages. All of them had crowns on their heads and were clad in the robes of the pharaohs, with the lowest having the strength of a minor monarch, and those who were powerful even had the strength of a supreme monarch. It was thought that these were the pharaohs of the Sun Kingdom that had been subdued by the Dragon Lord, and they were a sizable battle force. The Dragon Monarch landed on top of the ground and pointed his right hand remotely at Sudir. Dark Shadow, Curse System Forbidden Spell, should be able to become a qualified undead. Want to make me into an undead? Sudir laughed back in anger. Today I, Sudir, am planted, but I won't die yet. Though I don't know what means you used to divert my dark eldritch, I'm not that simple. Black lightning suddenly emerged from Sudir's body. Both the lightning and shadow systems were forbidden spell levels, and with the combination of the two, even the Black Dragon Emperor felt a hint of pressure. But sadly, Sudir would never understand what the Medium Emperor stood for. This is the supreme war power on Earth. Chapter 121 Dark Deal Signing, Blood Glorious Flower. Begging to be read. The Black Thunderbolt carried the power of a curse, blasting the charging Sphinx away with a single blow as Sudir laughed wildly. No one in this world can kill me. Fusing the 3 distinctly different magic departments of the Thunder, Shadow, and Curse departments to this point, Sudir was indeed a genius. The great forbidden spell level of the Thunder system allowed Sudir to go head-to-head with the Little Emperor, but this obviously couldn't threaten the Dragon Monarch. The ancient elephant led hundreds of monarchs to charge, and the sound was so overwhelming that even the Fury Abyss was saddened by it, and thousands of undead roared as they rushed towards the elders beside Sudir. The Dragon Monarch clasped his hands to his chest, and there was an imperceptible spatial barrier around his body, so no matter how powerful Sudir's black electric awnings were, it would be difficult to hurt the Dragon Monarch in the slightest. Damn, what the hell are you? Sudir gritted his teeth. Even the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon scales were going to crumble under his lightning. This undead in front of him was able to harden it without hurting even a single bit. The Dragon Monarch didn't answer. He didn't have to answer a dead man's question. His right hand was raised high, and a chaos-colored spatial cage descended from the sky. Sudir could fuse his 3 forbidden spells with each other, and the Dragon Monarch could do the same, if not better. This spatial cage wasn't just the power of the spatial system, the weirdness of the chaotic system, the mental impact of the mind system, the sturdiness of the earth system, and the undead system's suppression of the living were all in it. In terms of magical cultivation, the Dragon Monarch was the peak of the 5 systems of forbidden spells in his lifetime, and he was much more powerful than Sudir, completely a generation of Dharma gods, an existence that could definitely be ranked in the top 10 in 1,000 years' time. You think top 10 is low? You can't see that in the 4 spirits' ancient killing fields. The people chosen by the 64 spirits were all at least spell-banning level Dharma gods and demons. And what they have chosen is still only a part of the Blood Gem King's collection. In 1,000 years of time, I don't know how many amazingly talented people have emerged, and for the first emperor to be ranked in the top 10, he is definitely a demon among demons. The huge chaos-colored prison fell, and Sudir couldn't shake it even the slightest bit even after he poured out all he had. In this Fury Abyss, Sudir's magic was suppressed by the Death Aura, but the Dragon Monarch wasn't. Instead it was stronger. Kill it, Lin Shen said. The Dragon Monarch nodded, and a spatial blade coalesced in his right hand. The storm caused during the buildup of power was enough to destroy a pyramid of the Sun Kingdom. Phew! A breeze blew up from the breaking abyss, and the extreme sharpness appeared at first, cutting a 1,000-meter-long spatial fissure out of all the breaking abyss space. Fissure cuts are smooth and long-lasting. Sudhir's eyes were horrified as the lightning band spell overloaded and the Dark Shadow Department went crazy, trying to break away from the blockade of the Chaos Cage. But all of this was to no avail. Under the Medium Emperor's staged attack, the lightning forbidden spell seemed so pale and powerless. Black lightning splashed in all directions, and the power of the Spaceblade was even slightly better than the Black Dragon Emperor's Dragon Breath. With this extreme sharpness, unless there was a corresponding defensive ability, everything could only be turned into two halves under this move. Sudhir's head fell with an unwilling expression, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Sudhir was indeed an extremely powerful and intellectually ambitious person. Fortunately, he had turned on God's perspective, and the Dragon Monarch had also rushed back at the critical moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid that with just the Black Dragon Emperor and the Ancient Elephant, he wouldn't be able to keep him.
Are all the pyramids in the Sun Country taken care of? Lin Chen asked.
The Pyramid of Hebra hasn't been destroyed yet, but I found a small bird that wasn't present in the northern frontier in the first place.
Dragon Lord replied.
With that said, the Dragon Lord pointed downwards, only to see a giant golden and blue bird fighting with an elder, huge in size, no better than a sphinx. Lin Chen had a slight impression of this golden and blue giant bird. The original seemed to say that it was also one of Huff's right-hand men. The battlefield below was clear. Ancient Elephant alone was holding several elders, as powerful mages with forbidden magic. These elders were even better than the top rankers. But in the end, it was some pseudo-forbidden spells that couldn't release forbidden spells independently. It was too weak compared to Sudhir, and Ancient Elephant alone was able to suppress 5 of them. The remaining 4 elders were held back by the corpse of the peak, rocks, sphinxes, and the giant bird of golden blue, which, as supreme monarchs, fully possessed the ability to go one-on-one with these pseudo-forbidden spells. Many great monarchs were watching from the sidelines, taking the time to come in every now and then, making it difficult for these mage elders to prepare powerful magic. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering what to do with these mage elders who held high positions of power in the major magical associations. With their strength, if they died, they could at least become Grand Monarch level undead, and maybe 1 or 2 supreme monarchs would come out as well. Speaking of which, the humble author took the liberty of interjecting why the rock's semi-forbidden spell was able to transform into the supreme monarch at that time. Do you all remember that huge magic array? That is where a lot of precious materials are placed. The materials within the Fury Abyss obviously can't transform 9 people, otherwise the Supreme Monarch in the original wouldn't have had the corpse of the Peak One. The 8 deadly monarchs would have had to be Supreme Monarchs. But the turmoil caused by killing them would certainly not be small. After all, they all held important positions, although Lin Chen was not afraid. But the next Siren Scourge, China still needed the world's help.
Is there any way to control them? Lin Chen asked.
Some, father, some, like this way. I have 99. The Dragon Monarch hooked the corners of his mouth, and different dark contracts kept appearing in his hands. Lin Chen, I treated you Fey Bird City well these past few years. For old time's sake, how about sparing my life? The president of the East Sea Magic Association pleaded. The rock and the 9 specters queen in front of him were too strong and had strange methods, and with an empty powerful magic cultivation but unable to exert it, he fought a very stifling fight. The president of the East Sea Magic Association had already pulled his face down, and the elders of the other continents didn't dare to drag their feet any further. Sudhir was dead, and it was just a matter of words if Lin Chen wanted to kill them or not. The elders of the continents pleaded for mercy in international languages, but Lin Chen treated them all as if he hadn't heard them. Is there a contract that can control people's minds? The Dragon Monarch flung his right hand and a dark contract engraved with a hideous skull appeared. This god-devouring contract can devour their souls and turn them into my dark puppets, and whoever shows signs of breaking away from control, the contract will completely obliterate his soul.
Hearing the Dragon Lord's words, the bodies of all the powerful mages trembled, but the Dragon Lord would not show any mercy.
Such an overbearing contract required the user to possess a cultivation level far higher than the other parties, and as it happened, the strength of a Dragon Monarch Medium Emperor was perfectly sufficient. Controlling the 9 pseudo-forbidden spells and the peak biters, Lin Chen let them each go back to their original places, and would use them later. After dealing with this, Lin Chen looked at Sudhir's corpse, and his pupils suddenly shrunk, discovering that a delicate and extremely colorful blood-colored flower had quietly blossomed at some point.
Blood Glitter Flower. Chapter 122, Facing the Blood Glitter King, Undead Sudhir.
The moment Lin Chen's gaze took notice, the blood-glorious flowers suddenly bloomed like a torrential downpour. A terrifying number of flowers spread out over the land of the Fatal Abyss, and several walls rose up with the same blood-glorious flowers growing all over them. These blood-bright flowers, like 100 artists' day and night in the brick carving, blood, and finally connected to an incomparably grand and beautiful flower hall mural, but also like the legend of the fairy soul of the other side of the underworld, flowers overflow river, boundless. In the next moment, the fortress built by the walls of the blood-glorious flowers changed into countless blood-like petals floating down, and among them, a pair of eyes like blood beads opened. This pupil, like a king who scorns everything, like a spiteful demon under the abyss, the heavens and the earth are vast but cannot accommodate its eyes that scorn everything. In the next moment, the blood-colored petals drifting around coalesced, and the blood flowers wove into silk, draping over its slender and cold body like a dowry. For a moment, Lin Chen felt that the blood glitter king in front of him was like a divine and inviolable fairy, extraordinary and unattainable, but what emanated from it was not a spirit-scented fairy aura, but more of a noble aura that was gray, cold, withered, and extremely cold. Lin Chen understood that the blood king in front of him was a king whose strength was higher than that of a dragon monarch. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It had only been a few months since he had been invincible, and another difficult character had emerged. King Blood Glitter.
Oh? You know my name?
King Blood Cannon raised his eyebrows, his eyes showing more interest, and his gaze, which had been fixed on the dragon monarch, turned towards Lin Chen. I probably understand some of it, King of the Dark Plane. I wonder what you're doing here.
Lin Chen asked.
The Blood Cannon King looked into Lin Chen's eyes and clearly perceived the fluctuations of the spacetime god's eye. Not only that, she also detected another divine artifact of the same level, and her heart was a little less contemptuous. Since you know my identity, you naturally understand the purpose of my coming to collect Sudir's soul. The Blood Gem King laughed lightly. Sudir, as a shadow system forbidden spell, was, apparently, worthy of a personal trip from the Blood Glitter King. Lin Chen frowned. He still wanted to make Sudir's soul into an undead spirit, and it would be bad if the Blood Gem King intervened.
As far as I know, you're not the lender for Sudir, are you?
The source of black magic is the Dark Plane, and every black magician on Earth is the equivalent of borrowing from the Dark Plane until they die. But in the original Dark Plane Extra, Lin Chen didn't see Sudir in the Blood Gem King's collection, so he boldly guessed. Indeed not, but that doesn't mean that I can't have one more brilliant blood glitter flower in my garden. The Blood Glorious King smiled, his aura suddenly surging like a tidal wave, pressing Lin Chen so hard that he could hardly breathe.
The Dragon Monarch's brows furrowed as he stepped in front of Lin Chen, erasing the aura.
A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. So you're going to rob them by force? The Blood Gem King withdrew his aura and glanced scornfully at the Dragon Monarch. I have quite a collection. I'm not so big to make a fuss over a Sudir, but I look forward to the day you enter the Dark Plane. Saying that, the Blood Gem King's feet once again grew blood gem flowers and his figure disappeared.
Who?
Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The pressure that this Blood Cannon King had given him was truly too great, far superior to all the enemies he had seen before, worthy of being one of the Darkness Kings of the Dark Plane. At the Fury Abyss, we're 50-50. The Dragon Monarch suddenly said.
Lin Chen nodded. I understand.
By the way, what's the situation with the Hevra Pyramid you mentioned earlier? How come it hasn't been eradicated? Lin Chen changed the topic. With the Dragon Monarch around, it was still difficult for the Blood King to threaten him. The pharaoh of that Hevra Pyramid is also an emperor with his own kingdom of the undead, so it was a bit of a hassle to clean it up, so I rushed here first. The Dragon Monarch explained. Lin Chen understood. As far as he knew, Hevra should be Huff's son. His strength was estimated to be around sub-emperor. Although he wasn't a match for the Dragon Monarch, it would be troublesome to deal with, and with such a large piece of undead country, it would take time to receive it. With a move of his hand, Lin Chen retrieved Sudir's skeleton. As a powerful forbidden spell mage, even though his body was dead, his soul was still there. Sudir's soul looked terrified. Lin Chen, spare me, I can give you everything you want.
Fine, then I'll let you go if you let me contract that woman just now.
Lin Chen said with a smirk. Sudir was dumbfounded. Just now he had seen the strength of the Dragon Monarch. It could be called one of the earthly masters. Killing him was the same as killing a chicken. That Bloodflower woman's aura was even 1 point more prevalent than the Dragon Monarch's. How could he be an opponent?
TSK, it looks like it won't work. Don't worry, it won't hurt anymore soon.
Lin Chen smiled as a soul shock knocked Sudir's soul out. With Lin Chen's current spiritual cultivation, he could be even higher than Sudir. The Dragon Monarch took out the many undead materials that he had gotten this month, piles of materials like mountains. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes went straight. This was the accumulation of thousands and thousands of years of more than 90 pyramids in the Sun Kingdom. Harry, I should have known that I would have killed those old men. These resources are more than enough to transform 9 supreme monarchs. Lin Chen muttered. After calming down a little, Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Sudir with a bad smile. You, boy, are blessed. Leaving Sudir in the center of the dark formation, Lin Chen stood to the edge of the White Tomb Palace and looked at the large formation that was more than 10,000 meters in circumference.
Remember to erase his memory.
Understood. The Dragon Lord answered. A massive amount of undead materials were cast down, and the entire darkness array erupted with a terrifying might, because Sudhir's thunder, shadow, and curse departments were very powerful, so the Dragon Monarch purposely retained these three magic departments. The Darkness Grand Formation slowly operated. Lin Chen watched in wonder. This was considered the birth of an emperor. The scene was truly magnificent. This Sudhir was also suitable for the path of the undead. The shadow and curse lineages were both black magic, and were simply born to be prepared to become undead. A full month passed before the large array stopped functioning. The many materials dried up and shattered, and in the center of the large array, a human figure slowly stood up. Terrifying black lightning blossomed and bared. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He could tell that this lightning not only possessed berserk power, but also the weirdness of the shadow and curse lineages. "See, my king." At the center of the darkness formation, Sudhir respectfully bowed down and swore an oath of allegiance to Lin Chen. Sudhir vanished into the shadows, and in the next moment, appeared beside Lin Chen. Not bad, not bad. This strength should be at the peak of Sub-Emperor. A good base is different. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Sudhir was stronger than Skeleton Nook when he was alive, and with so many undead materials increasing after his death, the only reason he didn't become a minor emperor was because of the Dragon Monarch. There could only be one Lord of the Undead on this earth after all, and the Dragon King's position was untouchable, so Sudhir could only be the Sub-Emperor. Prepare to leave the Sun Kingdom, see if Hevra is willing to submit, or kill if not. Lin Chen said as he swept a glance at the progress of the Dragon Monarch's advancement. Armor-robed Dragon Emperor 5%. Sudhir used materials even half of the Dragon King swallowed or not. I did not expect the Dragon King's progress is only 5%, the higher empire has a long way to go. Chapter 123, What? Armor-robed Dragon Emperor coming at me? Somewhere in the land of the sun, a pyramid not much less impressive than the pyramid of Khufu stood amidst the yellow sands, with Hevra seated on a throne. That old man Hufu was finally dead. The resources of the entire Sun Country are mine alone. In just 100 years, I'll be able to ascend to the rank of a proper emperor. Hevra was angry at the thought. Although Huff was his father, Huff had been overpowering him for thousands of years, and he'd had enough of it for a long time. King, now that we are the only pyramid left within the Sun Country, I'm afraid that armored robed Dragon Emperor will come soon. What should we do now? A snake and scorpion undead monarch said in fear. The corners of Hevra's mouth hooked up. Don't worry, you don't understand the reasoning behind the death of the lips. They will keep me and drag the Sun Kingdom. King, it's bad. The armor-robed Dragon Emperor is calling. A panicked mummy voice came, causing Hevra, who hadn't finished speaking, to rise abruptly. What? The armor-robed Dragon Emperor came at me? Hevra said incredulously. Hevra thought he had guessed Lin Chen and the Dragon King's thoughts, but he didn't realize that this was a fantasy world, and as long as he had absolute strength, did Lin Chen need to worry about the Sun Kingdom developing? The Sun Kingdom has been dragged down by the pyramids for thousands of years, and there is no way it will ever develop again one slow step at a time, and the world's top powers are destined to be no more Sun Kingdom. Outside the pyramid of Hevra, the armored-robed Dragon Emperor stood proudly above the void, and Sudhir, covered in a surge of black lightning, rushed directly into the pyramid. The black lightning was indestructible, and even if a great monarch was in front of it, it would be turned into charcoal in the next second. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. By relying on this hand of bizarre black thunder with the fusion of the three systems, even if it was a minor emperor, Sudhir could still touch it, but the resources used were only those of a sub-imperial emperor. It was really a cost-effective full awe. Stop! A roaring sound came out, and Hevra's figure flashed out, with 11 dark swordmasters behind him in order, with a golden chariot under their seats as well. The platoon looks just a little taller than Huff. Hevra's face grimaced as he glanced at the charred coals at his feet and angrily said, Ancient King, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? The Dragon Monarch's expression was disdainful all at once. Like a sub-emperor like Hevra, he could kill them with his hands. Submit or die. The Dragon Monarch's voice was faint, but the powerful spiritual power contained within it caused Hevra's complexion to change drastically. Hevra forced herself to endure the discomfort in her soul. Do you really think that I'm not prepared for this, serpent scorpion ancestor, mother of Medusa? Do you really not know the truth of lips dying and teeth chilling? Deep within the pyramid of Hevra, under the shadow of an evil temple, a huge beautiful snake slowly opened its eyes, and beside it, a serpentine beast stood up. It's our turn to play. The serpent and scorpion beast took a step and walked out of the pyramid. The upper half of his body was human-like, but the lower half was a horrible serpent in scorpion shape. At the same time, the snake's tail that was thousands of meters long swept across, and a beautiful snake with some slight traces of age between its eyebrows slowly crawled out. Serpent Emperor. Mother of Medusa. Hevra. The auras of the three emperors shot straight up into the sky, causing the dragon monarch to frown impatiently. 3 rats. The Black Death aura poured out, rendering the white clouds black, and the abyss-like aura pressed across 10,000 miles in a circle, causing the distant city of Cairo to be covered in a layer of death aura. 3 sub-emperors, and they dared to resist. The dragon monarch slapped his right hand down, and a huge palm imprint of dead chi fell from the sky, enveloping the entire pyramid of Hevra, and also including the 3 unimpressive emperors below. Hevra's face changed drastically, and the underworld radiance around him blossomed, joining the evil temple 2 emperors in struggling to resist the oppression of the Death Chi's great hand. Ancient King, do you know the depths of the Sun Kingdom that I, Hevra, have stood for thousands of years? Hevra roared, and several shadows suddenly lit up around him, all of which were the souls of the powerful pharaohs of the Sun Kingdom. The dragon monarch snorted disdainfully. I said why I didn't see these mummies a few days ago. It turns out that they were collected by you, wanting to block my attack with the body of a sub-emperor, or don't be delusional. As the words fell, Long Jun's right hand fiercely pressed down, crushing several pharaohs' souls around Hevra into pieces. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hevra flew backwards into the pyramid. Looking at the snake scorpion emperor and the mother of Medusa, who were also injured, Lin Chen laughed. Mother of Medusa, as I recall, you're dying of old age, right, and you still dare to get involved in the affairs here? The several thousand-meter-long snake body was filled with blood, the snake scales were broken, the snake hair was broken, and the mother of Medusa slowly raised her head and smiled bitterly. This day I wanted to negotiate with you and the others, but I didn't expect that the ancient king had already stepped into that terrifying realm. The mother of Medusa's mind lit up with walking lights, remembering the day she was offered as tribute to the Serpent Emperor thousands of years ago. If you guys hadn't popped out, I wouldn't have been able to think of it, in favor of getting in my way. Lin Chen said. The mother of Medusa and the Serpent Scorpion Emperor glanced at each other and said, once Hevra is dead, the ones who will bear the brunt of it will naturally be us, so how can we just sit back and wait for it to happen? Lin Chen shrugged without replying, and Hevra returned to the battlefield at that moment. Ancient King, how can I spare my life? Hevra said, covering his heart. I said, submit, or die. A ball of death chi gradually coalesced in Long Jun's right hand. If Hevra didn't give him an answer, then Long Jun wouldn't be merciful with the next blow. Hevra gritted her teeth. I am willing to submit. When these words came out, the mother of Medusa and the Serpent Scorpion Emperor looked at him in shock. No, betrayal just after an alliance? And what was your purpose in starting the coalition? Although the evil Temple 2 emperors also had this thought, as dignified demon emperors, they really didn't have the face to open their mouths. Hevra, you coward! The Serpent Emperor said angrily. Hevra picked up the fallen golden crown. I originally thought that it was also at my father's level, but I didn't realize that the ancient king had already reached the realm of the earthly master. Drop it, no shame. With that said, Hevra walked towards the sky and respectfully bowed to the ancient king. Hevra, the 4th pharaoh of the ancient Sun Kingdom, salutes you, my king. Looking at Hevra's skillful appearance, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. It seemed that this guy was also used to being a dick, having been suppressed by Huff all this time, and the sharpness in his heart had already been smoothed out. What about you guys? The dragon monarch looked down at the evil Temple 2 emperors. The mother of Medusa and the Serpent Scorpion Emperor glanced at each other and tentatively asked, is it okay if we return to the depths of the desert and never come out of the world? Hostility flared in the Dragon Lord's eyes. Then you might as well become undead. Countless black gas cohesion, transformed into a huge vortex above the dome of the sky, the pyramid of Hevra is simply unable to resist such a powerful suction. Countless pieces of stone were sucked into the black vortex, gradually dismantled into nothingness. The evil Temple 2 emperors died. Honorable ancient king, we are willing to submit. Chapter 124 New Contracted Beast, Attribute Extraction. Requesting for catch-up reading. The dragon monarch stopped, and the evil Temple 2 emperors slumped to the ground in their death throes. As self-conscious beings, fear of death is inevitable. Strong as emperors, they also worry about the time after death. If it was an ordinary emperor, death would have been the end, especially for the mother of Medusa, who didn't have many days left to live, and might have been able to make a name for herself by turning into an undead spirit after her death. But the opponent was a powerful undead emperor, in front of whom it was a luxury to be partial after death. Subduing the evil Temple 2 emperors, Lin Chen curiously looked at the mother of Medusa. As I recall, your eldest and second daughters are in a constant battle for power, right? So how much power do you still have under you? The evil Temple 2 emperor's own battle power was average, but by relying on the horrifying reproduction power of the snake demon and scorpion demon, they became 2 of the 7 African giants whose influence rivaled that of Huff. What Lin Chen valued most was also the forces under them. In the future, 20,000 kilometers of coastline strategy was born. The dragon monarch could not hold back 20,000 kilometers even if he was strong, and that's when he needed henchmen. That's why Lin Shen decided to subdue the evil temple 2 emperors instead of killing them and turning them into undead. The mother of Medusa bowed slightly, looking at the dragon lord's attitude towards Lin Shen. She could guess that Lin Shen's status was extremely high, so she didn't dare to be slow. Don't worry, my lord, as long as I live, Pamaji and Diana won't be able to make waves. They aren't really emperors yet after all. Lin Shen realized that the mother of Medusa had ruled the serpent-scorpion tribe for thousands of years. Her influence was indeed far greater than that of her 2 daughters. Speaking of which, by now Morven should have contracted Opus. Lin Shen hooked the corners of his mouth, not knowing what funny thing he had thought of. How many more years can you live now? Lin Shen asked. A trace of sadness appeared on the mother of Medusa's face. If there is no more breakthrough, I'm afraid that I will only have a 10-year lifespan. After all, I'm a combination of human and demon bloodline, and my lifespan is far inferior to that of a pure demon. Lin Shen frowned. This was difficult, but it wasn't without a solution. How about becoming my contracted beast, and within 10 years, I'll guarantee that you'll become a little emperor? Lin Shen said with a smile. The mother of Medusa raised her eyebrows in surprise, and although she didn't dare to retort due to the might of the Dragon King, she clearly didn't believe it. Looking down at the 2 hemispheres of her upper body, the mother of Medusa looked at the tiny Lin Shen again, and couldn't help but have a flash of yellow thoughts in her head. This guy, he wouldn't be into some giant. The mother of Medusa bit her lip. No way, Lin Shen is estimated to be able to walk into her place, even if it's all stuffed in. It doesn't feel like it, it's disproportionate. Lin Shen didn't know what the mother of Medusa was thinking, but he could tell that she was somewhat reluctant. Lin Shen helplessly held his forehead. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't let go of the snake and scorpion forces that were spread out over half the world, he wouldn't have bothered to contract it. The last Black Dragon Emperor that was snubbed hadn't even been promoted yet, so how could he have that many resources? The Dragon Monarch relied on me to break through. I have a special ability. My contracted beasts devour resources and can maximize their bloodline. 10 years is enough time for you to break through. Lin Shen patiently explained. Seeing that the Dragon King nodded, the mother of Medusa understood. A trace of ecstasy appeared on her face. Who would want to die if she could live? She had just surrendered in order to live for 10 more years. The mother of Medusa still wanted to remain in charge of the Serpent-Scorpion Empire. If she became undead, those tribal Serpent-Scorpion monarchs wouldn't listen to her orders. The Snake-Scorpion Emperor on the side had also heard Lin Shen's conversation with the mother of Medusa and came over in embarrassment. My lord, you can give me a contract as well. I've been stuck in Yachty for a long time as well. The corner of Lin Shen's mouth twitched. The last time he had seen an emperor like this was when he had contracted the ancient elephant. Although he already knew, Lin Shen still couldn't help but feel emotional. For these emperors in charge of the demon empire, strength and longevity were the things they cared about the most. Lin Shen already had a Black Dragon Emperor in his contracted position, and with 3 left, contracting the Evil Temple 2 Emperor was also enough. Putting the Evil Temple 2 Emperors into the contract space is also good. They are not suitable to stay in the Fury Abyss, and they are not a dragon race. They can't enter the nest of the giant dragon, they can't continue to stay in Africa, they don't have a spatial lineage, and they usually can't arrive in time when they encounter an emergency at all. Subjugate, kill 3 Emperor-class demons to gain a chance to extract attributes once. News suddenly came from the dragon's nest that hadn't moved for a long time, and Lin Shen's brows grew a bit more joyful. He was lacking in attribute extraction right now. The refinement of the Pale Gods I required the collection of the 7 major magic systems, and Lin Shen currently only had thunder, wind, and water, and he was still short of 4. Lin Shen immediately checked up on the gargoyles and contracted beasts under his command to see if there were any magic lineages worth contracting. Earth, from the mother of Medusa, super rank 3, comes with an extreme heavenly seed of petrification. Whoever it is will be petrified for a period of time depending on the strength difference between the host and the target. Lin Shen's eyes widened. Anyone would be petrified. Concept level skill. If the Dragon Monarch fought against a strong person of the same level, even a second of petrification could change the battle. You should know that petrification can be different from retardation. As long as you are petrified, it means everything is interrupted. Saying this might be a little hard to understand. For example, a forbidden spell mage spent 3 days preparing a forbidden spell, and as a result, Lin Shen went down with a petrification, and it was directly interrupted, and the work was lost. The backlash alone would be enough for the other party to drink a pot of water. Lin Shen pressed back the excitement in his heart and looked towards the other elemental systems. The other elemental lineages are just from the individual dragons, and they can only be inherited up to a high level, so they are not considered. I choose the Earth system of the mother of Medusa. Thick brown streams of light slowly melted into Lin Chen's body, a warm current suddenly arose, and in his mind, a vast Earth astral palace emerged. In reality, Rock's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the Earth system that suddenly sprang up all over Lin Chen's body. The Earth aura on Lin Chen's body is not the least bit weaker than my Earth cultivation in my lifetime. It was important to realize that Rock was a semi-forbidden spell-level Earth mage in his lifetime. In the middle of the contract space, the mother of Medusa raised her head. Strange, how come there is an aura of the same origin as mine on your lordship? The mother of Medusa felt Lin Chen's magic, and the hope in her heart grew a few more points. The Snake Scorpion Emperor nodded, as expected of an adult. To be able to create a sovereign creature like the Ancient King, there are naturally miraculous things about it, and an increase in the strength of an adult will benefit us as well. While talking, the Snake Scorpion Emperor ate Lin Chen's summoning system magic energy. How come no one had originally told him that the summoning system magic energy was so delicious? It was simply comparable to agar jelly. Keep your voice down for me. The Black Dragon Emperor snorted grumpily and looked at the two little things beside him, saying impatiently. The Snake Scorpion Emperor looked at the tens of thousands of meters of Black Dragon body and silently shrunk inward, leaving more room for the Black Dragon Emperor. Why is there a small Empire-class Black Dragon in your lord's contract space? Serpent Scorpion Emperor looked at his body of barely nearly 10,000 meters. Himself and the mother of Medusa together is not even half as big as the other party. If the fight is even less of an opponent, it is better to be honest. Chapter 125 Cold Moon Ice Perception, Going to Tianshan Mountain. The matter of the Sun Kingdom came to an end, and Lin Chen returned without incident with $1 trillion worth of resources and pyramids, the resources of the evil temple. With the resources, Lin Chen first upgraded all of the dragons under him to the Monarch level, completing the achievement of having 10 Monarch-level dragons, and gaining another opportunity for attribute extraction. Only unfortunately, at the moment, Lin Chen didn't have any superclass elemental families for him to choose from. Still missing ice, light, and fire, why don't we take a trip to Heavenly Mountain? Lin Chen thought darkly. The ice resources in Heavenly Mountain were extremely abundant, whether it was contracting a white tiger or finding resources for Little Ice to improve. But before that, Lin Chen had to make a trip to the Pacific Ocean. The time that Speaker Xiao Zhang had left for him was almost up, and probing the situation earlier would also allow Huaxia to be more prepared. Ryujin, come with me. To go to the Pacific Ocean, of course Lin Chen had to have Long Jun with him for protection, in case he encountered the cold moon ice that was hiding. I'm afraid that he would be killed in a second in a single shot, and he wouldn't even have the time to react at that time. Lin Chen let out a helpless sigh. Forbidden spell. When exactly would he get to forbidden spell? As long as he broke through the forbidden spell and had the capital to utilize the true power of the spacetime god's eye, he wouldn't be afraid to go head to head with the little emperor even if he had to. Although Lin Chen could ask the Dragon Monarch to go and find the Earth for him, the pistol of sublime dimensions, but breaking through with something like that might not even allow him to release the forbidden spells independently, which was something Lin Chen was unwilling to accept. The Dragon Monarch led Lin Chen all the way through space, not very fast. After all, Lin Chen was here to poke around, not to rush. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was grasping at straws to cultivate. His water system was currently still at the middle rank, but fortunately he had too many resources, so he estimated that he would be able to cultivate to the super rank on his own within a year. Soon, Lin Chen found the location where the white demon calamity cloud that Xiao Zhang had sent him was located, and the deep blue ocean was densely covered by silvery white glowing things, completely a white land. I'm afraid the sheer number of them is second only to the existence of the undead. No, it's also possible that it's flat. After all, the ocean has a tolerable depth, and I'm afraid that the tamer devils are more than just this layer on the surface of the ocean. There's more underneath the ocean. There is an emperor's aura in the depths of the ocean. The Dragon Monarch suddenly spoke. Lin Chen nodded. A sea demon of this scale, with such a uniform variety, he wouldn't believe it if it wasn't an empire. There must be an emperor among them. Moreover, Lin Chen remembered that in the original story, it appeared that a Bay Demon Emperor had followed Cold Moon Eyes to attack the magic capital. Can you feel what strength it is? On the Dragon Monarch's body, an invisible undead fluctuation spread. It's about tens of thousands of meters away from us, located at the bottom of the sea, and its strength is about the same as that scorpion's, I think. About the same as the Serpent Emperor? Lin Chen got it. That's okay, it's just a cargo that's been given 3 seconds by the Dragon Monarch. Go a little deeper, and if you have the chance, directly kill this emperor. Lin Chen's words were filled with killing intent. After contracting the evil temple 2 emperors and subjugating Hevra, the imperial warriors by his side officially amounted to 7, and there was also such a powerful person as the Dragon Monarch. Even if Cold Moon Eyes led a large army in person, he would not be afraid. It's only slightly more cumbersome at sea. The Dragon Monarch nodded and immediately tore through space, bringing Lin Chen to 10,000 meters away. Directly below is where that emperor is located, and besides it, there are several other hidden auras. The Dragon Monarch said. A hidden aura? Lin Chen frowned. Get out of here first. Aha! Without asking any more questions, the Dragon Monarch led Lin Chen away in an instant, and almost the instant he left, a mysterious figure surfaced, followed by a few huge-sized demons. The people who came to scout this time are very strong. The mysterious figure murmured, if he hadn't sensed the aura of homology, I'm afraid even he wouldn't have been able to discover the other party. But as far as he knew, there were very few interdimensional forbidden spells in the world, so there shouldn't be a few that could escape his perception. Is it hard to believe that it's those top guys? Cold Moon Eyes shook his head. Impossible, that kind of character if it arrives. It is estimated that the Great War will be fought, then in the end who is it? The tidal wave Divine Eyes behind the Cold Moon's eyes swayed slightly, carrying a few inexplicable emotions. Lin Chen, who had fled into the distance, looked back and patted his chest with a palpitating heart. Just now, the Pale Divine Eye conveyed a message to me that the Songhai Divine Eye and the Tidal Divine Eye are also down there, and the Cold Moon Eyes are right here, so I'm afraid that they're waiting for some kind of powerful scout to attack and kill them in advance. Lin Chen said. Cold Moon Eyes possessed 2 Divine Eyes, and with the Dragon Monarch's current strength, he was still a step weaker. Let's go, I sent the information to the Grand Speaker, let's take a trip to Tianshan. Before heading to the Heavenly Mountain, Lin Chen first went to find Zhang Kong. It's been a long time, the last time I heard from you was when you won first place in the World School competition. Looking at Lin Chen, who had suddenly arrived in Bo City, Zhang Kong laughed. It's been a few years since I've seen you, there's no rush to catch up first, Sudir, unseal the seal on Zhang Kong. Lin Chen said. The Dragon Monarch nodded, and Zhang Kong looked at the other party with a surprised expression. This undead soul that came out of nowhere could unseal himself? Sudir bowed slightly, as you command. After saying that, Sudir walked towards Jinkong, and a trace of black lightning suddenly emerged from his body. Although he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression from the lightning, Zhang Kong didn't panic too much. With Lin Chen's strength today, killing him was the same as killing a chicken, there was no need to make any excuses. The black lightning spread to Zhang Kong's body, and the intense paralyzing effect caused Zhang Kong to pass out, and Sudir began to lift the seal. Lin Chen's eyes flickered as he watched this scene. Zhang Kong's cursed lineage was said to be sealed, but in fact, it was already nearly nullified, and that group of people from the sacred city had done it in a very dark manner. Luckily, Sudir was proficient in the cursed lineage and was much stronger than the person who had wasted Chopper Hollow, which made it possible to repair it. It was only after a long time that Zhang Kong woke up leisurely, looking blankly at Lin Chen, somewhat unclear of the situation. Look at your spirit world. Zhang Kong subconsciously did as he was told, and his consciousness looked into the spirit world, but he suddenly realized that next to the fire and wind stardust, the cursed stardust, which had long been nearly depleted, had been repaired at some point, and had become even more powerful than it was originally. Lin Chen. Zhang Kong looked at Lin Chen, his eyes turning a little moist. Alright, don't cry, isn't this what you personally taught Imo Fan and the others? Lin Chen let out a light laugh. Right, I'm going to make a trip to the Heavenly Mountain next. Do you want to follow? Lin Chen suddenly said. Tian Shan? Hearing this word buried in the depths of his memory, Chopper Hollow's eyes widened and he froze in place for a moment. Lin Chen was helpless, going or not. Go. Zhang Kong pulled Lin Chen and headed out without looking back. Whatever Bo City's military affairs were, this was not as important as the person deep in his memory. Lin Chen held his forehead inside softly, telling the guards here to pay attention to Bo City's safety and security, and leaving Xiao He here so that he could protect Bo City, lest there be any accidents during the time that Zhang Kong was gone. Chapter 126 Heavenly Mountain Sinful Shadow still looks as good as it did in the beginning. The cold winds in the sky were harsh, sharpening the peaks of the Tianshan Mountains, making the backs of the mountains as sharp as the blades of thick swords, pointing directly at the pale blue sky without a trace of dust. Snow-covered, year-round, between Yunfeng and Miaofeng, there is a rift valley called the White Trace. In addition to the special favor of the Tianshan mountain spirits, there is no living thing into this White Trace rift valley can still come out unharmed. Even if hot molten lava flowed into it, it would solidify into rocky ice in less than a few seconds. The White Trace carries too many mysterious legends of Tianshan Mountain, and the locals even call it the mansion of the goddess of snowstorms, a forbidden place for mortals. Today, the Tianshan Mountain does not have half a bit of flying snow, and the air is so clean that it does not carry half a bit of dust. The white clean back of the mountain ridge stretches out like the back of a giant dragon, towering and erect. Lin Chen and Zhang Kong were walking on top of the snow, clad in a black trench coat. Looking at this unforgettable place for the rest of his life, Chopper's lips trembled, not because of the cold, but because of the tension. Lin Chen, can you really save her? Zhang Kong's eyes trembled as he asked nervously. Don't worry, and you can still live like normal people after being rescued. Lin Chen said in relief. Looking at Zhang Kong, who was so nervous that he was shivering, Lin Chen was helpless. He had asked him dozens of times along the way, how come he just didn't believe it? Gazing at Zhang Kong's eager back, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Perhaps he wasn't disbelieving, he just wanted to relieve the anxiety in his heart. Long Jun followed the two in silence, guarding against possible dangers. Every now and then, Zhang Kong glanced back at the Dragon King, his heart a little more settled. Black armored robes, he remembered the costume. Jin Kong had heard his teacher say that Lin Chen had a black armored robe emperor by his side who had killed the skeleton Nook with just one strike. With the help of such a character, you will surely come out very easily, right? Chopper didn't stop until he saw a deep crack. This is it. Knock knock. Lin Chen keenly sensed the sound of Zhang Kong's heartbeat, which was beating even faster than when he had encountered the winged pale wolves attacking the city. Go. With that, Lin Chen opened the spatial channel and instantly transported himself and Zhang Kong below the ice scar. This ice scar was so deep that Lin Chen and Jin Kong followed the spatial passageway and kept falling down. I don't know how long it took to reach the bottom of the ice scar. In front of a crystal-clear wall of ice, Zhang Kong tremblingly extended his hand, stroking the ice surface, his gaze fixed on the silhouette in the ice. It's been 10 years, and you still look like you did back then. Zhang Kong said softly, as if he was afraid of frightening the woman in the ice. Roar! Just then, a bitter hurricane rolled over in the Rift Valley, and ice cones over a dozen meters thick flew over, at least hundreds of them. Even an army would be wiped out in these ice cones' frenzied attack. Lin Chen frowned, who was disturbing him when he was witnessing a beautiful love. A spatial force shattered the ice cones as much as it could, and as Lin Chen twisted his head to look, an ice-white heavenly tiger was grimly looking towards Zhang Kong. I can't believe you came out to interrupt at a moment like this. Lin Chen raised his hand, sending the ice-white heavenly tiger flying hundreds of meters as his terrifying aura invisibly spread out. If it weren't for not wanting to cross paths with you white tigers, I'd kill you right now, so get lost. Lin Chen's voice contained a spiritual power that surpassed level 9, scaring the ice-white heavenly tiger to the point that its liver and gallbladder fled in panic. Dragon Monarch, unseal it. Lin Chen said. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Kong barely regained some composure and retreated to the side, his eyes blinking as he looked at the Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch raised his hand, and immediately the thick layer of ice came off. Inside the wall of ice, a blurry curvaceous figure appeared. With another raise of his hand, the thick wall of ice continued to come off again. Layer upon layer of ice shattered until Qin Yuer fully appeared in Lin Chen's several people's line of sight. She wore a goose-down garment that wrapped tightly around her body. The garment appeared to be a few inches too wide, but it couldn't hide her beauty-filled figure. This dress, Zhang Kong still recognized it. It was one that he himself had personally draped over her 10 or so years ago, one that he had specially picked out in a town under the Heavenly Mountain. 10 years later, she's still wearing the dress. Chopping empty that youthful flying memories madly flooded into that muddy head, stirring everything full of longing, foolhardy everything feels exciting and sweet. She hadn't changed, not at all. The ice had sealed her and her youthful appearance, sealed her time, and fixed her at 24 years of age, in all her splendor. The above paragraph is from the original chapter 919 of The Living and Dead, and I feel that I wrote it with a really good sense, so I took the liberty of borrowing it. But through the thin ice, Chopper saw himself, bearded and disheveled. Wait a minute. Zhang Kong suddenly spoke out, and the Dragon Monarch stopped his hand and looked at Lin Chen, wordlessly asking for his opinion. What's wrong? I want to clean myself up first. Chopper said nervously. With that, Chopper pulled out the dagger he had with him, shaved his face clean, and straightened his hair according to the ice. Phew, okay. Boom. Long Jun gently slapped his palm on the thin ice. The ice cracked slowly, and the woman sealed in it seemed to regain her life little by little. Qin Yuer slid down from the ice and was caught by Chopper hollow for a long time, slowly opening her ice-blue eyes. Xingyi, is that you? The soft voice spurred the hardened man's tears down, falling to the ground in a blossoming shower of ice. Feather. You're so much more like an uncle now. Zhang Kong sobbed uncontrollably, barely able to utter a complete sentence. Lin Chen and Long Jun exchanged glances and quietly retreated to the distance so that the two lovers, who had been separated for 10 long years, could catch up. Under the cover of the wind and snow, Lin Chen sent Zhang Kong and Qin Yuer to the town under the Heavenly Mountain. In the future, you can live like normal people. Lin Chen laughed. But the Holy City? Said Qin Yuer worriedly. Don't worry, the Holy City won't come after you guys. Compared to you, I'm the one who's more of a heretic. Lin Chen shrugged and said. Compared to an ice-devastated person in Lin Chen, who possessed emperor-level battle power, I'm afraid that it was the latter that made the sacred city unable to even eat peacefully. If they were to deal with heretics, they would inevitably deal with Lin Chen first. According to the flow of the original story, it was estimated that an archangel would show up and take Lin Chen as a merit. However, for the current Lin Chen, coming to an archangel is a complete giveaway, and will only allow his undead army to have one more strong person, unless multiple people appear at once. Lin Chen suddenly winced, right, who stipulated that the Holy City archangels could only come out one by one. If more than one came out at once, along with the power of the Holy City, I'm afraid that it would still be dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Chen hurriedly bid farewell to the Zhangkong duo and flew up to the Heavenly Mountain again. Raising his battle power first was most important. Now Lin Chen, clearly suffering from underfire phobia. Chapter 127, The Dawn of the Complementary Elemental System, the most talented researcher. On the way to hiking up the mountain in search of the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Tiger Emperor, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a problem. Sudir's black magic forbidden spells were the Shadow and Curse systems respectively, so logically, it should be the Shadow Descendant King or the Curse Princess who should collect his soul when he died, so how could it be the Bloodkin King? Lin Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. There were too many king's doorways in this dark plane. Perhaps he could solve this mystery when he arrived in the dark plane. I feel the aura of the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Tiger. The Dragon Monarch said. After a pause, the Dragon Monarch added with some hesitation, it's just that the aura is very weak, far from reaching the level of an emperor. Lin Chen nodded. The Heavenly Mountain Sacred Tigers that existed nowadays should only be the little white tigers left. Their strength was indeed weaker. I don't know how many more Heavenly Ridge white tigers existed on the mountain now. The Tianshan mountain range was vast and boundless, and the Dragon Monarch led Lin Chen through the various places before he explored and understood the general situation. Nowadays, there are only a few Sky Ridge white tigers left in Tianshan, and their bloodline is completely incomparable to the Tianshan Sacred Tiger. Originally, the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Tiger was a subtotem of the White Tiger, and the Heavenly Ridge White Tiger bloodline, which was even lower ranked than the Heavenly Mountain Sacred Tiger, was even lower ranked, and had absolutely no value for cultivation. After learning of this situation, Lin Chen had no choice but to casually scavenge some ice resources, preparing to go and strengthen Little Ice next. Speaking of the Sun Country, this place was indeed a bit extreme, nowhere near as large as the land of China, and most of the resources paid to the Dragon King were of the undead, fire, and earth systems. Resources like water and ice are few and far between. Without a suitable contract beast, I don't know when I'll be able to have the remaining 3 elemental lineages. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Lin Chen searched the memories in his mind, thinking of ways to do this, when he suddenly had a flash of insight and remembered that when Mo Fan went to the Dark Plane and challenged the Shadow Descendant King with Mubai, the Dark Shadow Department had been controlled by the Shadow Descendant King, but had been created by utilizing the other magic departments. In other words, if Lin Chen also knew how to fuse magic, wouldn't he be able to create a new magic lineage as well? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and without delay, Lin Chen immediately rushed to the Research Division Association, where Feng Zhoulong was located, and currently the only place where he could come into contact with fusion magic. Guangzhou. Senator Lin Chen. Listening to the guards address themselves, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This title was still quite a novelty. Relying on his status as a counselor, Lin Chen entered directly into the middle of the Research Division Council, searching for Feng Zhoulong. Senator Lin, I thought we would meet at some important meeting, but I didn't think you would come to me specifically. When Feng Zhoulong heard that Lin Chen was looking for him, he immediately put down the experiment at hand and came to talk to Lin Chen. In fact, as early as during the Academy tournament, Feng Zhoulong had noticed Lin Chen, the superior use of multiple magic faculties, the demonic talent. He was simply born to match his magical studies. It was a pity that when Feng Zhoulong tried to find Lin Chen to do his research, he realized that he had already become a counselor. With Feng Zhoulong's status, but cannot just instruct a member of parliament to cooperate with the study, and finally can only be a pity not to be settled. Now that he saw Lin Chen take the initiative to come to him, Feng Zhoulong couldn't mention how happy he was. Counselor Lin, is there something you're here for this time? Wrap it up in me. I've been involved in research about all sorts of magic and demons. Feng Zhoulong said as he patted his chest. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Just by looking at Feng Zhoulong's messy and greasy hair he knew that the other party must be one of those science nuts, and now it did seem right. I do have a favor to ask, and it's this. Lin Chen said clearly about his current situation. In the case of having multiple magic families, could he make these magic families intermingle with each other, thus creating a new magic family? Listening to Lin Chen's words, Feng Zhoulong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Counselor Lin, this idea of yours coincides with a topic I've been working on recently. Feng Zhoulong greeted Lin Chen as he arrived at his underground laboratory. Touching his greasy and messy hair, Feng Zhoulong said with some embarrassment, in fact, before, everyone said that I am graceful, only recently some obsessed with research. You know, we engage in research, these people once obsessed will be engaged in many days in a row. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person. Lin Chen expressed his understanding. For the sake of research, once your research breaks through, it can benefit all of mankind, so of course it's hard. Feng Zhoulong nodded his head, a hint of fervor in his eyes. That's right, just like not long ago, Mo Fan sent me a corpse, which gave me a breakthrough in my research on fusion magic, and now that you're here, I'm sure I'll succeed so that the strength of human beings all over the world will be taken to the next level. Looking at the stars in Feng Zhoulong's eyes, Lin Chen really didn't have the heart to tell him that he would give his life for his research. Old Feng, you have to realize that although science has no borders, scientists have borders. If you really have any major breakthroughs, you can implement them domestically first, and with regards to the world, you can hold off for a while. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and changed his words. As long as Feng Zhoulong didn't leave the country, no one could hurt him, and Huaxia understood the value of a top researcher better than he did. The fervor in Feng Zhoulong's eyes dissipated and he nodded. I understand, but the birth of a new dharma is classified as a forbidden art if it is not acknowledged by the major organizations in the world. Also, isn't science those children's toys? I'm engaged in magical research. Feng Zhoulong said emphatically. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He was the one who had forgotten that in this magic world, proper science was the least scientific, and here, it seemed like it was all the unprofessional students who would go and play. Vaguely remember, Zhao Manyan once said that he would take Mo Fan to play. Mo Fan thought it was some kind of fling, but it turned out to be to a small room to engage in a night of scientific research, playing with half a day of chemical reagents. Thinking of Mo Fan's lifeless look made Lin Chen want to laugh. Returning to the topic, Feng Zhoulong carefully examined Lin Chen's physical condition and found that his body strength was extremely high, definitely comparable to a demon. It's really strange, as a super-ranked mage I don't even have such a high level of physical strength as you. I'm really curious as to what level your cultivation has reached. Feng Zhoulong said in awe. Lin Chen shrugged. His own multiple magic departments had reached the super rank. He also had various resources to strengthen them. His body strength was certainly high, not to say that he could fight with the monarch level one-on-one, but he was definitely able to tear down the existence of the commander with his hands. Is there a possibility that I can fuse a new magic lineage? Lin Chen asked. Feng Zhoulong rubbed his chin. If it's an ordinary person, then it's probably not possible, but you should also have a natural dual lineage magical talent similar to Mo Fan's, right, and so many lineages have been cultivated to an extremely high level, maybe. Chapter 128, Mastering Fusion Magic, a new elemental lineage is born. With your strength, you should be able to do it, except that this thing will definitely consume the soul, and your mental power should be strong enough, otherwise it will be difficult to support the creation of the magic department. Feng Zhoulong said. Lin Chen hooked the corner of his mouth. Other things he still lacked, but the spiritual power level was definitely enough. Beyond the 9th level of spiritual power, it was definitely comparable to those powerful forbidden spell mages. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Feng Zhoulong began to experiment again and again, and he even called out both Rock and Sudir. The former was a knowledgeable old mage, and the latter, needless to say, had already achieved a fusion of the three systems, and although it was in the body of an undead spirit, it was far more valuable to study than an inferior smith. After 2 months of research, Feng Zhoulong finally worked out the method. When you have multiple magic lineages intermingling to produce a new magic category, you can incorporate the related magic origin so that you can retain that magic lineage and allow you to possess it. Feng Zhoulong briefly explained the principle. Magic origin? Lin Chen scratched his head. What do I need to use for this magic origin? Feng Zhoulong hesitated for a moment. The magic we normally use is disposable. After using it, it will dissipate and merge into the heavens and earth, whereas with our stardust, we can constantly generate magic energy, which is equivalent to a core, and this kind of core, I believe, can be replaced with elemental species or dark matter. When Lin Chen heard this, he opened a spatial rift without saying a word, and pulled out the numerous resources stored in the severing abyss. Old Feng, I want ice, fire, and light. Can you see if these elemental species are enough? Pointing at the hundreds of 3 elemental species on the ground, Lin Chen asked. The corner of Feng Zhoulong's mouth twitched. You kid went to the origin to get goods. Where did you get so many elemental species? These days Feng Zhoulong and Lin Chen were also familiar with each other. Lin Chen called him Old Feng, while Feng Zhoulong called Lin Chen by his real name and no longer addressed Senator Lin. Lin Chen remembered the size of the Sun Country, not too far off, it's kind of a place of origin. Seeing Lin Chen's picture of serious contemplation, Feng Zhoulong helplessly held his forehead. In that case, let's start. Speaking of which, Feng Zhoulong became excited again. What could be better for a researcher than a resistant subject and unlimited experimental materials? The strength of the magic system you fuse to create should be directly related to the core used, but it's the first experiment, so let's start with one spirit seed. Feng Zhoulong casually picked up a fire-type soul seed. To fuse out the fire system, you need to use thunder, plants, you have both magic systems, let's get started. For fusion magic, Lin Chen actually had some experience. Not too long ago, he had also used the spatial and necromantic systems to move the dark matter of the dead soul, that was considered a preliminary fusion magic. So when Feng Zhoulong taught him the tricks of fusion magic, Lin Chen quickly grasped the essence of fusion magic. A lightning vine was created out of which the lightning continuously released high temperatures, setting the vine on fire. The scorching flames gradually rose, and Feng Zhoulong carefully placed the fire spirit seed into it. Now you can try to accept him with your spiritual sea. With the flames you have created, it should be somewhat possible. According to Feng Zhoulong's hints, Lin Chen carefully retrieved the flames, but unfortunately, it was the first time after all, and the fire spirit seed exploded outside of Lin Chen's spiritual sea, ultimately failing. Feeling a fluctuation of high-level fire magic spreading, Feng Zhoulong looked towards Lin Chen with worry. Lin Chen waved his hand. It's fine, my Sea of Spirit has strong protection, not to mention high-class magic, even forbidden spell-level mind blasts I can still block them. With Lin Chen's spiritual cultivation nowadays, not to mention putting a high-level magic within his spiritual sea, even if these hundreds of elemental species on the ground exploded together, he wouldn't die, and he would at most suffer some injuries. After all, the space-time gods I was still protecting Lin Chen's Sea of Spirit, which was an emperor-level power. The two Lin Chens proceeded to experiment, one elemental seed bursting, causing Feng Zhoulong to feel a little heartbroken. Each one was tens of millions of dollars. He hadn't done such an extravagant experiment yet. Until he was about to succeed, Lin Chen took the initiative to detonate the fire spirit seed in the Sea of Spirit. To use the best, the spirit seed was still not enough. Picking up a fire extreme soul seed, Lin Chen said, I think that's about right. Feng Zhoulong nodded. So a while with a few hundred million, can have such a fast progress, all piled up with money? Of course fast. In Lin Chen's spiritual sea, a strong piece of fire stardust slowly emerged. It had just appeared and was still a bit violent, but it was much more honest after being suppressed by a couple of big brothers of the super rank on the side. It was no wonder that an extremely high level of cultivation was required. First of all, if one couldn't succeed at once, the explosion within the spiritual sea was not something that an ordinary person could withstand, and one would easily become a vegetable. Anyone who wanted to block the explosion of the spirit seed would need at least 7th level spirit power. If you want to fuse soul seeds, I'm afraid that for the average person, it takes a forbidden spell to support multiple trials. And when it comes to forbidden spells, will anyone still take a huge risk to get a high-level magic line? The give and take was completely disproportionate, and it was only Lin Chen, an anomaly, who did so. Lin Chen's palm opened and a blazing blue flame began to burn violently. This time he didn't use fusion magic, relying entirely on his own magic system. Higher order level 1 fire system. It seems that during the fusion process, there was still some of the core's energy going to the foundation, or else the extreme soul seed should have been able to create a higher order level 3 fire system. Lin Chen didn't care too much about it. Being able to have this kind of result had already helped him save a lot of time, and the next step would be to raise the fire system to the super rank. Next, Lin Chen fused another light type extreme soul seed, while the ice type was put aside. Lin Chen still had one more opportunity for attribute extraction, and he didn't have any ice-type extreme soul seeds within his many resources, so he was prepared to directly extract Little Ice's ice attribute. Separating from Feng Zhoulong, Lin Chen returned to the magic capital and arrived at the Peril Academy, his consciousness sinking into the nest of the giant dragon. Looking at a group of giant dragons lazily basking in the sun, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Lately he had been playing all the high-end games, they had no way to participate, so there was indeed some nothing to do. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, the many gigantic dragons all surrounded him, belligerent emotions being born in their eyes. Lin Chen pacified them one by one. Don't worry, you'll be used before too long. Last time on the northern frontier you were still too weak, now you're all monarchs. In the future, the sirens will let you out on the shore. After saying that, Lin Chen looked at Little Ice again. Nowadays Little Ice's size had come to 1,000 meters, a proper piece of moving iceberg. The hideous ice blue dragon horn touched Lin Chen's body. Little Ice was after all born not long ago, although it was powerful, its heart was still like that of a child. Stroking Little Ice's dragon horn, Lin Chen pulled out a large pile of ice resources. Chapter 129 Acquaintances Meeting, Feather Clan Extravaganza. Feeding a large amount of ice resources to Little Ice, its strength came directly to a medium monarch, and it was considered a qualified large meat shield, and ordinary super rank magic was even difficult to break through its turtle armor. Ice, from the Blizzard Dragon, high level 2, comes with the extreme soul species Frost. Lin Chen extracted the ice system from Little Ice's body. So far, the 7 major elemental systems were gathered, and as long as all of them were cultivated to the super rank, he would be able to refine the Pale Divine Eye. Before leaving the Heavenly Mountain region, Lin Chen also purposely found a powerful Heavenly Ridge White Tiger to activate the Sacred Lord's Tiger Talisman incantation. Then Lin Chen returned to Bow City and retrieved Little Black. Lin Chen, do you want to go find the totem together? Mo Fan called. On the last trip to the Parthenon, Mo Fan had already learned from Shen Snake that Lin Chen also had a totem breath on him, and was also the guardian of Ba Xia, so with the information about the totem, he had specially come to ask. Yeah, where to? Lin Chen asked. Qinling. This trip, in addition to Lin Chen and Mo Fan, and Zhao Manyan and others, arrived at a small town under the Qinling Mountains. The entrance to the town already had a person waiting there, not very tall, thin body type, but a level not low. Military clothes set off his several points of iron blood majesty temperament. The town is considered semi-military, coming and going with the majority of military personnel. This town is also mainly set up for the Qinling, targeting some of the problems from the Qinling. These inland military posts and towns became much cooler after the grave situation at sea, and were evidently drawn away. But the problem is that it's not like those demons on land are going to diminish and calm down as the oceans rise, which leads to an inland scenario that's just as not very promising, with heavier military duties. The officer who was on the thin side was clearly Zhang Xiaoho, and he was also standing beside him, and when he saw Lin Chen and the others arrive, he hurriedly greeted them. Brother Van, Brother Tatsu, long time no see. Zhang Xiaoho's face showed an innocent smile, just like back then. He snuggled up next to Zhang Xiaoho and greeted Lin Chen and the others. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Lin Chen proposed to enter the Qinling now. Zhang Xiaoho hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Chen, now that the Qinling is blowing a haystack wind, it's better for us to wait a few days. Lin Chen waved his hand, don't worry, I'm here, a mere hazel wind can't hurt us. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Zhang Xiaoho was slightly more at ease. He also knew that Lin Chen had now become a counselor, his strength was bound to be not bad, and something like the Haha wind must not be enough to fear. Mo Fan was also an acute person and immediately agreed to Lin Chen's suggestion. As the crowd entered the mountain, Lin Chen erected a spatial barrier to block the Sha wind. As he walked, Lin Chen looked at a young girl in the group. It wasn't that Lin Chen had any special fetishes, it was just that she had a familiar aura about her. Mo Fan, this is... Oh, I haven't introduced you yet, this is Yu Shishir, the guardian of the totem beast Mooney Phoenix. Mo Fan introduced. Lin Chen realized that it was as good as he expected. As it happens, I have a deceased person I want to meet with. Lin Chen said. What deceased person? Yu Shishir asked curiously. Lin Chen called Rock out, and the latter was rather wordy, so he didn't mention it again. Rock's wish was fulfilled, and he also asked Lin Chen for his willingness to leave. After all, Chening was still living alone, and Rock just couldn't rest assured. The current Lin Chen wasn't lacking in battle power either, so of course he wouldn't make things difficult for the old man, and agreed without hesitation. With Lin Chen's protection, the group flowed through unhindered and soon saw an acquaintance. Jiang Xiaoshu. Pretty face, devilish figure. Since the end of the academy tournament, Lin Chen hadn't seen such a gifted girl in a long time. Although the current Jiang Xiaoshu is a bit wretched, his hair is disheveled and incomparable, and his body is draped in a coat of the Forbidden Army, but he seems to be wearing very ragged, inside, and he does not know how long he has been trapped in this kind of place. Lin Chen? Jiang Xiaoshu watched in dismay as Lin Chen and the others appeared, a pair of bright and incomparable eyes suddenly fixed. Long time no see, why are you camping here? Lin Chen smiled and joked. Back when they were in the State House, Jiang Xiaoshu and Lin Chen were still on good terms. Jiang Xiaoshu's face darkened. I heard that you became a counselor, or the Grand Speaker himself appointed you. How did you let you, a guy who is not in tune, become a counselor? Don't say so much, just follow first. Lin Chen said with a shrug. Jiang Xiaoshu nodded, and his heart that had been tense relaxed. When he was in the State House, Lin Chen had already reached the super stage, and now that so much time had passed, with his talent, I'm afraid that he was now at least a 3-series super stage, and it was definitely safe to follow him. Do you know about the Feather Feast? Walking among the cluttered bushes, Jiang Xiaoshu suddenly asked. Lin Chen nodded. I know, it should be in a few days. The two uneducated people, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan, listened wide-eyed. What is the Feather Clan extravaganza? Mo Fan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Xiaoshu helplessly held his forehead. After such a long time, Mo Fan, you are still so ignorant. After briefly explaining the significance of the Feather Race extravaganza to Mo Fan, Jiang Xiaoshu looked to the sky. If we want to find the ancient totem that my brother recorded, we have to use the Feather Clan's grand ceremony so that we can safely fly up to the 100 Battles Mountain. Saying that, Jiang Xiaoshu looked at Lin Chen again. There are many races that can participate in the Feather Race extravaganza, the inclusiveness is very strong, and your gargoyle with wings can also participate. Lin Chen was enlightened, feeling the aura of the many powerful feather clans as the Shaha winds gradually diminished. If one of his own dragons became the Feather Emperor, he might be able to gather most of the Feather Clan here. Although this Qinling Feather Clan is average in size, and Lin Chen's Hands of the Undead, Snake and Scorpion forces cannot be compared, but also cannot be underestimated, not to mention, now the Chinese also sent a large number of military mages to guard the Qinling. Taking the Qinling Feather Clan under control and restraining them would also make the pressure on Huaxia a little less now. 3 days passed in a row, and the Sha wind gradually changed its direction, as countless feathered demons swept out and covered the sky. As Lin Chen watched the scene, he released the giant dragons that were good at flying. Little Black, Little Violet, Little Silver, and Little Shen were a full 4 giant dragons, of which Little Black and Little Shen had both reached the strength of a medium monarch. The 4 dragons appeared. The huge dragon might instantly shock the surroundings. The feathered demons looked at each other in dismay. The other party didn't launch an attack. Could it be that they also wanted to participate in the Feather Clan ceremony? The many feathered demons turned their eyes to a large gray and black steel feathered demon to see the other's opinion. This feathered demon was clearly the great sovereign level Grind Mountain Feather Monarch, and it swept its gaze at the 4 giant dragons below. Although the other party's might was good, and if it was a head-on battle, it was no match for itself, but the Feather Race extravaganza was only about flying ability, and it didn't believe that a few dragons less than Grand Monarchs could surpass it. Boing boing. The meaning of the Mill Mountain Feather Monarch was obvious: no fighting, each according to their own abilities.